Having traversed the high martial world for 18 years, in this world where demonic beasts run rampant, Yifeng understood the importance of strength. Through his own efforts, he ranked among the top at martial arts high school number 1. During a sea beast campaign, Yifeng fought until his martial foundation was damaged, slaying countless sea beasts and painstakingly earning the first place ranking. With such achievements, he was supposed to secure a guaranteed admission to Longting Academy, where he could hope to heal his damaged foundation. Unexpectedly, his results were swapped, leaving him with no avenue for appeal. Worse still, he was falsely accused and expelled from the academy. Just as Yifeng was consumed by rage, a golden finger delayed for 18 years finally arrived. Years later, with a mere flick of his finger, Yifeng would annihilate billions of civilizations in an instant. After investigation by the school authorities, it was determined that Yifeng, ranked 22nd, had stolen others' achievements during the Sea Beast campaign, rendering his results void. Furthermore, during the campaign, he disobeyed orders, stirred up trouble, and not only injured himself but also nearly endangered others. Such disgraceful conduct is a shame to our school. After unanimous deliberation by the school leadership, Yifeng's student status has been revoked, and he is expelled from the academy. The resounding broadcast from Linhai City No. 1 Martial Arts Academy echoed throughout the school, causing an uproar. The vast majority, unaware of the truth, cursed Yifeng, believing his actions to be utterly despicable. Only a few who were close to Yifeng and knew his character harbored doubts, finding it hard to accept this outcome. But whether they believed it or not was irrelevant, it changed nothing. Fine. So there's no justice left, is there? I, Yifeng, swear that every injustice today will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold in the future. Having just left the principal's office, Yifeng clenched his fists, his face twisted in fury. 10 days ago, tremors shook the southern waters of Linhai City as the undersea secret realm's passage expanded once more, unleashing hordes of exotic beasts. Sea creatures surged ashore en masse, posing a grave threat to coastal cities and surrounding villages. Martial artists from all walks of life gathered along the coastline to repel the sea beasts' assault. Linhai City No. 1 High School, along with other martial arts academies, could not stand idly by and organized large numbers of teachers and students to join the defense. Students, lacking sufficient strength, were stationed at the rear to deal with the stragglers' minor creatures that slipped through the front lines. Through collective effort, the sea beasts were eventually driven back, averting a major catastrophe. In this battle, outstanding students will be rewarded with academic credits based on the number and strength of the sea beasts they kill. Those who rank in the top 3 may even secure a direct admission spot to the Dragon Soar Academy, the most prestigious martial arts university in the Lingnan province, where every student dreams of enrolling. Even for students from top-tier high schools like No. 1 High, only a handful manage to pass the college entrance exams to get in. Such a direct admission spot is incredibly valuable. For Yifeng, it held even greater significance. Injured during the Sea Beast battle, his martial foundation was unfortunately damaged, making it difficult to heal through conventional means. If he could secure direct admission to Dragon Soar Academy, where experts abound and resources are plentiful, there was hope for his recovery. But now, all of that was gone. I killed 105 soldier-class sea beasts and even risked my life to take down a wounded officer-class beast, only to end up with a damaged martial foundation. This was the hard-earned result of my efforts. With these achievements, I ranked first. But you swapped my results with Zhao Ming, who was ranked 22nd. I was demoted to 22nd, while he took first place. And now, you've even expelled me from school, destroying years of my hard work and dedication in an instant. Yifeng's nails dug into his palms, turning white, his molars grinding so hard they might shatter. At first, he thought it was a mistake and went to the principal to clarify, only to discover that Principal Zhao Donghai was Zhao Ming's uncle. The moment he learned this, everything became clear to Yifeng. In Zhao Donghai's eyes, Yifeng, born into a poor family, had worked hard to excel academically and was a promising talent. But now, with his martial foundation damaged, half his future was ruined. With the 3 direct admission spots to Dragon Soar Academy being so precious, why waste one on a half cripple when it could go to his nephew, Zhao Ming? After all, Zhao Ming lacked the ability to get into Dragon Soar through the regular exams. Initially, Zhao Donghai had only swapped their rankings, assuming Yifeng would quietly accept his fate. But Yifeng, with no way back and unwilling to endure the injustice, threatened to take the matter to the Education Bureau. Far from being intimidated, Zhao Donghai escalated the situation. The moment Yifeng left his office, Zhao Donghai issued an order, branding Yifeng as a thief of achievements, disobedient, and a troublemaker, and expelled him from the academy, hence the announcement at the beginning. This move was particularly vicious. With such a label, no other academy would dare accept Yifeng. A problematic student like that? Naturally, no one wants him. You say you're innocent? Well, we don't know about that. Our school as investigation says otherwise. Unless you can prove your innocence, we can't take the risk. And so, Yifeng's path to further education was sealed. For those at the bottom of society, the school system was practically their only route into the martial arts world. Yifeng stepped out of the school gates, turning back to glare at the institution with burning hatred. One day, I'll make them pay tenfold, no, 100-fold for this. In the principal's office, Zhao Donghai casually glanced at the surveillance feed, catching Yi Feng's backward glance. He scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. A nobody like him, trying to threaten me with the education bureau? If he actually goes to complain, I'd thank him for giving me a chance to catch up with an old friend I haven't seen in years. As for Yi Feng, Zhao Donghai couldn't care less. A student with no connections, his martial foundation ruined, his progress stunted, he might even regress, unable to maintain his peak warrior strength. What could he possibly do? In this world, strength was everything. Without it, you were nothing. Leaving the school, Yi Feng's expression was one of confusion. Though he was determined to grow stronger and seek revenge against Zhao Donghai, hatred and resolve alone were useless. The reality before him was a deep sense of powerlessness. What should he do next? Where could he go? Ding! The treasure chest happy unboxing system has been successfully bound. Introduction: countless treasure chests will randomly appear all over the world. Head to the location of a chest, and you can open it to obtain treasures, including but not limited to martial arts techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, cultivation insights, innate talents, and more. Anything that exists in this world has a chance to be unboxed. The higher the quality of the chest, the greater the chance of obtaining rare treasures. Quality is distinguished by color: white, yellow, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold, and rainbow. Treasure chest clue: a rainbow-colored treasure chest has appeared at the 4th intersection of South Ming Street. Please proceed to open it. The sudden notification filled Yi Feng with excitement. Could this be my golden finger? Yi Feng was actually a transmigrator who had been born into this world as an infant 18 years ago. This world also had some technology, such as surveillance cameras and tactical watches, but the primary path was still martial arts. Only through martial arts could humanity stand firm. Hundreds of years ago, space shook and many space cracks appeared, eventually forming a channel, from which countless secret alien beasts emerged, wreaking havoc on the Earth, and a world of people were in abundance. In order to resist the beasts, human beings embarked on the path of martial arts, cultivating extraordinary power to fight against them and protect their country. Later, it was also discovered that humans were able to enter through the passageway and reach the secret world. The secret world is very dangerous. Without a certain strength, go to 10 deaths. The good thing is, from it can obtain many treasures. To enhance the strength is very helpful, so, the martial arts ushered in the explosion period. So far, hundreds of years have passed, humans strong as clouds. However, the secret realm of beasts, there are also many strength horror, has a beast to destroy a city of horror power. Humans want to continue to survive, there will be countless generations to come, embarking on the path of martial arts. Strength, in this world, is incredibly important. Yi Feng understands this reasoning. Over the years, even without the so-called golden finger, through his own efforts, he entered the first middle school, and was one of the strongest among the students. But did not expect, their own bloodbath, spelled martial arts foundation damaged, hard for the results, will be dropped. A hill of raccoons, no way to complain, and even backtrack, the crime was increased, expelled from the academy. If things were to develop normally, Yi Feng would indeed be a bit desperate and it would be hard to turn around. It's good that God couldn't stand to watch, and was finally willing to match himself with a golden finger. From the introduction, it was very good. The gameplay is simple: you get a hint that a treasure chest exists in a certain place, then go over and open it to get all kinds of treasures. Also very thoughtful to give a path guide. Just like the previous game, a line of arrows appear on the ground cursor, follow the arrow to go on the right. The highest quality of the treasure chest is colored. I did not expect the first direct king bomb gave a colored treasure chest, equivalent to a newbie gift bag. I wonder what treasures can be opened. Yi Feng was full of expectations. Chapter 2, Martial Saint Body, 1 in a billion. Nanming Street was not far away, it was on the next street. Yi Feng followed the arrow and quickly arrived at his destination. At the 4th intersection, there was indeed a treasure chest, quietly placed on the ground, emitting colorful arcane light at all times. This was a public area, and from time to time, people passed by. There was even a passerby who stepped directly on the treasure chest with one foot. No, I should say, just stepping on the treasure chest location, that foot directly pierced the mold. That passerby, without any change in his demeanor, quickly moved away. It can be concluded that the treasure chest can only be seen by Yi Feng. In the eyes of others, there is no treasure chest at all. This is better, not afraid of others scrambling. Yi Feng trotted over. When his foot touched the treasure chest, a prompt popped up. Whether to open the treasure chest? Yes. Yi Feng did not hesitate and answered inwardly. Snap. The treasure chest opened automatically, the light sword, and a ball of mysterious energy, appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. You opened a colorful treasure chest, and with a burst of luck, you opened an SSS grade physique, the Martial Dao Sacred Body. Wu Dao Sacred Body SSS. After fusion, your physique will be transformed and become the Wu Dao Sacred Body. Practicing martial arts by leaps and bounds, you will be a top martial arts genius, and you will be able to utilize your chi and blood more efficiently. Is it fused immediately? Do you want to fuse immediately? SSS grade physique. Yi Feng's breath caught. Having a physique wasn't rare, there were many different kinds of physiques that could bring about various effects. However, there were good and bad physiques that were divided into grades, from high to low, SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E, F. Of the ones with lower grades were basically the same. If the grade is relatively low, those, basically is dispensable, cannot bring too much effect. There are even some ribbed and strange physiques that will bring negative effects. If the rating can reach C grade or above, it is basically good. If it reached the A grade, it was enough to be called a genius. As for further above, there was even less to say. SSS grade is the top, 1 in 100 million, truly a phoenix-like existence. Say a genius will feel that you are scolding him, at least must be called a demon to do so. Worthy of colorful treasure chest, SSS level physique can also open out, top treasure chest, open top treasure. At the same time, it also confirms that treasure chests can indeed open out anything. Physique, talent, these are all brought about by nature and cannot be acquired later. Although there has been such an example, to a certain age, only awakened physique. But that kind of situation is not born later in life, but there was already a physique, but for various reasons, resulting in not being able to show up early, until chance, only awakened. In short, after this incident, it was confirmed that the treasure chest was incomparably powerful. Yifeng looked around, and it just so happened that there was no one nearby. Fusion. The mysterious energy flew towards Yifeng and fused into his body. Boom! The huge energy transformed every part of the body. Originally thought that the process would be painful, but unexpectedly it was very comfortable. When it was over, the entire body was incomparably relaxed and comfortable. Mighty chi and blood flowed through the body, bringing about an explosive sense of power. My strength and my injuries. Yifeng sensed it and surprise floated onto his face. Martial Master Realm now. Yifeng fiercely clenched his fist, overjoyed. After metamorphosing into the martial Tao's sacred body, not only was the damaged foundation completely restored, but his strength also went to the next level. From the peak of martial apprentice, he broke through to the early stage of martial master. Martial artists cultivated chi and blood. The stronger the chi and blood, the higher the strength. Realm divisions: martial apprentice, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial sovereign, martial honor, martial emperor, martial saint, martial god. In total, there were 9 major realms, and for each major realm, there were also 4 substages subdivided: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. As for the strength of foreign beasts, it was also similarly divided into 9 major realms, corresponding to martial artists. They were soldier grade, general grade, king grade, lord, zun grade, emperor grade, saint grade, and god grade. Previously, when he fought that taxi grade C beast with injuries, he had caused himself to be seriously injured, and his martial arts foundation was damaged. Whereas, if he were to fight again with his current strength, he would be able to easily beat it to death. This was the difference in strength between before and after. Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai, and the other people who wantonly took me down. You all didn't think that I could have this day. You all wait for me, I'll soon settle the score with you. Yifeng looked in the direction of first middle school and said in a cold tone. However, right now, the strength wasn't enough, it had to be boosted up again. Otherwise a random teacher's strength was not worse than his own. Not to mention, it was rumored that the principal, Zhao Donghai, was a strong martial general. One couldn't beat it yet. Yelp! What a stench! Yifeng realized that there was a layer of black dirt on his skin that emitted a foul smell, just like he hadn't bathed for a year. It should be the impurities discharged by the body just now as the physique metamorphosed. Yifeng hurried home. Yifeng's home, in an old neighborhood, about tens of square feet, not big, one person living is enough. After taking a bath, it is finally refreshing. I don't know if it's the reason for the metamorphosis of the physique. Yifeng felt incomparably hungry, and swept away all the food stored in the house before he ate an 80% full. The amount of food was actually more than 5 times the usual amount. Eat full, in the broken a few holes in the old sofa, not much image leaning. Just saw the opposite wall, hanging a black and white photo, a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The man and Yifeng have a few similarities. The woman looks dignified, a look is very virtuous. They were Yifeng's late parents, who died in a beast tide, and their bodies could not be recovered. It was then that Yifeng really felt the cold cruelty of this world, and realized that without strength, even himself, his family, are not qualified to protect. From that moment, Yifeng vowed to become a martial artist, trying to do everything possible to become stronger, is to protect themselves, but also want to slaughter some more foreign beasts, to comfort the spirit of parents in heaven. When facing the sea beasts coming ashore and slaughtering thousands of civilians, with broken limbs and corpses everywhere, Yifeng felt like he was in that beast tide 3 years ago, and saw the picture of his parents being torn and swallowed by the foreign beasts. Therefore, Yifeng was so desperate when he beheaded the sea beasts. Treasure chest clue 1, at the 7th intersection of Qingshe Road, a white treasure chest appears, please go and open it. Treasure chest clue 2, Huimin grocery store, a yellow treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. 2 sudden hints interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. A new treasure chest had appeared, and there were still 2 of them. One white and one yellow. Yifeng did not accidentally. The first to be able to appear colorful treasure chest is considered a newbie gift package, gave a top level. Now return to normal, according to the probability, the higher the treasure chest, the lower the probability of appearing. Now pick up the low-level treasure chest, is also reasonable. But later with the development, surely will also give better treasure chests. If one day colored treasure chests are picked up all over the place, then it would be really cool. Yifeng carefully looked at the locations of these two treasure chests. The 7th intersection of Qingshi Road and Huimin grocery store. All of them were places that he was very familiar with. To go to the Huimin grocery store, he needed to pass through the Verdant Stone Road. It just so happened that the treasure chest was opened in one go. It was worth mentioning that this Huimin grocery store was also the place where Yifeng usually did odd jobs. Departure. Open the treasure chest. Again, there were arrows to guide, just follow. With two treasure chests, there were then two lines of cursors, one white, guiding the white treasure chest, and the other yellow, guiding the yellow treasure chest. Follow the arrow, smoothly to the 7th intersection of the Green Stone Road, a white treasure chest, quietly placed there. The usual rule, as long as the body touches the treasure chest, no matter what part of the body touches it, it will trigger the prompt. Whether or not to open the treasure chest? Chapter 3, rounding off the sense of enlightenment, not even having to cultivate. Snapped. After the white treasure chest was opened, the thing that was opened was a ball of red energy. You opened a white treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining 200 cards of Qi and blood. The red energy sword infused into Yifeng's torso. Yifeng clearly perceived that the Qi and blood in his body rose violently by a fraction. It was just as if it was from his own continuous accumulation through cultivation. As said before, martial artists cultivated Qi and blood. The thicker the Qi and blood, the stronger the strength. Qi and blood was measured in cards. According to normal cultivation, these 200 cards of Qi blood would require a long period of cultivation. And now, simply opening a treasure chest, or the lowest level white treasure chest, without any hindrance, picking up 200 cards of Qi blood for nothing. Just now, when he broke through the early martial master stage, his Qi blood was just 3,000 cards. Now with these 200 cards, it became 3,200 cards. Only needing to add another 800 to reach 4,000 cards of Qi blood, he would be able to advance to the middle stage of martial master, which didn't feel too difficult to reach. It was also worth mentioning that Yifeng himself had a talent called Wind Whisperer that came with him by nature. Wind Whisperer was an A-rank talent that allowed Yifeng to be more sensitive to the wind element. If he practiced wind martial arts, he would have an even greater advantage, but unfortunately, elemental martial arts were relatively rare, and Yifeng was unable to obtain them for the time being. It was because of the A-rank talent, coupled with his hard work, that he was able to achieve in the school, the strength of the top. I hope that next, I will have the opportunity to obtain a good martial art. The martial art that Yifeng was learning at this time was the one that was taught at the school, the first-ranked cracking blade technique. It belonged to the more popular goods, middle of the road. It was okay to use it when you were a martial apprentice, but when you were in the martial master realm, it was definitely almost interesting. There is also a yellow treasure chest, hopefully it can open something good. Yifeng continued to advance. He didn't even need to look at the yellow arrows to know how to go, after all, that was where he often went. The road wasn't far and he soon arrived at the Huimin grocery store. Uncle He. Yifeng walked into the store and shouted at the shopkeeper sitting there. The shopkeeper's full name was He Wang. His age was in his 50s. If he was a martial artist, this age still belonged to the time when he was strong and healthy. But not everyone had martial arts qualifications, like He Wang did not. Coupled with his family's poverty when he was a child, he could not learn martial arts at all, and had always been an ordinary person, running this grocery store, selling daily groceries to make a living. Once on the way to the goods, but also the leg to fall hurt, fell leg disease. The right leg is not much strength, walking a limp. Years of hard work had also made him a little more gray at the temples, making him look even older than he actually was. Yifeng leisure time will come to this side of part-time work, earn some living expenses. Like the goods delivery what, mainly as Yifeng is helping, otherwise He Wang legs and feet inconvenience, do this thing is very difficult, is also the reason why he will hire Yifeng. Little Feng, you're just in time, this batch of goods is ordered by Oldly, you're free to help me send it over. He Wang pointed to a pile of household goods on the side and said to Yifeng with a smile. Alright, I'll deliver them in a while. Yifeng said and walked inside. He Wang didn't care, he was busy counting the bills on hand. Yifeng had been here for a long time and wasn't an outsider. TSK, the location of the yellow treasure chest, it's in the toilet. Yifeng, just like going to the toilet, followed the arrow and walked into the middle of the toilet. Sure enough, he saw that there was a yellow treasure chest placed right in the center. Yifeng walked over and opened the treasure chest. You opened a yellow treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining second order wind martial skill, wind slashing blade technique, perfect sense. Ha! What a thought! I was just thinking that the cracking blade technique was too poor and wanted a better martial skill. There was also the fact that he had the Wind Whisperer talent, practicing wind martial arts would be a huge advantage. Unexpectedly, right now, he gave himself a wind system martial skill, and it was of the second rank. The key was that it wasn't a secret book. If it was a secret book, one would still need to learn it little by little through one's own cultivation. Cultivating a second-order wind martial skill was not simple, and the time required was not short. What was being opened now was the sense of the martial skill, which was directly perfected. Fusion. Yifeng couldn't wait, so he fused the epiphanies. Boom! Countless epiphanies about the wind-slashing blade technique were fused into Yifeng's mind as if they were the epiphanies that he had gained from practicing the wind-slashing blade technique continuously over the days and months. Until all the fusion was completed, Yifeng directly mastered the perfect wind-slashing blade technique. Feats in martial arts, there were grades, from the 1st rank to the 9th rank. The higher the rank, the more difficult it was to cultivate and required stronger strength to learn. Take the 2nd rank, it was a martial skill of a martial master, which was just right for the current Yifeng. According to the mastery proficiency, it was categorized into introductory, minor success, major success, and consummation. Yifeng put his 2 fingers together and used his fingers instead of a sword, making a few casual gestures. The wind element was gulping at his fingertips, appearing sharp and incomparable. His movements were flowing. At this moment, it was as if his fingers had become sharp blades. If it was performed with a precious sword, it would be able to utilize extreme battle power. Not bad. Not bad. Yifeng was very satisfied with this wind-slashing blade technique. Treasure chest clue: in the 10th high school in Linhai City, a yellow treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yifeng smiled. This treasure chest was really endless. Just after opening this one, there was another one. Moreover, it was a yellow treasure chest, and the things that could be opened out of it were very useful to the current Yifeng. For example, the one that was just opened out, the perfect sense of the wind-slashing blade technique, was very good. 10th high school. Isn't that he's Xiling school? At precisely this moment. Dad, I'm back. A clear female voice vaguely came from outside. Yifeng was familiar with this voice. It was the only daughter of He Wang's oldest son, He Xiling. Yifeng walked out. He saw that outside, standing sideways, was a slender, wonderful young girl of 17 or 18 years old. Her long black waterfall-like hair was tied up high with a hair rope, and with a battle-light armor, the whole person appeared refreshingly competent. With her exquisite side face, anyone who looked at her would marvel at a beautiful woman. Hearing the commotion, He Xiling turned her head to look at Yifeng. The other half of her face was then exposed to Yifeng's line of sight, and a 1-finger-long scar became the sole focus of the right side of her face. If it was someone unfamiliar with her, she would have secretly added a pity comment. When he first met He Xiling, Yifeng's mental journey was like this. Yifeng once thought that perhaps the heavens were jealous of the red face, so that she has a beautiful face, but also added a scar to her. Later familiar, He Xiling talked about this scar, only to know that period of the past. Actually, she took the initiative to cut with a dagger. There was a playboy, coveted He Xiling's beauty, frequently harassed her, forcing He Xiling from him. He Xiling did not want to give in, but the other party is not small, very much in the background. On the contrary, He Xiling has no strength, no background, and there is an old father at home who is legally handicapped. At one time, she was a great threat to herself and her family. When the situation will be uncontrollable, He Xiling made a shocking move. Even holding a dagger, in front of the dude's face, will be his right face, cut out a long wound. As a result, leaving such a scar. Hand to their own disfigurement, especially itself or beauty, must be how much courage and determination. It also showed that she was really desperate. Since then, that dude really did not appear again, perhaps to find the next beauty to go. But He Xiling, but left a permanent scar. But, who cares? Chapter 4, What you eat, you have to spit out. Yifeng, you're here too? He Xiling smiled at Yifeng. If not for that hideous scar, it would be like 100 flowers blooming. It was hard to imagine that after going through something like this, her character could still remain cheerful. Perhaps she was tough by nature, or perhaps she knew that it was useless to feel sorry for herself. Yeah, I just came here too. Yifeng smiled back. The college entrance exam is in 3 days, so maybe we'll run into each other in the exam room. At that time, I won't let go of the water. He Xiling half joked. While speaking, she habitually lifted up the loose tresses on the right side of her face and pinned them behind her ears. Not shying away from the fact that doing so would make the scars even more conspicuous. That was her trauma, but also at that time she was weak, a gold medal. Even now, can let her free from too much harassment, can be more focused on practicing martial arts. Strength is the root of everything, although in the 10th martial arts high school, this kind of bottom of the ranking of the school for further study, although she does not have any talent added, but by virtue of hard work, cultivation to the peak of the martial arts apprentice. Compared to those key high schools, the strength is not inferior. The heart and soul injected into this was only clear to her. Yifeng was momentarily speechless. Did something happen? He Xiling inquired. Aha! Yifeng nodded, and had no intention of hiding it. I was expelled. Yifeng briefly told He Xiling the whole story. He didn't mention the damage to his martial arts foundation, or else he would suddenly be fine again, and it wouldn't make sense, and only focused on the matter of the dropped grades. He Xiling didn't have much of a reaction yet, but it was He Wang on the side who got angry. Outrageous. How can they be like this? At least it's Linhai No. 1 High School, a prestigious key high school, but they did this kind of thing. Uncle He, don't be angry, this isn't over, I'll find them to settle the score. Yi Feng calmed He Wang's emotions. Then what are you going to do next? How about joining our school? Anyway, with your strength, you'll shine wherever you go. It's kind of like having a student status as a springboard to qualify you for the college entrance exam. He Xiling did not show anger, and calmly made the suggestion. Those experiences in the past had taught her one thing: anger was useless, fists were useful. Encountered injustice? Fine. Then use your fists to count back. But, you also know the reason for my expulsion. We are clear that it's a slander, but your school, it won't think so, they won't accept me, right? Yi Feng frowned. There were two benefits to joining the 10th Martial Arts High School. 1. With a student status, one could walk freely within the academy and find the yellow treasure chest that was hinted just now. Otherwise, outsiders would intrude at will, and once they were discovered, the consequences would be serious, and if they were labeled with the charge of intending to steal martial arts resources, there would really be no defense. Secondly, Yi Feng really wanted to take the entrance exam. Even if it's not for anything else, just for the sake of stirring up trouble for the first high school, and messing with those who didn't deal with it before, it's enough to make the school ranking of the first high school drop by a large margin. School ranking represents fame, determines how much resources can be subsidized and how much commercial sponsorship can be pulled in. In short, it had a great impact, and there was no one who cared more about the school's ranking than the head of a school. As long as there was a chance to mess with Zhao Donghai, Yi Feng was very happy to collect some interest first. Secondly, it was also for the opportunity to advance into Dragon University. After his grades were swapped, Zhao Ming got a guaranteed place that should have belonged to Yi Feng. After being guaranteed a place, Zhao Ming didn't need to take the current college entrance exam to enter Dragontang University. Yi Feng's grades were not that good. As much as you eat in, you have to spit it all out. Entering Dragon Totem University meant screwing Zhao Ming, otherwise it would be too cheap for him. For various reasons, it was indeed necessary for Yi Feng to join the 10th Martial Arts High School. Leave this to me, you wait for my news tomorrow. He Xiling said so after pondering for a while. Yi Feng nodded, then I'll trouble you. It's a small thing. He Xiling waved her hand, not caring. The next day, He Xiling came to the 10th high school and went straight to the principal. The matter of enrollment, usually just look for the enrollment office, but they definitely didn't dare to make the decision, and ultimately had to ask the principal. So, it was simply easier to come and talk to the principal directly. Student He Xiling, are you looking for me for something? For this student who practiced hard and had top grades, the principal of the 10th middle school, Lu Tai, was deeply impressed and loved such a student. In a bottom-ranked school like theirs, there were relatively few top students, and sometimes it wasn't easy to get one out, but they still transferred to those key high schools. In this case, perhaps there was the mentality of people going to higher places, or perhaps, it was another school, secretly promising some kind of favor, coming over to poach. But this kind of thing, can't catch the handle, can't say anything. You can't forcibly bind the students to prevent them from leaving. If the word gets out, no one will dare to enroll. Principal, I do have a request, it's like this. He Xiling told the matter. The reason for the expulsion was also directly stated explicitly. This kind of thing, they can all investigate and will definitely do so. If they hide it, it will be counterproductive. Lu Tai's brows furrowed slightly, not responding immediately, pondering the pros and cons. It was only after a while that he spoke out. Normally, I wouldn't take the risk of accepting a problematic student. But if you pack your bags and say that this friend of yours is, in actuality, wrongly accused, I can also believe you for a time. It's just that outsiders won't see it that way. They'll only think that my 10th high school is really trashy, accepting anyone and everyone, and tarnishing its reputation in that way. Principal, He Xiling wanted to open her mouth and try her best to fight for it. But was interrupted by Lu Tai waved his hand, sighed, self-deprecating. Also, anyway, year after year at the bottom, there is not much good reputation left. Others love how to discuss, let them go. Principal means, is it agreed? He Xiling said joyfully. It went smoother than she thought. Well, you contact him and come over for enrollment procedures. Lu Tai said with a faint smile. The reason he agreed so easily was because of He Xiling's sake. In the place of other students, he wouldn't necessarily agree. Thank you, Principal, I'll definitely work extra hard this college entrance exam to bring glory to the school. He Xiling replied in thanks. Ha, that's naturally better, but just do your best, don't have too much pressure. Lu Tai laughed. In his opinion, if He Xiling could score brightly in the exam, that would be very good indeed. And if she smashed the exam, there was nothing hard to accept. Anyway, no matter what, with a handful of people alone, nothing could be changed, and the ranking would definitely still be at the bottom. He, already used to it. He Xiling said goodbye and left the principal's office. Immediately pressing the tactical watch on his wrist, the tactical watch had multiple functions, equivalent to a miniature computer, able to access various information at any time. If a battle occurs, it can also record a video of the battle. Its camera is very peculiar. Even if the arm is moving, it can lock the front perspective, keeping the video can be recorded steadily. And communication, naturally, was also one of the functions. As Xiling operated it, a small light screen emerged from the top of the tactical watch, displaying a communication list. Finding Yifeng's line, he clicked to dial. On Yifeng's side, it was almost answered in seconds, and Yifeng's handsome face emerged on the light screen. Chapter 5. Who gave you the courage to do it? It's already done, you can come over for enrollment procedures. Xiling said, fixing her eyes on the light screen. Huh? You're already outside the school? The scenery behind Yifeng was clearly outside the school that she was familiar with. Well, I came over early. Yifeng said. So confident that I can do it? Xiling raised her willow eyebrows. That's a must, there's nothing you can't do. Yifeng laughed. It wasn't that he was flattering, this girl had an extremely strong tenacity. As long as she wanted to do something, she wouldn't stop until she reached her goal. Well, that's something I love to hear. Xiling raised her condescending head. The two chatted while walking, and soon met at the school entrance. Hanging up their communication, the enrollment procedures were smoothly completed under Xiling's leadership. The necessary process still needs to go. You go to your class first and report. After that, you can do whatever you want to do freely again. Xiling said. Okay. Yifeng nodded and parted with Xiling. Looking at the ground, the yellow arrow that was visible only to himself. First go to report, and then go to open the treasure chest. The treasure chest can only be opened by himself, and he is not afraid of being robbed. Walking towards the senior class 15, this is the class that Yifeng was assigned to. Before even getting close to the classroom, it was like being in a food market, incomparably noisy. The martial arts teacher, Duan Xuan, was on the podium explaining the efficient use of qi and blood. Hearing this subject, Yifeng was slightly stunned. The college entrance exam was coming up in 2 days, and he was still explaining this stuff? This part of the content, which was from the second unit, Yifeng had learned it long ago. It was not until he walked into the classroom that he understood the reason. Students play each other, there are not many in the serious listening. The teacher, also self-centered explanation, seems to have long been accustomed to no one listening to the situation. In such a situation, it would be strange for the course to be completed. Teacher, I'm a freshman who just enrolled in school, I'm here to report. Yifeng said to Duan Xuan. Well, just find a seat at random. Duan Xuan didn't have much expression on his face, and even muttered in a low voice when he finished, sure enough, the poor students are all stuffing into me. He had received the notice long ago and clearly knew where Yifeng came from. And the class 15 that he taught was the worst class in the 10th grade. According to the school's idea, instead of scattering the trash students and affecting the others, it would be better to stuff them all into one class. The school didn't ask much of Duan Xuan, there were no performance requirements at all, they just needed to manage this group of lousy kids and not make too much of a mess. Given Yifeng's reason for dropping out of school, it was completely expected that he would be assigned here. Teacher, can I move freely? Yifeng inquired. He had finished this lesson a long time ago, there was no point in listening to it anymore, and he couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Whatever you want. Duan Xuan said indifferently. Getting agreement, Yifeng turned around and left the classroom. It's true that he's a poor student, he doesn't even listen to the lessons and doesn't even want to stay in the classroom. Duan Xuan's head shook like a rattle. A certain few tall and sturdy students below shot glances at each other. Without even greeting them, they also got up and left the classroom. Duan Xuan ignored it, but his head shook even faster. A few tall and stout students, after leaving the classroom, looked around. There it is. Quick! Chase after them. A few people's footsteps accelerated, and after a while, they caught up with Yifeng, who was in front of them, and in an encircling position, surrounded Yifeng in the center. Transferring here at this time, you were dropped out, right? Which school did you come from? And for what reason? Several people issued several queries in a row. Yifeng raised his eyebrows, looked around at the several people and blandly said, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you guys, right? It doesn't matter if it has nothing to do with it, if we ask, you have to say it, understand? This is the rule. Also, newcomer, you have to treat us to a good meal, for example, the Fey beast meat is quite good, I haven't eaten it for a long time. The dark youth in the lead, his chin slightly raised, said in a commanding tone. I'm only going to say this once, leave me alone, now get lost. Yifeng's voice was not loud, but it contained an unquestionable, sharp eyes, like a ferocious beast. In the past, when he was in the first middle school, there were quite a few opponents. After all, the school had limited resources and could not take care of every student. Many times, it is necessary to take the fist to compete, in order to get a share of resources. Usually fight, but also often happen, as long as it is not too serious, the school not only will not stop, but also very encouraging. Practicing martial arts is not a greenhouse flower, the future to face is the ferocious and tyrannical beasts, a little inattention, the body cannot be recovered, usually this point of the fight, it is nothing. Now this scene, for Yifeng, it is simply playing house. Besides, these few people on the opposite side, they were only in the middle stage of martial apprentice. On the contrary, Yifeng, in the early stage of martial master, could be their teacher. Humph. Kid, it looks like you need to suffer a bit before you know what to do. As soon as the words fell, several people immediately made their move, several fists, smashing towards Yifeng's body. Ha! This is what you guys asked for. The corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted a sneering arc. Boom! Huge chi and blood, mobilized and running in the body, both fists came out in unison, instantly throwing out several punches. The speed was extremely fast, but the force was not bad. Each punch was like a cannonball coming out, accurately colliding with the fists of those few people smashing in. Boom 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 boom. Several dull impact sounds were interspersed with the clearly audible sound of bones breaking. Ah 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 ah. Several miserable screams were connected, and several figures were like kites with broken strings, flying backwards in their respective directions and eventually smashing to the ground. Their postures were the same, all of them were covering their right hands, their expressions were agonizing, and their bodies were curled up like a shrimp. Without checking, they all knew that the collision just now had broken several bones in their right hands, causing them to suffer from excruciating pain. Only after they slowed down a little, did they climb up from the ground with difficulty. The figure of Yifeng was already gone from the surroundings. Their expressions were stunned and uncertain. This new student, why was he so strong? They were all still unaware that Yifeng had already collected his force, otherwise, it would be more than just a cracked bone. First, go to the infirmary for treatment first. A few people were sweating profusely, covering their right hands and heading towards the direction of the infirmary. Yo! It's only been out for a while, why are you all like this? It just so happened that class had already ended, and the students of class 15, seeing this miserable state of the several people, all gloated and laughed. A few people did not say a word, their footsteps became more and more rapid, and soon went far away. They didn't dare to say so. If several people couldn't beat one person, where would they put their faces? It couldn't be that freshman, right? Someone made a guess. Possibly, a few guys, obviously followed that freshman to go, and now suddenly like this. It's just a coincidence, will be assigned to our class 15, how strong can they be? You think everyone is Xiling? That's true, it should have messed with the key class's expert and got beaten up. Groups of students in 3s and 5s gathered together to discuss. Yifeng left there after beating up someone just now. Following the guidance of the yellow arrow, he came all the way to the west of the school, a tall building. The plaque on the top had 3 big words, School Testing Building. This kind of place, which was used to test the strength of students, was found in every school. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and walked into the building. There were some students inside, either in 2s or 3s, or alone. Yifeng's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. They were all busy testing themselves to have a clear idea of their strength and how they should play in the examination room so that they would have a bottom in their hearts. In front of Yifeng, there was a door, and in the middle of the door, there was a digital display screen. The yellow arrow's guidance led to door number 3. The treasure chest is inside. Only, the digital display screen on the door, at this time, there was data being displayed. Strength, 1,950 pounds. Speed? The speed one, it wasn't showing up yet, it was probably being tested. Just as he thought that, the speed was also displayed. Speed, 52 meters per second. Soon the door opened, and a student with a black mole at the corner of his mouth, a late-stage martial apprentice, walked out from inside. It seems that a well-practiced martial skill can increase power by a large amount. Originally, if I only had 1,600 chi and blood, I would only be able to hit a base power of 1,600 pounds, but casting a martial skill has allowed me to hit more than 1,900, which isn't too far off from the base power of a peak martial apprentice. His mouth shattered as he had an excited look on his face. He didn't care too much about Yifeng waiting outside. Sometimes there were too many people testing and not enough testing points. Waiting for the black mole student to walk away, Yifeng quickly walked in. The door to the room closed automatically. Chapter 6 Height Increase, Speed Skyrocketed. The first thing that caught his eyes was a modest interior. The furnishings were relatively simple, a machine was placed, and there was a weapon rack on the side, each of the 18 types of weapons for people to use when testing and performing martial arts. Let's start with the machine. There was a boxing target in the center and a display screen above it. This kind of machine, which was made using special materials with a very high degree of sturdiness, was used to test a martial artist's strength. However, this kind was rather elementary, and could test up to the peak of a martial master. If the strength was any stronger, it would break the machine. Inside a high school, it was already enough. Below the machine, there was also a thoughtful introduction to the rules. Attacking the fist target to test strength, and after it was over, the next door would be open to the entrance for testing speed. In that case, let's test it. Yifeng was eager to try. He also wanted to know how much power he could strike with his current strength and the wind-slashing blade technique. Yifeng went to the nearby weapon rack and took a long knife, an ordinary alloy battle knife without an open blade. He came to the front of the boxing target, adjusted his breathing, sunk his legs slightly, recovered his right hand, and opened his stance. At that moment, the corner of his coat was windless. The surrounding airflow was clearly perceived by Yifeng. Drink! Qi and blood were mobilized and gathered in the right hand. Force was injected into the right hand long blade. The perfect wind-slashing blade technique was executed. The wind element wrapped around the blade, and a sharp and swift blade was slashed out, accurately hitting the fist target in front. Boom! The fist target made of special material suddenly sunk deeply, and the numerical value of the digital display above jumped crazily. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Until the target bounced back, the value stabilized, and was finally fixed at 4,510 pounds. This value had far exceeded Yifeng's expectations. According to the conversion of 1 card of Qi and blood, one can punch 1 caddy of force. Now that the Qi and blood was 3,200 cards, the base strength was 3,200 gene. And if the Qi and blood reached 4,000 cards or more, it was a mid-martial master, and the base strength was 4,000 gene. Calculating in this way, after executing the wind-slashing blade technique, the force had already exceeded the minimum base strength of a mid-stage martial master by a lot. After measuring the strength, a door did automatically open up in front of him, and it was a long walkway. At the end of the walkway, a yellow treasure chest, quietly placed there. Finally found you. This walkway was for speed measurement, and the walls on both sides housed many detection instruments. When a martial artist swept through the walkway, their movement speed would be detected. Yifeng stood at the entrance and made a slight adjustment, as if he was a cheetah about to explode. Swish! His feet violently stomped with force. The entire body pulled out residual shadows and rushed out 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire walkway was only 200 meters. The front 100 meters, as a speed detection, and the back 100 meters, as a buffer zone, allowing people to slow down and stop. At such a speed, normally, it would take a few dozen meters of buffer to come to a complete stop without hurting the body. Emergencies could of course also stop quickly, but would be very injurious to the body, and the sharper the stop, the greater the damage. Yifeng, however, only buffered about 5 meters before stopping completely. And this was taking into account not hurting his body. If his physical quality improved in the future, he would even be able to directly stop abruptly. This was the powerful benefits brought about by the holy body of the martial way, a very strong control over the body, and excellent unloading and endurance to be able to do so. There was a digital display screen in front, showing the results. 96 meters per second. The passing line for an early-stage martial master was a base speed of 90 meters per second. Yifeng exceeded it by some. When I cultivate body techniques in the future and my speed gets increased, it will be even faster. Yifeng thought in anticipation. Then with a flash, he arrived at the location of the yellow treasure chest. Snap! You opened a yellow treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining second-order stance technique, swift shadow steps, perfect sense. Yifeng smiled. He was missing a body technique, and it just so happened that he opened one now. Immediately fused. Boom! The consummate sensations of the swift shadow steps continued to fill into Yifeng's mind until it was completely mastered. When executing a stance technique, no matter if it was extreme speed or prancing and shifting, there would be a certain amount of increase. The magnitude of the increase depended on the grade of the stance, as well as the proficiency of the mastery. The second grade stance was just very suitable for Yifeng, who was at the martial master realm. When Yifeng executed the swift shadow steps, he could clearly sense that his body had become lighter and more flexible. Fighting in this state, it would be more difficult for the enemy to catch the trajectory of his movements, and the gap of advantage would be widened. Just now, without the body technique enhancement, the limit speed was 96 meters per second. I'll measure it again now and see how much it can be increased. Yifeng immediately reverted back to the starting point of the speed measurement, took a deep breath and ran swift shadow steps at full speed. Swish! The body transformed into a residual shadow, instantly passing through the front 100 meters, feeling a lot faster than just now. The digital display jumped and the results appeared. 140 meters per second. It had actually increased by this much. The base speed of a late martial master was only 150 per second. This was close. With the body technique, it was really a huge improvement. With a pleasant mood, Yifeng walked towards the outside. Originally, he thought that if he tested out such data, he would attract many students to watch. Only after going out did he realize that no one had found out yet. Thinking about it, just going in to test 2 data, then opening a treasure chest, plus the delay, spent a total of about half a minute, just so no one noticed this side is normal. Whether or not anyone found out is fine. Yifeng didn't care and directly left. Shortly after Yifeng left, 2 students approached over while talking. You still don't believe me? I'll test it for you now. Just now it was also tested in this 3rd room. If Yifeng was here, he would have recognized that the person who was talking was the student with the black mole at the corner of his mouth who had just tested in front of him. He had just left after the test and bragged to one of his classmates that his strength had increased a lot after practicing martial arts diligently. Unexpectedly, his classmate, after asking about the data, actually didn't believe what he said, thinking that it was impossible to increase so much. Young and impetuous, they would argue to the end about everything. Therefore, the black mole student brought his classmate to test him face to face, still choosing room number 3. Let's see what you have to say later," the black mole student said as he was about to enter. "Wait." But he was stopped by his classmate, his tone somewhat surprised. "What's wrong? It couldn't be that you're afraid of being punched in the face, right?" The black mole student snorted. "No, look." "Look at what?" "Look at the door of the room." Hiss. At this look, the black mole student sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the door of the room, there were 2 amazing achievements written. Strength, 4,510 pounds. Speed, 140 meters per second. Who the hell measured this? Both of them were shocked. Such data was clearly only possessed by a strong martial master. A martial master, that was the level of a school teacher. A teacher came over to test just now? But it didn't seem right. There was a special place for teachers to cultivate, and there were testing instruments right there that were even more advanced than the ones over here. Which teacher was too idle to come over here and grab a testing spot from the students? Could it be him? The black mole student looked startled. "Who is it? What do you know?" the student pursued. "Not sure, it's just now, I came out from inside, there was a person waiting outside, he should be testing as well, I'm very skeptical, he's the one who messed up this data," the black mole student said. "Then who the hell is it?" The student pursued the question. To be able to measure such results, there must be a martial artist. He was curious as to who it was. "It feels as if it was a student as well, I didn't take a closer look, and at that time, my mind was all on my own results, now that I look back, I can't even recall the other party's appearance." The black mole student was somewhat chagrined. "Student? Ha ha ha." His classmate laughed out loud. "How is it possible? Which student has this strength? Even if they went to the first middle school to look for them, they wouldn't be able to find this kind of student, not to mention that this was the 10th middle school." The laughter attracted other students nearby. After asking about the situation, they all laughed out loud as well. "Laughing my ass. You guys have been here the whole time and you haven't seen who went in?" The black mole student was a bit annoyed by the laughter and asked back. "Who has nothing to look around?" "I did, out of the corner of my eye, see one person come out of it, but didn't bother to notice who it was." "Don't even make any wild guesses, it definitely won't be a student, that's all. Maybe it's some teacher who came over to look for a certain student, and on a whim, just tested it won't take too much time anyway." Indeed, this is the highest possibility. Yi Feng was completely unaware that the results he tested in passing in order to open the treasure chest would cause so much attention. Yi Feng, who had left the academic testing building, was walking on the road, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, there was another treasure chest clue prompt. Moreover, this time it was much different. Chapter 7 Green Treasure Chest Clue. Treasure chest clue. In the Hall of Honor of the 10th High School, a green treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Green treasure chest. That was a treasure chest of a higher level than yellow, and the treasures that were opened were better than the yellow treasure chest. I didn't expect that a clue to the green treasure chest would be provided so quickly. However, this location. If Yi Feng had not guessed wrongly, the location of the green treasure chest was probably not that good to enter. Let's go over and take a look first. Yi Feng followed the green arrow on the ground all the way to the middle of the school, a tall building. In front of the building, a tall stone monument was also erected with 4 big words engraved on it, Hall of Honor. In addition to the 4 big words, in the rest of the place, there were also many mosquito fly small words engraved. One by one, the names corresponded to a pile of introductions, all of which were people who had contributed greatly to the school among the teachers and students of the past. In the students' mouths, this was called the honor roll. Whoever can get good grades in the exams will be able to get on this honor roll. Before going on the honor roll, there would also be a commendation event, which was held in the Hall of Honor. Looking at the Hall of Honor over there, the door was locked. Yi Feng understood that if he wanted to enter the Hall of Honor and successfully open the treasure chest, he needed to make a contribution to the school in order to have a chance to enter it. So there was no other way but to wait for a few more days and get a good score on the college entrance exam, then he would have a chance to enter. Time rushed by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam was divided into 2 major categories, the literature exam and the martial arts exam. The literature test was a test of paper knowledge, such as how to utilize chi and blood, which secret realm does a certain beast come from, and what are its strengths and weaknesses. The martial arts exam, on the other hand, tested practical combat experience. The process was to take the liberal arts test first, then the martial arts test. Early in the morning, students from one school after another took a bus and headed to the liberal arts examination center in the city center. The large building was like a giant beast creeping here, swallowing a candidate. All of you, don't run around, listen to your teacher's arrangements. The students of the 10th middle school, numbering in the thousands, gathered in the square outside the examination center as Principal Lu Tai began to lecture. Do you hear me clearly, Class 15? Lu Tai looked at the students of Class 15 without a good mood, and the scene of exchanging words quieted down. Hear me clearly. The crowd of students responded in a loud voice. Yifeng was located in the crowd of class 15 and looked around. He saw a few guys with casts on their right hands. They were the ones who came to pick a fight 2 days ago and were injured by Yifeng. The right hand is injured, there is a left hand can be used, cannot give up the college entrance examination, to see if there is a pheasant university is willing to accept, and then garbage also mixed to graduation, and then become a security guard to mix life. Nowadays, security guards also have a certain threshold, to be a bit of force to do, ordinary people simply cannot be. A few people realized that Yifeng looked over, and immediately their bodies stiffened, their eyes dodged, not daring to meet Yifeng's eyes. Wanhu, why are you guys suddenly so nervous? The classmate on the side inquired. No, who's nervous? We're the ones who aren't nervous. Wanhu's few people retorted with trembling voices, and out of the corner of their eyes, they realized that Yifeng was no longer looking at them, and only then did they relax again. Class 1 students, follow me into the examination room. The voice of the teacher of Class 1 came from over there, and under his leadership, nearly 100 top students walked towards the examination room. Before leaving, He Xiling turned back to search the crowd and finally settled on Yifeng. She gave a thumbs up, and with her mouth, Yifeng knew that she was saying go for it. Yifeng smiled and returned the same thumbs up. However, when He Xiling turned back again, her body stuttered unnaturally, and her willow eyebrows slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Yifeng asked with his mouthpiece. He Xiling quickly returned to normal and shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Looking at He Xiling's distant back, Yifeng pondered. Suddenly a hint interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. Treasure chest clue. In the first examination area of the Liberal Arts Examination Center, a yellow treasure chest fine product has appeared. Please go and open it. Ha! There are treasure chests in the examination center? Yifeng was a bit surprised. Mainly, the green treasure chest that existed in the Hall of Honor of the 10th Middle School, which he got a clue about 2 days ago, had not yet had the chance to open it. Originally, he thought that he needed to open that treasure chest to get new treasure chest clues, but it turned out that it was not the case, and he could still get new treasure chest clues. This is very good, not afraid that some treasure chests will be difficult to open in the future, and will be stuck as a result. This time, the treasure chest hinted at is only yellow, but the suffix fine is added at the end. That is to say, it is a fine product inside the yellow treasure chest. Since it was a boutique, the items opened out would definitely be better than an unusual yellow treasure chest. Class 15 candidates, follow me into the examination room. Duan Chuan spoke out, leading the way in front. The students hurriedly followed. Yifeng also followed, entering the examination center first before finding a chance to open the treasure chest. The so-called examination hall was an incomparably huge hall. It was divided into examination areas, from the 1st to the 10th examination area. The 10 high schools in Linhai City corresponded to these 10 examination areas. The candidates of the 10th high school were the ones located in the 10th examination area, which was also subdivided into rows and rows of areas depending on the class. Each exam position was like a phone booth, existing independently, with 360-degree real-time monitoring, ensuring that cheating was impossible. The students found their respective test positions, and when the time came, they were able to brush on their passes and enter among the test positions. Yifeng's position was in the 10th examination area, the 15th row, the last exam position. There were still 10 minutes to go. Theoretically speaking, he could still move freely now, go to the first examination area, and open the treasure chest, so there should be enough time. The only thing that Yifeng was worried about was that in case the treasure chest was located inside a certain student's exam position, then it would be difficult and there would be no chance to open it. It couldn't be said, buddy, when you enter the exam position, let me go in and wander around as well? That was probably going to be invigilated by the invigilating party, on the spot, for violating the regulations of the college entrance exam, and directly expelled from the exam room. Go over and take a look first. It's no use thinking about it anymore, just actually look at it. At the same time, in the middle of another hall, the principals and teachers of various colleges came here one after another to be able to watch the candidates take the exam. And they were not afraid that during the examination, they would secretly contact the candidates and provide them with answers to cheat. Each candidate to enter the examination room need to be checked, cannot carry any communication, internet equipment, and so into the examination position, will be completely isolated from the outside world. If I remember correctly, that student named Yifeng is your first middle school, right? The principal of the second middle school looked at the middle of the hall, the huge projection screen, which was a god's point of view, monitoring the entire examination room, and could see as many candidates as ants, walking back and forth there. He unintentionally just happened to see the 10th examination area, Yifeng's figure. Between schools, the competition was especially fierce, especially between the first and second middle schools, with similar rankings. It was a close concern. For what top students in the first middle school, the principal of the second middle school has long investigated, naturally very clear, there is such a top student as Yifeng. However, the first middle school expelled Yifeng, but also the matter of these days, even if again concerned, but also did not learn so quickly. Now actually seeing the candidate area of the 10th middle school, the existence of Yifeng's figure, the principal of the 2nd middle school felt very curious. Could it be that this candidate went to the wrong place? Chapter 8. I'll wait, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle scores. As soon as the 2nd middle school principal said this, the many principals and teachers present all cast their suspicious gazes towards Zhao Donghai, the principal of the 1st middle school, to see if he had anything to say. Zhao Donghai's face stiffened. This mudleg actually run 10 middle school to go, and this 10 middle school also really have enough no principal. I give that kind of withdrawal reason, 10 middle school even still accept. Zhao Donghai cursed in his heart. Originally, with the 10 middle school, not a competitive relationship, the two schools do not need to face each other. But now, he designed to open the student, is to make it even school cannot go, 10 middle school but not half a bit of eyesight, except to stay. Let Zhao Donghai feel, by the 10 middle school hard backstabbing. The perception of the 10th grade school also became disgusted. Since this was the case, don't blame yourself for being unforgiving. Alas! Let everyone see the joke. Zhao Donghai first put on a helpless, pained expression. Emotions brewing in place, then said, I had thought that this student called Yifeng was a top student with excellent grades. I didn't realize that all of his past grades came from cheating, and even the Sea Beast battle, he also impersonated other people's battle results, and almost got away with it yet again. It's really a shame for my 1st middle school. It's a good thing that I finally recognized and investigated this person's past cheating behaviors, and only then did I know that it was a lousy student who relied on cheating. What I didn't expect was that such a bad student, after being expelled by me, there are actually schools willing to accept him. It's really the world's largest, nothing is strange. Saying this, his eyes looked towards Lu Tai, the meaning of which was self-evident. Swish swish swish. The principals and teachers of the surrounding major schools, their gazes brushed towards Lu Tai. The teachers of the 10th middle school, feeling disgraced, had turned their heads to the side. They actually couldn't figure out why Principal Lu Tai would accept such a problematic student, unable to bring any benefits to the school, but also let people look at the joke. The 10th middle school is garbage, is ranked at the bottom of the list, but it is not what students are accepted. Cheating? Can always cheat to the top students, but also not be found. See your 1st middle school, daily mock exams, how perfunctory. Is it useful to blame a candidate without looking for reasons from yourself? Furthermore, who knows if you really cheated? Just by your mouth, saying he cheated? Lu Tai responded with a cold smile, not giving Zhao Donghai the slightest bit of face. You! Zhao Donghai was enraged. According to your meaning, I can still wrong him? With a tough mouth, his heart was still rather weak. Thumbs up. You know it in your heart. Lu Tai snorted. Lu Tai! Watch your words. Zhao Donghai slammed the table and stood up violently. Lu Tai was about to respond, when a slightly vicissitude voice rang out from outside the door. Alright, I'll cut it out, they're all principals, making a fuss here, what's the demeanor? 3 people walked in from outside. The person in the lead, with a head full of silver and white, wearing a pair of glasses, quite a senior scholar's style. Although he was old, the unintentional overflow of his breath made the people present not dare to disobey him. Martial King! This old man definitely reached the level of Martial King. In front of such a strong person, the principals at the level of Martial General all have to be honestly trained. The 3 of them were the invigilators of this liberal arts examination, all of them were well versed in literature and martial arts. Especially the old man at the head was a famous professor named Guan Changzhou. In this examination paper, the final finale question was issued by him. He also had a nickname, called Full Score Killer. The reason for this nickname was because all of the exam papers that had questions from him were extremely difficult. He very much liked to come up with some cold extracurricular knowledge, which tested the accumulation of extracurricular knowledge of the candidates, and often drove the candidates crazy. According to statistics, whenever there is a college entrance examination with his questions, there is no case of full marks. The wrong questions that were deducted from the score were often the ones he came up with. Professor Guan. The principals and teachers present all saluted Guan Changzhou in greeting. Aha! Guan Changzhou nodded, and with the other 2 invigilators, took their respective seats. Zhao Donghai glared viciously at Lu Tai and resumed his seat. When his eyes returned to the monitoring screen, he just happened to see that Yifeng had left the 10th examination area, not knowing where he was going. This image was also seen by the others. Lu Tai was also puzzled, how could he leave the examination area when it was close to the exam? Professor Guan, the reason we would get into an argument just now is because of that candidate named Yifeng. He was originally a student of my 1st middle school, but because of cheating, he was withdrawn from our school and dealt with. Zhao Donghai seized the opportunity and immediately reported to Guan Changzhou, telling him the cause and effect. When he was almost done talking, he just happened to see that Yifeng had arrived at the 1st examination area. Look, now this student, I guess he's looking for cheating opportunities again, his own exam position doesn't stay properly, what's the point of running to my 1st middle school exam area? I'm afraid that he doesn't still think that he's from my 1st middle school. I suggest that this kind of student be expelled from the examination center. Zhao Donghai said. Wan Shangzhou glanced at Zhao Donghai and his eyes went back to the surveillance screen, locking Yifeng for a few moments. He doesn't have any suspicion of cheating for the time being, and walking around before the exam is also in line with the rules. And monitoring the situation of the candidates is the duty of our invigilators. Just be quiet and watch. Wan Shangzhou's words were meant to shut Zhao Donghai up. But it did also put more attention on Yifeng. The first examination area. Seeing Yifeng arrive, many students froze. One of the students called Wang Xing was the first to speak out. Aren't you expelled? How can you still come to the examination center? Yifeng lazily ignored him and didn't answer at all. This guy wasn't caring, he simply felt puzzled. He was from the same faction as Zhao Ming, and he hadn't dealt with himself before. I just saw that he entered the examination center with the people from the 10th middle school. He should have joined the 10th middle school. A nearby student said. Tisk, 10th middle school. Sure enough, trash schools take trash students. What a perfect match. Wang Xing laughed out loud. I say, brother Feng, you're not confused, are you? Still think you're a first middle school student? This is the first middle school, not your 10th middle school, ha. There was a student who said in a conspiratorial manner. The ones who were talking now were the ones who didn't deal with Yifeng in the past. It wasn't that Yifeng's popularity was really that bad, but when he was in the first middle school, he inevitably needed to compete for resources, and had defeated many people, causing them to be upset. If Yifeng was still in the first middle school, they wouldn't dare to show it too much. But now, the school had expelled Yifeng, and with the walls falling down, all the dissatisfaction that they once had was being shown recklessly at this time. However, Yifeng did not show any sign of anger, and even smiled and said to the crowd, who else wants to say something? Feel free to say as much as you want, I will write it down one by one. What can you do if you write it down? Still want to beat people up? Wang Xing sneered. Not bad, there's a chance to fight. Yifeng was still smiling. Hee, in the past, I would be afraid of you because I thought you were strong, but now I realize that you turned out to be just a cheating guy. Many superior grades were cheated out. Think I would still be afraid of you? You don't want to be encountered by me in the martial arts exam, or else you'll have a good time. Not bad, in the past, through cheating, robbing our resources, old scores will be settled together. Many people exited one after another, one person at a time, their faces full of disdain. Of course there were a few people, who still had a good relationship with Yifeng, tried to dissuade a few sentences, but attracted a furious look from their classmates, nearly becoming the object of siege as well, and the few people had no choice but to shut up. There is a chance. Yifeng said with intent. Seemingly moving his footsteps without thinking, it was actually to touch the nearby yellow treasure chest. Chapter 9, This son is definitely not human. Snap. You open a yellow boutique treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining 1. High school full course knowledge points. 2. Cold extracurricular knowledge points. The treasure chest of the boutique, it turns out, will have 2 items. The things that were opened were also very localized, and the treasure chests that were opened in this liberal arts exam room were all in the liberal arts knowledge category. It was still very useful for Yifeng. Even though he had good grades in liberal arts before, Yifeng didn't dare to say that he understood the entire high school knowledge. Not to mention the cold extracurricular knowledge. To accumulate this knowledge, need to spend a lot of energy, but also may not be able to accumulate finished. If you suddenly come up with a question that you don't know, it's often a high score question, and you'll be deducted a lot of points. Now well, with these 2 kinds of knowledge, a perfect score for Yifeng is completely at hand. 2 streams of knowledge information quickly filled into Yifeng's mind, which there are really a lot of Yifeng originally did not know. The types involved are very wide: herbs, foreign beasts, weapons. All sorts of knowledge, and not only useful in the examination room, in the future, out of society, all of this knowledge will also be useful. Since he opened the treasure chest, the purpose of this trip over was accomplished. Yifeng walked towards his exam position. It's good to know that you're scared. Sure enough, a paper tiger can't be tough anymore. Wang Xing and the others still thought that Yifeng was scared by what they said, so they chose to hurry up and leave. When Yifeng returned to the 10th examination area, near his own examination seat, the time was just right. The loud broadcasting sound rang out in all parts of the examination center. Now, please all candidates, use your passes to verify your identity and enter your respective examination seats to prepare for the liberal arts examination. Yifeng did as he was told, and at the front of the examination seat, he swiped his card-type pass in the card slot. The door of the room, which was tightly closed, opened automatically. Yifeng entered among the examination seats and sat down in the center seat. The door automatically reclosed. The door would not open until the end of the exam, except for unexpected circumstances. In the middle of the examination seat, the isolation effect was very good, incomparably quiet, so that the candidates could meditate on the questions. In front of Yifeng, a screen of light appeared. The liberal arts exam will now begin. The first question. Sawtooth platypus, what realm can it reach when it reaches adulthood? From which secret realm? The question at the beginning was considered relatively simple, and Yifeng immediately answered it. When it reaches adulthood, it can reach the peak of the Sure level from the Desailling secret realm. Then came the second question, the third question. Yifeng answered correctly, not having to think at all. The exam questions took off with a whoosh. Invigilator Hall. Due to Zhao Donghai's words earlier, the three examiners, Guan Changzhou, were more concerned about Yifeng's movements. What a fast speed of answering questions! Guan Changzhou uttered in astonishment. He did not have the slightest doubt that Yifeng had cheated. After so many years, there had never been any cheating in the college entrance exam. Inside the exam position, so many monitoring and detecting instruments were not just for show. If there was cheating behavior, it would immediately be detected. There was no need for the invigilator to observe it with the naked eye. Zhao Donghai's face did not look very good. He clearly knew that Yifeng's superior grade was genuine. However, the fact that Yifeng was able to answer the questions so quickly was also out of his expectation. Lu Tai, on the other hand, his eyes lit up. Did he pick up a treasure this time? At that time, he only agreed to accept Yifeng because Xiling requested it, and he didn't dare to hold too high expectations for Yifeng at all. But now, it seems to be possible to expect? When the time for the exam, only 1/5 of it had passed. Yifeng had made it to the final finale question. On the contrary, the other students, the questions hadn't done much yet. Historically, in the college entrance exam, the record of the fastest candidate to hand in the paper, is it going to be broken? Even Guan Changzhou felt a little surprised. The point was, from Yifeng's answers, none of the questions were wrong until now. Brother Guan, it looks like your title of full marks killer is going to be broken. The younger invigilator on the left joked to Guan Changzhou. Regarding Guan Changzhou's nickname, it had long been known by everyone. That's not necessarily true, this finale question of mine, but it's incredibly cold and out of the way. Even some teachers may not be able to answer it correctly. Guan Changzhou, however, looked confident and felt that Yifeng should not be able to answer it. As soon as these words came out, the other two invigilators present, as well as the teacher and principal, all focused their attention on Yifeng's picture. Yifeng looked at the finale question. When was the crown dingwood first discovered? Where was it discovered? And what things were triggered? The people in the supervisory hall could also see the title. A seemingly normal question made the principal and the teachers look at each other. If they were to answer this question, none of them would be able to answer it. It was because for the name crowning timber, they actually all felt quite unfamiliar. Zhao Donghai looked towards the neighborhood, a square-faced middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the college's botany department's teacher, who was quite knowledgeable about all kinds of plants, so he should know about it. However, this teacher shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not sure. Even the teacher was not clear, not to mention the students. No wonder it was said that Guan Changzhou was a perfect score killer. The questions that were asked were so difficult that they really stood up to this nickname. It seems that this question can't be answered either. The crowd all thought so. However, Yifeng, who was seen on the screen, actually started to answer. If it was before, Yifeng wouldn't be able to answer it either. However, after opening the yellow boutique treasure chest, he got the cold knowledge points, which just happened to contain this part of knowledge. In the year 205 of the Gaowu era, in the Autumn Xia forest in the Green Secret Realm, a kind of rat was discovered, naming it Autumn Xia rat. Seeing this, Zhao Donghai even secretly snorted. The title asks about the crown dingwood. What Autumn Xia rat are you pulling? Simply not the right topic. What he didn't realize was that Guan Changzhou had already started nodding secretly. Yifeng's reply continued. It was later discovered that on top of the head of some autumn xia rats, a wood-like plant grew. After research, this woody plant, which was parasitized on the top of the head of the autumn xia rats, took the name crown dingwood, meaning, the grass and trees that grew with the head as the cauldron. Crown tripod wood has medicinal value, and is one of the raw materials for the first generation of the creation and harmony pill, and people want to obtain crown tripod wood on a large scale. However, capturing wild autumn xia rats alone was extremely inefficient, and frequenting the Green Secret Realm was also very dangerous, so people moved to artificially breed autumn xia rats. They captured the autumn xia rats, took them away from the Green Secret Realm, and returned to the city to engage in breeding, researching how to parasitize the crown dingwood on a large scale. But the autumn xia rats left the kind of environment of the autumn xia forest. The crowning dingwood could not be parasitized successfully, and after several years of research, there were no results, so they finally had to give up. Eventually, in the 210th year of the High Martial Age, a better substitute than the crown tripod wood was found, with a lower difficulty in obtaining it, and the creation harmony pill was upgraded to the second generation as a result. Up to this point, after only a few years before and after, the crown tripod wood was no longer in the spotlight. Yifeng finished his answer with hardly any pause. It directly dumbfounded the teachers and principals present. It was now the 350th year of the High Martial Era, so it was more than 100 years ago. The crown dingwood had also only been in the spotlight for a few years, and the creation harmony pill wasn't exactly a well-known elixir, and hadn't triggered any big events. It was difficult to leave many traces in the canonical books for something like this. Only a few ancient books could be found with only a few words from that time. This type of knowledge was, indeed, very cold, and even the many principals and teachers, let alone high school students, were dumbfounded. However, Yifeng, a high school student, was able to answer correctly, which was really unbelievable.
Not bad, not bad, this son is definitely very human.
Guan Changzhou stroked his goatee, as if he had seen a fine piece of jade, with an undisguised appreciation in his eyes. To be able to receive a word of praise from Guan Changzhou was very rare. For Yifeng's performance, Lu Tai was also extremely surprised and pleasantly surprised, originally only agreeing to Yifeng's enrollment for his Xiling's sake. He didn't expect to pick up a piece of treasure. Principal Zhao, didn't you say that Yifeng's excellent grades were all cheated out before he was withdrawn from school? Now it doesn't seem like that.
Lu Tai seized the opportunity and said in a conspiratorial manner to Zhao Donghai.
The others around also cast their gazes, in unison, towards Zhao Donghai.
Yeah, wasn't it said that Yifeng was cheating and didn't have any real talent? Now what was going on? A student who relied on cheating would know such cold knowledge? Could get praise from Guan Changzhou?
Zhao Donghai only felt his face burning hot. How much he had smeared Yifeng before, how much he had slapped his face now.
What I
said was that he cheated on his martial arts grades, and I didn't say liberal arts. He has indeed always been able to do liberal arts. Zhao Donghai was still dead duck talking. After saying that in his heart, he added, this kid's martial arts foundation is damaged, there is definitely no way to recover, his strength can't be played out by a few percent, his martial arts subject is definitely going to be smashed, and this time he definitely won't be slapped in the face again. When he smashes the exam and his strength doesn't match his previous results, there's no need for me to say much at all, they'll all suspect him of cheating in the past. Zhao Donghai glared fiercely at Lu Tai.
There will be a time when you lose face.
Yifeng, who was in the examination room, finished answering the questions and sat quietly inside. Generally speaking, there is still time left, we'll check a few more times. But Yifeng felt that there was no need, opening the treasure chest to get 2 knowledge points, this exam paper, simply do not be too simple, have confidence in full marks. At this time, a treasure chest tip popped up.
Chapter 10 The Only Perfect Score.
Treasure chest clue, Martial Arts Section Examination Center, a yellow fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Yifeng, who was sitting idly in the middle of the exam position, then received this hint.
Another yellow fine product. The treasure chest in the Arts Examination Center helped him achieve a perfect score in arts, so what could be opened from the treasure chest in the Martial Arts Examination Center? Yifeng was somewhat looking forward to it. Time passed while waiting. Candidates, please pay attention, there is only 1 last minute left in the liberal arts exam. The electronic prompts that did not contain any emotion rang out in every exam room.
Finished, I still have several questions left to answer.
This finale question, which asshole came up with this, what the hell is crowning wood?
The exam room was wailing.
A minute quickly passed. The arts exam ended, whether or not one had finished answering, one would automatically hand in the paper. Exam paper review in progress.
This was how the arts exam was now, no manual review was needed, the computer would review the exam papers immediately after the exam was over, and the scores would soon be available.
In about 2 minutes, all the candidates, then, got their scores. Ugh! Failed the exam again. This harmful finale question, causing me to be deducted so many points.
Well, this score is okay, beyond my mental expectations.
Some people were happy and some were sad.
Yifeng looked at his score.
100 points. A perfect score. Completely within expectations. The doors of all the examination rooms opened uniformly.
Numerous candidates, coming out from the examination room, all looked around, wanting to see the big screen on the wall, the score ranking. They wanted to know who came in first place, whether anyone had answered the finale question correctly, and whether anyone had scored a perfect score. At this time, the big screen has not yet shown the data, hanging above a line of words.
Data is in the process of statistical arrangement.
No need to see, I know, the top of the list is definitely the first high school, the ranking of the forefront, they are estimated to occupy several places. Not bad, all the previous college entrance exams, the first high school results are very good, old tradition. What do you guys think, which school bully from first middle school will be at the top of the list?
I guess it's Fang Yuqing? It could also be Lu Hao. Wake up! These 2 people you're talking about, plus one named Zhao Ming, these 3 bailed out of the Dragon Academy and didn't take the college entrance exam. Numerous candidates discussed amongst themselves. Look, the list data is out. All the candidates, all looked at the big screen.
First place, Yifeng, 100 points, time 23 minutes and 41 seconds, from the 10th high school. Second place, He Xiling, 90 points, took 120 minutes, from the 10th high school. Third place, Wang Xing, 89 points, took 120 minutes, from the first high school. Fourth place. When the list came out, there was an uproar, shocking everyone severely. They all thought that the top of the list would definitely be the first high school, but they didn't want it to be the 10th high school, and the second place was also from the 10th high school. Even more shocking is that Yifeng's score, reached a perfect score, is also the only perfect score, with only 23 minutes, directly active hand in the paper, has broken the fastest ever hand in the paper speed. The old record was 55 minutes, a full 32 minutes shorter.
The key is, such a short answer time, but also the only perfect score. People also noticed a phenomenon: the second place Xiling, the score directly dropped to 90 points.
Combined with the finale, just 10 points, it is not difficult to guess Xiling is the finale deductions. The fact is also true: until the end of the examination time, she has not been able to come up with an answer. In the entire exam room, only Yifeng had answered the finale question correctly, so it could be seen how cold the question was.
What's going on? That guy, how could he get a perfect score on the exam? In the crowd of the first middle school, Wang Xing gritted his teeth and really couldn't believe his eyes. This time, several people, Fang Yuqing, were guaranteed to be sent to the Dragon Academy, and with a few less strong rivals, he was very hopeful of competing for first place. Who knew that the finale question this time was extremely difficult? However, on second thought, if he couldn't do it himself, others definitely couldn't do it either. In that case, he still had hope for first place. But when the list came out, he was dumbfounded. That let him hate his teeth itchy. Yifeng actually came out with a perfect score, ruthlessly pressed him head to head to obtain the first place. There was even another student from the 10th middle school occupying the second place. He was directly squeezed into third place. At this moment, Zhao Donghai's face was a bit ugly. Of the top 10 positions, his first middle school only occupied 3. According to his estimation, it was right to occupy half of them. And the top 3, all of his first middle school. But now, all of them let the 10th middle school take the limelight. Principal Lu, congratulations, your 10th high school. This time it really opened our eyes. Other than Zhao Donghai, the principals of the rest of the schools all hypocritically said congratulations, their hearts feeling bad. Ha, fluke. Lu Tai was full of redness and responded humbly. Only the corners of his mouth, which were rising, couldn't be suppressed in any way. Principal Zhao, I still have to thank you for cutting me off and letting me have such a good student like Yifeng, or else the top crown this time would still be yours, first middle school. Lu Tai didn't forget to make up for Zhao Donghai. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Humph. There's a time for you to lose face. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly and left with a big flutter of his sleeves. Yifeng sighed. Xiling looked over. You're awesome. You got all the finale questions right. What exactly is the answer? Her tone was very admiring. She was originally chagrined that she couldn't answer, but now that she learned that she was second place, it didn't matter. A high ranking was good enough, with or without a correct answer. The answer, Yifeng said to Xiling. Too powerful, so cold knowledge, you know it all. Xiling marveled. Fortunately, happened to know. Yifeng laughed. I lost to you in arts, I'll get back in martial arts, my ranking must be higher than yours. Xiling waved her fists, full of confidence. Then cheers. Yifeng was really embarrassed to dampen her fighting spirit. At this time, Lu Tai and the many teachers looked over. Yifeng, you can win honor for the school. I didn't expect that you would be able to get this kind of score. And Xiling, you took second place in the exam, you also won honor for the school. They smiled like chrysanthemums, as enthusiastic as they wanted to be. The martial arts exam will be tomorrow, let's go back now, rest well, and if you have any needs, you can mention them as much as you want, and strive to get good grades in the exam tomorrow. As long as you get good grades and rankings, the school will give you a large amount of scholarships, as well as some other cultivation resources. Lu Tai said with a smile. So, no matter when, no matter where one is located, one needs to have strength in order to get the warmth and respect from others. Like when he just enrolled in school, this principal didn't even say a word to himself, but now he was so enthusiastic and came over to say this to himself. We will try our best. Yifeng and Xiling both answered so. The crowd went back to rest. Tomorrow, there would be a special vehicle that would come over to transport the candidates to a specific examination center. In other words, no one knew until now where the martial arts examination center was, mainly to prevent cheating. Of course, Yifeng could find it if he wanted to look over there now. Because a treasure chest appeared over there with an arrow to guide it. As long as you followed the arrow, you would eventually arrive at the examination center. But Yifeng didn't have the need to do so. That side must be tightly guarded now, there was no way to go in privately, and if you went there, you wouldn't be able to open the treasure chest. In case he was found out his identity, and thought that he was going to come and deploy in advance, so that the martial arts examination would have a chance to cheat, then it would not be worth the loss. Chapter 11 This treasure chest, how can I open it? The next day. Batch after batch of candidates, transported by vehicles, headed out of the city. What a high city wall! While passing by the border of Linhai City, Yifeng saw a thick city wall standing there, hundreds of meters high. Underneath the city wall, a huge city gate was open. On both sides of the gate, a team of martial artists stood on each side of the gate, their gazes like electricity, watching the people entering and exiting the gate. Such a city wall isolated the city from the wild. In case there was a beast attacking the city, it could serve as the first line of defense, allowing the city's experts to have enough time to come and support them. As for flying foreign beasts, one would have to rely on other means of defense.
Time flies really fast. I remember that last year was also like this. The students of the martial arts examination passed by in front of me. I didn't expect that a year had passed. Yes, it is precisely because there is a steady stream of students embarking on the martial arts path, giving birth to many strong people, that we humans can resist the foreign beasts and defend our homeland. Eyeing the passing candidates, the city guards talked in whispers. Yifeng looked at the scenery outside the car window. This was the first time he left the city. When he was in the city, there were various buildings and pedestrians. While outside the city, there were plants, sand, and rocks everywhere. It took a long time to see people, either traveling alone or in groups, all martial artists, with both high and low strengths. Ordinary people didn't dare to go out of the city at all. When martial artists went out of the city, they often came to adventure, looking for various martial resources. The vehicle traveled towards the north. Eventually, it arrived near a mountain range. This place was called Dezay Ridge. Even if one hadn't studied geography, one would basically know this place. The Great Zephyr Ridge was famous, at least on this side of Linhai City. Almost everyone knew about it. Because of the depths of the Great Zay Ridge, there is a secret entrance. People call it Great Zay Ridge Secret Realm. Yifeng remembered that yesterday's liberal arts exam, the first question involved the Dezayling Secret Realm. Previously, only in the books, can see the relevant introduction, now finally personally come to the place. Including Yifeng, many candidates got out of the car and gazed towards the depths of the Great Zephyr Ridge. See, the distant skyline, there is half like a broken mirror, countless cracks meandering, all over that area. Seeing only half of the surface does not mean that it is only half of the surface, there is also half of the following. Due to the distance, obscured by the ancient trees and mountains and other obstacles, located here cannot see the whole picture. Yifeng, who had already seen it countless times in textbooks and videos, had already made up the second half of the picture in his mind. At the center of that crack, there would be a spatial passage. As long as it was close, it would be able to travel to the secret realm. Not only could people go in, the foreign beasts inside the secret realm would also run outside here from time to time. It was because, more than 300 years ago, space shook and formed secret realms, and many foreign beasts ran out, that the high martial era was opened. From the first secret realm appearing, to 1000. Nowadays, in all parts of the world, the number of secret realms is as high as hair, and it is still continuously increasing. Every time a new secret realm was formed, it was big news, perhaps an opportunity to find new resources, or perhaps a disaster that would result in the deaths of countless martial artists who ventured into it. Secret realms were divided into levels 1 through 9 according to the level of danger. The Dezay Ridge Secret Realm, the level of danger was level 2. In order to enter it, it was recommended to reach the strength of the martial master realm. Can a martial apprentice enter? Of course they can, but it's a bit more costly. Here in Dezay Ridge, there are many beasts, basically all of them came out from the secret realm, and live here to flourish. Their strengths range from soldier to warrior, and there are even rumors of a few general level beasts. This year's Martial Arts Examination Center is located here in Dezayling. We have already sent our experts in advance to circle the examination center, and all the beasts within the range have been screened. Beyond the candidates can deal with has been cleaned out, leaving only the strength of the soldier level beasts. For the students, it was just enough to be able to deal with. The examiner is here. Out of nowhere came this voice, and the candidates then quieted down. 3 figures with majestic chi and blood came to the forefront of the many candidates. There were examiners for the liberal arts, while there were examiners for the martial arts, and these 3 martial arts examiners were not the 3 from yesterday's Guanshangzhou. The eyes of the crowd looked. The one who attracted the most attention was the woman in the center with a hot body. She was wearing a fiery red combat light armor, fitting her delicate body. Her beautiful curves were undoubtedly on display, just like a burning flame. Looking very young and pretty, she exuded a fiery flirtation between every move. Many men present could not help but cast their eyes toward the female examiner. Of course, one couldn't look too wantonly. This woman looked young, but gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Her strength was definitely very strong. It's her. Su Kanyi. The principal's spirits were lifted. This one came from quite a long line of people, having once graduated from the Dragon Tendency Academy with the first place in every category. Currently at the age of 26, she was at the Dragon Totem Academy, serving as a senior tutor. At the same time, she was crowned as the youngest female martial king in Lingnan province. The 2 examiners who traveled with her were originally excellent as well, but when compared to her, they paled in comparison. I am the chief examiner of this martial examination, Su Kanyi. Su Kanyi made a brief introduction before getting straight to the point. Each of you candidates, each receive a set of equipment and enter the examination center. Within 8 hours, try to hunt and kill as many foreign beasts as possible, come out after the time is over, and calculate the ranking of points according to the number of foreign beasts killed and their strength. The top 100 in the combined rankings of literature and martial arts will be able to get admission to the Dragon Academy, and over 100 will be admitted to other universities. All work harder, maybe the next time we meet, it will be at the Dragon Totem Academy. Su Kanyi announced the rules and ended with a word of encouragement.
Powerful strength, beautiful appearance, hot body, love love love. I must get into the Dragon Tang schoolhouse and then apply and become a student of this beautiful tutor. I can't even dare to imagine how happy I'll be. Wang Xing of the first high school, his fists were clenched white, secretly vowed that he would definitely enter the Dragon Academy. He was ranked third in arts, and as long as he played normally in martial arts, or even if he didn't play well, as long as he wasn't too out of sorts, entering the Dragon Academy would be a sure thing. He had already begun to fantasize about a wonderful university career under the tutelage of a beautiful tutor. With him have the same idea a lot, but all think they are a little possible, are secretly pumped up to enter the dragon school. Also those who know that they are really too scummy, do not dare to think, this will have been in the repentance, as early as knowing that the Dragon Academy has such a beautiful tutor, say would all have to study and cultivate what's going on? Right at this moment, Yifeng was shocked to find that Su Kanyi's lower abdomen position, there was a blue light emerging. Blurred eyes? Rubbing his eyes vigorously, the blue light was still there. Looking at the other students again, he realized that they did not have any abnormalities. In other words, this blue light was only visible to himself. Could it be? An outrageous guess surfaced in Yifeng's heart. Treasure chest clue. A blue treasure chest has appeared at Su Kanyi's lower abdomen location. Please go and open it. Crap. Crap. It's still true. If it wasn't for the many people at the scene, Yifeng would have shouted out. It really was just like what he had guessed. The appearance of the blue light represented the appearance of a blue treasure chest there. After the treasure chest clue popped up, a blue arrow had appeared, guiding all the way to Su Kanyi. What was even more outrageous was that the treasure chests that had been opened before were all in a certain location, not moving at all. And now, the treasure chest on Su Kanyi's body was actually moving along with her as she walked. It was as if the treasure chest was hidden among Su Kanyi's lower abdomen. How do I open this treasure chest? Chapter 12, 2 Experiences, Immediately Becoming an Old Bird. It was really outrageous. Within the human body, it is surprising that a treasure chest can also exist. Really don't think about it at all. How should I open it? The system is like this, Yifeng just need to find the treasure chest, think of ways to open the treasure chest, the system needs to consider a lot of things. Although Yifeng still couldn't figure out how to open this treasure chest, at least, he knew that it was a blue treasure chest. It was a 4th level treasure chest, and it was definitely able to open out good things. That would be enough, as long as the treasure chest was good enough. Then, the location where it existed was even more tricky, and the difficulty of opening it was even greater. Yifeng would have to find a way to open it. Now please all the candidates, head over there to collect the equipment, and after that, according to the rules, enter the examination center. After Su Kanyi said this, with a flash, she left the spot. The other 2 invigilators, likewise left. A large shed had been temporarily built nearby with many monitoring devices. The invigilators would go inside and check the movements of various places through the monitoring devices. Yifeng secretly shook his head. It seemed that for the time being, there was no chance to get in touch with Su Kanyi. In fact, even if Su Kanyi was here, Yifeng had no reason to get close to her. Even if he got close, how would he open the treasure chest? Yifeng felt some headache. Student Yifeng, don't have too much pressure, just play normally. Principal Lu Tai saw Yifeng shaking his head secretly there, thinking that it was Yifeng on the martial arts exam. Too much pressure, not much confidence, so he spoke out to Yifeng to comfort him. Well, I'll do my best. Yifeng nodded without explaining too much. Snort! Of course he is under pressure. During the martial arts examination, there are monitoring devices tracking the whole process, in full view of the public, being found to be extremely poor in strength, completely mismatched with his previous achievements, that can't be explained. A sneering voice came from nearby. Just by listening to the voice, Yifeng knew who it was. Naturally it was Zhao Donghai, the principal of the first middle school. Zhao Donghai. I won't allow you to talk about my students like that. Lu Tai glared at Zhao Donghai. It's just a fact, and you're not allowed to say it? Zhao Donghai was unimpressed. Just as Lu Tai was about to say something, he was preempted by Yifeng. Zhao Donghai, you have to cherish the fact that you are still the principal of the first high school. Yifeng said in calm words. What do you mean? Zhao Donghai frowned. Can't understand? It doesn't matter, after today, you'll understand. Yifeng laughed. Humph. Bluff. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly, not bothering to be poor with Yifeng. In his opinion, saying such cloudy words was precisely a sign of Yifeng's weakness. Please line up the candidates and come over here to receive their equipment. There were quite a few staff members that started dispatching the candidates. The candidates arranged themselves into a queue and headed to a specific location to receive a set of equipment. It included a tactical backpack, a weapon that one was used to, a fitted defensive battle armor, and an aerial camera. Yifeng received the equipment. The weapon was chosen to be a knife, because the martial arts skills that he knew now were all of the knife type. Both the weapon and the armor were the lowest level 1 equipment, but it was enough for the candidates. Yifeng, let's compare who killed more. He Xiling said to Yifeng after receiving her equipment. The weapon she chose was a silver white longsword, and it seemed that what she usually practiced was sword martial arts. Good, but you have to be mentally prepared. Don't be hit too hard by me when the time comes. Yi Feng said honestly. Don't you look down on people. He Xiling gave Yi Feng a blank look. Just then, He Xiling's face suddenly changed, almost bloodless, and her body shivered on a hot day. Luckily, it quickly returned to normal, as if the dissimilarity just now had never happened. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Yi Feng inquired. He remembered that yesterday, before the liberal arts exam, when he was about to enter the exam room, He Xiling was also like this. Her body appeared different for a moment. At that time, Yi Feng asked what's wrong with his mouth from a distance. He Xiling said nothing, and the crowd entered inside the examination room. It's an old problem. It's been there since I was a kid. It's just a sudden burst of coldness that runs through my entire body. When I was a kid it wasn't serious, merely only felt slightly colder. The attack, it also appeared only once in a long time. Now it's getting more and more frequent and colder. Just now it seemed like I was suddenly in an ice cave, almost didn't freeze me out. It's fine, as long as you pull through, everything will be back to normal. He Xiling waved her hand with an indifferent tone. For strange things like this, Yi Feng was not sure of the reason, so he could only nod his head. All candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner. With the announcement, the aerial camera that each person received automatically flew into the air. Each aerial camera, a flight path was set up beforehand, and at this time, it automatically flew, and the candidates could just follow the aerial camera and walk, eventually arriving at a certain location in the examination room. The reason for this rule was to allow all the candidates to be dispersed everywhere inside the examination center, rather than forming a free group. After arriving at the destination, the candidates are free to move around, and the aerial camera will follow the candidates and take real-time footage. At that time, when encountering others on the way, whether they are hostile or cooperative, then decide freely. In this way, it simulated the process of action in the field, the various uncertainties that would appear, very much testing the candidate's resilience and reflecting the candidate's comprehensive strength. Yi Feng followed the aerial camera and walked towards the inside of the examination center. Not far away, Wang Xing and the others from the first middle school saw Yi Feng and used their palms to gesture a spatula posture, displaying a strong sense of hostility. Yi Feng glanced lightly without any indication. This kind of little caramels, Yi Feng didn't even bother to look at them more than once. They'd better pray that they wouldn't be encountered by themselves inside, otherwise, they would definitely be made to enjoy an early exit. Yi Feng paid more attention to the yellow arrow on the ground. As early as in the liberal arts examination center, he had already gotten a hint that a yellow fine treasure chest existed over here. I hope that the location of the treasure chest is not too tricky. Originally did not have this worry, but what just happened, the human body within the hidden treasure chest, Yi Feng is really a little worried that the location of this treasure chest is also tricky. Fortunately, this time, the system did not joke. There. When Yi Feng walked into the examination room, right at the entrance, a yellow treasure chest, quietly placed there. It just happened to be the place that would be passed through, so it could be opened in passing. Otherwise, one would need to follow the aerial camera first, arrive at the destination, and when free to move, then head to find the treasure chest, which would delay a lot of time. This was because, if one didn't follow the aerial camera, they would give up the martial examination by default. At this moment, being photographed by the aerial camera, there were quite a few other students around who had also entered the examination center in plain sight. But it didn't matter, they couldn't see the treasure chest and wouldn't know that Yi Feng had opened it. As he passed by the location of the treasure chest, Yi Feng touched it with his foot. Snap! You opened a yellow fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. 1000 games of life and death combat experience. Invigilator's shed. Ha, look at these candidates, almost all of them are fledglings when it comes to real-world combat experience, and a good number of them were intimidated when they first entered the exam room. Who says it's not? I guess it's only those family descendants that have more opportunities for field experience, they are a bit more subdued, most of them, I guess it's still their first time. Chapter 13, a single blow kills, you say I'm in danger? In the middle of the invigilator's shed, a huge projection light screen, split into pieces, displayed the situation of each candidate. Not only were there invigilators, principals and teachers from various schools, but there were also some other guest invitees, guests from all forces, families, companies, and media. At the site of the martial arts examination, one could get first-hand information, and if they found any amazing martial arts seedlings, they could also pull them in advance. The crowd just looked at the screen like that and talked comfortably. Thinking about their previous martial arts exams, it was pretty much the same scene. The first time they entered the wilderness, even though they knew that the examination center had already been swept by experts, and there were many experts protecting it in the dark, ready to deal with unexpected situations. But still cannot help but be nervous, afraid of the dense forest, suddenly popped up a group of beasts, will be their own to eat. Many years had passed, and that kind of nervousness at that time was still incomparably clear now. Well, the kid with the screen number 1269, his performance is quite good, he can't be seen to be too nervous, I guess he has had experience in practicing.
That's the kid from the Wang family in the west of the city, called Wang Xing. This time he took the third place in arts, also a top student.
The Wang family
in the west of the city is not surprising then, and must have brought him through the experience early. The people who were guest invitees talked in whispers.
Hiss, 10086 this kid.
Suddenly at this time, the entire invigilator shed coincidentally sounded surprised. Even the three invigilators looked at the 10,086 screen in unison.
What an old-fashioned way of exploring.
Su Canny's bright eyes stared at the screen dead on.
In the middle of the screen,
Yifeng was holding a long sword, making the best pose to attack at any time. The body sinks slightly to reduce the chances of its whereabouts being exposed. Each step down, as if measured in advance, the body would maximize the use of natural obstacles such as trees, rocks, bushes, etc., to cover their tracks.
Such an old-fashioned way of exploring the wilderness. Is this surely a candidate? And not some martial artist who had been in the wilderness practicing for years?
Su Canny was incomparably sure that without a long period of wilderness survival, one would definitely not be able to do such a silky smooth job. You guys look at this person's position, as well as the position of the surrounding foreign beasts, and the change in wind direction. When someone reminded so, everyone else started paying attention to these data.
Yifeng's location could be seen through the aerial camera, this had already been said.
As for the location of the nearby foreign beasts, it was because the foreign beasts inside the examination center had all been pre-positioned with positioning chips, enabling them to view their movements in real time. As for the wind direction, it was also the aerial camera that was responsible for that, with the function of detecting data such as wind direction, climate, and temperature. This candidate, no matter how he moves, is actually in the upwind position of the nearest foreign beast. The wind was able to drive odors, and the sense of smell of foreign beasts was often very sensitive. Approaching from the upwind direction of a foreign beast would not be easily detected by the foreign beast through its sense of smell. This reasoning was simple, and everyone understood it. The problem was that in order to do this, one needed to know exactly where the nearby foreign beasts were located at this time. This was what surprised them. From the very beginning, Yifeng seemed to already know the orientation of the nearby Fey beast, so when he approached the past, he had always been in the upper hand position of the Fey beast.
Is it a coincidence? The crowd all thought so.
If it wasn't a coincidence, judging the orientation of the foreign beast all the way over, then this candidate would be a bit beyond their knowledge. The crowd watched even more attentively, almost focusing most of their attention on Yifeng's image. They wanted to see what kind of performance this candidate could bring.
In the examination center,
dense forests were all over the place, overgrown with weeds. The dampness carried the scent of plants, and a beast roar came from the distance from time to time. Yifeng was like an old hunter, seemingly casually sweeping the surroundings. He gathered a lot of information.
This branch on the ground, the traces of stepping off are very new.
It should have just happened not long ago. Judging by the thickness of the branch, this foreign beast is not small, probably around 1,000 pounds. There is also a footprint over there. The foreign beast went over there. From the footprints, it looks like a pig's hoof of this size, a soldier-level foreign beast, again from the Great Zephyr Ridge.
Rock armor stone pig. Synthesizing all kinds of information, Yifeng directly deduced which kind of foreign beast it was.
The thought process was able to be so resourceful thanks to the treasure chest that was opened just now. 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. 1,000 life and death combat experiences. All of them were good stuff, bringing extremely high effects on wilderness survival and life and death combat. At this moment, Yifeng was no longer just a candidate with no experience in wilderness training, but a veteran martial artist with 10 years of wilderness survival experience and 1,000 fights to the death. To be able to have those performances just now was merely base drills.
Yifeng immediately set off.
The people in the supervision shed then saw that the direction Yifeng was heading to was the rock-armored stone pig. The rock-armored stone pig was not easy to deal with, its defense was extremely high and it was hard to break the armor. They were curious as to how Yifeng would fare against the rock-armored stone pig. As his thoughts floated, Yifeng really met up with the rock-armored stone pig.
Giggling. The rock-armored stone pig also discovered Yifeng and let out a roar.
This big guy's body seemed to be covered with a layer of rock. As if it was a tank, it stepped with a heavy pace and rushed towards Yifeng. The body type seemed bulky, but when it actually ran, its speed was not too slow. Getting closer and closer, Yifeng was unmoved.
Still not starting to dodge? Could it be that he is scared silly?
The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and everyone's hearts were in their throats.
Danger! Quickly dodge away.
District 69 Guard, you immediately head to this location. Candidate 10086 is in danger. As an invigilator, in addition to monitoring whether or not the candidates were cheating, they also had to pay attention to whether or not they were in danger.
Throughout the examination center, 100 zones were divided, and 100 guards were placed in each.
Once danger was detected, they would be notified immediately, and the guards in the corresponding area would immediately go to rescue them. Su Canny saw Yifeng not moving at all and thought that he was scared silly. It happened from time to time that a candidate faced a foreign beast for the first time and was scared so much that his head went blank and he was dumbfounded and didn't react. Su Kanyi didn't understand why Yi Feng, who had performed brilliantly just now, was now like this. Being charged by such a big guy, one would lose half of his life without dying. Not allowing her to think too much, it took time for the guards to rush over. She immediately notified the guards to rescue her. Only, the words were not finished. Yi Feng moved. When the rock-armored stone pig was about to hit Yi Feng shifted his feet horizontally, and with a very light step, he sidestepped and dodged the attack. The hand movement followed, the long knife that had long been poised to fire, a seemingly random slash. Tear. At the moment of staggering, the sharp blade ruthlessly cut open the rock-armored stone pig's neck artery, and the blood fountain like wildly sprayed more than. The rock-armored stone pig let out a terrifying howl, rushed forward like a madman, knocked down a big tree, before collapsing, twitching a few times, and finally stopped moving. Yi Feng shook off the blood from his blade and stood with a light-hearted look. High defense, difficult to break armor? Sorry, that is for the same level. With strength crushing, breaking armor was easy. Examiner Su, why don't you say anything? The 69th District Guard, puzzled, asked Su Kanyi. Danger is lifted. Su Kanyi's tone was stiff. Was it rescued by others? The guard inquired. In his opinion, whether there was danger or not, Su Kanyi could definitely see it. Since she said that there was danger, then there definitely was, only that someone else was now administering the rescue. Was my misunderstanding, there is actually no danger. Su Kanyi's reply made the Area 69 guards freeze for a long half-day. The entire invigilation shed was also silent at this time. It was hard to imagine that there would be a candidate that could break the armor of a rock-armored stone pig with a single slash, hitting the vitals and killing it with a single slash. This candidate is also too strong. Quickly! Find out this candidate's information. Yi Feng, from the 10th middle school. So it's him. Yesterday in arts, the first place was him. I didn't expect martial arts to be so strong too. There are still students like this in the 10th grade? I heard that he was originally from the 1st middle school, and then he was expelled by the principal of the 1st middle school, and only then ran to enroll in the 10th middle school. Crazy, this kind of student is expelled? Who knows, this will probably be intestinal repentance. The various forces were discussing exceptionally intensely, all planning in their hearts that after the martial arts exam, they must pull the wool over Yi Feng's eyes. This situation made Zhao Donghai, who already had an ugly face, so angry that he was about to vomit blood even more. Obviously the martial arts foundation is damaged. With this mud-legged man's background, it's impossible to recover in just a few days. Then why, now like nothing, still acting so strong? Zhao Donghai's face was cloudy, he really couldn't figure it out. On the contrary, Lu Tai's mouth was about to crook with laughter. His 10th high school, this time he really picked up a treasure. In the following time, Yi Feng went around looking for foreign beasts. Whenever he bumped into one, he killed it with a single slash. After finishing off the Fey beast, the locator chip in its body was dug out, which contained information about that Fey beast and was used to calculate points after the exam. As Yi Feng killed the 30th alien beast, he took out the locator chip and put it into his tactical backpack. The sound of fine footsteps came from the vicinity and 5 silhouettes soon appeared. Seeing Yi Feng, the 5 people froze. Immediately afterward, a fierce smile surfaced on their faces. Chapter 14 Killing Technique, Comprehended Between Life and Death Struggle. Yo! Who did I say it was? So it's the college bully, student Yi Feng. A strange voice came out from the mouth of that long-faced youth. This person's name was Wang Kai, from the 1st middle school, and was Wang Xing's younger brother. Wang Xing was not on good terms with Yi Feng, and as his own brother, Wang Kai, naturally wasn't any better with Yi Feng. According to the rankings, this person's grades were not bad, and he took the 6th place in arts. In the past, when he was in school, all kinds of mock exams, Wang Kai often entered the top 10, and was the top student of the 1st middle school. For this martial arts exam, he was riveted to get into the top 3. During the action inside the examination center, from time to time, he encountered other people. If they were from another school, they would be attacked by him and snatch the positioning chip, which was equivalent to snatching the points. The rules of the martial arts examination: there is no prohibition against fighting each other, as long as you do not kill and maim people. After all, in the future out of society, encounter what people have, and even one moment is a brother, the next moment stabbing knife. This was a lesson for the candidates, telling them that defense is not an option. During this period, Wang Kai, besides robbing others, if he met the same school, he would make a team, which was also allowed by the rules. The team had now grown to 5 people, all from the 1st middle school. As long as they didn't encounter a team with more people, they were completely fearless. There was more power in numbers, and robbing was much simpler. Sometimes there was no need to do anything at all, seeing that they had so many people, the other party would directly take the initiative to offer the positioning chip. Points are gone can earn again, if the resistance is injured, can mean the exit, directly 0 points in the martial arts examination, Pheasant University cannot enter, security guards cannot be. Look at the way you guys are gawking. What, are you trying to rob me?
Yifeng laughed coldly, not half worried. 5 martial apprentice realm only, in front of his own martial master realm, completely insufficient to fight. Robbery? You can think too simply. Wang Kai snorted. According to your words, you still want to finish me off? Yifeng put on a scared expression. No, don't talk nonsense, the invigilators are watching, of course it's impossible to kill you. But to injure you, so that you don't have the ability to continue the martial arts examination, this point is still possible and allowed by the rules. How about it, college bully, I'll give you a 0 score to taste today. Wang Kai said, and several people laughed and laughed exaggeratedly. Invigilation shed. These few candidates from the first middle school, going around robbing other people, are too shameless, right? The rules are like this, they are just utilizing the rules. That student Yifeng is so unlucky, with his strength, he will do very well in the martial arts exam, but unfortunately, when he meets a team of 5, he will definitely not have any chance of winning when he fights 5. The various forces watching this scene were talking to each other. Lu Tai also got nervous and cursed the first middle school candidates for being shameless while hoping that Yifeng could escape. Right, him. Clear him out of the examination center. Zhao Donghai was agitated. King Su Wu, what do you think? The invigilator at the side asked Su Kanyi, wanting to hear her opinion. Su Kanyi pondered a little and spoke out, if what Yifeng showed just now was his full strength, then he shouldn't be able to beat the 5 people surrounding him. Unless what? Unless he possesses realm-crushing, or superior fighting skills. Hearing this, the other 2 examiners, both pondered. In the examination hall. Give me on. Him. Wang Kai gave an order, and with the other 4 people, they were in an encircling position, leaning towards Yifeng. On his fierce face, he had full confidence that he would be able to knock Yifeng down in an instant. Yifeng, I'll show you my power today. Wang Kai executed the cracking blade technique, which was a uniform blade technique taught to students in the school. Previously, he had only comprehended it up to the grand completion, and just now when he fought with the foreign beasts, this martial art had finally broken through to completion. The blade light flashed, carrying a domineering momentum, and slashed at Yifeng with the back of the blade. Even though it was only the back of the knife, the power was not to be underestimated. As long as it hit, he was confident that Yifeng would lose his combat power instantly. The other 4 people, similarly, displayed their moves and attacked towards Yifeng. When the attacks of the 5 people were about to hit Yifeng, the corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted and he suddenly moved. With a few back and forth steps of his feet, he let their attacks, which had just brushed past his side, all fall short. How is it possible? The 5 people exclaimed in unison, not even being able to figure out how exactly Yifeng did it. The exclamations of shock hadn't stopped yet. Not good. The 5 people felt a strong killing intent coming at them, and fear ran straight from the soles of their feet to their heads. At that moment, they were like falling into an ice cave, feeling like they were all going to die. Boom 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 boom. The knife in Yifeng's hand was full of killing intent, and a few dry attacks, also using the back of the knife, landed on the 5 people. 5 miserable screams rang out at the right time, and the 5 people flew backwards. Puff! All of them viciously sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood, and their faces turned pale with a swish. The force of the attack was held just right, only injuring them, not killing or maiming them, in line with the rules. The key was to hit and injure them, not to knock them down first and then go over to make up for the damage. No one would say anything more. On the contrary, they felt that it was their skills that were inferior. 5 people robbed 1 person, and they were also counter-attacked by Yifeng. You, how are you so strong? Wang Kai was shocked and angry, and there was also a strong fear deep in his eyes. The Yifeng in his impression was far from being as strong as this at this moment. If placed in the past, Yifeng would definitely lose without any suspense. But now, the 5 of them joined hands, but they couldn't beat Yifeng, and they were even defeated by a single move. The feeling just now is too scary. A few people's eyes dodged, none of them dared to meet Yifeng's eyes. They had reason to believe that if it was a life and death struggle, they would have become 5 corpses by now. Invigilators shed. Too strong. These people from the first middle school are not weak, but in front of Yifeng, they are defenseless. This candidate Yifeng has definitely reached the martial master realm. People from various forces were all surprised. All of them also, intentionally or unintentionally, cast their gazes towards Zhao Donghai. Zhao Donghai's fists were clenched like a powder keg that was about to explode, yet he couldn't kick in, making him suffocate. This examinee really isn't simple. Reaching the martial master realm on the entrance exam, his future achievements are unlimited. The examiner on the left marveled. They weren't at the scene, and could only go through the battle footage to judge the strength. If they were there, it would have been much easier. As long as they were fighting, they would definitely need to mobilize their chi and blood, so judging the martial artist's realm level through the strength of their chi and blood would be very accurate, and there would be no need to speculate through the battle footage as they were doing now. However, Su Kanyi's words made all the people present silent. He may have already been in the martial master realm, but in the battle just now, he should not have used his martial master realm strength, and still only utilized the martial apprentice realm level. It was only after a long period of silence that someone exclaimed in shock. What? Only utilizing martial apprentice realm strength. How is that possible? The same martial apprentice realm, how could they fight 5-1? It's still that raw. The crowd found it hard to understand. Because he utilized a killing technique. Sukani's explanation made the crowd even more confused. What killing technique? It's a combat technique that strives to be fast, accurate, and ruthless with every strike. One needs to kill for years and years, and stray from the edge of life and death many times before one can summarize a similar combat technique. When Sukani said this, even she was a bit unconvinced. She was a martial king, and she had been in and out of major secret realms many times, and she had also experienced all kinds of life and death battles before she was able to master this kind of skill. But Yifeng, a candidate, where did he get so much experience in life and death combat? Am I mistaken? Sukani preferred to believe that it was just her misinterpretation, otherwise it would be too unbelievable. Chapter 15, it's full, it's going to overflow. In the examination center. The 5 people, Wang Kai, were still on the ground moaning in pain, unable to get up. Yifeng poured out all the chips in their backpacks and loaded them into his own backpack before leaving this place. Shortly after Yifeng left, a guard in charge of the area came and took the 5 people away from the examination center. The 5 people's hearts were like ashes. With this level of injuries, there was really no way to continue with the martial arts exam, and it also meant that they scored 0 points in the martial arts exam. My Dragon Academy. Wang Kai's heart was dripping blood. According to the normal development, he would definitely be able to be accepted into the Dragon Totem Academy. But now, it was gone, everything was gone. Yifeng. They hated Yifeng with a passion, but there was nothing they could do. Yifeng sighed. Continued to explore in a certain direction. If he encountered a foreign beast, he would kill it with a single strike in passing. And if they encountered people from the first middle school, then sorry, but anyone who had a conflict with Yifeng, all let them get 0 points. Gradually, I don't know how, but the news spread, saying that Yifeng was targeting the students of the first middle school, beating people to the point of vomiting blood and sending them directly out of the examination room. For a while, the people of number 1 middle school were furious, all yelling to find Yifeng to settle the score. But words were said, they were also quite weak in their hearts. What if they couldn't beat him? Therefore, they all intentionally started to form teams, and those who originally preferred to travel alone also started to look for teammates. District 73. 2 people from the first middle school, who were acting together, suddenly bumped into Yifeng. Yifeng. The 2 people's faces swished white. Oh? It's Chen Xin, huh? Yifeng turned to one of them and gave a friendly greeting. Chen Xin used to be on good terms with Yifeng, and was one of the few people who spoke out to persuade him when the crowd badmouthed Yifeng at the arts examination center yesterday. You won't hit me? Chen Xin carefully confirmed. For good reason, why would I hit you? Yifeng said smilingly. Thanks. Chen Xin thanked gratefully. There was another teammate beside Chen Xin who also opened his mouth and wanted to voice his thanks. Boom! Before the words could come out, Yifeng's swift fist directly smashed into this person's abdomen. Then, he spat out blood and flew backwards. You? He felt incredulous. Didn't he say he wouldn't hit anyone? Hee, I said not to hit him, but I didn't say not to hit you. Yifeng teased. Yesterday, this kid, he didn't have a lot of bad words. Under Chen Xian's stunned gaze, Yifeng removed the chip from this person's backpack and left in style. Soon, this person was also taken away from the examination room. 5 minutes later, Yifeng then encountered another team, which was also quickly resolved. As time went on, the teams that were encountered grew in number. But it was useless. At the most, Yifeng faced a dozen people at the same time and also defeated them all. The number of people who had been cleared out of the game had already surpassed 3 digits, and it was still continuing to rise. Zhao Donghai's face was green with anger. Protest. I protest. This Yifeng, relying on his strength, he went around beating up my first middle school's candidates. He's clearly messing with my first middle school. Zhao Donghai yelled at the invigilator. If he let Yifeng continue to mess up like this, how many candidates would be left in his first middle school? The protest is invalid. This is in line with the rules of the martial arts examination. Su Kanyi directly rebuffed. Besides, you still have the nerve to protest, as the same candidate, the highest dozen of people against one person, all of them were counterattacked by others, and you still have the nerve to say that. As time passed, the number of people continued to grow. 200 people, 300 people. Are you all just going to watch? When he can't find the candidates from our school, he will definitely look for your school. You guys should understand the reasoning of lips dying and teeth chilling. Now we have to unite and protest, expel this Yifeng from the examination center, and return a fair environment for the candidates. Zhao Donghai knew that by himself alone, he could not persuade the invigilator, so he had to urge the other principals. Of course, Lu Tai, the principal of the 10th middle school, was excluded. This protest is useless, right? Yes, it's all allowed by the rules, it's useless to protest. The other principals all swallowed and casually dealt with Zhao Donghai. Letting them protest, wouldn't that be funny? It was too late for them to be happy.
The biggest competitor is the first middle school. Now the experts of the first middle school, almost cleared by Yifeng, originally could not squeeze into the top 100. The opportunity does not come. The martial arts exam continued.
Somewhere in District 83. Huffing,
He Xiling held her long sword in a defensive stance, her chest heaving and panting heavily, sweat seeping from the corners of her forehead, sliding down her cheeks, and eventually dripping down to the dirt. Despicable. He Xiling's silver teeth clenched, looking around angrily. There were enough 7 people to surround her. These 7 people's strength were not weak, all of them were students with top strength in the first middle school, and the person who led the group was precisely Wang Xing, who was the third in arts.
There wasn't much time left until the end of the martial arts exam.
Being robbed at this time, regardless of whether one needed to withdraw or not, was no different from getting a 0 on the exam. However, she must enter the Dragon Academy, not only because there were the highest quality teaching resources there. It was also because He Xiling touched the scar on her right cheek. She had heard that scum, 2 years earlier, had entered the Dragon Tang schoolhouse by way of a guaranteed admission. You ugly bastard, you're really stubborn. If you don't take the initiative to turn in the chip, we'll be impolite. When the time comes to hurt which, it's none of our business. Wang Xing turned to He Xiling and humiliated her. In fact, with He Xiling's appearance, even if there was a scar on her face, it was not considered ugly at all. The main thing was that He Xiling obviously couldn't beat them, but she still had to play hard to get, making them annoyed, so they spoke out to humiliate them. If you want a chip, step over my corpse. He Xiling said in a cold voice, putting up a momentum of fighting to the death. It caused Wang Xing's 7 people to be somewhat at a loss for words. Suddenly at this moment, He Xiling's face changed. How did it happen at this time? To be sick again. At this time, He Xiling suddenly felt the coldness in her body surging, more violent than any other time in the past, and her body couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold that the chills were seeping out from the surface of her body, and her eyebrows and hair all formed nice-looking ghostly blue ice crystals. What's wrong with her? The 7 people around them were all a bit startled, instinctively taking a few steps back. I don't know, all of a sudden it's like this, as if frozen by the cold. Anyway, we didn't make it, it's none of our business. So what now? Don't care about her, someone will come and deal with it, let's go. The 7 people made a decision. Before leaving, Wang Xing also had a bright idea. Anyway, you can't move now, the chip is not taken for nothing. Wang Xing turned around and was about to tug on He Xiling's backpack. However, just reaching out to tug. Shoo! A stone, breaking through the air rapidly, accurately struck Wang Xing's palm. The powerful force caused the hard stone to instantly explode and turn into dust. As Wang Xing screamed like a pig, the bones of his palm were crushed and fractured, drooping down helplessly. The other 6 people who were about to leave were all stopped in their tracks by this unexpected situation. They looked in the direction where the stones flew from. In the shadows of the dense forest, a figure with a straight back walked out from it. 7 big men, bullying a woman, and taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of the situation, and trying to smooth away the chips when they can't move, how shameless. With the cold voice, Yifeng's figure appeared in front of the crowd. It's you! Yifeng! Several people exclaimed in shock. Despicable, and playing sneak attack. Wang Xing covered his right hand, endured the pain, and said angrily. We were looking for you, but we didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to our door. The other 6 winked at each other. Go! The 6 people rushed towards Yifeng. Him! Wang Xing could only cheer verbally, he had temporarily lost his fighting power. Only, when the 6 people were raging and rushed to Yifeng, they executed their respective moves and attacked at Yifeng. However, they were easily dismantled by Yifeng with a few blade flourishes. The long knife was flipped a few more times, and the body of the knife ruthlessly slapped on the body of the 6 people. The 6 figures were directly slapped away and lay on the ground wailing. What sneak attack? Make it seem like if you fight head-on, you'll be able to beat them. Yifeng snorted. Among the 7 people, Wang Xing was the only one who did not lie on the ground, but in fact, he was the most injured, with a comminuted fracture that required a long time of treatment. According to the rules, the hand is considered too heavy. Yifeng has already thought of a good speech, the situation is urgent, did not think too much. In the eyes of the 7 people who were shocked and angry, he took their chips, all for himself. It's full, it's going to overflow. Having looted too many people, even though the chip size was small and the backpack capacity was large, it was about to burst the backpack. Yifeng put his attention on He Xiling. Strange. At this moment, He Xiling's body surface was actually covered with ice, and the whole person was completely wrapped in cold ice. If it wasn't for the fact that her eyes were tightly closed, she was slightly frowning and her long eyelashes were trembling from time to time, she would have mistakenly thought that she had frozen to death. Still alive is good, also do not know what happened, Yifeng can only dry watch. Yifeng suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere in the dense forest. A moment later, the guards of the area appeared from there. It was probably the invigilator who saw the situation over here and sent the guards over.
This kid just now discovered me in advance?
The guard was secretly surprised and looked at Yi Feng a few more times. However, now was not the time to think about this. He looked towards He Xiling, observing the situation, the miniature contact in his ear, maintaining communication with Su Canyi. Don't worry, Examiner Su said that she should be awakening, some kind of ice physique.
Look at this movement. I guess the level is not low, the guard said to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes lit up.
He didn't expect that the few examples that were described in the books would be seen with his own eyes today. It had once been heard that talent or physique was inherently self-contained and could not be formed later in life. Unless, for some reason, it didn't show up early, and only later, by chance, would it be awakened. This kind of example, very few and far between, almost negligible, did not expect, would happen to He Xiling. Yi Feng recalled that when he entered the examination center, He Xiling said that the body inexplicably appeared to be cold, and it was an old disease from childhood. It turned out that it wasn't a strange and persistent disease, but rather the physique was acting up.
There's movement.
The cold ice on He Xiling's body surface quickly melted, turning into energy that she absorbed into her body. Her eyes slowly opened, and a flash of ghostly blue flickered from her pupils.
Your scar. Yi Feng looked at the right side of He Xiling's face in surprise. What happened to the scar?
He Xiling was puzzled and subconsciously touched it with her hand. Immediately, her eyes widened as the scar disappeared.
At this time
for the martial arts exam, please all candidates, leave the exam room immediately.
Chapter 16, quite explosive, absolutely unique.
All the candidates received the notification that the time for the martial exam was up, and all of them stopped hunting the foreign beasts and headed outside the examination center.
Yi Feng, thank you just now. He Xiling sincerely thanked Yi Feng.
She knew that when she was awakening her physique, it was Yi Feng who appeared in time and stopped Wang Xing from snatching her chip. Otherwise, even though awakening her physique was a great joy, it would be a great regret if the chip was gone and her points were 0, so she wouldn't be able to enter the Dragon Academy. It's a small thing, a show of hands.
Yi Feng waved his hand carelessly, and then proceeded to inquire, by the way, what physique have you awakened?
The scars on the right side of her face had indeed disappeared without a trace, and the skin of her entire body had become delicate and smooth, making her already outstanding appearance even more beautiful and touching, and the invisible ice-cold breath emitted made this beauty more than a hint of blasphemy. Being stared at by Yi Feng from such a close distance, He Xiling's pretty face flushed.
Cough cough.
She coughed lightly to ease the strangeness in her complexion.
What I have awakened is the Xian ice-cold body, she replied. Xian ice-cold body? Yi Feng was surprised, that was an S-class physique.
Among the candidates of this session, excluding the hangers-on like Yi Feng, none of the others possessed an S-class physique, the highest was only a class. It could be seen that an S-grade physique would already be incomparably rare.
Congratulations.
Yi Feng said congratulations.
He Xiling smiled happily, she was also quite surprised. The two of them came outside and immediately attracted many gazes.
Whether it was Yi Feng's battle results within the examination center or He Xiling whose image and temperament had changed drastically, it was enough to draw attention.
Swish! With a flash, Su Canyi arrived in front of the two of them. Yi Feng.
I didn't expect that this session of martial arts examination could produce you two on good seedling. Su Canyi was like staring at a treasure, scanning back and forth between Yi Feng and He Xiling. Yi Feng's performance, needless to say, every time he made a move, he stunned the entire audience. As for He Xiling, her performance at the beginning could only be considered excellent. With the awakening of her S-class physique, the situation was different, a proper martial arts genius, very worthy of vigorous cultivation.
Good chance.
Yi Feng looked at Su Canyi who was close at hand, its lower abdomen position, where the blue treasure chest was located.
If one touched its abdomen, would it be able to open the treasure chest even if one touched it? One could only try. But the question was, how to try? Is it going to be like this, Examiner Su, your willow waist is so thin, let me touch it?
If you really do this, men and women are not related, casually touching someone's lower abdomen, I'm afraid that you will be killed on the spot by this female martial king.
Even if it was a male examiner, casually touching someone's lower abdomen without a valid reason would be equally life-threatening. There! Yi Feng had a bright idea. Greetings, Examiner Su. Yi Feng clasped his hands together and set them on top of his head, bowed down and greatly saluted. The range of movement was exaggerated.
With such an abrupt salute, everyone didn't expect it, and all looked at Yi Feng in dismay. Those who were more realistic in their thinking thought that Yi Feng was flattering Su Canyi. Indeed, such a strong person, if one flattered, it would greatly help in cultivation. Su Canyi also did not expect that Yi Feng would pull this stunt. The distance between the two sides was very close, and under Yi Feng's action, his clasped hands just touched Su Canyi's lower abdomen. With just a slight touch, Su Canyi instinctively immediately retreated and pulled away. Fellow student Yi Feng, there is no need to perform such a great honor. Su Canyi did not suspect anything, and only thought that Yi Feng was more courteous.
Yes. Yi Feng rose obediently. The touch is so good.
Yi Feng recalled the contact just now. After getting up, he saw the blue light that was still present in Su Kanyi's abdomen.
He could not help but secretly sigh. It seems that just touching doesn't open the treasure chest. Then how to open it? It can't be to slaughter her, right? A bloody image surfaced in Yifeng's mind. Forget it, there should be other ways, think again slowly. Yifeng swept away the cluttered thoughts. Next, the 3 examiners presided over, and the staff began to count the chips and calculate the candidates' points. When the points were announced, it triggered a commotion. Wang Xing, 0 points. Wang Kai, 0 points. Zhang Shilong, 0 points. The students of the first middle school, actually more than 500, scored 0 points, and those who were interested also noticed that those who scored 0 points were often still at the front of the first middle school's strength. For example, Wang Xing, Wang Kai, 2 brothers, all the top 10 ranks, normally, into the dragon school, is the nail in the coffin. But now, all the test a big duck egg. Even if you scored well in the arts, how high your ranking was, but being averaged by the martial arts, at most, you could only enter a pheasant university. Until now, the candidates didn't know that Yifeng had taken so many first middle school candidates and knocked them out of the examination room. The crowd looked at Yifeng in the distance with different eyes. There was anger, there was awe, and there was also gratitude. Those who were grateful to Yifeng were usually those who had risen in rankings and got into their favorite universities. After all, if it wasn't for Yifeng, who made so many first high school masters score 0 on their exams, their rankings wouldn't have been so high, and they wouldn't have been able to reach the admission line of those universities. Now, the top 3 results of this martial arts exam are announced. The rankings were tallied out of the top 100, announced from low to high, and now it was announced to the top 3. Third place, Yu Guan, 95 points, from the 2nd high school. Second place, He Xiling, 102 points, from the 10th high school. First place, Yifeng, 32,700 points, from the 10th high school. As soon as Yifeng's score was announced, the entire room was silent. According to the scores of the previous martial arts exams, even the first place was hovering around 100%. Like He Xiling's score, it was even in the normal range. But Yifeng, the whole 30,000 points. Looking at the previous martial arts exams, this score was also quite explosive, an unparalleled existence. Thinking about it, it wasn't even one person's points, but the sum of hundreds of people added up. Coupled with Yifeng's strength and the fact that he himself had hunted and killed quite a few foreign beasts, it was normal that he would have more than 30,000 points. At once, countless media, hooting and hollering, surrounded Yifeng. Student Yifeng, how do you usually cultivate? It's amazing that you are so much stronger than the other candidates. May I ask what you think about winning first place? Rumor has it that you used to be a student of the first middle school, then you were expelled before joining the 10th middle school. Do you have anything to say about that? About you being in the exam room and targeting the candidates of number 1 middle school, is that related to being expelled? These media people, all of them are not too big for their own good, asking questions as sharp as they are. Cough cough. I usually cultivate normally, nothing special. Getting first place, I have to thank the 10th middle school. It was their willingness to take me in that gave me the opportunity to take the college entrance exam. It's true that I was expelled from the first middle school. The reason given was that I cheated, but in reality, during the battle of the sea beasts, I fought so hard that I was injured before I was able to fight, but it was dropped by the principal, Zhao Donghai, and the results were given to his nephew, Zhao Ming, and I protested ineffectively, and I was also expelled from the school by him adding to my crime. As for the behavior on the examination hall, can only say coincidence, always bumped into with the candidates of the first middle school, accidentally also clashed. This point is in line with the rules, there is nothing to say. Facing the many media, Yifeng cleared his throat and said a whole lot, poking Zhao Donghai's little, all of it. Chapter 17, Bountiful Reward, Open Green Treasure Chest. This was fierce news. The media were like cats smelling fish, immediately surrounding Zhao Donghai. May I ask Principal Zhao, what student Yifeng said just now, is it true? True my ass. Zhao Donghai, who had long been furious, couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Only after saying it did he realize that the current interview footage would be spread everywhere, and with his status, it wasn't appropriate to explode foul language. But the words had already been said, and there was no way to take them back. He is full of nonsense. Our school expelled him, naturally, because he seriously violated the school rules, but he holds a grudge because of it, and is now accusing me falsely like this. Zhao Donghai retorted. It seemed reasonable, but under careful consideration, it was full of loopholes. The reason for expelling me at that time was that I cheated, so let me ask, with my current double subject of literature and martial arts, first place, did I need to cheat before? Or do you want to say that the current college entrance examination results are likewise cheated out? Then you are doubting the ability of the invigilator. When Yifeng said this, he directly thinned the veil and made Zhao Donghai's face red, but he couldn't say a single word of rebuttal. But where he retorted slower, there was a big problem, let alone not being able to say anything now. Coupled with Yifeng's words, he spoke in a reasonable and convincing manner. Su Kanyi couldn't even look at it anymore and opened her mouth. Zhao Donghai, I have already reported to the Education Bureau, this matter will be investigated by them, just wait at ease, if you are innocent, you will never be wrongly accused.
When Zhao Donghai heard this, his face turned into a pig's liver color. If Yifeng reported him upwards, he still had the ability to maneuver. Because who the informant is determines the level of importance from above, what level of investigator is sent. If it was Yifeng who reported him, the probability was that the person sent would be able to be taken care of by him. But now, Su Canny intervened and reported the matter. The youngest female martial king in Lingnan province, this title alone was enough to make the higher-ups pay attention. Zhao Donghai suddenly remembered that before entering the examination hall, Yifeng had said this to him. Cherish the fact that you are still the principal of the first high school. At that time, he still couldn't understand what that meant. Yifeng replied at that time, after today, you will understand. It turned out that this kid was playing this calculation to bring him down. If he really investigated something, he would indeed not be able to be the principal of the first middle school. What to do, what to do? Zhao Donghai panicked, racking his brain for a solution. Seeing him in this panicked state, Yifeng sneered, if he had known this, why did he have to do it in the first place? However, this matter is not over yet. Now it's just a bit of interest, in the future, we'll slowly settle the score. Yifeng, I'm from Tianbao Mining Group, many of its mines need martial artists to protect them. I don't know if you're interested in joining our company after graduation. If you have the intention, you can negotiate a contract now. Even if during the university period, you don't formally join the company, you can still get all kinds of welfare subsidies from our division. It's better to come to my Yuanshuang Bio, civilian and military positions. You can pick anyone you want, with an annual salary of millions to start. Various group forces voiced out to pull in Yifeng, itching to sign a contract with Yifeng now, in advance. Other top-ranked candidates would also be similarly drawn in, only the conditions offered were far less generous than Yifeng. No, I don't have the will to join for now. Yifeng declined one by one. Possessing the open treasure chest system, his own growth speed was definitely not something they could imagine. Of course it was impossible to be bound by them and work for them all the time just for this treatment. What Yifeng wanted was far more than that. The college entrance exam was considered to be officially over when it came to this point. The personnel should disperse, and Zhao Donghai was also taken away by a team of martial artists, and would be investigated next. Within 3 days, you will receive the acceptance letter from each school. Those who are fortunate enough to be admitted to my Dragon Totem Academy, let's meet at the Dragon Totem Academy then. Su Canny said to the many students, and also focused on Yifeng. After saying that, she left. My blue treasure chest. The corner of Yifeng's mouth tugged as he watched Su Canny go far away, and also watched the blue treasure chest go far away. Yifeng, he's Eiling, you guys have won honor for our school. Lu Tai walked over, smiling from ear to ear. Every time the college entrance exam was held, the school would be ranked according to the total student scores. The first high school existed in name only, and the ranking was directly transferred to the end. After all, several hundred zeros, all of which were originally able to produce good results, hard dragged the hind legs. On the contrary, the 10th high school, because Yifeng alone, wildly more than 30,000 points, directly to the 10th high school, to the top of the ranking to go. After being the principal of the 10th high school for so many years, Lu Tai couldn't imagine that there was still a time to rank first. Go! Get on the car! Let's go back, tomorrow we will do the celebration, give you an award. Lu Tai said in a spirited manner. The crowd retook the vehicle and headed back to the city. Boom! Suddenly at this moment, a vibration came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Yifeng looked through the window of the vehicle and happened to see the situation over there. In the depths of Dezay Ridge, the entrance to the secret passage, a small dot emerged. Under the setting sun, the small dot was coated with a layer of golden light, like ripples on the surface of a lake, spreading and eventually disappearing in the middle of the dense forest of Dezay Ridge. Hiss! Quickly look! The Dezay Ridge secret realm has gushed out foreign beasts. I only learned about it in textbooks before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes now. So shocking! So many foreign beasts, from afar, they look just like ants. They look small, but when they really stand in front of us, they are all big guys. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Yifeng quietly watched as the vehicle gradually moved away. Fortunately, the Great Zephyr Ridge was only a second-level secret realm, and the beasts that emerged were not too strong, so everyone just exclaimed in shock. If it was one of those advanced secret realms, every time a foreign beast emerged, it would be a disaster. When Yifeng returned home, the sky was completely dark. Before going home, he had already eaten his dinner. Poured a cup of boiling water, sprinkled a small handful of tea leaves, and placed it on the coffee table. Casually turned on the TV. This college entrance examination killed a dark horse. This candidate is named Yifeng. Whether or not the principal of the first middle school is breaking the law will be strictly investigated next. The evening news was already broadcasting today's interview, and Yifeng became the entire focus. The last photo of Yifeng's parents on the wall, right in front of the TV set, the smiles hanging on their faces, seemed to be happy for Yifeng. There were no words in the night. The next day, Yifeng came to the school, and there were lights and colors everywhere. The awards ceremony was held in the Hall of Honor.
The green treasure chest that he had been longing for finally had the chance to open it. The moment he walked into the Hall of Honor, Yifeng saw at a glance that on the award stage, the green treasure chest was quietly placed there. The award ceremony started. Lu Tai was full of red light and personally went up to the stage to deliver a speech. Regardless of arts or martial arts, as long as you get into the top 100, you can get prizes. The higher the rank, the better the reward. He Xiling, being the second best in both arts and martial arts, received a scholarship of 1 million, 5 bottles of blood spirit pills, and 1 set of grade 2 medium equipment. With He Xiling's family conditions, this definitely counted as an incomparably generous reward. As for Yifeng, the reward was even more generous. 5 million in prize money, 20 bottles of blood spirit pills, 1 set of grade 2 extreme equipment. The blood spirit Dan could help raise chi and blood, and the equipment included a full set of battle armor, as well as a weapon, and the weapon Yifeng chose the knife class. I wonder what can be opened. Although the prizes were good, what Yifeng cared about the most was this green treasure chest. Snap. Chapter 18, Rare Soul Master, 2 new clues. You opened a green treasure chest with a burst of luck. Congratulations, you have obtained 9,000 points of soul power. Soul power. A full 9,000 points of soul power. There were a lot of people around right now, it wasn't the time to fuse. Yifeng didn't fuse for now and waited until the award ceremony was over. Saying goodbye to the crowd, he couldn't wait to leave. Returning home. Immediately fuse. Boom. The soul power fused into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng felt that in the middle of his mind, there was a brand new kind of power, and his spirit was much better with it. In this world, besides martial artists, there was another cultivation system called Soul Masters. Soul Masters cultivated soul power and were able to control soul soldiers and perform soul techniques. Soul Masters had strange methods and high strength. In a battle of the same level, Chi Blood martial artists were absolutely no match for Soul Masters. In today's situation, Chi Blood martial artists were the mainstream, while Soul Masters were relatively rare. To become a Soul Master, one needed to have talent in this area to cultivate soul power, otherwise no matter how much one cultivated, one would not be able to become a Soul Master. As for Chi and Blood martial artists, the requirements for talent were not too harsh, and most people could become martial artists, only the level of achievement was high or low. Unexpectedly, a green treasure chest opened out so much soul power, it was really a stroke of luck. 9,000 points of soul power, directly allowing me to become a general level soul master. Reaching 9,000 points of soul power just happened to be an early general grade soul master, which was 3,000 points short of the 12,000 points of the middle stage. Yifeng's realm of Chi-blooded martial artist was only the early stage of martial master. Now the realm of the soul master, on the contrary, than the Chi and blood martial artist, higher than a large realm, reached the general level. This was good, it was considered one of Yifeng's bottom cards. Hopefully, next, he could obtain things like soul soldiers and soul techniques, in order to reflect the power of the soul master. I heard that the materials used to create soul soldiers are very special, and after combining with soul power, they can switch between the virtual and the real, and in the virtualized state, they can also be collected into the soul master's mind, and when they make a move, their soul power will control it, and they will attack from a distance like a spaced-out imperial object, so that people can't be defended against it. Yifeng muttered, thinking about it made him feel good. He tried to mobilize his soul force to control the grade 2 battle sword in his hand. Sure enough, it doesn't work. This battle knife, which was rewarded by the school just now, was only suitable for Chi blood martial artists, not soul soldiers, so there was no way it could be controlled by soul force. Just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, Dragon School, a green treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, Dragon School Mansion, a green fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. 2 treasure chest clues in a row, all from the Dragon Academy, all green, one of them with the word boutique. If you counted the blue treasure chest on Su Kanyi's body, there were 3 treasure chests there at the Dragon School, waiting for Yifeng to go over and open them, making him desperately want to start school soon. After all, he still had to wait. With nothing else to do, Yifeng took out the blood spirit pill, and the school gave him a whole 20 bottles. It was a cultivation aid elixir, assisting in raising chi and blood. Yifeng poured one and swallowed it in his stomach, and it instantly turned into a warm current, nourishing his body. The speed of enhancement was definitely far less than opening treasure chests and directly obtaining chi and blood, but as much as it could be additionally enhanced, it was eaten as a snack. 2 days later, Yifeng received the acceptance letter as expected. There were no surprises, it was from the Dragon Academy. Yifeng had excellent grades and was exempt from all tuition fees. The start date of the school, in 10 days. This was not the world before crossing over, there would be a long summer vacation after the college entrance exam. Cultivating martial arts was related to the future of the human race, it was urgent and there was no way to rest for too long. To have 10 days of vacation would be considered good. Time rushed by, turning 10 days later. Today was the day of the school year. The schools in Linhai City, those who had entered the Dragon Academy, totaling 100, were transported by special vehicles to the school. The vehicles drove out of the city, on the main road, all the way to the provincial capital. Student vehicles at the head and tail, all have escort vehicle accompanying, which ride with the martial arts masters. Crisis in the wilderness, at any time may encounter beasts attack. Accompanying the escort's duty is to ensure the safety of the students. Vehicle all the way forward. During the period indeed several times encountered foreign beasts, but fortunately the strength is not high, by the guards to kill. In the end, they arrived safely at the Lingnan provincial capital without any danger. The provincial capital was the largest city in Lingnan province, located in the center area, and could also be called the main city. Whether it was the economic development or the number of experts, it far exceeded other cities. The Dragon Academy was located here in the provincial capital. Yifeng, the buildings here are much taller than our Linhai city. He Xiling was sitting beside Yifeng, looking around curiously through the car window, with novelty in her eyes. Well, after all, it's the provincial capital, it's definitely more prosperous. Yifeng nodded his head. Not only were there many tall buildings, even the strength of the passers-by was a level stronger than that of Linhai City. Here, martial artists could be seen everywhere, unlike Linhai City, where the percentage of ordinary people was high. The vehicle traveled and eventually arrived at the destination. Yifeng and the others got off the vehicle. This is the Dragon Academy? In front of Yifeng's eyes was a huge building. Unlike the previous high-rise buildings, the schoolhouse as a whole favored the ancient style. The gate of the schoolhouse, that high doorframe, was composed of two dragon-type stone sculptures that were prancing in the clouds. The mouths of the dragons were opposite to each other, and there was a transparent crystal pearl in the center of it, as if it was a double dragon playing with a pearl. Outside the gate of the academy, there is a huge square, has long been crowded with people. Looking at the way they were dressed, they should also be new students. Within the Lingnan province, there were as many as dozens of cities, and for each city, there were 100 admissions, so there were thousands of new students in this year's Dragon Academy. Among them, those who were closer had definitely arrived long ago. Strangely enough, yet they were late to enter the academy, but were stationed outside here. Soon, Yifeng knew what was going on. Under the gate of the academy, there were 10 martial artists standing in a line. All of them were veteran students of the Dragon Tang Academy. If you wanted to enter through the gate, you would need to pick one of them, fight against them, and win the fight to enter. Even though these old students would suppress their strength to the same level as the new students, but how rich their combat experience was, even with equal strength, the new students were no match for them at all, and until now, no one had ever beaten them. It's not that the old students are making things difficult for themselves, but it's an old tradition of the Dragon Academy, tacitly authorized by the school's senior management. The freshmen who were able to be admitted were all top students from their respective places, and were inevitably high-minded. However, the Dragon Totem Academy was not a place where they could be arrogant, and this old tradition was an intentional attempt to suppress their sharpness. Look, there are new students arriving again. I don't know which city they are from. The arrival of Yifeng and the others caught the attention of the crowd in the square. It's from Linhai City. That handsome-looking guy, accompanied by a beautiful woman. That guy, his name is Yifeng. I've seen his interview on the internet. He's Linhai City's double-subject top student. Right, it's really him. I wonder if he can beat those old students? How can it be that easy? There are double-subject top students in other cities, but they didn't lose just the same. The fighting skills of the older students are not comparable to our freshmen at all. The crowd was talking a lot. Within the academy, the two brothers, who looked quite similar, saw Yifeng's arrival through the crowd, and their spirits were lifted. Brother, have you arranged everything? Chapter 19, telling you to dodge, you can really dodge. The person who spoke was Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai's nephew, the biggest beneficiary of Yifeng's grades being switched. He who had gotten a guaranteed place, along with having connections in the academy, was not obstructed and simply entered the academy. Beside him was his own brother, named Zhao Xiang. 2 years ago that session, from the first high school in Linhai City, by way of guaranteed admission, entered the Dragon Academy, and is now also a veteran student. He was able to be bailed in the beginning, also thanks to the operation of his eldest uncle, otherwise he was still almost qualified. It can be said that the two brothers are pretty much in the same form. It's all been explained. When this Yifeng goes out to fight, the goalkeepers will all pretend to miss and injure him severely. Give him a lesson first, and then when he enters the Dragon Academy later on, he will play with him slowly. I want to let him know that offending our Zhao family is a painful price to pay. Zhao Xiang said sorrowfully. Right. Causing eldest uncle to lose his position as principal, we must teach that kid a hard lesson. Zhao Ming also said viciously. After these days of investigation, although they hadn't yet found direct evidence to sit on the matter of the grades being dropped, they had thus found out a lot of Zhao Donghai's other dark information. His kind of people, usually not a lot of bad things to do, 100 secrets, left a lot of traces, and now has been dismissed, and never be able to engage in education positions. Even if he joins other jobs, he will be scrutinized. In short, for Zhao Donghai, this punishment is very hard to bear and has a huge impact on him. The impact is not only on Zhao Donghai alone, on the entire Zhao family, it is also a great impact.
Let's just say that the education piece, which Zhao family member had poor grades, they could all have the opportunity to go to a good school through Zhao Donghai's underhanded maneuvering, but now, this path was directly cut off. They aimed everything at Yifeng, without the slightest bit of remorse. It was clearly their own offense that led to this result now. Brother, there are 10 goalkeepers, have you accounted for all of them? Are they all so obedient to you? Zhao Ming curiously inquired. Is this not simple? Profit opens the way, few people will refuse, missing and injuring a freshman is just a matter of no big deal, so if you can exchange it for favors, you're definitely willing to do it. Zhao Xiang said rightfully. The other side. At the top of a tower within the school, a few tutors gathered together and looked at the scene at the entrance of the school from afar. Time flies, last year we were also chatting up here, watching that group of freshmen being blocked outside the school, and before we knew it, a year had passed. Ha ha. You said that last year too. Did I? Definitely have. Several mentors were talking and laughing. Do you guys think that any of the candidates in this class can beat the gatekeeper veterans? One of the tutors, who was at least 1.9 meters and a tower of strong men, scanned the freshmen outside the school in the distance and said curiously, I've heard that Jiuxia City's top student of the college entrance examination has a very strange talent that consumes his own energy when he uses it, causing all aspects of his physical quality to skyrocket, so if he's willing to use this talent, he should have a certain chance. A tutor on the side said so, and even looked at Su Kanyi when he finished. By the way, you're in charge of invigilating the exams in Linhai City, right? I heard that Linhai City's top student of the college entrance exam is also very good in strength. In Su Kanyi's mind, Yifeng's figure immediately surfaced and she nodded, yes, that candidate is indeed very good. Regarding the fighting skills Yifeng displayed during his martial arts exam, Su Kanyi still had it fresh in her mind. Look, it's him. Su Kanyi said. Several tutors had amazing eyesight and could see the freshman outside the school even from a long distance. At this moment, Yifeng stepped forward and walked towards the old student guarding the gate. Which one do you want to challenge? Take your pick. The old students voiced out and briefly explained the rules to Yifeng. Both sides put out the strength of a peak martial apprentice and beat the old students in order to enter the school gate. You then. Yifeng casually ordered one, it was all the same to him. While speaking, his eyes skipped over the crowd and looked into the school. Not far from the entrance, there was a green treasure chest, quietly placed there. He was in a hurry to open the treasure chest, so he didn't have the time to spend with them here. Good. This person stepped out, a man with a sturdy figure, his eyes were narrower and longer, not to be messed with at a glance. His name was Zhou Yang, his realm had reached the peak of martial master, suppressing a large realm to the peak of martial apprentice, fighting against a freshman, he felt no pressure. Yifeng's looks, Zhao Xiang had already shown them beforehand, so Zhou Yang already knew that the person in front of him was Yifeng. Although we have no grievances, but since you have offended Zhao Xiang and I have received benefits from him, then I have to make things right, sorry. Zhou Yang secretly said in his heart. Are you ready? Alright. Both sides had picked an unopened battle sword, and the battle was about to start. The freshmen present, all held their breath and watched with unparalleled seriousness. Before this, many people had already tried it on the field, and all of them, without exception, lost in the hands of the older students. The one who lasted the longest, in the hands of the old student walked 5 moves, the vast majority of the rest, are a move to lose. It could be seen that even with equal strength, there was a huge difference in the level of fighting skills. Look at the moves. Zhou Yang's chi and blood stirred, his battle sword wrapped in a powerful momentum, and chopped fiercely towards Yifeng. So fast. The crowd of freshmen exclaimed in shock. Yifeng also instantly made a move, also extremely fast. The freshmen shouted again. When the two swords were about to collide together, Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he suddenly made a change of stance. With such an abrupt, tricky angle and perfect timing, any other freshman would definitely not be able to defend themselves. Be careful. Quickly dodge away. These words were actually shouted by Zhou Yang. His face was anxious at this moment, looking as if he was afraid that Yifeng would be injured. The momentum of the bladeless battle blade in his hand, however, did not weaken in the slightest and ruthlessly slashed at Yifeng. Everything was in his calculation. If he injured Yifeng afterward, he could excuse himself by saying that he had failed to collect the momentum of the blade for a while. However, Yifeng would not be fooled by this trick. Looking at the other party's blade momentum, it was clear that he did not have the slightest momentum to try to close his stance, and it looked like it was intentional. If he was chopped, even if this blade had no peak, he would still be injured. Since this was the case, then there was no choice but to return the favor. Seeing Yifeng's figure suddenly change, he really dodged his attack and was able to do so with ease. Zhou Yang was confused. I told you to dodge, you can really dodge off. This is not over, Yifeng's battle sword instantly chopped out a strike, the action was flowing, in one go. Boom! Zhou Yang couldn't react and was viciously chopped by Yifeng, his entire body was sent flying several meters, smashing into the school grounds, wailing in pain. Cracked, his chest, there must be bones cracked. Good blade technique. In a short moment, Yifeng showed great resilience and extremely high combat literacy.
The few tutors who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but praise. Too strong. Is this the gold content of the Linhai City High School entrance exam champion? With just one strike, he injured the older students. There was even less to say about the freshmen, as the entire crowd erupted in a shocking wave of shouts. In the crowd, a freshman with a chubby body type and a harmless look paused in his snack eating and curiously surveyed Yifeng. Awesome! He Xiling also looked at Yifeng in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yifeng walked into the school gate and approached towards the green treasure chest. None of them dared to block it anymore. How can this be? Observing the situation over here from afar, the two brothers, Zhao Xiang and Zhao Ming, had disbelief on their faces. Chapter 20 Soul Soldier Demon Breaking Gun. Yifeng approached the green treasure chest. Snap! You opened a green treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a level 3 Soul Soldier Demon Breaking Lance. A long gun that emitted a blackish-purple color, with a total length of 2.8 meters, the tip of the gun flickered with cold aura, appearing quite extraordinary. Good gun! It turned out that this was a Soul Soldier, a weapon suitable for use by Soul Masters. Treasure chests could still open out physical objects. This was the first time. The ones that were opened out before were all able to be fused into the body, almost making Yifeng think that there was no way to open out physical objects. Oops. So many people around are watching, will they see it? Yifeng's heart thumped. If he was seen with the demon-breaking gun, he would have to show his Soul Master identity and say that it was his own Soul Soldier. He could not reveal the existence of the treasure chest. System tip: the item you opened out is a physical object. Is it manifested now? After manifestation, the onlookers will only see it. You must also manifest the item in order to use it normally. The system suddenly issued this prompt, letting Yifeng's hanging heart relax. Then let's not materialize it first. It's not too late to find a place where no one is around to materialize it. Yifeng walked towards the direction of the school. At this time, two cries of alarm came from behind him one after another. Yifeng stopped walking and turned to look. Behind him, there were two battlefields, each with two new students, who were fighting against the old students, fighting back and forth, unusually intense. Even, the old students were vaguely not opponents and gradually lost the wind, and this was where the crowd exclaimed. One of them, her body was permeated with an icy cold aura, as if she was an icy holy maiden. Every sword attack brought a bone-chilling coldness, making her opponent a bit unable to hold back. Unless one erupted with martial master strength in response, defeat was assured. However, it was also impossible for the older students to use their martial master strength. That would be against the rules. This woman in the sparring match was naturally He Xiling. Ever since she awakened her Xian ice-cold body, her strength had jumped up a big step and was much stronger than before. Seeing that Yifeng beat the old students to enter the school, she had to follow suit immediately, so the fight started. On the other battlefield, it was a youth. What made people couldn't help but laugh was that this person in the sparring match had an open and eaten packet of small snacks on his waist. His moves were unusually swift and powerful, his reflexes were extremely fast, and every time he struck, he was quick, precise, and ruthless, beating the older students back. This person. Yifeng was a little bit impressed by this person, standing near himself before, chubby and eating snacks while doing so, such an image, unique. Yifeng was a little bit impressed by him. But the amazing thing is, before the fat eyes had become a thin line, now looking at it will not, just slightly fat level. If not for the similarity in looks, and the packet of small snacks on the waist, Yifeng would have to think that before and after is not the same person. Casually fight consumes so much? It can also make people thin. Yifeng felt some novelty. Soon, both people finished fighting. The result was the same as Yifeng expected. Both people won the fight. The whole arena erupted in applause. 3 freshmen in a row went on the court and all of them won. The freshmen naturally felt excited, while the old students were made to lose face and confidence. This year's freshmen are also strong? Above the tower in the distance, several tutors' faces appeared with a look of surprise. It's indeed stronger than last year's. It's also good to reverse suppress a wave of older students so that they don't think highly of themselves. It makes sense after all is said and done. The mentors talked and laughed. Su Canyi suddenly felt a line of sight. The martial king, she was sensitive to all gazes and quickly found the source of the line of sight. You can find me from so far away? Su Canyi was surprised. What's wrong? The other tutors asked. No. It might just be a coincidence. Su Canyi shook her head. Yifeng sighed. Hurriedly retracted his gaze. Worthy of being a martial king, this perception ability is just sensitive. I just casually glanced at it and it was discovered. Yifeng secretly marveled. Just now, on a whim, he followed the blue arrow and tracked all the way to see the top of the tower to go there, and then he saw Su Canyi, and he didn't expect that he would be discovered after just a glance. Yifeng. He Xiling chased after her. You won the fight too, awesome. Yifeng complimented. Don't laugh at me, you won in one move, crisp and clean. I fought for a while and still only won narrowly. Compared to you, it's nothing. He Xiling shook her head. That's true. Yifeng nodded his head. He Xiling. This reply was also too straight. Hello guys, my name is Sun Rong. I'm the top student of Chiosiya City's college entrance exam.
The slightly chubby youth behind him caught up, revealing a harmless smile, very self-satisfied with the introduction.
Click click click. The snack bag that was pinned to his waist had been taken in his hand, and he kept sending it to his mouth, eating so much that his speech was slurred, with many snack crumbs sticking to his lips. Such an image, a huge contrast with the person who had just fought, the one who attacked with ferocious moves. Yi Feng, from Linhai City. He Xiling, from Linhai City. Stretching their hands, despite not being familiar with this person, both of Yi Feng responded. You're all awesome. Sun Rong complimented and handed the snack bag to Yi Feng, and the two of them, want some chips? No, thanks. What a weirdo. It was fine to eat potato chips, but it was rather strange to eat endlessly while enrolling as a new student. The three of them headed inside. Yi Feng suddenly felt a gaze and immediately turned his head to look. Zhao Ming? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. There were actually two gazes looking over. Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang had high strength and was well hidden. Zhao Ming was not able to hide and was discovered by Yi Feng. After being discovered, he was only slightly stunned before returning to normal. Zhao Ming used his hand to gesture his neck, making a throat-slitting motion. The provocation was very obvious. Zhao Xiang, on the other hand, looked on coldly, his face also filled with hostility. Just now, he was still puzzled as to how the older student could make a move to intentionally miss and to injure himself. Now Yi Feng also understood that it was just these two brothers who were up to no good. Ha! Zhao Xiang, who had an indifferent face, suddenly fixed his eyes on Yi Xiling, and then showed a look of surprise. Without looking, it was a real surprise. Isn't this an old acquaintance? But how come the scar on her face is gone? And it's more beautiful than before. Is it the same person or not? Yi Feng realized that Yi Xiling suddenly had a different appearance. At this time, Yi Xiling, her body could not stop trembling slightly, endless anger burning inside, the killing intent in her eyes was like substance. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength didn't allow it, she would definitely not be able to control herself and immediately rush up to kill Zhao Xiang. This scum, one day, I will personally kill him. Yi Xiling squeezed out this paragraph from between her teeth. Yi Feng also sort of figured it out. The scum who had once forced Yi Xiling to disfigure her face was Zhao Xiang. Chapter 21. This is a genius. Without staying in the same place, the three of them, Yi Feng, went to register for the enrollment formalities and officially became students of the Dragon Academy. The three came to the dormitory area. Located on the west side of the school, it covered an extremely wide area, with one building lined up after another. A glance could not see the end. The outer perimeter is the freshman dormitory, and the inner perimeter is the old students' dormitory. Oops, why is it that the freshmen can only live in a single room, and the old students have a small alibi? Sun Rong complained while eating snacks. His kind of argument wasn't rigorous enough. The entrance manual said that after reaching 10,000 credits and becoming an advanced student, one could be admitted to the inner perimeter dormitory. Only in most cases, it would take a long time to wait for 10,000 credits to be saved up, and then one would indeed become an old student as well. If there was any new student who could gather 10,000 credits in a short period of time, then they were also qualified to live inside the inner perimeter. Yi Feng, the three of them, each chose one to stay in. The facilities inside were simple, and there was also a toilet, which was enough for daily living. Closing the door of the room. Manifestation demon breaking gun. Yi Feng whispered. The demon breaking gun immediately materialized and became a hard physical object. Holding it in his hand, it was cold to the touch. Trying to mobilize his soul power, he extended it over and wrapped it around the demon breaking gun. It moved. Under the control of the soul force, the demon breaking gun actually moved, and after Yi Feng let go of his hand, it hovered in the void. With a thought, shoo! Rapidly shot away. When it was about to stab the wall, it suddenly stopped and steadily stopped in mid-air. If it didn't stop in time, the wall would definitely be pierced through a large hole. Collect! With Yi Feng's mind, the demon-breaking gun vaporized and became a purple-black energy that fused into Yi Feng's mind. In the middle of his mind, this purple and black energy formed the appearance of the demon-breaking gun. At any time, it could be invoked and released outside the body, materializing into a gun to fight and kill the enemy. No wonder soul masters are more powerful than martial artists of the same level. Just by being able to suddenly change into a weapon from nothing, can kill the enemy by surprise. Not to mention, soul masters are able to manipulate the weapon through space, making it even more difficult to deal with. Yi Feng felt very satisfied. It was only when it was dark that the freshmen, who were blocked outside the door, could finally come in. After being blocked for a day, the crowd had a belly full of anger. However, when they thought that Yi Feng's few people were able to beat the older students and come in early, proving that it was just that they were not as skillful as they were, they thought about it and let it go. The next day. It was considered to be the official opening day of school. The new students were divided into 10 classes, each with a few hundred people, each led by a junior tutor. The strength of the junior tutors, all of them had the martial arts general realm, leading this group of new students of the highest martial arts master realm. It was considered more than enough. Yifeng originally wanted to choose under Su Kanyi because she had a blue treasure chest on her body, and he was able to contact her on a daily basis in order to have the chance to open the treasure chest. Only now did he realize that Su Chenyi was a senior tutor, and if he wanted to be led by her, he needed to become a senior student first. When the credits reached 10,000, one was a senior trainee. I have to save up to 10,000 credits as soon as possible. At that time, not only would I be able to join Su Kanyi's disciple, but I would also be able to live in a small courtyard, killing two birds with one stone. The blue treasure chest can't be opened for the time being, so let's find a way to open the remaining green fine treasure chest first. The treasure chest clues that I got before, there are two green ones, one of which has the word boutique in its suffix, and one of which does not. The one that didn't have one was opened by himself yesterday, and he got the demon breaking gun. The one with the word fine, Yifeng has also figured out the location. It was on the south side of the school, on the second floor of the trophy pavilion. Unfortunately, there was no qualification to go up for the time being. The school regulations, credits reached more than 1,000, only qualified to go up to the second floor. The pavilion is the place where the school stores the secret books. It is more important and can't let people come and go as they please, so it has these extra restrictions. Secondly, the secret books are not given for free, need to use credits to exchange. The secret books on the second floor, the exchange price is relatively high, each book is a few hundred credits. That's why there is this restriction. You don't have enough credits, you can't exchange the secret books when you go up, you're just doing a touch party, there are many people, and it's troublesome for the school to manage. I am your junior tutor Teng Qingfeng. Until you are promoted to senior students, I will be the one to teach you. Anything you don't know about cultivation, you can come and ask me. Now study with me, the first volume of Dragon Breath, adjust your breathing, luck the dantian, let the qi and blood circulate in the body. Teng Qingfeng was a rather serious and competent person. Without much nonsense, he got on with it and immediately imparted the technique. The Dragon's Breath was a cultivation technique unique to the Dragon Academy, which was said to have been created by observing the breathing of a dragon. Yifeng remained skeptical about this rumor. The so-called dragons were said to be very high-level creatures, and those who could observe a dragon's breath without being detected were afraid to be top-level powerhouses of the same level. How could a cultivation method created in such a way be casually taught to students? Even though it was only the first volume, it was still very precious, so at least the threshold should be set. No longer thinking much, Yifeng concentrated on following the cultivation. Every time he breathes, the frequency, speed, and volume of qi are all required. Normally, they wouldn't breathe like this, and keeping this rhythm of breathing made Yifeng a bit uncomfortable for a moment. The other students were the same, just look at their slightly furrowed brows. However, as time passed, Yifeng felt gradually adapted, and slowly, there was a feeling of comfort. It became more and more forgetful and natural, until finally, every breath was actually accompanied by a strange sound. At this time, Yifeng felt very comfortable, and the qi and blood in his body, which was constantly circulating, was increasing in trace amounts. In a short period of time, the effect might not be visible. If one practiced for a long time, the effect would be obvious. Learned it so quickly? Teng Qingfeng was shocked. The always calm and collected person was a bit out of sorts at this moment. The sound of breathing appearing was a sign of learning the dragon's breath. He had already led many classes of new students, but this was the first time he had seen such a learning speed. After a whole set of dragon breath was finished running, Yifeng closed his gong. Being able to learn so quickly was partly due to Yifeng's good comprehension, while more importantly, it was because Yifeng possessed the holy body of martial arts, which was equally helpful in learning feats in martial arts. After all, it was an SSS physique, and the benefits it brought were definitely many. The dragon's breath was indeed a good cultivation technique, and if he had the time, he could also practice it, and with the opening of treasure chests, his strength would increase even faster. Did you really learn dragon breath? Teng Qingfeng directly asked Yifeng. Despite his inner certainty, he still couldn't believe it. Learned it. Yifeng nodded and told the truth. The corner of Teng Qingfeng's eyes twitched, and he didn't even know what to say. The rest of the students present, all temporarily stopped studying and looked at Yifeng with disbelief on their faces. They still didn't have half a clue, and Yifeng had learned it. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. If He Xiling and Sun Rong were here, they would definitely be impressed with Yifeng again. However, when the classes were divided, they were all randomly shaken, and the three of them were divided into three different classes. Teng Qingfeng continued the class and proceeded to teach. After all, the other students hadn't learned yet. Yifeng, on the other hand, found a corner and quietly cultivated, waiting for school to end. A large group of students surrounded Yifeng, asking how on earth did he learn it so quickly. Was there some technique? Yifeng, do you need techniques? It's very simple, just follow the teacher and do it once and you'll know it. The crowd was in tears. Maybe this is genius. Yifeng buggered off and went straight to the mission hall. Hurry up and earn it 1,000 credits to open the treasure chest on the second floor of the trophy pavilion. Chapter 22 Outrageous. Was he looking for death? The task hall was a good place to earn credits. Inside, there was a single task, and by completing the task, one would be able to earn the corresponding credits. These missions can be categorized into two main categories, within the school and outside. Tasks within the school are issued by the school, and can be issued by school executives, instructors, or even students. There are various types, such as working part-time at a certain job or tutoring a certain schoolmate. The harder the task was to complete, the higher the credit pay would be. However, after looking around the tasks within the school, he didn't see any suitable ones, and the main credits given were not much. What Yifeng wanted was the kind that paid more, preferably more than 1,000 credits, and was able to achieve the standard at once. However, this kind of mission, corresponding to the difficulty are higher, need a higher strength requirements. Generally speaking, new students do not have half the possibility to complete. It was good that Yifeng was not ordinary. The realm of Qi and blood martial artist was currently in the middle stage of martial master. Previously, it was the early stage. After these 10 days or so, the blood spirit pills were eaten as snacks, coupled with the cultivation, it was promoted to a small realm. Such a speed was considered very fast, and it was also due to the martial Dao Saint body. There was also a big bottom card. General Grade Soul Master. With the execution of the demon-breaking gun, they were able to sweep away all Qi-blooded martial generals. Yifeng's junior tutor, Teng Qingfeng, would never have dreamed that one of the new students he taught would not lose his strength. Yifeng then went on the big screen and checked the list of tasks. On the left were internal missions, and on the right were outgoing executions. There were no suitable internal missions, so Yifeng looked at the outgoing executions. This part of the mission was commissioned by forces outside the school. They paid a certain amount of compensation and commissioned the school to help, and the school, in the form of rewarding credits, hung in the mission hall for the students to collect. Each takes what they need, giving the students a chance to practice, and also boosting the school's prestige in the process. This is good. Yifeng saw in the column of missions that he went out to perform, the one that paid just under 1,000 credits. Mission: kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Details: the 3 brothers of the Ma family, burning and looting everywhere, doing no evil. A month ago, one of the Lin family's properties was ransacked by them, and all of the employees of the property were killed, commissioned by the Lin family to help hunt down and kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Suggested strength: early martial general or above. Mission reward: 1,000 credits. Turns out it's a killing mission. Is killing illegal? Theoretically, it is illegal, but because of the existence of the secret realm, there are many places outside the law. All form a consensus, in the secret realm, or even outside the city, killed a person, no one to pursue. Mainly without this ability to pursue, in the era of everyone practicing martial arts, every day, there are a large number of people missing, dead, or killed by foreign beasts, or killed by humans. If you really want to investigate, you may not even be able to find out clearly. Therefore, the Lin family could only go through this way, returning an eye for an eye, hunting down their enemies for revenge, rather than solving the problem by calling the police, as there was a high probability that there wouldn't be a result even if they did. That's it. Yifeng directly claimed it. Using his student card, he touched this mission on the big screen and was able to collect it successfully. Yifeng left the schoolhouse. Classes were free to attend, and one could stay out of school when carrying out a mission. After Yifeng left the mission hall, there were other students inside, and one of them, not far from Yifeng's position just now, pressed his tactical watch and communicated with someone. He received his mission and left. What mission? Kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. What? Say it again. The other party's tone was surprised, thinking they had heard wrong. Kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. The man had to repeat himself. The difficulty of this task is not low. Can he deal with it? I don't know, probably didn't understand it, thought the credits were high, so he just claimed it. Dormitory area, inner perimeter. In a certain separate courtyard. Zhao Xiang looked at his tactical watch and listened to the words coming from the opposite side, pondering. Still really looking for death. If Yifeng was killed by the Ma family's 3 evils because of this, he would be very happy. But that wasn't safe yet. After hanging up the call, he immediately dialed another person. Yifeng has left the school. Yifeng sighed. After leaving the school, he headed to the Pearl Villa area. The Lin family's family head, Lin Tianxian, lived here. What a grand villa! The entire neighborhood was a block of independent villas. To be able to buy a villa here in the provincial capital were all rich masters. Like the villas in here, any one of them, the selling price was hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. When I earn money, I'll come and buy one to live in. All this time, it was all about living in old houses, not even living in a good house yet. After receiving the mission, more detailed information was provided, such as the Lin family's address. East of the neighborhood, Villa 108. The villa's metal barred door is closed, and there is a security guard inside who sees Yifeng approaching and asks about his intentions. Yifeng clarified his intentions and confirmed his identity. Please follow me. Obviously explaining in advance, the security guard was very quick to open the door and lead Yifeng inside until the meeting hall inside. Family Master, this is a student from the Dragon Tang Academy, saying that he has received a mission and has come over to consult you about the situation. The security guard reported, and after saying that, he retreated and returned to his post outside. Hello, I'm the commissioner of this mission, Lin Tianxiang. You've come at the right time. We're discussing the mission itinerary. We were about to set off. Now it's good. With a senior student from the Dragon Tang Academy like you joining us, it's much more stable now. Lin Tianxiang was full of smiles and acted enthusiastically. Along with his words, Yifeng also noticed that Lin Tianxiang was not the only one in the room. There were 3 other people. These 3 people, with very similar faces, were probably also 3 brothers. You also commissioned other people? Yifeng frowned slightly. Since he had commissioned the Dragon Academy, why would he need to invite others? The Ma family's 3 evils, he had full certainty to deal with them, but now that there were more outsiders, the more people there were, the more cluttered they were, Yifeng was a bit upset. It's like this, originally did only intend to entrust your Dragon Tang school, but the task was entrusted for a while, but there was still a delay in accepting it. I'm afraid that a delay will lead to a change. After all, the clues from the previous investigations are time sensitive, and if the time interval is too long, there will be a change, and there's really no way to continue to wait, so I additionally entrusted the 3 of them. Lin Tianxiang explained, and pointed to the 3 brothers nearby. Come, let me introduce you. They are the 3 brothers of the dragon, tiger and leopard. A tiger and a leopard. They used to work as bodyguards, and then switched to the commissioning business. Their strength is good, all of them have the peak of the martial arts master. The 3 brothers, dragon, tiger and leopard, were somewhat famous within the industry. As for the Ma family's 3 evils, the leader, Boss Ma, was a bit stronger, peak martial master, while the remaining 2nd and 3rd were all just late martial masters. Lin Tianxiang felt that it was enough to let the dragon tiger leopard deal with the 3 evils of the Ma family. However, now that the mission had been claimed by Yifeng, it was not good to cancel it, so the 2 groups could only work together, so that the chances of winning were also greater. Also please, little brother, show me the student card, and complete the mission afterward, so that I can fill in the information of the missioner on my side. This was actually just one aspect, the other was also to verify Yifeng's identity. Yifeng handed his student card to Lin Tianxiang. Yifeng, junior student, enrollment period. June 20th, 350 years of the High Martial Era. Wait. Junior cadet? Just enrolled yesterday, isn't that this year's new student? Chapter 23, picking up a treasure chest for nothing, rising 2 levels in a row. When he saw this information, Lin Tianxiang felt his head buzzing. According to his conception, those who would pick up this quest must be senior trainees, or worse, last year's veterans, not this year's freshmen. Otherwise, what was the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Freshmen nah. How much strength can there be? Most of the new students have yet to break through to the martial master realm, and even if a few with outstanding talent have already broken through, aren't they still only at the early stage of martial master? What about the opponents this time? The Ma family's 3 evils, just take out one of them, all have at least late martial master, are not a freshman can deal with. Not to mention one, even if it came in a car, it wouldn't be an opponent. Did you receive the wrong mission? Lin Tianxiang held on to his last glimmer of expectation and asked Yifeng to confirm. There's no mistake, it's the Ma family 3 evils mission. Yifeng replied rightfully. After Lin Tianxiang heard this, his eyes went black and he nearly fell over. What does it mean? Asking us to go on such a dangerous mission with a freshman? Isn't that a pure drag? The 3 brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, spoke bluntly. As early as just now, Yifeng heard that there were still 3 of them on this mission, and then immediately frowned with a look of disgust. The 3 of them, then, had already begun to get upset. It was also thinking that Yifeng was from the Dragon Tang Academy, and those who were able to enter it were all geniuses. A senior student of the Dragon Totem Academy did have the strength to be arrogant and to dislike them. But now, good lord, it turned out to be just a freshman. A freshman, what is there to be arrogant about? Even if you have martial arts qualifications again, but before your strength grows up, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? How many amazing talent generation was strangled in the cradle, early fall, nothing. Genius, it has to be a genius that has grown up to be useful. A genius that has not grown up is nothing. You guys are quite self-aware, you know that you are a drag, so let's give you a chance to take the initiative to quit the mission now, so as not to drag me down. Yifeng said with a smile. We are talking about you dragging oil bottles. The 3 of them, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, were so angry that they almost spat out blood. This person's ability to understand, could it be any worse? Don't argue, this time it's my problem, and trusting both sides, that's why these things happened. Lin Tianxiang came out to round up the situation. If he let the 2 sides continue to argue, he was afraid that they would fight. No matter which side was injured, it would not be easy to deal with. Let's do it this way, since you have both received the mission, you guys should cooperate for once, just execute it piece by piece. When the time comes, each of you will be responsible for your own safety, and no one will have to bother about anyone. Lin Tianxiang suggested. The mission was entrusted out and both sides were unwilling to cancel it, so it could only be so. He felt that Yifeng didn't have the ability to do this, but Yifeng still wanted to insist, so he couldn't do anything about it. Good. It's settled like this. Anyway, the three of us are indifferent. We are not afraid of that my family's three evils at all. Some people are different, they will probably lose their lives, and at that time, don't blame us for seeing death. Ah Long meant it and sneered. Well, definitely see death. Yifeng pulled out his ears and repeated. Let's talk about intelligence. According to the information I got, the three evils of the Ma family recently appeared in the Blackwater Valley. The environment over there is very chaotic. You guys have to be more careful when you go over there. If you can't do it, come back first. Let's think of another way. Lin Tianxiang said. It's fine, we've been to even the most dangerous places. Long Hubal put on an appearance of having seen the world. Yifeng just nodded his head lightly and didn't say anything. The vehicles have been arranged, we can leave now. Under Lin Tianxiang's farewell, the four of them boarded an off-road vehicle and headed towards the Blackwater Valley. In the vehicle, Yifeng maneuvered his tactical watch and inquired about Blackwater Valley, and the information quickly came out. Blackwater Valley, not within the provincial capital, was located in the wild south of the provincial capital, a canyon that was very long in length and width. A long time ago, some illegal transactions would be carried out here, gradually forming a black market, buying and selling without asking where they came from. Even if they came from killing people, they were not afraid to have worries. Later on, the market became bigger and bigger, and the number of people who came here became more and more. With the development, gradually become a system of its own. The sparrow is small, but all the organs are complete, but there is a feeling of a small city. Only, Blackwater Valley was definitely not a civilized city, and many people who had committed felonies liked to come here. It was a place outside the law, where everything was spoken with the fists, and everywhere was filled with primitive violence and bloodshed. It was a paradise for the violent and the insane. When the SUV drove into the Blackwater Valley, Yifeng felt this madness head-on. In the line of sight, there were three places fighting, swords coming and going, blood splattering in all directions. One of them was cut down and the perpetrator immediately made up for it. Poof! Right in the neck, the round head rolled several times before stopping. The perpetrator cursed viciously and left. The surrounding people, all strange, no one will pay attention. How about it? Regret it. It's not too late to quit, don't worry, we won't laugh at you, ha ha. Ah Long turned his head to Yifeng and laughed. With his mouth saying that he wouldn't laugh, the smile was very real. Yifeng glanced at him fatally, directly ignoring his words. Leave one person to watch the car, the rest walk around and inquire about the traces of the three evils of the Ma family. Yifeng finished speaking and directly got off the car. It was only after a while that the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard, reacted. Grass! This brat, when was it his turn to make plans? The three of them cursed angrily and were very upset. Big brother, so what now? Ah Bao, who was driving the car, inquired. Ah Bao, you stay and watch the car, I'll go with Ah Hu to inquire about the news. Ah Long said, while the two of them got out of the car. Ah Bao, who stayed in the car, had an afterthought, and after looking back, muttered, isn't the plan of action still the same? Yifeng walked casually. Trying to lean towards places with more people, the probability of hearing news was greater. The two of them, Ah Long and Ah Hu, were more or less the same, heading in another direction. At this time, the treasure chest clue hint suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, 1,000 meters ahead, a yellow fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Although it is only yellow, but the good thing is that it is a boutique one, it is not bad, opening anything is earning. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and quickly found the treasure chest and was able to open it directly without any difficulty. Snapped. You open a yellow boutique treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining 1,200 cards of Chi and Blood, 1,300 cards of Chi and Blood. The boutique treasure chest could open 2 items, both of which were actually Chi and Blood. The values were different, and it seemed that even if the treasure chests were of the same level, the items that were opened out would still go up and down. Fusion. Yifeng's Chi and Blood surged rapidly. Originally, the Chi and Blood had 4,000 cards already, and with this 2,500, it immediately skyrocketed to 6,500 cards. Above 6,000 cards, within 9,000 cards, it was considered to be in the peak martial master's realm. In other words, opening this treasure chest allowed Yifeng to directly rise 2 small realms from mid-martial master to peak martial master. At this moment, 2 people approached over with obvious hostility on their faces. Tisk, where's the kid from? Look at his age, he's a student, right? Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven, daring to come to Blackwater Valley alone. The 2 men were full of ferocity as they drank at Yifeng. What do you guys want? Yifeng inquired indifferently. What for? Ha ha ha. Looking so young and handsome, what a pity not to go to be a duck. It just so happens that there are people right over here to collect them and be able to sell them for a good price. Be honest with me, come over obediently and let us sell you, otherwise we can only let you die. The 2 men uttered threats, shaking the long knives in their hands. Good. Yifeng approached towards the 2 men. Boom.
Suddenly striking out, a punch hit the chest of the man on the left. The entire chest was instantly dented. The man's eyes bulged violently. Poof! A large mouthful of blood was violently sprayed, accompanied by broken pieces of internal organs. His eyes were filled with shock, his vitality slowly dissipated, and he fell down unwillingly.
Chapter 24, Is Hiding Strength Useful? A blade decapitated the head. With just one punch, he directly killed the person alive. The first time he killed someone, Yifeng didn't feel any discomfort. It felt no different from killing a foreign beast. So strong. The person who was still alive froze for a while and finally reacted. A student-like kid was actually so strong. The chi and blood that had just erupted out had to be at the peak level of a martial master, right? What a joke. A brat who actually had peak martial master strength?
On the other hand, they themselves are only at the early stage of martial master.
This time, it was a kick in the teeth. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. The one who was still alive was terrified beyond belief. Being killed here, no one would care at all. He could only beg for mercy. It was useless to resist. He couldn't escape. He only hoped that Yifeng could spare his life. That depends on you, whether you can provide useful information. Yifeng coldly said. He would leave him alive, that is, he wanted to inquire about the situation, otherwise he would have just killed him together. You please ask, as long as it's what I know, I will definitely say it all. As if he grabbed the last straw, he spoke urgently. You often mix in the Blackwater Valley? Yifeng asked. Yes, I've stayed in the Blackwater Valley for a while. He replied. Have you ever seen the three evils of the Ma family? Yifeng asked again. I have seen them once recently, 2 days ago. He affirmed. Yifeng came into the spirit. It was good to have seen them, proving that they were still over here. Yifeng asked him about the details. Unfortunately, other than saying that he had seen it over there was no other valuable information. I've explained everything, can you spare me? He asked apprehensively. The corner of Yifeng's mouth rose, revealing an inexplicable smile. Boom! A fist blasted out, killing the person under the person's incredulous gaze. Spare him? Joke! Yifeng had no intention of doing so. Say you saw it over there, I'll go over and take a look. Yifeng walked back. On the way, he needed to pass by the off-road vehicle. Coincidentally, the two brothers, Along and Ahu, also happened to come back. I've inquired about the situation. Someone has seen the three evils of the Ma family over there. Get in the car and I'll go over to take a look. The one who spoke was Along. The situation he had inquired about was similar to Yifeng. The reason why he came back first was that he just needed to pass by here, and the three of them had to be there, otherwise they couldn't deal with the Ma family's three evils. Seeing Yifeng's arrival, he thought it was just a coincidence that he came back, so he let Yifeng get on the car piece by piece. If you're afraid, you don't have to follow. Along was looking for an opportunity to taunt Yifeng at all times. Yifeng once again ignored him, pulled open the car door and sat up. Along snorted coldly, and with Ahu, the two of them, they also followed and got into the car. Ah Bao, there's news, let's go over there. Along shouted. Ah Bao did not respond. Ah Bao, go over there. Along increased the volume. Ah Bao still did not move. Yifeng, who was sitting in the back row, sensed that something was wrong. The two brothers, Along and Ahu, likewise sensed the weird atmosphere. Just at this moment, the front of the Abao, head tilted, directly planted, his forehead right in the center, there is a hole, there is no longer any blood oozing out. Abao! Along's eyes were wide with anger, and he cried out in sorrow. Not good. Boom! A violent explosion detonated from the center of the SUV, a huge fireball completely engulfed the vehicle, black smoke rolled. After the explosion, the vehicle was in pieces, and Abao's body burned in the flames. Yifeng, Along, Ahu, the three of them were a few meters away from the explosion point, stabilizing their figures. At some point, there were three other people around them. It wasn't anyone else, it was the three evils of the Ma family. Perhaps it was Along who had exposed their purpose instead when they inquired about the news, otherwise, it was unlikely that they would have been actively sought out by them. Anyway, when Yifeng interrogated that person at that time, he was sure that there was no one around. It was unlikely that Yifeng had exposed them. TSK, it's true that a mortal object like a bomb is of no use against a martial artist. Boss Ma's tone was flirtatious. If it exploded at a close distance, it was true that a martial artist would also be blown up, but the problem was that a martial artist's reaction was too fast and their actions were agile, and it would be difficult to blow up if they could immediately dodge it after noticing the abnormality. You guys killed my third brother, I want you to die. Along and Ahu, with full of anger, drew their swords to kill the three evils of the Ma family. Boom! Boom! Only, going fast, flying back even faster. The two of them, Dragon and Tiger, flew backward at an extremely fast speed, and the blood spewing out of their mouths trailed a long crimson red in the air. Eventually smashing down near Yifeng, their mouths were still spitting out blood. Dismay and disbelief filled their eyes. How? How is it possible? You? Boss Ma, you actually are in the martial general realm. The one who had just struck out was only Boss Ma, and the strength displayed was actually at the early stage of martial general. For an early stage martial general to instantly seriously injure two peak martial masters was completely doable. You guys shouldn't be naive enough to think that I'm really only a peak martial master, right? Boss Ma laughed coldly. Not only did he hide his strength from outsiders, even his two brothers likewise hid their strength. The second and third, who outsiders thought were only late martial masters, actually had peak martial masters as well. No wonder they were so emboldened, they turned out to have good strength. I'm skeptical. Are you guys traveling or here to assassinate us? Why did you bring a brat here? Go, kill this kid for me. Boss Ma said to the oldest at his side. Yes. Big brother. Ma Lao San licked his big thick lips. Kid, I'm going to whack you into meat paste. Ma Lao San rushed towards Yifeng. His weapon was a sledgehammer, heavy and incomparably heavy, over hundreds of pounds. This kid is going to die. I don't know how he offended the Ma family's three evils. I can even imagine the next picture. The commotion on this side had already spread, and many spectators came from afar, but they didn't dare to get close, and only dared to watch from afar. After all, swords had no eyes, and one of the parties was the Ma family's three evils. If they were mistakenly injured, who would they find to justify? Anyway, martial artists have amazing eyesight and can see clearly from afar. Seeing Ma Lao San charging towards Yifeng, the crowd had only one thought in their mind: Yifeng was going to be hammered into a meat cake. They did not have the slightest doubt about Ma Lao San's fighting style and ferocity. There was not a single person who died in the hands of Ma Lao San who had a whole body. All of them needed a shovel to be able to shovel up. Die for me! Ma Lao San roared. The heavy hammer carried ferocious force, a powerful blow, smashing down on Yifeng's head. Boom! It was smashed. The scene fell into a strange silence. The crowd saw that the teenager raised one hand, 5 fingers spread into a palm, steadily catching the heavy hammer. Ma Lao San held red face, riveted, fierce pressure. The sledgehammer is not half a silk downward, not moving, stagnant there. How can it be? The people present were all stunned. Clank! It was too late, it was too soon. Yifeng's other hand had already been ready to go. The sword was sheathed, cutting through the air. From the stunned Ma Lao San's neck, a flash. Poof! Blood splattered in all directions. The large head, directly moving from the shoulders, fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping. The wide eyes, still with the dismay of being alive, stared straight at Boss Ma over there. Chapter 25. Save them? No. I bet you don't dare to kill. Too strong. This teenager. Too strong. In a single glance, he directly killed Ma Lao San in seconds. The Ma family's three evils have run into an iron plate today. Not necessarily. The strength that Boss Ma just displayed has already reached the martial general realm, while that kid on the other side is only a peak martial master. The spectators were talking a lot. In fact, what they couldn't figure out was that, judging from their breath, Yifeng and Ma Lao San were clearly at the same peak of martial master. Why was the difference in their fighting strength so huge? Ma Lao San had absolutely no power to fight, and was directly killed in seconds. While they were puzzled, Yifeng himself knew very well. The 1,000 life and death combat experiences that he had previously obtained had greatly helped his combat ability. Secondly, it was the martial saint body, which allowed Yifeng's conversion rate of qi and blood to be much stronger than others. To put it in layman's terms, when other people called on their qi and blood, they were not able to convert 100% of it into combat prowess. There would be a certain amount of discount. The size of the discount would depend on how high the conversion rate of qi and blood was. Yifeng, who possessed the holy body of martial Dao, had an extremely strong use of qi and blood, and was able to convert it 100% without any discount. Combining the above reasons, it was not hard to understand that the combat power was stronger than his class. So powerful. He turned out to be so powerful. The two of them, Ah Long and Ah Hu, were ruthlessly shocked to the core. Even if the two of them joined hands and dealt with Ma Lao San alone, they did not dare to say that they would be able to kill him quickly. Yifeng, however, had done it. Thinking about the fact that Yifeng was only a new student made it even more unbelievable. Dragon Tang Academy, this new student recruited this year, what kind of monster was he? Thinking about how they had looked down on Yifeng before, they felt groundless. I guess in the other party's view at that time, they were like clowns. Lao San. Boss Ma and Elder Ma, both of them roared in unison, carrying full of anger, they killed towards Yifeng. I want you to die. Avenge Lao San. The two of them held their respective weapons and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng was not afraid in the slightest and also met the battle. Seeing this situation, still lying on the ground, has slightly slowed down. The two brothers of the dragon and tiger looked at each other, even tacitly get up, and then skipped. If they don't leave at this time, when will they wait? In their opinion, even if Yifeng was stronger than his peers, he could not defeat Boss Ma of the martial general realm. The advantage brought about by the crushing of the realm was huge, and Yifeng was bound to lose. Taking advantage of the fact that Yifeng was now dragging the enemy was the best time for them to escape. As for Yifeng's death, they couldn't care less. Boom! Boom boom boom! The three of them fought into a ball, swords and fists. Yi Feng fought alone against the two without any fear and moved around with his excellent stance. The Wind Whisperer talent enchantment, with a high affinity for the wind system, captured the changes in the surrounding air currents and detected their trajectory in advance. It allowed Yi Feng to move with ease and deal with the attacks of the two. Delayed in taking down Yi Feng, the two Ma family members began to sweat. Countless times, they asked themselves in their hearts, why is this kid so strong? Not good. Suddenly, the radiant blade light flashed and reflected in Elder Ma's terrified pupils. He wanted to resist, but realized that Yi Feng's attack contained several variations, blocking the first step, but there was a second step, blocking the second step, but not the third step. The timing was just right, so that Boss Ma, who was on the side, did not have a chance to support him. Ah! Eldest Ma despaired and was killed by Yi Feng with a single slash. What was left was Boss Ma. Even though he had the strength of an early martial general, he was still no match for Yi Feng. Originally, Yi Feng thought that he would need to use the means of a soul master to kill him, but he did not expect that he would be able to cross the ranks and fight against him with just a chi-blooded martial artist. After a fight, Boss Ma's actual fighting strength, in fact, was not very strong. His fighting skills were very general, and it was only by virtue of his realm advantage that he was able to get through a few more moves with Yi Feng. No! In the end, in a hiss of unwillingness, Boss Ma was also killed by Yi Feng with a knife. At this point, the three evils of the Ma family were all killed. All the people who saw this scene were too shocked to speak. Just when the crowd thought that the battle was over, there was a new change. In the direction where the two dragon tigers had just fled, a silhouette approached step by step. This person wore a mask on his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. He was actually holding a person in one hand, and the person being grabbed struggled vigorously but was unable to break free. It was none other than the two who had just fled, Along and Ahu. With such a behavior, the hostility was already obvious. The crowd could not help but wonder, the three evils of the Ma family are the three brothers. This is the consensus of the outside world. It is impossible for a fourth person to exist. So now, this masked fourth person, who was he? This is your companion, right? The masked man's voice was low. It was clearly not a normal vocal line, but rather a deliberately suppressed pronunciation. Even with the suppressed vocal line, this voice, Yi Feng, still sounded a bit familiar. Sort of. Why? Yi Feng casually responded. Save me. Save us. The two of them, Along and Ahu, struggled while asking Yi Feng for help. Especially when they saw on the ground, Boss Ma had become a corpse, they were shocked, and at the same time, it was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yi Feng was actually so strong. It was far beyond their knowledge. The stronger Yi Feng was, the more chance they had to be rescued. What's wrong? Oh, if you want to save them, then kneel down for me. Kowtow 100 times first. I might be in a good mood and let these two companions of yours go. The masked man said teasingly. Yeah? Then you might as well just slaughter them. Yi Feng said smilingly. Not to mention the fact that from the very beginning, he did not have any good feelings towards the three brothers, the dragon tiger and the leopard. It was also all agreed before departure that no one would save anyone. Let's just say that throughout the entire process, the faces of these three brothers were disgusting 3 times. In the end, he himself met Boss Ma and Elder Ma, and the two also took the opportunity to directly bail out. For this kind of person, even if he could save them casually, Yi Feng would not care. Yi Feng's words, the masked man will not be whole. He froze for a while before slowing down. This is your companion, are you really not going to save them? Then I will really kill them. The masked man emphasized, and his hands exerted force, grabbing the two dragon tigers with a wailing grip. Save us. The two wailed. Yi Feng pulled out his ears and shook his index finger left and right. I bet you don't dare to kill. Along and Ahu? The two men's faces were ashen when they heard this. As expected. Ka-ching. The masked man's hand exerted force, and the two men's necks were directly crushed. Letting go, the two corpses dangled helplessly. You lost the bet. The masked man said in a cold manner. Really, that's a pity. Yi Feng said smilingly, want to bet again? Bet on what? I bet that you are Zhao Donghai. Yi Feng sneered. Even if the other party suppressed his voice and said more words, it was still heard by Yi Feng. The masked man did not answer yes or no, but instead, he took the sword on his waist and pulled it out directly. Glancing over there, he glanced at the corpses of the three evils of the Ma family. In a short period of time, you've grown so fast, but it's time to end it. Causing me to lose everything, my reputation destroyed, and my sleep and food disturbed. Then, die for me. Saying these words, it was obvious that he was Zhao Donghai, and the voice line wasn't suppressed any further, it was indeed Zhao Donghai's voice. The long sword broke through the air, carrying the might of a late-stage martial general, stabbing straight at Yi Feng. With this kind of strength, one would have to use their soul master ability in order to kill him. However, this place was crowded with people, and if he had a choice, Yi Feng did not want to show his soul master identity here. The reason why a bottom card was because other people weren't clear about it.
Taking Zhao Donghai as an example, if he knew beforehand that Yifeng had the identity of a general-level soul master, he would not dare to come alone to retaliate at this time. So the threat would always be there, and the day he chose to strike, he would definitely be unable to deal with even Yifeng's soul master identity, and that would be dangerous. Now, however, it was possible to kill a wave of people in return and erase the threat. Pretend to escape. Yifeng immediately turned around, his body technique was exerted to the extreme, and he sped in the direction outside the Blackwater Valley. Don't think about escaping. Today, you will definitely die. Zhao Donghai also immediately caught up. With one chasing and one fleeing, the two of them went out of the Blackwater Valley. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Ha ha ha. Yifeng, you didn't think, did you, that you would also have today? Today, I'll let you know that offending me will lead to a miserable death. Die. Zhao Donghai's long sword went straight in and stabbed at Yifeng. Yifeng turned back and deliberately revealed a look of horror. At the same time, he saw that Zhao Donghai at close range, his entire mask was trembling, so it was evident that the face underneath the mask was hideous to what extent. Just in the nick of time. A purple-black energy burst out from Yifeng's mind, so fast that it was hard to notice. Zhao Donghai suddenly had a cold head, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, the alarm bells in his heart were ringing loudly, and a premonition of death was rapidly growing. Suddenly looking up, his pupils suddenly shrunk, the purple-black tip of the gun reflected in his pupils. No! A shriek resounded all around. Chapter 26, This sun will become a great weapon. The demon-breaking lance shot down sharply, accurately hitting Zhao Donghai's forehead, and the mask was instantly torn apart. With a powerful penetrating force, the lance pierced through, leaving a huge hole. Zhao Donghai didn't move a muscle, his figure slowly fell down, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Until his death, he couldn't figure out that Yifeng, who was still participating in the college entrance exam 10 days ago, and whose performance was only a little stronger than the other candidates, was still far from being a pervert. Today, 10 days later, at this moment, actually had the ability to kill him in seconds. Even if this second kill has the credit of surprise, but even if he frontal fight, he has no chance of winning. Because this was a soul master. Soul masters were invincible at the same level, and reasonable in crossing the levels. Collect. The demon-breaking gun re-transformed into energy and was collected into Yifeng's mind. The first time he used a soul master's ability, the killing power was huge, and Yifeng himself was pleasantly surprised. Searching Zhao Donghai, he searched his body and found a few bank cards. Without knowing the password, he couldn't withdraw the money, it was no different from a scrap of paper. Moreover, even if you get it out, it is better not to take it out. Once the money is withdrawn, leaving the surveillance footage of the withdrawal will become evidence. If Zhao Donghai is found dead in the future, he won't be able to get away with it. The security department just didn't have too much energy to investigate all the murders, but it didn't mean that the murders that were delivered to the door would sit back and do nothing. This sword is good, it can be thrown to the black market for a good price. Blackwater Valley was the best black market. Yifeng took the sword and went back to Blackwater Valley without entering through the previous entrance. The Blackwater Valley was quite big, there were several entrances. From the new entrance, there was a short distance from the place where the three evils of the Ma family had just been killed. No one recognized Yifeng on this side. In the black market, he sold the sword for $500,000 and left the Blackwater Valley. There was a car when he came, but not when he went back. But it didn't matter, with Yifeng's speed, he could run and go back. In the end, it was smooth to return to the provincial capital. Pearl Villa area, Villa 108, met Lin Tianxiang. Coming back so soon, is there something unclear? I should have known that if we left a contact information, we wouldn't have to make a trip for nothing. This point is indeed my negligence. Just met, Yifeng hasn't said anything yet, Lin Tianxiang said at once. Right, where are the three brothers of the dragon, tiger, and leopard? Lin Tianxiang just realized that the only one who came back was Yifeng. Oh. I understand, you want to cancel the mission and let the three dragon tiger panther just go on the mission, right? He said this in a euphemistic way, but in his actual heart, he thought that Yifeng finally realized that his own strength was not enough, so he regretted on the verge of the battle and came back first by himself. The three of them, dead. Yifeng's short sentence directly made Lin Tianxiang jump up in shock. WH? What? Dead? After taking a deep breath, his emotions only slightly eased and he pursued, what's going on? What does dead mean? The Ma family's three evils have hidden their strength from the outside world, Yifeng said briefly. The three people of the dragon, tiger, and leopard, then they were killed. Yifeng said half-truthfully. Then how were you able to come back safely? Lin Tianxiang was puzzled. Because I killed the three evils of the Ma family. Yifeng said indifferently. Lin Tianxiang was once again down, almost thinking that he had heard wrong. Yifeng pressed his tactical watch and released the video of killing the three. After watching it, Lin Tianxiang was speechless for a long time. Finally, he looked deeply at Yifeng. Freshman? Killed a martial arts general? These two pieces of information put together, how to look at how contradictory.
But with the video as proof, he couldn't afford to disbelieve it and had to attribute it to the fact that there were always a few incomprehensible geniuses in the world. Lin Tianxiang operated online in front of Yifeng and submitted the request that the task had been completed by Yifeng. After the audit was passed, the credits would be credited to Yifeng. This trip's mission successfully concluded, it was time to go back. Lin Tianxiang still wanted to retain Yifeng and stay for a meal. Mainly because he could see that Yifeng was strong and had great potential, and wanted to flatter and please. But Yifeng refused. He was in a hurry to go back, wait for the credits to arrive, and head to the Pavilion of Treasures to open the treasure chest, so he didn't have time to stay for dinner. Slowly, Lin Tianxiang was full of smiles and sent Yifeng away from the villa area. Looking at Yifeng's back as he left, Lin Tianxiang murmured in a low voice, in the near future, the name Yifeng will definitely become a household name, and there will definitely be a place for him in the ranks of the big shots. Family master, he is so young, is he as powerful as you say? The nearby security guard, scratching his head, asked. Lin Tianxiang glanced at him lightly, ask so many questions, just watch your door. Yes, yes. The security guard nodded his head. Yifeng returned to the Dragon Academy. Just in time, he received a prompt that the mission was completed and the credits had arrived. Using the tactical watch to go online, he could check his personal credits, 1,000 whole, no more, no less. Go open the treasure chest immediately. Yifeng walked towards the trophy pavilion. The news of Yifeng's return was also quickly learned by Zhao Xiang. Why is it still back? Zhao Xiang couldn't figure it out. Dealing with the Ma family's 3 evils was already beyond the limit of Yifeng's ability. Moreover, after Yifeng left, he immediately contacted his eldest uncle, Zhao Donghai, to inform the intelligence. Zhao Donghai hated Yifeng to death and had long wanted to take revenge. It was impossible that he would not have made a move. But why, was Yifeng able to come back alive? No, I have to ask about the situation. Zhao Xiang immediately contacted Zhao Donghai. As a result, no one picked up. He continued to dial a few more times, and it was all the same. Zhao Xiang frowned, there just happens to be something urgent? He had to guess so, but he didn't dare to have the slightest thought that Zhao Donghai had already been killed. What a joke, with his eldest uncle's strength at the late stage of martial general, how could Yifeng kill it? In front of his uncle, Yifeng was just like a doll that just learned to walk, besides being abused, he was still being abused. At this time, the I line gave him a call. Brother Xiang, Mission Hall, the mission, kill the 3 evils of the Ma family, has been shown to be completed. The person who completed the mission is none other than Yifeng. What? Zhao Xiang jumped up in shock. Where did he get this ability? Cheating. It must be cheating. I'm going to sue him at the Discipline Law Hall. Yifeng came to the Canonical Collection Pavilion. The first floor could be entered and exited casually, there were quite a few students, and they also saw acquaintances. Yifeng, you're here too. Sun Rong saw Yifeng and greeted him with a smile. He seemed to have an endless supply of snacks, which he would still be eating. Came to take a look. Yifeng also responded with a smile. Saying that, he walked towards the elevator door on the 2nd floor. That's the 2nd floor elevator, we can't get up there, I tried, you need to swipe your student card first and test that you have more than 1,000 credits before the elevator door opens. The more Sun Rong spoke, the smaller his voice became, and the wider his eyes became. What did he see? He saw that Yifeng took out his student card and swiped it. Tick! The elevator door opened. Yifeng walked in and the elevator door closed again. Sun Rong. Chapter 27 Soul Technique Blood Gun Shura. Yifeng entered the elevator and smoothly arrived at the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was quiet with not many people. There were rows and rows of shelves with a secret book. The secret books were all only available in full by opening the volume and redeeming it using credits. They were picking out secret books, fully focused, no one paid attention to Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng looked like he was also selecting secret books, but in fact, he was following the green arrows on the ground. Coming to the 5th row, near the inside. A green shaking treasure chest was quietly placed inside. Yifeng sort of discovered that the color of the treasure chest of fine products was darker than the non-fine products. With anticipation, he touched the treasure chest. Snap! You have opened a green boutique treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining a perfect understanding of the 3rd order soul skilled blood gun Shura 4,500 cards of chi and blood. Fusion. Immediately, a large amount of epiphanies filled into Yifeng's mind. At the same time, an image surfaced in Yifeng's mind. A blood-colored lance, emitting demonic crimson, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood, the lance swept across the 8 wastelands, and wherever it passed through, there was a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the form of a cultivator. The image ended here, and Yifeng also happened to finish fusing his senses. The image just now is what it looks like when performing the Blood Lance Shura soul skill. Yifeng was excited. With the soul skill, the combat power was once again elevated by another tier. And after 4,500 cards of chi and blood fused into his body, Yifeng's total amount of chi and blood reached a staggering 11,000 cards. The realm of a Qi and blood martial artist had reached the early stage of martial general. He only needed to add another 1,000 cards to be promoted to the middle stage. Yifeng's upgrading speed was no one's fault, it was almost like one day at a time. Let me see, what can be redeemed here? The credits being redeemed away didn't affect the promotion of senior students in the future. As long as a total of 10,000 credits were earned, regardless of whether they were spent or not, one could apply for promotion to senior cadet. The Falling Flower Sword Technique, 2nd rank, 800 credits. Autumn Rain Sword Technique, 2nd level, 1,000 credits. After a quick look, Yifeng shook his head straight. The second floor is placed, are second order secret books for Yifeng. Second order secret books have no need to learn. After all, it is already a general, to learn is also to learn the third order. Then do not exchange, credits first stay. Yifeng simply went downstairs. Just out of the elevator, was Sun Rong blocked the door. It is estimated that from just now, he has been guarding here, to wait for Yifeng to come down. Yifeng, why can you go up to the second floor? He also looked around while lowering his voice. Did you find some loophole to escape the credit test? Yifeng was dumbfounded after hearing this, and simply swiped his student card again in front of Sun Rong. Tick. Student, Yifeng. Credits, 1,000. Seeing the 2 lines of data on the small screen, Sun Rong's eyes, which were significantly smaller due to his obesity, snapped into a glare. 1,000. You have 1,000 credits now. Where did this come from? His tone was incomparably surprised. Of course it's from doing missions too. Yifeng hadn't finished his words, but he was interrupted by a group of people who hurriedly came. The one at the head, of course it came from cheating. Everyone from the Discipline Law Hall. This person is Yifeng, a freshman who just enrolled in school yesterday. He received a high-paying and difficult task, yet it only took him half a day to complete it. I seriously suspect that he hired an expert outside to complete it for him, with the purpose of earning credits quickly. Zhao Xiang added. He had just learned that Yifeng had completed the task, so he suspected that Yifeng had cheated, thinking that he had caught Yifeng in the act, and immediately went to the Discipline Law Hall to complain. The Discipline and Law Hall was the place where the Dragon Academy dealt with incidents of violating school rules. The members inside consisted of 2 parts, the enforcers and the judges. The enforcers were the team of people who were called by Zhao Xiang at this time, ready to come and take away Yifeng. They were basically served by older students, and the requirements were still relatively strict. Firstly, they required good strength, and secondly, they should have a good character, have been in school for more than 2 years, and have not violated any school rules. By having them act as enforcers, it was less likely for them to clash with students and escalate the incident. As for the judges, they were the tutors who acted as the judges, and they also had the same requirements. They had to be fair and impartial, and they were responsible for investigating the truth of the incident and making the final judgment and punishment. Senior Yifeng, please come with us to the Discipline Law Hall. Investigate this matter clearly. If you are wrongly accused, we will definitely return justice to you. A square-faced enforcer said in a calm tone. He's the one who reported it, right? Yifeng pointed at Zhao Xiang and inquired. Right. The square-faced enforcer nodded his head. Zhao Xiang revealed a smug smile, with an expression of now you've planted it. Then if the final result proves that I was wrongly accused, what should be done with this kind of person who randomly reports others without evidence, causing a waste of human resources? Yifeng then inquired. Cut. You are still wrongly accused? Zhao Xiang snatched the answer. The enforcer said slowly, if that's the case, the whistleblower will be punished. Exactly how to sentence, that's the duty of the trial mentor. This point is not clear to us. Okay. Lead the way. Yifeng was not the least bit flustered and followed them to the Discipline Law Hall. The Discipline Law Hall was in the center of the school. The building was white in color and looked solemn and dignified. The one responsible for Yifeng's matter was a man with a goatee. After listening to both sides, he pulled up Yifeng's mission record, and there was only a few hours between the collection time and the completion time. These few hours, it was estimated that most of them were used for rushing, so it could be said that there was not much time left to carry out the quest. Looking at the mission introduction, and Yifeng's status as a newborn, the two really did not match. Only a few of the freshmen who had just joined yesterday had received quests, but the quests that the others had done were all in line with their strength. Yifeng was the only one who completed a mission that was super difficult for him or her. However, this is a video of the battle during the mission, and it was indeed completed by him. At that time, Lin Tianxian was going to submit the mission for completion, and asked Yifeng for the battle video as proof that Yifeng had completed the mission. At this moment, by the goatee mentor, the video was pulled out for the crowd to see. In the image, Yifeng decapitated Ma Lao-san with a single slash. His movements were crisp and clean. Another image, fighting 2 people alone. He quickly seized the opportunity to decapitate Ma Lao, and his blade techniques were so varied that people could not defend themselves. Until the end, decapitating Boss Ma without any suspense. The video playback ended. So strong. This is a new student? The enforcers who brought Yifeng over looked at him in surprise. They thought that this was just an ordinary cheating incident. It wasn't like it hadn't happened before. Unexpectedly, this new student really did it. Indeed, he completed the task. And this strength that was displayed was also breathtaking. The goatee tutor also looked at Yifeng with surprise, even reconfirming Yifeng's information. It was really this year's new student, he hadn't misread it just now. How is it possible? How is this possible? Zhao Xiang was incredulous. How was it possible for Yifeng to complete this task and also decapitate so easily? If it wasn't for the fact that he only went through the video and didn't feel the breath like he did at the scene, it was hard to judge the exact strength of the character. Otherwise, if he was told that Boss Ma was actually an early-stage martial general, he was afraid that it would be even more difficult to believe. Mentor, now that it is proven that I am innocent and did not cheat, then what should be done with people like him who maliciously slandered and framed and reported me? Yifeng wrote on his victory, and would definitely not let Zhao Xiang off easily. No. You must have still cheated. I didn't slander you. Before the goatee tutor could say anything, Zhao Xiang grabbed the lead. The video only has the first view, you did not show your face in it, so the person inside the combat video is not necessarily you. Chapter 28 Setting me up? Just what I wanted. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the person inside the combat video is not you, but an expert that you hired at a high price to complete the mission for you, equivalent to you paying for this video in order to complete the mission. I can even conclude that you leaving the school was also just for show, actually skulking around somewhere, and then letting the experts you hired in advance help you to kill the 3 evil ones of the Ma family, and just transmit the video to you once you've killed them. What did I say? You were able to complete the mission so quickly, did it really go that smoothly? So it's hiring an expert, that must have gone smoothly. The more Zhao Xiang spoke, the more energized he felt that all this inferred was very reasonable. Do you have evidence? Don't you know that whoever suspects gives evidence? You can't make a guilty inference? Yifeng threw several rhetorical questions in a row. Zhao Xiang was momentarily speechless and was dumbfounded by the question. Anyway, you must have cheated, unless you can prove that there really is this strength. Zhao Xiang began to stir up trouble. Snort! Why do I need to prove my own strength? Yifeng sneered back, even if self-proofing is indeed simple, but if you say self-proof, I need to self-proof? You count as an egg. Yifeng was also almost certain that Zhao Donghai would be so well informed that intercepting himself there in the Black Water Valley was Zhao Xiang ventilating the information. Fortunately, he still has the identity of a soul master, otherwise he would really be planted. This Zhao Xiang has been regarded as an enemy, he has not had time to find him trouble, he is looking for his own trouble. Inverted anti-Tiangang belongs to is. The more you don't dare to testify against yourself, the more problematic you are. I am now at the early stage of martial general, dare you fight me? As long as you can fight to a draw, it will prove that you are capable of accomplishing the mission. Zhao Xiang was aggressive. Early stage martial general? Yifeng laughed. Can only fight to a draw? Can't you be injured? Yifeng's eyes teased. Zhao Xiang froze, then laughed, injure me? Ha, you have this ability, of course you can. We can sign a ring battle, no need to be responsible for injuries, and we can even place a credit bet. The so-called ring battle was opened by the school to encourage students to spar. Martial artists needed to grow in battle, they couldn't become strong just by practicing. By signing a ring agreement, one could engage in legal sparring without killing or maiming someone, and no one would pursue the matter afterwards. If you don't sign a ring agreement, and you have a private fight, it will be recognized as a fight by the school administration, which violates the school rules. The so-called maimed refers to the kind of injury that cannot be recovered, such as missing arms and legs or something, it is a disability. If it was just a beating injury, no matter how long it took to recover, but as long as it could be recovered, it was not considered a disability. As long as you dare to agree, I want you to taste what it's like to be bedridden for a month. Zhao Xiang secretly said in his heart. Mentioning the ring agreement was already him laying a trap. Later on, when he also suggested that he could use credits to place bets, he was further tempting Yifeng into a trap with credits. Credits could be exchanged for various secret books, and for any student, credits were very attractive. Okay, I'll sign with you, but it's up to me to decide how many credits to bet. Yifeng responded. He was still worried about how to earn enough 10,000 credits quickly, but he didn't expect that this guy would take the initiative to send him to the door, and this time, he would earn him a hard time. You can bet up to 5,000 credits, how much do you want? Zhao Xiang asked. Maximum 5,000? It turned out that there was a limit. Thinking about it, the school was only to encourage students to fight, but not to encourage gambling, there would definitely be a limit set. But 5,000 credits was quite a lot. 5,000 then, but I only have 1,000 credits right now, can this bet be established? Yifeng was afraid that, how much one bets, one needs to have that amount for oneself, because the rules need to consider that if one loses, the person has the ability to make compensation. It can be established, as long as your opponent agrees, then I agree. Anyway, after signing the agreement, you can't renege on the debt, the 4,000 that is owed, you can then slowly earn to pay me back. Zhao Xiang said this, those who didn't know thought that he had already achieved victory. In his heart, he really never considered the problem of losing. Just kidding, he was at the early stage of martial general, would he lose? Losing to anyone, he wouldn't lose to a freshman who only knew how to cheat. The two entered the official campus website, selected the ring agreement, and then signed it. A wager of 5,000 credits is made, and the fight begins tomorrow at noon, in the hall of competition. Both check their identities and sign successfully. At this moment, Zhao Xiang's mouth is smiling crookedly. I didn't expect that Yifeng would really fall into the trap. Tomorrow, not only can he earn 5,000 credits, but he can also teach Yifeng a hard lesson, 2 birds with 1 stone. From now on, Yifeng became his slave. Every time he earned a sum of credits, he would automatically turn around and pay back the debt until he paid off the 4,000 he owed. For a new student, it would take a long time to earn a few thousand credits on a normal mission. Waiting to pay off the account, and then accumulating 10,000 credits to advance to senior cadet, it was even more difficult to know how long it would take, and it was fiercely delayed. Then what if Yifeng didn't go to earn credits? It was also fine, Yifeng would have been unable to graduate and would not have any future. Either way, he could already foresee Yifeng's miserable future. At this time, someone entered the campus official website and inadvertently saw the information about the ring battle between Zhao Xiang and Yifeng, which immediately triggered a hot discussion. Did you guys see it? The official campus ring battle webpage, a ring battle message at the top. Didn't pay attention to it? Who's fighting who? How come it's still on top? It's Zhao Xiang and Yifeng. The fight starts tomorrow at noon. They placed a bet of 5,000 credits, so it's topped. Hiss. 5,000 credits bet? Isn't that the highest? No wonder it's been topped. It's the first time that a full bet has been placed. There used to be 1,000, and it all felt pretty ho-hum. Right, who is Yifeng? What's the story? Zhao Xiang was an old student, they recognized him. But this Yifeng, they had no impression. It's said to be a new student, just enrolled yesterday. What? A new student? The people who learned this news were all confused. How strong could a new student be? He actually fought an old student in a ring battle. And even placed a full bet. Are people crazy, or is the world crazy? Could it be that Zhao Xiang is luring the new students? Seducing the freshmen to fight a ring battle with him, and if they win, they can lie down and collect credits. Lean. Genius idea. Why didn't I think of it? But it's a bit despicable. Despicable what, and cannot be forced, only blame that called Yifeng. Their own people are just stupid, by people casually set on the hook, freshmen so many, how come no one else on the hook, in favor of him? That's true. The students discussed hotly. The mentors also learned of the news one after another. Yifeng's junior tutor, Teng Qingfeng, immediately found Yifeng after learning the news. How could you agree to fight a ring battle with an old student? And also placed a full bet? Looking at him, he was more anxious than Yifeng. It was only in the morning that he thought that Yifeng was amazingly perceptive and a moldable talent. Who knew that before the day was even over, Yifeng had this incident? Most geniuses were too sharp and did not know the middle way, and often suffered a lot. But he never expected that Yifeng would be so prevalent that he would lose the sanity he should have. He offered to fight, so he agreed. Yifeng said rightfully. Then if he proposes a life and death battle, are you going to agree to it as well? Teng Qingfeng had a look of hatred. Ha! There's this good thing? Yifeng was filled with anticipation. Teng Qingfeng. This person was hopeless. Chapter 29, Hundreds of punches in an instant. Have you eaten a machine gun? Mentor accommodation area. Su Kenyi's courtyard. The surrounding air was filled with a hot aroma, and the nearby flowers and grasses appeared a little wilted, as if they had just been baked by the heat. At this time Su Chenyi, wearing a practice clothes, 2 round big thunder, like ripe fruit to be picked, want to pop out of the lapel, hot body, supporting the attractive S-curve. She just finished practicing, her cheeks hung with redness, appearing more attractive. During the rest period, she inadvertently saw the news about the ring battle. He's crazy, right? Su Kenyi subconsciously said. If he wasn't crazy, how could he answer the battle? She was still optimistic about Yifeng, but now, Yifeng's approach made her feel that, at least in the peace of heart, Yifeng still had a long way to go. Just as well, let's consider this as a lesson for him. I hope he can grow up because of this. Without a good heart, he can't become a strong person. Su Kenyi murmured. And then she continued practicing, and at once, the courtyard once again rose to a high temperature. Yifeng walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, he attracted a lot of gazes. Because of the matter of the ring battle, many people held curiosity and went to learn about Yifeng, and their looks were learned by them. In their opinion at this time, Yifeng was the dumbest one among the freshmen of this class. If they had known that it was so easy to fool them, they would have jumped the gun and fooled them first. Now that they were preempted by Zhao Xiang, they could not draw up a second sparring agreement until this battle was over, otherwise they would have said anything to sign one with Yifeng as well. Even if he was scolded for being despicable, it would not be a piece of meat less, 5,000 credits, not a small amount anymore, so what if he was scolded? Yifeng gradually approached the student dormitory area and turned his head to look in a certain direction, the blue arrow extending all the way over. I heard that over there is the tutor's dormitory area.
Hurry up and earn enough 10,000 credits to become a senior student, get close to Su Kanyi and find a way to open her treasure chest. Yi Feng. When he returned to the dormitory area, he happened to run into Yi Xiling, and she shouted out, "Tomorrow's ring battle, did you really sign it?" She eagerly inquired. "It's me who signed it." Yi Feng nodded his head. "Why did you sign this? That scum is an old student, much stronger than you, how could you win?" Yi Xiling felt incredulous. "You couldn't have agreed to this because, knowing that my disfigurement was because of this scum, you wanted to teach him a lesson, right?" Yi Xiling subconsciously said. Just as she just finished speaking, she was a bit embarrassed herself, saying so was a bit presumptuous. It was true that the two of them, she and Yi Feng, were friends, but to say that, because of that, they lost their minds and signed this unequal sparring agreement, that was not so bad. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't think much about it and smiled mysteriously. "You'll know tomorrow." Explaining more now, Yi Xiling wouldn't believe that he would definitely win, so he might as well let her see for herself tomorrow. The next day, noon. After more than 10 hours of fermentation, the entire school, teachers and students, almost all knew about the fight. Even many of those who weren't originally in school hurried back just to witness today's sparring match. If it was just a normal match, even with 5,000 credits at stake, it wouldn't have generated that much attraction. One of the key aspects was the huge difference in strength between the two sides. One of the parties was a veteran student who had joined the school for more than 2 years, and was at the early stage of the realm of martial general. On the other hand, the other side was only a new student who had just enrolled 2 days ago. No matter which way you think about it, you will feel that this is a battle without any suspense. Martial Arts Hall. There was a sea of people filled with teachers and students. In the middle of the hall, there was a wide square ring. On one side of the ring, Zhao Xiang held his sword in both hands and stood there with confidence and indifference on his face. Why hasn't he come yet? The surrounding spectators were slow to wait for Yi Feng to show up. "Hee, I'm afraid I don't dare to come." Zhao Xiang sneered inwardly. He probably won't come. When signing the agreement, his head was hot and he signed it, and now with hindsight, he realized that he gave it for nothing, so he doesn't dare to come. If he doesn't come after the point, even if he forfeits, it's still counted as a loss for him. It's all a loss anyway, and not coming can still get one less beating. Zhao Xiang, this 5,000 credits, earn is really easy, sour. Grass, I purposely rushed back from outside, thought I could see a special battle, didn't expect this causing me to make a trip for nothing. The spectators were near the ring, murmuring. It's good that it's not coming, lest you hurt anywhere and affect your cultivation later. Yi Feng's mentor, Tung Qingfeng, also came to watch on purpose, and was relieved at this time. It wasn't just him, there were also quite a few tutors who came, among them was Su Kanyi. Don't even know what this kid is thinking. Su Kanyi shook her head. Just when the crowd thought that Yi Feng would not come, they were all ready to disperse. He's coming. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd swept their gazes in unison, casting them in the direction of the doorway. The scene that they saw was a shock. Just see Yi Feng, full of tiredness, yawning, a toothpick in his mouth, nearly fell down, just like that, walking over without any image. Not to mention anything else, just this image right now, how could people believe that they could win? After approaching, Yi Feng looked around the crowd, and when he reached Su Kanyi's place, he paused a little. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Xiang in the ring. With a light leap, Yi Feng jumped onto the ring and was facing Zhao Xiang from a distance. Hee, thought you wouldn't dare to come. Zhao Xiang's head, condescendingly raised upwards, revealing a face full of contemptuous smiles. I finished my lunch and wanted to take a nap, but remembered that there was still this sparring match, so I rushed over, and the time was just right. Yi Feng picked his teeth and said. Pretending. Zhao Xiang snorted coldly. Can we start fighting? I can go back to sleep after the fight. Yi Feng asked. You'll have a chance to sleep, you can sleep for the next large amount of time. Zhao Xiang laughed sarcastically, meaning it. Where is your weapon? Zhao Xiang suddenly realized that Yi Feng was actually empty-handed and didn't bring a weapon. Dealing with you, Yi Feng twisted his fingers. Why do I need a weapon? Grass. So pretentious. The crowd chanted. Pretend, you won't be able to pretend after a while. Zhao Xiang sneered. This was where they misunderstood Yi Feng. Against Zhao Xiang, it was true that there was no need for weapons. There was another key reason, it wasn't a life and death battle now, and it wasn't possible to directly hack to death, and if you used a knife, you could only use one that didn't have an open blade, and it wasn't painful to hack. Ding dong! Ding dong! The ring sounded the countdown beep for the start of the battle. 3, 2, 1. Match start. The electronic beep sounded. Boom! Zhao Xiang violently raised his chi and blood, and his feet lashed out as he rushed towards Yi Feng. With his speed, almost instantly, from this end of the ring, he rushed to Yi Feng at the other end of the ring. The stage exclaimed, worthy of being a martial general, this speed is fast. On the contrary, Yi Feng stood still for a moment, presumably he hadn't reacted yet. It was also true that a freshman, in front of a martial general, would definitely not be able to react. It's over. That was what everyone thought.
Only those tutors vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yi Feng was too calm. It wasn't like he couldn't react at all, it was more like, boom. Right at this moment, Yi Feng also instantly mobilized his qi and blood, and his majestic breath violently exploded. Martial General. Surprisingly, he is also a martial general. The crowd was so shocked that their mouths were about to dislocate. The aura that erupted from Yi Feng's body had actually reached the early stage of martial general. How did you also? Zhao Xiang, this thought had only just risen. Under the close distance, Yi Feng's sandbag-sized fist was aimed at his face. Not good. Zhao Xiang's face twisted, and he had to change his body shape to a different trajectory in an instant, even at the expense of damaging his body. However, Yi Feng's fist was like it was equipped with automatic tracking, and almost at the same time when he changed his body shape to dodge, the fist also followed. The quickness of the reaction was staggering. Boom! It accurately hit the face. Zhao Xiang's face, instantly his nose was dented and blood flew. Yi Feng didn't stop, both fists came out. Boom 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 boom. Like two machine guns, he continuously threw hundreds of punches at all parts of Zhao Xiang's body. Zhao Xiang's entire body was blown out of the ring and smashed into the audience. The entire person became a bloody man, motionless, like he was dead. The entire arena was silent. Chapter 30. No one is allowed to rob. He is the old ladies. Finish fighting, call it a day. Yi Feng clapped his hands and took a toothpick and proceeded to pick his teeth. You won a ring battle and earned 5,000 credits. Yi Feng's tactical watch, a prompt popped up. The credits had been deducted from Zhao Xiang and added to Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng's total credits had reached 6,000. Maisie. It was only at this point that the scene erupted into a landslide of applause, as well as noisy and incomparable exclamations. Too strong. Only a single glance, and he directly sent someone flying. Is this a ING freshman? In that instant just now, there were at least hundreds of punches, right? Such fast punching speed, even my major in boxing is inferior to me. It requires a very high degree of control of the body in order to have such explosive power. Both the old students and the new students were shocked beyond measure. The old students were shocked that a new student was so powerful. The new students, on the other hand, were shocked with 3 points of pride and 5 points of shame. Pride in the group of new students. There is such a strong person, see if these old students still dare to bully them. Shame on them for being the same freshmen, but they are already so strong that they have no boundaries, and they themselves? They are still working hard to become a martial arts master. People are so angry compared to people. Same high school champion, he's already left me so far behind. Sun Rong was filled with bitterness and felt that the snacks in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Yi Feng is so strong. He Xiling murmured softly. She had luckily broken through to the martial master realm last night during her cultivation. Originally, she had thought that the gap between her strength and Yi Feng's had closed, but now she realized that there were still several chasms in between. No wonder Yi Feng was so confident yesterday. And seeing that scum Zhao Xiang really being beaten up by Yi Feng, she couldn't mention how happy she was. Finally, she was able to get out of a bad mood for her. The mentors were equally shocked. This kid, unexpectedly so strong? With this strength, I'm afraid that he'll surpass me in a short while. Tung Qingfeng was stunned. No wonder he answered the battle so painfully, so he really had something. What he didn't know was that in a real fight, Yi Feng would be no worse than him now. He's growing faster than I was then? Su Canyi seemed to have discovered a new continent, her eyes staring at Yi Feng in amazement, and in her amazement, there was also a bit of unconvincing stubbornness. Don't look at her, she was already a martial king, but in reality, she was only in her 20s, young people are always more competitive. Seeing someone who was even better than herself at the same stage, it was inevitable that she would feel frustrated while admiring her. He ignored the rules of the fight and killed my brother. It's a murderer. While the crowd was immersed in shocking emotions, a discordant voice rang out. The people look, see Xiaoming full of hate, in the blood man like Zhao Xiang sighed, some hands and feet, no way to start. Can't die, I know the measure of my hand, just wounding him, at most lying for half a year, will be able to get up and sit in a wheelchair, and then recover a half year behind. It is estimated that it is almost the same, this small injury, why should it be staggering? Yi Feng said in a light tone. Crowd? Know the difference? Lying down for half a year? And then sit in a wheelchair for half a year? This is still a minor injury? Look at this, are you talking like a human being? Zhao Ming was about to explode with anger, and when he looked at Yi Feng, he was shocked and angry. Tung Qingfeng walked over and checked Zhao Xiang's body. Without checking, it was a shock. All over his body, there were hundreds of fractures, evenly distributed all over the body, and skillfully avoided the vitals, not to kill the person. Internal organs also were shocked. In short, internal injuries are very serious. Good thing is that all can be recovered. It is also the strong physical quality of the martial artist, so that there is a possibility of recovery, replaced by ordinary people. Is not right, even if it is replaced by a weak strength, this kind of injury is not good to recover. I didn't expect that the seemingly easygoing Yi Feng was so ruthless.
There is nothing wrong with this point, itself as Zhao Xiang said up first, it's nothing to be ruthless, as a martial artist, too much mercy and softness often will suffer big losses. Not dead yet, just passed out, contact the infirmary and hurry to send for treatment.
Tong Qingfeng said.
Hearing this, what else could Zhao Ming say? Of course he would rush to send his brother for treatment, send him late for fear that he wouldn't even be able to save him. After this matter, Yi Feng immediately became the meat and potatoes. The surrounding tutors, especially the senior tutors, all stared at Yi Feng. Their idea, which was obvious to anyone with eyes, was to preemptively compete for Yi Feng as a student. With Yi Feng's strength, they knew very well that it wouldn't be long before he could earn enough 10,000 credits to become a senior student, and at that time, he would need to choose a senior tutor. A genius like Yi Feng was hard to find, and after he grew up, he was bound to achieve unlimited achievements as well, so he definitely had to scramble over to be a student.
No one is allowed to snatch. He belongs to my mother.
Along with the words, Yi Feng's eyes blossomed with fragrance. Su Canny's proud figure was revealed in front of Yi Feng.
Good bullet, just shaking a little dizzy.
Instructor Su, many of the previous good seedlings have entered under your door, this time.
Su Canny directly interrupted.
No need to this time that time, Linhai City as I go to supervise the examination, has long been in the eye of Yi Feng, say anything will not let you. Su Canny's attitude was hard, not letting go. While speaking, the surrounding temperature was even gradually rising.
Good, good, good.
Yours is yours, I won't grab it from you. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the rest of the tutors all conceded. If they really want to get serious, this woman really dares to use a sword or a gun with you, and the key is also terrifyingly strong. The name of Lingnan's youngest female martial arts king is not for nothing. This is more or less the same. Su Canny raised her head, just like a proud swan.
Yi Feng, when you become a senior cadet, go find me immediately, got it? Su Canny instructed Yi Feng. This situation was exactly what Yi Feng wanted, but curiously inquired, do I have the right to choose? As a matter of fact, students also have the right to choose their tutors. If they really don't want to be under you, can you still force them? Originally has given up the competition of other tutors, heard this, eyes bright. Yes, students also have the right to choose, they can refuse. If they rejected Su Canny, wouldn't their chance come? The crowd of senior tutors looked forward, their eyes rejuvenated. You have the right to choose, but you are not allowed to refuse. Su Canny waved her fist. It's settled, I still have something to do first. After the credits reach 10,000, remember to look for me, waiting for you yo. Su Canny finished, not giving Yi Feng a chance to speak, disappeared into the hall with a flash. What a domineering! Yi Feng spat. Sure enough.
The glowing radiance of the tutors dimmed anew. However, this was like Su Canny's style, and they were not surprised. In the next few days, Yi Feng found some more quests to do. With Yi Feng's current strength, earning credits was still relatively simple. The credits rose miserably and soon reached 9,000. Pick another 1,000 credits mission and it will reach 10,000. Yi Feng picked on the large mission screen.
This quest, it requires entering a secret realm?
Also at this time, the hint for the treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, green secret realm, a green fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it.
Chapter 31, Demonized Plant, Green Secret Realm.
The green secret realm, a place with dense plants, was rich in herbs. Many people who needed herbs would think of this secret realm first. This secret realm also had dangers, there were poisonous creatures and exotic beasts. There was also a species that was even more peculiar and very much in line with the characteristics of this secret realm.
Demonized plants.
The so-called demonized plant was a plant that could move, and from the outside alone, it was no different from a normal plant. But it is also like an animal, the trunk and branches will move, as if it has a life in general. Demonized plants were diverse and had different forms, all of which were dangerous. Perhaps a willow tree nearby, originally peaceful and quiet, but suddenly fling willow, will bind people, strangled alive, the scene once bizarre. The good thing is that the formation of demonized plants, the conditions are more demanding, the timing and the people, the lack of one. At a certain time, the opportunity to come, the plant can be successfully demonized, the birth of spiritual wisdom.
There is also a very small portion that comes through reproduction, such as a certain demonized plant, condensed seeds germinate and grow, then form a new demonized plant. But the reproduction rate of demonized plants is very low, and such cases are rare. Things have two sides, just like the beasts, in the generation of threat at the same time, can also bring beneficial things to people. For example, the blood and flesh of foreign beasts, eaten year-round, will help martial artists to enhance their chi and blood. The materials on certain fey beasts, which were incredibly strong, were also able to be used to make weapons. The same was true for demonized plants, which had medicinal value in their own right, and after they were killed, their corpses were worth a lot of money. In addition, if one was lucky enough to obtain the seeds or seedlings of demonized plants, as long as you have the ability to cultivate it, it will be a major battle force. Like a battle pet, it can help its owner fight. There is a strong offensive combat type, but also able to form protective armor, fit cover the whole body, for people to carry the damage of the defensive type or other auxiliary type. It was rumored that many years ago, there was a person with average martial arts qualifications named Mubu Fan. His future in martial arts was limited, but he was not willing to be mediocre, so he studied demonized plants. Later on, he really made a name for himself by studying it and became extremely knowledgeable about demonized plants. He managed to cultivate quite a few demonized plants, and among them, there were some with extremely strong combat power, much stronger than his own strength. It was said that he, who was only in the martial master realm, had actually relied on demonized plants to dry out a martial king. After the news spread, it shocked countless people. At the same time, it also caused a lot of people to redden their eyes. After all, cultivating demonized plants, the relevant information is really too little. Even if there is some research, it is certainly hidden, will not be made public. Therefore, even if you were given a demonized plant that was suitable for cultivation, it would be impossible to cultivate it successfully due to the lack of relevant knowledge. A piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. When you are carrying a heavy treasure and are unwilling to offer it up or share it, then there are bound to be people who will be desperate and take it from you by force through despicable means. Many forces had set their eyes on Mu Bufan, launching all kinds of interception and killing actions, with the aim of obtaining all of Mu Bufan's research results on demonized plants. A few months later, Mu Bufan disappeared, and no one knew his whereabouts anymore. Some said he had gone into hiding. Others said that he was dead, stabbed to death, and the murderer was unknown. 20 years have passed since then. The name of Wood, only in people's mouths can be heard. No one has ever seen this person. In the end, is hiding, or really dead, no one knows. Back to the present, Yifeng gazed at the task list. Mission: excavate 10 plants of clear windgrass. Details: commissioned by Oncon Pharmacy, go to the Wind Sound Valley in the Green Secret Realm and excavate 10 plants of clear windgrass. Suggested strength: Martial General Realm or above. Quest reward: 1,000 credits. Deadline: June 30th. The task looks simple, but in reality, the danger is not small. Green Secret Realm is the third level of the Secret Realm, the strength of the martial arts general to go in more secure. This mission also had a deadline. Yifeng subconsciously looked at the date, June 30th. Then isn't it just today? In other words, after today, the quest would expire. Time was running out. Yifeng immediately collected the mission. Departure. Anyway, there were treasure chests inside the Green Secret Realm, so this trip had to go, or else he could still consider switching to other quests. Now go over, dig up the Qingfeng grass, then go open the treasure chest, 2 birds with 1 stone. On the road, Yifeng took the opportunity to inquire about the information about Wind Sound Valley. It really found out quite a lot. It seemed that this place was more popular. Wind Trouble Valley. Every year in June, the valley is windy and the wind whistles. During this period, plants will grow rapidly, and among them, there are medicinal values, such as Qingfeng grass. But you also have to be careful. During this period, the valley has the highest level of danger, and it also attracts quite a few wind-loving beasts to entrench themselves. Yifeng had a basic understanding of the Wind Sound Valley after some understanding. He also finally understood why there was a mission deadline. Because after the month of June, the gusts of Wind Sound Valley disappeared, the clear windgrass would no longer grow, and it was simply impossible to find it late. 2 hours later, Yifeng finally arrived at the Green Secret Realm. It is located in the north of the provincial capital. There is a plain here, called the Green Plain. I don't know if it was because of the secret realm that the plain was called this name, or because it was originally called this name, and after the appearance of the secret realm, it was incidentally called the Green Secret Realm. This question was irrelevant and no one would care. At the center of the plain, the void seems to have collapsed to piece, to say the least, the size of a soccer field, emitting a green light. The color is very compatible with the surrounding plains. In this plain, there are fewer beasts, and there are not many places to hide in the vast expanse. The intelligence of the beasts is not comparable to humans, but also know that there is no hiding place, will die faster. At a glance, the beasts did not see, but to see a lot of people, groups of 3 to 5, traveling in pairs. Not all of them were martial generals. As long as inside the team, there existed at least one martial general realm. Even if the other team members were martial masters, there was generally not much of a problem. I don't know what the wind speed is like today, over in Wind Sound Valley. It's the last day. I'm going to get more herbs this time when we enter Wind Sound Valley. A lot of people who want to go to Wind Sound Valley. It seems that the competition will not be small later on. Vaguely, Yifeng heard quite a few teams talking about Wind Sound Valley. It was probably due to the fact that it was the last day, and if they missed today, they would have to wait for another year, so they all piled over. Of course, there was also a considerable portion that were not going to Wind Ming Valley. They had their own places to go. Some distance away from Yifeng, there were 3 people there, standing side by side. The person on the left side, strong body, waist with a long sword, sharp eyes, looks like a guard. The person on the right side, holding a vessel in his hand, his demeanor was serious, not knowing what he was scrutinizing. The most attention-grabbing is the person in the center, the fluttering gentleman, between speech and behavior, quite a family style. Chapter 32: The Might of Soul Technique, Bloodthirsty Demon. The 3 of them exchanged a few brief words. Their voices were small enough not to be heard by outsiders.
They quickly approached the entrance to the secret realm, and a powerful suction force, acting on them, the three quickly disappeared. The others all did the same. Yifeng similarly approached the past. This was the first time Yifeng had entered the secret realm, so he didn't know how the experience would be. Even though he had already checked the descriptions of others beforehand, to actually experience it for himself was always a novelty. As he got closer, the suction force became stronger and stronger. In the end, it was completely impossible to resist and was violently sucked in. Yifeng also disappeared in place. The entire teleportation process was very marvelous. It was as if the body was no longer his own, it seemed to be disassembled into countless pieces, and even his soul was stripped out. The entire process had a sense of unreality, probably somewhat similar to a dream. Until he regained control of his body, the scene in front of him gradually appeared. As far as the eye could see, there was an abundance of greenery, with several meters of weeds and hundreds of meters of giant trees. The plants in here looked bigger than the ones outside, and many of the varieties were not found outside. Some of them were very brightly colored, and most of them were highly poisonous, so it was best to stay away. When he came over the side, Yifeng had already done his homework so as not to violate the taboo. At this time, there were no other people around. When he came in, it was from the same entrance, but he would be randomly transported to various places inside the secret realm. First, figure out where he was. Yifeng clicked on his tactical watch and unfolded the map of the green secret realm that he had downloaded beforehand. This secret realm had been born for many years, excluding a few dangerous places, most of them had been explored, and the map was still relatively comprehensive. Locate. The tactical watch scanned the surrounding scenery and then compared it to the map to find the location. Soon the positioning was successful and a red dot appeared on the map, representing Yifeng. Not bad, it's not too far away from Wind Ming Valley. Yifeng immediately set off in the direction of Wind Sound Valley. Because there was a time limit, he first dug up the clear wind grass before going forward to find the treasure chest. As for how to return to the outside, one would need to come back here again, and the suction force would naturally send one back again. That is to say, everyone has their own return location, where they appear after coming in, where they have to return when they go back. Like those who are in a group, when they come in, they are holding hands, so they can be teleported to the same place and won't be separated. 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at Wind Sound Valley. Before he entered, he could hear from the mouth of the valley the sound of the wind whistling from inside. Yifeng walked in. Hoo! Hoo hoo! The wind was so strong that it blew sand and rocks, smoke and dust rolled around, and the sight was not as clear as outside, so looking for herbs would be more difficult. However, this kind of windy place, Yifeng was able to cope with it with ease. The wind whisperer's talent made Yifeng more affable to the wind element, and his perception was also more sensitive. Swish! A wind blade suddenly came from the front. With a hazy vision, it was easy for a normal person to get hit. Fortunately, Yifeng would not be able to sense it in advance, and with a slight sideways movement, he dodged the wind blade. The gusts of wind were able to form wind blades, which possessed considerable attacking power, and was one of the dangerous factors of the Wind Sound Valley. Yifeng walked inside, and from time to time, with a flash of his body, he dodged a wind blade, looking like he was walking leisurely, very relaxed. On the contrary, the others, walking carefully, were still being injured from time to time, and even if they were lucky enough to avoid it, they were still being scared into a cold sweat. Some people beat a retreat and left Wind Sound Valley, while others wandered in place, not daring to continue deeper. Because the deeper they went, the fiercer the wind, the denser and more powerful the wind blades became. As he advanced, Yifeng also felt the changes, the frequency of the wind blades appeared, increased by at least double, and the power was also stronger. Finally, a clear wind grass was seen by Yifeng. Just about to go fetch it, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. He saw a wind wolf, with an athletic figure, rushing towards the Qingfeng grass. Seek death! Yifeng shouted and crossed the distance between the two sides with an arrow step. The wind wolf also noticed Yifeng rushing towards him. It was raging, showing its teeth. The wolf mouth that was originally biting at the Qingfeng grass turned to bite at Yifeng. However, the blade light was cold. Ow! Accompanied by a miserable wolf howl, the body of the wind wolf were split in half by Yifeng. What did I say? Why is it so hard to find? It turns out that not only other people are searching for it, even the beasts have come to get a piece of the pie. Yifeng muttered, dug up the Qingfeng grass and put it away in his backpack. If he was a step late, this Qingfeng grass would definitely be eaten by that wind wolf. They probably had something to gain by eating this. Yifeng continued to advance. Next, the clear wind grass was found one after another. Fifth plant. Another clear wind grass on the ground was dug up by Yifeng and collected into his backpack. Suddenly, two people appeared nearby and came closer. Kid, that clear wind grass is ours. Both of them were full of cross-face meat and said in a bad tone to Yifeng. Yours? These words made Yifeng laugh wholeheartedly. Things in the wild, first come first served. How did it become theirs? Is it hard to believe that it can still be planted by you guys? Yifeng sneered. You don't say, it's us who planted it. The two of them laughed out loud, with a look of eating you up.
Then according to you, what should we do now? Yifeng said in a cold voice. Killing intent was gradually brewing. It's very simple. Hand over all the herbs you dug up. No, hand over everything you have on you. Yes, hand it all over, otherwise this place is your burial place. The two men viciously said. For them, there was no guilt in killing. This was the reality, the greed of human nature. When Yifeng inquired about information related to the secret realm, he would always see this tip: beware of anyone in the secret realm. Then, take you guys and try that move. Yifeng muttered in a voice that was almost audible only to himself. You don't need to whisper prayers there, prayers are useless. Don't test our patience by handing over the item quickly. The two men said in a reprimanding voice. As soon as the words left their mouths, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yifeng's pupils actually turned into a bizarre red color, as if they were blood beads, looking very scary. A strong and terrifying aura erupted from Yifeng's body. You. What the hell is wrong with you? Both of them panicked. Facing Yifeng at this moment was like facing a bloodthirsty demon who killed without blinking an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, the two turned around and were about to flee. Swish! A blood-colored spear quickly condensed from in front of Yifeng. Swoosh! The blood lance shot out rapidly, and wherever it passed, the void was dyed red, as if it had been dragged by a bloody corpse. The shadows of the blood-red lance, in a single pass back and forth, the heads of the two men, exploded in unison, exploding everywhere. Collect! The blood gun flew back, resuming its original purple-black color, turning into energy, and collected into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng's blood-red pupils also returned to their original black color. This soul technique, worthy of being called blood gun shura, the process of performing it is really a bit bloody and brutal, but the power is indeed a lot stronger than when it was not performed. Yifeng searched from the two men's bodies and retrieved quite a few herbs. It was estimated that most of these herbs were the ones they had looted. There were 10 or so varieties, among which there were 5 clear windgrasses, together with the 5 that he had dug up. The total was just enough to make up 10, no need to keep looking for them, mission accomplished. We can go find the treasure chest. Yifeng took the herbs with him and walked towards the outside of Wind Sound Valley. Leaving Wind Sound Valley, Yifeng followed the green arrow on the ground and went over in the direction of the treasure chest. I hope the location, it won't be too difficult to arrive at. Chapter 33, Terrifying Self-Healing, Demonizing Seed. After walking for about 20 minutes away, he had not yet arrived at the destination. The trees in this area were rather dense, and Yifeng walked more carefully, just in case something suddenly popped out. As if to confirm Yifeng's thoughts, a pinprick-like sense of crisis surfaced without warning. Without much time to think, Yifeng's feet suddenly exerted force and immediately jumped away from the place where he was standing. Boom! A thick vine plant, in the position where Yifeng had just stood, violently drilled out from the ground, as if it was a huge green python. So dangerous. Yifeng was afraid afterward. If he had reacted half a beat slower, he would have been attacked by this thing. This is a demonized plant? Looking closely at this thing, it was about 10 meters long, as thick as an adult's torso, and the whole thing was greenish-green, with a cloud-like pattern on its epidermis. Yifeng could already conclude that this kind of plant that looked like it had life was the demonized plant. Before he came, he was still wondering if he would encounter a demonized plant on this trip, but he didn't expect that he would really encounter one. While Yifeng's thoughts were drifting. Swish! The green vine attacked again, like a long whip, and lashed at Yifeng fiercely. Luckily, the speed wasn't too fast. Yifeng performed his stance and quickly dodged away. Don't think that I am easy to bully. Die! Yifeng drew his sword and chopped. It also wanted to draw and dodge, but because of its speed, it couldn't be faster than Yifeng's knife. Snort! A knife slashed and green liquid splattered. Still really tough. With such a full-strength slash, he thought that he would cut it off directly, but it turned out that he only cut it in half. What was even more surprising was that at the wound, a large amount of green juice oozed out, healing the wound, and it was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before and after only 10 seconds, the wound was restored as if it had never been injured. What a perverted healing speed. It was a good thing that the other party's attack speed was not fast, otherwise with such a perverted healing speed, it would be invincible. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and 2 more of the same green vines drilled out of the ground. 2 more? Yifeng's eyes glared. Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to use my best move. Swish! The demon-breaking lance was condensing. Blood Lance Shura. The soul skill was executed, and the blood chi was so intense that the lance was dyed red. Swoosh! The blood spear shot out, sweeping across the green vines. The power was so great that it swept one of the green vines directly into 2 with one blow. Ha, now let's see how you still. Before Yifeng could finish his words, the severed section, like a gecko's severed tail, jumped crazily on the ground a few times. Miraculous scene happened. The 2 broken sections actually touched a piece. A large number of juice secretion treatment quickly connected back. Grass. This self-healing ability, really heaven-defying. Yifeng spit back to spit. Attack action did not stop. Soul force control of the broken magic gun against the green vine remote attack.
The green vine's attack speed was relatively slow, and under Yifeng's crazy attack, it became more and more difficult to fight. Boom! The lance swept once again, and swept the 3 green vines, in unison. This time, it never picked up again. So it seemed that it was not something that could heal itself endlessly. In the end, under the strangulation of Yifeng's lance, it was twisted into segments, finally killing it. Yifeng walked over to it and pulled the root position with one hand and violently pulled it upwards. Its head, which was full of roots, was then ripped out of the ground by Yifeng. I thought that 3 green vines were 3 demonized plants, but it turned out to be a demonized plant that grew 3 green vines. Yifeng said indistinctly. The dead green vines were actually rapidly becoming smaller, shrinking by at least 10 times. Demonized plants all had the ability to change size. This point Yifeng knew and was not surprised. In its normal form, it was this tiny appearance. And when fighting, when hunting, they became bigger. Of course, exactly how big they can be depends on what stage they are currently growing to. Take this green vine for example. Yifeng has already Googled and finally found the relevant information. It is called the Rusang vine. When it grows to 3 vines, it has a strength equivalent to the martial general realm, and each root can reach a maximum of 10 meters. The form just now is its largest form. The characteristic of the Rue mulberry vine is that it has an incomparably perverse self-healing ability. As long as it is not instantly blown to smithereens, even if it is broken into several sections, it can quickly recover. Or, like Yifeng, using his speed advantage, he kept inflicting damage on it, and could also keep consuming it, and then kill it with one blow when it was unable to heal itself anymore. The slower speed was its weakness. According to the internet, the Rue mulberry vine can grow up to a maximum of 6 canes, and at that time, its strength is equivalent to the martial Zun realm. Its greatest strength is actually not yet combat, but rather its use as a defensive battle armor, allowing the Rue mulberry vine to turn into the right size and wrap around the martial artist's body, forming a tightly knit set of defensive battle armor. This set of battle armor has a terrifying self-healing ability, and can also be upgraded and grown. Yifeng thought about the information he had just seen and felt that this Yunsang vine was really something good. But to reach this point, the prerequisite was that the Yunsang vine recognized you as its master. It was impossible for adult demonized plants to recognize their masters. They would rather be killed and self-destruct than recognize their masters. That was why Yifeng did not hesitate to kill the Rue mulberry vine. There were only 2 ways to get a demonized plant to recognize its owner, and that was to get the seedling of the demonized plant, or to get the seed. Either way, they were very rare, and even if they were obtained, without the correct cultivation program, they would not be able to grow in the end. Yifeng tried to look around and see if it was possible to find a Rue mulberry vine seedling. If it was possible, then it would be perfect. Unfortunately, after almost digging 3 feet into the ground, there was ultimately no half-harvest. Sure enough, with the extremely low reproduction rate of demonized plants, seedlings were not that easy to get. Yifeng picked up the corpse of the Rue mulberry vine. More accurately, it was picking up its head. The head contained grass and wood essence, which was a good material for alchemy and pharmaceuticals, especially for refining healing pills, which was very suitable. Ha! How did it wilt? Yifeng suddenly noticed that the head of the Rue mulberry vine was rapidly wilting. It was as if it had been sucked out of all its essence, and in the end, only a layer of rotten skin remained. No way? Will it wither and rot after beating it to death? But he had not heard that after killing a demonized plant, the corpse would rot. Yifeng carefully observed and quickly found the clue. Inside the rotten skin of the head, it actually contained a green-colored orb, the size of a baby's fist. Seed. It's the seed of the Yunsang vine. Yifeng exclaimed out, his face full of surprise. Killing 100 demonized plants, one might not even be able to find one with seeds. The first time he killed it, he just happened to come across it, so he could only say that his luck was really good. However, how to cultivate it up next, for the time being, he wouldn't know, he would figure it out later. Yifeng took the seeds and left this place, then proceeded to the place of the treasure chest. After advancing for a while longer, he finally approached the place of the treasure chest. What's happening? The crowd ahead was noisy, and there seemed to be people fighting. Chapter 34, Ha! A new entrance? Thanks to the treasure chest for leading the way. Here, there was a huge mountain with steep, vertical rock walls that towered over. Below the mountain, there was a cave. At the entrance of the cave, a great battle is taking place. To be precise, there were quite a few people attacking this cave. There are even demonized plants here? Yifeng was shocked to find that there were several cannibalistic flower-like demonized plants at the entrance of the cave, resisting the people's attack. Originally, the fight was a bit of a stalemate, but at the next moment, there was a sudden change. From inside the cave, a bigger cannibalistic flower suddenly rushed out. Huge mouthparts, a mouthful of people in the fight, fiercely biting, miserable screams rang out in the chewing, blood splattered in all directions, and soon swallowed all of them. The scene was bloody and incomparable. Sure enough, there are even stronger ones inside. This blood-mouthed cannibal flower, even a peak martial king wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. Among the nearby crowd of spectators, a richly dressed young man said with a gloomy face, The blood-mouth cannibal flower in his mouth was talking about those demonized plants in the cave, whose mouthparts were the same color as blood, and became even redder when blood splattered during feeding, thus earning them this name.
Young master, what should we do then?
The tall and sturdy follower beside him asked out loud. The more this happens, the more certain it is that this is where Mu Bufon will be buried. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is imperative to make a trip in. I've already informed the elders of the Jiang clan to send experts to support them.
The youth Jiang Mingxian said, looking towards the other side, the man who had been pounding the utensils in his hands, and asked out loud, "Is it almost ready?"
Back to young master, it's almost ready. Answering with his mouth, his hand movements were unceasing, continuing to feed some pellets to the parasites in the vessel. These three people, long before entering the secret realm, had already encountered them when they were outside, and Yifeng had a bit of an impression of them. And from the words of the other onlookers nearby, who were talking amongst themselves, Yifeng keenly captured the words, Mu Bufan. It turned out that they would gather here at this time because they suspected that this place was the grave of Mu Bufan. When inquiring about information related to demonized plants, there was always one name that could not be bypassed, and that was Mu Bufan. Deeds about him were circulated and endured. Even though he had disappeared for 20 years, his popularity was still very high. The news here, exactly how it spread, this point is not known. Anyway, the crowd present, from different camps, there are family forces, there are also individual casual cultivators, strength is also high and low. The demonized plant at the entrance of the cave was really too strong. All the people present would not be a rival, except for a few reckless ones, who would roar to their deaths. Most of the people stayed on the sidelines for the time being. Although it was a potential rivalry, since they were all stuck outside, the situation was relatively stable for the time being. They were all fantasizing, assuming that this place was really Mu Bufan's graveyard. It was very likely that there would be Mu Bufan's research results inside. As long as they could obtain these research results, it would be a heavenly treasure. Yifeng looked at the entrance of the cave for a while, and quickly came to the conclusion that he didn't have the strength to break in. Just the one he saw just now, the huge blood-mouth cannibal flower, he couldn't beat it. Don't look at the fact that they didn't come out of the cave entrance and think that you can use your soul master's ability to consume them with long-range attacks. In fact, they can move, and will not be in place, stupidly waiting to be hit. But whenever Yifeng dared to move them a bit, he would absolutely be hunted down. Wouldn't that be a waste of time for others? Yifeng also does not spend time here. Continue on the road, follow the arrow guide, first go to the treasure chest to open it, see if things can turn around. How does it feel? Like I'm walking around the mountain? Yifeng realized that the arrow's guidance was fitting on the side of this mountain, causing Yifeng to keep walking around the mountain. We should be almost there. Yifeng's spirit lifted. This place was located at the back of the mountain. The plants here were relatively lush, and the entire side of the mountain was covered by thick hanging vines. The arrow arrived here and eventually pointed to a certain location in the hanging vines. The treasure chest is underneath the hanging vines? Yifeng first tentatively attacked it, and after realizing that it was all ordinary plants and there was no danger nearby, he lifted the draping vines. A dark hole appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes. The hole was not big, only big enough for one person to drill into. If it wasn't for the arrow that guided him, he wouldn't have known that there was such a small hole hidden underneath the thick hanging vines. And the arrow was still extending towards the inside of the hole. If you wanted to open the treasure chest, you had to drill in. Just drill. Yifeng drilled in. The first few meters were relatively narrow, then the mountain path gradually became wider. Soon, Yifeng did not need to drill his way forward and could get up and walk. The mountain path was 7 turns and dark, but it was good that martial artists had amazing eyesight and were not blind with their eyes open. The view ahead widened and Yifeng realized that he arrived at a large cave. Inside the mountains, there were often cavities where this kind of cave was formed. In the midst of pitch blackness, the green light in the middle of the cave appeared dazzling. Treasure chest. Yifeng walked over and was about to open the treasure chest when his body tightened with a sweep of his afterglow. Someone? Yifeng almost made a move to attack. After quickly looking at it, he realized that it wasn't a person, it was just a corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time. Snap. Open the treasure chest first. You opened a green fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 6,000 points of soul power, 30% of blade intent. Fusion. Yifeng's soul power crazily skyrocketed. From the original 9,000 points, it skyrocketed to 15,000 points. It rose 2 small realms in a row. From the original early general level, it was upgraded to late general level. This powerful feeling is so good. Yifeng vaguely felt that all had the ability to cross the ranks and fight with an early martial king. Unfortunately, even so, the demonized plants on the other side of the cave were still too strong to be dealt with by his current self. In addition to the surge in soul power, Yifeng also gained 30% blade intent. The so-called blade intent was a state of mind, cultivating the blade technique to a certain degree, having an extremely high insight into the blade, and then comprehending a state of mind of the blade. Not only the knife has knife intention, cultivation of other paths also have their own intention. For example, the sword has a sword intent, the gun has a gun intent, the fist has a fist intent. Intent realms were extremely difficult to comprehend, and those who could comprehend them were few and far between, all geniuses in their respective fields. Especially when the realm is relatively low, those that possess the realm of intent are even rarer. It was usually only possible to gradually comprehend the realm of intent when one reached Martial King or above. There were a total of 10% of complete intent realms, and with each additional percent comprehended, the greater the addition to the battle power. Yi Feng was only at the Martial General realm at this time, but he possessed a full 30% of the realm of intent, so it could be said that the advantage was huge, and it was a huge boost to his strength. It's just not the same with a sword intent boost. I now feel that the blade held in my hand is like a section of my extended arm. There was an idiom that said, like an arm making a finger, which should be talking about this realm. Fighting in this state, how could the battle power not be strong? This corpse bone. Yi Feng looked at the corpse bones over there. After many years of age, the corpse only had a skeleton left, which was a bit blackened. Poisoned to death? Such a phenomenon caused Yi Feng to make a guess about the cause of his death. Ha! There is a book. Yi Feng realized that the corpse bone lying flat had a book pillowed underneath its skull. Chapter 35 Jiang Clan Compassionist, Sniffing Insect. This person couldn't be Mu Bufan. Although it was a question, Yi Feng's tone was incomparably certain. Just now, his entire mind was focused on finding and opening the treasure chest, so he did not think carefully. Now that he thought about it carefully, the mountain that came in was actually the same one as the one that appeared on the side of the demonized plants. Only, others didn't know that there were two entrances. And by mistake, he was led by the arrow of the treasure chest, so he entered from the back of the mountain, a small hole, and finally arrived at this side of the cave. Then this corpse should be Mu Bufan, the same as those people guessed. Mu Bufan has long been killed, buried here. From the cause of death, it should be Would Bufan poisoned. Knowing that there is no solution will die, he found this place as a burial place. The demonized plants outside guarding the cave entrance were also arranged by him before he died. After all, it was rumored that he had cultivated quite a few demonized plants during his lifetime. Thinking like this, everything made sense. Then this book under his pillow. Yi Feng's breath caught. Immediately, he went over and slowly pulled out the book. Opened it and flipped through it. Line by line, page by page. The more Yi Feng looked, the brighter his eyes became. It's him. It really is him. In the thick book, all the records were related to demonized plants, and it was precisely the lifelong research results of Mu Bufan. Inside, there was research on all kinds of demonized plants. Everything was in detail, such as how to cultivate a mature demonized plant from a demonized seed, and every stage of the program was written in a clear and explicit manner. Yi Feng was originally worried about where to go to inquire about the cultivation information of the demonized plant seeds, otherwise, the Yun Sang vine seeds that he had obtained would be equivalent to a display. Now it was good, getting the research results of Mu Bufan. There was a cultivation program. However, now was not the time to take a closer look. Outside, at some point, there might be an expert arriving and attacking in. Yi Feng was very clear about the reasoning behind the offense. Mu Bufan would die. This was the reason Yi Feng didn't want to become the next Mu Bufan. Buddy Mu, getting your research results, I can be considered as half of your student. Let me take you away, go outside and find a place to give you a burial. Otherwise, when that group of people outside comes in, they might just break you apart. Yi Feng said to Mu Bufan's corpse before he left. What was said above was only one of the reasons. There was another reason, taking away the bones. Even if the people outside came in and didn't find the bones, they wouldn't speculate that this was Mu Bufan's burial place, and the matter would be left unsettled. And if the bones are found, but did not find his research results, this group of people certainly will not rest, will try to find all kinds of ways. Although in the end will not necessarily find Yi Feng, but be missed, go to great lengths to find, is not a good thing. Of course, it is better not to let people know. Yi Feng took the skeleton with him and hurriedly left, withdrawing from the original path. At this time, the cave on the side of the demonized plants. The situation is similar to the previous, but the number of people seems to be more, is the follow-up to come. The strength of the people who came after them was also relatively average. They could not defeat the demonized plants, so they could only wait and see. Young master, it's ready, can we start now? The man holding the vessel said to Jiang Mingxian. Start immediately. Jiang Mingxian affirmed. Yes. The man squatted down, and the vessel in his hand tilted towards the ground, from which a few blackworms wriggled out, just the size of a finger, similar to earthworms, very inconspicuous. Jiang family has a tradition of raising parasites. Parasites have different functions. There are poisonous worms, there are tracking worms, there are flying, there are drilling. This black parasites, called sniffing insects, belong to the category of tracking insects. They have a sensitive sense of smell, and even odors that are intentionally concealed by means, even if they are very weak, will be sniffed out by them and tracked over a long distance. The man was one of the Jiang family's compulsion masters, and the vessel in his hand was called a compulsion disc. After some front means, he has established a connection with the sniffing insects, and the information detected by the sniffing insects will be known by him in real time. This kind of means, or more mysterious.
The sniffer bugs on the ground, as if they had been instructed to do something, immediately drilled into the ground. If one was able to see through at this time, one would be surprised to see that the sniffer worms were drilling their way through the ground at an extremely fast speed. In addition to their sensitive sense of smell, their other skill was that their drilling speed was very fast. That being said, the ones used for tracking targets definitely needed to be fast. The compassionate man simply sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, feeling the information that the sniffing insects had come into contact with. The sniffing insects had entered inside the mountain, and those demonized plants, as expected, had not been found. All the way forward, the sniffing insects emerged from time to time to gather information about the surroundings before continuing on. When they reached a certain section, the compounder man frowned. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingxian asked. The composter man still had his eyes closed, parting a trace of his mind, and answered with his mouth, "Back to young master, inside the mountain path, an aura of a living person was detected, and judging from the residual concentration of the aura, it should have just passed through not long ago. Then there is another stream of..." Saying this, the compounder man's expression was puzzled, shaking his head uncertainly and not saying any more. "What? Someone has gone in?" Jiang Mingxian was shocked. At the same time, it was hard to figure out how the hell he got in there. Over here he was early, everyone couldn't do anything with the demonized plants, absolutely no one had gone in before. "Quickly track it. See where the source is." There was no need for Jiang Mingxian to order him, the compounder man knew what to do. This residual aura extended in two separate directions. One end, ironically the entrance, was the direction the man had come from, while the other end was the direction the man had traveled to. Regardless of which end, it had to be explored once. The sniffer insects that were let in just now, numbering more than one, just happened to be split into two heads, tracking at the same time. Soon, one of the sniffer worms on one of the ends came to a cave. And, the sniffer bugs focused on sniffing a certain location. That location was exactly where the corpse bones were lying just now. "Young master, a cave was found within the mountain," the compounder reported. "What's so special about it?" Jiang Mingxian asked. "I was just now wondering about the presence of a dead aura in the mountain path, in addition to a living popularity. And in the cave, somewhere in it, this dead aura was sniffed. And, that living human aura, has also been here." "You mean?" Jiang Mingxian remembered that just now, the compass master had said that passage, and ended up wanting to say something. Only at that time, all of Jiang Mingxuan's attention was focused on the point of "someone has been inside," and he ignored the other information. "That's right, I seriously doubt that there was originally a corpse here, and now it's been moved away." Speaking of which, the situation was already very clear. The person who had moved the corpse was the person who had just gone in. And now, the person had probably left. Why would they move the body? Could it still be a necrophiliac? And who was the corpse? A string of questions erupted in Jiang Mingxuan's mind. In the end, they all pointed to one name, Mu Bufan. Chapter 36 The Power of Blade Intent, Unstoppable. "Chase. Quickly track me." Jiang Mingxian almost roared out the words. As soon as the words left his mouth, the compassionate man immediately replied, "I found the exit, I'm tracking it." Previously, the sniffing insect soldiers had split into two paths, one heading to the cave, and the other, just at this moment, tracked the exit. "Let's follow them too," Jiang Mingxian ordered, and the three of them hurriedly went on their way. Led by the compounder man, they first arrived at the back of the mountain. "This is the cave entrance." The compassionate masterman lifted off the thick draping vines, revealing the cave entrance hidden underneath. There would actually be this second entrance, and it's so hidden, how on earth did that man find it? Jiang Mingxian felt incomprehensible. If it wasn't for the sniffing insects, they wouldn't have been able to discover this place no matter what. Not stopping here too much either, the three of them continued on their way. Yi Feng sighed. After leaving the cave, he found a place suitable for burying Mu Bufan. He dug a pit on the ground and put down Mu Bufan's bones, and then the soil reburied it. For Mu Bufan, he had spent his entire life researching demonized plants, and the Green Mystery Realm was a place he often came to. Because this place was a paradise for plants, there were also quite a few demonized plants that existed, and there were enough samples for him to study. So as he was dying, he ultimately chose to die in the Green Secret Realm. To bury him in this secret realm was also considered to be in line with his will. After the burial, Yifeng patted the dust on his body and was about to leave. Suddenly, a slight vibration coming from the ground nearby caught Yifeng's attention. For martial artists, perception was incomparably sensitive, and any wind and grass movement around them could basically be detected with careful observation. Swish! The long knife in Yifeng's hand stabbed fiercely, nailing it straight to the ground, and then with an upward pick, a black worm, which had already been broken in two, was picked up by Yifeng. Worm? It seemed quite normal for worms to exist in the dirt. But in that instant just now, Yifeng always felt as if he was being watched by someone. This kind of unwarranted sixth sense was gradually cultivated between life and death combat. Yifeng had 1,000 life and death combat experiences, his perception in this area was considered relatively sharp, and the probability of making a mistake was relatively low. Specifically because of what, Yifeng is not clear, but there is definitely a problem. This worm may also be unusual. Thoughts just thought of this, the answer appeared on its own. Behind him was a line of 3 people, approaching with a clear purpose. Yifeng recognized these 3 people and had already seen them twice before. The first time, it was outside the secret realm. The second time, it was at the entrance of the cave where the demonized plant existed. Now, it was the third time. Although they hadn't crossed paths before, they had met several times, and both sides were already familiar with each other. Yifeng recognized them, and they likewise recognized Yifeng, knowing that they had seen such a person before. I didn't expect that you found the second entrance in just a short period of time. I'm a bit impressed. How on earth did you do it? Jiang Mingxian sized up Yifeng, his tone was tinged with curiosity. He also focused on the ground for a few moments, the soil that had traces of turning. The reason why he would say that Yifeng found the second entrance in only a short time was because he noticed it when Yifeng arrived at the demonized plant cave entrance there, and not a moment later, Yifeng left. He didn't think too much about it, he thought that he was just simply leaving, but he didn't expect that he was heading to the second entrance. Yifeng did not answer, but asked back, "You will find me because of this black bug?" What exactly the other party was, Yifeng was not sure for the moment, but it was definitely not a good visitor, and Yifeng was ready to fight at any time. Do you know how much effort and cost it takes to cultivate a sniffer bug? How dare you kill it? Seeing the sniffing insects that had been broken into 2, the composter man's face was cloudy. No wonder one of the sniffing insects, just now, suddenly broke its link with him. So this thing is called a sniffing insect. Yifeng murmured softly, and could also be sure that it was this thing that had tracked himself, allowing the 3 of them to track all the way over. Sure enough, the world is a big place, and there are no strange things, like this means, it is still relatively difficult to deal with. Yifeng had already maximized his caution, and went out of his way to take the bodies away, but he was still tracked by this means. Yifeng had no defense against this. How could he have thought that the other party had such tactics? I have found you now for one purpose, hand over the research results of Mubu Fan. Jiang Mingxian stopped talking nonsense and directly opened the door. I didn't get any research results. Yifeng said. You think I will believe it? Jiang Mingxian said in a cold voice. Young master, no need to talk nonsense with him, I'll kill him here, let's get it ourselves. The burly follower beside him snapped out a loud shout and killed Yifeng with a knife. Jiang Mingxian didn't stop him, trying Yifeng's depth first. Boom! Yifeng's qi and blood power exploded, and his aura of an early-stage martial general was detected by Jiang Mingxian. TSK, only early-stage martial general. Jiang Mingxian completely put his heart down. Just by having this attendant of his with late martial general strength, it was enough to crush Yifeng. However, when the 2 of them closed the distance and were about to face each other, Jiang Mingxian's face changed in shock. Be careful. He saw that Yifeng's long knife carried infinite power, sharp and powerful, seemingly ordinary knife, but it contained infinite mysteries. It could not be blocked, it could not be blocked at all. No! The attendant screamed in terror as the long knife wiped past his neck, red lines of blood surfacing. His figure froze, his movements stopped, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Yifeng calmly collected his knife and stood. Being able to kill the other party with a single strike, Yifeng did not have the slightest surprise. With 30% of the blade intent added, if he still could not kill him with a single strike, that would be unreasonable. Blade intent. The attack surprisingly carried blade intent. And less than 30%. How is it possible? How is this possible? Jiang Mingxian was shocked beyond measure. An early-stage martial general had actually comprehended 30% blade intent. He himself was at the early stage of a martial king, and he was also a sword user, but he had only managed to comprehend 10% of sword intent. Why would an early-stage martial general be able to comprehend 30% blade intent? Even if you have 30% blade intent, but your realm is too low, you still have to die. Jiang Mingxian's tone was cold. He wasn't wrong in saying this, the gap in realm was too large, bringing about crushing in all aspects. The martial king's, his chi and blood was much stronger than that of a martial general, the martial skills he performed were of a higher level, with even greater power, and his combat experience was also richer than that of a martial general. Of course, the piece of rich combat experience did not hold true with Yifeng. However, the crushing of chi and blood was still real, there was no doubt about that. Although there was an advantage in blade intent, with only the early stage of a martial general, it was still weak against a martial king. Suffer death. Jiang Mingxian's powerful aura of an early-stage martial king was thick and massive, unreservedly released. Chapter 37. You're so fierce, it's a pity that the 3-second man. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, and his battle-intense sword in his eyes. Early martial king? Very good. I was looking for a stronger opponent to try out my current strength. Blood Lance Shura. The long spear condensed. At this moment, Yifeng's pupils were glowing with a demonic red aura. The black-purple long spear was also coated with a layer of blood color. The entire person's temperament changed abruptly. 1 second, he was just a normal martial general realm martial artist. The next second it was filled with a bloodthirsty aura, and the killing intent was so strong that it was outrageous, just like a butcher coming out of the cultivation ground. The kind of indifference that came to his face was as cold and bone-chilling as winter. Soul Master. You're actually still a Soul Master. Jiang Mingxian was shocked. He, who had seen a lot of things, instantly recognized that the ability Yifeng was exerting at the moment was that of a Soul Master. Between the floating thoughts, the lance transformed into a blood-colored stream of light and had already killed in front of him. Without much thought, Jiang Mingxian held his sword to resist, and even used his sword intent to enhance it. Boom! A huge force came, shocking his tiger's mouth. Bam! Jiang Mingxian retreated several steps. That wasn't all. Even though the attack was blocked, there was actually an invisible penetrating force that ignored the weapon's block and directly blasted into his chest. Jiang Mingxian's face turned white as a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his face frozen to the extreme. A Soul Master's attack, it's really treacherous and unpredictable. Fighting hard against a move, he had actually fallen behind. It couldn't go on like this. He turned his gaze and aimed at Yifeng. Swish! The body technique was executed, and the martial king's speed was incredibly fast as he hurriedly approached Yifeng. It was difficult to cope with the attacks of a Soul Master, so he would just slaughter the Soul Master and everything would be over. His thoughts were wonderful, but unfortunately, he had underestimated the flying speed of Yifeng's long spear. The lance was under Yifeng's control, and almost in the blink of an eye, it caught up with him. Feeling a sense of crisis like an awe, Jiang Mingxian had no choice but to stop and respond. The two sides faced each other, each strike went all out, and the ripples of chi energy from the collision pushed down several giant trees around them. Once they were hit by the attack, the entire tree would explode and turn into wood chips, and the scene was once filled with flying sand and rocks. Good, so strong. That compassionate masterman was shocked by the scene in front of him. Jiang Mingxian was the son of his Jiang family's family head, and had grown up with outstanding natural talent and extremely high martial arts qualifications, and at a young age, he had cultivated to martial king. From a young age, he had been through many battles and had never lost. Yet it was such a genius who was being pressured and fell into a disadvantage today. Could it be that one can only use that bottom card? Jiang Mingxian had already put in his best effort, but he was still unable to defeat him, and if he continued like this, he would definitely die. But that bottom card, the side effects were too great. Once used, it would have an impact on his martial arts foundation, and subsequently, he would fall into a long period of weakness, requiring a long time to recuperate. Whatever. Life is going to be lost, still care about the future. Jiang Mingxian crossed his heart, took out a red elixir and immediately swallowed it in his stomach. Boom! The majestic and violent energy instantly exploded in his body, almost not bursting him. Jiang Mingxian was like a wild beast, his face grim as he let out a hiss. The muscles of his body bulged, his meridians were gnarled, and one by one, they exploded as if they were a water pipe, and some of them even exploded to the point of breaking open, and his blood soared wildly. His aura, in a short moment, actually skyrocketed to the peak of Martial King. What kind of elixir is that? So fierce? Yifeng was surprised. Swoosh! The long spear shot over sharply. However, this time, it was chopped off by Jiang Mingxian. The moment it was chopped off, the demon-breaking lance disintegrated into energy before it regrouped and formed the lance. Yifeng beckoned the demon-breaking lance over and looked at Jiang Mingxian with a grave expression on his face. Although soul soldiers were not afraid of being broken, for soul masters, the soul energy was attached to the soul soldier, and every time it was destroyed, it would cause some damage to the soul master. For example, at this moment, Yifeng's head buzzed and jerked fiercely, transmitting intense pain. Fortunately, the injury wasn't too serious and he quickly recovered. Ha. You still think you will be my opponent? It's you who forced me to use this last resort. Next, you'll wait to bear my wrath. I will let you know what it means to be worse than death. Boom! Jiang Mingxian's feet powered up with a terrifying force, stomping out a huge crater in the ground. His entire body, like a discharged cannonball, rushed towards Yifeng at an unimaginable speed. So fast. Yifeng's eyes snapped open. With this speed, with this strength, he would not be an opponent. Couldn't fight. Couldn't escape. What to do? Between the flashes of thoughts, Jiang Mingxian's hideous face had appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes. Die! The long blade carried supreme might and chopped down at Yifeng. Boom! After the slash, dust flew and wood chips flew. The several huge trees that were located behind Yifeng that were hugging each other were all split in two with neat and smooth cuts. The confident look on Jiang Mingxian's face suddenly solidified. Suddenly, he looked up. High in the sky, Yifeng stepped on the demon-breaking gun and looked down at him. Just now, in the nick of time, Yifeng suddenly thought that he could make the demon-breaking gun fly and then carry himself. Sure enough, he could and dodged Jiang Mingxian's attack. Although martial kings were powerful, they couldn't fly. Boom! Jiang Mingxian bent his legs and leapt. The ground once again sunk out of a large pit, the powerful force, making him jump dozens of meters high. But the distance from Yifeng, there is still a long distance, helpless to re-fall. Thinking of using the tops of the nearby trees as a jumping point, but Yifeng had already taken it into consideration, so at this time, he flew very high. You come down. Jiang Mingxian gritted his teeth. Yifeng pulled out his ears and leisurely looked at him, smiling and not saying anything. Ha! After a while, Yifeng looked like he had eyes behind his back and turned back to slash. A few brightly colored ghost-patterned swordwasps that used the sharp tail spikes to ruthlessly stab at them were chopped up by Yifeng. Opposite to the presence of a compassionist, Yifeng had prevented it. The composter man below secretly said of pity. Humph. Count on your life. I'll let you off today. Next time I come across you, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Mingxian put down such a sentence and then led the compounder man hastily about to withdraw. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Looking up. Grass. Sure enough, Yifeng was following him at high altitude. Wherever he went, Yifeng followed. Don't be ungrateful and give your face away. If you piss me off, I won't leave. Let's see if you can stay high up in the sky all the time. As far as I know, a soul master's soul power will weaken with consumption. When your soul power is weak and you can't keep staying at high altitude, then it will be your time to die. Jiang Mingxuan's tone was fierce and threatening. Let's do it this way, let's compare. Will you weaken faster, or will I weaken faster? Yifeng said with a smile. Means that could instantly elevate the realm basically had side effects, and the more they elevated, the greater the side effects. Don't look at him being so fierce right now, but in fact, it was only a 3-second man, and he would soon be weak. It was because of this that he would run away in ashes. It's because he's afraid that after being weak, he won't be his opponent at all, that's why he needs to run now. Yifeng's words came out. Jiang Mingxuan's color was unnatural, stammered and retorted, what am I weak for? It's not like I have. Before the words were even finished, a sense of weakness struck, and the strength of his entire body seemed to have been drained away. Jiang Mingxuan's face turned pale, his body shook, and he didn't even have the strength to stand, directly paralyzing himself. Quickly! Quickly take me and run! Jiang Mingxian was in a hurry and urged the compassionate man beside him. Without waiting for any action, Yifeng had already landed. No! You can't kill me! I am the young master of the Jiang family. My Jiang family is a top family. There are so many strong people, if you kill me, they will never let you go. For the first time, Jiang Mingxian felt that death was so close to him. As early as when he discovered Mu Bufan's burial site, he had already notified the family for reinforcements, and now he only hoped that the family experts would be able to come in time. Speak as if you will let me go if I don't kill you. Yifeng laughed coldly, his hand rising and falling. Jiang Mingxian, a one-term martial king, a famous martial genius, was then chopped under Yifeng's blade. The nearby compassion master was so scared that he couldn't move. He was good at raising parasites, but the parasites couldn't do anything to Yifeng. As for his martial arts strength, he was only at the martial master realm, and was completely no match for Yifeng. Apart from waiting for death, his heart was like ashes. Yifeng didn't kill him immediately, and put a knife on his neck, and said in a cold voice, the next question I ask, you'd better answer honestly. Yes. You please ask, as long as I know, I will give an honest answer. The compounder said with trepidation. The other side. The cave where the demonized plant existed. A team of several people hurriedly came. The person at the head of the group, his breath was incomparably strong, and when facing him, it was as if a lofty mountain pressed against his face, making it difficult for people to breathe. No matter who was present, no matter how arrogant they usually were, they were all dogs with their tails between their legs at this time, not daring to look at this person in the eye. This person was actually a martial zone powerhouse. Chapter 38, Mu Bufan's Research Diary. In the woods. Yifeng was pondering. He had just grilled the compounder man and asked a lot of information about the Jiang family. For example, there were Jiang family experts who had already arrived, or perhaps had already arrived, and were led by a martial zone powerhouse. There were also stronger experts in the Jiang family, such as the martial zone realm. Such a family was not something that the current Yifeng could fight against at all. There was also an inquiry about the compulsion. How long does it take for the odor I left behind for the sniffing insects to be unable to smell it? Yifeng inquired. At least a day or more. The compeller man replied. Then if I fly away, can I still be tracked? Yifeng asked again. How can you fly? The compounder man said subconsciously. Having the ability to fly, it would have to be a martial emperor or above, that kind of terrifying existence. Only just after the words came out of his mouth, he remembered, didn't Yifeng fly just now? Although that wasn't really flying, it was done with the help of a soul soldier. This odor can also stay in the air for a short period of time, and will soon be dispersed by the air currents, and after that, it can't be tracked. Getting this affirmative answer, Yifeng was finally relieved. Otherwise, if he was chased and bitten by the Jiang family, it was still a bit overwhelming. I've already said everything I need to say, please spare me. The compounder man begged for mercy. Spare you? Yifeng sneered. The blade flashed and blood soared.
The compounder man stared with wide eyes, covered his neck, and slowly collapsed.
As an enemy, how could you be spared?
Yifeng searched all the useful things on the several people. If it was just a moment ago, to play it safe, Yifeng might not have done this. But now, knowing that the odor was in the air, it was difficult to stay for long, so it would be fine to take things away. If something would be tracked, then Yifeng himself would be tracked as well. Yifeng once again stepped on the demon-breaking gun with his feet and flew high up, leaving this place. After all these things, it made Yifeng feel more and more the great benefits of a soul master. Over at the demonized plant cave, several blood-mouth cannibal flowers had been killed by the Zhang family's team of experts, all of them. Unfortunately, this variety of demonized plants didn't have much value, and they didn't even bother to collect the corpses. Instead, they focused on checking if there were any seedlings or seeds in the vicinity. If there were seedlings or seeds, that would be precious, but unfortunately, again, there were none. Third Elder, when young Master Ming Xian contacted me, he said that this was the location here, but he can't be found or contacted anywhere nearby. One of the Zhang family members said to the leading martial Zhang powerhouse. This martial Zhang powerhouse, named Zhang He, was the Zhang family's third elder and Zhang Mingxuan's uncle. Let's take a look into the cave first. Under Zhang He's leadership, the group walked in towards the cave. Eventually, it also came to the cave. What was said to be the Mu Bufan burial site? How was it empty? Nothing. Zhang He's brows locked and ordered, "Release the sniffing insects and scout for me." A Zhang clan compassionist stepped out and released the pre-prepared sniffing insects. It soon yielded something and found the lingering scent. Tracking all the way, he came outside. Third Elder, there is another exit, also found outside, the scent of young Master Ming Xian as well as the two people accompanying him, all going in the same direction. The compounder reported. Chase. The Zhang family's group tracked all the way. After a period of time, a few corpses ahead came into view. Ah, Xian. Young master. Who is it? Who in the world did this? How dare you kill my good nephew? I won't let him go if he dares to kill my Zhang family. Keep tracking for me. We must find this murderer. I'll eat him alive and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Zhang He's eyes were glazed over, his eyes were red, almost ready to spit out fire. Why don't you hurry up and track? Zhang He roared at the compounder. Third Elder, there's no way to track it, the murderer's aura has disappeared. The compounder said bitterly. Disappeared? How did it disappear? Zhang He asked. I don't know, it was interrupted when it reached here. I suspect that the other party might have flown away, so there's no way for the aura to remain for too long. The compounder made a guess. Impossible. A martial artist who can fly is at least a martial emperor. What would a martial emperor powerhouse be doing in the green mysterious realm? Zhang He didn't believe it 10,000 times. Besides, it was impossible for Zhang Mingxian to offend such a strong person. Wait. Could flying be a soul master? Zhang He suddenly thought of this possibility. Soul masters with a certain strength, soul power is strong enough to fly with the help of soul soldiers in flight, taking themselves also flying. This point Zhang He is aware of, is also a major difficult place of soul masters. But these fatal wounds, again, look like they were caused by a martial artist, both a martial artist and a soul master? Zhang He only felt his brain was in chaos. Record the killer's scent characteristics for me. Zhang He commanded. Yes. The compassionate master answered. Quickly. All follow me back to the teleportation point, let's block outside the secret realm. He felt that the murderer might not have left the secret realm yet. As long as we go out earlier than the murderer, we will wait outside and line up the people who went out from the secret realm. When the one with the same breath characteristics appeared, there was no doubt that it was the murderer. What they didn't know was that Yifeng had already arrived at the teleportation point. A suction force, acting on Yifeng, gradually strengthened. At this time, if one stayed away from here, one could abort the teleportation. Yifeng allowed the suction to strengthen, and when he reached a certain critical point, he was sucked away and disappeared into the secret realm. After another teleportation process, Yifeng was teleported outside. There were not many people outside at this time. Yifeng still stood on top of the demon-breaking gun and flew towards the distance, disappearing into the distance. When the odor in the air, all disappeared cleanly. Only then did Zhang He and his group come out from the secret realm. Third Elder, the murderer's scent has not been found outside here for the time being. The compounder reported. Good. Let's wait outside here. Zhang He said. Yifeng flew for some distance and felt that he just couldn't hold on anymore. Due to the excessive consumption of soul power, he had a splitting headache and flew shakily, nearly falling from a high altitude. He could only come down immediately and return to the ground. It was tens of miles away from the entrance to the green mysterious realm, so Yifeng could rest at ease for a while. When his condition recovered a bit, he would then set off back to the academy. Yifeng found a big tree and sat down with his back against it. Taking advantage of the rest period, he flipped through Mu Bufan's research diary and read it, focusing on the ones related to the Ru Sangbind. After 1302 experiments finally found the program to catalyze the germination of the seeds of the rue mulberry vine, it is necessary to use 5 materials such as wood marrow crystals, shangyuan clay,
and so on.
Stir to make a nursery soil, bury the seeds in it, and then irrigate a certain amount of foreign beast blood at certain intervals.
Inside, it was written in great detail. There were not only seed cultivation programs, but also subsequent growth programs.
Each of these programs had been discovered by fluke only after hundreds and thousands of researches. Seeing this, Yifeng admired from the bottom of his heart, this Mu Bufan is really extraordinary. It is a pity that he was eventually poisoned and died, otherwise his achievements would have been much more than that. Regarding the information about the rue mulberry vine, Yifeng looked at it more carefully. The other types, on the other hand, temporarily roughly read through, in the future need to use it, and then look at it in detail.
When turning to the last page of the book, the handwriting changed from black pen and ink to red. No, it's not red ink, it's blood.
These words, they are written in fresh blood.
Chapter 39 God-Eating Moss. Red Treasure Chest. Hate. I, Mu Bufan, hate that I can't eat the flesh of the Jiang family.
Drink the blood of the Jiang family.
At the beginning of the text, a wave of intense hatred, spanning 20 years of age, greeted him. This Jiang family in the text, was it the same Jiang family as the one he had just offended? Yifeng continued to read down.
The Jiang family, in order to obtain my research results, intercepted me several times. Fortunately, I have quite a few demonized plants, and I was able to escape several times, and killed multiple of their experts. Some of them were martial kings, and even martial zones. Unable to do anything about it, I was ultimately unable to defeat them, and spelled the death of quite a few powerful demonized plants, as well as being assassinated by their highly poisonous parasites, and it was difficult for me to escape death. I don't dare to be sure that my research results will eventually fall into whose hands. Anyway, just don't be that group of brutes from the Jiang family. However, my god-devouring moss seedling was taken away by them. I only hope they didn't find a cultivation program, otherwise, with the Jiang family's wolfish ambition, letting the god-devouring moss grow up will be a disaster for this world. The blood words ended here.
One could feel from it Mu Bufan's unwillingness, hatred, and helplessness.
The text mentions highly poisonous parasites. Jiang Mingxuan's Jiang family also has a tradition of raising parasites, presumably the same Jiang family.
It was really an enemy.
What made Yifeng care the most was still the god-devouring moss mentioned in it. Yifeng immediately flipped back to the previous page of the book, and there was an introduction of the god-devouring moss, which was also one of the last researches of Mu Bufan. God-devouring moss is a kind of moss plant able to continuously reproduce and grow, expand, with a strong poison. Rumor has it that when it grows to its limit, the god-devouring moss that spreads across the sky is like a wave, where it passes through, there is nothing but death, and it can even devour the gods, and thus it gets this name. The god-devouring moss was the highest grade of the demonized plants that Mu Bufan had obtained in his life. Unfortunately, before it could be allowed to grow, it met an untimely end, and the god-devouring moss seedling was even taken away by the Jiang family. It was no wonder that the Jiang family had gone to great lengths to find Mu Bufan's burial site, with the aim of finding a cultivation program to grow the god-devouring moss. From the research diary, Mu Bufan had done some research on the god-devouring moss, and it was a good thing that these researches did not fall into the hands of the Jiang family.
20 years had passed, and I hadn't heard of the Jiang family making any big deal about the god-devouring moss. Shouldn't they have been able to cultivate it? If the god-devouring moss seedling was still in the hands of the Jiang family and still survived, Yifeng must find a way to get the god-devouring moss into his hands. Almost having rested enough, Yifeng was ready to return.
Suddenly at this time, the long-lost treasure chest clue once again popped up.
Treasure chest clue, Jiang family residence, a red treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it.
Red treasure chest?
Yifeng's breath stuttered. That was the 6th-ranked treasure chest.
On the ground in due course, a line of red arrows appeared, heading in a certain direction. It seems that the Jiang family and I have to face each other. Whether it was to form a grudge just now, or to obtain the god-devouring moss, or to open the red treasure chest, in the end, it was inevitable that one would clash with the Jiang family. However, the Jiang family was too powerful, so exactly how to open this treasure chest would have to be planned.
Let's go back first.
After a period of rushing, Yifeng returned to the provincial capital. Finding the Ancon pharmacy, he handed over the 10 clear wind grasses to them.
Yifeng's task was then considered complete.
The other herbs that he obtained were also sold to the pharmacy together and sold for a total of $300,000. For ordinary people, 300,000 yuan was a huge amount of money, while for martial artists, it could only be said to be not bad. In addition, the things obtained from the Jiang family, several people, also looking for black market peddling, sold a total of 6 million. Among the most precious, belongs to Jiang Mingxuan's battle knife, grade reached 4, alone this knife, are sold 5 million. Yifeng is also a knife, could have been used by himself, but thought it was Jiang Mingxuan's weapon, easy to be recognized, or sell it. With this amount of money, to buy a new one is. Yifeng in a large equipment mall, after some selection, finally spent 6 million, bought a brand new. This knife was made from the bones of a king-level beast, the texture was very hard, and the shape was also very nice. Such a grade 4 battle knife was enough to be used up to the martial king realm.
Making money fast, spending money even faster. Yi Feng lamented. Just one weapon that could easily cost millions was really not something that an ordinary person could afford. If it was a more advanced weapon, it was even more astronomical.
As he approached the Dragon Academy, Yi Feng received a prompt that the mission was completed and the credits had arrived.
Finally, it's full of 10,000 credits. Yi Feng walked into the academy and immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Now Yi Feng, but a big celebrity, before the instantaneous hundreds of punches, Zhao Xiang dry unconscious, and now has not yet woken up, also heard that incontinence, how to a miserable word. The video of the fight has long been spread all over the campus network forum, almost all teachers and students have seen.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Feng walked into the promotion hall.
This place was used for applications, to promote the rank of students.
Inside sat a tutor wearing glasses, responsible for reviewing applications.
Tutor, I want to apply for promotion to Advanced Cadet. Yi Feng explained his intention.
Advanced Cadet?
That takes 10,000 credits, come back to apply when you've saved enough. The auditing tutor said subconsciously. Yi Feng's recent heat was high, and he happened to recognize it, and in just a few days, he felt that it was impossible for Yi Feng to save up 10,000 credits.
I have 10,000 credits right now. Yi Feng said. What? The auditing tutor was surprised and immediately made an inquiry. Sure enough, 10,000 credits, no more, no less.
After freezing for several seconds, he looked deeply at Yi Feng. Good, this will promote you to the cadet rank. The operation was also simple. The school information, the item about Yi Feng's identity, the junior cadet, was modified to become a senior cadet.
The enrollment period was June 20th, today is June 30th.
In only 10 days, he was promoted from junior to senior, completing the path that others needed at least a year.
It was one of the fastest students to be promoted over the years. After Yi Feng left, many students outside poured in. What's the situation? So many of you can't all be applying for promotion, right? The auditing tutor was shocked. Why were they all piling up in one piece? No, we are curious. Just now Yi Feng came in. Is he applying for promotion to senior student?
When they saw Yi Feng come in and quickly leave again, they already had a guess in their hearts and felt incredible, so they came in to confirm.
Yes.
The auditing tutor nodded. The information has also been updated now, so you can check it yourselves. The students' grade information, which did not involve privacy and could be displayed publicly, could all be queried.
They immediately went online to check. Yi Feng, senior student. Really? Really advanced cadet.
The students present were all astonished. Many of them didn't even have one credit, but Yi Feng had saved up 10,000 and was promoted to senior student. People will die compared to others, and goods will be thrown away compared to goods.
After Yi Feng left the hall of promotion,
he headed towards Su Canyi's side. Now that he was a senior student, he could go and report to her and become her student.
The blue arrow on the ground extended all the way to the advanced cadet teaching area. Chapter 40. Follow the blue arrow and move forward.
When Yi Feng arrived at the advanced cadet teaching area, he did not see Su Canyi's figure.
The blue arrow did not stop and continued to extend forward. Yi Feng continued to follow.
In the end, it extended beyond the school building and there was no end in sight.
Su Canyi is not in the school? You are student Yi Feng? A female senior tutor, seeing Yi Feng, spoke out to inquire.
On that day's ring battle, she was also one of the tutors who watched the battle and had a deeper impression of Yi Feng.
Yes, tutor. Yi Feng replied. Seeing as you seem to have something going on? She inquired. I came over to look for tutor Su Canyi, it's just that she doesn't seem to be here? Yi Feng inquired.
She went out 2 days ago and is expected to return soon. She was still on good terms with Su Canyi and knew that there was such a thing. After saying this, she asked in passing, you've come to look for her now, could it be that you're already an advanced student?
Yes. Yi Feng nodded his head.
Receiving Yi Feng's affirmative reply, the female tutor looked at Yi Feng a few times in surprise. After many years of teaching in the Dragon Academy, it was the first time she had encountered such a talented student. If it wasn't for her good relationship with Su Canyi, she would have started digging for corners by now. Since he was not in school, Yi Feng had to wait first. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Feng prepared to collect materials to cultivate the rue mulberry vine seeds. A total of 5 materials were needed to make the seedling nurturing soil.
Wood marrow crystals, Sheng Yuan clay. Slightly.
Among them, like the Sheng Yuan clay, and the other 3, could be bought on the market. Even in the academy, using credits, one could exchange various materials, among which were these 4. The credits were not too cost-effective for Yi Feng to exchange for secret books. If the redemption of the secret book can go outside to sell, that can also be exchanged for money, but unfortunately does not work. This is a violation of the law, can only be used for their own cultivation. Yi Feng has always had a treasure box can open, will always open to the technique martial arts, and directly is the perfect sense, faster than cultivation, so there is no need to exchange secret books personally cultivate. Then it is used for redemption, for kinds of materials that can be redeemed, otherwise spend money to buy, the price is very high, need to spend a lot of money. In accordance with the proportion given by Mu Bufan, how much each of the materials need, according to the proportion of the exchange is enough. These materials were all rarer and more expensive to exchange, costing a total of 3,000 credits. The trainee level looked at the total amount of credits recorded, no matter if it was spent or not, it would not be downgraded. After exchanging the 4 materials, the remaining 2 things were still missing, needing the material wood marrow crystal, as well as the Fey beast blood used to irrigate the seeds. The Fey beast blood could be obtained by going out and hunting on your own. It was mainly the wood marrow crystals that were more difficult to obtain. There was no stock on the market for the time being, and it could not be exchanged in the school, so he could only go out and look for it himself. Yi Feng inquired about the information about wood marrow crystals, and eventually learned that in the Misty Forest, there was a chance to obtain this thing. The Misty Forest was very well known, Yi Feng didn't need to look it up. Mist covered there all year round, entering it was very easy to get lost, and one needed to be in high spirits, lest they get lost in it. Yi Feng was going to wait for Su Kanyi to come back, check in with her and become her student, and by the way, see if there was a chance to open the blue treasure chest on her. After that, he would set off again and head to the Misty Forest to look for the wood marrow crystal. 3 days passed while waiting. During these 3 days, besides flipping through Mu Bufan's diary to understand more about demonized plants, Yi Feng also flipped through another book. The detailed explanation of compassion raising. This was searched from the Zhang family's man who was a composter, and it recorded a lot of knowledge about raising parasites, and after flipping through it, it allowed Yi Feng to have a better understanding of raising parasites. It was beneficial to know more, and he might be able to use it in the future against the Zhang family. Su Kanyi hadn't returned yet. The blue arrow pointing to Su Kanyi had often changed over the past few days, but the general direction hadn't changed. It was like moving back and forth within the same area? Yi Feng felt puzzled and also once again looked for the female tutor from before to inquire about the situation. However, the reply received was that she unexpectedly couldn't contact Su Kanyi anymore. Is something wrong? Yi Feng frowned. Right at this moment, the blue arrow on the ground, once again, appeared to move by a certain margin. It was good that it would move, at least it meant that the person should still be alive, presumably delayed by something. Yi Feng did not intend to continue waiting. First, he went on the road and headed to the Misty Forest. Rather coincidentally, the direction that the blue arrow pointed to was the direction of the Misty Forest. If he was lucky, he might be able to run into Su Kanyi, who was on her way back, on the way forward. At the same time, somewhere in the middle of a dense forest, with ancient trees in the sky, the air was filled with a thick white fog, and the vision was not clear, severely affecting one's senses. Every step one took here had to be careful. Not only did one have to recognize the direction, but one also had to be careful of snakes, insects, rats and ants, as well as some highly poisonous plants. A woman with a strong body and beautiful face was located in the middle of this dense forest. If Yi Feng was here at this time, he would have recognized this woman. Isn't it Su Chenyi? At this moment, Su Chenyi was in a somewhat wrong state. Her cheeks were hot and flushed. I don't know if it was because she had just run her gungfu, or for other reasons. Her pretty willow brows furrowed with indignation in her concentration, and she turned her head to look in a certain direction. Getting up again, she quickly left the spot. After rushing, Yi Feng arrived at the edge of the Misty Forest. At a glance, the boundless forest was shrouded in thick white mist, making it impossible to see inside. Here all year round, or so, no one knows the reason, is also some magic, is considered a well-known dangerous land. Dangerous land. Contains danger, adventure, 2 layers of meaning. All the way over, and did not run into Su Kanyi. Yi Feng looked at the ground, the blue arrow, still located on the ground, all the way to the Misty Forest. From this, he could not be sure that Su Chenyi was also in the Misty Forest, perhaps she was in a farther place, but just in this direction. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng took a step and walked into the Misty Forest, and his entire being was enveloped in white mist. These white mists, they actually affect perception, to a certain extent. A martial artist's observation of the surrounding environment did not just rely on their eyes, all other body senses were also involved. For example, the ears, the nose, and even the air convection, which brought a sense of touch to the skin, were all means for martial artists to observe the world. This means, then, was called perception. Originally, it was thought that the white fog affected vision, which was what made it easy to get lost. It was only after being there that one realized that a whole set of perceptions were affected. For example, the sounds coming from the surroundings, under the influence of the white fog, made it difficult to recognize the exact location. This blue arrow, on the contrary, has become my guide mark. Yi Feng realized that no matter how the white fog affected perception, just brainlessly following the blue arrow anyway would ensure that he wouldn't be circling in place. Toward the blue arrow, forward. Chapter 41, A Chance Encounter in the Forest. The mists were heavy and shrouded this dense forest. Yi Feng was walking inside. From time to time, there were strange sounds coming from the surroundings, not knowing what they were made of, and also making it difficult to recognize from which direction exactly. Yifeng concentrated even more, paying attention to all the changes in the environment. Once there was any sudden change, he could respond in time. The thought had just arisen when the strange situation came. Swish! A poisonous snake ejected from the nearby canopy, opened its mouth and bit at Yifeng. Yifeng instinctively drew his sword and chopped. The light of the sword drew a beautiful arc. The poisonous snake was cut into two by Yifeng, and fell to the ground and kept twisting and struggling, and after a while, it gradually did not move. This kind of situation is quite common in this place. And not only here, but wherever there are more snakes, insects, rats and ants, people in which activities may be subjected to their sudden attack. Lurking and camouflaging, and then attacking, were the usual tricks of these creatures. Yifeng followed the blue arrow and continued to move forward while searching for the wood marrow crystals. The method was simple, just need to pay attention to where the trees were huge and attracted creatures that were moving around, then it was possible to find the wood marrow crystals. Because, here in the misty forest, there is a kind of wooden marrow tree. When it grows to a certain number of years, within the trunk of the tree, a kind of liquid will be produced. As time passes, the liquid condenses into a solid, which is the wood marrow crystal. Some creatures like the smell of wood marrow crystals. Where there are wood marrow crystals, there may be creatures wandering around. I don't know how long I had walked, but suddenly there was a movement in front of me. Yifeng slowed down his steps and slowly approached the past with the help of some grasses and shrubs as a cover to hide his figure. Eventually, he stopped at a certain location. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, Yifeng saw that not far ahead, there was a huge wood marrow tree. I'm afraid this is not, at least 300 years old. Judging from the thickness, this huge wood pith tree should have more than 300 years. A 100-year-old one would have the conditions to produce wood marrow crystals, and this 300-year-old one would produce wood marrow crystals that would be of better quality. According to Mu Bufan, using wood pith crystals of a higher vintage, the nutrients would be more sufficient, allowing the rue mulberry vine to germinate and grow faster. This is the one. But, knock knock. On the trunk of the giant tree, there was a group of sawtooth woodpeckers, which were very large, with a beak more than a meter long, and they pecked at the tree trunk for a while, sending out thud 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 sounds of pecking wood. They were also an exotic beast. Their strength was almost at the sure level, equivalent to the level of a martial artist. For Yifeng, it did not pose a threat at all. Yifeng immediately showed up and killed them. Alarmed by the commotion, the sawtooth woodpeckers spread their wings and took off, reaching high above the sky, circling back and forth, observing the situation below. Seeing a human, actually came to the trunk of the tree, reached out to the tree holes, and quickly pulled out a piece of wood marrow crystal. Those tree holes is not a natural formation, but they are painstakingly played out. The purpose is for the inside of the wood marrow crystals. But now, it was all cheap for this human. Can this be tolerated? Definitely can't endure. Hula, dozens of sawtooth woodpeckers swooped down from the air. The sharp beak with jagged teeth was like a sharp sword, and under the swooping effect of gravity acceleration, it carried the momentum of breaking through the air and stabbed at Yifeng. I was too lazy to pay attention to you guys, but you guys even took the initiative to look for me. Humph. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you all. Congeal. The demon-breaking gun condensed in the void. Swoosh. It erupted with a speed faster than that of the sawtooth woodpeckers, piercing back and forth several times in the air. Dozens of woodpeckers, like kites with broken strings, fell powerlessly from the air. Boom 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 boom. The bird corpses smashed to the ground, the vital parts of the body, all had a hole, blood flowed, twitching, and after a while there was no movement. Yifeng continued to dig wood marrow crystals. This group of woodpeckers, but helped, they pecked the place, inside basically have wood marrow crystals. Soon, Yifeng dug away all that he could, the quantity was completely enough. Waiting for this tree, the next time wood marrow crystals were formed, it was estimated that it would take a long time. This time, he had come out to look for wood marrow crystals. Now that it had been found, it was time to go back. However, Yifeng was a little curious as to where Su Canny was now. With the thought, Yifeng advanced a little further. A phenomenon was also discovered: the blue arrow would move more compared to before. From this, it could be concluded that the distance between the two sides was short enough. When the distance was far, even if Su Canny moved, this end of Yifeng, the angle change of the arrow, was relatively small. Now that the distance was close, if she casually moved, the change would be more pronounced. What person? Suddenly there was a movement from the neighborhood. Yifeng's whole body tensed up, the battle knife in his hand crossed in front of his body, his soul power was running, making preparations to use the demon-breaking gun at any time. Swish! A fiery red figure, from the direction of the nearby dense grass, quickly rushed out. Su Canny? Seeing the face of the other party, Yifeng recognized that this person was no one else but Su Canny. The moment Su Canny saw Yifeng, she was also startled. A long knife with a blazing aura, aimed at Yifeng and slashed over. After seeing that it was Yifeng, she quickly withdrew her hand. However, her body did not close in time, and she collided with Yifeng.
A wonderful touch spread all over Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng? Why are you here? Su Canyi panted and hurriedly retreated a few steps back. Her cheeks were flushed and she looked like a peach ripe for picking, giving people the urge to take a bite. According to reason, with her hallowed martial king, even if she ran continuously for half a day, she wouldn't pant like this. Then why on earth? Moreover, looking at her, she was also in a bit of a sorry state. Some parts of her clothes, even the close-fitting fiery red battle armor, were cut through a few slits, revealing the snowy skin inside. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, Yi Feng always felt that at this moment, Su Canyi's state was a bit off. Especially staring at his eyes, how does it feel? Strange? Doubtful as he was, Yi Feng still immediately returned. I came over here to look for some materials, I didn't expect to meet up here. Yi Feng said half-heartedly. Just now, he had been following the arrow and it was actually expected that he would bump into Su Canyi. Su Canyi nodded and was about to say something else when she suddenly thought of something and her complexion tensed up. This is not the time to chat, quickly follow me. After saying that, no matter what, as soon as she grabbed Yi Feng's arm, she started to run away at a fast pace. Seems to be worried that Yi Feng can't keep up with her, a little hesitation, a clench of teeth, actually an arm around Yi Feng, half dragging running. Leaving aside the accident of the collision just now, this is the first time that Yi Feng had zero-distance contact with a woman, especially a woman with a hot body and beautiful looks. Feeling the delicate touch of his body, Yi Feng's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Chapter 42 Weird Black-Robed Man. As for Su Canyi, her reaction was even greater than Yi Feng's, her ears that were already red, swished even redder, and she also clearly felt that her body temperature had risen quite a bit. This damn toxin! Su Canyi secretly cursed. If it wasn't for the toxin in her body, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It was only after running her gong methods more attentively and suppressing certain thoughts that she gradually returned to normal. The two of them ran away in the dense forest and hurried forward. Looking at Su Canyi, who was close at hand, Yi Feng was struck by a thought. Such a good opportunity, how about? Try it again? Yi Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Su Canyi's abdomen. The blue treasure chest was right in front of him, moving along with Su Canyi. Really didn't mean to eat your tofu. Who let this blue treasure chest? How did it grow on you? I had to find a way to open it. Before doing so, Yi Feng chanted in his heart. Mainly this treasure chest's grade was not low, it had reached the blue color, so it could definitely open something good. If it was of a low grade, such as white or yellow, it didn't matter if it was opened or not. The blue treasure chest is definitely to be opened. Thinking of this, Yi Feng, intentionally or unintentionally, reached out and touched it. The moment his hand touched his abdomen, Su Canyi's body, as if electrocuted, very obviously trembled. A certain thought that had been suppressed with great difficulty, violently erupted out, and was nearly uncontrollable. What are you doing? Su Canyi roared, a small woman's grudge in her eyes. God knows she had already gone through a lot of effort to suppress the toxins in her body, and this guy still came to make trouble, almost making her lose control. No. There was just a bug that wanted to be swatted away. Yi Feng used a lame excuse. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart, this method really can't open the treasure chest. There's a bug? Why didn't I notice it? Su Canyi's eyes were skeptical, looking Yi Feng up and down. Your attention wasn't there, so you definitely didn't notice it. Yi Feng said in a serious manner. Su Canyi nodded her head and felt that it made sense, she really didn't have the extra attention to spread out to focus on too many things. Alright, hurry up and get out of here. The two ran and stopped. Su Canyi started to rush Yi Feng away. As she spoke, her eyes weren't even on Yi Feng, instead, she was paying attention to the surrounding movements. It seemed to be worried about some kind of danger coming. What about you? Yi Feng inquired, feeling that Su Canyi was definitely up to something. She paused, I can't leave yet. Why? Yi Feng was even more puzzled. Looking at her, it was clear that she was hiding from something. It had been several days since she had gone back, so I guess she had just been circling around in here. Yi Feng didn't think that it was Su Canyi who couldn't go out, a misty forest was just a misty forest, it wasn't hard to defeat her. The real situation should be that she herself didn't want to go out. What was the reason that she didn't want to leave here? Obviously looking like she was avoiding something, but she didn't want to leave here, preferring to be chased all the time. This kind of approach, anyone who looked at it would feel conflicted. Don't ask, just leave, if you don't leave, you're going to be dragged down by me. As soon as the words fell, Su Canyi's face changed and she cursed, he's coming again. Run first, we'll talk later. Su Canyi once again wrapped her arms around Yi Feng and started a new round of running away. When the silhouettes of the two of them disappeared into the forest mists. While the original position, a silhouette appeared. This silhouette was covered in a black robe, making it impossible to see the exact face. Hey. You run, I chase, it's too amorous, I'm so excited. The black-robed man's voice was dry, like a rusty gear had gotten into the sand, harsh and hard to hear. He stuck out his tongue, his harumph flowed non-stop, feeling the odor in the air. How come there's one more youngster, a male, he. More excited. After saying that, he chased after the two in the direction they left. Despite not being able to chase them for the time being, he seemed to be enjoying it, this fun of chasing after his prey. Su Kanyi and Yifeng, the two of them, stopped at a certain place. They observed their surroundings. This site should be safe for the time being. After a while, let's just remember to change places. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yifeng. I told you to leave quickly, but you didn't listen. Now it's late, you can't leave even if you want to. When she blamed someone, that little expression, it also had a different charm. How would I know what's going on with you? Yifeng spread his hands with an innocent face. Why don't you tell me what happened? Su Kanyu sighed, organized her wording and explained. A few days ago, I originally came out as well, looking for something. But I didn't expect that I was targeted by a dead pervert who kept tracking me. I relied on this misty forest to be able to maneuver around him. If I left the misty forest, I would definitely be caught up by him. Hearing this, Yifeng suddenly realized, no wonder it always felt like Su Kanyi was wandering back and forth within the same area. Who is this person? Is the strength very strong? Even you are not his opponent? Yifeng was surprised. To be able to make Su Kanyi can only escape, it seems to be very strong. I'm not sure his exact identity. Anyway, he's a dead pervert. In terms of strength, I fought with him briefly. He should be in the late Martial King stage. Originally, with my mid-Martial King strength, there was no need to be so afraid of him. It's just that I accidentally got hit by his poison, and now I need to keep running my chi and blood to suppress the outbreak of the toxin. In this way, I won't be able to utilize my full strength because once I do, I won't have the extra chi and blood to suppress the toxin in my body. It was because of this that she needed to keep running away and circling around. What kind of poison are you suffering from? Yifeng inquired. No wonder looking at Su Kanyi, her state was a bit off, at least not the same as usual, so it turned out that she was poisoned. Su Kanyi stammered, looking at her squirming appearance, it seemed to be very difficult to speak. I have been trying to detoxify the poison, this misty forest, there are also quite a few herbs, during the wandering period, have found some. She directly changed the topic. However, there is still one last herb missing, called cliff flower, and I need its pollen. But in my current condition, it's not too easy to fetch the cliff flower. Cliff flowers, which grew on cliff faces, were often still located in very steep places. If it was in the past, even if the cliffs were steep, it would be no big deal for the Hall Martial King. But now, most of Su Kanyi's chi and blood were used to suppress the toxin, not too good to use force, easily allowing the toxin to have a chance to erupt. Once it erupted, it would be difficult to suppress it. Chapter 43, It's only when you're here that something happens. Yifeng pondered for a while and spoke out. There are cliffs nearby, you stay here, I'll go and help you look for it. As long as it was within his power, he definitely wanted to give a hand. The main thing was that Yifeng alone was not capable of dealing with that enemy. When Su Kanyi was detoxified, the two of them would join forces and should be able to that enemy to death. As for that, using the Soul Master's ability to fly, leave this place now. At first glance, it sounds like a good idea. But upon careful consideration, this method would not work. Not to mention, if you bring one more person, can you still fly smoothly? Even if you can, the consumption of soul power is very high and the speed will be slowed down. Even if he didn't bring Su Kanyi, Yifeng flying alone, there was no way to fly from this side, all the way back to the academy. It was a long way, and when the soul power consumption was too great, one would definitely need to take a rest in the middle of the journey, and would need to descend to the ground. Then there would be a situation where one was flying in the sky while the enemy was chasing on the ground. Unless one had unlimited soul power and could guarantee flying all the time, one would definitely be caught in the end. So it wasn't that a soul master who was able to fly with the help of a soul soldier would be invincible under a martial emperor. As long as the enemy's movement speed was faster than the soul master's flight speed, the other party could follow all the way. Until the soul power is exhausted and has to come down, it is the soul master's time to die. Without further thought, Yifeng immediately moved to the nearby cliff. If it was an unusual forest, there might not be a cliff wall. Fortunately, the misty forest, which was located on a mountain range, was still able to find some cliff walls. Not long after, Yifeng arrived at the nearby cliff. This cliff face was nearly 100 meters high and was almost vertical. Yifeng raised his head and scanned above. Soon, his eyes locked onto a certain spot. At a height of about 70 to 80 meters from the ground, a clump of white flowers was proudly rooted on the bare cliff wall. That was the cliff flower. In the vicinity of the cliff flower, there were several monkeys. Their hands and feet were sensitive, as if they were top-notch rock climbers, firmly grasping the cliff wall, some places where they could use their strength, climbing towards the cliff flower. Those are cliff monkeys. They were strong climbers, able to come and go as they pleased on the vertical cliff face. Occasionally, they may lose their footing, but this is usually due to a fight, so if they climb well, basically nothing can happen to them. Cliff monkeys like to eat cliff flowers. If they are preempted by them, the clump of cliff flowers will definitely become their stomach meal. Without hesitation, Yifeng mobilized his soul power, and the demon-breaking gun appeared. Swoosh! The demon-breaking gun turned into a stream of light and shot away rapidly.
The sharp tip of the gun violently nailed on the edge of the cliff flower bush, and that whole clump of cliff flowers, even the flowers with the soil, was pried off the cliff wall, free falling. Yifeng, who was standing below the cliff wall, reached out and steadily caught the cliff flower. The demon-breaking gun also turned into energy and retracted into his mind. A set of actions flowed smoothly and quickly completed. The cliff monkeys hanging above all looked dumbfounded. Wah! Wah! After reacting, they realized that the cliff flower had been snatched by someone, and immediately wailed and grimaced at Yifeng. Yifeng didn't care about them and left with the cliff flower, returning to Su Canyi. The cliff flower is fetched for you. Yifeng took the cliff flower and handed it to Su Canyi. So fast? Su Canyi was surprised. It felt like Yifeng had only left for a short while, but she didn't expect to find it. With the cliff flower, it should be able to cure the poison, right? Yifeng asked. It should be possible. Su Canyi nodded and then said, let's change to another place first. After staying in one place for a while, they had to change places, otherwise they would be easily tracked by the enemy. The two once again hit the road. As expected, shortly after the two left, a black-robed figure appeared here. He licked his lips evilly, saliva flowing everywhere. He. Really can run. Where did he run away again? He also continued on his way to track. Yifeng, Su Canyi, and the two of them ran a long distance and came to a cave. After determining that it was safe, Su Canyi began to mix the antidote. The dozens of herbs that had been collected successively were all taken out. Recalling in her mind the antidote formulas she had read before, she blended them according to the proportion. When it was blended, a part of it was taken internally, and the other part needed to be sprinkled into the water for a medicinal bath. By attacking both internally and externally, the poison could be quickly detoxified. You don't even know what kind of poison you've been hit by. Are you sure that the antidote blended in this way is useful? Yifeng watched her blend the whole time and always felt that it was a bit unreliable. This couldn't be, sick and desperate, right? Who said I don't know what kind of poison I'm in? Su Canyi looked askance at Yifeng. Her hand movements didn't stop, took part of the antidote and swallowed it in one gulp. You know? Why couldn't you say it just now? So what exactly is the poison? Yifeng was curious and asked repeatedly. Alright, I'm going to take a medicinal bath. Su Canyi once again didn't say anything and directly digressed from the topic. She walked towards the inside of the cave. There was a pool of water inside, not too big, similar to a bathtub, with clear pool water. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At the top of the cave, there had been water seeping through, constantly dripping down and falling into the pool. Because of this, over time, the small pool of water was formed. Su Canyi put the antidote into the pool of water and watched it slowly dissolve. She was about to start the medicinal bath when she remembered that there was another person nearby. Are you just going to watch from the side? Su Canyi looked at Yifeng and said in a bad mood. She had already prepared the medicinal bath water and was ready to soak in it, but this guy still didn't have the slightest bit of self-consciousness and stood straight there watching. Do you still want to watch from the side? Do not look at it? In case something happens? Yifeng said. You're the one who will have an accident here. Su Canyi clenched her silver teeth. This guy really wants to watch. She really didn't know whether this guy was overly innocent or colorful. She remembered that when she was hugging Yifeng to escape earlier, she was touched in the abdomen by Yifeng. At that time, Yifeng explained that it was because there were bugs. Now that she thought about it, she always felt that it wasn't simple. Wait. Touching the abdomen. How did she feel that this scenario was a bit familiar? After a little thought, she quickly remembered. When the college entrance exam was held, she went to Linhai City to supervise the exam, and when she saw Yifeng at that time, this guy suddenly made a big salute. His movements were incomparably exaggerated, and he also accidentally touched her abdomen. At that time, she thought that it was because this kid was more polite. Now it seems that it doesn't seem to be simple either. 2 times now, was it really just carelessness? Su Canyi was becoming skeptical. With an incomparably suspicious gaze, she sized up Yifeng. This guy is quite handsome if... Wait. Why am I having this thought? Stop. Is the toxin not suppressed? Obviously, I've already taken the antidote, it should start to take effect. Why does it feel like it's even harder to suppress than before? Su Canyi felt puzzled. Hurrying to empty her mind of distracting thoughts, she called on more qi and blood, suppressing the spread of the toxin. Well, then I'll go out and stand guard outside. If you have any situation, call me immediately. Yifeng said and was about to head outside. Wait. Su Canyi, however, suddenly shouted, looking at Yifeng with eyes that were filled with fire, itching to pounce on Yifeng. What's wrong with you? Yifeng felt hairy in his heart. Nothing. Su Canyi's eyes regained clarity again. You go out first, I should be fine after taking a medicinal bath. Su Canyi said. Yifeng nodded and left the cave, coming outside to keep watch. Chapter 44, Offbeat. This can also open a treasure chest? In the middle of the cave.
Su Canny took off the battle armor on her body and undressed her clothes, shedding one piece of clothing after another. Straight and slender thighs, she took a step and stepped into the pool of the pond. As her body sank, the water rose all the way up, finally drowning up to her neck. The entire person was like this, submerged in the pool of water. That damned lecherous thief made me get hit by the harmony scatter and is going to force me to seek pleasure with him in order to be able to cure the poison. Damn lecherous thief, dream on. I'll detoxify the toxin right now and not let you have your way. After I detoxify the poison, I will definitely find you to settle the score. Su Canny's white teeth clenched as she said indignantly. Time passed minute by minute. What's going on? As she soaked in the medicinal bath, the agitation within Su Canny's body did not weaken in the slightest. Not only did it not work, it even gradually strengthened, requiring her to call on more qi and blood to suppress it. Not good. The toxin in her body suddenly erupted violently. It had already been almost suppressed to its limit, and now that it suddenly erupted, it was finally completely impossible to suppress it. The medicinal power of the acacia scatter was no longer restricted to a certain range, and along with the blood, it flowed to all parts of the body. At this moment, Su Canny's eyes became mesmerized, her breathing rate accelerated, her body temperature rose, and she panted slightly. Outside the cave, Yifeng suddenly noticed that there were some movements coming from inside the cave, as well as voices of unknown significance. Yifeng suddenly heard that Su Canny, who was inside the cave, was calling his name. You called me? Yifeng confirmed. Well, you come in. Su Canny's voice was permeated with a sense of seduction. Have you soaked in the medicinal bath? Yifeng inquired. Yes, soaked well, come in quickly. Her voice was urgent. Oh, good. Despite feeling that something was fishy, Yifeng didn't think much about it and walked towards the cave. When Yifeng went in, the scene in front of him almost made his nose bleed. In the middle of the water pool, Su Canny was soaking in it. The surface of the water was rippling with microwaves, and her underwater body was hidden, her body twisting like a water snake. The eyes that looked at Yifeng were about to pull out silk. Tutor Su, what are you doing? Didn't you say, already soaked? Now call me in, how do you? Yifeng immediately turned around, his mouth felt dry even as he spoke. However, not waiting for Yifeng to finish his words. The sound of clattering water came from behind him, Su Canny's jade hand, a tug on Yifeng's clothes. Caught off guard, Yifeng was unsteady and was dragged into the water pool. Su Canny used her hands and feet to firmly entangle Yifeng. Yifeng, I can't control it anymore, I can only condemn you, instead of letting that ugly monster have its way, it's better to be with you. At this moment, Yifeng only felt that even the clear and cold pool of water had no way to cool down. Until now, Yifeng finally understood that the poison that Su Canny had been hit by, what exactly was it? No wonder when he asked her what kind of poison she was suffering from before, she kept avoiding the topic and didn't talk about it. It was also no wonder that from the moment they first met, they felt that her state was a bit unnatural. Yifeng was about to say something when his mouth was blocked. My first time. Clatter, clatter. In the cave, the sound of clattering water came from the cave, constantly intense. In the midst of this, snap. You opened a blue treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining 12,000 points of soul power. The sudden prompt made Yifeng froze. The blue treasure chest that his heart was longing for was actually opened in this way? Thinking about the location where the treasure chest existed, located in the lower abdomen, it didn't feel hard to understand. Yifeng couldn't help but remember that when he was acquiring the wood marrow crystals, he reached into the middle of the tree hole and was able to touch the wood marrow crystals inside and take them out. The entire 12,000 points of soul power, after the fusion, Yifeng's soul power skyrocketed by a large margin. From the original 15,000, it skyrocketed to 27,000. And this value just happened to be the threshold of the king level. In other words, Yifeng's soul master realm, in one fell swoop, had been promoted from the late general level to the early king level. With this kind of strength, dealing with an enemy at the late martial king stage was a complete handful. The cave was already quiet. The two of them had already put on their clothes. Su Canny's eyes, too, had regained their clarity, only that her face was still red. Before, it was the toxin that was acting up, but now it was the blush. Thinking about the process just now, she didn't know, for a moment, how to face Yifeng. It was also at this moment. He. Found you guys. Outside the cave, an unpleasant and piercing voice came. It's over, blocked inside the cave, can't escape. Su Canny panicked, quickly looked for a second exit. Although the toxin was now lifted, she had previously consumed an excessive amount of qi and blood for suppressing the toxin, which was very exhausting. In this state, there was no way to fight against the enemy. Originally, she was planning to wait until the toxin was lifted and her strength was restored, so she could run at full speed and leave the misty forest first. How to take revenge later, then think of a way. But now, having just detoxified and in extremely poor condition, she was blocked by the enemy in the cave. It was estimated that soon, the enemy would be coming in from the outside. Obviously, there is no second exit. Yifeng said. Inside here, one glance could reach the end. Whether there was a second exit or not, one could tell at a glance.
It's all your fault, it took so long just now.
Su Kenyi complained. Long time is still a disadvantage? Yi Feng asked rhetorically.
As he spoke, the person shrouded in a black robe walked in from outside. He stretched out his tongue, which was severely yellowed, and licked his thick, large lips, drool flowing everywhere.
I smelled the herb flavor, he. You think this is the unusual harmony scatter?
Wrong. This is the harmony scatter that has been magically altered by me, an unusual antidote. Not only will it not be able to be lifted, but will instead exacerbate the spread of the toxin. The black-robed man hemmed and hawed and laughed, very pleased with himself. But soon, his face was a twist. But now look at you, the toxin should be lifted. Could it be that the two of you have to go so far as to deviate from my wishes? I can't spare you. The black-robed man's voice was shrill and hoarse, his face twisted to the extreme, appearing maniacal. It made his already ugly face even uglier. Hearing his words, Su Kenyi's face turned ice cold. No wonder the antidote didn't work and even suddenly lost control. So it was like this. This lecherous thief is really insidious. Yi Feng, wait for the fight. I'll try my best to stall him. You look for an opportunity to escape first, and I'll look for an opportunity to get rid of him. Su Kenyi's face was gloomy as she whispered to Yi Feng. No need, I'm not afraid of him at all. You don't need to make a move, just watch from the side. Yi Feng's tone was calm and honest. It's all at this time, don't try to be strong, otherwise it will only add to the chaos. Listen to me, wait and find a chance to escape quickly. Su Kenyi's tone was serious, she made a gesture to protect in front of Yi Feng. She naturally didn't believe Yi Feng's words. In her opinion, a new student like Yi Feng, even if he showed good strength during the ring battle, it could only be considered good. In front of a martial king, it was not worth mentioning at all, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. A single finger of the martial king could crush him. Let him fight? It was no different than sending him to his death. You two don't need to fight, I won't let one of you escape. The voice of the two conversations, in fact, pressed very low. The black-robed man did not hear clearly. The two actually said what, but a casual guess, can guess. In addition to discuss escape, what else can be discussed? Anyway, in his opinion at this time, the two are the fish on the chopping board, let him slaughter. He had already begun to think about what means he would use to torture the two. Just thinking about it made his body tremble with excitement, a burst of crazy shaking, and some strange cries of unknown significance. Alright, I've already figured out how I'm going to play you guys, so next, enjoy yourselves. The black-robed man licked his lips and said in an evil and incomparable manner. Su Kenyi also tensed up. Despite feeling exhausted, she still forcefully mobilized her body's chi and blood, preparing for battle. Overdrawing her body was better than standing around waiting to die. Moreover, falling into the hands of someone with such a perverted personality, even if he died, he would die a miserable death. Just as Su Kenyi was about to make her move, preparing to fight to the death. Swoosh! A sharp air-breaking sound behind her quickly crossed from her ears. A blood-red stream of light instantly engulfed the short distance between the two sides and appeared in front of the black-robed man. It was too fast. It was also too unexpected. The black-robed man couldn't even react in time. A mere thought surfaced in his mind. What the hell is this? The crisis of death came head-on. The blood-red lance pierced through the center of his forehead, and the terrifying power of the lance shattered his entire head. The remaining power of the spear did not diminish, and shot straight away, eventually nailing into the wall of the cave, and deeply disappearing into it. Collect! The lance that was deeply sunk into the cave wall, turned back into energy and recycled into Yi Feng's mind. The headless body of the black-robed man fell straight down. In his hand, he was still holding a handful of psychedelic paralyzing powder. As long as one was contaminated with this, without an antidote, one would be powerless and fall into temporary paralysis. It was probably prepared to be suddenly thrown over during the battle. Sure enough, it was an outlawed fellow. Who is it? The attack just now, who on earth sent it? In the cave, could there be someone else? It's a strong person. Looking at the black-robed man who was instantly seconded, Su Kenyi did not move for a long time and froze for a long time before slowly turning around. Wanting to see the strong person who had just struck out, who exactly was it? Chapter 45, Bounty Wanted List, $10 million for nothing. After Su Kenyi turned around, she saw Yi Feng behind her. Other than that, there was no one else. The one who made a move just now was you, Yi Feng. Before turning around, she was of course clear that in this cave, the possibility of there being someone else was very low. But she just felt incredulous. How could a person who, in her cognizance, was only at the martial general realm, suddenly erupt with such a terrifying attack? The enemy was a genuine martial king. It was not an ordinary martial king, it had reached the late martial king stage. And he would always use some devious means, making people unable to defend themselves. Even if one was a martial king, fighting against this person would be extremely dangerous, and one could be planted at any time. But it was such a strong opponent, but in a single glance, he was killed by Yi Feng in a second. The contrasting impact that this brought to Su Kenyi was undoubtedly huge. In a short period of time, Yi Feng had become so strong.
The attack you performed just now felt like it had soul power fluctuations. Could it be that besides being a martial artist, you are also a soul master? Su Kenyi looked at Yifeng in surprise. Yes, it's a soul master's attack method. Yifeng nodded. Your soul master's realm is even higher than a martial artist. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Had I known that you were so strong, we wouldn't have needed to run in the first place. Oh yes, you should be thinking that you wouldn't want to reveal your soul master's strength in front of outsiders unless you have to, so that you can use it as a bottom card. That's why you chose to run away in the beginning. Don't worry, I won't tell the secret of your soul master. Su Kenyi had an I understand you look, brainstorming many ideas in a row. I wasn't the one running just now, it was you who ran with your hard arm around me. Yifeng smiled and deliberately joked. Mentioning this kind of more intimate words, Su Kenyi associated it with just now, what happened between the two of them in the water pool, and her ears swished red. Ahem. She coughed lightly to hide the strangeness of her complexion. So you won't say anything? Just that obedient, you run when I take you? Being embraced by a beautiful woman, which man would refuse? Yifeng was still smiling, saying that his eyes were still scanning her body. The beautiful picture of the white flowers just now seemed to be floating in front of his eyes again. Humph. Pervert. Su Kenyi hummed, not being poor with Yifeng. Turning around, she looked at the black-robed man's corpse. She didn't dare to directly lay her hands on him, but used her weapon to pickpocket him. All of the things he was carrying on his body were raked out. All kinds of pills, medicinal powders, bottles and jars, dozens of them. What a sinister and vicious dead pervert. Even though the person was dead now, Su Kenyi was still a bit angry. The result of her anger was to whip the corpse, slashing it hard, some vital location of the corpse. Looking at Yifeng felt his lower body tighten. This woman. If he offended her one day, would he be given a cut like this too? I know who he is. Su Kenyi suddenly said. Who? Yifeng asked. Look at this tattoo. She pointed at the black-robed man's right hand with her knife, and there was a tattoo pattern at the lower arm. It was a bloody hand sticking out from a dark doorframe, as if it had come to claim its life. If one looked at this pattern alone, it already gave off an evil feeling. Bloody Hand Gate? Yifeng subconsciously uttered this name. Not bad, it's the Bloodhand sect. Since it's a member of the Bloodhand sect, it's not surprising. The Bloodhand sect was an organization that was incomparably evil, full of evil people who took pleasure in doing evil things. They were so bad that they had already done many heinous crimes, and had long since been angered by the heavens and on the most wanted list. Killing and plundering goods and whatnot, with them, it was all just everyday child's play. What they pursued was the ultimate evil. Even if they only did one bad thing, they had to do something fancy. For example, if someone else kills someone, they might do it with a single cut. But when they kill someone, they will use all kinds of means to slowly torture them, a process that makes them feel excited and stimulated. Those who would join this kind of organization were more or less mentally challenged, and it wasn't surprising that they could do such things. Right, on the wanted list, there are wanted for some members of the Bloodhand sect, so quickly check to see if this guy is on the list. Su Kenyi reminded. The wanted list was set up by the state, specifically targeting those evil people who committed great crimes and evils, so that all the experts in the whole society would help to capture or kill them. No matter if they were captured alive or killed, they could receive a generous bounty. From this, a profession also developed, bounty hunters. They were planned and organized, looking for wanted criminals everywhere, killing them and earning the bounty. Of course, while obtaining high returns, they also bear extremely high risks, and those who can make it to the list are all big villains, and their strength is not too bad. Examples of being killed back by wanted criminals abounded. Yifeng used his tactical watch to call open a small light screen and started browsing the internet. Entering the wanted website, in the search box, he typed in the keyword Bloodhand sect. Soon, a row was listed. At the top of the search results was the Bloodhand sect master. Bloody Hand sect master, information unknown, strength unknown. Those who provide information, once confirmed, according to the value of the information, the reward will be 30 million or more, with no cap. Kill, 4 billion reward. Captured alive, rewarded 5 billion. Good guy. Seeing this wanted message, Yifeng straight away called out good guy. Just by providing the information, the minimum amount of bounty that could be obtained was more than $30 million. Being able to make a beggar instantly turn into a tycoon, a lifetime of food and drink. And if it was captured alive or killed, it instantly had billions. The point that capturing alive is a higher reward than killing is quite understandable. Capturing alive was more valuable, and information could be interrogated. In addition, when two experts fought against each other, capturing alive was actually more difficult, and one had to have crushing strength to do so. Otherwise, the fight would be tied up, and if they were not careful, they would even be counter-killed. Therefore, the bounty looks tempting, but not everyone has the strength to take it. Even the official gave, information is unknown, strength is unknown. It means that this person is very well hidden, it is difficult to even find out, let alone capture or kill alive. Below the Bloodhand Sect Master, there are several more Bloodhand Sect executives, and the bounty is also very high, basically $1 billion, but it is far from being as high as the Bloodhand Sect Master is. Yi Feng browsed downwards. Evil Drug Master, Strength Late Martial Arts King, specializing in the use of all kinds of drugs. This person's face is ugly, psychological distortion, evil and incomparable, men and women eat all. Killed, 10 million. Captured alive, 12 million. Above attached to the photo, able to control on, is indeed this person. Is this going to be $10 million for nothing? Killing such a martial king and giving 10 million, it seemed as if martial kings were a bit worthless. After all, a level 4 weapon was a few million. But one couldn't think of it like that. The bounty was only used as a reward, sort of an encouraging behavior, and wasn't used as a standard of measurement. In fact, for those who have the strength to kill in seconds, such as Yi Feng just now, one strike to finish off the other party, $10 million in hand. Looking at it this way, again, it felt good to earning away $10 million in one attack was quite a lot. Yi Feng immediately carried out the operation. First clicked to receive the wanted person, and after receiving the wanted list, he clicked done. A page popped up where information could be uploaded. Battle videos, photos of the wanted person's body, the location of the body. These were the evidence. Finally, fill in the bounty hunter's own bank account for the bounty to be paid out afterward. Personal information like the bank account will be encrypted by the computer system, which means that there is no way for the person in charge to know who the bounty hunter really is. The purpose is to protect personal privacy, to prevent internal and external collusion, to be found out the specific identity of the bounty hunter by the wanted person behind the forces of retaliation. We will verify the evidence as soon as possible, and if the situation is true, the bounty will be issued to you within 3 days. Chapter 46 New Clues, but with time conditions? Yi Feng swept all the drugs on the evil pharmacist into his backpack. What are you doing with these filthy things of his? Seeing Yi Feng's behavior, Su Canyi's eyes got weird. He. Yi Feng didn't answer positively and looked at Su Canyi, deliberately revealing an evil smile. Su Canyi's heart was hairy and goosebumps rose. You wouldn't want to do bad things too, right? Not bad, going to do bad things to you. Yi Feng smiled evilly and walked over step by step. Su Canyi was so scared that she backed up. Seeing this reaction of hers, Yi Feng was amused and laughed. No more teasing, these medicines can be carried by him. It is estimated that they are all worth a lot. There are so many types, I'll bring them back to see if there are any that can be used. Yi Feng explained. Su Canyi blankly glanced at Yi Feng, almost thinking, a new evil pill master was going to be born. Let's go, it's time to go back. The two left the cave. On the road, Yi Feng killed a general-grade alien beast and filled a jar full of beast blood with the container he had prepared in advance before he left and put it into his backpack. The rest of the beast meat was not wasted and found a place to build a fire to roast the meat. Seeing Su Canyi running her gong method, the fire element converged in her hands, the temperature gradually rose, and when she pressed her palm on the pile of wood, the flames rose. You have a fire type of physique, or talent? Yi Feng curiously inquired. I have an SS class physique, Fire Lotus Spirit Body. Su Canyi replied. So it turned out to be so. After roasting the meat, the two of them ate it. The meat of the general-grade alien beast contained a large amount of essence chi and blood, which could allow Su Canyi's deficient chi and blood to recover quickly. After eating and drinking, the two of them hit the road and eventually returned to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, in a certain cave in the misty forest, a few people came. They came from the provincial capital, belonging to the Wanted List Department's explorers, whose main job was to travel to the battle site to explore the situation. This time, after receiving a notice that the high bounty wanted criminal, evil pill master, had actually been killed, they came over to explore the specific situation. After several people entered the cave, a headless corpse appeared in front of them. There were many head tissues scattered nearby, obviously caused by the head bursting open. It was evident that the attack at that time, how terrifying the power was. The person who had struck was extremely strong. Vomit. A youngster in the team almost vomited. He was a new employee who was brought out by the old explorer to practice and experience, and had never experienced this kind of scene before, and immediately felt physiological discomfort. Little Lia, take a look at it more often, you'll get used to it later. The old explorer's face was as normal, talking and laughing. They had experienced more, and had long since lost their senses. Several people began to examine the scene. Headless body can no longer see the face, but through other means of detection, it can still be determined that this body is the evil pharmacist. The chain of evidence is also sufficient. There is a first view of the battle video. They have the technology to identify the authenticity of the video, and are not afraid of others to fake. With multiple verifications, it could basically be determined that the evil lust pill master had indeed been killed. This evil lust pill master, who is tired of his evil deeds, today there is finally an expert to get rid of the evil. It can be considered evil. I wonder who this expert is, to be able to kill the evil lust pill master in a single strike. He is really strong. Maybe it's some big shot from the provincial government. The only way to do so is if they strike. Several explorers spoke in awe and talked amongst themselves. Yi Feng returned to the Dragon Academy. The first thing he did was to go back to the dormitory. Now that he was an advanced student, he could move to the inner perimeter to live.
It was a small independent compound with 3 rooms with a courtyard, much more comfortable to live in than the single-room dormitory in the outer perimeter.
Yi Feng, you are moving?
Seeing Yi Feng come to the dormitory area and pick up some personal belongings, such as a change of clothes or something. This scene happened to be seen by He Xiling, so she asked out loud.
Yes, I'm moving to the inner circle. Yi Feng replied.
The students are all talking about it. You've already become a senior cadet. Originally I thought it was unbelievable and I was going to confirm it to you, but I didn't expect that you've really become a senior cadet.
He Xiling sounded surprised.
Senior cadet, which meant having 10,000 credits, was a heavenly number for the current He Xiling.
Without realizing it, the gap between her and Yi Feng was so huge.
Then I'll move there first. You also cheer up. When you become a senior cadet, we can still be neighbors.
Yi Feng encouraged. With He Xiling's talent, becoming an advanced cadet would definitely not be half a problem and would be faster than most students.
Her kind was the normal speed. It could only be said that it was Yi Feng who had opened up. There was no one who could compare to this point.
Looking at Yi Feng's distant back,
He Xiling had mixed feelings in her eyes, hiding the trace of adoration deep in her eyes even deeper.
What am I thinking about?
He Xiling shook her head, casting aside the distracting thoughts. From that year when she was forced to self-mutilate and disfigure her face and experienced the deep helplessness, she had already vowed to focus only on martial arts in her life and not think about anything else.
Right. I want to become stronger. Constantly become stronger. He Xiling's complexion was once again firm.
After a moment's perception, a burst of delight flashed by, and she felt that the bottleneck of her realm had actually loosened. Yi Feng moved to the inner perimeter and chose a small courtyard to live in. Take out the required materials and start matching the seedling soil. After matching them according to the proportions, they were placed in the container and the rue mulberry vine seeds were buried in it. It also needs to be poured with 1 liter of beast blood. Yi Feng opened the container and poured the beast blood down. The beast blood was very peculiar. Even at room temperature, it could be stored for a long time and would not solidify. This was quite good, as it needed to be poured once a day, so there was no need to always need to get fresh ones.
With that done, the next step is to wait for it to sprout.
At this time, a new treasure chest clue hint popped up. Treasure chest clue, Starburst Iron Mine Mountain, a blue treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it after half a month.
Another treasure chest, still blue. But why is there a time condition?
This time, the clue was different from the previous ones, with a time condition that required half a month before traveling to it.
There must be some reason leading to this.
Perhaps, it was out of the Starburst Iron or mountain, above this place. There could be something special about it. Googled, failed to find more accurate information, more just in the introduction. Star pattern iron this or, is a good metal, can refine weapons, battle armor. Then, he could only go to the Canonical Collection Pavilion and look through some of the canonical books to see if he could find relevant information.
Yi Feng was about to go out. The tactical watch suddenly vibrated.
Looking at it, someone dialed a call, an unfamiliar number.
Chapter 47. Can you come to the dormitory, one-on-one tutoring?
Seeing the unfamiliar number dialed, Yi Feng remembered that on the way back, Su Canyi said that she lost her tactical watch in the misty forest and went back to get a new one, and asked for Yi Feng's communication number at that time, saying that it would be convenient to contact her at that time. It should be her. Yi Feng picked it up.
Sure enough, above the light screen, Su Canyi's figure appeared.
She had already changed into a set of clothes. The whole person was white and clean. Presumably she had also taken a bath. Looking at it, she felt fragrant, and that eye-shattering twin peaks directly occupied half of the screen.
Fellow student Yi Feng, you have become a senior student. Why don't you come over and report to your teacher?
She put on a strict teacher's demeanor, like she was scolding a disobedient student.
Because, a bit tired. Yi Feng smiled, meaning it. What are you tired of in a good way? Su Canyi's expression was serious.
Yes, why are you tired? Yi Feng deliberately emphasized a sentence. A trace of unnaturalness appeared on Su Canyi's face, and she said in a bit of panic, "Come over quickly."
And then directly hung up.
Yi Feng happened to be going out, so he went over there first. When he came to the teaching area for advanced students, Su Canyi happened to finish answering the cultivation questions raised by a student. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, she cleared her throat. "Classmates, our class is joining a new student today. You shouldn't be too unfamiliar with him." Saying that, she looked at Yi Feng and introduced, "He is the new student, Yi Feng.
Come, say hello to everyone."
Yi Feng walked near Su Canyi, faced the students below and politely said, "Hello everyone, I am Yi Feng, take care of me in the future." Su Canyi, who was on the side, heard this and her eyelids jumped.
You are really modest.
His own hallowed martial king, the senior tutor of the Dragon Tang Academy, couldn't even beat him now, and this guy still said something about taking care of him more.
Clap your hands.
The students on the stage clapped and welcomed him, while whispering. In just a short period of time, he became an advanced student, too fast.
It could be that he had good strength before, for example, when he was in the entrance exam, he already had the strength of a martial general, so he can only be so fast now. That makes sense, that's still more acceptable, otherwise it would be too outrageous to progress so much in a short period of time. These students present, who were able to gather here, were all top-notch, and there were multiple top students from each city's college entrance exams alone. Their hearts were high and proud, and it was hard for them to accept that their genius selves were being crushed by another genius, by so much. They could only find a reason to forcefully convince themselves that the other person was not that exaggerated. Yifeng, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties in cultivation, feel free to find me and ask me, so as not to delay the cultivation process. Su Kenyi deliberately joked at Yifeng. Of course she knew that with Yifeng's strength nowadays, there was no need to ask her for advice. Can I go to the tutor's dormitory and get one-on-one tutoring? Yifeng blinked his eyes and inquired with a bad smile on his face. Of course it can. Subconsciously about to say can, quickly associated with what, and noticed Yifeng that face bad smile. Su Kenyi did not have the good sense to look askance at Yifeng, madly winking. In the classroom, so many people were watching, this guy still came to the set. What's wrong with Tutor Su? Why does it feel a bit strange? I don't know, maybe he's not satisfied with the sentence Yifeng said? There's nothing wrong with what he said, right? I remember before, there were quite a few students who encountered some emergencies and went to Instructor Su's residence to seek her advice, and she didn't say much at that time, and answered the questions very seriously. At this scene, the students looked puzzled. Tutor Su, I still have some things to do and would like to take leave to leave. Yifeng's another sentence once again made the students' whole won't. Only just joined over, his strength was estimated to be one of the worst in the class, and now he didn't listen to the lesson properly, but actually took leave to leave in the middle of the lesson? He's finished, becoming a student under Instructor Su's door without properly investigating her temperament, now he's violated the taboo. The students shook their heads straight. Because they knew that Su Kenyi was notorious for hating people leaving in the middle of the day. If you want to take a leave of absence, you can, then just do it and simply not come to this class. But once you came, halfway through the lesson, you suddenly said you had something to leave. This was something Su Kenyi was very averse to. Even for those old students who are at the top of their game, if they don't have no choice, they don't dare to mention half a word and want to leave in the middle of the lesson. Once they mentioned it and didn't give enough reasons, they would definitely be punished severely. The old students didn't even dare to mention it, but Yifeng, a freshman, actually said it in a dignified manner and didn't even give a specific reason. This kind of something broken reason, as soon as I heard it, I knew that it was a casual excuse. It's really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. However, the next moment, something shocking happened. Well, if you have something to do, you can go ahead and get busy. Su Kenyi had a gentle smile on her face, as gentle as it could be. Nanny! Everyone's mouths were wide open, their brains about to spin. Until they came back to their senses, Yifeng had already left. Looking at Su Kenyi again, there was no anger, not even half of it, everything was as usual. Could it be that Tutor Su was now no longer jealous, slipping out of this kind of operation halfway through? Students, let's continue the lesson. Su Kenyi said from the stage. The older students winked at each other and decided to send a representative to verify their suspicions. Instructor Su, I also have some business and would like to leave on leave. A top old student in the class raised his hand and asked Su Kenyi for permission. Su Chenyi, who was in the middle of lecturing, had a scowl on her face. What exactly is the matter? The old student's heart thumped with a sense of foreboding. The sharp old students didn't think of a good reason and stammered. Humph. How many times have I said, I hate slipping out in the middle of the day? As a student, it's the golden period of hard training. Don't listen to the class carefully and strive to become stronger quickly, but still move to take leave to leave. It's really a waste of a piece of my painstaking efforts. Get me out around the school and run 5,000 laps. Su Kenyi laid down the chastisement. The top veteran students were in agony. This was the Dragon Academy. It covered a large area. Even if the martial arts generals had good speed and physique, 5,000 laps down, it was still very tiring. Mentor, you are biased. For the same reason, Yifeng can go, but I can't, and I have to be physically punished. He argued. Can it be the same? When you also don't need to listen to the lesson, you can also leave anytime. You don't even need to greet me. Su Kenyi said seriously. It's not just that his natural talent is better and his rate of progress is faster. How come he doesn't need to listen to lectures? The old student muttered in dissatisfaction, but didn't dare to confront him loudly. Because he knew that if he said a few more words, not only would it not change anything, but even the corporal punishment would have to be increased again. What else can be done? The favoritism was so obvious that he had to admit it and honestly go running. Yifeng came to the pavilion of canonical collections. After becoming an advanced student, one could enter the third level. On the third level, there were many canonical books that recorded various events. Although with today's technology, it was possible to store data in chips, the habit of book records had always been retained.
Especially for some of the more important information, people preferred to use paper as a carrier, and as long as it was kept properly, it could be preserved for a long time. Yifeng began to rummage through it, looking for information about the star-patterned iron or mountain. After a while, it was finally found. It also made Yifeng understand why this treasure chest needed half a month before he could go over and open it. Chapter 48 Growth. The birth of a spirit, sucking blood, and recognizing the owner. Star-pattern iron, there was only one place where it could be produced, and that was the treasure mine's secret realm. In this secret realm, a large number of minerals existed, and star-pattern iron was one of them. When people find a star-pattern iron or mountain, they can dig out the star-pattern iron minerals, and after smelting, it is star-pattern iron. As for why one would need half a month to go there, it was because the treasure mine's secret realm was rather peculiar, and the secret realm teleportation entrance didn't exist at all times. It appeared and disappeared at times, and there were cycles in which it appeared and then closed. Each time, it would probably close for a month, and then open for about 10 days, and so on. It would still take half a month until the next opening. That's why the treasure chest clue prompted that it would not depart until half a month later, and if you went now, you wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm. Then, this half a month, as a rest, and do not have to be idle, can study raising parasites, as well as study how to deal with the Jiang family. Yifeng didn't forget that the Jiang family still had a red treasure chest waiting to be opened, as well as god-devouring moss seedlings, waiting to be taken. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was the only way to better formulate a plan of action. I have arrows to guide me, so when the time comes, I don't need to bother searching for it, just follow the arrows and I will eventually arrive. Only. Yifeng looked at the cannon again, and there was this sentence on it. After many years of development, people clearly realized that the value of the treasure mining mystery realm, many of the veins inside, are occupied by major forces. They spend manpower and resources to mine minerals inside, and then transport them out, and a huge industry chain has been formed. Yifeng was not sure if the star-patterned iron or mountain where the treasure chest existed had an owner or not. He could only know when he went there. Time passed. 2 days later. Yifeng, who was in the dormitory, suddenly received a transfer reminder. You received a transfer in the amount of 10 million yuan, current balance 15,800,000 yuan. From the Bounty Wanted List headquarters. It's the wanted bounty I received for killing the evil pill master. Yifeng's original 5 million or so was from when he had performed too well in the college entrance exams and brought great benefits to the 10th Martial Arts High School. The school rewarded him with 5 million, and the other 800,000 was what he earned from selling things later on. All of a sudden let Yifeng, assets doubled a few times, to more than 10 million family. Using this path to make money seems to be quite fast. However, people on the most wanted list, their whereabouts are very secretive, not so simple to find. Whether or not you can make a fortune depends on whether or not you have the luck to run into them. If you are lucky, another fat fish will be another huge income. For the time being, he didn't think about this. Yifeng looked at the nursery pot. The soil was a bit dry. Today's beast blood hasn't been poured yet. Yifeng took out the beast blood and poured 1 liter of beast blood down on the nursery pot. Watering it once a day, the seedling soil dried up every other day, and it was estimated that it was all absorbed by the seeds. Yifeng expected that the seeds would germinate and grow faster. Next, he didn't stay idle, and took out several vessels. The vessels are compulsion plates, which are filled with many small worms. Compassion plate and bugs are these 2 days spend money to buy, just more basic things, not expensive, 10,000 yuan to buy a lot. The really expensive ones were the more advanced and rare bugs, as well as the parasites that were cultivated to maturity. The current stage of Yifeng also temporarily cannot use those. Practice makes truth. It was difficult to learn to raise parasites just by looking through the detailed explanation of raising compulsion. Experimenting while reading, progress would only be fast. The compulsion discs from number 1 to number 3, the compotes inside are all gone. Number 4 to number 6 are better. The program has to be adjusted again, and the poisonous food that is fed has to be reduced again. Yifeng summarized. For the time being, we will try raising poisonous insects first. The insects themselves carry toxins, and later on, by feeding them poisonous food, we will make them even more poisonous. The amount of poisonous food had to be controlled, otherwise it would be easy to have a situation where the bugs died out. When my technique of cultivating poisonous bugs becomes stronger, and I cultivate advanced poisonous bugs in the future, some of the poisons that I have searched from the evil pill master will come in handy. Yifeng said secretly. As for now, the level of the poisonous insects was too low to withstand poisons that were too poisonous. No matter how diluted it was, feeding it would surely kill it. Another 8 days passed. At this time, Yifeng's palm was spread out, and a small 10-centimeter long green vine was twisting in Yifeng's palm, just like a small green insect. It was the rue mulberry vine. After a total of 10 days, it was finally growing into a seedling, giving birth to a spirit. It could leave the nursery soil and survive without soil, and it would also move. Yifeng operated his qi in blood, forcing out blood from his fingertips, and used a cup to follow it, catching nearly 200 milliliters. Smelling the blood, the little Yun Sangbine was like a cat smelling fish, immediately jumping into the cup and soaking inside the blood, greedily absorbing it. It was recorded in Mubu Fan's diary that after the seed grew to become a green vine and was born with a spirit that could move, it used its own blood and allowed it to absorb it so that it could recognize its owner. As for the beast's blood that was poured on it when the seed was in its form, it was merely absorbed as nutrients, and this point had no effect. Once a demonized plant recognized its master, it would be absolutely loyal and would not betray its easy master again, so this step of recognizing the master was very important. The rue mulberry vine greedily absorbed, and the blood became less and less at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until finally, it sucked all the blood, the color of the body surface became green with red, it seems to be really sucked full. In the dark, Yifeng felt that between him and the Yun Sangbine, a bond was established. Lord, man. It seemed that he could still feel the words expressed by Yun Sang Tang. Of course, it wasn't that the Ru Sangtu could speak, but rather, it was the establishment of a master-servant relationship, being able to feel the other party's thoughts and emotions through body movements. It was all just relatively simple thoughts, it had just been born spiritually now, and its spiritual intelligence was relatively low.
Can you get bigger now? Yifeng tried.
The Yun Sangbine received the order and immediately started to get bigger, eventually growing to almost a meter before stopping. It seemed that it could only go to this extent now. But it didn't matter, as long as there was enough nutrients, it would grow quickly next. For example, the beast blood and the wood marrow crystals, which it still liked, could continue to feed it. There were also other kinds of nutrients, as long as the Yun Sangbine liked them, Yifeng was prepared to get some more to let it absorb and grow to its heart's content. Time passed, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye.
After 5 days of eating and drinking, the length of the rue mulberry vine doubled, has grown to 2 meters, the growth rate is very fast.
For the time being, it couldn't help Yifeng to be busy. Yifeng let it become smaller and wrapped around his upper arm, covered by his clothes. It's time to find the treasure chest. Half a month had passed before and after.
The treasure mine secret realm opened today and could be entered, heading to the location of the blue treasure chest to open it.
Yifeng prepared his equipment and went out. When he went out of the school gate and passed by the outer playground, the sound of people was very noisy and gathered many students. The smell of blood was also very strong, permeating the surrounding air.
What happened?
Yifeng was puzzled and squeezed over. Chapter 49, Dead in a very tragic state, mysterious body thrower. Yifeng moved closer to the past, and a bloody picture appeared in front of Yifeng. See, on the ground lying a person, in its abdominal position, was broken open a large mouth, inside the internal organs are all gone, apparently was hollowed out, limbs were also cut off a section, the state of death is very tragic. Looking at his face again, even if it was dyed red with blood, Yifeng recognized it at once.
Zhao Ming?
The person who died in such a tragic state could actually be Zhao Ming. Speaking of which, at that time, when the grades were dropped, Zhao Ming was the biggest beneficiary, and Yifeng had wanted to retaliate against him, but then he was busy improving his strength, and this was all put aside. In a short period of time, he had grown to the point where he was able to kill a martial king in seconds, and small people like Zhao Ming were already completely out of Yifeng's sight. I didn't expect him to die so suddenly. Who did this? Yifeng felt puzzled. The surrounding students, likewise, felt puzzled. So cruel. Who the hell did this? Daring to kill a student of our Dragon Tang Academy and leaving the body here, too arrogant.
The surrounding students felt scared and angry. At this time, a few tutors hurriedly arrived, among them was Su Kanyi. Seeing that Yifeng was also present, she simply asked Yifeng, "We received a report from the students that student Zhao Ming died tragically in this outer playground, do you know what happened?" Yifeng shook his head. "I also just wanted to go out and passed by here, I'm not really sure." Receiving this reply, she had to ask the others. Most of them, likewise, were not clear about the situation. "We were the first to discover it, and the body was here when we found it." A few people stepped forward. The body lacked internal organs, as well as some of the limbs, so this was definitely not the scene of a murder, so someone must have carried the body here. Check the surveillance. One of the tutors, who had already started contacting the surveillance room, quickly transmitted the surveillance footage. Everyone watched the screen. See, early in the morning, outside the playground is not many people. From the edge of the surveillance screen, suddenly there is a thing quickly flew past, and finally smashed on the ground. It was not anything else, it was Zhao Ming's body. The location of the landing point was indeed here. The murderer intentionally avoided the surveillance screen and threw the body over from afar. The other party should also be clear that Zhao Ming is a student of the Dragon Academy. But why would the other party do this? Right, if it was just to kill Zhao Ming, it could have thrown the body elsewhere. I think that this behavior of the murderer should be a deliberate provocation. You're saying that what he's targeting is our Dragon Academy? Not bad, it's very possible. If that's the case, then we have to be careful next. Let's hurry up and report this matter, let people start investigating, and at the same time let the students try not to go out in the near future. We must find the murderer and let him know that my Dragon Tendency School is not a vegetarian. The tutors, one by one, rationalized the matter, feeling grave and angry. The students' faces were even uglier, fearing that they would be the next to be disemboweled. All heard it, right? Hurry up and all go inside the school, don't come out beforehand. Yes. They were all life-thirsty and had already headed to the school grounds without having to give an explanation. That student, where do you want to go? Don't hurry back to the school yet. There was just that one person, still doing what he was doing, walking towards the distance, looking like he wanted to leave the school and go somewhere else, and immediately a tutor called out. Says me? Yi Feng turned around. Who else if not you? Hurry back. That tutor said. I have something urgent to go out. Yi Feng said. Tutor Su, isn't this your student? Take care of it. The other tutors advised Su Canyi. Su Canyi was momentarily speechless, she couldn't control Yi Feng. If she dared to say more, she was going to be molested in return. This guy often molested her without regard to the occasion, and several times, she almost let the bystanders see the problem. You really want to go out? Su Canyi confirmed a sentence. Aha! Yi Feng nodded. Then pay attention to safety. Su Canyi said. Yi Feng walked away, gradually going far away. The surrounding crowd? Crazy, now the murderer has not been investigated, the murderer's intentions, specific strength, how many personnel? Are all unclear, you just let him leave? Whether it was the tutors or the students, they all felt incredulous. There's no way, this bad student, I can't control him. Su Canyi spread her hands, and emphasized in a small voice alone, yes, very bad. Tutor Su was still as biased in favor of Yi Feng, but this time the bias is a bit crooked. The student under Su Canyi's name muttered. Yi Feng left the school's range and kept following the arrows to guide him forward. What happened just now did not affect Yi Feng much. However, he also had an extra eye. Perhaps there really was a force that was targeting the Dragon Tank schoolhouse to make things happen. The next step would be to see how the senior management of the academy, how they would investigate this matter. There might be results only, these would be fine for them to worry about. With Yi Feng's current strength, or a bit of self-protection ability, walking outside, more vigilant on the line, does not affect the out to find the treasure chest. If you open the treasure chest, you will be able to raise your strength again. When he has enough strength, he will go to the Jiang family side, looking for the red treasure chest, as well as the god-devouring moss. Yi Feng's current strength was not enough to fight against the Jiang family, nor did he have the ability to, unknowingly, sneak into the Jiang family's residence and get rid of the things inside. Strength, still need to improve my strength. Yi Feng's footsteps accelerated. Today's extreme speed. Using only the base speed of a Chi-blood martial artist, it was around 270 meters per second. If the Soul Master's ability was used, it was much faster, with a limit speed of almost 810 meters per second. Coming and going was like a gust of wind, no need to purposely take transportation. Although it was impossible to keep up, the ultimate speed to catch the road, that would be exhausting. But even if you go slower, the speed is here, it is also very fast. After a period of time, Yi Feng finally arrived at the treasure mine's secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was located on a piece of gobi. There are so many people. Yi Feng realized that there were a lot of people coming and going, very many people, going in and out of the secret realm, and all in groups. After a little thought, it was not difficult to understand. The secret realm opens at intervals, and only opens for 10 days for every month it is closed. Today was the first day of opening, so there must be a lot of people. These people, it was estimated that they were all from families and forces, and they were inside the secret realm, with some mineral vein industries, which housed employees who were mining. During the month when the secret realm was closed, the employees could stay inside, only there was no way to leave the secret realm. After a month's time, a lot of digging had been done, so they arranged for the staff to come over and transport out the minerals that had been dug in this month. Yi Feng followed the crowd and approached the entrance of the secret realm. Similar to the previous entry into the green secret realm, a powerful suction force acted on Yi Feng. Soon, Yi Feng was sucked into it. Also, after a marvelous teleportation process, when he could see his surroundings clearly again, Yi Feng had already appeared in the middle of the secret realm. As far as the eye could see, there weren't any plants, everywhere was sandstone gobi, even the forest-like scenery in the distance was only made up of a single stone pillar, called a stone forest. Yi Feng followed the arrow and advanced. Eventually, it came to a mountain. This is it. Chapter 50: A long drive to the treasure chest. This mountain, likewise, was bare and completely lacking in lush grass and trees like in the outside world. Very much a characteristic of this secret realm, the main focus was an inch of grass. To put it nicely, it is a mountain, to put it bluntly, it is a huge rock. Yi Feng did not approach. Hiding behind a certain stone that was a few meters high, he observed from afar. That side of the mountain, there is a cave in the center, the traces of excavation are obvious, it should be man-made excavation. On the left and right sides of the cave, there was a gatekeeper standing on each side. It was two men, clad in battle armor, with long swords on their waists, acting as guards there, chatting idly while alerting the surrounding movements. Another month has passed. Today the secret realm opens. I think the family side will soon send people over to transport away the minerals piled up over here. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. When someone comes over to take over, I'll go to the night fragrance residence at night to have a good time. Damn, staying here day after day, all I see are rocks. I'm tired of looking at them. Night fragrance house, we're in the same boat. Why, do you go there often? That's for sure. After all the hard work, boss, can I still wrong my second brother? That's right. Speaking of this, both of them laughed lewdly. Who are you? The two men suddenly noticed that there was a person approaching from a distance and immediately shouted. However, the person did not answer and continued to approach on his own. Kid, this is the Jiang family's property. If you dare to take another step closer, you will lose your life then. The man on the left shouted. Both of them drew their long knives in unison. Is it really the Jiang family? The person who approached over at this moment was Yi Feng. He raised his eyebrows and came to life. The arrow was guiding all the way into the cave, and it could only be entered from this cave. Just now, from afar, he saw that on the waist of the two guards, there was an identity belt tag with the word Jiang engraved on it. When he killed those people of Jiang Mingxin that day, and later when he searched their bodies, Yi Feng also found that they had a similar waist plate hanging on their bodies. These big families, relying on their strong and powerful backgrounds, very much like to show their identities, as a sign of pride, but also to deter the curmudgeons. Many people with insufficient strength, seeing this kind of identity background, have long since retreated on their own, not daring to cause trouble at all. The moment he saw the waistplate, Yi Feng guessed that this vein was the Jiang family. As expected, it was really the Jiang family. It was really a narrow road between enemies. Go! Kill him! The two men had vicious faces and waved their long knives, slashing viciously at Yi Feng. After staying for a long time in this whole place, the two of them were already in a bad mood, and there was actually another one who was looking for death, that just happened to be used to vent it out. However, at the next moment, the blade flashed away. Crisp metal cracking sound rang out, the two people's second-grade war knife, all broke, limb movement also stopped. The two people who were only at the martial master realm, their eyes were wide and filled with horror, a clear line of blood quickly surfaced at their throats, and they fell straight down. Boom! Boom! Yi Feng to the two wrists, worn by the tactical watch, or stepped on a foot, directly stepped on the shattered, without half a trace of the possibility of restoration. The purpose is very simple, to prevent them just now have opened the video recording, captured their appearance. Right now there was no strength to go head to head with the Jiang family, hiding his identity was necessary. In previous battles, although there was no mention of this operation, Yi Feng had done this in passing, either taking their tactical watches or destroying them directly, leaving no evidence behind. Yi Feng continued to walk towards the inside of the cave. Entering the cave was a long main mine path that could accommodate at least several people walking side by side. All the way down low. There were also some small mining paths that branched out on the left and right, and the sound of clanking digging came from them. Possibly due to the sounds of the fight outside just now, a team of people rushed out from one of the mine paths, traveling in a hurry, wanting to rush outside to check the situation. Unexpectedly, halfway there, they bumped into Yi Feng. Who are you? How dare you trespass on my Jiang family's mine vein? There were 5 people in the team, and the one at the head was a bearded and burly man, snapping out his voice and shouting, and his weapons were lit up. Who is it? Oh, it's here to claim your lives. Yi Feng sneered. 5 martial master realms were just 5, they could be destroyed with their hands. Seeking death. Get on. Kill him. The 5 people were murderous and charged towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng's knife shadow flipped in his hand, slashing back and forth a few times on the 5 people. Several people then let out miserable screams and quickly collapsed. Due to the movement on this side, the people inside the mine tunnel basically all noticed it. Temporarily putting down the pickaxes at hand, they switched to their respective weapons and rushed out from one of the mine passages. Their strength was basically around the martial master realm. They could not pose any threat to Yi Feng at all. Yi Feng was only doing one thing, following the arrows forward. Wherever he passed, people blocked and killed, whoever came would die. Quickly go and call a few town guards. The enemy is too strong. The remaining remnants of the army retreated back and forth. The town guards in their mouths were the 3 senior officers here, who were the strongest and played the role of guarding the mineral vein. What great guts! How dare you break into my Jiang family's mining vein? Killing my Jiang family's people. It doesn't matter which family you belong to, if you dare to offend my Jiang family, I will make sure that you don't have a good death. The main town guard Jiang Fei, with 2 deputy town guards, came out from a cave chamber, dragon walking and quickly approaching Yi Feng. Jiang Fei had reached the peak of Martial General, while the 2 deputy town guards accompanying him both had the late Martial General stage. Great! All 3 town guards have come over. All 3 town guards are Martial Generals, and the other party is estimated to be only Martial Generals, 3 against 1, easy to take down. Humph! He killed so many of us, when we take him down, we'll definitely have to skin him. He must be tortured severely, or else it will be hard to get rid of his heart's hatred. Seeing the 3 town guards coming over, the people who were originally killed by Yifeng all of a sudden found their backbone. They were no longer afraid, their complexion was calmed down, there was even no need to retreat and escape, and they looked at Yifeng as if they were looking at someone who was going to die. Town guard? Martial general? Yifeng laughed. Let alone a martial general, even a martial king, killing them was like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable. Go! Disable him first. Then interrogate him slowly. Zhang Fei took the lead, followed by the other 2, and the 3 town guards, killing Yifeng with vigor. The other members of the martial master realm, in order to show their loyalty, and also because there were town guards leading the charge, giving them courage, actually also followed the charge. Facing several people charging, the corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted up. Congeal. The demon-breaking gun condensed out. What is this? Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Swoosh. There was simply no time for them to think more. After the demon-breaking gun condensed, it turned into a purple-black stream of light and shot away rapidly. In the last moment of their lives, what they saw was such a stream of light that instantly pierced through their chest cavities. They slowly lowered their heads, and at the location of their chest cavities, there was clearly a huge hole. Put away. The demon breaker gun was put away again. Inside the mine, there were no more living people. Yifeng eventually came to a cave chamber. It was the place that the town guards used to rest and also used to store minerals. After a month's time, there was a mountainous pile of ore inside that was worth a lot. And on top of the pile of ores, a treasure chest that emitted blue light was quietly placed there. Chapter 51, Realm Surge. Black Glove. So far, this treasure chest was quite smooth to find. Basically, there was no obstacle and it could already be opened. Yifeng immediately touched it. Snap. You opened a blue treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 13,000 cards of Chi Blood. Worthy of being a blue treasure chest, it directly popped out more than 10,000 cards of Chi Blood. Some time had passed since the last time he raised his Chi Blood. At that time, after boosting, the total amount of Chi Blood was at 11,000. And during this period of time, when Yifeng was idle, he also took the time to cultivate. With the terrifying enchantment of the martial Dao sacred body, even if it was just through cultivation, the enhancement was also very fast, increasing by 1,000 cards. So, before fusion, there were already 12,000 cards. Fusion. The huge Qi and blood energy fused into Yifeng's torso crazily, and his Qi and blood continued to soar. It skyrocketed that much in a short period of time, more points than doubling, but there was no half a hint of discomfort, there was only the exhilarating feeling that came from the surge in strength. Until the end, Yifeng's total Qi blood, it reached a staggering 25,000 cards. Above 18,000 and within 27,000, it belonged to the peak of a martial general. In other words, the realm of a Qi-blooded martial artist had soared from the early stage of martial general, rising 3 small realms in a row, to the peak of martial general. It was very close to being a martial king, and only needed to add another 2,000 cards to be able to advance to the early stage of martial king. For example, the current Soul Master realm had exactly 27,000 points of soul power, which was just about to reach the early stage of the king rank. By the way, regardless of whether one was a martial artist or a soul master, the required values were the same. The 4 sub-realms of the king grade, the corresponding values were 27,000, 36,000, 45,000, and 54,000. Suddenly at that moment, a new treasure chest clue appeared. Treasure chest clue, Stone Ape Beast Mountain, a blue fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Not bad, not bad. Yifeng smiled. Just after opening a treasure chest that allowed him to rise a few small realms in a row, a new treasure chest came. It was also blue in color and had a fine product suffix, and it could open 2 items at a time, one topping 2. This treasure chest really came one after another. Yifeng was looking forward to what he could open this time. It will be opened later. As for the moment, Yifeng looked ahead at the large pile of star pattern iron ore. If they were all sold, they could be sold for a good price. It's definitely worth not wanting it for nothing, so it's definitely something to salvage. The only trouble was that the ore was too bulky and heavy, relying on himself alone, there was no way to move it all in one trip. And divide it into many trips, but also very unrealistic. Yifeng couldn't help but think, if there was the kind of storage magic treasure in novels, it would be cool to collect all the things in one go. It also had to be the type with not too small specifications, otherwise it wouldn't be able to hold too much. Thinking about it, Yifeng knew that it was impossible to have such a thing currently. Perhaps there would be in the future? As for how to deal with the minerals, Yifeng had actually thought about it. He dialed a number. And only chose voice call, no video call. After 3 beeps, the other party picked up. Hello, which one? A rough male voice came from the opposite side. I have a large pile of star pattern iron ore here, do you accept it? Yifeng opened the door and said. How big a pile? The other party asked. Yifeng directly sent him a picture. This much? The other party was slightly surprised. Where is the location, what's the origin? He asked smoothly, obviously skilled in business. Location, Yifeng sent him a coordinate, how is it, dare you accept it? The other party fell into silence. It seemed that he was clear what this place represented and had done a good job in intelligence. In our line of work, there is no dare or no dare, only whether the price is right or not. He spoke out. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Yi Feng asked. A total of 9 million, the highest can only go up to this price. After all, that's the Jiang family stuff. Receiving these, the risk is still great. After some weighing, he stated the price. 10 million, rounded up. Yi Feng bargained. 9 million isn't a round number? He spat. Obviously, he didn't agree with the counteroffer. You are not the only one who dares to accept this batch of black goods, Yi Feng said in a cold voice. The meaning was self-evident. If you don't accept it, there are others who do. Alright, within an hour, someone will be sent to arrive over there to transport the goods away, and the money and goods will be cleared by then. He gritted his teeth and answered. And then added in a cold voice, but to be ugly, you better not be fooling me, otherwise, those of us who can be in this line of work also have experts behind us. Well, don't worry. Yi Feng hung up the call. The person he had just found was an organization called Black Glove, an order taker. This organization of theirs specialized in collecting black goods. It could be understood as a kind of black market for door-to-door collection. They were on the internet, placing small advertisements everywhere, and Yi Feng was able to find contact information with a casual search. There were quite a few organizations of this type, and the reason for choosing Black Glove was because they had a high reputation, strength, and a pretty good reputation, and there was no such thing as a blackmailer who betrayed their customers. The most important point was that they dared to accept hard goods. Like this pile of ore in front of me, the original owner is the Jiang family, belongs to the hard goods, no point of patience, really dare not die. Yi Feng did not stay in the mine, but came outside. In the distance, he found a place with a good view and high concealment to stay. It had to be said that the Black Gloves were just efficient. In just half an hour, a team of people arrived. In total, there were about 20 people pulling several beast carts. This kind of beast cart, a huge carriage, was pulled by an iron-hoofed beast. Iron-hoofed beast is also an exotic beast, looks like an ox like a horse, strong body type, good endurance. Character is quite docile, can be tamed, used to pull the goods very good. Good boy. Have they all been killed? The people in this team, upon arriving, smelled a strong odor of blood. At the entrance of the mine, 2 corpses fell there. They had seen a lot of things like killing people to get rid of goods, but to dare to lay hands on the Jiang family, such a powerful family, was really uncommon. You two, take charge of the guard outside here. If anyone approaches, inform them in time. The leader assigned 2 people to watch outside. Yes. The 2 of them answered, immediately alerting to the movements in the distance. The leader, on the other hand, led the remaining people and walked inside the mine cave. Everywhere they passed, there were all corpses. Dead, it was really all killed. Head, which fierce person did this? This one is too strong to actually kill the Jiang family's property. There was a sturdy team member, looking at the corpses, marveled and said. This is not known, you also less inquisitive, do our business, the preaching is not to ask the identity of the customer. Yes, the head lectures. Soon, they found the designated cave room. Hurry up, all of them are all carried outside and loaded. The leader ordered. The crowd busied themselves. They were all martial artists, their strength was not small, and they were able to carry a lot in one trip. Coupled with the fact that there were quite a few of them, it only took 10 minutes to move all of the minerals inside, and the compartments of the beast carts were loaded to the brim. The leader dialed a phone. Everything is going well over here, already loaded the goods, ready to leave, the number and type of goods, are all correct. I know, you guys hurry up and evacuate. The call ended. The convoy hit the road and started to evacuate. Yi Feng noticed a phenomenon, one of them was in charge of breaking the back, spraying a liquid as they walked. The liquid was colorless and tasteless, similar to water, and after spraying it like a water mist, it would be basically impossible to tell that it had been sprayed with this kind of thing. Indeed professional. Yi Feng, who had studied the detailed explanation of compulsion raising, also had some understanding of tracking insects like sniffing insects. It was mentioned therein that one could use some means to cover up or eliminate the odor they left behind, and the tracking difficulty of the sniffing insects would increase drastically. The liquid they sprayed was presumably this type of means. Arrived? Chapter 52, Strange Beings, Stone Ape Beasts. The receiving account number, Yi Feng had sent it to the other party long ago, and now he received a transfer prompt. No more, no less, $10 million whole. Yi Feng's fortune, then, grew from more than 10 million to more than 20 million. The order taker that he had contacted earlier called at this time. The money has been called, should we receive it? Received. Happy cooperation, next time there are any more goods, I hope we can still continue to cooperate. Yes. Yi Feng hung up the phone. Congeal. The demon breaking gun condensed out. Yi Feng stepped on the demon breaker gun and rose high into the air, following the arrow's guidance towards the next blue treasure chest. Stone Ape Beast Mountain. Yi Feng chewed on the name of this place. The clue just now suggested that the treasure chest was in that place.
During this period of time, when he learned that he needed to come to the treasure mine secret realm, Yifeng had intentionally tried to understand this secret realm. The characteristics of this secret realm, the minerals were very rich, but there was no semblance of plants, so there would not be any animals surviving in this. Like human beings stayed in here, they all brought their own food, and every time the secret realm opened, they resupplied, hoarding enough food to eat and drink for the next month or so. And wild animals, the same need for food, but everywhere bare, it is difficult to let them eat stones? If the conditions are not favorable, no creatures will be born. You can't argue with that. One side of the water, one side of the soil, raises one side of the beasts. Each secret realm has its own characteristics, such as the green secret realm is a paradise for plants, the emergence of demonized plants. And the treasure mine secret realm was born a special stone mineral beast, collectively known as stone beasts. The stone ape beasts, a species within the stone beasts, they were ape-like, except that their bodies were composed of hard stones. Such a kind of life was strange to think about. They like to take a mountain and hollow out many internal spaces, like a maze, more like an anthill, and make their home inside. The stone ape beast mountain refers to a mountain where the stone ape beast is active. It was said that within the body of the stone beast there existed crystal cores, a high-quality mineral. It can be understood in this way: the various types of minerals that one normally eats, part of it is absorbed and grown by the body. Part of it was stored to allow the crystal core to upgrade and become stronger, and was also their nucleus of life. Such a magical species, even if it wasn't for the existence of the treasure chest over there, Yifeng was very interested and went over there to take a look. Yifeng's figure was disappearing in the distant sky. After Yifeng left, a good while later, a convoy, led by a martial king, gradually approached the mine. What's going on? Why is there a bloody odor? From a distance, the martial king's sensitive sense of smell smelled the bloody odor and immediately felt that something was wrong. However, he also had a lucky feeling that not many people had the bear heart and leopard guts to come over and covet the Jiang family's property. For so many years down the line, it had been very peaceful. Perhaps, it just so happened that there was a fight nearby? After all, it was a public place. The treasure mine mystic realm could be visited by anyone, as long as it wasn't too close to the mines, and it couldn't be managed so broadly. Nearby someone passing by, in that conflict, fight to the head, is also very understandable. Just as it gradually approached, when the mouth of the mine could be seen in the line of sight. This leader of the martial king, pupils steeply shrunk. At the entrance of the mine, there were 2 corpses collapsed, and blood flowed all over the place. Who did this? Dare to kill my Jiang family's people. Move my Jiang family's property. Jiang Fu was incomparably enraged, his eyes on the verge of spewing out fire. Every time the treasure mine mystic realm opened, the minerals that had been accumulated for a month needed to be transported back. The one sent by the Jiang family to take charge of this matter this time was Martial King Jiang Fu, who would have thought that after the convoy arrived, they would see this scene in front of them. Not only was Jiang Fu enraged, the other Jiang family members traveling with him were also furious. Follow me in to take a look. Jiang Fu took the lead, leading the crowd, holding their own weapons, and rushing into the mine cave in a furious manner. They hoped that the murderer was still inside at this time, and could be blocked by them. The result of course didn't turn out as they wished. All the way over, besides corpses, there were still corpses. Even the minerals have been looted. Jiang Fu's fists clenched as he ruthlessly smashed the nearby cave wall, and with a bang, debris shot out in all directions, smashing out a large pit. Could it be the work of those old rivals? It makes sense. The Sun family is the most suspected. They recently with our Jiang family, the relationship is very tense. Others in the same group, indignant, voiced their speculations. Unlikely. Jiang Fu, however, shook his head, explaining, the Sun family, or any other family, is not that confused, unless the relationship is completely broken, has reached the point of tearing the skin off, otherwise they won't do this. Because they want to understand that if they today, we will them back tomorrow. Their name industry, not less than us, treasure mine secret realm here, also has the same vein in mining. If we mess around, we'll only end up losing both of them, allowing other competitors to take advantage of it. Jiang Fu's words made a lot of sense. But then the question came up, who actually did it? Miscalculated, should have brought a compassionate master over and used a sniffing insect to find the trail. Jiang Fu also didn't expect that this would happen. He could only contact the Jiang family and explain the situation to them. When that side got the news, they were naturally furious and immediately held a high-level meeting. Last time, Jiang Mingxian was killed, and the murderer hadn't been found out until now, and now this kind of thing happened again, making them even more furious. Before the family head leaves the gate, both of these things have to be done, or else if the family head gets angry, you and I can't afford it. Many Jiang family elders gathered in a hall, their faces grave. In the end, they sent another team to take charge of the investigation, and among them was the Compassion Master. But the result disappointed them greatly. The other party has used means to remove the odor. Looking at the headless sniffing insects, the compounder shook his head. If the matter had only just happened, even if the means to remove the odor had been used, it was still not that fast and disappeared cleanly. But now, the delay had been too long, and there was no trace of half of the residual odor, making it completely impossible to track. While the Jiang family was fretting, Yifeng, on the other hand, arrived at his destination, Stone Ape Beast Mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge mountain with an overall grayish-white color, just like a marble mountain. In various locations of the mountain, quite a few holes were carved out, leading to the interior of the mountain. From time to time, there was a stone ape beast that slithered out from one of the cave openings. Their bodies were made of stone, like an ape made of stone, looking dull and a bit tigerish. Boom! A certain stone ape beast smashed its fist into a nearby rock wall, dropping many pieces of debris. It picked up a few pieces, put them into its mouth, and crunched and chewed them. What a strange life! Chapter 53, Chopping and Chopping. The Birth of a King. Yifeng glanced at the arrow on the ground, guiding it all the way to the front, eventually entering a certain cave entrance. There was no other way but to break in for a trip, find the treasure chest and open it. Yifeng approached over. The stone ape beast that was eating a stone sensed Yifeng's approach and turned his head to look over. The half-eaten stone in his hand aimed at Yifeng and smashed it. Yifeng flicked and dodged away from the attack of the stones. Boom boom boom. It came with a big stride, looking very bulky, and every step made the earth thump. The arm, which was the same as the stone pillar, quickly smashed at Yifeng. Clang! Yifeng held his sword to resist, and the collision caused sparks to fly. Its other hand also smashed with it. Yifeng retreated a step back and dodged the attack. After a few tests, Yifeng had a rough idea of how much strength the stone ape beast in front of him had. According to the division of the strength of foreign beasts, this stone ape beast, its strength was at the sure level. If a human wanted to deal with it, they should at least be at the martial master realm. Their bodies were very sturdy, and an unusual martial master would probably struggle quite a bit to hit them. Don't look at them as bulky, but thanks to their strong bodies, the attacks that are generally powerful will cause limited damage to them. But now, its opponent is Yifeng. Swish! Yifeng's hand rose and fell, and the stone ape beast in front of him was chopped into two halves. The cuts were neat and smooth. The body is strong? That also depended on who the person who attacked was. After the stone ape beast was chopped in half, within its head, a cylindrical object fell out, light yellow in color. Is this the crystal core? Yifeng leaned down, picked up the crystal core and placed it in his hand to observe. It did feel more condensed than other minerals, without any impurities. If it was used for refining utensils, the quality would be improved a lot. The noise of the fight here will be nearby stone ape beasts, all attracted over. They are the same footsteps, bang bang loud, surrounded to kill Yifeng. Yifeng's sword flipped in his hand, the shadow of the sword transformed, and one stone ape beast, all of them were split into two. All of them were of scholar grade, and a total of 15 crystal cores were obtained. The value of these sure grade stone beast crystal cores should not be low. And if one kills a higher level stone ape beast and obtains a higher level crystal core, it will be worth even more. There weren't many stone ape beasts outside, and their strength wasn't too strong, so Yifeng walked towards the inside of the mountain. Mainly this trip over, opening the treasure chest was the purpose. Even if you want to kill the stone ape beasts, wait until you finish opening the treasure chest. Entering inside the mountain. So many forks in the road. Yifeng realized that after walking forward on one path for a while, it could separate into two, and then after walking for a while, it continued to diverge again. As this continued, the mountain paths inside were intricate and complicated, just like a huge maze. But no matter how it was divided, Yifeng only recognized the arrow to go. Along the way, as long as encountered stone ape beast, go up as a knife, the more the crystal core pick up more and more. These stone ape beasts feel all dull. In addition to the body hardpoint, other aspects are okay. Even if there are more than one to stay in a piece, also do not know how to fight as a team, a knife one, kill it is still relatively simple. Of course, the most important reason was that Yifeng was strong and directly crushed it. It's a scholar level again, can't we have a few general level ones to play with? Yifeng rather disliked the poor strength of the stone ape beast. If there were general grade, one would be able to obtain general grade stone beast crystal cores, which were worth more. Unfortunately, there wasn't, and in here, there didn't seem to be any higher strength ones. As Yifeng advanced towards the inside. Deep inside the beast mountain, in a huge space on one side, hundreds of general grade stone ape beasts were having a great melee. They were actually fighting an internal battle. The fight was exceptionally fierce and debris was flying. Boom! One of them, the largest in size, fought especially bravely. Its battle power was one rank higher than the others, and it had a clear advantage. The other stone ape beasts in the surroundings, perhaps because they could see that this beast was the biggest threat, they all intentionally gathered together and surrounded one. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The big stone ape beast, but not panic, every punch down, there is a companion fell. Some were hit in the vitals, the head was smashed, the crystal core fell out, even by the big stone ape beast, picked up the crystal core will be swallowed. The big man fought more and more fiercely, and dozens of them were killed or injured around him. Boom! Due to absorbing many of its companions' crystal cores, the big man's size skyrocketed, growing from the original 3 meters to 5 meters.
Its realm, too, had broken through from the general level to the king level. At this moment, the king was born. All of the general level stone ape beasts didn't dare to make another move, they all prostrated and knelt down, submitting to their king. Ka-bar ka-bar. The king beast's mouth opened and closed, emitting a clicking sound of hard objects colliding. This sound, which had a strange penetrating power, passed all the way through the various mountain passes. Wherever it passed, what was in the mountain passes would be detected by the king beast. This was an ability born after it became the king of the group. And that's not all. Its birth, there is a certain degree of chance. Before it, low intelligence, empty brute force, do not know how to cooperate. Now it has a much higher IQ than before. Through the propagation of sound, it could always probe the situation of a large area around it, and could also command the stone ape beasts scattered everywhere. The stone ape beasts everywhere could be viewed as its limbs, and it was the brain of the group that was giving orders. Hula! The surrounding general grade stone ape beasts, as if they had received orders, ran towards the various mountain passes. Their target was none other than Yifeng. In the exploration just now, the king beasts had already discovered that there was a human who had intruded into their home and had killed quite a few stone ape beasts. Yifeng, who was in the mountain path, continued to advance towards the arrow. Suddenly, he noticed something strange behind him. Suddenly, he turned around. A stone ape beast catapulted its feet and approached Yifeng. The intention was very obvious, it wanted to get close enough to sneak attack. Being discovered by Yifeng's sudden turn, its figure froze and without hesitation, it retreated, wanting to utilize the terrain advantage to escape. Seeing this scene, Yifeng called out strangely. The ones he encountered before were all very dull, they would only face the hard bar and die until they were dry, they didn't know how to escape at all. Swish! Yifeng's feet powered up, his body was like an arrow off the string, in 3 or 2 strokes, he caught up with that stone ape beast. The same knife, directly split. There is nothing special, as usual, took a crystal core. Continue on the road. The next encountered stone ape beast, all become different from before. They know how to assess the situation, and they know how to cooperate as a team. It was as if their IQ, all of a sudden became higher. Even the general grade stone ape beasts were encountered one after another. General grade crystal cores that were a bit darker in color. Could there be someone in command? This was the only way to explain their before and after transformation. But no matter how they changed, in front of Yifeng, it was all a slash. After a while, no more stone ape beasts were encountered. Killed them all? Yifeng muttered. Again, he felt that it was not so. It was more like, knowing that it was not an opponent, the commander told them to hide. Yifeng's footsteps accelerated, arriving at the depths of the mountain. What a huge side of space. The huge mountain space, the much larger stone ape king beast, stood there quietly, seemingly intent on waiting for Yifeng to arrive. And in Yifeng's eyes, this particular stone ape beast, in its chest position, had a blue light flickering. Treasure chest. Chapter 54 Treasure chest 2 items. King beast life contract. Another treasure chest that could be moved. But you, a stone ape beast, won't be polite with you. Demon breaker gun. Congeal. Yifeng's first move was a masterstroke, directly utilizing his soul master ability. The demon breaking lance condensed out. Swoosh. The lance turned into a stream of light and shot away. With such a quick attack, the king beast was taken aback. What it had probed before was all Yifeng attacking with a sword. Judging from the power of the previous attacks, it felt that it could kill Yifeng before it would feel at ease and let Yifeng come over. Who had thought that the attack that Yifeng was hitting now was something that it had never seen before, and the power was also much stronger. The situation was urgent, it made a dodge, its movements were quite agile, knowing that it couldn't avoid it completely, it raised its hand and took the initiative to fend it off. Bang! Powerful might bombarded its arm. Originally thought that it would be instantly smashed to smithereens, but didn't want to, but only cracked out a few cracks. What a strong defense! What Yifeng was using now was the ability of a soul master, with a power that was not comparable to that of a martial artist. Despite this, it could still only injure. Compared to those stone ape beasts from before, it was completely not on the same level. Since this was the case, it was time to cast the soul skill as well. At once, the demon-breaking gun was attached with a layer of blood red, and whether it was the attacking power or the attacking rate of fire, it was even stronger than before the soul skill was performed. Boom boom boom. Several attacks, all hitting the same point, exceeding the tolerance limit. The right arm that the king beast used to block was shattered and scattered on the ground. Ha! Yifeng lightly eeped. He saw the shattered pieces, as if summoned, suddenly fly upwards. At the broken arm of the king beast, it was as if a powerful magnet had been added, and it reabsorbed all the broken pieces, all of them, and actually reassembled them, as good as new. This repair ability, really no one. When playing other stone ape beasts, there was no such situation. It can only be said that this special king beast has extraordinary skills. Ka-bar ka-bar. Despite having repaired its broken arm, the king beast was still angry, its mouth opening and closing rapidly to express its anger. It quickly rushed towards Yifeng, its speed not the least bit bulky. If its opponent was just an ordinary martial king, it would be simple to beat it. Unfortunately, the opponent was Yifeng. Yifeng's soul power was mobilized, and he once again launched a fierce attack. The blood-red lance, with infinite might, attacked the king beast continuously. The king beast's sturdy body was blasted apart piece by piece. With the final blow, it was finally unable to resist, and its head was shattered by a single blow. The crystal core inside then fell out. The blue treasure chest hidden inside the stone ape king beast also fell to the ground in the same way, and could finally be opened. Yifeng walked over and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You opened a blue fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 4th rank martial skill Instant Shadow Heavenly Blade Perfect Sense Yun Sangbine Rapid Nutrient First 4 stages. Finally, a martial skill has been opened for me. The last time a martial skill was opened, it was still of the 2nd stage, and now it had directly crossed over to the 4th stage. My current strength is not yet a martial king, so I should be able to perform a 4th stage martial skill, right? Yifeng immediately performed a fusion, and the consummate instantaneous Shadow Heavenly Blade sensation fused into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng moved, waving the battle sword in his hand. The shadow of the sword fluttered. In an instant, layers of blade shadows materialized and condensed into a sharp strike, chopping on top of the cave wall in front of him. Boom! The hard stone wall was immediately chopped out with a knife mark that was about several meters long and deep. Good blade technique! Yifeng saw and understood that this instantaneous Shadow Heavenly Blade was characterized by being fast. The blade was fast. The power is sharp. Although the name did not carry the word wind, it was properly a wind system martial skill as well. Wind-based martial arts emphasize the word fast. With the martial general realm, it was completely feasible to execute this 4th rank martial skill. Because the distance to the martial king level was also fast, the total amount of chi and blood was placed there, it was impossible to feel overwhelmed. Another thing, the Rue Mulberry Vine Rapid Nutrient First 4 stages. In fact, there were 4 portions of this item, all of which were liquid, appearing green in color, and were contained in 4 porcelain bottles. The bottles had logos written on them, from 1 to 4. As the name suggests, a nutrient that could make the Rue Mulberry Vine grow rapidly. Giving it the first bottle to absorb would enable it to grow to the limit of the 1st stage in a short period of time. Then when the 2nd bottle was given to it, it broke through to the 2nd stage and continued to grow to its limit in the following time. And so on, until the 4th stage, it would have a total of 4 vines, and its battle power would be comparable to that of a martial king. This is good stuff. Originally, I was worried that it would take a long time for the Rue Mulberry Vine to grow, and that it wouldn't be able to catch up with my own progress in becoming stronger. Now it's good. With this instant nutrient, it can help the Rue Mulberry Vine, in a short period of time, quickly grow to the 4th stage. Yifeng hurriedly opened the first porcelain bottle, and the liquid inside had a nice fresh smell. The Rue Mulberry Vine, which was wrapped around his right arm, smelled the flavor, and was so excited that he followed Yifeng's arm and approached the porcelain bottle. Enter it, absorb it to your heart's content. When you reach the limit of the 1st stage, I will change the nutrient liquid for you. With the smallest size, the Yun Sangbine entered the porcelain bottle and quickly absorbed it. Yifeng put the vials and jars, all of them into the tactical backpack. Just as Yifeng wanted to, pick up the nearby king beast crystal cores. Rustling. On the ground around him, the broken pieces of the king beast's body that had been shattered were actually still trembling, and there was a tendency to regather towards the crystal core. Yifeng's eyes and hands were quick, and he directly collected the crystal core. This king beast crystal core, the chunks were even bigger, and the color was also darker and golden. What tenacious vitality! Yifeng detected that within the crystal core there was a life energy, indicating that this king beast was still alive. If it was put back into the broken corpse block, it was estimated that it would be able to gather and be reborn. Just as Yifeng was preparing, he erased the life energy in the crystal core. Instead, the crystal core took the initiative to release a golden thread, which was also composed of energy. It could be perceived that this energy was full of goodwill and submission. It was afraid and submitted to Yifeng. Since you want to submit to me, then I will reluctantly accept it. Yifeng said this with his mouth, but he was still quite happy in his heart. This guy, with an extremely strong body defense and the ability to reorganize when broken, was really not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Yifeng condensed a trace of soul power and touched the golden energy, and the two sides made a successful bond. This kind of operation was a life contract that the Stone Ape King beast had released by actively yielding. After the successful contract, it became Yifeng's favored beast and could not be betrayed for eternity. Even if Yifeng wanted it to commit suicide, it had to do so. Regardless of the distance between them, as long as Yifeng had a thought, he could completely erase its consciousness. This was the terror of the life contract, completely under the master's control. No species would be willing to submit to others and establish a life contract until it was absolutely necessary. Since the contract was now successful and it had become a 100% loyal pet beast, Yifeng let its body reorganize.
Putting the crystal core back, the surrounding broken pieces of the body began to tremble. The amplitude is getting bigger and bigger, and eventually the neighborhood gathered back, a piece of reassembled assembly, once again forming the appearance of the stone ape king beast. Although able to reorganize, but it can be seen, after this toss, on it loss is still quite large, looks a little weak.
These are the crystal cores of your companions, can you absorb them?
Yifeng handed the crystal cores that he had obtained earlier to the stone ape king beast. It immediately took it and clicked and ate it, one at a time, and soon ate it all. Its state had indeed gotten better.
You really can eat.
However, the crystal cores were only kept to sell for money. Giving it to the stone ape king beast to restore its state was more valuable instead. Yifeng surveyed this stone lump, searching for what to arrange.
If he brought it out, it would keep following his activities from now on?
Otherwise, if he let it move freely outside, he would definitely be besieged as a scourge. And if it was left inside here, it would be more appropriate instead. There were minerals everywhere in here, all nutrients for their growth, so they could keep eating and getting stronger.
Right. Minerals.
Yifeng suddenly had a flash of light and revealed a wicked smile. Chapter 55, Splitting up the army and looting the mineral veins. Yifeng looked at the stone ape king beast.
You like all kinds of minerals, right?
Click 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 click. It's good if you like it. Next I will give you some locations. You command the stone ape beasts, ransack those veins, half of the harvested minerals will be rewarded to you guys, and half of them will be turned over to me.
Ka-ba. The stone ape king beast nodded violently.
Yifeng dialed a phone number, and a rough male voice came from the other side. Business again so soon? The person contacted was still the same as before, the Black Gloves order taker. I feel that your intelligence is good. You should be able to find out where all the mineral veins of the Jiang family are located in the treasure mine mystic realm, right?
Yifeng asked directly.
It can be, but what are you asking for? The other party had actually vaguely guessed that Yifeng's intentions. Feeling still a bit unbelievable, ransacking a Jiang family's mining vein was already crazy enough. Listening to this tone, afraid that not all to be ransacked again? That would be an offense to the Jiang family. The Jiang family still had a lot of strong people, there were multiple martial zones and even strong martial zones.
You make a price, I'll buy this handful of information, is this business done? Yifeng said. 1 million. The opposite party was also unambiguous. Yes, deal. Yifeng readily agreed.
A piece of intelligence, sold for 1 million, sounded expensive, but collecting intelligence was a very troublesome thing. Without a strong intelligence department, Yifeng was unable to understand clearly the distribution of these industries of the Jiang family in a short period of time. Since he wants to do a big job, he definitely needs to understand clearly. As long as it is done, there is no worry about money. A lot of minerals can be sold, 1 million is nothing.
Yifeng directly put $1 million in the past.
The other party was also very quick and sent all the coordinates of the mineral veins of the Jiang family to Yifeng.
That's a lot, there are more than 30.
It was good to have intelligence. The specific coordinates of each place, the type of minerals, were all clearly written. It made Yifeng have to admire that the Black Gloves intelligence department was really well informed. However, in their line of work, it is true that they have to do so, otherwise one day they will mess with the people who absolutely cannot mess with them, and receive things that should not be received, then it will be finished, and it is estimated that the whole organization will be uprooted. Next, the stone ape king beast was taught to recognize the road. It was good that its IQ was not low, and it was able to learn quickly. After testing it a few times, assigning it a coordinate, it was able to accurately arrive at the coordinate location.
Now in here, how many stone ape beasts are left? Yifeng asked the stone ape king beast. It immediately clicked its tongue twice. After a while, footsteps came from the various mountain passes. 10, 100, 1,000.
In the end, a rough count showed that there were more than 5,000 of them. Yifeng did not expect that there were so many hidden inside the mountain. However, there were some of them with low strength, the percentage was not small, and this kind was not useful for the time being. It was the ones above the rank of scholar that were more useful, more than 1,000 of them. As for the general level ones, there were more than 300 of them. You tell them to split up into multiple paths now, and go to each of these 30-odd locations, and ransack the veins there, all of them, and bring back all the minerals. Yifeng said to the stone ape king beast. Click 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 click. Next, it was the stone ape king beast giving orders to his men. Exactly how to teach them to arrive at the right place was the matter of the stone ape king beast, and Yifeng directly acted as a shirker. After a while, they were finally taught and set off in great numbers. They were divided into more than 30 teams. The members of each team were roughly 10 generals, as well as dozens of sergeants. With such a configuration, it was more than enough to deal with the guards of the mineral vein. They would choose to strike at the same time. Efficiency was one aspect, and mainly because they didn't want to give the Jiang family time, as well as the chance to react. Today was the first day of the opening of the secret realm, and the Jiang family would definitely send people over to transport the minerals. If the time was delayed for too long, the minerals would all be shipped back directly by them, and after attacking the veins, there would be no minerals to loot. And if one place is attacked separately, after the news spreads, the other mining sites will strengthen their defense, and it will be more difficult to get it. Yi Feng watched them leave. During the time he waited, he dialed the phone number of the Black Glove organization. Prepare the convoy and wait to receive a large amount of minerals. Yi Feng said directly. You're really going against the Jiang family? The other party's tone was surprised. That was more than 3 dozen mineral veins. If every one of them was plundered, it was indeed a considerable asset. But the problem was, the Jiang family could let someone loot it like that? He hadn't even realized that Yi Feng had struck at the same time. Because to loot so many mining sites at the same time, the manpower required was very large, high, or low. It was an organized force now. Aren't you guys only in charge of buying and selling and don't ask for anything else? Yi Feng's tone was displeased. Yes. My fault, it's me talking too much. After he apologized, he then hesitated. It's just that this time, we don't quite dare to pick up the goods at the mining site. What he was worried about was the Jiang family's counterattack, and it would be dangerous to be blocked at that time. Not to mention doing business, even his life would be lost there. You don't need to worry about this, I will put the goods in a safe place for you, you just prepare the manpower and vehicles and wait for my news. Yi Feng said. That's good, we'll start preparing now, wait for your good news. The phone hung up. Yi Feng waited quietly. Before the Stone Ape Beast left, Yi Feng had explained the stockpiling point. It was a place that was quite far from the side. That location was also quite remote, with a stone forest, not much resources, very few people would go over there, the secrecy was very good. The part of the minerals that you want to sell, you can hoard them all over there. Time passes by. At this time, the Jiang family name of a certain mining site. There were also 2 people guarding the entrance. The force configuration of these mining sites was not too different. At most, those with more valuable minerals and more mineral deposits would be equipped with more experts accordingly. Perhaps it was because no one dared to come to their place to cause trouble, these 2 gatekeepers, their demeanor looked quite lax. It was only when a group of Stone Ape Beasts approached and sensed the commotion that they realized it afterward. Quickly look over there, what is that? Stone Beasts? This kind should be called Stone Ape Beasts, where did they come from? Strange, do Stone Ape Beasts have the habit of skulking around? As I recall there isn't, they are used to nesting in one place, they don't wander around. That's strange, could it be that there is a Stone Ape Beast's entrenchment point nearby? The 2 of them looked in disgust and surprise, not even realizing that this group of Stone Ape Beasts were rushing towards them and thought that they were just entrenched nearby and had unintentionally slipped over to this side. Just as quickly, it felt wrong. Not good. They are rushing towards us. Quickly notify the people inside. The 2 of them folded their bodies and were about to head inside the mine. Just as they started, a powerful oppression came from behind them. Several general-grade Stone Ape Beasts leapt and pounced over. Ah! The 2 were no match at all and were directly trampled. Chapter 56, News spreads, people are on edge. Dozens of Stone Ape Beasts rushed inside the mine. Wherever they passed, no one could stop them. The 3 martial guards heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed out. How could there be Stone Ape Beasts? The 3 were shocked. When the vein was first discovered here, long before it was mined, there were experts from the Jiang clan who had gone to a large area nearby and swept through it. And this kind of thing was regularly done once to prevent there will be stone beasts to the nearby camp. More and more gathered, jeopardizing the safety of the vein. But now, dozens of Stone Ape Beasts suddenly popped out. Where exactly did they pop out from? Several town guards. These Stone Ape Beasts are so strong, they killed many of us. The person who was being chased by the Stone Ape Beasts said in shock and anger. Humph! Sinful beasts! Die! The 3 of them were filled with rage and killed the Stone Ape Beasts, but unfortunately, they had severely underestimated the strength of the Stone Ape Beasts. The 10 at the front alone possessed the rank of general. Under the siege, the 3 martial generals who were guarding the town were beaten into a retreating wail. In the end, they were hammered alive by the Stone Ape Beasts. After finishing off the people in the mine, the Stone Ape Beast found the minerals. And inside the mine cave, there was also a kind of mining cart with several large wheels with a cargo hopper that could be filled with minerals. Because the minerals that were usually dug out needed to be carried inside the cave chamber to be stored centrally, this kind of mining cart needed to be used. The ore carts were not small and had a lot of filling capacity. Many ore carts were found, and all the minerals inside the cave were filled into the cargo hopper of the ore carts, which were then pulled by the Stone Ape Beasts and left. A part of it was transported to the Stone Ape Beast Mountain, which was promised to them by Yi Feng for consumption and absorption. The other part, on the other hand, traveled to the designated spot, which was a stone forest, and hoarded it over there. A situation similar to the one here was staged at multiple other mining veins, simultaneously. One of the Jiang family's mining vein industries suffered an unprecedented ransacking. However, there was one particular place where an accident occurred. When the Stone Ape Beast team in charge of this place arrived at this mine, it was when they ran into strong people. Marshal King Zhangfu was ordering people to carry out all the minerals in the mines and load them out so that he could transport them away. The 2 just happened to bump into each other.
How could there be a stone ape beast running here? Jiang Fu's brows furrowed in confusion. Today was really a bad day, leaving from the Jiang family early in the morning, with a caravan, all the way here, just ordered to transport the minerals over here. The first mining site he arrived at, there was a situation where the personnel were slaughtered and the minerals were looted. It made him very annoyed and there was nothing he could do about it. After contacting the Jiang family, and wasting a lot of time, he finally waited for the Jiang family to send someone to arrive. Unfortunately, the result was still not as expected. The enemy eliminated the odor and the sniffer bugs were unable to track them. What else could be done? The mine site where the accident happened let the team that arrived after him take charge of it, and he proceeded to load the minerals. Now here is the second mining site. While still loading, he saw dozens of stone ape beasts approaching. Humph! Where did the evil beasts come from? Die! Jiang Fu didn't care what the stone ape beasts were doing here. The powerful qi and blood of the martial king erupted, and he directly slashed the fastest stone ape beast into two halves. With the crushing power of the realm, it was indeed possible to kill in seconds. The remaining stone ape beast was stunned by the scene before it. When it came out, its king explained. Of course, in reality, the king beast is just a messenger, mainly Yifeng's meaning. Yifeng instructed them, if they encountered an opponent that was too powerful, if they were not rivals, they should not be in love with the battle, retreat at the first time, and how much they can escape counts for how much. Thinking of these instructions, the stone ape beasts that were a step behind immediately folded and fled. Humph! If you want to escape, it's not that easy. After half a day, Jiang Fu had long been holding his breath, so he was able to take it out on these stone ape beasts. He chased after them and cut down several more stone ape beasts. However, there were too many stone ape beasts and they were scattered, so he couldn't kill them all. In the end, he only took out half of them, and let them escape with the remaining half. Mainly, he didn't want to chase them out too far, and he still had business to attend to over here. Cool. Jiang Fu came back and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. The depression that had been pent up for most of the day was finally vented in the battle just now. However, after calming down, he felt that something was wrong. There is no stone ape beast lair nearby, and stone ape beasts are not a race that likes to run around, so how is it that there is suddenly such a group of stone ape beasts that run over to this side of the vein for a good reason? Why? Look at me this skeptical, a group of low IQ stone beasts only, what else can be the reason? Definitely looking for food and just ran over here haphazardly. Jiang Fu slapped his head and muttered to himself. The minerals over here had all been loaded. Depart! They headed for the next mineral vein. After gradually getting closer, the ominous feeling in Jiang Fu's heart grew stronger and stronger. The smell of blood, again. Soon, they saw corpses. Who did it again? Jiang Fu's crowd, their eyes were about to spit fire. Inexplicably, they recalled just now, the image of the stone ape beast approaching. Not good. Other veins. Jiang Fu immediately set off again, heading to the next vein. Sure enough, it was exactly as he thought. Not only that, he also went on to the next one. It was the same, it was all the same, they were all looted. It was as if there was a powerful force targeting their Jiang family. He could already imagine how furious the Jiang family would be after this was reported. Right, the Compassion Master is still in the secret realm, have him come and track it down. Jiang Fu immediately contacted the Compassion Master. After he rushed over, he used the sniffing insect to probe. There's still no trace. The Compassion Master shook his head. What he didn't know was that the stone ape beasts themselves didn't have much of a scent, not to mention their bodies, which were no different from stone. And in the secret realm, the last thing that was lacking was rocks. There were sand and gravel everywhere. For the stone ape beasts to move around in such a place, from the perspective of scent sniffing, it was practically the same as being invisible. With this result, Jiang Fu's entire body was disheveled. As the person in charge of transportation this time, he was surely going to be questioned if he only saved one vein. The most crucial thing was that if he couldn't find any trace of the murderer, he didn't even have a chance to make up for his mistake. At the same time, somewhere in a remote stone forest, piles of minerals were piled up, a small mountain lake, with many types, all of which were pulled by the stone ape beast and dumped over here. The stone ape beast had already let Yifeng call it back to rest inside the beast mountain. Inside there, deep inside the cave room, there are also piles of minerals stored. With these, it was already enough for them to eat and grow. If they were given any more, they wouldn't be able to eat it all, which was why Yifeng chose to sell half of it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. With all types of minerals to eat, the stone ape beasts were very happy, hugging their respective favorite minerals and gnawing on them. Good teeth. The task that Yifeng had given them was to raise their strength as soon as possible and expand their population, so that they could proceed to mess things up later. Yifeng was not in the beast mountain at this time, but over in the stone forest. But didn't show up, just hiding in the shadows, staring at the minerals hoarded over there. When the people from the Black Glove organization, who had been notified by Yifeng, arrived at the stone forest here, the scene in front of them stunned them all. So many minerals. They knew that it was someone who was preparing to loot the mineral veins under the name of the Jiang family. They thought that they could loot one or two of them, but they didn't realize that there were so many of them, and they were afraid that not all of them would be looted. Quickly! Hurry up and load the trucks. Surprised as they were, they didn't stay idle and acted immediately. On Yifeng's side, he was also bargaining with the Black Gloves, and in the end, this batch of minerals was sold for a total of $200 million. Yifeng's total assets reached more than $220 million. For the next few days, Yifeng stayed inside the treasure mine secret realm. Mainly, he was mixing with the Stone Ape beasts, observing their living habits and making plans for their next development. You guys let go of breeding for me, and for every extra child you have, you can get an extra resource subsidy. Yifeng announced. The way they gave birth to children was also interesting. The two Stone Ape beasts, male and female, stayed together, and some kind of fluctuation released from the crystal nucleus. If the frequency was right, inside the female beast, there was a chance to bear a new small crystal nucleus, which would gradually grow into a small Stone Ape beast, and then be born. Yifeng let them develop for a period of time first, and did not mess up for the time being. Because after the Zhang family's matter, after the news spread, it was already making a lot of noise and people were on edge. Each family's vein, all of them sent more experts to sit on it, fearing that like the Zhang family, the next one to be looted would be them. Time to go out. Yifeng said softly. Chapter 57, Crazy Way. Fishing for law enforcement. Yifeng let the Stone Ape King Beast, in the Stone Ape Beast Mountain, develop obscenely for a while first. He himself came to the teleportation point, the location he was randomly teleported to when he first came in. A mysterious suction force gradually strengthened. Soon, Yifeng was teleported out. Originally, he had thought that he would encounter someone from the Zhang family, but it turned out that he didn't. What Yifeng didn't know was that in the first 2 days after the incident, the Zhang family was indeed incomparably furious and sent a large number of experts to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. But the result was not as expected, the clues were few and far between. Hearing Jiang Fu say that there were dozens of Stone Ape beasts, intent on attacking the vein, could it be that they were all Stone Ape beasts? At first, they thought it was just a coincidence. However, as they investigated, they found some clues in other mining sites, which indeed looked like the work of the Stone Ape beasts. In this way, the incident is even more bizarre. For many years, this kind of thing has not happened. How did it happen at this time? 1 or 2 places were fine, but now there were more than 3 dozen places, all at the same time. Everyone else was fine, but only his Zhang family had an accident. Definitely premeditated. Without premeditation, it is impossible for such things to happen. But the question is, behind the scenes in the end is who can let a group of Stone Ape beasts over to ransack their Zhang family's vein? To know, Stone Beasts' IQ is generally low, there will only be some instinctive reaction, there is no way to teach them to do anything. Once someone envisioned that Stone Beasts are naturally interested in all kinds of ores, if they are tamed to become pet beasts, let them help digging minerals, they can provide a lot of labor. However, after many experiments, they all failed and could not be tamed at all, so people gradually gave up this idea. Could it be that someone had tamed it successfully? For a few days, they searched for the Stone Ape Beast everywhere in the treasure mine secret realm. But the secret realm was so big that there were no results for a while. Even if they found the Stone Ape Beasts, it might not necessarily be the group that had ransacked their veins. Before Yifeng left, he had also explained to the Stone Ape King Beast that when he was fine, he would stay inside the mountain, and if he found any enemy outside, he would utilize the labyrinth of walkways inside the mountain to play hide and seek with them, and just keep circling around. Yifeng advanced towards the provincial capital at an even speed. During this period, the Dragon Totem Academy was carrying out a matter in a tight schedule. Several senior tutors had been sent out to join forces with the Martial Kings sent by the Security Bureau, and an operation was underway. There was a Guard Bureau Martial King each, as well as a senior tutor from the academy, each following a student, strolling aimlessly through the streets and alleys. To put it simply, there was a group of 3, with 2 Martial Kings following a student. While the student walked in plain sight, the 2 Martial Kings dressed as passers-by and followed at a certain distance, minimizing their presence. I hope we can fish out Crazy Way. Su Canyi was also one of the operatives, and at this moment, in conjunction with the Martial King sent by the Guard Bureau, she was following a student from afar. The cause of the incident had to go back to a few days ago, when Zhao Ming was brutally killed. At that time, an investigation was immediately launched, as well as reported to the Guard Bureau. The Guard Bureau, as the state's department for maintaining law and order, had many martial arts experts. Reported to the Dragon Academy, was murdered or students, and is in the provincial capital murder. The murderer is really lawless, too arrogant. The Security Bureau incomparable attention, set up a task force rapid investigation. After many testimonies, the final result. This murderer is likely to be a member of the Bloodhands sect. On the bounty wanted list, there is still information about this person. Crazy Way, Strength Early Martial King, nicknamed Student Killer. He very much likes to kill students, especially those from key schools. Those who can get into key schools are more gifted, giving him the pleasure of eliminating geniuses. Bounty, 50 million. The original Evil Pill Master, who was in the late Martial King stage, only had a bounty of 10 million.
Crazy Wei's mere early martial king was as high as 50 million, a full 5 times that of the evil lust pill master. Therefore, the amount of the bounty depends not only on the strength, but also on how bad the impact of the crime committed by the person is. Wicked Pharmacist is certainly also evil, but compared to Wei Crazy, specializing in killing school students, often serial killing non-stop, causing people to be on edge, the nature of the evil pharmacist than the evil pharmacist is much worse. For example, during the investigation of this period, there are several students were killed, is that they do not listen to advice, sneak out of the school, and ultimately suffered a tragic death.
Their deaths were equally miserable. They were also thrown to the outer playground, similar to Zhao Ming's death.
At first, people still have doubts how the murderer is so clear. What students are in the school? Because if it is not clear, the murderer is how to do every time to kill are the school students? After investigation, finally found out. In the records of the students' basic files to go through, there was a student who browsed through almost all the students' files. The basic file information is public, the school students can query each other. Originally, this is to let the students can real-time information about the progress of the same period of time students, each other climbing competition, whoever thought, will be betrayed to a murderous maniac. The person who sold the students' files is Zhao Ming. Sometimes it's so dramatic that the person who sells the students' files becomes the first person to be killed, which is also considered retribution. As for Zhao Ming's motive, it was just that he was promised benefits by Crazy Wei, and without knowing what the other party wanted to do with the files, he sold the information to the files. Wei Crazy get what they want, naturally will not stay Zhao Ming. The action that unfolded at this time was fishing for law enforcement, using the lone student as bait to lure Crazy Wei out, and the 2 martial kings that accompanied him immediately stepped forward to deal with it. Only, time passed by minute, almost half a day had passed. The surrounding large area have strolled all over, and even several times, have encountered other teams.
The result was nothing. It shouldn't be seen as a problem, right? Su Canny's lips moved lightly and said in an extremely low voice.
A female martial king from the guard bureau beside her nodded slightly and responded in a low voice, Crazy Wei can have such a high bounty, apart from the numerous crimes, the other reason is that it's hard to catch him, he's too vigilant.
At the same time,
a certain street within this area. Yifeng had already returned from the treasure mine secret realm and was walking towards the Dragon Tang school. At this moment, he was on this street, walking without any speed. The street was relatively remote, with little foot traffic, and there just didn't happen to be many people at this time. Yifeng suddenly stood still, his heart felt something and slowly turned around. Right behind him, he saw that at some point, there was one more person, standing there with a cruel sardonic smile on his face.
Chapter 58 He is one of my students.
This person had narrow eyes and thin lips. A ghostly blue dagger, flipping back and forth in a few fingers, was as nimble as a fish in water. Yifeng, the current freshman of the Dragon Tendency Academy, in only 10 days, he was promoted to become a senior student.
Ha ha ha.
Not bad, like you this level of genius, I still encountered for the first time, wait to kill, will be very happy, think about it feel excited As he spoke, the dagger he was flipping in his hand gradually increased in speed. Yifeng's eyebrows lifted, this person actually read out his identity, accurately. Obviously, he didn't recognize him, but he felt a bit familiar? After a little thought, Yifeng suddenly realized. Bounty wanted list. The last time he killed the evil pill master, he went online and browsed the wanted list, especially the members of the Bloodhand sect, and focused on many of them. Among them was this one, Crazy Wei. This person was psychopathic and took pleasure in abusing and killing students. Yifeng immediately associated it with the fact that a few days ago, Zhao Ming's tragic death was probably the work of this person. Now that he would be looking for himself, he was probably here with the same purpose. You are calm, it's just a pity that no one can save you without an expert following you. Just as Su Canny had guessed, their fishing enforcement had been detected by Crazy Wei, so he had delayed showing up, leaving them there for nothing. However, Crazy Wei had an unexpected harvest and found Yifeng who acted alone. Once he checked the file, he was even more delighted. Good guy, actually is the current freshman, the most talented one. Even if you look at the past, it is the absolute first genius. There is also the situation at this time. Next, enjoy the pain of being abused. I will first cut out your tongue, then stab your eyes blind, and then disembowel you. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Crazy Wei revealed a perverted smile, flipping the ghostly blue dagger in his hand. He had moved closer to Yifeng, and then, enjoy it. Crazy Wei's face became hideous, the ghostly blue dagger, aimed at Yifeng's mouth and stabbed. As he said, he would cut off Yifeng's tongue first. Since you choose this method of death, then I will fulfill you. Phew. 4th rank martial skill, Instant Shadow Heavenly Blade. The long knife in Yifeng's hand was surprisingly fast, pulling out a residual shadow and chopping at Crazy Wei's wrist. The dagger was still held by the hand, but the severed hand had fallen to the ground. Ah! Crazy Wei howled in pain and looked at Yifeng with a face full of horror. Why is it so strong? He was shocked. How could a freshman who hadn't been in school for long be this strong?
What was even more baffling was that the other party's aura that had erupted at the moment was only at the peak level of a martial general, but the martial skill that he had performed, judging from the power of it, should have been at the perfect level of the 4th rank. He was already a martial king, but he had only cultivated his 4th order martial skill to a small level. Facing Yifeng's attack, he couldn't even hold back, and one of his hands was destroyed in one go. What he didn't know was that Yifeng was only using the strength of a chi-blooded martial artist, but the stronger soul masters hadn't been used yet. However, dealing with someone like Crazy Wei, using only the strength of a martial artist was enough to use. Don't look at the current realm, it was only the peak of a martial general, but it was only 2000 chi blood away from the early stage of martial king, infinitely close. Adding to the fact that the martial skill was of the 4th rank, and even more complete, there were also additions such as the 30% blade intent, wind whisperer, and the holy body of the martial way. Crossing the ranks to decapitate an early stage martial king was like playing. No. Don't kill me, I was joking just now. How could I dare to make a move against you? As powerful as you are, give me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a move against you. Crazy Wei covered his broken arm and endured the pain, heaving and crazily begging for mercy. Noisy! Yifeng's hand rose and fell, the tip of the knife violently stirred against Crazy Wei's mouth, directly stirring his tongue. Crazy Wei couldn't even speak properly. Next, Yifeng went for his eyes. According to the package that Crazy Wei had just said, he gave him the same treatment. According to Yifeng's own habits, he must have cut him with a knife. After all, Yifeng was a psychologically normal person with no sadistic tendencies. But since this person, so obsessed with this way of killing, let him experience it himself. One package down, Crazy Wei severed his breath. Yifeng picked up the dagger he dropped. This weapon was good, the grade reached level 4, throwing it to the black market could sell it for $3 million. Yifeng left this place. While walking, he opened the wanted website and like last time, he submitted the information and then waited for the bounty. $50 million, not for nothing. A few minutes after the death of Crazy Wei, a passerby passed by this street, saw the death of Crazy Wei, suddenly screamed. Dead man! There's a dead man here! Su Canny's team, who happened to come to the nearby area, vaguely heard the screams and thumped in their hearts. Bad! Couldn't something have happened? The two female martial kings immediately approached the source of the sound. When they arrived, the scene they saw in front of them made them suck in a breath of cold air. Crazy Wei was actually dead. And the death was tragic. Which team did this? Su Canny and the two of them, their gazes swept around, and they didn't find any other team. There was only one person at the scene, a passerby who was paralyzed with fear, his face was bloodless, and his feet were soft. Were you the one screaming just now? Su Canny asked this person. The passerby nodded his head woodenly and slowed down for a while before slightly easing up. I just passed by here and realized that one person had died tragically here. He was just a martial artist at the martial apprentice realm, he hadn't even experienced much decent training, it was normal that he would be shocked by the tragic situation in front of him. I notified the others, they arrived soon. The female martial king of the guard bureau turned off her communication and spoke out. A while later, the other teams arrived one after another. Communicating with each other, they sorted out the situation. Crazy Wei had been killed, it was unclear who did it for the time being, just by looking at the maneuver, one would almost think that it was another Crazy Wei who did it. This person is extremely strong, Crazy Wei was in front of him, but he was powerless. Those with this kind of strength, looking at the provincial capital, I'm afraid that there are only a few. First call up the surrounding surveillance to see it. The security bureau had the authority to view the surveillance of the public area at any time, but unfortunately, the location of the crime, as well as several surrounding streets, were not installed with surveillance. So, if you want to check the surveillance, you can only look at the ones further away, to see if you can find any clues. They investigated many of the surveillance at the same time, and the images appeared on the light screen. There are so many people. The more the crowd looked, the more they frowned. Where there was surveillance, there was a high flow of people, and the streets were crisscrossed, making it difficult to determine which streets the people passing by were from. Ha! Yifeng? Su Canny suddenly let out a light eep. She saw Yifeng's figure in the picture. Who is it? The guard inquired. Oh, he is one of my students. Su Canny replied. It seems like this student was not arranged for the operation just now, right? The guard was puzzled. Yes, no, but he left the school a few days ago and might just happen to be back now. Su Canny said. The guard nodded, not doubting, and continued to check the surveillance footage. Coincidence? Su Canny pondered. Chapter 59, How did the promised armor become a bundle? Yifeng returned to the Dragon Academy and headed to the dormitory area. He hadn't rested properly for a few days, so he could use a good night's sleep. First, he took a bath, changed into a set of clean clothes, and prepared to rest. Ha! Grown to the second stage limit? It's quite fast. Yifeng took out the bottle labeled with the number 2, and the rapid nutrient inside had already been absorbed by the rue mulberry vine in its entirety. At that time, 4 bottles were obtained, each at 4 stages. The first stage, as early as the first day, was absorbed by the rue mulberry vine.
Yifeng then immediately arranged for it to enter the second stage bottle. Right now, it had absorbed the light again, reaching the growth limit of the second stage.
How many meters can you reach at the longest now? Yifeng released the rue mulberry vine.
The second stage of the rue mulberry vine, which had a total of 2 canes, immediately began to grow larger, growing to a full 6 meters, in the middle of the room, hovering several times. I heard that the yunsang vine can wrap around the body surface and form a defensive armor. Let me try.
Yifeng gave the order.
The rue mulberry vine read the meaning and immediately wrapped around Yifeng's body. Originally, it was thought that after winding, it would just look like a thick rope that was bound and wrapped around the surface of the body.
In reality, it wasn't.
The rue mulberry vine had the ability to change in size, that is to say, it had the ability to change its body shape. After winding it, it could be adjusted to look the most suitable according to the structure of the body. The entire person looked like it was covered with a layer of green-colored battle armor. On the entire body, the coverage area was spot on, even covering the face, leaving holes in the eyes and other places. From the appearance alone, it was hard to tell that this was wrapped around the rue sang vine on the body.
Unless it was someone who knew more about demonized plants, they could see it.
Otherwise, one would probably only mistake it for wearing a green-colored battle armor that covered a very high area.
At this time, Su Kanyi had already returned to the academy.
Good day, Instructor Su. The students raised their voices in greeting.
Su Kanyi nodded and asked in passing, "Have you guys seen Yifeng return?"
There is.
I saw it just now, it seems to be heading towards the dormitory.
The classmates replied. Learning this news, Su Kanyi went straight to Yifeng's dormitory.
On her way back, she was thinking that Yifeng's figure appeared in the surveillance footage. Could Crazy Wei have been killed by Yifeng?
She did not doubt that Yifeng had this ability. After all, at that time, the evil pharmacist was killed by Yifeng in a second, so killing another Wei lunatic was also completely doable.
But from the scene, it didn't feel like it.
Yifeng killed the evil pharmacist that day. The ability used was a soul master, while the death of Wei Crazy, but by the martial artist with a knife. In terms of that ferocious method, it didn't feel like it came from Yifeng either. Since Yifeng had returned, he would personally go and ask him to see. When he came to Yifeng's special courtyard, he was probably too involved in thinking about things, so he directly broke in. She then saw Yifeng, who was wearing a green-colored body armor.
What is that thing you're wearing on your body?
Su Kanyi's gaze was astonished as she sized up Yifeng.
You won't knock on the door?
Yifeng spat. What kind of person directly scaled over the courtyard wall to barge in? To a martial king, the height of a courtyard wall was indeed nothing, and he passed over it with a gentle leap.
Aren't I in a hurry to ask you something?
Su Kanyi spat out her tongue, knowing that she was a bit short-changed. Then she saw that the yunsang vine faded from Yifeng's body surface.
It's actually a demonized plant? Su Kanyi sounded surprised.
Demonized plants might not be rare, but they were all in the wild, and demonized plants that could be cultivated as pets were rare, and needed to be cultivated from seedlings, or seeds. She didn't expect that Yifeng had such a good thing. On her last trip to the Misty Forest, she had learned about Yifeng's identity as a soul master, and now she had inadvertently learned that Yifeng had a demonized plant. The more she understood about Yifeng, the deeper she felt.
What does it feel like to wear a battle armor formed by demonized plants?
Su Kanyi's bright big eyes had a strong curiosity. She had killed demonized plants, but had never experienced what it was like to have a demonized plant cover her body surface. Her attention was attracted by the demonized plants, and she forgot the main purpose of this trip over.
Then let you try? Yifeng proposed.
Really?
Su Kanyi was happy.
Well, don't move, I'll have the yunsang vine go over and cover your body. Yifeng said and started to command the rue sang vine. The yunsang vine was also obedient, swimming its 2 canes, like the tentacles of an octopus, and went over to Su Kanyi's side, and began to wrap around in a circle.
After a while, Su Kanyi's face looked strange. Didn't you just cover your entire body? Why is it only binding my hands and feet, and strangling its specific parts? And
Su Kanyi blushed a little and said, it also pulls and tugs hard, making my posture a little awkward. Maybe you're not its owner, so it's still a bit resistant to you. There's no way to do what it did to me.
Yifeng explained. Really? Su Kanyi looked at Yifeng suspiciously, and how did it start picking at my clothes? No way.
Yifeng stared unblinkingly at Su Kanyi and gulped. It's also a bit disobedient to me right now. I'll try to make it stop. Yifeng slowly commanded the yunsang vine, telling it to leave Su Kanyi's body.
As a result,
not only did it not, but it was bound even tighter.
Hurry up, if you don't loosen it up, I'll have to use force.
With the strength of yunsang vine at this time, if Su Kanyi really wanted to get mad, it was estimated that she would be ripped into several pieces.
That won't do. If you break the rue mulberry vine, you'll have to find a plant to compensate me.
Yifeng shook his head straight.
This is a demonized plant, it's hard to buy with money. Where can I find this to compensate you?
Su Kanyi said in an aggrieved manner.
With her face and figure, it made people's lust flourish. Then if you don't move and don't break it, you don't have to pay for it. Yifeng said with a smile. Su Canny's white teeth clenched, wanting to give Yifeng a punch. Her face looked angry, but she didn't struggle much, half pushing and half letting herself be manipulated. In the room, the atmosphere was charming. Only when it was almost dark did Su Canny leave Yifeng's place. This asshole. A belly full of bad water. In contrast to when she went in, her hair was slightly messy and she was also a bit tired. By the way, what the hell am I doing here? Oh, wanted to ask about Crazy Wei. Su Canny slapped her head. After asking a question for most of the day and ultimately not getting an answer, there was no one else. But it didn't matter if it was or not. Anyway, now that Crazy Wei was dead, it wouldn't affect the normal operation of the school anymore. Look guys, Tutor Su came out from Yifeng's residence. The students on the road whispered. She's still so partial to Yifeng, she actually came to the door to tutor cultivation. Seeing how tired she is, she must have been instructing very seriously. That's for sure, otherwise Yifeng could have improved so fast? I can only say that people have a good life. They were spotted by Tutor Su early on, and when they were still junior trainees, they were already scheduled to be taken in, and spared no effort in teaching. Even if they usually made mistakes, they turned a blind eye to them. Why? Can't compare, completely can't compare. With the discussion, the topic turned back to the big event that happened today. That said, that Crazy Wei, a genuine martial king, was actually killed. I don't know which good man did it, it's such a relief, we don't need to be scared next. The good man who did it is at least a martial king. Martial king. So distant, I don't know when I'll be able to reach it. Although they were already martial generals, there was still a long way to go before they were martial kings. Chapter 60, 2 New Clues. Emergency gathering. 2 days passed calmly. Yifeng suddenly received an arrival tip. A total of $50 million from the bounty wanted list headquarters. Obviously, it was the bounty obtained from killing Crazy Wei. After Crazy Wei's death, the Guard Bureau was very curious about who moved, and through the CCTV footage, they were unable to find any useful information. Later, they received information that the bounty wanted list department side received a bounty hunter submission application. The person hunted and killed is exactly Wei Crazy. However, the information is encrypted, such as the submission of the collection account was automatically encrypted by the program. The payment of the bounty can only be done in this program, rather than manually enter the account. This encryption is one way. After encryption, the data is not reversible. Even if you let the person who wrote this program come over, the same cannot be restored to the encrypted account number, also cannot be through the account number. Query: the head of the household is who? However, there was one thing that could be determined: the person who killed Crazy Wei had also killed the evil pill master not too long ago. In the end, they had to assume that it was a powerful bounty hunter who had recently targeted the members of the Bloodhand sect. Yifeng looked at his current assets, which totaled more than $270 million. Such a sum of money could allow an ordinary family to live through this life with incomparable nourishment. Yifeng couldn't help but think of the past, a poor family, nestled in an old neighborhood in Linhai City, a layer of dozens of square feet of old houses. In the past, the parents had a wish, is to save some money, to the old house renovation. They do not even dare to hope, have the ability to go back to buy a layer. If it is not that beast tide, took away the parents' life, now they have this ability, also can let them live a dream good life. Unfortunately, there is no if. Thinking of this, Yifeng sighed, sadness mixed with regret. Yifeng's encounter is only the epitome of millions of people. Yifeng is still lucky to have a day to turn around. More people can only be extinguished in the dust of history forever. In the future, if there is an opportunity to go back to Linhai City, Yifeng is ready to hire someone to renovate the old house. Although not live on, Yifeng simply want to do this thing, because the two old had this intention. Time rushed, in the common other 10 or so days passed. Not bad, not bad, you have finally grown to the limit of the 4th stage. Yifeng looked at the Yunsang vine and was very pleased. As early as 7 days ago, it had grown to the limit of the 3rd stage with 3 canes, each 10 meters in length. And now it was at the limit of the 4th stage, with a total of 4 canes, each 20 meters in length. The length had doubled. The instant nutrient that the treasure chest opened out, the effect was just amazing. In order to make the rue mulberry vine, in a short period of time, improve so much. It's a pity that there's no 5th stage left, and the progress can only be put on hold for the time being. Now the 4th stage, on their own has been helpful. Even let the rue mulberry vine alone against the martial king, are more than enough. I don't know when, the treasure chest clues will appear again. Yifeng thought expectantly. In the past 10 days, no new clues had appeared. Currently, the only red treasure chest that hadn't been opened yet was in the Jiang family residence, which was the Jiang family's home base, with a martial exalted and a martial zone, making it impossible for anyone to start. Yifeng could only pin his hopes on the new treasure chest, so that he could raise his strength some more, and then he would have the ability to sneak into the Jiang family. Coincidentally, Yifeng just thought this way. The treasure chest clue popped up. As soon as it appeared, there were also 2 direct clues. Treasure chest clue, south of Linhai City, a blue fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, south of Linhai City, a purple treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it.
Yi Feng was elated. Blue boutique treasure chests, at the moment, were good enough. Unexpectedly, a purple one could appear. That was a treasure chest that was higher than blue, the 5th level, and the treasures open must be very good.
Ha! South of Linhai City?
Yi Feng noticed that the 2 treasure chests both hinted at the south of Linhai City. This place was familiar to Yi Feng. Back before the college entrance exam, the sea south of Linhai City shook and a large number of sea beasts came ashore, causing many casualties. At that time, Yi Feng was only a high school student at the martial apprentice realm, and was arranged by the school to go to the big backcountry to practice, which was also considered to make a contribution. Also at that time, was injured by the sea beasts, martial arts foundation damaged, and then later was withdrawn from school to deal with all sorts of things. In fact, it is not too long in the past, but now looking back, it feels very distant. It was the fact that he had risen too quickly and already possessed the ability to kill a martial king in seconds, and was so different from before that he had created the illusion of a long time having passed. I was just thinking that when I have a chance to go to Linhai City, I'll hire someone to renovate the old house, and now that I'm going over to open the treasure chest, I just happen to have someone finish this in the meantime.
Yi Feng secretly thought.
Just when he wanted to pack up and get ready to go out, the loud broadcasting sound spread throughout the entire Dragon Tang schoolhouse. Attention all teachers and students of the school. There is an emergency. Please all tutors and senior students at school, immediately go to the center playground to gather.
Repeat. There is an emergency. Did something happen?
Yi Feng walked towards the school playground with doubts. Along the way, the students who ran into each other asked each other what was going on. But all of them were confused, saying that they were not clear for the time being.
The mentors, the senior cadets, all headed towards the assembly point.
As for the junior students, they were not mentioned in the broadcast, but with curiosity, many of them also followed. When they arrived there, more and more people gathered. So many people, so in the academy, there are so many senior cadets. At a glance, tens of thousands of people had already gathered, and it was still increasing. This was only the ones who stayed in the school. If those who were not in the school at this time were counted, the number would only be more. At the front of the student group, there were hundreds of tutors.
Su Kanyi gazed around and unintentionally saw Yi Feng. What happened?
Yi Feng inquired with his mouthpiece. However, what he waited for was Su Kanyi glaring over and waving her fist.
Anyway, she didn't answer and was probably equally unclear.
Right at this moment, a mighty pressure approached sharply. The crowd's eyes flashed, and a figure appeared at the very top of the crowd.
He looked like he was in his 50s, his body was straight, his gaze was like electricity. He didn't deliberately release his breath, but he gave off a powerful oppression. His chi and blood were like the sea, and he wasn't angry.
Headmaster! The principal is here!
The crowd exclaimed.
Normally in school, there was basically no chance to see the principal, and now that the principal had appeared, it could only mean that the situation was indeed urgent.
The principal of the Dragon Tendency School. Sure is strong.
Yi Feng could not tell the exact strength of this person, he only felt that it was very strong. In the near future, I will also be able to reach this kind of strength.
More than that, it has to be even stronger. Chapter 61, Returning to Linhai City.
Teachers and students, I've called you all here to gather because I've just received news that over at Linhai City, the southern waters are once again shaking, and a large number of sea beasts have come ashore again. This time, it's even worse than the last time. Preliminary estimation, the number of sea beasts that have come ashore, a handful of millions of heads.
Hearing the words of Principal Pang Chi, numerous teachers and students sucked in a breath of cool air.
1,000,000 scale sea beasts gathered, how spectacular and terrifying would that be? 100,000 or more would be the size of a beast tide, such as the last sea beast battle, which was only 100,000 or so in size. Before and after the interval of more than 2 months actually triggered the beast tide again, the scale is still several times that of the last time.
What's going on in the waters over there?
There are already martial artists from all walks of life heading over there to help resist the beast tide. My Longting Academy, as the top martial arts university in Lingnan province, can't just sit back and do nothing.
Once Linhai City is captured, the neighboring cities will be next. It's a showdown between humans and alien beasts.
Prepare now, while immediately departing to Linhai City for support, and beat those beasts back into the sea.
Pang Chi's loud, resounding voice traveled into everyone's ears.
Yes.
The many teachers and students responded in unison.
Damn sea beasts, this time, make them never dare to come ashore again. It's been a long time since I've had a big kill. This time, I will definitely have a painful kill.
Let's all compare who killed more.
The students sharpened their swords and their fighting spirit was high. Now there was half an hour of preparation time, half an hour later the unified departure. Yi Feng didn't have to prepare much, he had planned to go out and head to Linhai City, and had already prepared his equipment. When he was about to go out, he was urgently summoned here. It was really coincidental that on the side of Linhai City, it actually happened that the sea beasts came ashore again. Yi Feng went over this time. The purpose is also simple, open the treasure chest is the main task, and then by the way, kill more sea beasts.
Since his parents died in the beast tide, every time a beast tide occurred, it would always stir up Yifeng's hatred. Besides, that was the place where Yifeng had lived for 18 years, full of memories, and Yifeng didn't want Linhai City to disappear. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. The principal led the way. And the number of students was too large, so they were divided into teams and led by their respective mentors. Yifeng. On the occasion of departure, a female voice called out to Yifeng. Yifeng looked and it turned out to be He Xiling. After you arrive at Linhai City, can you help me take a look at my father? She was filled with worry. Her dad was in Linhai City, opening a grocery store, and thought that Yifeng had even worked part-time there at the beginning. Now when she heard that over in Linhai City, a large number of sea beasts had come ashore, she was very worried about her dad's safety. If she has the strength, she would also like to go, but unfortunately, she is only in the middle stage of the martial master. Even if she wants to go, the school will not agree. This rate of improvement, compared to the same period of students, was already considered very good, but it was still not enough. Good. I have plans even if you don't say it. Don't worry, uncle, he will be fine. Yifeng smiled and comforted a sentence. Thanks. He Xiling nodded, finally feeling better. The team departed with great vigor. Walking out of the school gate, they rushed in the direction of Linhai City. Yifeng followed Su Canyi's team, looking at the scenery along the way. His heart felt some emotions. The last time he came to enroll in school, and his strength wasn't good yet. This time, when he went back, he was already able to hold his own. Yifeng, who was thinking about things, suddenly noticed someone approaching. Looking sideways, he found that it was Su Canyi coming closer. You brat is blessed with a lot of color. Just now, He Xiling called out to Yifeng and was seen by Su Canyi. She also had a bit of an impression of He Xiling and knew that both came from Linhai City with Yifeng. We are just ordinary friends. Yifeng said. Don't believe it. Su Canyi shook her head. You're jealous? Yifeng laughed playfully. Cut. I would be jealous of you? It's none of my business who you are with. Su Canyi made a disgusted look and her tone was rude. Speaking so unladylike. Yifeng shook his head straight. Humph. Angered by you. Su Canyi gritted her teeth. This side had a sentence without a sentence to say. The students in the back didn't hear what both of them said and started talking. See, even rushing around is instructing Yifeng. How do I feel that instructor Su is a bit angry? That must be where Yifeng didn't learn, and tutor Su is teaching angry. Right. It must be like this. After a long rush, the vast procession arrived at Linhai City. At the city gate, martial artists wearing uniform-style battle armor, with solemn expressions and a murderous aura, stood guard. Now that the situation was urgent, many experts within the city had traveled to the south to fend off the sea beast attacks. It was feared that there would be some foreign beasts that would take advantage of the emptiness of power within the city and just attack from another direction. So these important entrances to the city had to be guarded by martial artists. There were thousands of people, and they were all city guards. The city guards were a department that every city had. Their duty was to be responsible for the security of the city's borders. Seeing the arrival of a group of tens of thousands of people, the city guards came into the spirit. It's from the Dragon Academy. From the members of the team, one school emblem could be found hanging from each of them, which was distributed before they set off, with a pattern of two dragons prancing in the clouds, allowing people to instantly recognize that the team was from the Dragon Tang school. This time, the resistance against the sea beasts had various forces and reporters from all walks of life. It was a good opportunity for publicity. Even though the Dragon Tang school was highly recognized and was already a top university, the necessary publicity still needed to be done. You are the principal of the Dragon Totem Academy, right? I'm really thankful to all of you for traveling thousands of miles to support us. A captain like City Guard immediately stepped forward and spoke with a very respectful tone. Previously, one could only have the opportunity to see Pang Chi on a video, and to think that one could meet in reality. There was also that one teacher and student, worthy of being from the Dragon Totem Academy. Even if they were only young students, their chi and blood were all incomparably thick, clearly not weak. Sea beasts coming ashore concerns thousands of families. This is what we should do. After a short exchange, the team entered Linhai City. So many experts. What forces are they from? Didn't you see their school emblem? The Dragon Academies. No wonder, there are so many experts, so it's the Dragon Totem School. Just now it's the arrival of Yonghui University, now it's the Dragon Tang School. It's really great, with so many experts supporting us, our Linhai City. We're not afraid of being overrun by sea beasts. Walking along the way, the masses of Linhai City were talking a lot, looking very excited. The Yonghui University they were talking about was also a top-tier academy. Although it wasn't as good as the Dragon Totem Academy, which was always pushed down ahead, it was only slightly inferior, and was a very top-notch existence. As expected, as they said, not far ahead, there was also a team with a huge number of people, walking towards the south. From the school emblems they wore on their bodies, it could be seen that they were people from Yonghui University. Seeing the Dragon Tendency School at the back, they purposely stopped and waited. Chapter 62, Crazy, isn't it? He was going to the front line. The president of Yonghui University, who was also a middle-aged man with blood and chi, saw the people from the Dragon Tang school, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you guys to come as well. Principal Yonghui smiled skinlessly. If you all will come, we will definitely come even more. Pang Chi faintly returned. The simple conversation allowed one to hear a strong flavor of gunpowder. The students of Yonghui University had the same pinpoint look in their eyes, a look of sharpening their swords. They had failed to get into the Dragon Academy before, which was why they had retreated to Yonghui University. However, they felt that a college entrance examination represented nothing. For example, the martial arts examination stage, which belonged to the actual combat experience, had too many influencing factors, and if they were targeted, it would probably lead to a loss in the examination and a much lower ranking. The second thing is, the way of martial arts, in addition to talent, there is a more important thing, is opportunity. There were some people who were originally mediocre but were very fortunate to gain opportunities, and from then on, they soared to the heavens. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that they wouldn't be inferior to the people from the Dragon Academy. This time, resisting the sea beasts was an excellent opportunity for publicity. Facing the many media and martial artists from all walks of life, if they, the teachers and students of Yonghui University, could perform well and overshadow the Dragon Tang school, then Yonghui University, replacing Dragon Tang School's leading position, was just around the corner. The two teams continued on their way, pulling away from each other. All know what to do, right? Principal Yonghui spoke. No. We will perform well. I'll let them know that we, Yonghui University, are the #1 martial arts university in Lingnan. The one who spoke was a cold and arrogant young man, who belonged to the type of person who had failed the college entrance exams and was later given the opportunity. His strength was one of the best among the students on campus, and he was confident that he was no worse than any student. When the two teams came to the south of Linhai City, looking around, there were martial artists everywhere. There were city guards in military-style battle armor, local martial artists from Linhai City, and teachers and students from other schools. Yifeng also saw a group of high school students at the very back of the battle line. More than 2 months ago, Yifeng also played a similar role. However, these were senior high school students, their strength was even weaker than Yifeng at that time, and now they were only responsible for logistical work, such as transporting the injured. Dragon Academy. I'm envious. It would be great if I could also enter the Dragon Tang school in the future. Let's learn from Senior Yifeng and get a good grade in the future. Isn't that Senior Yifeng? Which is which? What about that, inside the Dragon Academy team? It's still true. I saw his picture on the honor stone tablet, it's really him. The high school students exclaimed in shock, and then chanted Senior Yifeng one after another. Yifeng held his forehead. Why did he act like an idol star? Yifeng? The people from the nearby Yonghui University all looked over unexpectedly when they heard this name. They often paid attention to the movements of Dragon Tang Academy, so they also knew that among the current freshmen of Dragon Tang, there was one called Yifeng, who had strong martial arts talent and had been promoted to senior cadet in just 10 days. But what they didn't expect was to dare to call such a student over. No matter how good the natural talent is, it still needs time to grow. Right now it is estimated that it is at most at the early stage of martial general, right? And resisting a big scene like a sea beast, the slightest carelessness would result in a death. It would be a huge loss if they died here. As the team approached the front line, the scene became more and more mixed. Above the battlefield, the human martial artists and the sea beasts fought and killed exceptionally fiercely. Sinful beasts! Die for me! A martial general, holding a heavy battle sword, made a vicious slash and split a sea beast with 4 large pincers in half. There were many similar duels around. Some were sea beasts killed by martial artists, while others were martial artists accidentally killed by sea beasts. You guys can't move on, just fight here. Pang Chi said to the students. The further to the front line, the higher the level of danger, the number and strength of the sea beasts they faced, the more and stronger they would be. The students' strength was still limited, and it would be more appropriate to be in the center line position. If they continued further, it would be dangerous. Junior tutors, stay here and command the students. Senior tutors, follow me to the front line. Pang Chi gave the order and led the many senior tutors, continuing to head towards the front line. Senior tutors had martial king strength, so that they would be more certain of going to the front line. As for the junior tutors, they were only at the peak of martial general, so it was just appropriate to stay here and command the many students. Over at Yonghui University, the same arrangement was made. The students over there, under the leadership of the junior tutor, began to hunt the sea beasts. On the side of the Dragon Tendency School, they weren't willing to show weakness either, and they all lit up their weapons, ready to fight. Yifeng, stay close to me, don't stray too far from me. Tung Qingfeng instructed Yifeng. He was Yifeng's junior tutor before, and it was only because Yifeng had upgraded to senior student too quickly, otherwise he would still be his student now. However, in his opinion, Yifeng's current strength should be the weakest in the team, so he purposely gave such an explanation. Yifeng scratched his head. Actually, I don't have to. Be careful over there. Tang Qingfeng found a dangerous situation nearby and shouted, carrying his weapon, and rushed over. The other students around him similarly went over to help and fought against hundreds of general-level sea beasts. At this time, near Yifeng, there was a piercing cry. A huge crab-like sea beast, whose pincers alone were 2 meters long, clamped over at Yifeng. Yifeng's gaze was cold, and with a casual slash, the 2 huge crab pincers were chopped off, and added another slash, splitting it into 2. Go find the treasure chest first. Yifeng didn't forget the main purpose of coming over this time. No matter if it was the blue arrow or the purple arrow, all of them pointed in the same direction. The front line. Tutor, I'll go over there and take a look. Yifeng put down a sentence and dashed towards the front line. Wait. Yifeng, what are you doing? That side is the front line, it's dangerous for you to go there. Tang Qingfeng shouted loudly. But he was now being pestered by the sea beasts, and he could only make Yifeng come back quickly by shouting. Yifeng acted as if he didn't hear and continued to run away quickly. Tang Qingfeng was anxious, and his classmates were stunned. It was not expected at all that Yifeng would suddenly pull such a stunt. Crazy. Who does he think he is? A martial king? Surprisingly charging towards the front line. Isn't it just a quick upgrade to senior cadet, actually so inflated, unable to weigh himself? The people from Yonghui University, seeing this scene, were stunned and then hotly debated, shaking their heads in succession. Feeling that Yifeng's behavior was no different from sending himself to death. Quickly look. He's going to finish. Yifeng. Be careful. The crowd saw that a huge sea beast, which looked similar to a sea lion and was similar to a small mountain, opened its bloody mouth and bit down towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even turn his head as if he didn't see it. But the knife in his hand moved, cutting through a sharp arc, hitting the sea lion's neck. The sea lion didn't even have time to howl miserably before Yifeng chopped off his huge head. Sheathing his sword, he continued to move forward. Boom! The sea lion's meat mountain-like body slowly fell down. Chapter 63 Ghostly Giant Octopus. Intracranial Treasure Chest. 1 in seconds? Everyone who saw the scene all froze in shock. If they weren't mistaken, that sea beast just now had definitely reached the peak of the general rank. And it also belonged to the type that had a big bladder and a relatively high defense, making it difficult to decapitate. But despite that, it was still killed by Yifeng with a single slash. Then wouldn't Yifeng's strength be stronger than that sea beast? It's only been a long time. He's actually grown to this level. Tang Qingfeng felt incredulous. To think that not long ago, Yifeng was still his student, and the teacher-student relationship was maintained for 10 days before and after Yifeng was promoted to senior student. Another period of time had passed and it was actually stronger than even him? He tried to think about it. If it was him who faced that sea beast, he would definitely not be able to do it and kill it in a single blow. Even if he could win, it would still require many rounds of deadly battle. With such a comparison, it was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. The Dragon Tendency School's own people were shocked, and the ones from Yonghui University's side were even more astonished. Thinking that just now, they were making fun of the fact that Yifeng was sending him to his death, they didn't expect to be slapped in the face all of a sudden. How was this sending him to his death? It was clearly having this strength. It instantly felt that wanting to steal the limelight with the Dragon Tang School was simply delusional. Yifeng didn't care what they thought, anyway, he just wanted to hurry up and open the treasure chest. Following the arrow, whoever blocked it along the way would die. Who is this? So brave. Look at his age, he's still just a student, right? Wearing the school badge of the Dragon Tang School, so he's from the Dragon Tang School, so strong. Along the way, as they chopped their way through, many nearby martial artists in the midst of a fierce battle saw such a person who wasn't very old, but was ridiculously strong. Almost all of the sea beasts encountered were killed with a single slash. Near the coastline, there were many reefs here. Yifeng stood in a crevice of a reef and observed the situation ahead. The endless sea level, huge waves were surging, tens of meters high, as if the earth was a furnace, boiling a pot of seawater, violently churning. A head of sea beasts, either large or small in size, covered the sky and were densely packed, constantly accompanying the waves as they surged ashore. They look different, some are clad in hard armor, some have giant pincers, and some are full of tentacles. Countless powerful martial artists, positioned on the first front, fought with the many powerful sea beasts. My treasure chest. Yifeng followed the arrow and looked all the way. Soon dumbfounded. The treasure chest was surprisingly in the sea, both of them. In the sea, how do I open it? Yifeng was speechless. These ones that came ashore alone, there was no lack of king-level sea beasts. If this went down to the sea alone, he was afraid that he would be wrapped up in a dumpling. Ha! Wait. There's a situation. Yifeng realized that the blue treasure chest arrow was actually moving. This situation had already happened twice. When the treasure chest was located inside a creature, the treasure chest would move with the creature. Boom! At this time, the waves churned more and more violently, raising a small hill as the seawater crashed down. A giant octopus hundreds of meters tall, curling its tentacles, climbed up the coast. Giant octopus of the underworld. What a big one, it's at the peak of the king level to say the least. Many nearby martial kings exclaimed in shock. If there was a strong martial zoner here at this moment, it would be easy to decapitate it. However, the problem was that the number of strong people above the martial zone level was relatively small in itself, and at this time, they had more important tasks and were not on the coast. Go! Let's slaughter it! Several martial kings from Yonhui University joined forces to kill the giant octopus of the underworld. Boom 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 boom. The giant octopus of the underworld flung its long tentacles and lashed over, and the martial kings dodged to avoid it. Let's go too! Several martial kings from the Dragon Tendency School, not willing to show weakness, similarly killed the phantom giant octopus. The martial kings couldn't fly, but their powerful explosive power, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, made up for the difference in size. Only, things didn't go well. With the battle, it was slow to take down the phantom giant octopus. They were often forced back by the tentacles, and even more so, they had to be careful of its ink spray. If they were sprayed by the ink, it would have a powerful corrosive force, and even if a martial king's physique was extremely strong, they would not be able to carry it. A more crucial point, it was too tall. It was necessary to attack its brain in order to kill it quickly. But it was too huge, hundreds of meters, and the highest a martial king could jump was tens of meters. It was also dangerous to do so, there was no way to borrow strength in the air, and in case it was attacked, it was almost difficult to dodge. The situation was at a stalemate. Yi Feng, who was observing from afar, stared at the giant octopus of the underworld without turning his eyes. More accurately, he was staring at its head. At the location of its head, there was a faint blue light emanating from it. The blue treasure chest was inside. I have to make a move, hurry up and finish this guy off. If the martial king over there could finish it off quickly, Yi Feng was happy to pick up the present. But the delay in taking it down, Yi Feng was afraid of a change. In case he let it rejoin the sea, it would be even more difficult to kill it. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked around. This place was located in the crevice of the reef. No one was paying attention to this place. Yun Sangbine, cover me! With Yi Feng's command, the Ru Sangbine with 4 canes quickly wrapped around Yi Feng's torso, covering every place. It wrapped Yi Feng's entire person, including his face, tightly, leaving only the necessary holes for observing the outside world. It looked like, wearing a set of battle armor with superb coverage, even those who were familiar with him would find it hard to recognize him. Except for Su Canyi, who knew that Yi Feng possessed the Yun Sangbine. Yi Feng fiercely stepped on the ground, his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the giant octopus of the underworld. Several martial kings who were in the middle of a fierce battle suddenly realized that there was such a person in green battle armor approaching. Because at this time, the qi and blood were stirring, and his breath could not be restrained and hidden, it was revealed that Yi Feng's qi and blood martial arts realm was only at the peak of the martial general realm. You're a martial general realm, what are you doing running here? Quickly retreat back. Which one of those who dared to come here for a fierce battle was not a martial king? A small martial general, running to the front line was fine, but he even came over here, there was still a powerful underworld giant octopus here. If you whip a random tentacle over, you're afraid that you're going to get smashed. Wearing a full set of armor, useful? In the face of absolute strength crushing, what armor is useless? Even if it's a high-level armor, it's the same. Because, even if the armor is not broken, the shock will shock you to death. The only person who froze slightly the moment she saw Yi Feng was Su Chenyi. However, she was not too surprised that Yi Feng would come here. She was clear about Yi Feng's strength. Swish! At this moment, a long tentacle quickly drew towards Yi Feng. Watch out! The crowd of martial kings exclaimed in shock. They knew it would end up like this. It was completely too late to try to save them. The speed of the giant octopus of the underworld's attack was so fast that almost in the blink of an eye, it drew in front of Yi Feng. The crowd thought that Yi Feng would be directly jerked away. However, Yi Feng's body moved, dodged this attack, and with a smooth flick of his long knife, the blade flashed, directly cutting off a section of the tentacle. The giant octopus of the underworld howled angrily and drew in more tentacles. Humph! It's time to end it. Chapter 64 Spirit of the Deep Sea SSS. Yi Feng coldly grunted as his body speed was pulled to the limit, circling around with the phantom giant octopus. Finally seizing an opening, his soul power mobilized. Demon Breaking Gun. Congeal. The purple-black demon-breaking lance, just after condensing out, immediately became blood-red due to the execution of the soul skill. The lance carried the might to pierce through everything and shot towards the head of the giant octopus of the underworld. In desperation, it drew back some of its tentacles to resist. However, the demon-breaking lance, as if it had anticipated it in advance, suddenly made a curved turn, bypassing the tentacle's resistance and accurately hitting its head, directly piercing through it. Poof! Under the stress, its ink sac was released, a large amount of ink splashed. Wherever it passed, the martial kings were shocked to avoid the nearby beach reef, but wherever it was splashed with ink, it was corroded and dissolved a lot. Rumble! The underworld giant octopus was finally killed, and its huge body fell to the ground with a roar, stirring up a sky full of sand and dust. So strong. So, he's still a soul master. Soul master? Nah, there are only a handful of soul masters I've seen in my life. Worthy of being a soul master, his combat power is just strong. Whether it was from Yonhui University, Dragon Tang Academy, or other martial kings, they all marveled in awe. Before, they were still scolding people. What was a martial general doing here, who knew that they were not only chi-blooded martial artists, but also a more powerful soul master? In a few rounds, the giant octopus of the underworld, which they had been in a stalemate for a long time, was killed in seconds. Looking back, it felt like they were clowns. That was the move used to kill the evil pill master that day. Su Canny's bright eyes stared at Yifeng in death. That day, she needed to be fully focused on dealing with the evil lust pill master, and when Yifeng suddenly attacked from behind, she couldn't even react. So much so that in retrospect, she was not quite sure what means Yifeng had used. Now that she could finally see the whole process, it turned out to be this way of striking. Soul masters, controlling soul weapons, could attack remotely, and could also change course halfway, taking people by surprise, and were extremely powerful. Under the detailed count, it was found that it was much stronger than a martial artist. No wonder inside the same rank, soul masters hanged over martial artists. Su Canny was a little envious that Yifeng possessed a dual system. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifeng approached the giant octopus of the underworld. Just now, after the giant octopus head was opened and it fell to the ground, the blue treasure chest fell out of its head. It was a good thing that the only person who could see and touch the treasure chest was himself, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Yifeng pretended that he was confirming whether the giant underworld octopus was dead or not, but in fact, he used his foot to touch the treasure chest. Snapped. You have opened a blue fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 cards of Chi and Blood, Spirit of the Deep Sea SSS 410. Fusion. With someone nearby, it was just as easy to fuse. As long as the Chi and Blood were collected first, when fused, it would only skyrocket in the body and would not be noticed by outsiders, the Chi and Blood rapidly spiking. When the fusion of Chi and Blood was completed, Yifeng's total amount of Chi and Blood reached a staggering 36,000 calories. Previously, when he was in the treasure mine mystic realm, he had raised his Chi blood to 25,000 cards. And over this period of time, Yifeng had added another 1,000 through his own cultivation, so it was like having 26,000 before the fusion. Now with the addition of 10,000, it was 36,000. Yifeng's realm of Chi and Blood martial artist crossed a major realm, and then a minor realm. The current realm was the middle stage of martial king. It countered the realm of the soul master, who was now only at the early king level. As for the second item opened from the treasure chest, the 3 S's alone already let it be known that it was not simple. The Spirit of the Deep Sea, an SSS ranked talent, those who possessed this talent would have an incomparable affinity for the water element. Especially when entering water, such as the ocean, it was more like a fish out of water. There were also 2 more terrifying advantages. For example, diving into the deep sea, one could be completely unafraid of water pressure. Even if it's a 10,000-meter deep sea, where the water pressure is incomparably terrifying, it's possible to dive deep into it without the need to use any equipment to protect it. The second benefit was the ability to draw oxygen from the water through the skin. For a martial king, one could hold their breath for an hour. However, if a battle occurred underwater, there would be a rapid depletion of oxygen, resulting in not being able to hold it for that long. With the Spirit of the Deep Sea, it was different. Being able to draw oxygen from the water, it was completely possible to stay underwater for a long time. However, the one you got now was not the full version of the Spirit of the Deep. The suffix with the words 410 indicated that only about 40% of the efficacy was obtained. Yifeng was not surprised. It was just a blue treasure chest that could only open the mutilated version. In the future, if he opened a higher level treasure chest, he might still be able to open it and upgrade it to a full version. Don't look at the crippled version now, the effect is discounted, but still compared to others, have an advantage much more. The nearby martial kings, how could they have never imagined that within a short period of time, Yifeng had variously improved his strength, and was even stronger than when he arrived just now. The crowd had wanted to come over and say hello, a powerful soul master, very worthy of friendship. But now was not the time for idle chit-chat at all. The nearby sea beasts, once again poured over again. Kill. The crowd of martial kings fought and killed once again. Su Canny took advantage of the fight and killed, intentionally or unintentionally approaching Yifeng. Why did you come? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and only Yifeng could hear it. Came to see if you will be carried away by the sea beasts. Yifeng joked. You're the one being carried away by sea beasts. Su Canny huffed. Be careful. Yifeng's gaze condensed, and the demon-breaking gun brushed past Su Canny's ear and nailed on the head of a sea beast. Still saying you won't, you almost got bitten. That's not because you distracted me. Su Canny's ability to shrug off pots was always possible. Where are the principal and the others? Yifeng scanned the coastline and didn't find Principal Pang Chi, nor did he find any other strong people of the same level. They went down to the sea. Su Kanyi explained. Within a short period of time, 2 consecutive sea tremors and sea beasts coming ashore on a large scale. There must be a reason for this. They dive to the bottom of the sea to find out the reason. Otherwise, even if they cope with the situation this time, it's not reassuring, and perhaps there will be a next time. Yifeng nodded and felt that it made sense. Looking in the direction of the sea, the purple arrow extended all the way over, straight into the sea. The purple treasure chest, which had been at the bottom of the sea, could only be opened by diving down. If you are so eager, dive down and take a look. Seeing Yifeng eyeing the sea with a look of eagerness to try, Su Kanyi deliberately joked. Okay, I'll go and take a look. After Yifeng finished speaking, he headed for the sea. Hey! I said it randomly. Su Kanyi was dumbfounded. She was just talking nonsense. She didn't really want Yifeng to go down. The bottom of the sea was so dangerous, how could one go down? No, this guy must have intentionally scared me. Su Kanyi thought so again. With her understanding of Yifeng, this person was sometimes very malicious. It was very possible that this guy was deliberately scaring her. Humph. I'm not going to fall for it. I'll just leave you alone and see you end up running back in ashes. Su Kanyi crossed her arms with one hand and looked at the faraway Yifeng. Then she saw, after Yifeng casually chopped off a few sea beasts that were close by, his figure leaped and plunged into the sea with a jerk. Su Kanyi? Chapter 65 Undersea Gorge. Secret Channel. Yifeng entered the middle of the seawater and immediately manifested the benefits of the spirit of the deep sea, the talent. When his skin touched the seawater, he was able to draw oxygen from it, allowing him to not feel like he was holding his breath at all. Swimming in the water, he actually had a comfortable feeling, just like a fish that could stay in the water for a long time. Yifeng casually swung his body, as if he was a barracuda rapidly diving. At this time, in the surrounding waters, several sea beasts noticed Yifeng. A human who dared to dive into their territory was really tired of living. At that moment, the sea beasts approached Yifeng and opened their bloody mouths, about to bite Yifeng. Looking for death. Yifeng said in his heart, and his long sword launched an attack in the water. Originally, fighting underwater would be weakened by the resistance of the water, which would somewhat weaken the attacking power, as well as the sensitivity of the movements. However, having the spirit of the deep sea, which was exceptionally attuned to the water element, allowed Yifeng to move as lightly as he did on the coast. Martial King Qi erupted, and the long knife carried infinite power, chopping at the vitals of these sea beasts. Bright red blood stained the surrounding waters. All of them were killed by Yifeng in a single strike. The sea beasts further away, attracted by the commotion here, as well as the smell of blood, quickly swarmed over. The number was large, hundreds of them, and the ones further away were still approaching this side. If this went on, it would be endless. Yifeng didn't forget that he came down to look for the purple treasure chest, not to kill the sea beasts, so he couldn't always get entangled with them here. Yifeng's feet violently stepped on the water, his body swung, a smooth and incomparable movement, causing his body to catapult start and shoot towards the depths. Originally, the speed was already fast enough, but Yifeng still seemed like he didn't like it fast enough, and directly condensed out the demon-breaking gun. Soul power drove the demon-breaking gun. Stabbing forward, Yifeng gripped the demon-breaking gun tightly with his hand, and the whole person was then driven, speeding up more and more. With such a shape, it looked as if he was a swordfish, swimming fast. The sea beasts that surrounded them all looked dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? A human, arriving at their territory, actually swam faster than them? In no time at all, he left them all behind, unable to catch up with them. Can't even see the figure? What else can they do? Of course it was to give up the chase. During the swimming process of Yifeng, a new sea beast appeared in front of him. When the sea beasts saw Yifeng, they thought that the rations had arrived and blocked in front of Yifeng. Swish! Yifeng's speed did not decrease. He grabbed the demon-breaking gun and directly stabbed it. The powerful piercing force made Yifeng, even with the gun, penetrate right through the middle of the sea beast's body. Want to block? Can you block it? Yifeng followed the purple arrow and went all the way down while moving forward. Until he dived thousands of meters deep, he finally reached the bottom. From afar, a large number of sea beasts, all of them huge in size, were hovering above a sea trench, seemingly guarding something, not leaving no matter what. These sea beasts, some of them glowed, providing a light source, which allowed Yifeng to see the situation over there. Otherwise, at this depth, there was almost no light source and it was dark everywhere. In the vicinity of the sea beasts, Yifeng also saw that there were several figures. Surprisingly, they were humans. These humans, each one of them was a strong martial zone. Among them, there was Pang Qi, the principal of Dragon Tang Academy, and also the principal of Yonghui University, as well as the martial zone realm from other forces. So they went down to the sea and came here. Yifeng didn't get close and just watched from afar. The martial zones over there exchanged glances with each other and paired gestures to express what each of them wanted to say. The reason why the sea beasts are gathered here is in this sea trench. If you want to figure it out, you can only go down and find out. But with so many sea beasts guarding this place, it's impossible to get close. They exchanged words.
Before coming down, at first, they thought that it was a tremor in which undersea secret passage that caused a large number of sea beasts to run out. But after coming down, they realized that it wasn't the case. After tracking all the way, they came to the sea trench, which was like a canyon, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. It was also unknown what had happened and why it had attracted so many sea beasts, guarding the top of the trench, with many more running up the coast and attacking humans everywhere. Everything was still a mystery. They had already tried several times, charging towards the trench. But the sea beasts over there were just too many, and each one was still not weak, they were all at the king level. If they were on the shore, king-level sea beasts, with their strength as Marshall's owners, they would definitely be able to decimate them. But now, they were thousands of meters underwater, the water pressure around them was incomparably terrifying, and they needed to call on a large amount of chi and blood to resist the water pressure, plus the resistance of the water, and the inability to breathe. Multifaceted impact, so that their strength, and cannot all play out, played a small discount. The number of people on their side was small, and the other side had many beasts, so the situation was temporarily stalemated. Try again. Good. Kill over there. Several strong Marshall sect members killed the sea beast group. The sea beast swarm over there, once again resisted to the death. When some were killed by the Marshall Zone powerhouses, more king beasts surged over. There was no way for the Marshall Zones to get close to the sea trench, let alone being able to go in and find out what was going on. Yifeng observed the situation for a while. Without further delay, Yifeng once again checked the arrow of the treasure chest. Right nearby, the arrow disappeared to the bottom somewhere, where there was a big rock. What's the situation? Could it be that the treasure chest was crushed under the stone? Holding his doubts, Yifeng lifted the stone. Ha! There is actually a hole. Yifeng lifted the stone and found that there was a hole there with a diameter of about 1 meter, vertically downwards, not knowing where it would eventually lead to. Just now, it was blocked by the boulder, that's why he didn't know that there was another hole here. Then we can only go down to see. Yifeng's body entered the hole, and before he dived down, he moved the big stone up in his hand and put it on top of his head, and while he dived down, he recovered the stone. In the passageway, Yifeng's body kept sinking. It was roughly vertical, and only in some places, it came with a tilted angle. It felt like after sinking for quite a long distance, at least more than 3,000 meters, the passage gradually flattened out and became wider, eventually allowing Yifeng to stand up. A purple light source appeared in front of him, flickering, sometimes suddenly very strong, sometimes suddenly dark. Strange, why does my body feel a little numb? Yifeng frowned and carefully approached towards the light source. The long knife was gripped tightly in his hand, and the demon breaker gun was on standby to launch an attack as soon as danger appeared. Until he neared the exit, Yifeng finally saw clearly. This passageway actually led straight to the bottom of the trench. There was a flat area below, just like the bottom of the canyon. Zip zip zip. The zipping sound of electric current came from over there, and the purple electric light flashed continuously. No wonder there is a purple glow, no wonder it feels numb. Yifeng's eyes widened a few points and his body muscles tensed up. Chapter 66 Purple Thunder Electric Ray. 100 Spirit Shuttle. Just over there, a huge figure that fit on the ground. Its flattened body had a pair of wings, the whole resembling an oval leaf. Below its head, on the inside of its pectoral fins, there was a crackling sound and a burst of purple electricity. The arcs of electricity carried powerful energy, surrounding its body and spreading out in all directions. From afar, it can electrify people, and if they get closer, those with weaker strength will be directly electrocuted to death. Purple Thunder Electric Ray. In the depths of the trench, there was actually a purple thunderbolt ray. Judging by its size and the power it released, it was a lord-level sea beast. A lord is comparable to a human martial sect master. Now that it was in its home ground, the water was a favorable environment for it. The lightning it released could be transmitted in the water, radiating far away, equivalent to forming an electric field, making it difficult for anyone to get close. So even if a martial zone came, it would be difficult to deal with it. Yifeng even converged all the movements, all of them cleanly. Normally, Yifeng didn't want to provoke this kind of lord-level sea beast and would leave immediately. But the problem was, the purple treasure chest was in the abdomen of the purple thunderbolt ray. At first, he thought that the purple glow in its body was due to the purple thunderbolt. Now that he fixed his eyes on it, he realized that it wasn't all purple electric rays. There was a location where the purple light formed a ball and didn't flash as fast as the thunderbolt, so there was obviously a difference. Coupled with the purple treasure chest's arrow, is pointing to the body of the electric ray, can be directly determined, the treasure chest is in the purple thunder electric ray body. Yifeng was speechless, it was inside the body again, what should be done to open it? The previous giant octopus of the underworld was okay, it was within the range that he could deal with. But now the purple thunderbolt ray, a lord-level sea beast, was powerful, could he still slaughter it as well? Yifeng felt very difficult. Or, wait for the martial sect above, to clear all the sea beasts above the trench, and then come down to deal with this electric ray. I'll just wait for them to finish off the electric ray, and then think of a way to open the treasure chest? It seemed that this was the only way left. Ha!
At this time, Yifeng noticed that this purple thunder electric ray felt a bit off. It was in that position the whole time, it didn't move much, the electric light on its body was constantly flickering, and it felt like the brightness seemed to have weakened compared to just now. Yifeng continued to observe and soon made a new discovery. The massive light that represented the treasure chest was actually moving, and soon slipped out of its reproductive hole. Holy! A birth treasure chest? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't speak, Yifeng would have almost exclaimed in shock. No, it's not all treasure chests that are born, but little electric rays? Electric rays are ovoviviparous, the egg develops into a fetus in the mother's body and regenerates. The little electric ray that was born was motionless and had no breath. Yifeng understood all of it. This electric ray was giving birth, but after giving birth for so long, it was actually still a stillborn. Inside the body of the stillborn little electric ray, the purple treasure chest was in it. That's why I just saw that the purple thunder electric ray gave birth to the treasure chest. Where are you shelving this set of babies? After giving birth to the baby, the purple thunder electric ray realized that it was actually a stillborn baby, and its emotions were a little unstable, and the purple thunderbolt crackled more and more. However, it is because of the birth of a child, and is difficult to give birth, resulting in the consumption of too much energy, at this time is very weak, the body of the power are somewhat insufficient. If it didn't leave, Yifeng couldn't go over to open the treasure chest. Since this was the case, it would take advantage of its illness to kill it. It had just given birth, its state was weak and its strength had dropped drastically, so it was the right time to make a move. If he waited any longer, when it recovered some of its state, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Thinking about this, Yifeng immediately made his move. Boom! A powerful aura erupted and the demon-breaking gun shot over violently. The purple thunderbolt ray was actually very alert. After sensing the danger, it immediately glided and sidestepped to avoid the attack. The demon-breaking gun plunged straight into the ground, coincidentally, right on the ground, the small electric ray that had no breath. Yifeng immediately retrieved the demon-breaking gun, and the body of the little electric ray was brought back with it. Seeing this situation, the purple thunder electric ray was furious. Even if it was just a corpse, it would not allow anyone to take away the little electric ray. Ignoring the weakness of his body flashed with electric light, quickly chasing after the returning demon-breaking gun. However, the demon-breaking gun was very fast, instantly crossing the distance and penetrating into the hole. The body of the little electric ray was in his hands, which meant that the treasure chest was also in his hands. A hand tore open the small electric ray corpse and touched the treasure chest inside. Snap! You have opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Level 5 Soul Soldier 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle. A long time had passed since the last time he obtained the Demon Breaker, and with only 3 levels, the Demon Breaker was a bit insufficient to use. Finally, I was able to obtain a Soul Soldier again, and it was a level 5, so I was able to use it for a long time. This Soul Soldier, the hole is purple, like the lightning of an electric ray. It is pointed in front and wide at the back, shaped like a shuttle, and like a flying sword. If you looked closely, you would find multiple components, which were a whole 100 pikes and knives, assembled to become the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. ZZZZ. Crackling. Outside the cave entrance, purple thunder and lightning flashed. Boom boom boom. The purple thunderbolt ray was too large, and the hole on this side was too small to accommodate it. Therefore, the hole suffered, and was blown down by the purple lightning, and there were even more arcs of electricity that pierced through the hole. Yifeng retreated back and forth, not to be attacked by the purple electricity. Let me try the power of the 100 Spirits Shuttle. The soul power was released, wrapping around the 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle, killing towards the purple thunder electricity ray. Boom! A purple lightning ray blasted at the flying shuttle. However, before it could be blasted, the flying shuttle suddenly disintegrated and split into 100 shuttles, and 100 cold rays of light were like meteors, dispersing and instantly hitting the purple thunder lightning ray. From its various parts, stabbing in. Thunder electric ray ate the pain, wings flapped, went crazy, electric arcs bombarded everywhere, the trench stone wall crumbled, stirred up countless mud and sand, everywhere montage. Yifeng did not stop, controlling the 100 Spirit Shuttle. In the body of the purple thunderbolt electric ray everywhere, especially its vital parts, it was pierced with 1,000 holes. The movement gradually subsided, the purple thunderbolt ray lay there motionless, the electric light was very weak, and gradually cut off its breath. Such a Lord level sea beast died in Yifeng's hands like this. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to produce a child, resulting in a weak state and a decline in strength, it would have been very difficult to kill. The commotion below had already attracted the attention of the sea beasts above. The reason they would gather above was to guard the purple thunderbolt's gate giving birth. At this moment, when they realized that there was a situation, they could not care too much and came towards the trench in unison. Yifeng noticed this situation and prepared to leave immediately. What is this? Yifeng realized that in the middle of the purple thunderbolt ray's body, there was another piece of luminous object. Without thinking too much, he controlled the shuttle and cut open its body, and a crystal core with lightning flashes fell out. Yifeng collected the crystal core and retreated from the original hole, evacuating the trench. A while later, a large number of king beasts rumbled and swarmed down, filling the sea trench. An angry hissing roar spread out from the trench, and the seawater boiled and cleansed the 8 directions. Chapter 67 Mysterious Soul Master, who is it? After the large group of sea beasts came down, they hissed angrily as they realized that their lord had actually been killed. But soon, with a certain IQ, they realized that the lord can be killed, the murderer must be ridiculously strong, then like them this king beast level, more will not be a rival. With a hula, they went back towards the top of the trench. At the top of the trench, a group of martial arts sects were originally curious about how the king beasts suddenly went to the bottom of the trench, and were thinking of following them down to take a look. Just as they had moved, they were washed up. A large number of sea beasts swarmed back up. All of them performed their moves and were about to start a new round of killing, but they were shocked to find that the sea beasts didn't charge at them this time. They actually avoided them and dispersed in all directions, swimming farther and farther away, disappearing into the vastness of the sea. Ran away? The martial sect members looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? Giving each other a wink, they then went down towards the depths of the trench. When they arrived at the bottom, they suddenly saw the figure of the purple thunderbolt ray. All their bodies tensed up, their attacks ready to be launched. No! It's dead! After taking a closer look, they realized that the purple thunder rays were actually dead. They approached and examined the body of the purple thunder rays, and found that there were countless holes in its body, and within its body, it was even cut by sharp blades and was riddled with holes. With their insight, they were able to determine a lot of information just through the wounds. Soul Master. Judging from the wounds, it was most likely the means of a Soul Master. There was a horrified look in their eyes as they looked at each other. Soul Masters were not unheard of, they were just rare, and Soul Masters who were able to kill Lord-level sea beasts were even rarer. When humans arrived at the sea and fought on the sea beasts' home turf, their strength was greatly discounted, and they themselves knew this most clearly. Therefore, the mysterious Soul Master who killed the purple thunderbolt rays must be extremely strong, stronger than all of them anyway. They thought to themselves that in this kind of environment, fighting alone, they would not be a match for the Lord-level purple thunderbolt ray at all. But a new doubt came out. They were the first to arrive at the top of the trench, and there were still many sea beasts guarding the top, and they didn't see anyone approaching the trench and breaking down. That Soul Master, where exactly did he come down from, and where did he retreat from? Could there be a second entrance? Thinking of this, they looked around, and soon found a passageway opening. One of them tried to go in, and again found the corpse of a small electric ray that had been torn in half. They instantly understood a lot more. As a lord, the purple thunderbolt ray was the strongest in the surrounding area, able to summon the sea beasts in a certain area of the surrounding sea and order them to do things. When the purple thunderbolt ray was close to giving birth, it started summoning sea beasts to guard this area of the sea so that it could wait for the birth in peace. Over a period of time, the sea beasts gathered more and more, but there were only so many resources, not even enough to eat, and some of them even started attacking each other. Eventually they swarmed ashore and started attacking and devouring humans, and there was the incident of the sea beasts coming ashore. More than 2 months ago, there was also an incident of sea beasts coming ashore, and at that time, when it was detected that one of the undersea secret passageways was expanding, I thought it was all due to this reason. Now, it seemed that it was probably related to the pending labor of the purple thunderbolt rays as well. The reason the time would drag on for so long was because of the delayed labor. It could have been born 2 months earlier, but it had been difficult to give birth, and it was only today that it was born, and it was still a stillborn, leaving the purple thunderbolt rays in a weakened state. However, the martial sect members were not clear about this. Thinking that it was just a normal birthing process, then a powerful Soul Master came down from the secret passage and killed the purple thunderbolt rays, as well as the child it gave birth to, all together. The martial sectors also did not continue to stay down here, and dragged the corpse of the purple thunderbolt rays towards the sea with their combined efforts. Wherever they passed, the sea beasts at the bottom of the sea all avoided from afar. Their lord was dead, how would they dare to make a scene? When the body was dragged up, broken out of the water, and placed on the beach, those sea beasts that had already gone ashore were similarly stunned. Lords are dead, they still have nothing to play. They all retreated to the sea, rolling as far away as they could. As a large number of sea beasts gradually dispersed, the crisis of this beast tide was lifted. The martial artists on the coast all cheered excitedly, celebrating this victory. The crowd looked at the several martial sect powerhouses with admiration in their eyes. They were the ones who ignored their own dangers and dived into the deep sea alone, killing the lord sea beasts below, and the sea beasts dispersed without a leader. If it wasn't for these martial zone powerhouses, it was hard to say if they could win the fight. One by one, the martial zone powerhouses were embarrassed by such adoring gazes. This purple thunder lightning ray, where did they kill it? If only they had this ability. Unfortunately, they had been blocked outside the trench for a long time, and hadn't even seen a single glimpse of the battle below. Cough. Pang Chi coughed lightly. Gentlemen, as you can see, it was because the lord was killed that this beast tide was defused. But in reality, this purple thunder lightning ray was not beheaded by us. At their level, face was still very important to them, and it was impossible for them to claim it at their own risk. Furthermore, if that mysterious soul master, who was nearby at this moment, revealed it on the spot, they would have no face to see others at that time. What? It wasn't you guys who killed them. You guys are so strong, if you didn't kill them, who else could have killed them? Right, you guys are the strongest among the people here, who else could it be if not you guys? The surrounding people were all confused. Other than these martial sect powerhouses, who else could it be? Actually, we're not sure. At that time, we were right above this lord's lair, but by the time we went down, it had already been killed by a mysterious strongman. That strongman is estimated to still be a soul master. The strength is so strong that we are ashamed of ourselves. Pang Chi and the others spoke out to explain. The crowd naturally exclaimed again. Soul master nah. Many of them had never seen a soul master before. Such a powerful soul master, no matter where he went, he was a big shot. It was just that, having clearly done something good, he actually didn't show his face, a point that made them puzzled, and at the same time, they also felt deep admiration. If they were to be replaced, they would definitely come out to brush up their existence properly, ruthlessly pretending to be a wave, and be subjected to all sorts of worship. Soul master? It can't be that guy Yifeng again. In the middle of the distant crowd, Su Kanyi was surprised. But then she felt that it wasn't right, that was a lord, not a king-level sea beast. A lord that triggered such a large-scale beast-tide, just think about it and you would know that it was not simple. Even the principal admitted that he was inferior. How could it be Yifeng? But somehow, in her mind, the image of Yifeng diving into the sea with a jerk always appeared frequently. The only one who had dived into the sea was Yifeng, besides the principal and the others who were strong martial sect members. It wasn't the principal and the others who did it, and with the fact that it was a bit soul master, the finger of blame for everything, all pointed to Yifeng. Hello? Where are you? Su Kanyi found a secluded corner and dialed a video call to Yifeng. The call was connected and the screen was revealed. Yifeng had clear muscle lines on his body and was holding wet clothes in his hands, twisting them as if they were twisted. Before connecting, won't you put on your clothes first? Su Kanyi's face swished red. Slap. The call was directly slapped off by her. Chapter 68, I'll give you 3 seconds to roll immediately. Inside Linhai City. In the old house where he used to live, Yifeng took the twisted clothes, gave it a hard shake, swung it flat, basically dried it almost, and put it back on. And from the tactical backpack, he took out the crystal core that he had previously dug out from the body of the purple thunderbolt ray. This purple thunder crystal core, rich in lightning energy, in the future, if I obtain a lightning talent or physique, I can use it for absorption. Yifeng said secretly. After saying that, he put the thing back away and kept it if he couldn't use it for the time being. And then he called Su Kanyi back. What did you want to find me just now? Purple thunder rays, did you kill them? Su Kanyi lowered her voice and asked directly. Yes. Yifeng also answered dryly. Anyway, Su Kanyi knew that he possessed the identity of a soul master, so there was no need to hide it. Su Kanyi froze for a while, with a look that said it all. That's a lord, and it's underwater. The principal and the others all said that they don't have the ability to kill it. You actually did it. She was still somewhat incredulous. Especially when she saw that the surrounding, whether they were martial zone powerhouses, martial kings, and those of even lower strength, all had the same expression of awe, curious about who the person who struck was. She then felt that the situation was somewhat absurd. If they knew that the one who had struck was Yifeng, a new student of the current year of the Dragon Tang School, she didn't know how they would feel. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng went out. He headed to Qingshe Road, Huimen grocery store. Before coming over, Yifeng promised He Xiling that he would help her look at his father, He Wang. Walking on this road again, Yifeng felt a lot of emotions. The last time he came here was only more than 2 months ago, but his mood was very different. The previous self, everything was just starting, not knowing what the future would hold. The current self, even the Lord Sea Beast had already beheaded a Lord Sea Beast, although the situation was rather special, but it was a fact that he had succeeded in beheading it. This is, to tear down and rebuild? Walking on the Greenstone Road, Yifeng realized that some buildings, stores and whatnot along the roadside were being demolished by some workers. The sea beasts outside the city were spreading out and fighting like crazy, but for the ordinary people inside the city, what to do was still what to do. They couldn't play any role. Yifeng proceeded to walk and eventually came to the Huimen grocery store. May I ask what I need to buy? A young guy inside greeted Yifeng. He Wang, who was organizing things, also looked up. Yifeng, why are you here? An unexpected smile surfaced on his face. Seeing that it was someone He Wang recognized, the young guy who had just mistaken Yifeng for a guest, wisely retreated to the side and curiously surveyed Yifeng. He was the fellow that He Wang had hired to help out, filling the gap where Yifeng used to work part-time here. Uncle He, I just happened to have something to come over here, so I came to take a look at you. How's your health lately? Yifeng greeted with a smile. Good, all pretty good. He said good on his lips, but actually looked a bit preoccupied. Did Ziling follow her over? He Wang had expectations in his eyes. Yifeng shook his head. She needs to stay at school, there's no way for her to come over. The expectation in He Wang's eyes turned into disappointment. However, he quickly adjusted and smiled. Further study is important, it's just as well to come back later when you're free. Right, Uncle He, I saw outside, some stores are being demolished, are they ready to be pushed down and rebuilt? Yifeng asked curiously. Speaking of this, He Wang's original hanging smile gradually faded down. Just when he wanted to say something, noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside. A few big men who were tall, tiger-backed, and full of horizontal meat, with tattoos on their arms, came striding in from outside the store. Old man, the period for you to consider has arrived, hurry up and make a decision, now you can still be kind to you, but if you want to give your face like this again, ha. Saying this, the man in charge leaned his body forward slightly, looking at He Wang in a downward stance. His hand was placed on the glass surface of the counter, and without seeing how he exerted himself, the glass clicked and several cracks appeared. The clerk boy was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his face turned a little ugly, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps back, the knots in his throat rolling. You guys? He Wang forced down his anger. You, Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, want to build them all over here, you should show due sincerity. You guys are only offering 1/10 of the normal purchase price, how does that make me sell my store? The matter of forceful buying and selling has always happened, He Wang did not expect that it would fall on his head today. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, in Linhai City, was considered to have a reputation. They had their eyes on the street, Greenstone Road, and wanted to knock down the buildings and rebuild them, building them into a chain of commercial streets. But they offered a very low price, almost as if they were buying by force, and bought away the storefronts from many merchants. He Wang naturally did not follow, not to mention that the price was out of line. Even if the price was right, He Wang did not have much willingness to sell. This inconspicuous small store, carrying too many memories, every time in this busy, as if his sick and dead wife is still around. Old man. Don't think that just because you have a daughter who got into the Dragon Academy, we wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Tell you what. We, the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, have not only martial masters, but also strong martial generals. The son of the owner of our Chamber of Commerce, who was admitted to the Yonghui University long ago, is already a martial general realm powerhouse and is in Linhai City right now. Your daughter, at best, is an early-stage martial master, so don't hold too many illusions. If I give you 1/10 now, you should be satisfied. If you continue to make trouble, you don't want a penny. The tattooed strong man's gaze was fierce and threatening. Yifeng, who was nearby, finally understood what was happening. No wonder just now felt that Uncle He was a bit preoccupied. Hurry up, sign this resale contract. The burly man threw out a paper contract, his tone extremely impatient. Swish. Yifeng suddenly probed his hand and snatched the contract. Without even looking at it, he directly tore it into shreds and slapped it on the burly man's face. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my face. Go back and bring another message to your boss, don't hit this store in the future, and at the same time bring a generous gift to personally come over and apologize. Otherwise, let alone a martial general, even if a martial king comes, he will have to get down for me. Yifeng's voice was calm, but it contained no doubt, and that sharp eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing straight through the strong man's several people. Little Feng, don't start a conflict with them, there are quite a few martial artists in their Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. He Wang was anxious. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce is a big family, raised a lot of martial artists, even a few strong man in front of him, also has the strength of a martial arts apprentice, is not an ordinary person. The fellow on the side was even more stunned with his expression. A behemoth like the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, even he, a small person, was aware of it, and the other party also said that there were even strong martial artists. But despite this young man who was even younger than himself, actually dared to speak to them like this. Don't want to die? Chapter 69, this person cannot be messed with. Where did this brat come from? Daring to talk to me like this and tearing up the contract, I think you're impatient to live. The tattooed burly man spoke in a ferocious tone, saying that he slapped his hand over. Only with a blur before his eyes, his hand stopped in mid-air, because at some point, Yifeng had also raised his hand and held it. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move at all, as if he was confined there. Yifeng slightly exerted force, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The tattooed strong man screamed miserably, his entire face distorted. With a kick, his entire body flew backwards and smashed down on the outside avenue. His right hand drooped feebly, obviously wasted, and the pain caused him to curl up into a shrimp, wailing uncontrollably there. Boom boom boom. Yifeng was a few more kicks. The remaining few people who were still in the store similarly flew out backwards. Before and after just a blink of an eye, the change comes so fast. One moment is still clamoring a few strong man, the next moment is all lying outside wailing. This is still to collect the force, otherwise it can be kicked to death. Whether it is He Wang or shopkeeper youth, all stunned speechless, long difficult to return to God. Outside a few people's miserable howl attracted nearby pedestrians. Isn't this the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce's few thugs? Not bad, it's them. Why are they lying here? Got beaten up, flew out of Old He's store. Well done. The store my family bought 20 years ago was forcefully bought by them. The price given was not as high as my buying price at that time. Although it's a relief, but Oldie is going to be in bad shape. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce can't be offended. These are just the bottom tier fighters. They have stronger fighters. All of them are martial artists. The nearby spectators were talking. There were those who applauded and those who felt worried about He Wang. What's going on? A voice suddenly came from nearby. The crowd followed the voice and saw a group of people dragon walking and coming this way. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, and from the way he was dressed, he felt very distinguished. At this person's side, there was also a young man who looked somewhat similar to him, with arrogance and confidence between his eyebrows. There were also a dozen or so other physically fit, full of chi and blood, and good strength fighters. It's the boss of the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. The crowd exclaimed, consciously dispersing a path. It would have been impossible to come so quickly because of the coincidence of coming over this way. Due to the incident of the sea beasts coming ashore, his son had come from Yonghua University, so he took a walk around, and in the meantime, took a look at this side, at the works being carried out. Unexpectedly, when he came here, he happened to encounter his men being beaten up. Boss! A few beaters, while wailing, shouted. Who beat you guys up? Boss Jin's face was gloomy. Inside this store, a young man. The beaten few said. Humph. I'd like to see who is so bold as to dare to beat up the people of my Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Boss Jean snorted coldly and led the crowd, rushing into the Huimin grocery store. It's over, old, he is going to be finished. Alas! Told you that you can't go against the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. It's better to sell the store at a loss than to be screwed over and forced to sell it again. The crowd sighed, feeling worried for He Wang. After Boss Jean went in, his eyes immediately locked onto Yi Feng. Although there were two young men in the store, but with that panicked look on the shopkeeper's mate, it was clear at a glance that he was not the material to make a move. Were you the one who hit them? Boss Jean said in a cold voice. Aha! Yi Feng calmly nodded his head, then said, You came over to apologize so quickly. It seems that your attitude is quite sincere, so what are you going to offer as compensation? Apologize? What the hell am I apologizing for? Boss Jean was made to laugh by Yi Feng's sentence. The person who was beaten was them, and they still needed to come to the door and apologize in person? What bull reasoning! Hurry up and sell this storefront to me for $1, and I can still consider not to bother with you guys, otherwise, this won't be so easy to finish. Boss Jean had a condescending stance. He had long been used to whoring things for nothing. Fine, I'll sell it to you guys, as long as you don't hurt little Feng. He Wang clenched his teeth and agreed to the condition. No matter how powerful Yi Feng had shown just now, in his opinion, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be more powerful than the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Now that the other party had made this condition, he could only bite his teeth and agree to it for the sake of Yi Feng not being harmed. After all, the fact that Yi Feng would go up against them was also the result of helping out. Everything started because of himself. He Wang did not want Yi Feng to be hurt because of this. Was I not clear enough? Hurry up and make amends, my patience is limited. Yi Feng's tone also became icy cold. It's over. Yi Wang's heart, along with it, was half cold. The first time he was called out like this, Boss Jean was furious. Give him some color. With a wave of his hand, Boss Jean was about to have his thugs come forward. With his son from the martial general realm by his side, he was even more confident than ever. This person could only beat up a few martial apprentices. How strong could he be? No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match for a martial general. Wait! Right at this moment, his son, Jin Guangshuan, suddenly stopped the many fighters. Shun, for this level of opponent, there's no need for you to do it yourself, just let them do it. Kill a chicken without using a bull's knife. No dad, I'm thinking, let's just talk to them first. Jin Guangshuan's tone was very weak, and the eyes that looked at Yi Feng were also more than a little scornful. Talk? What else to talk about? They were given a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Boss Jean waved his hand again. But it was pressed down by Jin Guangshuan. Dad, let's come over here and talk for a few minutes. The two walked to the side and muttered in whispers. What's wrong with you today? Boss Jean was puzzled. This was not like his son's character. Dad, this person should definitely not be messed with. Jin Guangshuan said with a bitter face. When he just entered the door, he felt that Yi Feng's face was familiar, and only after a while did he recognize it. Wasn't this the same Yi Feng from Longting University? It was also blamed on the chaotic scene at that time. He only scanned Yi Feng's face, so he needed to recognize it for a while. At that time, outside the city, fighting with sea beasts, Yi Feng knifed to kill the peak of the general level sea beast scene. He was still vivid in his mind. Then also went towards the front line direction, fierce. To the front line, what happened? He is not clear. Anyway, now can come back. That all is well. Such a fierce person, how could it be his Jin family can deal with? Jin Guangshuan told his dad all these causes and consequences. When Boss Jin heard this, that face instantly collapsed. This. What can we do? He panicked, and his face lost its blood color. The old greaseball of the business world, he was so flustered for the first time. Thinking that he just ran into a small prick, he didn't expect it to be an Optimus Prime. Boy, if he could kill a peak general level sea beast with a single slash, then he must be a martial king? Such a strong person, what would he fight with? Thinking of this, he was in a cold sweat again. It was good that this was inside the city, everyone was still relatively restrained. If this was placed outside the city, that kind of lawless place, jumping face to face like that just now, maybe his corpse would be cold by now. Chapter 70 Making him pay for the money was like cutting meat. Boss Jean re-entered in front of Yi Feng and awkwardly squeezed a smile. Yi. Young Master Yi Feng, just now I have offended a lot, I'll make amends to you, as well as all of you. Boss Jean changed into a fawning smile, nodding his head in hairdo, just now how arrogant he was, now how humble he was. Silly, everyone looked dumbfounded, the boss of the hallowed Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce was actually this lowly. The sudden change of face before and after simply caught people off guard, making them almost unable to react. Was this still the same Boss Jean who had always been aggressive? In the future, this store, even if you give me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare to covet it. Not only would I not dare, I will also be responsible for protecting this place. Whoever dares to think about this place, I'll be in a hurry with them. In order to show my sincerity, I've decided to take out $1 million to compensate shopkeeper He Wang. And another $10 million to compensate you, young Master Yi Feng. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when Boss Jin's words came out. He was actually taking out $11 million as compensation. Boss Jin was known for being stingy, to make him bleed so much, that young man, in the end, what was his origin? From the compensation ratio, it was clear that it was all on Yi Feng's face that Boss Jin suddenly changed his face. You're a chamber of commerce, is this sincerity? Yi Feng faintly said. Boss Jin gritted his teeth and said in a painful voice, then double it again. Yi Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Boss Jin coldly. Boss Jin was stared at so much that his cold sweat swished and flowed. It was too scary, it was like being stared at by a king beast. Then why don't you make a price, young warrior? Boss Jin's tone was cautious. 10 times. Yi Feng directly said. Boss Jin's head was dizzy for a while. He was only a chamber of commerce, not a money printing. The initial bid multiplied by 10 times, the amount was more than 100 million, not a small amount of money for him. Good. Well, it will be compensated according to the price you said. When Boss Jin said this, the corners of his eyes couldn't stop twitching. For a profit-oriented businessman, asking him to spend money was cutting his meat. But despite the pain in the flesh, the good thing was that this matter was finally settled, and Boss Jin let out a long sigh of relief. Who would have thought that bullying a random honest person would have the backing of a martial king behind it? Boss Jin asked for the bank accounts of the two men and then contacted the finance. Within a short time, Yi Feng received a transfer of $100 million. He Wang, on the other hand, received $10 million. The moment he received the money, He Wang couldn't believe it. He operated this grocery store, busy, excluding costs and expenses, the net profit at the end of the year, but also earn a 50,000 or so. Now, his assets had skyrocketed by $10 million, which was as much as his income for 200 years. Not counting the concept, a countdown, it's He Wang's turn to heaven and earth. 200 years. He couldn't live this long in 2 lifetimes. If you let He Wang to describe today's mood, he only thought of one word, roller coaster. Originally thought it was finished, did not expect to be from hell, all of a sudden flew to heaven. The store was saved, and a big profit was made. As for the other spectators around him, their eyes were full of envy, envious that He Wang had suddenly become a multi-millionaire, and even more so, envious that He Wang had gotten to know a strong man. The crowd focused their eyes on Yi Feng, with awe in their eyes. It was because of Yi Feng that he was able to make the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce lower their voice so lowly and compensate a huge amount of money to apologize. Then, young Yi Feng, do you think we? Boss Jin stammered, as if he was on pins and needles. Scram! Yi Feng waved his hand. Originally, he didn't want to deal with these people too much, and he just happened to bump into them before there was a twist. With Yi Feng giving the word, Boss Jin and the others were relieved and fled like they were leaving. The matter came to an end, and the personnel should be dispersed. Yi Feng also bid farewell to Yi Wang. Before leaving, Yi Wang was still prepared to give the compensation to Yi Feng, thinking that it was all Yi Feng's work. However, Yi Feng refused. Instead, he gave Yi Wang the key and asked him to help find a decoration team to renovate his old house. Before and after always need time, Yi Feng has no time to stay here all the time. Yi Wang is naturally very happy to accept, finally can do something for Yi Feng, in return. Yi Feng was walking casually on the road, and saw a lot of workers, putting up lights and colors on the roadside. Knowing that the crisis of the sea beasts was lifted, the people of Linhai City were incredibly happy and spontaneously held celebrations to express their gratitude to the martial artists who fought on the front line. If it wasn't for these blood-soaked martial artists, it would have been very difficult for Linhai City to survive this crisis. It was only because they stood on the front line that there was peace and quiet at this moment. Yi Feng, this way, this way. In the square in front, a lot of people had gathered, and a clear female voice sounded over there. Yi Feng searched for the voice and looked. Coincidentally, he ran into Su Kanyi, who was strolling around. She was waving over there. "What are you looking at?"
Yifeng said as he approached over, while looking into the crowd pile. Right in the middle of the crowd, a field was vacant, and an acrobatic artist, holding a long stick dipped in oil, ignited the end of his head. He danced his arms, and the flames flipped with him, drawing brilliant trajectories in the air. His mouth contained an oil-based liquid, and he violently blew it out at the torch, and a ball of fiery flames erupted from his mouth and shot up into the sky.
"Good!" Applause thundered as the audience shouted.
Cultivating all the time is boring as hell. Being able to have the chance to see these folk performances makes me feel like my entire being is relaxed. Su Kanyi had a smile on her face. By the look of it, she knew that she was quite happy.
Yifeng nodded. It was the truth. "I'll try it too."
Su Kanyi suddenly got excited and pushed her way into the pile of people.
"What are you doing?"
Yifeng held his forehead, really thinking out of the box. While talking, Su Kanyi had already reached the center and negotiated with the acrobatic artist. What a beautiful girl.
The crowd's eyes lit up.
"Girl, don't make fun of me. It's easy to look at, but hard to actually do. I've practiced for more than 20 years before I can be this skillful. You come up here and say you want to play with it for a bit. I can't afford to pay for it if it burns later." The acrobatic artist waved his hand repeatedly, his face helpless. Just by looking at Su Kanyi's appearance and temperament, he knew that she came from a rich and noble family, which could afford to eat this hard work, and obviously could not have learned acrobatics.
Wait. Acrobatics, one person said urgently.
Su Kanyi did not pay any attention to what he said, and directly took a new bottle of fuel that he placed nearby. Containing a mouthful, he signaled the acrobatic artist to pass the torch over.
No.
The acrobatic artist did not do as he was told. Then he saw that Su Kanyi's gong method was running, and with the fire lotus spiritual body, the fire element was pulsating.
Phew!
Spraying a mouthful upwards, with the addition of the fire element in her body, a fire dragon sprayed more than 10 meters high.
Everyone present was dumbfounded, their mouths open to the point of dislocation.
After the silence, thunderous applause erupted like a landslide. The acrobatic artist was even more dumbfounded. If he practiced for another 100 years, he wouldn't be able to spray so high. Frozenly looking at Su Kanyi retreating out, unable to say a word.
"How is it? Did I play well?" Su Kanyi said smugly to Yifeng. Awesome.
Yifeng only found it funny. Which person moved the fire element to play acrobatics?
The two of them strolled around again.
The festivities lasted until the next day, when the foreign martial artists were ready to leave Linhai City.
Zhu Jing, Yang Wen. These people, haven't they been contacted yet?
While organizing the team, it was discovered that several people were delayed in contacting them, as if they had disappeared. Also at this time, a treasure chest clue popped up in front of Yifeng's eyes.
Chapter 71, randomly trying out a father.
Treasure chest clue. In the old part of Linhai City, a purple treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it.
Old city center?
Yifeng saw the treasure chest clue and secretly chanted in his heart. As a person from Linhai City, Yifeng naturally knew clearly where the old city center was located. It was in the west of the city. There was an area that covered a wide area, and the buildings over there were already somewhat old. It used to be prosperous there, but then once, there was an infectious disease that killed a lot of people. Those who were still alive and in a position to do so migrated elsewhere, and gradually it became depressed. The infectious disease gradually disappeared as the population density plummeted and the area became sparsely populated. Although the diseases disappeared, the area never developed again after the depression. After many years, the area was still backward, and the people who lived there were a mixed bag. Because the buildings were old, people called that side the old town.
Take an inventory of how many people are missing.
Principal Pancha's voice sounded nearby as he said to the tutors. Before leaving, the team was arranged, one student at a time, led by the tutors. However, yesterday's city-wide celebration and the bloody battle with the sea beast had just ended, so it was rare to be able to relax. Those who were able to come over the side this time were all senior students and above. They basically had the strength of the martial general realm. With such strength, it was definitely impossible for anything to happen to them while they were moving around Linhai City, so they just let everyone move freely. But when it was time to go back, there were several people who could not be contacted. After an inventory, it was finally discovered that a whole 20 students were missing. At this time, people from Yonghui University came over. Originally, the relationship between the two families was not that good, and there was always a bit of tit for tat. However, at this time, the situation was special, and it was not the time to care about this.
Do you have any students missing?
What, are you guys missing too?
Not bad. There are 23 students missing. It's 20 on our side.
The two families immediately realized that things were not right after such a conversation. If it was just a handful of people who had gone missing, it could still be said that it was because of something, but right now, in just their two universities alone, there were more than 40 people who couldn't be contacted. As students of a top university, they wouldn't be too bad in terms of discipline, and it was impossible for them to lose contact with so many people at the same time.
Did something happen? A square-faced strong man with majestic chi and blood approached over and took the initiative to ask. He was the head of Linhai City's Security Bureau, a strong martial zone, and he was among the members who went down to the sea yesterday. The various experts had spared thousands of miles to come over to help, and now that they were all ready to leave, he naturally needed to come and give them a ride. Only now, he saw that they seemed to be delayed by something, so he took the initiative to ask a mouthful. Students from our two schools, a total of over 40 people are missing, Ponch said to the chief of guards. When the chief heard this, he first froze, then frowned slightly. Don't worry about it for now, I'll have someone investigate immediately. Within his territory, if something happened to the students over here, especially if these students, or those students, came over to help fight against the sea beasts, the impact would be too great. The director didn't dare to delay, and immediately notified the police officers under his command to launch an investigation at a rapid pace. The police officers immediately informed the police officers to investigate the case. They visited the students and checked the surveillance. As reports of other groups of missing persons were received, the chief of security was under increasing pressure. The number of missing persons has exceeded 200. Because of this, everyone continued to delay in Linhai City. The people who had nothing to do combined into a team and spontaneously searched for the missing students to see if they could find them. Yifeng also took this opportunity to temporarily get away. First, go to the old city center and open the treasure chest. As he moved further to the west of the city, the level of prosperity gradually decreased. In other places, skyscrapers stood in abundance, commerce was bustling, and the population was dense. On the other hand, in the west of the city, the buildings were all a bit old, and the population density was getting lower and lower. Especially when arriving at the old city center, this phenomenon became more and more serious. Some of the old buildings, no one lives, glass windows are either broken, or the whole missing, the outer wall has many places to fall off, or grow moss, or attached to the black spot. Purple petunias, along the nearby poles, climbed all the way to the top, entangled in the peeling wires, extending a large distance. Yifeng looked at the purple arrow on the ground and followed it, walking into this old city center. 2 In broad daylight, the surroundings were quiet, not seeing half a person, as if walking in a ghost town, only the sound of Yifeng's walking footsteps remained. At the top of a nearby abandoned building, two men stood there, keeping their eyes on Yifeng below. Can you see what strength it is? The two men were fat and thin, and the one who spoke was the fat man. The thin man shook his head, can't tell for now. The other party did not use their chi and blood, plus there was some distance, it was impossible to judge the strength. Let me try. On top of the rooftop, there were some scattered stone bricks. The fat man picked up a piece and weighed it in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his already small eyes became even more of a thin slit. Swish! Throwing vigorously, the stone brick transformed into a stream of light, spanning a large distance, and almost instantly came to the back of Yifeng's head. Just when it was about to hit, the back of Yifeng's head seemed to have eyes, and he tilted his head quickly, and the stone brick just managed to brush past his scalp. Yifeng turned around and looked towards the roof of the building. At this moment, the fat and thin two people only feel that the opposite is not like a person, more like a horrible beast, that cold eyes full of killing intent, as if the sword straight into the over. Scary. Too scary. Thought it was just a passerby, casually tried, did not expect to try out a father. Run. The two strength is not low, but do not dare to hesitate, jumped up violently from this side of the roof, jumped to the rooftop there. Boom! A thick chi and blood fluctuation, from the distance. In the next instant, the silhouette was like a loaded cannonball, jumping from the ground over there, pulling out a string of residual shadows. Instantly appearing in the air, he intercepted the two people who jumped halfway, directly from the air. Yifeng captured one person with one hand and violently flung him, smashing the person into a nearby abandoned building. The wall was smashed out a big hole, smoke and dust rolled and flew in all directions. Before he descended, he condensed out the sole soldier and stepped on it to enter the middle of the building before putting it away again. The fat and thin two people were lying on the floorboards, spitting blood out of their mouths, and were seriously injured. Yifeng intentionally collected a bit of force, otherwise with the two late-stage martial arts generals, direct fall to death is not a problem. The old city, sparse households, the environment is corrupt, can appear martial arts disciples martial arts master, do not feel strange, but appeared martial arts generals, cannot help but cause suspicion. In Linhai City, a martial general could be the principal of a high school, how could they appear here, and two of them at once? It was hard to believe that it could still be the current foreign martial artists. Yifeng didn't recognize the two men and didn't have the slightest impression. Spare your life. The two people were covered in blood, their eyes looking at Yifeng in terror, their tone weakly begging for mercy. Chapter 72. This treasure chest opened really smoothly. Who are you guys? And why did you strike at me? Yifeng looked down at the two men, his voice cold. We are the residents here. The bricks we threw just now, we didn't mean to, we just threw them casually, thinking that there was no one down there. I didn't expect you to be down there. The fat man endured the pain all over his body and lied. As soon as the words fell, he howled miserably again. Yifeng's foot, stepping on the fat man's palm, had crushed his skin.
If you don't tell the truth again, I'll make your life worse than death. Yi Feng's tone was full of killing intent.
Saying something about being a resident of this side, one could tell that it was a lie.
I said, the attack just now was just to test your strength.
The fat man said. What did you test my strength for?
Yi Feng pursued, adding in passing, you'd better finish at once, don't always wait for me to ask, my patience is limited.
Yes. The fat man swallowed his saliva.
We are seeing that you are alone in this old city, very suitable for capture, try your strength, and if it is suitable, we will go down and capture you. As for what to capture you for, we are not sure, anyway, we are only responsible for capturing people and handing them over to the designated place, the rest is out of our hands. Hearing about arresting people, Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. Before he came here, he heard the principal and the others talking about the fact that quite a number of students had gone missing, and other groups and organizations, likewise had people missing. The Security Bureau had already intervened in the investigation. I don't know if there are any results now. I didn't expect to hear such news after coming over to the old city for a trip in search of the treasure chest.
Did you guys arrest a lot of people yesterday until now?
Yi Feng had reason to suspect that those people who had disappeared were also captured by these two. I captured 7 of them yesterday until now, all of them are early-stage martial generals. I captured 10, there are martial generals and also martial masters. The two replied honestly, looking like they didn't seem to be telling lies. Then the two together only caught 17, and the missing population, from the time they left that side, was inventoried to be over 200.
So you still have accomplices? Yi Feng's tone was certain.
There are, how many people they arrest, we are not sure, anyway, we are responsible for arresting people, after arresting them, just send them to the deep courtyard.
Where is the deep courtyard again?
The deep yard is just deep in the old city center, a big courtyard, after sending people, it's none of our business. We have all given an honest account, you have a great deal of generosity, just spare us both, we promise to clean up our act from now on, no longer do bad things. The two men begged for forgiveness, they were truly afraid of dying here. Being killed in this remote old city center, no one will know at all, even if found, it is estimated to be a long time later.
He. Yi Feng gently laughed.
Whether you will be bad guys or not, I don't care at all, there are a lot of bad guys in this world, how can I care over?
Hearing Yi Feng's words, both of them were happy, big brother so good to talk?
However, Yi Feng's next sentence doused their rising hopes directly, and cooled them all the way from the ceiling to the soles of their feet. What I care about is that you guys have just become hostile towards me, and I am a person who has always avenged.
Boom!
Huge and majestic chi and blood erupted from Yi Feng's body, strong force, injected into his arm, and the long knife in his hand cut out a cold and sharp edge, cutting through the two men's necks. The two men covered their necks, blood couldn't stop gushing out, and they quickly died.
Deep courtyard? Yi Feng looked in the direction of the deep part of the old city center.
He also looked at the purple arrow on the ground. Yi Feng set off and continued to follow the purple arrow.
The other side. After the investigation, there was some progress in the matter.
You guys, look, the surveillance screen that came from the technical department side, this Yangwan student, the last place he appeared, was in Beishun Street, look at the direction he traveled, it was the North City Gate. There's also this student as well, the direction he traveled to, is also the North City Gate. The chief of security, Fong Pingho, said to Pang Chi and the others. He showed several surveillance images at once, expressing basically the same meaning, that is, he suspected that all of these missing people went out of the city. Not necessarily all of them were from the North City Gate, some were from other city gates, but the meaning was the same. As for the fact that there were still many people who hadn't found the surveillance footage, the reason was that, on the side of the technical department, the relevant surveillance hadn't been checked for the time being.
According to this meaning, they went out of the city and might have met with something untoward before they were lost? Pang Chi frowned slightly. From the current information, that should be the case. Marquis Fong Ping didn't dare to speak too fully.
But I've already ordered in advance that they are not allowed to leave the Linhai city area, so they shouldn't have disobeyed. Also, some of them, the location where they last appeared is not a short distance away from the nearest city gate, and some of the lots on the way are also very busy. Could it be that there is no picture to check over there?
Pang Chi said doubtfully, always feeling that this matter was a bit fishy. This issue, I also consulted the technical department side. They said that the surveillance in many places are broken. Broken and not repaired?
It was repaired in the past, but then it broke quite frequently, so it gradually didn't care much. Speaking of this, Fong Pingho received another message. A message has come in from the city guards, saying that they have seen some of the people from the missing list, and that they did indeed go out of the city. Pang Chi nodded, since he could be sure, they should have gone outside the city.
Maybe it was the first time they came to Linhai City and felt fresh, so they went out of the city to take a look?
The others listened and accepted this. It just so happened that at this moment, Su Kenny escorted a person covered in blood-stained body to Pang Chi. Headmaster, there's a new discovery, this guy was sneaking around, following a student who was left alone, and it just so happened that I bumped into him. He wanted to sneak up on that student, but I stopped him. I think it has something to do with this disappearance. In this situation, the crowd's first reaction was not to look at the person covered in blood, but to cast their suspicious gazes at Fong Ping Ho. The expression on Fong Ping Ho's face froze there. Old City Center. Yi Feng followed the purple arrow all the way. Because of the attack just now, Yi Feng knew that there was a mysterious force entrenched in the old city, and perhaps there were people hiding in certain locations. Therefore, Yi Feng's forward route, choose those more remote streets, at the same time pay attention to the neighborhood, there is no camera. No matter how he walked, the purple arrow always started at Yi Feng's feet, guiding him in the right direction. As long as he kept to the direction specified by the arrow, he would definitely be able to find the treasure chest in the end.
It's in this abandoned building.
According to Yi Feng's experience, every time a treasure chest appeared, there was bound to be an obstacle. However, this abandoned building in front of him did not look too much like there was any danger. Yi Feng observed a little bit, did not find any special circumstances, and carefully entered the building. He came to the third floor of the building. A purple treasure chest was quietly placed there.
Ha! It's so simple this time?
Yi Feng was a bit surprised. However, before opening it, Yi Feng still did not dare to take it lightly. Alerting his surroundings, he approached over and touched the treasure chest with his foot.
Snap!
You opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining. The fifth order sneaking technique, Phantom Misty Trail, consummates the sense of enlightenment.
It was really that smooth. At the same moment.
Treasure chest clue. In the deep courtyard of the old part of Linhai City, a purple fine treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it.
Chapter 73, Incinerator. Tight defense.
The opening of the treasure chest went incredibly smoothly, much to Yi Feng's surprise. What was even more surprising was the new treasure chest clues, which were seamlessly connected. It was still Linhai City, the old city center, only the location changed to the deep courtyard. The new purple treasure chest, or a fine product, when the time comes, two things can be opened out.
Deep courtyard?
It was the place mentioned by the fat and thin two people that he met before. Yi Feng does not want to think about this first, but focus on the present. This time, the purple treasure chest opened out something very useful. The shadow of the trail is sneaking art. When the show can maximize the convergence of breath, the body will form a layer of light and shadow. This light and shadow will always imitate the nearby scenery, so that the performer into the environment, so that people are not easy to notice. To put it simply, it is similar to a chameleon, with the ability to camouflage and hide. However, it is more than a simple visual deception. The light and shadow formed will affect the perception and judgment.
A fifth-order sneaking technique could fool even the martial zone realm.
It was only a martial zone powerhouse that could recognize the breakage.
For the current Yi Feng, it was considered enough. Yi Feng tried to cast it.
With the operation of Ghostly Shadow Misty Trail, a layer of light and shadow immediately surfaced on the surface of his body, wrapping up all of Yi Feng's figure.
In other words, no matter what he was wearing on his body, or even if he was holding a weapon in his hand, it did not affect it at all and was able to envelop it all together. Otherwise, every time he casted Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, he was afraid that he would have to strip naked. Wouldn't that be a rip-off, a chicken rib? Fifth-order sneaking technique obviously wouldn't be so trashy.
Yi Feng tried to walk around, the light and shadow changing with the surroundings at all times. If you look at it from an outsider's point of view, you will realize that no matter what angle you were looking at, Yi Feng is blending in with his surroundings, and his level of stealth is extremely high. Continuing on the road, he searched for the treasure chest. Every time he searched for a treasure chest, it made Yi Feng look forward to what good things he could open. This time, it was a fine treasure chest. There were two unknown things that were waiting for Yi Feng. Along the way, Yi Feng executed the Ghostly Shadow Misty Trail, rushing forward on the main road, without having to choose a secluded path like he did just now. Even if there were eyes laid around, or some normal residents, they would not discover Yi Feng's existence.
Coming to the depths of the old city center.
A compound that covered an extremely wide area appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes.
This is the deep courtyard?
The purple arrow extended all the way into the building in front of him. Thinking of the words of the fat and thin two people before, the people they captured were brought here to deliver.
What secrets will the deep courtyard have?
Looking at this somewhat age-old compound, it made people trance as if they were seeing a man-eating beast opening its bloody mouth.
Go in and take a look.
Now that there was the Ghostly Shadow Misty Trail, it was very convenient to sneak around. Unless it possessed a strong martial zone inside, and also happened to bump into himself in the midst of sneaking, it would be categorically impossible to discover his existence. Before going in, Yi Feng let the Yun Sangbine wrap around his body to form a layer of defensive armor. In addition to providing a certain amount of protection, more importantly, it was able to cover his face, hiding his face. Taking a step back, even if there was really a Wu Zun realm inside, and it was detected, Yi Feng was not afraid of exposing his face and causing unnecessary problems. As for the safety and security, he could step on the soul soldiers and quickly withdraw.
Be careful and basically nothing would happen.
Yi Feng circled around the periphery of the courtyard, walked most of the way around, and finally came to the backyard.
What strange odor?
Yi Feng frowned slightly. As he gazed over the courtyard wall, smoke could be seen rising inside, not knowing what was burning. Nearby there was also a tall stone pillar, similar to a utility pole, equipped with several cameras above it, monitoring all directions. It can be imagined that someone is always staring in front of the screen, monitoring every move around. If not for the use of the shadow trail, hidden form, Yifeng wants to go in silently, the difficulty will be much greater.
Now, it was simple.
Yifeng's feet were strong, and he easily climbed over the courtyard wall and entered the backyard. At this time, somewhere in the deep courtyard, there was a light screen, displaying many images from various places of surveillance.
Many people were sitting inside, staring intently at the images.
The person responsible for the direction of the backyard, looking at the screen as empty as before, no special circumstances, he yawned and continued to stare. Every day's work is simple, is responsible for a few surveillance, there is a situation timely report on the line. Unbeknownst to him, there is already a person, under his eyes, slipped into the backyard, strutting under the surveillance activities. Entering the backyard, Yifeng surveyed the surrounding situation. The backyard is quite large, the ground is paved with stone tiles, and there are several large stoves, each of which is dark and has burning traces. At this time, one of them is burning something, the flames rolling.
The heat wave is surging.
No wonder just now outside the courtyard wall, can smell a strange odor, it turns out to be the incinerator inside, is burning something. One furnace is almost not enough, later on, I guess I'll have to start another one. As the footsteps approached, a male voice rang out. Yifeng followed the sound and saw two people, each of them dragging a corpse in their hands. The corpse's face was as pale as paper, without half a trace of blood color, without half a breath of life, letting them drag it along, obviously the breath had long been cut off.
Yonghui University.
Yifeng saw that one of the corpses, still wearing the Yonghui University's emblem on his body, yesterday when he was hunting sea beasts, he hurriedly glanced at this person and saw a glance, it was considered a bit of an impression, it was indeed a student of Yonghui University. This person is one of the missing list, it is captured, sent to the deep courtyard here, I do not know what to go through, but at this moment has become a cold corpse. As for the other body, Yifeng has no impression, there is no school logo on the body, perhaps it is the missing person of other power groups.
Two people will be the body, dragged to the incinerator, directly thrown in, immediately sparks splash, the sound of crackling.
The movements were skillful and incomparable, obviously they didn't do this kind of thing less in normal times. After finishing the job, they departed, not realizing from beginning to end that there was still such a person as Yifeng, staring in the vicinity. This deep courtyard, what exactly is it for? Yifeng's face was a little cold.
Without much delay, he continued to advance.
From time to time, there were patrols, in groups of 2 or 2, following established routes.
Monitoring, patrolling.
Can be said to be the security to the extreme, even without the fat and thin two people's advance notice, from these phenomena alone, plus the burning of the body, it is known that there is a big problem here. Yifeng did not pay attention to these patrols, and for the time being, he did not scare the snakes.
Following the purple arrow, he continued to advance.
Yifeng had a premonition that the location of the purple treasure chest must be related to the missing person, and everything would be clear by then. Gradually, came to the center area of the deep courtyard. As it got closer to this side, the tighter the security became, with more patrols, walking back and forth frequently, and the surveillance above was all-encompassing and deathless, filming every corner.
This is it. Chapter 74 Holy Blood Pill? A treasure chest in a suitcase.
There was a huge building ahead, as if it was a prison cell. At this time, the door was tightly closed and the windows were sealed shut.
Purple arrows that extended into this building. How do I get in?
Whether it was pushing the door in or breaking the window, it would be detected by the nearby patrol vigilantes. Before things were completely clear, Yifeng did not intend to expose himself prematurely.
The advantage would be greater if the enemy was in the light and I was in the dark.
Whether to fight or retreat, the initiative was in his hands. Right at this moment, the closed door was suddenly pushed open and a person walked out. In this person's hands, he was dragging a corpse, just like the two people he encountered when he was in the backyard before. Just as this person walked out and turned back to prepare to push the gate back in, Yifeng took this opportunity and slipped right in.
Ha!
This person scratched his head, his face full of doubts, turning his head to look around and did not find anything unusual. In that moment just now, he always felt as if someone had passed by beside him.
Could it be that he rushed too much last night? It's not as bad as that, right?
It was only 7 times. Shaking his head, no longer thinking about it, he closed the gate behind him, dragging the corpse, heading in the direction of the backyard. It wasn't that his perception was so sensitive, it was mainly because Yifeng was just now too close to him. His intuition told him that there was something wrong in the vicinity, but unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to find anything. Yifeng, who had entered inside, walked on a wide walkway. On the left and right sides of the walkway, there was a studio. The few studios that he passed in front had several workers inside, using porcelain bottles, loading a red pill into them, encapsulating them, and placing them on the nearby shelves. Yifeng swept a glance. In the middle of the porcelain bottle, there was a label with the words Holy Blood Pill. Even Yifeng, who did not often pay attention to pills, was aware of this kind of pill. It was very famous. Sacred Blood Dan on the market, divided into a variety of specifications: first grade, second grade, third grade. Even the lowest first grade was several times more expensive than other pills of the same grade. The price is expensive, but sells quite hot, often sold out. This is quite strange. I heard that this is Ruiching Pharmaceutical Group, a secret research and development of a kind of cultivation pills. Martial artists take, side effects are small, absorption rate is high, the effect is much better than similar pills. Because of this, it dares to sell so expensive. People's unique secret recipe, only this one, but elsewhere cannot be bought. The effect is also very good, and no false propaganda. The word of mouth up, business is getting better and better, the supply does not meet the demand. But what makes Yifeng puzzled is that the mysterious deep courtyard of the old city, there will be workers, is encapsulating the Sacred Blood Dan. Ruiching Pharmaceutical Group should not be able to put the workroom, arranged here. With the understanding, Yifeng felt more and more, things are more and more strange and bizarre. In his heart, he had a vague feeling of foreboding, and a certain conjecture arose. Depending on the next, whether it was as one thought. Yifeng continued to move forward. At this time, the workroom scene at this time, the work content was different. Inside there were many auxiliary herbs with a strong medicinal flavor, and there was a machine that was rumbling. According to a certain ratio, the herbal auxiliary materials, as well as a kind of red liquid that had been processed in advance, were successively put into the machine. After complicated operation, finally from the mouth below, rolled out a red pill. They are actually refining pills. Looking at the appearance of the red pill, it was definitely the holy blood pill. Just, that red liquid. Just at this moment, there was a worker who delivered yet another bucket of blood. It's human blood. This time, Yifeng was incomparably sure that it was human blood, which had just been drawn out not long ago and still had a temperature. That red liquid just now, it was estimated that it was using human blood for some kind of processing, the resulting liquid, making Yifeng momentarily unable to recognize that it was human blood. It is actually using human blood to refine pills. Refining holy blood Dan. All the questions, all connected into a string, every doubt, all found an answer. This deep courtyard was refining the sacred blood pill for the Ruiching group, and the so-called sacred blood pill was actually using human blood as the core ingredient. The source of human blood was the missing people. No wonder the effect is good. The blood of human martial artists contains a large amount of qi in blood. After purification, it avoids all sorts of conflicting issues, and as a raw material for refining pills, it is an unparalleled fit for human beings, and the absorption efficiency will be high. Take other pills, the same use of blood alchemy, but people use beast blood. No matter how to purify it, it is a bit separated from humans, resulting in a discounted absorption rate. Yifeng could already imagine that there were places inside that were responsible for drawing blood. As expected, as he continued, he saw the blood drawing room. Someone was lying on the bed in a comatose state, presumably drugged. It was also locked with bracelets and anklets, all created with special materials. Even if they suddenly woke up, they were unable to break free. People wearing white coats, holding a syringe in the blood, a large tube. It was not like the blood was drawn out at once, but it was drawn to the right amount, and then the next person was replaced. By keeping them alive first, they could continue to make blood and supply them with it to draw. But it is not that this is sustainable. Even more powerful martial artists, the cycle of repeated pumping, there will always be a day of violent death. Most people cannot even wait for the violent death in a certain blood pumping, accidentally pumping out the problem hiccups. They had to drain all the blood from their bodies, squeezing out the last ounce of value. Those corpses that were dragged out, such as the student from Yonghui University, were in such a situation. He thought that he was an early-stage martial arts general and could be pumped for a few more rounds, but he didn't expect to be directly pumped to death. This kind of accident happened from time to time. They had long been accustomed to it, life in their eyes, no different from dead things. Yifeng continued to go deeper and eventually came to an inner room. Just as he approached, he heard a chiding sound coming from inside. Simply nonsense. What kind of people are you arresting? You are so biased to arrest this group of people who came here to resist the sea beasts, and many of them are students. You can't be naive enough to think that if you disappear some people, they will not be able to get away with it, right? This voice was filled with anger. Then another voice rang out, a little trembling, obviously a little scared. Mr. Tang, I wasn't trying to rush the work. So a moment of confusion, think these people full of blood, very good, catch a little over, will not have too much impact. After all, this time to resist the sea beasts, there are also people accidentally died. May not be too late to count the number of people. It is mistakenly thought to be eaten by the sea beasts. Who knows? Who knows? You are so stupid. Humph. The impact is not great? I've tried my best to cover it up, fabricate lies and mislead them. Unfortunately, your group of trappers were just as stupid as you were. They even acted at this critical moment and were caught red-handed. All the lies were punctured on the spot. What then? They wouldn't be looking for us already, would they? As things stand, we can only avoid the wind first. You bring out all those important information. I want to take them away now. A sound of rummaging came from the interior.
Yifeng followed suit and moved closer to see what was going on inside. There were two people in the interior. One of them was standing, a long-faced man. His face was very shady. The most noticeable thing was his hands, very fair and slender, better maintained than a woman. It should be the general manager Tang. The other person has just turned out a large suitcase, looks a little heavy, inside should be loaded with a lot of things. The moment the suitcase appeared, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Purple light was emitted from this suitcase. The purple treasure chest was set inside. Chapter 75. How come there's Yifeng everywhere? Mr. Tang, the important information, it's all locked inside. This was a bald man, full of ferocious looks. His strength also had the martial king realm, and was considered to be the highest person in charge of the deep courtyard. However, in front of Tang Kuan, he appeared to be groveling, treating him carefully, his face full of fawning currying favor. The suitcase made of special materials was presented with both his hands and handed over to Tang Kuan. Mr. Tang, so what do I do now? The bald man inquired apprehensively. You know too much to be caught by them. Tang Kuan's gaze, removed from the suitcase, looked at the bald man, his eyes flashing with an unknown meaning. You take me a piece. The bald man requested. Then I'll give you a ride. Tang Kuan's voice was clear and cold. The bald man just wanted to thank him, but then suddenly felt that why did this sound strange? Boom! Tang Kuan's late-stage martial zone chi and blood violently erupted out, and a claw pinched at the bald man's neck. 5 fingers, as if they were cast in steel, violently exerted force, and the bald man's neck was pinched in one hand. Tang! In the bald man's eyes, there was disbelief, as well as a deep fear of death. He didn't expect that Tang Kuan would unload and kill him out of the blue. After killing the bald man, Tang Kuan flung his hand with force, just like throwing away the garbage, and threw the body to the side. Only the dead will shut up. And you, stupid bastard, having caused such a big trouble, you actually still want to live, simply delusional. Tang Kuan coldly snorted. Just then, noisy and incomparable sounds came from outside. Quickly! This building is suspicious. Let's rush in and take a look. Vaguely, voices similar to these could still be heard. The movements are really fast. Tang Kuan secretly said, pressing a certain button in the room. The wall inside moved, opening a door. This was the back door of the building. From here one could leave this building without having to go to the front door and meet up with the people rushing in from outside. Tang Kuan quickly stepped out of the back door. Yifeng also immediately followed him out. No way! Must make a move. Tang Kuan was very strong and fast. He was moving at extreme speed. Yifeng couldn't really keep up. Now it was necessary to surprise him and have a chance to grab the suitcase. The only way to get the purple treasure chest set inside was to seize the suitcase. If he didn't make a move now, and was run away by Tang Kuan, and the back didn't know where he would put the suitcase, adding many variables. 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle. Congeal. The energy of the 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle shot out from the center of his mind, condensing the appearance of the 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle. Swoosh. The 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle quickly disintegrated, transforming into 100 sharp shuttles that appeared behind Tang Kuan. It was roughly divided into 3 parts. 1. Shooting at Tang Kuan's vital parts. The second, attacking Tang Kuan's right wrist that was carrying the suitcase. It's 3, closing in on the suitcase. Not good. The moment Yifeng shot, the alarm bells went off in Tang Kuan's heart, and he clearly perceived that the death crisis was rapidly approaching. He didn't know what was happening yet, but he was incredibly clear that if he didn't make a strain, he would definitely be killed. In the heat of the moment, he took a step and was about to dodge sideways. However, he was shocked to find that the suitcase seemed to be stuck by something, unable to be pulled away by him, and there was also an invisible force that pulled the suitcase, going in the opposite direction. What's more, there are several pikes as thin as cicadas, about to cut off his wrist. Without much thought, reflexively, he directly let go of his hand, giving up the suitcase. Clang clang clang. His right hand was not completely withdrawn. The pike knife cut on his fingers actually issued a sound of gold and iron clash. Seemingly tender hands, just the appearance. He majored in finger techniques, the hardest place on the body, when these fingers can be used as a weapon. But the other parts of the body is not as hard. Several locations were cut, good because of the movement, stagger the vital parts. At this time, Tang Kuan, a jump dozens of meters away, the heart of fear. If not just reacted in time, more than injured, so simple. Behind the enemy, is really want to let him die. Not caring about the pain on his body, Tang Kuan turned over violently. Seeing over there, his suitcase, which was being held by many pikes, flew towards a person. That person was wearing a green battle armor, wrapped so tightly that he couldn't see his face. Soul Master. And this is a demonized plant? Tang Kuan still had a bit of eye power, and with a glance, he could see that what covered Yifeng's body surface was the demonized plant. But this is irrelevant. This person actually is a soul master, no wonder can do long-distance attack. Specifically how to come out, he also vaguely guessed, is the performance of the sneak class secret art, and the level is also very high, practiced to the point of pure fire. Otherwise, it was impossible, so that he did not notice it at all, and then suddenly appeared. He had reason to believe that this person had been in the vicinity since just now. It was only after exerting force that he had no choice but to show himself out. Tang Koan's thoughts were similar to the truth. It wasn't that Yifeng intentionally revealed his figure, but the sneaking technique needed to completely astringe his breath, and once he used force, it meant that it conflicted with the sneaking technique. One could only choose between the two, either maintain the sneaking technique or use force, but at the same time the sneaking technique would be broken. It was impossible to sneak and still be able to use force at the same time. The suitcase arrived. Yifeng wanted to open it immediately. However, it was locked. And this suitcase was also outrageous enough, actually made of shin cold iron. Control pike knife cut on it can only cut out a shallow mark. If he wanted to break it open, it would take some time and could not be done in a moment. This side. Surround over here, don't let any enemies go. With the voice, Pang Chi, as well as 2 other martial zoners and some other martial kings, from both ends of the building, encircled over. Tang Koan tried to escape, but was stopped dead in his tracks as Principal Younghui and another martial zone attacked him. 2 against 1, Tang Koan was also injured by Yifeng in advance, so he naturally lost ground and was quickly taken down. And at the same time, because he didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend, the remaining Pang Chi, with his men, was about to approach Yifeng. Swish! The 100 spirit shuttle combined a piece, and Yifeng stepped on it and soared into the sky. Soul Master! There is a Soul Master inside the enemy, he escaped. That shouldn't be an enemy. When we resisted the sea beasts before, we have seen this Soul Master. We even fought side by side, right, Instructor Su? The nearby Su Kanyi reacted with a strange expression and nodded. Yes, at that time, when we dealt with the giant octopus of the underworld, it wasn't too good to fight, and it was the Soul Master who stepped in and killed it. At the same time, she secretly chanted in her heart, how come there is Yifeng everywhere? In that case, I also suspect that the one who killed the purple thunderbolt rays was also the Soul Master. Pang Chi said. It wasn't a wild guess, but the soul weapon used by the other party was a combination of multiple pike blades into one piece. And the cause of the purple thunderbolt ray's death, the body had many holes in it, very much like it had been injured by those pikes. If the guess was correct, then the strength of this person was probably not even below them. Otherwise, how could he kill the purple thunderbolt rays and still injure a martial sect? Pang Chi looked at the wounds on Tang Koan's body, the same wounds from the pike blade. Chapter 76, Long Lost Soul Power, Strength Soars. I advise you to let me go now. I can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Tang Koan looked a bit wretched, but the words he said were unusually arrogant. Regret? Tell me instead, what will we regret? Principal Younghui said in a cold voice. From the moment he captured one of the captors, he interrogated a lot of information, aiming straight at the old city deep courtyard. Regarding the words of the chief of security, Fang Pingho, there were various inconsistencies and suspicions of a cover-up. However, he gave an explanation, saying that it was possible that his men had been bribed, especially those in the technical department, to distort the facts. Regarding these, there was no such thing as being able to understand clearly so quickly. In the emergency situation, they had to come to the rescue first. Unexpectedly, they also caught the big fish. There was actually a martial zone realm. But now, this martial zone realm, who had clearly been caught, had such an arrogant attitude. Where exactly did he get his backbone? You guys are also considered to be dignified characters, shouldn't you be unclear that there are some things that cannot be touched? Have you ever thought about how to end up at that time? Tang Koan had a sardonic smile on his face, making it very unpleasant to look at. So, there are still quite a few people behind you, that's all the more reason for us to investigate thoroughly. Green sky, clear sky, can you still be allowed to be lawless? The crowd present, not intimidated, decided to investigate thoroughly in the end, otherwise sorry for the dead. Yifeng left the deep courtyard and flew a large distance, eventually entering an abandoned building. Without a password, it can only be broken by force. Yifeng placed the suitcase onto the ground. Soul power was mobilized, controlling the 100 spirit shuttle blade. Boom 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 boom. A pike knife, transformed into streams of light, like a storm, accurately hitting the suitcase. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and a cloud of sparks collided. The scars on the suitcase gradually increased and deepened. This thing is made quite thick. Yifeng spent a while, finally broke it. There were many documents inside, and with a cursory scan, a lot of information was recorded, involving many people. It even included the data of experiments on human body, proper evidence of crime. Yifeng temporarily ignored these documents and focused on the purple treasure chest inside. Reaching in, he touched the treasure chest. Snap! You opened a purple fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 points of soul power. Rue Mulberry Vine Instant Nutrient Stage 5. Finally opened soul power. Yifeng was elated. Since the last time he was in the Misty Forest, he opened Su Kanyi's treasure chest and his soul power was mentioned at 27,000 points. Since then, 5 whole treasure chests in a row, no soul power had been opened. Within these 5, Chi and Blood had been opened twice, but there was no soul power. The blood had originally lagged behind, but it had surpassed the soul power. Now it finally opened to soul power again. Worthy of being a purple treasure chest, the values opened out were just more. After the fusion, Yifeng's soul power reached a staggering 57,000 points. It had been said before that as long as it exceeded 54,000, it was the peak of the king level. In other words, Yifeng's current soul master realm had jumped several levels from the early king rank to the peak of the king rank. It was still 24,000 points short of the 81,000 points required for the early zone level. As for the current Chi-blooded martial artist realm, also mentioned in passing, it was 36,000 cards of Chi blood at the middle stage of Martial King. If in just sneak attack Tang Kuan have the current strength, by virtue of the Soul Master's powerful cross-stage combat power, coupled with another sneak attack, can also really Tang Kuan to be killed. As for the other item, it was a bottle labeled with the 5 logo, which contained liquid. It could allow the Rue Mulberry Vine to absorb it and quickly grow to the 5th stage. However, right now, the Rue Sangbine was attached to itself, so when it was idle afterward, it would be allowed to absorb it. Well, these documents. Yifeng took out a bunch of documents inside the box. Before flipping through them, he opened the recording function of his tactical watch in passing, and then began to consult them. There was a lot of information recorded in here, such as the information of the members of the henchmen, what people each had captured, what kind of experiments had been conducted, what amount of sacred blood pills had been created, and what people they had contacted, how they had been supplied. And so on. These information, properly, is a proof of guilt. For Yifeng, the information is of no use, unless he wants to get into this muddy water. Now since Pang Chi, they are dealing with this matter, simply hand over the information to their hands. Turning the video recording off, Yifeng restuffed the file back into the bulky suitcase, hugged the suitcase, stepped on the Soul Soldier, and flew in the direction of the deep courtyard again. Deep courtyard. The people who came here had already swept through the entire deep courtyard. The staff here, all of them were arrested and converged into one piece. As for those who were missing, there were still a lot of survivors left, although some of them weren't in very good condition. Luckily they were able to be rescued. At this moment, Pang Chi and the others had ice-cold faces. What a sacred blood pill! It was actually refined using the blood of a martial artist. They could hardly imagine that someone would do something so heartless. Headmaster, none of this information we searched out is too important to be of much value. Just now, they searched out some information, but after flipping through them, they were all ordinary documents that were not of high value. It shouldn't be, there will definitely be some important information. Pang Chi frowned, and quickly turned his sharp gaze to Tang Kuan, who was being controlled nearby. Was it you who hid the important information? Poncha's tone was certain. Running an organization for a long time, it was impossible that a bit of important information wasn't left behind, even if it was a shipping slip or a personnel information sheet. But no, not at all. Even though they were caught in flagrante delicto now, even without this information, they could still be convicted. But if there is information, it is possible from this, to obtain more information, will be behind the person, also pulled out. For example, just as he thought of this, Fang Pingho, the chief of security, arrived with many police officers. In the investigation of missing persons, Fang Pingho gave the result that the missing person went out of the city. But in fact, it was captured in the deep courtyard. After this incident, the people were skeptical of this chief, and became suspicious. This time, when they came over to this side, they also jumped ahead of the guard bureau, with the purpose of being afraid that, by some well-intentioned people among them, they would intentionally cover up something or let some people go. I know that you guys are suspicious of me, thinking that I'm in league with them, but I, Fang Pingho, swear that I was also fooled by my men at that time. The chief surveillance commander of the technical department, odds are that he was bribed, as well as some of the base of the city guard. There were also people who were similarly bribed to fabricate lies. I've already sent people to control the suspected ones, next combine this side, then interrogate them one by one, and return you a justice. Fang Pingho said to the people present. And then looked at the criminals. How about this? First escort the people back, then interrogate them. But he was interrupted by Pang Chi raising his hand. Wait first. I suspect that some important information has been transferred. As Pang Chi said this, he kept staring at Fang Pingho, wanting to see, from the other party's face, some unusual look. Unfortunately, in the end, it didn't. Fang Pingho's expression didn't change too much. Where's the important information? Tang Kuan sneered, looking as if he wasn't worried about his situation at all. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, that guy took away the file box, but he also did me a big favor. He wasn't sure who the other party was, but falling into the hands of one person always had a better chance of getting it back than falling into the hands of a bunch of people. As long as he found that person afterward and silenced him, everything would be pinched. Wait. I suddenly remembered that just now, there was a soul master who flew away from here, and at first, I thought that it was also coming to deal with the deep courtyard, but in retrospect, I seem to have seen that, at that time, this person's hands, left carrying a box. Pang Chi suddenly spoke out. Right, I also remembered that it was indeed like that just now, so it was an accomplice of the enemy. Someone on the side chimed in. Only Su Kanyi, who was clear that it was Yi Feng, didn't feel that it was the enemy's accomplice. Right at this moment, the crowd felt something in their hearts and looked up at the sky in unison. There was a square heavy object falling sharply, and with a bang sound, it smashed heavily on the ground and scattered a few papers. Chapter 77, Sword Shadow on the Rooftop. It's that Soul Master. Everyone was raising their heads to look at the sky, when above them, there was a green-colored figure, with soul soldiers under his feet, transforming into a stream of light and going far away. In many people's eyes, there was a strong envy. It was impossible for them, the martial artists, to have the ability to fly unless they reached the martial emperor realm or above. But that was the martial emperor realm. How many of these people present dared to pack their bags and say that they would definitely be able to reach it? It wasn't just a matter of effort, but more importantly, it depended on talent, which determined the upper limit. Soul Masters are different, can soul power control soul soldiers flying, and then bring their own flight. But Soul Masters were rare, so many people present froze, none of them were Soul Masters, they could only envy. Not bad, this is the box I was talking about. Pang Chi was excited. I didn't expect this Soul Master, but he had returned the chest. The box was broken, but it had many documents inside, all intact. Could it be classified documents? Tang Kuan's heart, on the other hand, was half cooled, and at the same time, he felt very angry. How did that guy send the documents back? If you don't want these documents, why did you snatch them just now? Tang Kuan was confused. Fang Pingho saw the documents and was about to bend down to pick them up. Wait. I'll look at it first. Pang Chi snatched the box away before him. Until now, he still seriously suspected that Fang Pingho also had problems. Even though the other party was the chief of guards, and it should have been the other party leading the investigation of the case, but the matter was so important that he had to cross the line and obstruct it. It's fine, then you look first. Fang Pingho spread his hands indifferently, without the slightest intention to fight for it. The clearer, the truth will soon be revealed. Pang Chi took out the document and flipped through it, and several other people nearby also came over. As he looked through it, his face became more and more ugly. A piece, is that bloody? When I first arrived here, seeing those holy blood pills on the scene made people feel shocked. After reading these documents, one realized that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Over the years, they hadn't done this kind of thing less. They are organized, premeditated, and have connections. First, there were grassroots trappers who went around capturing fallen martial artists. The catchers were also divided into strength levels. For example, those with weak strength could be responsible for catching martial apprentices in martial masters' realm. Those with strong strength can catch martial generals. As for the martial king realm, no relevant records were found in the documents for the time being. According to the different realms of martial artists, the blood levels were different, and the sacred blood pills that were refined, the grades were different. That was why there were first, second, and third grades, sold to different levels of martial artists. The Profound Academy side was responsible for producing it, and the Ruiqing group was responsible for peddling it. As for the perennial disappearances of people, it was some people on the side of the Guard Bureau and the City Guard who were responsible for providing false information and covering up. For example, in the case of the missing students, the surveillance footage provided by the technical department was only intercepted from the footage that was favorable to them, coupled with the perjury of the city guards, creating the illusion that the missing persons had left the city and were killed outside. In this day and age, the outside of the city was not safe, and it was already an everyday occurrence for a large number of martial artists to die outside every day. Many of the families of the perennially missing didn't even report the case, taking it for granted that something had happened outside, and that nothing could be found out even if they did. Only a few people report it, and when they finally get this kind of news, they don't suspect much. With this kind of maneuver, it allowed them to be lawless, arresting people within the city at will. It wasn't until this student incident that the thunder finally broke out. Looking through to the end, there were a very large number of people involved, but there really was no Fang Pingho. Putting aside that very small probability, Fang Pingho should be innocent. Only then did Pang Chi take the document and hand it over to Fang Pingho, allowing him to flip through it as well. For the information capturing ability of a martial zone powerhouse, even if the entire page was densely packed with words, it only took a few quick swipes to get through it all. It also didn't take too much time for Fang Pingho to finish reading the document as well. This bunch of assholes. Some of them, or I vigorously cultivated, did not expect to secretly make this kind of collusion. Fang Pingho gritted his teeth, anger written all over his face. Especially the surveillance commander-in-chief, who was still the one he had raised from the grassroots. White-eyed wolf. What a white-eyed wolf. It was good that these people in the list were basically controlled by the people he sent in advance. It's not that it's a matter of anticipation, but it's almost across the board. As long as it's a bit suspicious, it's all controlled first, and then checked one by one afterward. He will not let go of any criminal, and will not wrongly accuse any good person. Tang Kuan? President of Ruiqing Pharmaceutical Group? Fang Pingho looked at Tang Kuan. This identity information was obtained from the document information. Ruiqing Group is the local industry of Linhai City. The fame is not small. But before in the media in the appearance of the president, and not Tang Kuan, now it seems, Tang Kuan is the actual person in charge, the surface that just launched to fool the outside world of the puppet only. All escorted back. Keep this side of the evidence, you guys stay and blockade the scene. Fang Pingho commanded the personnel, and the action proceeded in an organized manner. In the end, other than those who stayed behind to blockade the scene, the rest were all evacuated. At the same time, there was another large group of police officers that traveled to the Ruwaiching group to arrest their top brass. Unfortunately, the actual person in charge had long since left the building, and those remaining were either puppets that were usually pushed in the open, or some personnel who had no knowledge of the situation. If he hadn't traveled to the deep courtyard in time, someone like Tang Kuan would have gotten away with it. In the guard bureau, the prisoners were separated for interrogation. Tang Kuan, on the other hand, was personally interrogated by Fang Pingho to see if he could uncover more unknown big shots. However, his mouth is very hard, it is difficult to pry open, it is estimated that you have to use some means to do so. Want to make the case clear, still need some time. Ran into this kind of thing, those groups that have accidents, have not left Linhai City, temporarily first live down, perhaps also need to cooperate with do something. The place of choice, also in the vicinity of the guard bureau, some large hotels among the residents, directly the whole building package. Yi Feng has already come back, in the capacity of a student, appeared in front of the crowd. The incident of human blood creating Dan was very involved. If it was known that the Soul Master was himself, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. In order to be able to clear the air, Yi Feng was very careful and did not expose the identity of the Soul Master. Time passed and came to night. The moon was high in the sky and was occasionally covered by clouds, sometimes silver light spilled down, sometimes it was pitch black. Yi Feng stood on the rooftop, enjoying the moonlight and evening breeze, looking down at the night scene below. The night was already late, many places had turned off their lights, and not many pedestrians were seen on the road. At this time, footsteps came from behind. Yi Feng didn't turn around, he knew who it was. "It's so late, what are you running up here for?" Su Canny's voice sounded from behind. Lin Feng, enjoying the moon. Yi Feng gave a spontaneous smile, slightly sidestepped his head, and asked rhetorically, "What about you, why did you come up here as well?" "I was unable to sleep, so I came up to get some air." Su Canny came to Yi Feng's side and stood side by side. A faint fragrance came with the wind, lingering on the tip of Yi Feng's nose. For the matter of seeing Yi Feng during the day, she was very sensible and did not mention it, knowing it in her heart was fine. If this is said, by who to hear, is for no reason to Yi Feng trouble. A woman's mind, or more delicate. Both of them did not speak, enjoying the quiet night. Hoo. The evening wind blew, the clouds moved, covering the bright moon tightly, the whole rooftop fell into darkness. Abruptly, a streak of sword light with a strong killing intent quickly attacked from the back. Chapter 78 Crossfire. Masked Killer. Be careful. Yi Feng let out a stern shout. Soul power was mobilized and the 100 spirit shuttle condensed out, and the position it appeared in was behind Su Canny. The 100 shuttles, as if they were as flexible as fish, combined to become a shield. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The sword tip that carried full killing intent and swore to break through everything was steadily intercepted by the shield formed by the 100 spirit flying shuttle. The black-robed man with a sharp sword in his hand, his face under the mask, was stunned. He was at the early stage of martial zone and had come over to assassinate a martial king, which would have been 100% successful. But now, it was actually intercepted, and the rapier was unable to inch the slightest bit. Surprisingly, there are soul masters. He was surprised that beside Su Canny, there existed a soul master with a strength even stronger than his. Wait. Could it be that you are? He immediately reacted again. Could this person be, in this event, that soul master with a mysterious identity? Yi Feng is so strong. Even though Su Canny had long known that the current Yi Feng was much stronger than before, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes at this time. With that sword just now, she couldn't even react to the strength of the enemy, who was too powerful than her. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's strike, at this time, she would either be dead or injured. Who was the other party? Why did he come to assassinate her? Everything pointed to the human blood pill incident. The choice to assassinate her, was it random? Or was the target clear? Many thoughts flashed quickly through Su Canny's mind. A new round of exchanges was also beginning. The black-robed masked man, whose strike was unsuccessful, quickly retreated a few steps before killing again. This time, the tip of the sword was pointing straight at Yi Feng. First, he would settle Yi Feng, and then finish Su Canny. However, he still underestimated Yi Feng's strength. Although Yi Feng's soul master realm was only at the peak of the king level, while he was at the early stage of martial zone. However, the ability of a soul master to cross over the ranks was a masterpiece. Together with the grade 5 soul soldier 100 spirit shuttle, it was even more invincible. 100 pikes could be formed into any form under the mobilization of Yi Feng's soul power. Attackable. Can defend. It could strike in different directions. Facing the incoming swords, Yi Feng controlled a portion of the pikes, combining it into a shield to resist.
The remaining dozens of pikes were transformed into a whole and attacked the black-robed masked man from all directions like locusts. Not good. The black-robed masked man was greatly alarmed. The speed of the shuttle knives was too fast and the number was too many, making it difficult for him to fight. He was about to draw back. However, located on the side of his arm, a few pikes waiting for the opportunity immediately increased their speed to the fastest. Ah! With a miserable scream, it instantly cut through the black-robed man's right arm, cutting off his arm directly. The long sword in his hand also fell with the broken arm. The black-robed man covered his broken arm, blood still gushing out like a fountain. After such a delay, there was no way back. Everywhere around his body, pike swords were evenly distributed, like a poisonous snake, staring him to death. I ask, you answer, do you hear me clearly? Yi Feng's voice was even colder than the evening breeze. Ha ha ha. The black-robed masked man but laughed. His laughter was a bit bleak, just like that silent night. I'm not so naive to think that by honestly cooperating, I will be able to live. So, you want to get any useful information from me, here. Besides, I will come to carry out the assassination mission, so I have long held the determination to die. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. After saying these words, he collapsed straight down. From beneath his mask, blackened and foul-smelling blood continued to seep out. Took poison and killed himself. Yi Feng judged. A professional killer like this, no different from a dead soldier, every action was treated as the last act before life, beforehand, in the mouth, containing a special highly toxic capsule. Once the situation was not right and could not escape, they would bite through the poison capsule and swallow the venom, and soon die of poisoning. The movement is up here. Noisy sounds came from the hallway. It was estimated that there were quite a few people coming up. It was the movement from the fight just now that was perceived by them. What to do? Su Kanyi was anxious. Experiencing this assassination, she felt more and more that the forces behind the human blood pill incident were very uncomplicated, and the people involved were probably more than those in the document list. How could it be simple when they could casually send in a Marshal Zong assassin? If they could assassinate once, they could assassinate a second or third time. Yi Feng's current identity as a soul master had not been exposed yet. Once it was exposed, it must be very hated as well. After all, it was Yi Feng who was the first to arrive at the deep courtyard, and it was also Yi Feng who dragged Tang Kuan and injured him, and even threw the confidential documents to the crowd of the guard bureau. With those people's means, it was impossible not to know this. If Yi Feng's identity was exposed, the other side would definitely send experts over to assassinate Yi Feng. Although these people who came up now were theoretically their own people, but there were many people, but if they knew that Yi Feng was that soul master, there was no guarantee that at some point, the news would be leaked. A martial sect died here, taking poison to commit suicide, then who actually had this ability, forcing him to take poison to commit suicide? If she, Su Kanyi, didn't have this ability, it could only be Yi Feng, so what explanation could be given? Yun Sang Vine. Seeing Yi Feng's right arm straightening out, green-colored vines drilled out from his sleeves, rapidly expanding and lengthening, and almost in the blink of an eye, they entangled Yi Feng tightly. The 100-spirit flying shuttle combined to form a shield, and Yi Feng stepped on it with his feet and quickly ascended into the air. At the same time, a large group of people came up from the building just in time to see the image of Yi Feng leaving. It's that soul master. Why is he here? The crowd was now respectful and curious about this mysterious soul master. It was the information given by this soul master that made things go smoothly, so they respected it. And who exactly the other party was made them curious. This soul master friend, why don't you come down for a gathering? Pang Chi arched his hand and shouted at the figure in the sky. His tone was very friendly, he genuinely wanted to befriend this person. Only the person above did not pay any attention to him at all, flying farther and farther away, quickly disappearing in the crowd's line of sight. Pang Chi sighed, secretly saying it was a pity. Corpses. Someone died there. And Instructor Su, you're up here too? The shouts of the people around him caused Pang Chi to withdraw his mind and similarly discover the situation on the rooftop. This person, in life, was a martial zone expert. Pang Chi was surprised. The person hadn't been dead for long and there was still breath left. He could conclude at a glance that this person was a martial zone realm. A martial zone realm actually died here. Is the fight just now? They didn't forget that it was because they noticed a fight that they came up to check the situation. Everyone turned their gazes towards Su Kanyi. Obviously, Su Kanyi was at the scene of the fight just now. She must know what happened. Su Kanyi took a deep breath and said the speech she had thought of beforehand to the crowd. This is a killer, came over to assassinate me, but coincidentally, that mysterious soul master passed by and stepped in to save me. The soul master was very strong and forced the killer to retreat, so he took poison and killed himself. Killer? Could it be? The crowd thought of a piece. It was the Blood Dan incident, the force behind it. As for why assassinate Su Kanyi? At the very beginning, it was Su Kanyi who captured a catcher, and the incident had a breakthrough to interrogate the clues about the deep courtyard. It could be that this was the reason that led to being remembered by the other party and sending assassins to retaliate. You really don't recognize that soul master?
Pang Qi suddenly looked straight at Su Canyi and asked with a serious expression. Before Su Canyi could reply, there was suddenly a noisy commotion coming from the direction of the guard bureau below. Chapter 79 Yanlong Army. The location where the crowd was temporarily residing was located in the neighborhood of the security bureau. At this moment, when there was movement in the guard bureau, Pang Qi and the others on this side would be able to detect it. What the hell is going on? The crowd was puzzled. It was late at night, how come it seemed to be suddenly very noisy? Not good. Dead people. Another shout came from below. The crowd rushed down and eventually came to the third floor, seeing a man lying in a pool of blood in room 404. The vital part came from the neck, a deep wound had been cut out, and he had just been cut off not long ago. And at the scene, there was no trace of the murderer for a long time. Li Liang, the president of Yonghui University, who had heard the news, cried out in sorrow. The person in the pool of blood is called Li Liang, is his Yonghui University's senior tutor, has the strength of the martial king realm. Originally in this room to rest, actually was infiltrated, assassination, even the movement did not spread out. It was only just now that the rooftop commotion, as well as the direction of the guard bureau, the same cacophony of sound came out, which woke up many people. Passing from Li Liang's room, smelled the smell of blood, which broke the door, not expected to see this scene. Just now on the rooftop, a killer also appeared. Pang Qi turned to Principal Yonghui and told him what had just happened. Do you know what the killer's origin is? Principal Yonghui asked. The killer has martial zone strength. As for his identity, Pang Qi was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw an object. Look guys, there's an envelope there. On Li Liang's corpse, an envelope was clearly placed. He went in and picked up the envelope, opening it up for inspection. Let this be a warning to you all, and a lesson of sorts. Forget all about it, come from where you are, and go back to where you came from. The red font was hideous to look at. There was no doubt that the envelope was deliberately left by the murderer, and the identity of the other party, and it wouldn't be anyone else, would be the forces behind the human blood dan. Pang Qi had people go up to the rooftop again, and found the same envelope on the killer up there. It was prepared to leave this envelope behind after killing Su Canyi. He had made thousands of calculations, but he had failed to calculate that there was such a variable as Yi Feng. After the murder on this side, Pang Qi immediately contacted Fang Pingho. Unexpectedly, on the other side of the call, Fang Pingho's breathless voice came, something happened on our side too. Remembering that not long ago, there was a noisy commotion coming from the security bureau, the crowd moved to the security bureau. Just inside, the crowd's pupils shrunk, and the smell of blood was thick and pungent. This. What happened? How did so many people die? Looking around, in the middle of the field, a body was placed, at least hundreds of people. All of them were killed in one hit, showing the professionalism of the assassins. Among them, there were those wearing police uniforms as well as those wearing prison uniforms. These people in prison uniforms, all captured for interrogation during the day, are basically more key figures. In addition to Tang Kuan, is not here. There are killers infiltrated in, all wearing night clothes, face masks, will be more important detainees, all killed, these duty police officers, also killed by them. Fang Pingho's voice was hard, his face was ugly and angry. What about Tang Kuan? Tang Kuan was the most important character. He was not seen in the pile of corpses, nor did he hear Fang Pingho mention it. Saved by them. When I sensed the commotion, I came out to stop them, but was stopped by an assassin. But I was actually no match for this person. If I'm not mistaken, this assassin is a martial zone powerhouse. He also warned me that it would be best if I didn't continue the investigation, or else I would suffer the consequences. The moment Fang Pingho made these words, the entire room was shocked. Martial zones were already powerful enough, but there was even a martial zone realm. It made people feel more and more mysterious and fearful of the enemy force. Not only do they have the strength, but they are also so arrogant that they dare to go to the security bureau to kill people and save Tang Kuan. Simply lawless. Fang Pingho had already reported it and contacted the provincial bureau, and it would take time for someone to be sent over there. The long night is long, none of them have the heart to sleep, so they have been waiting in the guard bureau. The other side. Yi Feng was high in the air, looking around at the night scenery, and then returned to his residence. Putting away his soul master identity, he swaggered back. There were many students in the corridor, talking about what had just happened. What rooftop assassin was countered by a mysterious soul master? Yonghui University's Li Liang was assassinated and killed, and the principal and several instructors went to the guard bureau. Yi Feng entered the house and fell asleep. Don't look at Yi Feng sleeping, but as a soul master, his soul power was full and his perception of the surrounding was very strong. But whenever there was a hint of crisis approaching, Yi Feng would wake up with a jolt. Nothing more happened this night. In a flash, he came to the next day. The morning light sprinkled softly. Many people had not slept all night with tiredness on their faces. Being a martial artist, staying up all night was nothing, but because of the assassination that happened last night, it made their nerves highly tense, which made them so tired. Yi Feng stood on the balcony, and the direction he was facing happened to be the guard bureau. Yifeng suddenly saw that in the sky in the extreme distance, there was a black dot rapidly getting bigger. When he got closer, he could see that it was a silhouette. He stepped on a soul soldier and flew rapidly in the direction of the guard bureau. It's a soul master. Look guys, there's a soul master flying in the sky. Shouting from the students came from around them. Yifeng naturally also saw clearly that it was indeed a soul master. Even from a distance, it gave Yifeng a powerful sense of oppression. This person must not be simple. Other than himself, it was the first time that Yifeng had seen another soul master. That soul master came to the sky above the guard bureau and landed down. Deputy Bureau Lu. You have personally come. Fang Pingho led the crowd and immediately went forward to greet him respectfully. It had long been heard that the deputy director of the provincial government side, Lu Xianhua, was a Zun-class soul master with incomparable strength. Seeing it today, the rumors were true. Facing Lu Xianhua, they felt extremely pressurized, as if they were being pressed by a huge mountain. With you, Deputy Bureau Lu, I'm sorry that the enemy will never dare to make a move again. Fang Pingho half patted his ass and said. The stuffy pressure that had built up in his chest could finally be loosened. No. Lu Xianhua was shaking his head. I came here this time to tell you all to stop meddling in this matter. What? The crowd thought they had heard wrong. You guys don't know, this kind of thing didn't just happen here in Linhai City. Similar things have happened in other cities as well. More than just human blood creating pills, there may be other bottomless things involved as well. Behind a pile of evils, it's as if there's a pair of big invisible hands that are manipulating it all. Can you understand? You don't have the ability to investigate, and more people will die if you investigate further. Lu Xianhua's words, listening to the people present, all of their backs were cold. The one who said these words, if it was someone else was fine, but coming from Lu Xianhua's mouth, the gold content could be imagined. They have expected, the enemy is not simple, but did not expect, will not be simple to this extent. Could it be that we let them get away with it? Fang Pingho was very stifled, being bullied to this extent, he actually wanted to pretend that nothing had happened. That's of course impossible, similar matters have always been the responsibility of the Yanlong army, and it's the same this time. Hiss. Inferno Dragon Army. The crowd was surprised, because that was a special military type, and people's impression of it was that it was powerful, mysterious, and rare. Specializing in dealing with major incidents. Chapter 80, Zheng Family Lord's 60th birthday. Lu Xianhua explained some more things, and then left. Pang Qi and the other foreign martial artists also returned to their residence. Yifeng learned about the matter concerning Lu Xianhua from Su Canyi. Yifeng did not expect that this matter would end hastily in this way. However, since it needed to alarm the Yanlong army, it proved that the enemy was indeed very powerful, and it would indeed be very dangerous for the local forces over here to forcefully intervene again. Yifeng couldn't help but think that there were still a lot of strong people in this world, and his own strength was still not enough. At the same time, he also lamented that some people put their lives on the line to protect their country, while some people try to persecute others. On this trip over, both kinds of people were seen, giving one a strong sense of severity. Reorganize the team and head for the return trip. Regarding the students in the accident, the school will contact their families after they return, and the state will also offer compensation. At this time, somewhere in the middle of a remote building, two people were standing, one in front and one at the back. The person at the back is Tang Kuan, his demeanor is respectful, slightly bowed, to the person in front. The person in front had his back to him, his thumb was wearing a jade ring, spinning at an even speed under the twist of his index finger. Suddenly, the movement of his finger stopped, and he spoke out. You mentioned just now that you were initially stopped by a Soul Master's sneak attack, which resulted in running out of time. Do you have any clues about this person? Useful clues are not available for the time being. I only know that he was covered in demonized plants wrapped all over his body at that time, and that should be the Ru Sangtong, the soul warrior used. Tang Kuan described it in detail according to his memory at that time. I know. The person wearing the jade ring nodded slightly. At the same time, he secretly said, there just happens to be a need to capture some soul masters over there. Let's see if we can find this person out. By the next day, the team rushed back to the school. Yifeng let Yun Sangtang absorb well the fifth stage of the rapid nutrient. My identity as a soul master is now bound to one piece with the Yun Sang Vine and the 100 spirits flying shuttle, these things. Therefore, once I use these things, I must appear as a soul master and not let people know that I, Yifeng, am that soul master. Now that the enemy was powerful and needed the Yanlong army to intervene, hiding his identity was necessary. Unless one day, one could be unafraid of this force, then one could fight head-on and hard. Time passed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the room, the Ru mulberry vine had already grown to the 5th stage. At this time, it possessed a total of 5 canes. Each cane, if released to its limit length, could reach 40 meters long. However, Yifeng didn't let it do this. The room wasn't big, so he was afraid that it would be stuffed later. Yifeng looked at the ground, a red arrow, extending all the way to the east. This was in the past. On the way back from the misty forest, a treasure chest clue suddenly appeared. It was a red treasure chest, one level higher than the purple treasure chest. Its location existed in the Jiang family residence. The exact location of the Jiang family residence was unknown for the time being.
At that time, after learning about this clue, Yifeng also conducted research on the Jiang family and even took the time to go to the field to observe. Unfortunately, the Jiang family residence is the Jiang family base camp, not so good to enter. The important point was that there were many experts inside. There were martial zone experts and even martial zone realm powerhouses. Once sneaking in and being discovered, it would be very dangerous. But that was before. The current Yifeng was even stronger than before. He was not afraid of the normal martial zone realm. The only thing he was afraid of was only martial zone. In the large Jiang family, there was only one person who could be identified at the martial zone realm, and that was their contemporary family head.
As for the uncertain,
the old family head of the previous generation, I heard that he was also once a strong martial zone, but then he disappeared without knowing what happened. Some people guessed that the old family head had died, while others guessed that he hadn't died yet, but just didn't ask about the world and was hidden behind the curtain. What exactly is the situation? The Jiang family has never been in front of outsiders, talked about this issue. Outsiders can only make their own wild guesses. Especially those with the Jiang family, there is a competitive relationship. With the interests of the forces entangled, they very much want to figure out this problem.
Jiang old family master, in the end, is still alive? For a family, the existence of a martial exalt, or the existence of two martial exalts, those were two completely different concepts. If the old family master Jiang was dead, the threat posed by the Jiang family would drop a notch.
The next time there was a conflict with the Jiang family, their backs would be able to be a bit more rigid, and they wouldn't have to give too much face to the Jiang family. The rivals understood the key to this, and the Jiang family themselves were equally aware of this. This is also the Jiang family. Why will hide? Do not let people know. The old master in the end is alive or dead. Just don't tell you, you guys guess it. As long as there is no answer, the fear of the Jiang family will always exist. Yifeng assumed that the old family head was still there, so in that case, the entire Jiang family, the threat to Yifeng was this pair of old and new family heads, the two martial zone realms. As long as he didn't run into these two martial zone realms, basically there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Mainly now, there was the secret art of sneaking of Phantom Misty Trail. Doing this kind of work of sneaking, it was like a fish out of water. This gave Yifeng the information that he could try a trip to the Jiang family. If it went well, and he was able to open the red treasure chest, or even steal the god-eating moss, then it would be perfect. Of course, everything still needed to be acted upon before the answer could be known. Yifeng made a little preparation and immediately set off in the direction of the Jiang family.
The location of the Jiang family mansion was located in the east of the Lingnan provincial capital.
This is a manor that covers a very wide area. The architectural style is ancient, tall garden wall, many pavilions, all surrounded by them. There is a hint of the flavor of a city within a city. For martial artists with a certain level of strength, it is completely possible to climb over such a high wall. But inside, the defense was extremely strict. Not only was there surveillance, but there were also martial artists standing guard in patrolling teams. Without certain means, it was almost impossible to sneak in unnoticed. What a bustle! Yifeng observed from afar and realized that today's Jiang family residence was full of guests. They each brought congratulatory gifts and presented invitations. Jiang family lord's 60th birthday today. My Wang family brought a 100-year-old ice lotus plant to show our congratulations. All of you from the Wang family, please come in quickly. A group of people entered inside. 60th birthday? They had just spoken at a not-so-low volume. Coupled with Yifeng's sensitive ears, it allowed Yifeng, who was in the distance, to hear the content of their conversation. Chapter 81, Infiltrating the Jiang Family. The sky was gradually darkening. Inside the Jiang family's manor, it was brightly lit, a joyous atmosphere. The flat and spacious lawn placed a dining table with all kinds of delicious food, fruit juice, and wine. The guests sat around the table, talking in twos and threes. The scene was extremely lively. To be able to receive an invitation and be invited here, they were all big names. On such occasions, it was a good time to make friends and establish connections. Perhaps between the pushes and swaps, both sides finalized a certain business, bringing rich profits to the family in power. At this time, several people came. The guests in the middle of the conversation all quieted down and looked over. Surrounded by the stars in the center was a middle-aged man. He had a strong physique, full of spirit, and majestic chi and blood. From the outside alone, one would think that he was only in his 40s, and could not tell that he was already 60 years old. He was the current head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yin, a powerful martial zone realm warrior. The people who came along with Jiang Yin were all Jiang family executives, with the strength of a martial zone. A martial zone expert, in normal times, was also a big figure, but at this moment, standing with Jiang Yin, he appeared to have no presence at all. Everyone's focus converged on Jiang Yin. Jiang family master. Congratulations to Jiang family master on his 60th birthday, blessed as the East Sea, longevity as the South Mountain. The guests rose one after another, arching their hands in greeting and congratulations. Jiang Yin came to the top position, his face hanging a smile as he looked around the crowd.
Everyone, to be able to come to my Jiang family tonight to wish my old man a happy birthday. You all have a heart, and there is not much good to entertain you all, only slightly prepared wine and food for you to eat and drink. All of you should enjoy yourselves tonight. Many thanks for the hospitality, Jiang family master. Jiang family master, I'll toast you. In the midst of all the hustle and bustle, no one thought that a figure in a sneak had scaled over the fence and entered within the Jiang family. Electronic eyes everywhere, monitoring everywhere without a dead angle. The guards and patrols were no worse than usual. Tonight, there were a large number of outsiders entering the Jiang family, so it was easy for people to fish in troubled waters and mix in some people with good intentions. In terms of security, they did not dare to slacken off at all. However, all these, to Yifeng, were nothing. Not bad, the person who sneaked in was Yifeng. As long as the enemy did not exceed the martial zone realm, he would not be able to detect him. Under the concealment of phantom shadow mist, Yifeng moved around the Jiang family residence. The direction he moved in was naturally following the red arrow. After a while, Yifeng stood by a large tree. The Jiang family was very large, and the greening was done well. In many places, there were flowers and grasses planted. When there were a lot of flowers and plants, it was inevitable that they would attract mosquitoes and insects. For example, at this time around, there is a mosquito wandering aimlessly. Seemingly ordinary, Yifeng was staring at one of them. If you look at it from the outside alone, this one is nothing special. With other mosquitoes, there is not much difference. But about the knowledge of raising parasites, Yifeng has been studying for some time. He noticed that one of the mosquitoes, not ordinary mosquitoes, but wind mosquitoes. The Jiang family was very good at raising all kinds of insects, such as the previous sniffing insects, which were quite difficult to deal with. And the current wind mosquito was likewise a scouting bug. It had a strong perception of the wind element, and the airflow around it, if there was anything out of the ordinary, would soon be detected by it. This function of the wind mosquito was specially cultivated to detect possible enemies. After all, with a secret art like sneaking, not only could it conceal its form, it could also converge its breath cleanly. Even a sniffing insect would find it difficult to detect the scent. Conventional means are even more impotent. The wind mosquito was used to deal with such situations. Concealment, breath convergence, but you always have to move. Once you move, will drive the airflow. It is easy to be detected out of the anomaly. If one was able to know of its existence in advance and deal with it carefully, one could still muddle through. The problem was that many people simply did not understand the parasites, and for an ordinary mosquito around them, most people would not even spend energy to pay attention to it. Therefore, it was very easy to be trapped, and without realizing it, they exposed their whereabouts. Yifeng found it in time, and only just now did he immediately stop his body. The wind mosquito was hovering nearby, looking a little puzzled. It clearly noticed just now that the airflow in the vicinity was obviously abnormal, but now that it sensed it in detail, there was no abnormality. This doubt was also passed on to the owner of this wind mosquito, that is, the compassion master who cultivated it. However, he didn't think too much about it. Sometimes it was possible to have a wrong perception because of some coincidence. No, there's a real situation. Secretly, this compassion master was suddenly startled. Because from the side of the wind mosquito, once again came the information, sensing the vicinity, there really was an abnormal airflow. From experience, it very much looked like someone was moving. Not being able to see the figure, it could only be that they had cast a sneaking technique. Wind mosquito had already followed. At the same time, the compassionate master also reported this person's whereabouts, in real time, to the Jiang family experts. Yifeng sighed. I'm not the only one who sneaked into the Jiang family. Yifeng realized that the wind mosquito suddenly had an anomaly, tracking in a certain direction. Yifeng possessed the wind whisperer talent, and his innate perception of the wind element was equally sensitive. So if he perceived it carefully, he could indeed notice that the direction being tracked by the wind mosquitoes, the airflow was a bit abnormal. If not for the wind mosquitoes, it might not have been so easy to discover. After all, the surrounding space was so large that Yifeng could not possibly probe carefully everywhere. And with the wind mosquito pointing out the direction, fixed point perception, it would be much easier. The other party's sneaking secret art should also be very clever. Their own strength is also estimated to be very strong. If not when moving to produce a weak air current, exposed the whereabouts, ordinary people really cannot find its existence. Yifeng hung far behind this person and followed him. The main reason was that the arrow of the red treasure chest happened to be in this direction as well. However, this person should have already been discovered by the Jiang family's compass master, so it was only a matter of time before he attracted the Jiang family. Yifeng couldn't help but pull the distance some more. Later on, by the way, let's see what kind of response the Jiang family would make in the face of the intruder. Yifeng's actions at this moment would not be detected by the wind mosquito. Because he had the wind whisperer talent, his use of the wind element was also stronger. As long as he paid attention, he could make the airflow so small that it was negligible. Just like this, Yifeng hung far away all the way. The person in front of him seemed to have a very clear goal, going all the way to the Jiang family's backyard. Coincidentally, the arrow of the red treasure chest likewise pointed to the backyard. The Jiang family's backyard wasn't normally big, the environment was very good, and it even had a large rockery. At a glance, there were mountains, water, flowers, and grass. This person, who had risked a great deal to sneak into the Jiang family, definitely wouldn't just come to enjoy the scenery of the Jiang family's backyard. Could it be that there is some secret here in the backyard? Chapter 82 Dragged to Feed the Worms. Yifeng was not able to see the exact location of the red treasure chest for the time being, he only saw the red arrow that extended all the way to the direction of the wigwam. Other people would definitely not know about the treasure chest, so if other people would sneak in, there must be other reasons. This made Yifeng even more curious. Jiang family backyard here, in the end what is there? This person in front, even if he had sneaking technique, he still habitually borrowed trees and other obstacles, and kept moving in the direction of the wigwam. The more the Jiang family dares not openly prove that the old Jiang family master is still alive, the more it means there is a problem. According to the latest information investigated, this old family master may really be alive, but because of what unseen problems, resulting in not being able to show his face in public. The person who was sneaking around secretly said in his heart, while looking in the direction of the wigwam. According to the informant's intelligence, the Jiang family's backyard was an absolute forbidden land. Without the permission of the family head, all could not approach the backyard. In the entire Jiang family, those who were qualified to enter the backyard were only a handful of executives. Isn't that enough to illustrate the problem? If the Jiang family had any secrets, then coming to this backyard to look for them would have a higher probability of finding the answers. Strange, why are there no personnel guarding it? The person who was sneaking around felt puzzled. He had already entered the backyard and penetrated a large distance, yet he had yet to see any personnel around him. Where was the promised forbidden land? Which forbidden place didn't even have a single guard? Wait. That's not right. Right at this moment, several strong auras came from all directions. It turned out that around them, there were so many people hidden. He was first startled, then quickly puzzled. Wasn't he performing a sneaking secret art? How could he have been discovered? Or actually not discovered, just that they just happened to show up because of something? He was still holding on to the last shred of luck. Until the crowd, who surrounded him, attacked and hit him, he had no choice but to receive. After using force, the sneaking technique disappeared, and his figure was exposed in front of the eyes of the crowd. Only then did he realize how naive the idea was. How on earth did you find me? This was a hawk-nosed man, with a look of dismay spread across his otherwise serious face. The Jiang family members around him were as if they could see him, and could actually surround and kill him directly. Hee, it wasn't easy to discover you. With your little tricks, you also want to sneak into my Jiang family? Say it, which family sent you? The Zhang family? Yang family? Or the Sun family? While speaking, two people suddenly made a move, one controlling the hawk-nosed man and the other pinching the hawk-nosed man's jaw. Another knee impact heavily bombarded the eagle-hook-nosed man's abdomen, and with a poof, something contained in his mouth was spat out. It was a capsule-shaped item with a shallow embossment. But anyone who slowed down a step would be bitten through. The liquid inside, there was no need to guess that it must be highly poisonous. You're here and you still want to commit suicide? Without asking enough valuable information, it's impossible to let you die. The Jiang family and the others sneered. Worthy of being from a great family, their experience was just old-fashioned, anticipating in advance that this person had suicidal intentions. The hawk-nosed man's face was incomparably ugly. Falling into the hands of the enemy, he couldn't even decide to die on his own. If you don't say anything, I'll let you taste it. My Jiang family's latest cultivation of bloodthirsty worms, letting you crawl all over your body with worms, sucking all the blood out little by little. If you think this isn't fun enough, no need to rush. My Jiang family has many varieties of parasites, we can try them slowly, there's always something you like. Devil! The hawk-nosed man's face instantly turned white, only feeling that the crowd in front of him, all of them were devils. I said that I was sent by the Sun family. The hawk-hooked-nosed man said breathlessly. Sent you here to do what? The Jiang family asked. I've come to probe about the situation of the old Jiang family master, and by the way, to see what other secrets there are. The hawk-nosed man gave a truthful account. Next, there was some more cross-examination. He likewise answered one by one. It was a genuine fear that the Jiang family would capture him and feed him to the worms. Now there was no longer a desire to be able to live, only a painful death. After asking the situation, the hawk-nosed man said apprehensively, I've already explained everything, please give me a pain in the ass. Well, good performance. The Jiang family members smiled and said, swish. The number of people were very taciturn and struck out in unison without warning. Ah! The hawk-nosed man howled miserably. His hand and foot tendons were all directly picked off. Even if he had the marshal's own realm, he became a wasted man. Drag him away and feed him to the worms. You Jiang family members shall not die a good death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Amidst the angry curses, the hawk-nosed man was dragged away from the backyard. Yifeng witnessed the entire process. There were 10 Jiang family members hiding in the backyard, and every one of them was at the marshal's own realm. There were really many martial zones in this Jiang family.
They were located roughly near that wigwam. If it was just the martial zone realm, Yifeng was not afraid. The phantom shadow misty trail could completely fool him. With the wind whisperer talent, Yifeng would not be detected by the wind mosquitoes as long as he paid attention. He was completely able to do it silently and approach that fake mountain. However, the things that happened here would only have attracted the Jiang family lord, so Yifeng decided that he would just wait and see what happened. Given the strength of the Jiang family head, who was a strong martial zune and could see into the phantom shadow mist, Yifeng didn't dare to strut around there, but instead, in the corner, he found a bush and hid his entire figure in it. In this way, even if the head of the family came over, it would basically not be discovered by him. Unless he knew in advance that he was hiding here, and then his senses deliberately scanned this side, it would be impossible to find out. It was pretty much the same as what Yifeng had expected. After the situation happened over here, someone informed Jiang Yin, who was still having his birthday banquet over there. After saying goodbye to the guests, he made a fiery trip to the backyard.
Family master.
The crowd of martial sect members in the backyard bowed respectfully to Jiang Yin.
Well, did you ask for information?
Basically finished asking. It was sent by the Sun family, and the infiltrator was dragged off to feed the worms.
Humph. Sun family, it's this dead enemy again.
Just wait, one day, I'll make the Sun family fall apart. Jiang Yin snorted coldly, then said to the crowd, there are many guests tonight, those nemesis will most likely send people to fish in troubled waters, all be on your toes, don't make any mistakes.
Yes, family master.
Jiang Yin looked at the wigwam in front of him, an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. He was seen approaching and turning a certain protruding stone on the wigwam.
Rumble.
It was actually right in the middle of the wigwam that the stone wall cracked from the center and moved left and right, and an entrance appeared. The entrance wasn't big, only big enough for one person to enter, with a long passageway from which a faint light emanated. Jiang Yin walked into it, and the mountain rocks moved back closed, restoring the original appearance. The nearby martial sect, who had long since seen it, silently guarded the surroundings.
Chapter 83 Terrified Teenager.
Ho! After a while, in the direction of the wigwam, a beast-like sound was heard. The source of the sound was very much like it came from inside the passageway that Jiang Yin had just entered. Perhaps due to the fact that the entrance was closed tightly, the sound could not be transmitted well. In any case, the sound had become a little weak when it reached Yifeng in the distance. The several martial sect members who were guarding the vicinity of the wigwam still did not have much of a change in expression on their faces. The sound was just that one, and soon fell into silence. After a while, the entrance to the wigwam opened and Jiang Yin came out from inside. He was no different compared to when he went in. All stand guard. If there are any suspicious people, take them down for me and inform me. Jiang Yin instructed in a strict voice. Yes. Several martial sect members answered in unison, their voices resounding.
Jiang Yin left and re-entered the birthday banquet site over there to meet up with the guests.
The several martial sect members in the backyard, on the other hand, followed Jiang Yin's instructions and raised their spirits, paying attention to every part of their surroundings. Yifeng did not act for the time being. Now hiding in the bushes, even though the distance was a bit far, as long as he acted, the bushes would inevitably move. The martial sect over there, at this time was the time to be vigilant, they were afraid to be discovered by them. Until the night gradually deepened. The birthday banquet was over, the outsiders left one after another, and Jiang Yin also went back to rest, and there was no more discovery that anyone had sneaked into the Jiang family. Only then did the martial sect guarding the backyard gradually drop their guard. Around the wigwam, there were several hiding spots, they returned to their respective hiding spots, considered half guard, half rest. They were also human beings, even if they had the realm of a martial zone, it was not possible for them to not rest all the time. It was only at this time that Yifeng carefully came out from the bushes. The little bit of movement that was created did not attract their attention. Yifeng had performed the phantom shadow misty trail to the extreme, and under the cover of the night, it was even more difficult for people to notice. Yifeng approached the wigwam and kept approaching, eventually coming to the front of the entrance. Up close and scrutinizing, he couldn't see anything fishy. If he didn't see it beforehand, he wouldn't even know that there was an entrance hidden here. Just turn this stone and the entrance will open. Yifeng looked towards the vicinity, a raised stone. Unfortunately, it could not be done this way. Once it was turned and the entrance opened, the surrounding martial sect would be the first to discover it. Even if they couldn't discover themselves, they would immediately call for Jiang Yin. Yifeng didn't have the ability to instantly kill all of these martial sect members before they called for Jiang Yin when they spread the news. Eventually, if Jiang Yin arrived, he might even be discovered. Even if they weren't discovered, it would make them even more vigilant. And what exactly was that beast-like voice just now? Yifeng didn't forget about the voice that he had just heard from afar. What exactly was hidden inside the passageway of the wigwam was still unknown. This made Yifeng very curious. Yifeng still chose to retreat back again. In the backyard, he found a more remote corner with good concealment and temporarily hid. First wait and see if there was an opportunity next.
It would be best if these martial sect members, because of something, temporarily left the backyard. At that time, they could try and open the entrance to take a look. Time passed. Turning to the next day. There was no change, the situation was no different from last night. Yi Feng continued to wait patiently. This time, 5 days passed. For 5 days, these martial sect members had absolutely no intention of leaving the backyard, they were like a nail, firmly rooted there. When it came to the time when they needed to eat, someone would naturally send them. The simmering was too much for Yi Feng to bear, the martial artists themselves had a big appetite, plus they always needed to run the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, which sharpened the consumption. Unable to do so, he left a few times during the period and went outside to eat and drink a meal, stopping the Phantom Shadow Maze in the meantime, and recovering properly. When he came back again, it wasn't half as different as when he left, and didn't miss anything because of it. Just when Yi Feng was thinking, when exactly should he wait, should he think of a trick to lure these people away? That night, the situation had changed a little. Jiang Yin, the head of the Jiang family, was holding a teenager in his hands. Whoa whoa. The teenager didn't look very old, about 15 or 16 years old, his hands and feet were bound by chains, his mouth was blocked, and he kept emitting terrified whimpering sounds. But no matter how he struggled, falling into Jiang Yin's hands, he was destined to be unable to escape. Jiang Yin came to the front of the wigwam and turned the stone switch, the rocks moved and the entrance to the passageway reappeared. Jiang Yin walked in, and the passage entrance reclosed. The whimpering of the teenager was also small enough to be inaudible. Ho! After a while, inside once again, a strange sound came out. But with the last one, there was still a difference. Last time, that sound was a bit like venting out emotions, while this time, it sounded more like a hiss of excitement. Rumble. The passageway reopened, and Jiang Yin walked out from inside. In his hands, the teenager who was alive just a moment ago was now limp, without any semblance of life. On his childish face, a look of horror was frozen on it, and his entire face was lifeless. Take it and dispose of it. Jiang Yin casually threw the corpse, just like throwing a piece of trash, directly onto the ground, before turning to leave. One of the closest martial zones took the initiative to step forward, picking up the corpse and heading to the compulsion raising area. It was very appropriate to let some parasites that like to eat blood and flesh to decompose the corpse. In less than a day's time, the corpse would be eaten cleanly with its flesh and bones, and would not leave half a trace in this world. Yi Feng, who was hidden in the shadows, witnessed what had just happened and his brows furrowed slightly. What was the origin of that teenager just now? After he was captured, he was sent into the wigwam by Jiang Yin, and what happened inside? Things were getting weirder and weirder, and this fake mountain in the Jiang family's backyard, the problem was getting bigger and bigger. However, what happened just now did not allow Yi Feng to find the right time to enter. Still have to continue to wait? Yi Feng did not know exactly when to wait. According to the current situation, the wigwam had a lot of secrets. The Jiang family estimated that they would not leave this place unguarded. They must have let more than one martial sect continuously guarding it. If this is the case, basically cannot find any opportunity. If you are forced to break in, unless you have the strength to fight against a martial zoner, it would be unwise to break in. Suddenly just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Chapter 84, Jiang Family Ledger, Personnel Ledger. Treasure chest clue, Jiang Family Ledger Room, a purple fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. There were no eyebrows on this side yet, but I didn't expect a new treasure chest to appear. Jiang Family's account room, that means it's still within the Jiang family, so go over there now and take a look. If it goes well, open this purple treasure chest first. Yi Feng left the Jiang family's backyard. Following the purple arrow, he went all the way to the Jiang family accounts office. Arriving at the accountant's office. Inside, the lights were brightly lit, and from time to time, there was the sound of fine paper flipping. The door was only half closed, leaving a gap. Yi Feng turned sideways, just enough to enter it. Inside the account room, there were rows and rows of bookshelves, on which many account books and books were placed. Right in the center, there was a rectangular desk, a man, who was working there. He had a black mole at the corner of his mouth, and 3 long curved whiskers grew on the mole, and his right thumb touched the mole from time to time, which was already his habitual action, and he flipped through a page from time to time, staring intently at the ledger in his hand. By the way, we used up one person tonight, need to get the accounts done. The black mole man pulled out the drawer underneath the desk and took out a ledger, flipping a page with a name on it. Wang Jiecheng, gender male, age 16, spirit green body. Li Shang, gender male, age 15, longwood spirit body. Zhang Miao, gender female, age 15. At this time, Yi Feng, who was already behind the black mole man, could see clearly the information recorded on it. The format was more or less the same, it was all one name, as well as gender, age, and the back was labeled with what kind of physique it was. They had 2 things in common. 1, none of them were too old, falling into the category of young boys and girls. Secondly, they all possessed a physique, and all of them were wood system physiques. This line of personnel information, some of which had been crossed out. What exactly does it represent? Yi Feng couldn't help but remember that the teenager who had just been brought to the backyard, and actually had a guess in his heart. Seeing the black mole man picking up a pen, the line that was originally not crossed out, a teenager called Chinbin heavily crossed out a line. Yi Feng's gaze moved down and looked at the treasure chest. The position was not biased, it was on the position where the black mole man was sitting. The block of the treasure chest, in fact, was not big, otherwise before, it could not exist within the human body. So, at this time, by the black mole man sitting, the treasure chest was wearing the same mold, embedded within his body. Yi Feng tried several times, but there was no chance that he could touch the treasure chest. As the Jiang family manages the accounts, and even involves those young boys and girls. Although Yi Feng is not clear for the time being, the ins and outs of this, but so it can be seen that this person in the Jiang family is quite trusted. Now cannot move him, otherwise it will soon attract the attention of the senior management of the Jiang family. Just at this time, footsteps came from outside the door. The black mole man hurriedly pulled open the drawer, put the account book in his hand, and put it back. A beautiful woman walked in, and smoothly also brought the door with her. "This big night, why did you come?" This if the fourth elder found out. Halfway through his words, the black mole man was blocked by the beautiful woman with her hand. "Don't mention that dead ghost, and don't know where to run to spend the day," said, charming smile, he played his, we play our. The black mole man swallowed hard, and pounced hard on the beautiful woman. "Look at you monkey-like, go to the inner room." The two of them made love to each other and walked towards the off-room. "That money I spent before, you can help me level off." "That's for sure, I'll help level it out even if you don't say so." These conversations were still faintly heard in the midst of the war. And on the seat in front of him, without the black mole man's cover, the purple treasure chest reached out and could be touched. Yi Feng touched it. Snap! You open a purple fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 cards of chi and blood. Fifth order body technique, flowing cloud steps, perfect sense. 2 items, both very good. Fusion. As Yi Feng gave the command, the chi and blood in Yi Feng's body rapidly soared in a short period of time. From the original 36,000 calories, it increased to 66,000 calories. Following the breakthrough of the Soul Master realm to the peak of the king level, the realm of the Chi and Blood martial artist also rose several small realms in a row, breaking through to the peak of the martial king. It wasn't that far away from the early stages of martial zone, only 15,000 cards of Chi blood were missing. As for the flowing cloud steps, it was a 5th order stance, and after the fusion, it directly allowed Yi Feng to master the perfect flowing cloud steps, and with a casual flick of the hand, it was much faster than when he didn't run the stance before. Of course, inside the house, there was no way to test it to the fullest for the time being. Yi Feng was inside the house, strolling up slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but rest on the drawer just now. Gently pulling the drawer out, he took out the ledger about young boys and girls. There were a total of 10 or so pages, recording many names, but the vast majority of them had already been crossed out, and the names that hadn't been crossed out, there were about 20 or so left. One crossed out every 10 days? The dates that were crossed out were also marked. The dates were very regular, they were all crossed off at intervals of 10 days. Yi Feng fell into contemplation. Soon, his eyes looked towards the nearby desk, with a copy machine, and made a copy of this ledger, by hand. At the same time from the nearby bookshelf, also took other books, also gave a copy of a few pages. After doing this, all the things in the house are returned to their original state. Yi Feng wanted to take advantage of the two people fighting in the inner room, secretly go to open the door to leave, because just now the door to the room was closed by that beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, the movement in the room had gradually subsided. What a fast shot! The two men straightened their clothes and walked out from inside. "Don't forget to level the score for me," the beautiful woman admonished, opened the door to the room, and was about to leave. "Don't worry, my little sweetheart." The black mole man was greasy and satisfied. He sat down on his seat and picked up the account book again to turn it over, not realizing in the slightest that some things in the room had already been moved by someone. Yi Feng did not stay longer, followed the beautiful woman, and left the account room together. Coming outside, Yi Feng thought about the next thing. From the observation of these days, the Jiang family's backyard, it was estimated that it would be difficult to draw the guards away. Unless something big had happened and there was a shortage of manpower, or they were being watched and needed to transfer certain secrets. Anyway, in Yi Feng's opinion, the backyard definitely had a heavenly secret. Just now, when he made copies of the ledger, Yi Feng was thinking about whether he could expose this incident through some channels, so that the guard bureau could intervene, or even the Yin Long army. Anyway, the treasure chest is the only one who can see, others cannot get, no matter how big things make a big fuss, are not afraid of being snatched by others' treasure chest. When things get big, the pressure on the Jiang family will be high, and only then will there be an opportunity to take advantage of it, instead of withering away day after day, is not going to make a difference. Well, let's do it. Yi Feng made up his mind to use other forces to put pressure on the Jiang family and disrupt them. And just at this moment, a new treasure chest clue prompt popped up again. Another treasure chest? Having only opened one, the process was incomparably smooth, and he didn't expect that there would be another treasure chest clue once again. Yi Feng hurriedly checked the treasure chest clue information. Treasure chest clue, Wusa Hall, a purple fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Chapter 85 Wusa Hall. Wusa Hall. Yi Feng secretly recited a sentence, not quite sure what kind of place it was. Luckily, there was an arrow to guide him, so he could just follow it over. Since there was now a treasure chest again, Yi Feng simply followed the treasure chest arrow first and went over to open the treasure chest. The things given by the purple treasure chest were all completely good for the current Yi Feng. The boosts that they brought were all huge. As long as the strength was strong enough, when the time came to open the red treasure chest, there would be a lot less worries. Yi Feng walked along with the purple arrow until the fence of the Zheng family's manor, and the arrow went all the way over it. So it's not within the Zheng family? Yi Feng had originally thought that just like the treasure chest at the accounts, the Hall of Martial Strategies was also inside the Zheng family's mansion, in the middle of a certain building. It turned out that it was not. According to this, it was outside the Zheng family. Without too much hesitation, Yi Feng's feet, a gentle leap, over the tall fence, to the street outside. At this time, the night is dark and windy. There weren't many pedestrians on the street outside. Yi Feng fully utilized his flowing cloud steps. Even if this caused his sneaking technique to disappear, it didn't matter, he had already come outside, so he didn't need to worry too much. Swish! Under the full power of the flowing cloud steps, the already swift movement speed became even faster. The figure was like lightning. From this end of the street, almost in the blink of an eye, it appeared at the other end of the street. This speed, it's comparable to a martial sect. Moving at such a limit, the speed per second was already over 2,500 meters, more than 7 times the speed of sound, proper martial zone speed. If one did not perform the flowing cloud steps and only relied on the peak strength of a martial king, the top speed would only be more than 1,000 meters per second. It could be seen that a good body technique could bring about a strong increase in speed. Wusa Hall is about 100 kilometers away from the Zheng family residence. If you move at extreme speed, it will only take 40 seconds to arrive. But after all, it was on the ground, it couldn't go all the way across the street, it needed to pay attention, otherwise if it hit a pedestrian, the other party would probably become a puddle of blood. Slowing down the speed a little bit, in the end, it only took 2 minutes to arrive at the Wusa Hall, which was 100 kilometers away. Yi Feng was running his ghostly shadow misty trail, hiding his figure. The building in front of him was a magnificent hall, covering a large area and favoring the ancient style. Above the main door, there was a long plaque with 3 big gold characters, Wusa Hall, a stroke, quite imposing. There was a martial arts wind that greeted the face. This is not an area that Yi Feng is familiar with, the so-called Wusa Hall. In the end, what is it for, Yi Feng is also not clear. Instead, there was a way that he should be able to find out. Yi Feng used his tactical watch to surf the internet, locating this place and searching for keywords on the internet. Soon the information came out, and after flipping through it a little, it was immediately clear. The so-called Wusa Hall was a place that gave people strategies for martial arts cultivation. The process is roughly like this. For example, people who have just stepped into the martial arts, not too clear about the next, what kind of cultivation program, can maximize to help themselves quickly improve their strength. Then you can find the martial arts hall, their own situation, tell the martial arts hall of the martial arts hall, will be based on the specific circumstances of the consultant, to give a reasonable martial arts program. This includes, what martial arts to major in, which type of cultivation aid drugs to take, and so on. The detailed tailor-made can be much more detailed than the school teacher, the kind of uniform teaching situation. Those who are not short of money, the Lord, it is possible to come to the Wusa Hall, inquiring about the relevant program. At this point in time, Wusa Hall has been closed, the door is closed. It seemed clear that Yi Feng could not possibly break in through the front door, and the arrow of the treasure chest was not pointing towards the front door, but towards the back of the building. Yi Feng followed the arrow, entered from the side alley, walked for some distance, and eventually came to the back of the lobby. Hurry up! Drive the car in. At the back of the Wusa Hall, there was a back door that was opening. There was a vehicle with glass as dark as ink, with no light transmission, completely unable to see the situation inside. The vehicle was traveling at a constant speed, and in the sound of urging, it drove into the courtyard inside. At this time, Yi Feng casted ghostly shadow misty trail, and the members here were all of low strength, completely unable to detect Yi Feng's presence. Before they closed the back door again, Yi Feng also slipped inside. In the courtyard, the vehicle was already parked. 2 people came down from the vehicle and opened the rear compartment. Inside they dragged out 2 sacks, long and loaded with goods, a little weight. 2 people are martial artists, grabbed the goods to shoulder, nearly 100 pounds of weight, for them is not heavy. Lightly, carry the sack to the room, open the sack, inside each contained an unconscious person. A man and a woman, not too old, looking just like a teenager. I came to see which 2. Another person came in outside the door. It was a middle-aged man with a serious face and ruthlessness between his eyebrows. He swept his eyes at the 2 people in the coma, and only felt familiar. There were too many people consulting every day, there was no way to memorize all of them, especially since there had been a period of time between them, there was only a general impression. Only to find out the information that had been entered before through look recognition. Soon, the information of the 2 men surfaced. The male was called Shi Hao, and the female was called Ding Xue.
Both were only 15 years old, and both also had a wood attribute physique. Regarding their identities, they had already been asked and recorded as early as the time they came to the Wusa Hall as clients, accompanied by their parents, for a consultation on cultivation programs. The Wusa Hall had a large number of clients every day, and of course not every one of them would have a wood attribute physique. However, as long as there was a wood attribute physique, it would be targeted by the Wusa Hall, and would not come openly, but rather the information would be specially marked. After a certain period of time, they would then send someone to the area where they were active, and take the person captive and bring them here to the Wusa Hall. Here in the back of the hall, there are many rooms, no one is allowed to enter. At the time of construction, there has long been preparation, the room with special materials, very strong. Even a martial arts master can be imprisoned, let alone just some youngsters who have just stepped into the martial arts apprenticeship. Even if they wake up now, they can't escape. It's no different from a prison. At its peak, there were more than 40 people imprisoned, but lately, fewer people had been captured, and the more they were consumed, the less they were sent out secretly every 10 days to the Jung family's mansion, and now there were only 20 or so left. The people they captured are no different from goods in their eyes, and since they are goods, they should keep a good account. This side records a copy, Jung family side, the same record has a copy. Originally, with the addition of 2 people on this side, they should have immediately contacted the Jung family to inform them of this matter. However, they didn't do so, not wanting to use the communication link, which would easily leave a handle, and instead waited until the next time they sent someone over, and then informed them all together. Hallmaster, why does the Jung family keep needing young people with the wood attribute? Over the years, many have been captured and sent over. What have those people done? The one who was carrying the sack just now said with some confusion. Just as he finished speaking, he only felt a cold chill. Chapter 86 Mysterious Senior. The hall master's cold gaze, as if a sharp knife, looked at him as if he was about to shiver. Don't ask so many questions about things you shouldn't know, the hall master said with cold sorrow. Although he was also curious, being too curious was sometimes deadly. Anyway, if the Jung family told them what to do, they would just do what they were told, and they would be paid a lot of money. Yes, yes, yes. The person hurriedly answered. The personnel exited and locked the room. Watch them all. The hall master gave a low shout and left the back hall. Although the room was made of special materials and was extremely strong, it was rare to have people guarding it, and there were 5 guarding members. Yifeng came outside a certain room. Through the crack of the door, it was visible that there were a few people imprisoned inside, and they had all fallen asleep. Perhaps when they were first captured, there was fear and struggle. There was also the idea of escaping, not eating well, not sleeping well. But after a long time, there was no way to keep tossing and turning like that, and gradually they became quiet and slept. Treasure chest. Through the doorway, Yifeng could see that the treasure chest was inside, placed in the middle of the room. Yifeng turned back, his gaze was clear and cold, and looked at the several guards who were gathered together. The door of the room where the treasure chest was located was locked tightly. If he wanted to enter, he would have to open it, which would inevitably be detected by the guards. Then, it can only be these several guards. Hiss. How do I feel? Suddenly a bit cool. Look, the sweaty hairs on my arms are standing up. Not to mention, I also suddenly have a very bad feeling, but I can't tell what exactly is happening. The several guards, the moment they were stared at by Yifeng, were all naturally and inexplicably flustered. Suddenly, just at this moment. Who? The several guards shouted in unison. They saw that under the night, a team of mysterious martial artists, dressed in night clothes, under the cover of the night, ghostly and quietly appeared, and came over directly from the fence. They looked nervous and determined at the same time, their eyes revealing eagerness and anxiety. Wusa Tang, there must be a big problem, our missing children must have been taken by them. Kill them and save our children. This line of several people is the missing members of the parents. They originally do not know each other, because the child is missing, in the process of searching for the child, only to get acquainted with each other. Talking about the details before the disappearance, the crowd found surprising consistency, that is, their children, all of them have wood attribute physique, and once came to the Wusa Hall, consulting on the cultivation strategy program. Coincidence? Surely it wouldn't be that coincidental. After discussing the matter, they decided to jointly come over in person and find out what was going on. Humph. Breaking into my martial strategy hall at night, looking for death. The 5 guards, all of them flashed their weapons in unison, and mixed with the several people who rushed in. In a flash, sword-light flashed, silhouettes mingled, shouts of killing and clashing of weapons intertwined in the back hall. Snort! With a single slip, one of the guards was hacked and retreated several steps in a row with a horrified expression. So strong. They were actually undefeated, quickly falling into a disadvantageous situation, forced into a downward spiral by the rescuers, and the situation was very bleak. That being said, the children of the rescuers, who had embarked on the martial path in their teens and possessed wood attribute physiques, obviously their genes wouldn't be bad, and as parents, they were similarly strong. Originally thought that the martial arts hall more professional, only to spend money to let them advise, develop cultivation program, who knows that in fact it is a trap. The purpose is just to let them, in the sea of people, can screen out, have wood attribute talent.
Who comes to my Wusa hall to act recklessly? The intense sounds of the fight over here had eventually startled the hall master. Boom! As the hall master bellowed, that majestic and incomparable aura that belongs solely to a martial king came surging in like a titanic pressure. Accompanying him, there was also a group of notably strong martial general fighters. The strongest among the team of rescuers were only at the late stage of martial generals, and in the face of the hall master and the others, all of their faces changed drastically, secretly saying that it was not good. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that the hall master of the martial policy hall was not something they could deal with. Rather, they were eager to save their children, and couldn't care less, thinking of a quick battle, taking advantage of the night, knocking down the guards quickly, rescuing their children in a hurry, and then leaving immediately. Naiha, this hall master came so quickly. Breaking into my Wusa hall at night, I see that you are tired of living. The hall master's eyes were cold and murderous as he killed over with his battle sword in hand. So strong. It's over. This aura alone was not something they could resist. It was almost predictable that they were going to suffer. Having learned the secrets of the Wusa hall and falling into their hands, it was absolutely impossible to walk out again. Just when the crowd thought that they would surely die, 1,000 pounds came in the nick of time. Swish! Several pike knives that were as thin as cicada wings and flashed with a cold aura, driven by soul power, flew out sharply from behind a thick pillar, turning a corner. As if they were alive, the shuttle knives flew between the enemies, bringing out a blazing light, so strangely fast that even the Martial King Realm's hallmaster could not react and was completely unable to resist. Aha! Blood was splattered everywhere, and there was a series of miserable screams. They were simply powerless to resist. Their bodies were cut out with wounds, especially the hallmaster, who was focused on, and was directly wasted, collapsing on the ground and wailing, losing all of his fighting strength. The incident was too sudden, causing the team that came to rescue them all to be stunned for a moment. Originally thinking that they were going to be finished, who knew that the enemies had all collapsed? Which high-ranking senior came to the rescue? The crowd was alarmed, looking around, and eventually all focused towards the direction of the pillar behind them. If they didn't remember correctly, the attack just now came from behind here. However, going up to check, there was absolutely no one there. Seniors should still be around, just not willing to show up. There were just some high-ranking seniors who didn't like to show their faces. Thank you, senior, for coming out to help. Even though they weren't able to see their seniors with their own eyes, it didn't stop them from expressing their gratitude, and if their seniors were still present, they would be able to receive their thanks. Ha! This is... On the ground behind the pillar, there were 2 documents, which they picked up and looked at. In one of them, there were many names of people and identity information written. They could even find their children's names in it. Some of the names were already crossed out, while others were not yet. The parents who saw their children, whose names had been crossed out, had an ominous feeling in their hearts. The other document was a breakdown of some expenses, with the Jiang family's seal. Jiang family? The Jiang family was very famous, a big family with a great reputation within the boundaries of Lingnan province. Why would the account books of the Jiang family appear here in the Wusa hall? They carefully studied the 2 documents, most of which were in print font and a small portion was handwritten. You guys look at the handwriting. It's actually the same. That small portion that needed to be handwritten, the handwriting of the 2 documents was actually the same, coming from the same person's hand. The person arrested by the Wu Zhe Tang, the book that records the information, has the same handwriting as the Jiang family's account book. Behind the incident is the Jiang family. Chapter 87, Double Surge, Strength Suddenly Soars. The crowd only felt a chill down their backs. It was actually the Jiang family that was behind the incident. These 2 documents should be left behind by the senior who stepped in to save us just now. He didn't kill those people from the hall master. The purpose is to leave them alive, and left these evidences to expose us. They figured out the key to it. But that's the Jiang family. There was a tall and thin man who was intimidated by the name of the Jiang family. Such a behemoth made him not even have the courage to face it. What, scared? Have you ever thought that that child of yours is probably in a bad way? The people around him criticized without mercy. Just now, there was a note that the name of the tall and thin man's child was one that had been crossed out. Saying more is not as good as personally verifying. They broke open the door of the room and released all the children who were locked inside. The children were saved, and they all wailed. Dad, I didn't expect you to come and save me. It's okay, don't cry. When the children's emotions stabilized, after some inquiries, they finally got an answer. It was said that one of the people who were also imprisoned would be taken away from time to time, and never returned afterward. Indeed, there was a lot of bad luck. The tall and thin man who had a timid heart, his eyes were red at this time. What Jiang family or not, no matter who it was, he was going to stir the matter up so that these assholes would get the punishment they deserved. They immediately reported the case overnight. Now there was human evidence and physical evidence, and the finger was pointed straight at the Jiang family. However, before that, there was another hand of preparation, which was to contact a number of well-known media outlets to expose the matter. First, the heat speculation. Attention is high, they have more confidence. After all, the other party is the huge volume of the Jiang family. In front of the Jiang family, they were just little people, and to bring down the Jiang family, they needed to build up momentum for themselves. While they were carrying out these things, Yifeng, who was in the dark, casting his phantom shadow mist, witnessed all this. Just now, when the soul power controlled the pike blade and injured the Hall Master and the others, it was indeed Yifeng who had struck. At that time, he was located behind the stone pillars, showed his figure when he struck, and then reappeared to cast Phantom Shadow Misty Trail when he closed his move, and left behind 2 documents and left that location. The whole process, very short, wait until the crowd reacted and went to the back of the stone pillars, long ago already cannot see Yifeng figure. Photocopying the documents from the account office had the very purpose of exposing the Jiang family and allowing the many forces to put pressure on the Jiang family. Doing so now, it was just the right time to borrow the hands of the rescuers and others to expose the matter, saving the need to think of another way on his own. Yifeng moved and walked into the room. Right in the center, a purple treasure chest was placed. Approaching over, he touched it. Snap! You opened a purple fine treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 points of soul power. 30,000 cards of chi and blood. Not bad. Soul power and chi and blood all there. This purple treasure chest had enough power to open soul power and chi blood, each of which was a whole 30,000. Looking at the 2 masses of energy, Yifeng issued a command, fusion. Boom! The soul power and chi and blood in his body rapidly skyrocketed in a short period of time. Let's start with the soul power, which had skyrocketed from the previous 57,000 points to 87,000 points of soul power. The soul master had broken through a large realm, from the peak of the king rank to the early zone rank. As for chi blood, it had skyrocketed from 66,000 calories to 96,000 calories of chi blood. The realm of the chi-blooded martial artist had similarly broken through a large realm, from the peak of the martial king to the early stage of the martial zone. The zone-level hierarchies of martial artists and soul masters, the 4 minor realms, the corresponding promotion value lines, were 81,000 early stage, 108,000 middle stage, 135,000 late stage, and 162,000 peak. A treasure chest, allowing Yifeng's realm, both had a huge breakthrough, giving a huge boost in strength. Feeling the infinite power in his body, Yifeng's confidence was much higher again. Right at this moment, the media people who had heard the news had already arrived at the Wusa Hall. When something like this happened, if the situation was true, it would be a huge news, so they naturally came very swiftly. They immediately conducted interviews with several people present, asking about the circumstances of the matter, and taking pictures of the various parts of Wusa Hall, clicking and clicking. After collecting enough information, they went back and published the headlines overnight. And received a report of the security bureau. Also came a lot of people. The case involves a big family like the Jiang family. They are very seriously. If not handled properly, there would be huge repercussions, especially now that several well-known media outlets had already known about this matter, and after the report went out, it would trigger attention from all walks of life. Mysterious senior? In the process of inquiring about the case, there was always a mysterious person. This person was suspected to be a soul master, hiding in the shadows, and the people of Wusa Hall were injured by this mysterious person. And left the key evidence, 2 documents with the same handwriting, pointing to the Jiang family. But now, want to find this person, almost impossible. Because none of the people present had ever seen this person, and they were completely unaware of this person's whereabouts. Even they had called up the surveillance near the Wusa Hall and viewed a large area, and again, they didn't see any suspicious characters. What they didn't know was that Yifeng, when he was still a short distance away from the Wushu Hall, he lowered his speed, and then performed the Phantom Shadow Sneak, and then approached the Wushu Hall. With the cover of the sneaking technique, of course they couldn't see Yifeng. Letting things on this side ferment naturally, Yifeng rushed back to the Jiang family. Once again, he came to the backyard of the Jiang family and hid in the dark, paying attention to the changes in the situation. Time came to the next day. The front page of all the major news headlines carried a shocking news that blew the eyes away. Shocked. The Wusa Hall that advises you, behind your back, even did this kind of thing, and even involved the Jiang family. The bolded and reddish headline appeared brightly in people's line of sight. After clicking in, roughly browsing through the content, it set off an uproar on the internet. It's too shady, isn't it, even under the guise that the purpose is to gather information and then kidnap children. What are they kidnapping so many children for? How could a big family like the Jiang family, which has a head and a face, get involved with this kind of thing? So it's the Wustang that kidnapped my missing children. The news mentioned a mysterious soul master powerhouse. It was because of him that things had the chance to come to light, or else those who went to rescue the child would be afraid that their corpses would have gotten cold by now. Thank you to this Soul Master Senior, otherwise, Wusa Tang wouldn't even know how many more people it would have to scourge. The Wusa Hall must be severely punished. Severely punish the Jiang family. The case is still under review. We still have to wait for the official notice to know the exact ins and outs. At the same time as the hot debate on the internet. Jiang family. In the parlor hall, the atmosphere was a little tense. Jiang Yin and several elders sat on one side of it. On the other side, there were several officers in police uniforms sitting. If Yifeng was here, he could still see an acquaintance. Chapter 88, Martial Power Empty, good time to open the box. This acquaintance, whom Yifeng had seen once, was Lu Xianhua. Previously in Linhai City, after the guard bureau accident, Lu Xianhua arrived there and told the crowd, do not investigate the human blood dan incident, let the Yanlong army to intervene on the line. Now on the provincial capital side, this kind of thing, the impact is also extremely bad. As the deputy director of the provincial bureau side, it was necessary for him to intervene to deter the emergence of such a bad thing within his boundaries, involving such behemoths as the Jiang family. Lu Bureau, I think this thing, it must be someone planted, with my Jiang family has a grudge against the forces, the old wanna put my Jiang family to death. It is estimated that they sent people, infiltrated my Jiang family accounts, stole the account book, and then imitated the handwriting, forged a list of people, so that people mistakenly think, behind the scenes, is my Jiang family in the lead. You can be clear about the autumn, but also my Jiang family affair off. Jiang Yin's tone was very sincere, putting on an innocent look. It was impossible to tell what kind of anger he had in his heart at this moment. All these years have been fine, why did this kind of thing happen all of a sudden? His Jiang family also has intelligence department, learned the news quite early, but at that time, has been Lu Xianhua, with people looking for the door, did not give him time to react. In front of Lu Xianhua, he was still quite honest. Even though his strength was not bad, he was at the Wu Zun realm, but in front of him was a Zun-level soul master. At the same realm, but the combat power of the soul master was much more powerful than him, making him not dare to act out in the slightest. Whether it's unjust or not, there will be a result soon. Lu Xianhua said indifferently. This time, he had brought quite a few people with him, and from the moment he entered the Jiang family, he let the personnel spread out, controlling every place and preventing the Jiang family from walking around freely. The Jiang family's account room was the primary object of search. Duro Lu. Outside, 2 police officers hurriedly ran in, carrying a document, as well as the black mole man who was escorting the ledger room. Duro Lu, look, this list of people, it's the same as the one found at the Wu Sitang. There is also this man, who manages the Jiang family's books, the handwriting is from him. Lu Xianhua glanced at the black mole man and took the document handed over by the police officer. Flipping it over to check, it was indeed the exact same list of people as the one found, on the side of the Wu Sa Hall. Jiang family master, you explain, why your Jiang family, would something like this appear? Lu Xianhua pointed at the list of people in his hand and said to Jiang Yin. This. Jiang Yin was momentarily speechless, his eyeballs turning rapidly. It's quite understandable, isn't it? Just like what I just said, it's someone who infiltrated my Jiang family's account office, took away some account books, and afterward imitated the handwriting and forged this list of people, one copy of which was placed in my Jiang family's account office and one copy of which was left in the Wustang, with the purpose of planting evidence of my Jiang family's relationship with the side of the Wustang. Jiang Yin said this, and his words changed. Also, didn't you say that a mysterious soul master appeared on the side of the Wusa Hall? I seriously suspect that it was this person who did this. You should find this person out and interrogate him severely, and you will naturally get an answer. Of course we will find a way to look for that person, but before that, you guys can't get off the suspicion. Speaking here, Lu Xianhua suddenly received a phone call. A report came from the other end of the phone. Duro Lu, the people from Wu Sitang, have all confessed, saying that the people they caught before were all sent to the Jiang family. I know. Hanging up the communication, Lu Xianhua stood up and looked at Jiang Yin. His gaze was like electricity, and his soul power was also vaguely mobilized and ready to go. But whenever Jiang Yin made the slightest move, he would exert force and forcefully subdue him. Jiang Yin, notify all the senior members of your Jiang family to follow me to the police station to be investigated. Lu Xianhua's tone carried an irrefutable refutation. The qi and blood in Jiang Yin's body was also vaguely mobilized, and his muscles were taut, with the momentum of a sudden upsurge. But under Lu Xianhua's gaze, reason overcame impulse, and ultimately did not dare to act out. He, Jiang Yin, will not be Lu Xianhua's opponent. Although Wu Sitang had already confessed, but long before, it was thought that there would be such a day, so every time they received people, they were very careful not to leave obvious evidence. If in the end there is no ironclad proof that the person arrested by the Wuzzer Hall is sent to the Jiang family's side, then based on the handwriting of that bill alone, there is still room for maneuver. Just all the top management, that would include those martial arts sects in the backyard. He didn't want the backyard to be unguarded, but if he didn't do as he said, it would look very suspicious. If it attracted Lu Xianhua's attention and focused on searching the backyard, it would be bad. In a short period of time, thoughts flashed rapidly in Jiang Yin's mind. He had no choice but to do as he was told and contact all the top brass to come over. Family master, we're going over that side. Upon receiving the notification, the martial sect in the backyard was a little hesitant. Cut the crap, all come over immediately. Jiang Yin's tone was aggravated and did not say anything more, lest he cause Lu Xianhua's suspicion. The martial sect in the backyard had no choice but to do as they were told, leaving the backyard and heading to the meeting hall.
At this time, Yifeng, who was hidden in the dark, saw the Jiang family's martial sect leaving and did not make any move, still casting the phantom shadow misty trail, staying in a hidden corner. The Jiang family members were probably going to be summoned to the police station to be interrogated and investigated, otherwise, the martial sect here should not have left.
Then wait a little longer until they left the Jiang family.
A while later, another team of people came to the backyard. They were wearing police uniforms. They were police officers who were ordered to come over to search, to see if they could find out some important evidence. Probably because of their preconceived notion that the backyard was not too important, they simply explored it without much discovery and quickly left.
They focused on the more important buildings of the Jiang family.
In the end, did not search out too many valuable clues. It can only be said that the Jiang family's means of destroying bodies and traces is already perfect, without leaving too many traces.
Under the escort of Lu Xianhua, many Jiang family executives, led by Jiang Yin, were brought out from Jiang's home.
Outside, many media reporters had gathered, waiting for this moment, and were filming outside. Although they wanted to come forward to interview, but at this time, the case has not yet been finalized, it is impossible to accept their interviews, they can only be outside the cordon, shooting some images, to make a first-hand report.
As the police cars quickly moved away, the media dispersed. Backyard.
Yifeng came down from the courtyard wall he had just seen from afar, a long line of police cars, far away on the avenue, and knew that the Jiang family's top management were all taken away by the police officers.
Red treasure chest.
Yifeng looked towards the wigwam over there, the red arrow, guided all the way over there. Now that the Jiang family's experts were empty, it was the right time to open the treasure chest. Yifeng took a deep breath, and the soul power in his mind, as well as the qi and blood in his body, were always ready for a crisis.
I want to see what secrets will be inside.
Yifeng reached out, pressed on the raised stone block, and turned it with force. The mechanism triggered, and an entrance rumbled open in the center of the wigwam. A long passageway appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes, like a man-eating beast opening its bloody mouth.
Chapter 89, The Man in the Coffin. The flowing shuttle weaves.
Yifeng moved his feet and walked towards the inside. Not only is he using the shadow trail, but he is also wrapping up the rutilated mulberry vine to provide maximum protection. Passage height and width are 2 meters, not too big and not too small. Yifeng is not too fast and not too slow, every step is silent. Until finally, came to a spacious cave room.
Square, not too many furnishings.
On a square stone in the corner, a jade box was placed, and from the warm color of the jade box, it could be seen that it was worth a lot. With a box made of beautiful jade, the items placed in it would definitely not be ordinary. Yifeng walked over and picked up the jade box while opening it.
Could this be the god-devouring moss?
Yifeng's breath caught and his eyes snowed. At the time when he got Mubu Fan's research diary, from it, he saw such a piece of information that the god-devouring moss seedling was taken away by the Jiang family. Yifeng sneaked into the Jiang family this trip with 2 purposes, to open the red treasure chest and also for this god-devouring moss seedling. Originally thought, after that, still need to bother to look for, did not expect, god-devouring moss is placed in the wigwam here, 2 birds with 1 stone. Yifeng carefully looked at the god-devouring moss seedling. It stayed at this moment, it was very dry, couldn't see too much moisture, dry, black in color, not much vitality, just like moss that was dried up in the sun, placed in the middle of the jade box just like that. Dead? Or the god-devouring moss had fallen into the hands of the Jiang family for 20 years, and now it was in this state, which could only mean that the Jiang family had not been able to research a program to cultivate it. Whether it was dead or not, Yifeng wasn't too sure, so he took it away first and then slowly studied it. Yifeng looked forward. Inside the cave room, there was another entrance, leading to a deeper cave room. The red arrow of the treasure chest was all the way inside. From this angle, one could see that there was a green-colored wooden thing inside. As he approached and entered inside, the outline of that thing, too, was completely revealed to Yifeng. A coffin made of 10,000 ancient greenwood. There was a rare kind of tree called Wan Guqing. It was incomparably verdant, full of vitality, and contained rich wood attribute energy. Even if it was cut down, it could keep its vitality intact, and could be verdant for 10,000 years. Of course, whether it can really be 10,000 years, this point no one has verified, whether it is an exaggerated statement, is also unknown.
Coffin?
Yifeng could not help but frown. When looking at this coffin, it always gave Yifeng an uncomfortable feeling. But on the contrary, the arrow of the red treasure chest was pointing to this coffin, which meant that the red treasure chest was inside the coffin. Wanting to open the treasure chest, again, it had to be Yifeng himself, personally touching it, unable to touch it through other means, such as using inter-item contact. Must go over. Yifeng took a deep breath, his mental energy was highly concentrated, and he approached the coffin step by step. The coffin had a lid, and it still needed to be opened. Yifeng commanded the Yun Sang vine, dividing into several vines, reaching out to the lid of the coffin and moving it open little by little. A pale face that looked similar to Jiang Yin, but much older, appeared in front of Yifeng. He was lying flat inside the coffin, his eyes closed tightly. At first glance, he thought it was a corpse, but in the dark, it gave people a sense of crisis. The treasure chest that emitted red light was located at the chest of the corpse. The good thing was that it was not set inside the corpse, but was located above the corpse. That sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. Yifeng did not dare to hesitate. His right hand explored like lightning and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You opened a red treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 6th order soul skill flowing shuttle weaving brocade consummate sense. At the same time, Miso, the corpse in the middle of the coffin, Miso, violently opened its eyes. That sense of crisis was even more like a pinprick attacking. Retreat! 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 By not being able to think much, Yifeng drew his hand back quickly and his body burst back sharply. But the other party's attack was really fast, and under the close distance, that dry hand instantly grabbed at Yifeng's neck vitals. Yun Sang Vine. Yifeng's eyes widened angrily, and the Yun Sang Vine grew crazily, intertwining and entangling in front of his body, forming a defense net. Boom! The old hand, which was as withered as a tree branch, grabbed onto the defense net. The might was extremely terrifying, exceeding the tolerance limit of the rue mulberry vine, and was instantly torn apart. However, it also fought for a sliver of time. Experts against each other, even a moment, can affect the battlefield. Yifeng's body, transformed into a residual shadow, retreated violently and left the cave room, coming outside. During this process, Yifeng drank low. Fusion. The flow shuttle brocade that he had just obtained was fused. The epiphanies about the flowing shuttle brocade quickly filled into Yifeng's mind, and he had a clear perception of it. Boom! The sense of crisis approached once again. Inside the wigwam passage, a withered figure quickly rushed out. Yifeng's gaze was cold. Soul power was mobilized and the 100-spirit flying shuttle condensed out. Flowing shuttle weaving. The soul skill that he had just obtained was also immediately executed. The 100-spirit shuttles became animated as if they possessed life. They transformed into streams of light, their tails trailing a silver-white silk thread that was condensed by the soul force. Spirit shuttle intertwined and entangled. In the void weave out a silver-white silk net. Each silver silk, with inexplicable power, has a very strong cutting ability. Into can attack, retreat can defend. The withered old man did not have much fear, and grabbed the silver silk net with a claw. Thud! The two stalemated. The point of contact between the hand and the net erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. The overflowing energy alone could cause the surrounding trees to explode, wood chips flying, and the wigwam behind him, also under the wave of energy, suddenly collapsed, rubble rolled down, and wherever the energy reached, it was destroyed. So strong! What a hard palm! Yifeng shook inwardly. He was already a zone-level soul master, and now he had a 6th rank soul skill to add to his strength, so he could deal with an ordinary martial zone realm without any problems. But this old man, looking withered in description, windy, and with a twilight look, was this powerful. It feels not like an ordinary martial zone realm. No wonder, just now inside the wigwam, obviously had already run the phantom shadow misty trail, but still was recognized by the other party at a glance. Yifeng couldn't help but remember, when he was investigating the situation of the Zhang family, the rumors about the Zhang old family head. In recent years, the life and death of the old family master Zhang is unknown. And the person in front of me, looks and profile and Zhang Yin, quite a few similarities. The answer was obvious, this person was the old family master Zhang. At the moment of stalemate, the Zhang old family master suddenly withdrew his hand and retreated. During this process, he drew some of his attention to a certain direction. Yifeng did the same and turned his head to the sky. High up in the sky, there was a person with a 9-sectioned whip on his feet, which was a soul soldier, rapidly coming this way. Chapter 90. Roadblocker. The person who came was none other than Lu Xianhua, looking at the scene below with a surprised expression. A soul master? This soul skill, it should be of the 6th rank, right? From the soul force fluctuations, the person below, who was clearly a zone-level soul master, should have been casting a 5th rank soul skill. However, the one that was cast was of the 6th rank, and it looked very skillful. He couldn't help but recall that in this incident, there was a key figure at the Wusa Hall of mysterious soul master. Now here, another soul master appeared. Were they the same person? Between the flashes of thoughts, Yifeng had already retrieved the 100 spirits flying shuttle, combined it into a shield, lifted up into the air and flew away quickly. Lu Xianhua wanted to chase after Yifeng to ask for a clarification, but unfortunately, the conditions did not allow it. Because, there were more important people to deal with. Where to escape? The old family master Zhang took the opportunity and was about to escape. He knew that he wouldn't be Lu Xianhua's opponent. Prisoner. From high in the air, Lu Xianhua catalyzed his soul power, and the 9 sections whip disintegrated. Splitting into 9-section pillar-shaped weapons, he stepped on one with his own foot, and the remaining 8 shot sharply towards the Zhang old family master, rapidly growing larger in flight. Knock knock. 7 of them, transformed into a thick pillar, nailed in the Zhang old family master's body. Between the pillar and the pillar, there is soul power connected, forming a side of the ball cage, the rest of a pillar, straight when the head plugged down. Drink! Zhang old family master let out a furious roar, turned back and printed a palm upwards. Boom! The two collided, and the terrifying energy formed ripples that progressed in layers around like waves. Wherever they passed, sand and rocks flew, and even the fence in the distance was blown apart. The entire Jiang family residence was shaken, the building creaked, and all of Jiang's family members had horrified faces as they looked towards the direction of the backyard.
Bureau Lu is so strong.
I just don't know who the opponent actually is. The Jiang family master has obviously been captured. What other experts exist in the Jiang family? Several police officers in police uniforms looked at each other in surprise. Previously when he left, Lu Xianhua purposely left a few police officers in the Jiang family, sort of keeping an eye on the movements of the Jiang family.
After that, Yifeng's battle with Jiang old family master also made a lot of noise, which attracted the attention of the police officers stationed there, so they immediately contacted Lu Xianhua and informed the Jiang family of the abnormality.
Lu Xianhua, who was still halfway to the police station, received the news and immediately returned with all speed. In order to catch up with the speed, he flew by himself, which led to what happened later. The few police officers here, puzzled as they were, did not dare to approach the backyard. This kind of strong people battle, they go, a random wave, want not to die are difficult. Backyard. Boom. The old family master Jiang, after all, was undefeated, and was suppressed to death by Lu Xianhua's attack, eventually capturing him. Pity. Lu Xianhua looked at the direction that Yifeng had just left, and at this time, he could not find the shadow. He was curious about who exactly that was. His body was entwined with demonized plants, which seemed to be Yunsang vine, and he couldn't see his face. To be able to fight against old family master Jiang and comprehend a sixth-order soul skill, such a character could not be found in many in the Lingnan province. He recalled those long-famous soul masters, but there wasn't a single one that matched what had just happened. But this trip wasn't without its rewards.
Jiang Shishong, the old family head of the Jiang family.
The person who had been nowhere to be found since 4 years ago suddenly appeared in this appearance. This person had an extremely heavy twilight aura, and should have been someone who was about to die, but why did he seem to be in his prime, with a strong qi and blood, and strong strength? Thinking about the missing would attribute gifted people one by one, the answer gradually became clear.
Shenghe District, a bustling area.
A procession of police cars drove towards the direction of the police station at an even speed.
On top of each police car, there were old cadres of Marshall's own realm police officers.
If it was a normal day, such a luxurious lineup would bring a complete sense of security, and there weren't many suspects that could resist such a team.
But today is not the same. They escorted, is a group of Jiang family's senior. Wu Zong realm also has a lot.
What's more, there was also Jiang Yin, a strong martial zun. Originally, with Lu Xianhua, the crowd could still rest assured, but now, Lu Xianhua had received urgent information and had temporarily left. It was as if the police officers had lost their backbone and became a little nervous. Within the lead police car, Jiang Yin was located in it.
The remaining 3 positions, each sitting a Wu Zong police officers, their surface pretend to be relaxed, but in fact the heart is a little apprehensive, cannot stop in the heart chanting, hope that Lu Bureau quickly come back.
However, on second thought, although their strength was not as good as Jiang Yin's, what they represented now was an official force like the Security Bureau. If Jiang Yin dared to act rashly, he would be hunted endlessly afterward, and all that awaited him was constant flight.
Unless it came to the time of fish death, Jiang Yin should not forcefully escape.
You, Bureau Lu, what did you go for? Jiang Yin tried his best to make his tone seem sparse and normal, as if he was just asking casually. I don't know, maybe there's something nearby, he'll be back soon. The police officer on the side also pretended to answer as if nothing had happened.
Jiang Yin stopped talking, and intentionally or unintentionally glanced in the direction of the Jiang family.
The direction that Lu Xianhua had just traveled to was his Jiang family residence.
Could something have happened there?
What he was most worried about was the matter in the backyard. If the backyard matter came to light, he would have no room to maneuver. Every single one of those things he had done was the wrath of the heavens and the people, and the Security Bureau would definitely not let him off the hook after they investigated it clearly. Therefore, the key to the problem now is, if Lu Xianhua really found out the backyard things, then he can't just sit back and wait for death, honestly follow them to the police station, to go is to send to death. A Lu Deputy Bureau, or not he can deal with, not to mention that the main bureau, he is even more will not be a rival. But now, he is still holding a fluke. If the backyard things did not come to light, he honestly cooperate, maneuver a little bit, will be settled, there are still days of peace in the future, can still do his Jiang family head.
Just when Jiang Yin couldn't decide. Thud.
The ear-piercing sound of tires rubbing together rang out shrilly. The lead vehicle, in a hurry, emergency brakes, the back of the accompanying vehicles, all almost tailgating, also emergency brakes. The people inside the car, the body shape with inertia forward, good thing is that all are martial artists, strength are not bad, soon the force will be unloaded, stop the body shape. When the lead vehicle completely stopped, police officers through the windshield, visible front standing a person. It was clearly not there just now. It was as if it had suddenly appeared. Or, rather, had rushed from the neighborhood at a very high speed, quickly appearing directly in front of the vehicle.
This person's back to the vehicle, standing quietly. Let a person notices that he negative behind the right hand, thumb wearing a jade ring, index finger twisting, jade ring turning at an even speed. 100 kilometers away from the Zhang family. This area was relatively depressed and quiet. Yi Feng stopped. Looking around carefully, there were no suspicious characters chasing after him. It was good that there was the old Zhang family master to attract hatred, otherwise he would definitely be caught by Lu Xianhua. Although the guard bureau would not make things difficult for him, but once the soul master identity was exposed, the people and forces that he had offended in this one incident would all come after him and would be more troublesome. That was a Zune-level soul master just now? Thinking of Lu Xianhua who had struck out, Yi Feng could understand the gap between himself and him, and had to continue to get stronger. Yi Feng took out the jade box and looked at the dry god devouring moss inside. When he went back, he would study how to cultivate it. It should not have been recognized as a master yet, right? Chapter 91, Finding That Soul Master. Xinghe District. When Lu Xianhua took Jiang Shishong into custody and came here, the scene he saw in front of him caused his pupils to shrink into pinpoints, and anger bloomed on his face. The caravan that was fine before he left had become a piece of discarded scrap metal, as if it had suffered some kind of violent bombardment. The Wuzhong police officers present were either directly dead inside the vehicles, or collapsed in a pool of blood on the ground. There were only a few people left in the vicinity, all of them were incomparably terrified, running away into the distance. As for Jiang Yin and the rest of the Zhang family, none of them were seen. Jiang Yin. What a Zhang family. You guys are thinking that as long as you can escape, you'll be able to be fine, right? Humph. If you can hide from the first day, you can't hide from the 15th. Lu Xianhua was incomparably angry. At the same time, he was also blaming himself for the deaths of many of his colleagues due to his negligence. However, he was also not expecting that Jiang Yin would be so bold as to dare to openly antagonize the security bureau before things became clear. Normally, even if one had to escape, one would not go on a killing spree like this, because if one did so, one would be provoking the entire law enforcement agency. Right at this moment, a man with majestic chi and blood swept in sharply from the air. The chi and blood was actually able to leave his body and form an energy-like barrier, allowing him to fly through the air without borrowing anything. All the masses who witnessed this man let out a succession of gasps. Martial Emperor. Only a strong martial emperor could release his chi and blood and fly through the air. As the mountainous aura pressed in, the man landed beside Lu Xianhua. He had short hair, each of which was like a steel needle, and his square face had a serious expression that was not angry. Bureau Duan. The person who came was none other than Duan Yang, the main director of the Lingnan Provincial Bureau. The sudden incident here had been reported long ago, and the situation was so bad that Duan Yang personally came over to check it out. It's my fault, I shouldn't have left in the middle of the... Lu Xianhua blamed himself. Now is not the time to blame yourself, but to bring the murderer back as early as possible. Duan Yang had already checked the nearby surveillance, but without exception, they were all destroyed in advance. The next step was to only look for witnesses and see if they could find any useful clues. Bureau Duan, this is Jiang Shishong, the old head of the Zhang family. Lu Xianhua gave a brief account of what happened. In the Zhang family's backyard, there is a coffin made of 10,000-year-old green wood. Allowing Jiang Shishong to lie in it will provide him with a certain amount of wood attribute energy. Those people who have disappeared recently are also wood attribute physique people. I have reason to suspect that Jiang Shishong was originally a person who was about to die, because he used some sort of evil technique that could absorb the vitality of wood physique people, allowing him to survive until now. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Duan Yang's eyes as he looked towards Jiang Shishong. At this time, Jiang Shirtsong's expression was a bit dull, completely lacking the same resourcefulness that he had when he was in the Zhang family's backyard before. Looking a bit like a demented old man. It is not that Lu Xianhua used any means on him. The real reason is that the evil power he practiced is not yet completely complete. Normally most of the time, need to sleep in the middle of the coffin, and timely replenishment of wood system life essence. Just now, he had a big fight, and his own consumption was very high, and it was only now that he had fallen into this state. Take it back first. The other side. To the north of the provincial capital, there was a relatively backward area. In one of the compounds, Jiang Yin and the others were in it, looking at the person in front of them with some apprehension. The man in front of them, with a somewhat affluent body type, often put a smile on his face, with a harmless appearance. But those who knew him well would realize that these were all just appearances. He habitually turned the jade ring on his hand and looked at Jiang Yin with a smile. Just don't have any illusions, I've already gotten information that your old father has been captured by Lu Xianhua. It's only a matter of time before we find out about the utilization of the spring return technique in the back. You Jiang family members, there is only one way out now, which is to wholeheartedly sell your lives for the organization. When he said the word organization, he had a rare serious expression, showing great respect. The person who had just appeared in front of the police car was him, and he was also the one who ended up conversing with Tang Kuan when he was rescued from the guard bureau in Linhai City that day. The human blood pill incident was related to their so-called organization. Now that he was able to stand here properly, it meant that after the Yanlong army had intervened, they still hadn't been able to do anything to them. For years ago, when you took the initiative to approach me and inform me unconditionally about the matter concerning the rejuvenation technique, did you know that there would be a day like this, and that you aimed to make my Jiang family desperate and sell your lives to you? Jiang Yin gritted his teeth. He really didn't have a second way to go, otherwise just now, he wouldn't have escaped. And also opened up a killing spree, even more so, there was no way back. Humph. There will be this situation now, it's just that you are incompetent and let things fall out, but it can't be blamed on me at all. Besides, I didn't force you at the beginning, it's completely your own free will, otherwise your old father, how can you survive until now? The rich man Louis, his smile tightened, his gaze turned cold, criticizing without mercy. Jiang Yin was silent, the truth was this. I can sell my life for you, but I have a request, help me find that soul master. I want him to die without mercy. Jiang Yin's tone was filled with hatred. Yes, I'm also looking for that soul master. From some of the existing intelligence, that soul master, there was a great possibility that he was the soul master they were looking for in the human blood pill incident. Always against them, really think they are easy to bully? One more thing, my Jiang family's backyard, there was originally a clump of god-devouring moss seedlings, which I hid inside the wigwam, and now it is estimated that it has been taken. Jiang Yin intentionally said this information out. For 20 years, he couldn't find an effective program for recognizing the owner, and even if the god-devouring moss was in his hands now, its value wasn't really too high for him, and the odds were that it would have been placed there. And now, since it had all gone wrong, the news would be publicized. With the attractiveness of the god-devouring moss, Louis, as well as the organization behind him, would definitely put a lot of effort into searching for it and snatching it, and no matter who took it, they would have to make them pay for it. As expected, when Louis heard this news, his breath caught. Is this true? Louis seriously emphasized. Never false. Jiang Yin replied affirmatively. Good. Your Jiang clan actually has such a good thing. With Louis's insight, he naturally knew that the god-devouring moss was precious. It was rated as the king of demonized plants, and when it grew to its limit, it could even devour martial gods. As long as one obtained it and cultivated it, it would be invincible in the world. What organization, what country, or even the entire world, would not have to be put in their eyes? Such an attraction was incomparably huge to Louis. He who was originally incomparably loyal to the organization, at this moment, was born with greed, wanting to take the god-devouring moss for himself. Chapter 92 Secret Realm Birth. God-devouring moss recognition program. You guys, next, you'll be at my disposal, do everything I tell you, and there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Also, information about the god-devouring moss is not allowed to be spread out anymore. Louis said in a cold voice. Yes. Jiang Yin and the others replied in unison. Louis tilted his head slightly, greed in his deep eyes. He wanted to take the god-devouring moss for himself, but before that, he also needed someone to help him look for it. Who specifically took the god-devouring moss? There were two people who were the most suspicious, Lu Xianhua, and that mysterious soul master. He had already gotten information that when Lu Xianhua re-entered the Jiang family's backyard, there had already been someone fighting before. Lu Xianhua's arrival made both sides of the battle want to retreat, one of which was Jiang Shishong, the old Jiang family head, who was eventually captured. The second was a soul master, whose entire body was covered in yun sangbine, leaving from the Jiang family's backyard. It was a pity that he only learned of these news after the fact, otherwise, he might have gone forward at that time and intercepted that soul master. Just then. In a certain direction, an energy fluctuation was transmitted, causing them to turn their heads in unison to look. Perhaps because of the distance, by the time it was transmitted here, it was already extremely weak, but with their strength, they could still perceive it. At the same time, Yi Feng, who was close to the Dragon Tendency School, also felt this faint energy and looked over in the same puzzled manner. The entire Lingnan province, or even more distant places, but those with greater strength could sense this fluctuation. For a time, quite a few forces or individuals were dumbfounded. They didn't know exactly what was happening, but every anomaly was a change, and perhaps it was a chance. Treasure chest clue, the secret realm of water and fire that is being born, a red treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it after 30 days. In front of Yifeng's eyes, such a prompt suddenly popped up, a red treasure chest clue. A secret realm being born? Yi Feng recited. No hints early, no hints late, but it was the appearance of an energy fluctuation that just happened to pop up a hint. It was almost certain that the energy fluctuation just now was the result of the space collapse and energy explosion when the secret realm passage was born. These existing secret realms were all born one after another, and there was absolutely no need to be surprised that a new secret realm would be born at this moment. Water and fire secret realm? Yi Feng was curious, what kind of secret realm would this be? From the name to analyze, also felt quite contradictory. The so-called water and fire are incompatible, these two conflicting energies, if they are put into one piece, what will be the scene? The new secret realm represents unknown opportunities but also unknown dangers.
But certainly cannot stop many experts to go to the adventure when the time will be incredibly lively. There was still a month to go before the passage would be completely formed. There is a red treasure chest inside, and at that time, Yifeng will definitely go there.
I don't want to think about this for now. Yifeng arrived at the Dragon Totem Academy and walked in. Yifeng, it seems like you haven't been in school for many days, right?
Some students who recognized Yifeng came out to greet him. Normally, very few people would be like Yifeng, leaving school every other day. The key was that even when he was in school, he hardly listened to the lectures. But on the contrary, people's strength was still not bad, and Tutor Su was still very biased towards them, which was the most infuriating part.
Well, it's been some days.
Yifeng nodded his head, casually perfunctory a few sentences, and headed for his residence. For Yifeng, it was the same whether he went to school or not. The biggest reason why he would come to enroll in school in the first place was that there were treasure chests here that needed to be opened. After enrolling in school, he didn't purposely drop out. Now stay here, purely as a landing place, plus access to information is also convenient. Some more secret information, online is not searchable, in the school's treasure cabinet can be. At this time, there are several tutors, traveling in a hurry, toward the direction of the school, seems to be going to do something urgent. Among them was Su Canyi, who just happened to run into Yifeng who was coming back.
Where did you fool around again?
Su Canyi said with wide eyes. Only after saying this did she realize that in a large crowd, this did not seem to be suitable. She coughed lightly and changed the subject. Just now there was an energy fluctuation from afar, did you sense it? Yifeng was about to answer, but another tutor who was traveling with Su Canyi grabbed the lead. The distance is far, we can only feel the weak energy fluctuation. He is a student, how can he possibly perceive it?
Yes, don't delay, let's hurry up and set off. Go over there and see what's going on. Another tutor concurred.
Su Canyi smiled dryly, saying that the few of you combined, I'm afraid that it's not even enough for Yifeng to fight.
Yifeng didn't make unnecessary arguments, smiled faintly and didn't say anything.
A few people went far away, was sent by the principal, to explore the situation. Not only them, other large and small forces, and even individual experts, as long as they detected a movement, they all intended to send people over to check it out. When these people came back from their exploration and found out that it was a secret realm being born, the news spread and it was definitely big news.
If it was really a secret realm, Yifeng's speculation was considered to be confirmed. Yifeng returned to the dormitory.
Immediately began to study the god-devouring moss. The god-devouring moss was a very powerful demonized plant. Once it was cultivated, it would be an extremely terrifying battle force that would help him tremendously. No matter what the cost, Yifeng would find a way to cultivate it.
I hope it goes well.
Yifeng wasn't too sure in his heart.
Finding the research diary of Mu Bufan, he started flipping through it.
When he hadn't gotten the god-devouring moss yet, he felt that it was a long way off, so he just took a cursory look at the introduction. Now, finally, he could seriously study the program mentioned inside. The contents of the diary. At first, I thought that it was just like an unusual demonized plant, that I only needed to use my own blood and have it absorbed, and then I would be able to successfully recognize it. When I did so, I realized that fresh blood was merely nutrients in its eyes. I used my heart's essence blood again to give it absorption, and this time it was somewhat effective, establishing a preliminary bond. However, as time passed, the bond became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared, turning back into a masterless state.
Is it necessary to continuously feed the heart essence blood?
No. I don't think it's possible. Every drop of heart essence blood is extremely precious. If I do this, it won't be long before I die myself.
What follows is one experiment after another, one failure after another.
The last time I experimented, I tried to add in, exterminating the active king beast essence blood, as well as the grass and wood essences of the king-level demonized plants, and after pairing them up, I didn't expect the effect to improve quite a bit. I think I found the method. The recognition still uses the heart's essence blood, but it also needs the auxiliary ingredients, the beast's essence blood and the grass and wood essences. Both should need to be Emperor level. Chapter 93, Urgent Need for Money. New clue. After reading the contents, Yifeng fell into deep thought. It turned out that if he wanted to recognize the master, he needed more than just the heart essence blood, but even more so, he needed auxiliary materials. The essence blood of an imperial beast, and the grass and wood essence of an imperial demonized plant. The two auxiliary ingredients were equivalent to nutrients. Worthy of being a god-devouring moss, the requirements were so high for the mastery link alone. Regardless of whether it was a foreign beast or a demonized plant, reaching the imperial level or above was an incomparably powerful existence. Think about the martial emperors amongst humans, which one of them was not a big shot? Put in this huge Lingnan province, can walk sideways existence. It is also because of this condition, when the wood is not the fan, did not let the god-devouring moss to him to recognize the master. Of course, there are other reasons. At first, is not aware of this program, and so no, just after the Jiang family to find trouble, took away the god-devouring moss. Otherwise, as long as you give Mu Bufan some time, he can find a way to make money, and then through the money, to buy the things needed. Not bad, as long as there was money, the essence blood of an imperial beast, imperial grade grass and tree essences, could all be bought, only that they required certain channels and were incredibly expensive. Mu Bufan had mentioned in his diary that the price of these two would require roughly $25 billion. Although that was the price 20 years ago, it shouldn't be too different now. With the price concept, Yifeng also had a saving goal. Up to now, I have only saved a total of over $300 million, and $25 billion. Yifeng instantly felt that his head was big, and the money he had on hand was not even enough for a fraction. Slowly saving? That would take years and months to go. Waiting for his strength to become stronger, and then personally hunting to obtain it himself? This was not a bad solution, but again, it required waiting. Originally, it could also not be in a hurry first, but mainly because of the thought that the god-devouring moss recognizing its owner was only the first step, and the subsequent need to cultivate its growth was also going to take quite a bit of time. One way or another, until it had the strength to help itself in battle, there was no telling how long it would be later. Just at this time, a phone call came through. It had a docket name on it, Black Glove. Yifeng remembered that he had gone to the treasure mine mystic realm in the past and looted the Jiang family's veins, and half of those minerals were left to be absorbed by the stone beasts, and half of them were sold to the Black Gloves. The Black Gloves specialize in this business, collecting black goods at the door. Suddenly called, Yifeng vaguely guessed the intention. Yifeng connected, and a rough voice came from the opposite side. This voice was very recognizable, and once I heard it, I knew that it was the same order taker from last time. Hey, over at the treasure mine mystic realm this while, it's a chicken and dog mess, you know about this, right? He said with a tentative tone. How? Yifeng raised his eyebrows, non-committal. The ore veins in there, all of them have been looted, no matter which family's property, even the big families. It can be said that this bout of time there is no income, it has already aroused the public's anger. When the order taker said this, his tone was still somewhat gloating. In his opinion, those big family forces, who were able to occupy those veins, had also used force to take them by force. Now being straightened out, he didn't think there was anything to pity, anyway, this world, then the fist, disobedient to fight back. Hearing this, Yifeng's thoughts moved. In the underworld, there exists a bond, distantly tied to the treasure mine secret realm side. The last time I went there, I subdued a stone ape king beast, and commanded them to ransack the Jiang family's vein. Now these things, it couldn't be. These guys who did this, right? According to the current intelligence, it's said to be the work of a kind of stone beast inside, but with the intelligence of those stone beasts, it feels unlikely, doesn't it? I was originally suspecting that it could still be you who did it. After all, you even dared to offend the Jiang family. But now looking at your reaction, it seems like it wasn't you either. The order taker had dialed the call this time precisely to probe the situation. If it was Yifeng who did this, so many minerals, they must be looking for channels to sell them, and they were just in time to eat this shipment. When I have goods that I need to get out, I will naturally take the initiative to find you. Yifeng said. And then ended the call with him. Treasure mine secret realm? Yifeng softly chanted, his eyes looking in the direction of the treasure mine secret realm. The treasure mine secret realm, every month, had 10 days to open the passageway. Counting the days, now was the time to open the passage, but tomorrow was already the last day. In this period of time, busy with the Jiang family, Yifeng didn't even have a good rest, so he didn't rush to set off. Anyway, there was still time, so he would set off again tomorrow and go over to the treasure mine secret realm side to see the situation. If it was really the stone ape beasts that they did it, that whole batch of minerals sold, it was estimated to be worth a lot of money, so maybe there would be money to buy what was needed. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Yifeng woke up, organized his travel equipment, left the schoolhouse, and headed towards the treasure mine secret realm. Halfway there, a hint suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, treasure mine secret realm, a red treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Yifeng froze slightly, then joy appeared on his face. It's a new treasure chest clue, it's also red. This time, it was considered very unexpected. He was already preparing to head to the treasure mine secret realm, but he didn't expect that there was also a red treasure chest, and the location was also inside the treasure mine secret realm. Just drop by later and go over to open it. It was a side trip anyway, giving Yifeng the feeling of picking up a treasure chest for nothing. After leaving the provincial capital and coming into the wilderness, Yifeng spiked his speed to the limit, his body transformed into a stream of light and soon disappeared into the distance. With Yifeng's speed nowadays, it didn't take too long before he arrived near the treasure mine secret realm, much faster than last time. After arriving nearby, he gradually lowered his speed down. So many people. And the strength of these people, they are all quite strong. Yifeng restrained his breath and looked from afar. The last time he came here, he also saw quite a few people, but the people he saw at that time were not too strong. At the top, they were only in the martial general realm, and more were just in the martial master realm. But today, there were quite a few people present, all of whom were martial sectors. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to enter the secret realm, only stationing themselves nearby. Dividing into individual forces, they vaguely formed an alliance again, staring at all the movements of the secret realm passage. At this moment, the energy of the secret realm passage surged and a group of people teleported out from it. "Which side of the force are you from?" the person stationed outside asked Drilly. "What forces we are is none of your business." The bearded man at the head of the team was also a grumpy one, with a particularly impulsive tone. However, swish swish swish. The surrounding resident forces all looked over with unfavorable gazes, their chi and blood stirred without the slightest intention to hide, with a tendency to surround them. "What's the situation?" The man with the beard and the others were almost about to pee in fear. Chapter 94 Amazing Growth. Rising Lord? "We are from the Heavenly Sea Chamber of Commerce. There are our veins inside the secret realm, but the minerals that have been accumulated for a long time have been ransacked, so the higher-ups sent us over to do an investigation. Everyone, let's make peace and have a good conversation." The man with the beard instantly wimped out and accompanied a smiling face. "In fact, we are all the same, our mineral veins have been looted, and now we are united as one, blocking the outside of this passageway. So many minerals, the enemy must not have transported them out yet. Let's see if we can guard them until the enemy, since you are also victims, join us," the garrison said. What they could think of for the time being was this approach. Unite all the victimized forces, there was strength in numbers, part of them would guard the entrance of the passageway, and part of them would enter the secret realm to do the investigation. Yi Feng was in the distance, watching for a while. It was found that no matter who went in, or who came out, they would be stopped by them to conduct an inventory all over again. With so many martial zone realms present, no one dared to resist. Idle forces or individuals could only be honestly checked, and after realizing that there was no problem, they were not made to suffer. And those who were also victims would choose to join, making the alliance team grow bigger and bigger. Just as Yi Feng was preparing to act. Yi Feng looked in a certain direction. Over there, a team of people came slowly, their breaths were all well restrained, and Yi Feng had a vague feeling that they should be very strong. The team was small in number, there were 5 people. The person at the head was a man, looking not too old, should be around 30 years old, wearing a golden battle armor, looks very noble. The remaining 4 people, accompanying him on his left and right, looked not simple either. "This time when we came to the south, I didn't expect to make this discovery. Are you sure that inside there, the earth elemental energy has become abnormal?" The golden-armored youth slightly sidestepped his head and looked at the person on his right. "Back to young lord, this matter is true. I originally went in, was trying to look at the southern side, there are no rare minerals, the minerals did not find satisfactory, but there is such a discovery, then immediately informed you." The horse-faced man accompanying him, respectfully returned. "If it is what I think." The golden-armored man did not continue. He recalled a rumor that the powerful man who stood at the top of the world and was known as the fire god had been able to obtain a ball of fire origin during the elemental turmoil of a certain fire-type secret realm. He didn't know whether the rumors were true or not, but he preferred to believe that they were true. If this Earth-type secret realm was also abnormal and in turmoil, did he have a chance to obtain the origin of Earth as well? It just so happened that he was currently an Earth-type body-type person. In the middle of the conversation, he approached the secret realm passageway. The personnel stationed at the passageway came forward. "May I ask all of you?" They could also see that this team was not simple. However, duties were on the line, so they had no choice but to go forward and ask. The tone was much more conciliatory, not as forceful as when treating others. But the golden-armored youth did not give the slightest bit of face, an icy cold eye swept over, and the people present, with their necks feeling like they were being pinched, were immediately dumbfounded. Waiting to slow down, which still has the figure of the golden-armored man, several people, has long entered the secret realm inside. Wu Zun. Definitely not wrong, just now, those few people, the breath that came crushing down, were definitely all martial Zuns. However, every single martial Zun powerhouse was famous and well known. With their insight, it was impossible that they would not be able to recognize them. But why, looked all so unfamiliar? Especially the golden-armored young man at the head, he looked to be around 30 years old, right? 30 years old at the martial Zun realm? Looking at the entire Lingnan province, there didn't seem to be such a demonic figure. Who exactly are they? Just as they were imagining things, they didn't notice that the passageway above them was once again experiencing energy fluctuations, which was the energy manifestation of someone being teleported in. I cast the spectral shadow misty trail, converging my breath and hiding my figure, and just as I approached the secret realm passageway, I was immediately sensed, teleporting me in. Yi Feng, who had already entered the treasure mine secret realm, murmured softly. After entering the secret realm, he was in the same space as the Stone Ape King Beast, and was able to clearly perceive that the Stone Ape King Beast's location should be inside the Stone Beast Mountain. It just so happened that the location that he was randomly teleported to was not far from the Stone Beast Mountain. Yi Feng moved forward and his figure disappeared in place. Not long after, he appeared in front of the Stone Beast Mountain. Rumble. As soon as Yi Feng arrived, inside the Stone Beast Mountain, there was a rumbling sound, as if there were thousands of horses treading.
Obviously, it was because Yi Feng had entered the secret realm, and the Stone Ape King Beast had also sensed it and led the many Stone Ape Beasts out to greet him. Soon, the figures of numerous stone beasts appeared in Yi Feng's line of sight. How come there are other types of stone beasts? Yi Feng was puzzled. When he left last time, inside this stone beast mountain, only stone ape beasts existed. Other forms of stone beasts could not possibly be integrated into them. But now, inside the group of stone beasts, there were actually other varieties of stone beasts with different looks, big and small. When his gaze was fixed on the Stone Ape King Beast, Yi Feng was slightly shocked again. Surprisingly, it has grown so fast. Becoming a lord? Before, it was only a king beast, but now it had actually become a lord, which was equivalent to the human martial zone realm. A lord amongst beasts basically had a territory that was not too small, and within its territory, beasts that were weaker than it had to follow the lord's orders. It was probably for this reason that the other types of stone beasts, which also had to follow the Stone Ape Lord's dispatches, were now here. Kabar Kabar. The Stone Ape Lord closed its mouth, and Yi Feng, who was the master, was able to hear what it was trying to express. It was probably expressing excitement, as well as reporting some of their recent battle achievements. Don't look at it like it was dumb, but in reality, it was getting smarter and smarter. Last time when it was still a king beast, Yi Feng had a vague feeling that this stone beast, more than any other stone beast, was different, that is, it was smarter. Yi Feng had conquered the Stone Ape King Beast at that time, and originally thought that he would go and look for other species of stone beasts, and conquer their leaders as well. Later on, he actually took the time to try it out, but those leaders, apart from being stronger in combat, were still clumsy and couldn't be subdued at all. Yi Feng had to give up. Now, looking at it becoming a lord, the seemingly dull eyes, but the essence of the light flashed, it was known that it was even smarter than when it was a king beast before. It was almost certain that it was a special individual, different. After listening to the Stone Ape Lord's report, Yi Feng finally realized that since this bout of time, the veins in various places had been ransacked, and it was all their doing. They had eaten some of them, causing the overall strength to be raised by a cut. The remaining ones were piled up in some hidden places, and stone beasts were sent over there to guard them. Where are they all hoarded? Take me over to take a look. Yi Feng said. Chapter 95, Earth Elemental Abnormality. Under the lead of the Stone Ape Beast, Yi Feng traveled to several places, and the sites chosen for each of them were all extremely hidden. From this, it could be seen that the current intelligence of the Stone Ape Chief was not inferior to humans at all, and all knew that they had to choose a place with good concealment as a mineral hoarding point. A random hoarding point, at a glance, hoarded with all kinds of minerals, some of which were also very valuable and could be sold at a high price. Whichever minerals you guys eat that can raise your strength the fastest and quickest, leave some to be stockpiled, and the rest of the excess, I'm going to sell them. Yi Feng said to the Stone Ape Leader. Kabar Kabar. The Stone Ape Leader opened and closed his mouth, indicating that they had already saved all the minerals they needed, and it was already enough for them to eat for a long time. Since this was the case, these could not be used even if they were kept, it was just enough to sell them for money. Yi Feng immediately contacted the Black Gloves. I have a batch of goods to sell to you. Yi Feng opened the door and said. Oh? What goods, how many? The order taker inquired. It was only yesterday that he took the initiative to contact, but Yi Feng didn't have the intention to ship the goods, so how come there were goods immediately after only one day? He felt that it shouldn't be a big cargo. It's minerals, tens of billions of orders, I'm afraid that you won't be able to eat it. Yi Feng said. What? Tens of billions? The order takers were shocked, and their voices, which were originally lazy, became serious. Could it be the ones in the treasure mine mystic realm? Then you yesterday. He originally wanted to say, didn't he say yesterday that you didn't do it? But on second thought, the other party didn't seem to have explicitly stated yesterday that it wasn't him who did it. Yi Feng sent him over a few pictures of the piles of minerals that could not be seen at a glance, almost making him jump up from his seat in shock. It was still true. It was the first time he had seen so many minerals. If this order was made, he would be able to get a lot of commission. You said, when will the transaction take place? The order taker's tone was respectful. As soon as possible, it's best to complete the transaction today. Yi Feng paused and continued, the stuff is in the treasure mine secret realm, and at the secret realm passageway outside, there are multiple forces jointly stationed to censor people entering and exiting. Can you solve this point? We know about these, it's fine, we have other identities we can use, such as members of a certain chamber of commerce. Moreover, inside the treasure mine mystic realm, there are also our people stationed all year round, so that it's more convenient when you need to trade. You give an address, we'll send someone over right now, and when the goods are inspected, the transaction can take place, and what to do with those minerals later on is our business. The order taker man said, this aspect of his business is skillful, what to say is clear. Good. Then let's go to this location. Yi Feng sent him the address. The next step was to wait. Yi Feng let the stone beasts go back. As for Yi Feng himself, he likewise hid in the vicinity of the location, in a hidden place, and also cast the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail. In less than half an hour's time, the Black Gloves team arrived at the place.
Similar to the process last time, these people were here to inspect the minerals and give pricing afterward. Only this time, there were just too many of them, and just the acceptance link alone took quite a bit of time. When this side of the inspection was finished, Yifeng sent them the next address. They headed over there and Yifeng followed. When the inspection of the goods at one place was finished, the black glove side gave the price, which totaled 19.6 billion. After bargaining, in the end, they only managed to get a round number of $20 billion. From the amount required by Yifeng, there was still a difference of several billions. These billions, get it from somewhere else later. Happy cooperation. In the future there are any goods, I hope to continue to cooperate. Our Black Glove organization, business all over the place, the headquarters is set up in the central part of the country, the strength is strong, what goods can be eaten? At this time, the person who talked to Yifeng was no longer the order taker, but the highest person in charge of the branch in Lingnan province. A big customer like Yifeng would definitely need him to come out and talk. Yes, there is a chance to cooperate. Saying this, Yifeng suddenly laughed softly. You guys don't have to worry, this batch of goods, since I sold it to you, I won't move it again. Ha ha. The opposite party laughed awkwardly. His words just now seemed to be introducing the organization and soliciting business, but the actual purpose was that he was afraid that after the transaction, Yifeng would again play with the goods. The intention was to let Yifeng to be able to understand on the line, but did not expect Yifeng actually directly put the words plainly. The two ended the call. Yifeng looked at the red arrow on the ground. It's time to go find the treasure chest. Due to the matter of trading minerals, there was a lot of delay, the time was already not early, and there were only a few hours left before the secret passageway closed. A few hours to open this treasure chest should be enough. Yifeng's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Halfway through the journey, Yifeng's speed slowed down and his expression became puzzled. How do I feel? The earth element in here seems a bit abnormal. The world exists a variety of elements, the most common is gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, ice. And so on these. It is not necessary to have a certain attribute talent to detect the existence of these elements, but as long as there is a certain cultivation, can be perceived. The difference is that those who have the corresponding talent physique will have a stronger ability to perceive the elements of that attribute. Yifeng did not have an earth elemental gifted physique, and his perception of earth elements was indeed inferior to those who possessed earth elements. But now that his cultivation level was not bad, just to do the perception, it was still possible. Especially the treasure mine secret realm, which was an earth secret realm, not those balance types. The earth element here was incomparably dense, making it easier to perceive. Just now, he was busy making a deal, perhaps he had neglected it, and now if he carefully perceived it, he would realize that the earth elemental energy around him appeared to be even more agitated, not as stable and calm as before. Especially as one got closer to the direction of the red treasure chest, this feeling became more and more obvious. I would like to see what will be found in the end. Yifeng came to be interested and resumed his speed, skimming rapidly in the direction of the treasure chest. When came to the destination. This place had a continuous stone forest with strange rocks, which was very much in line with the characteristics of the treasure mining mystery realm. There were already quite a few people within this area. They had all discovered the earth element anomaly, and began to intentionally search for the source, eventually coming here, where the earth element was the most anomalous. They walked aimlessly, observing their surroundings. There must be a demon when things go wrong, wanting to see what is different here. Unfortunately, after some inspection, nothing could be found. Yifeng did not walk around, but looked at the ground under his feet. The red arrow, which extended to here, had disappeared. But the ground, however, did not see the treasure chest. The treasure chest is in the ground? Chapter 96. It's coming out. Obviously, the arrow had broken, like it had reached the end, but there was no treasure chest in sight. There could only be one explanation: the treasure chest existed underground. The arrow had not reached the end, but had extended towards the bottom of the earth. Yifeng looked around, there was no one else in close proximity, the people further away, their attention was more on the surroundings, no one paid attention to Yifeng. Yifeng twisted his foot on the ground, and a crater soon appeared. As expected. From the crater, the arrow was going downwards. What to do? Dig down. Although the ground was hard, with Yifeng's strength, if he wanted to dig down, it could be done. Just how deep did one need to dig to find the treasure chest? This could not be determined. Just as Yifeng was calculating what to do next. Stunned, he realized that the direction pointed by the red arrow had actually shifted. What did it mean? It indicated that the red treasure chest below had shifted. If it was on the ground, it could still be said that it might be because the treasure chest was located inside whichever stone beast. Now that the treasure chest was clearly in the ground, how could it also move? Can't it be that there will be a kind of stone beast that lives underneath the ground? Yifeng was startled and made a bold guess. It seemed that this was the only possibility that would lead to the current situation. Yifeng looked at the surrounding crowd. When the treasure chest moved just now, there was a commotion in the crowd. The reason was also simple: while the treasure chest was moving, the surrounding earth elemental energy followed by an obvious tremor.
Coincidence? This possibility could not be ruled out.
However, Yifeng preferred to believe that it was not a coincidence, but something related.
Yifeng continued to observe.
Only a few minutes had passed before the treasure chest moved again, with a greater amplitude than just now. And the surrounding earth elemental energy once again followed suit and vibrated significantly, and to a much stronger extent. Once could be said to be a coincidence, but if it happened twice, it was basically certain that there was a connection. Although Yifeng was not clear about what kind of correlation there was for the time being. I originally thought that it just existed in the ground, and as long as I put some effort into digging, I would eventually be able to find the treasure chest.
But now, Yifeng was a bit of a problem.
The treasure chest was not static, then there was no way to dig. The speed of one's digging definitely could not keep up with the speed of its changing location.
Time passed by.
Yifeng did not make a move for the time being, and only quietly observed the movements of the red treasure chest. It was found that the frequency of its movement was becoming more and more frequent, and the amplitude of its movement was also getting bigger and bigger. The more this happened, the more Yifeng had no choice but to watch. The degree of vibration of the surrounding earth elements was also getting stronger and wider, resulting in more and more people discovering the abnormality here. More and more people gathered here in the stone forest.
This side. Is this stone forest? It's still true. Strange, what on earth caused this?
I don't know, everyone is looking for the cause, just no luck for now.
With the sound of conversation, the large group approached.
Similar situations continued to happen, but anyone who got the news would make a special effort to come over and find out what was going on. Even before coming over, it was already known that everyone had failed to discover anything for the time being.
But all of them had this kind of mentality. Maybe they were the lucky ones, discovering the secrets over here?
Yifeng even saw some familiar faces that he saw when he came in just now. Originally, they were guarding the outside passageway, waiting for the enemies who looted the vein to appear. But now, those forces learned of the news here. Manpower is not enough, so the people over there, to mobilize over. Otherwise, there really is a chance, come over too few people, also cannot grab the benefits.
The matter of the vein, another day can also be the same check, but the opportunity, miss it will be missed forever. In an inconspicuous corner of the stone forest, 5 martial exalted gathered their breath, lowering their sense of presence, their eyes burning, observing the surrounding movements. The most likely place for the origin of Earth to appear should be here.
The youth in golden armor said in a low voice. What young lord said is very true, let's just stand guard here.
If there really is an Earth origin, it's imperative to get it.
That's natural, even if there's a competitor, at most they'll only be the same as us, at the same martial Zoom realm.
That's right, we haven't been afraid of anyone at the same realm.
The accompanying people, one by one, looked extremely confident. They were so sure that others were at most at the martial exalted realm because of the different degrees of solidity of the secret realm passages. The more stable the passageway was, the higher the strength of the strongest person that could be transported in, and vice versa, the weaker the person was. With the degree of stability of the treasure mine's secret realm passageway, it could only withstand a maximum of the martial emperor realm. Therefore, it was impossible for a strong person of martial emperor and above to appear inside this secret realm without being able to come in.
Time passed by minute.
Don't look at the fact that it was still bright inside, but in the main world outside, it was actually already dark. If the time reached 0, the secret realm passageway would close, and if they wanted to go out again, they would have to wait for a month later. What was in front of everyone was this situation. Either they hurriedly left the secret realm before the passageway closed, or they proceeded to defend it. If they didn't leave in time, they could only stay inside the secret realm for a month, waiting for the next time the passageway opened again. Seeing that the distance to the 0 point was getting closer and closer, some people have already given up, gritted their teeth and left, thinking that it is not a solution to wait. Who knows if there is really a chance?
Even if there is, it may not necessarily be theirs.
Some people, on the other hand, had resolved to wait on. Most of them were people of power.
The next month's rations would be taken into consideration, and if there was enough food stored in their veins, they could not panic.
Otherwise, they would have to contact someone and send in a batch of supplies before the passageway closed.
Yifeng was similarly thinking about this issue.
A month's rations, there is no need to worry. Over this period of time, the stone beasts ransacked the veins, but also incidentally, many of the people's food was ransacked. The stone beasts tried to eat it and found it super hard to eat and devoid of nutrition, so they piled up the grain there and ate the ash. With that much food reserve, not to mention a month, even a year, it could survive. Yifeng was considering the water and fire secret realm that was being generated, which also had a red treasure chest, and would make a trip there then. Yesterday, when the treasure chest clue prompted, it said that it was 30 days after the past. If this was the time when the secret realm generation was completed, then there were still 29 days left now. Passing a full month in here would be a slight delay when the time came. Go ahead and wait. Yifeng made a decision. The water and fire secret realm didn't necessarily have chances, so it was fine to delay for a day or two. On the contrary, the treasure mine's secret realm was full of anomalies everywhere, and the probability of chances appearing was higher.
When the time came to 0,
the red arrow suddenly shifted drastically.
The earth element trembled like waves, and the earth shook. It's coming out. Chapter 97 Giant Stone Beast. Immortal Body. Rumble. The earth elemental energy around them was like a shocking wave, surging up.
The entire ground shook, the stone forest shook, and all sorts of rubble and dust rustled. When the shaking was really strong, there were even stone pillars that collapsed and smashed on the hard ground, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky.
What a commotion! What exactly will happen next?
Everyone present, all held their breath, their bodies tensed and ready to go. While paying attention to the surrounding situation, they were also wary of the people around them.
Don't look at just now, everyone was tacitly not interfering with each other.
That was because there was nothing to go toe-to-toe with. And as long as there is any chance to appear, it will definitely trigger a coaxing robbery and fight to the death. Even if the two people who were laughing and joking at one moment, the next moment there was a possibility of a big fight.
All of you get in the spirit. The golden armored youth drank low.
Yes.
Young lord.
The four people beside him answered in unison. While everyone around him was on alert, Yifeng turned his attention and stared dead on the ground.
Whatever direction the arrow pointed to, Yifeng paid attention to.
Within a short period of time, it was rapidly changing.
Radiance. A red glow.
The ground could already be seen, with a faint red glow coming through. The only way the treasure chest would come through was if it was in a shallow underground layer, closer to the ground position.
It's now.
Rumble. With a violent vibration and a tumbling, the ground actually rumbled rapidly, like a high mountain being pulled up from the ground. Those who were located on the location of the rumble were all lifted off their feet by this sudden change. Some people stumbled, did not stand firmly, and with the falling stones, fell down directly from the height. Some were barely able to stand still, but with that rumbling mountain, the position they stood in became higher and higher. Still unsure of what exactly was happening, their hearts were incomparably apprehensive.
This is a stone beast? Huge stone beast? Again, it seems not quite right.
The crowd looked in shock and saw that over there, the mountainous rumble of the ground, combined into a huge humanoid monster, its entire body, less hundreds of meters high, all made of sand and stone. It is like taking out such a large mass of material from the ground, combining out its body. So see, in its head, shoulders and other places, there is a towering stone pillar that was originally located on the ground, was rumbled up to bring to the top.
Boom!
It violently raised a foot and stomped down.
Run!
The crowd on the ground fled in panic. The huge stone-shaped monster, its weight was incomparably astonishing, and if it was casually stomped on, it would definitely turn into mush. While panicking, no one noticed that Yifeng, who was located near the stone pillars on the ground, had the Yun Sang vine on his body rapidly extending, covering his entire body.
The treasure chest is in the chest position.
Yifeng looked and saw that at the chest of the stone man, there was a faint light radiating out, and the red arrow also pointed to that location. Just as Yifeng was about to strike, his gaze was condensed.
Suffer death. A loud shout came from the distance. Several auras of the martial Zun realm exploded over there. 5 figures violently leapt upwards, jumping hundreds of meters high. It was the golden armored man's group.
The 5 of them struck out in unison, and their biting sharpness, carrying the intent, chopped away, accurately hitting the stone man's head.
Boom!
The head, which was like a small hill, shattered under their decapitation, and debris flew about.
Good, so strong.
The rest of the people on the ground looked above them in shock at the scene that had occurred. However, the stone man whose head exploded seemed to be unaffected. The huge prime arm violently slapped at the 5 people. The 5 people who were still in mid-air had nowhere to draw strength from, so they had no choice but to make a chopping move.
Boom! The stone arm chopped apart as well. Only then did the 5 people manage to land on the ground. At the same time, the stone man was actually sinking rapidly. At this time, the ground, as if it was water, by which it sank to the bottom, and was soon hidden in. Yifeng just watched and didn't rush to make a move, letting the others fight first to feel out the situation. Running away?
The crowd was puzzled. Yifeng, on the other hand, stared at the ground, knowing that it didn't run away and was still in a shallow position, poised and ready to reappear at any time.
Rumble! Sure enough, the ground churned again and it reappeared.
However, unlike just now, at this time, it was not in a humanoid state, but like a crab, with multiple legs, standing on all 4s, as if it was a giant pillar in the sky. There was even a pair of huge pincers, looking quite offensive. The entire figure, likewise, was incomparably huge.
Up! Kill it!
The golden armored youth, several people, once again struck out.
Go! Let's go too!
There were other martial exalt realms nearby, from several forces, totaling exactly 5 people as well. They were originally in a competitive relationship, but now, they tacitly came together, ready to join forces. The reason was simple: on the golden armored man's side were 5 martial Zun realms, and at first glance, they were in the same group.
If they didn't join hands now, then no matter what kind of benefits they were able to obtain next, it wouldn't have anything to do with them, and would definitely be snatched away by the Golden Armored Man's team. They would only have a chance to grab the benefits if they temporarily joined forces and competed against the Golden Armored Man's team. As for how to evenly divide the benefits if they got them, that would be something to consider later. For a while, swords and daggers were flying. The two teams, a total of 10 people, all of whom were at the Martial Zune realm, were dealing with the giant stone beast while also being vaguely wary of each other. They had a purpose in striking out against the gigantic stone beast. This giant stone beast was very special, capable of combining forms at will, and also had a strong earth elemental fluctuation on its body. Slaying it might be beneficial. A battle went on. Yi Feng, who was secretly observing, sort of found a pattern. This huge stone beast every time will protect the treasure chest location. The location is not fixed, sometimes located in the chest, sometimes located in the head, or other places. But wherever it wasn't the location of the treasure chest that was attacked, it didn't matter to it. Even if it is beaten and mutilated, as long as it sinks into the ground, when it comes out again, it is again a full-blooded state, and it can also change its body shape by the way. Is this thing undefeatable? This gave the crowd an illusion of being undefeatable. After all, whether it was the head, or the chest, or other locations, all tried. Useless, completely useless. This guy, it was as if he had no vital parts. They didn't give up that easily, and a new round of fighting started. Yi Feng was looking for an opportunity and could strike at any time. To kill him in one hit, he had to attack the treasure chest location. But the treasure chest location was able to move at any time, so it was necessary to take them by surprise. At a certain moment, the opportunity finally came. Perhaps it is a coincidence, 10 people at the same time, each person attacked a different location. There was only one place that was not attacked. That was the abdomen. A faint red glow emanated from it. Chapter 98 Origin of Earth. Earth Vein Rock Body. Yi Feng mobilized his soul force. Condense. The 100 Spirits flying shuttle was released, and wrapped in soul force, it hurriedly killed that huge stone beast. Although the speed was already very fast, there was not much time at all for that stone beast to react. But to be cautious, Yi Feng did not direct his attack towards the stone beast's abdomen, but the chest above. Soul Master? The 10 martial Zunes who were fighting sensed Yi Feng's attack, and their hands did not stop attacking, continuing to attack and kill the stone beast. They suddenly saw that the 100 Spirits flying shuttle was about to hit the stone beast's chest, but it suddenly turned in unison and the attack was deflected downwards. Flowing shuttle weaving. The shuttle transformed into 100 shuttles, intertwined and entangled with each other, and between the shuttles, there were soul power threads connected, weaving out a huge silk net, instantly enveloping the stone beast's abdomen. The change came so suddenly that the stone beast was not able to react at all. The thing in its abdomen wanted to shift its orientation, but it was already too late. Throttle. The silk net cut through the stone body, just as fragile as tofu. Cutting in from the front and out from the back, the abdomen was cut into countless pieces. There was only one thing that was netted out by the silk net. It was a ball of earth-colored energy, incomparably pure and condensed, emanating a dense to the extreme atmosphere of Earth. It was as if it had life, animated, jumping, and at the same time panicked, wanting to escape, but unable to escape from the flow shuttle Brocade's cage. The origin of Earth. It's the origin of Earth. The moment he saw the energy mass, the golden armored youth's entire breath caught. His guess was correct, there really was an Earth origin born. That huge stone beast just now was indeed not a stone beast in the conventional sense, but rather, it was the origin of Earth, which manipulated the surrounding sand and rocks to condense into a form. No wonder it could transform into various forms, and no wonder it looked like it couldn't die. At this moment, when the origin of Earth was detached, those sandstones were as if they had lost their lives, rumbling and collapsing down. So there is an origin of Earth. The rest of the people saw this, and all of them had crimson eyes as well. In particular, some people, who had an Earth system physique themselves, were even more greedy-eyed. They weren't able to guess in advance that there would be an Earth origin like the golden armored youth. But with their insights, they were all able to recognize the origin of Earth when they saw it. Yi Feng was likewise the same. Originally, he was just staring at the red treasure chest and messing with it, thinking that the treasure chest was moving all over the place and that there must be something fishy about it, so he attacked it with the flowing shuttle weaving brocade. But did not want to its body, the existence of the origin of the Earth, are given to the net out, it is an unexpected gain. In the flow shuttle brocade under the net, will be the origin of the Earth quickly collected, and the origin of the Earth inside, the red treasure box, also with the net over. In the end, both fell into Yi Feng's hands. It's a long story, but the whole process, in fact, is very fast. The main focus was a surprise, plus the Soul Master's attack, which was also exceptionally swift. From Yi Feng striking out, to the origin of Earth appearing and finally falling into his hands, it was completed in just one breath. All those thoughts of the others were also in their minds, quickly flashing by. When they reacted, the origin of Earth was already in Yi Feng's hands. Kid, bring over the origin of Earth.
The golden-armored youth said sternly, his tone filled with imperturbability. The origin of the earth was too important and attractive to him. He had to get it, he had to get it. Hear that? My young master is asking you to bring over the origin of earth. If you don't send it over, don't blame us for being rude. The attendants around him spoke out one after another, their tone full of threats. As for the other forces, they were all eyeing each other intently, with the momentum of encircling over.
Then what if I say no?
Yi Feng's voice was ice cold.
Then you will have no way to leave here alive today,
the golden-armored youth said with a killing intent. With his mouth saying this, he did not make too obvious movements. It wasn't that he wanted to talk nonsense, but he didn't dare to fight for it rashly for fear that Yifeng would suddenly swallow the origin of Earth. Even if it took time to absorb it, he was not sure if he could still take out the origin of Earth after being swallowed and then finishing off Yifeng. This kind of thing, no relevant records could be found at all, no one had experimented like this. The best way was to let the other party understand the situation first, knowing that if they wanted to live, they could only be honest and hand over the origin of Earth. Quickly hand over the origin of Earth to me, and I'll guarantee that you can leave this place, otherwise don't blame us for not being polite either. The other team's Martial Zun realm, also not willing to show weakness, spoke out. He. Yifeng gently laughed and looked around the crowd. Sweeping from one face to another, as if he wanted to memorize their looks, all of them. With a sudden leap, his figure stepped on the 100 spirits flying shuttle and rose sharply into the air, flying towards the distance. Kid! Where to escape? The golden-armored youth was the first to react, and his figure leapt violently, jumping hundreds of meters in a single bound, killing the distant Yifeng with his sword. The rest of them followed closely behind, full of ferociousness, and made moves to chop.
Yifeng's figure was incomparably flexible, and with a few random swings in the air, he dodged their attacks.
And then he rose higher and higher, exceeding the height of their jumps, and left.
Martial honor? Without the means to fly, they could only stare.
As for chasing on the ground, they had also tried, and found that Yifeng was very fast, and deliberately headed for complex terrain. In the air, along the branch line, it traveled unhindered. On the ground, they could not do so when faced with complex terrain. Soon, they were thrown farther and farther away.
Humph. You all give me a wait. 1 month's time. Let's play slowly.
Yifeng, who was high in the air, looked back and said with an icy voice. Facing one Martial Zun realm alone, Yifeng wasn't afraid, but facing 10 at the same time, Yifeng could only escape first. He also looked at the origin of Earth that was grasped in his hand. In its original form, it didn't have any attacking power and could only be grasped by himself. To absorb it, it would take some time. Next, find a quiet place to absorb it. One does not have an Earth attribute physique, it is also possible to absorb it, only the effect may be almost.
Right. There is a red treasure chest, open it and see what's there.
Yifeng reached out, stabbed into the body of the Earth origin and touched the red treasure chest inside.
Snap. You opened a red treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining Earth Vein Rock Body SSS 610. What a thought.
The Earth Vein Rock Body was a top-tier Earth attribute physique, but because it was opened from a red treasure chest, it was only a 60% crippled version. Below was a rolling mountain range. Yifeng landed down, found a cave and entered it.
First, he fused the Earth Vein Rock Body to obtain that physique.
Again, he began to absorb the Earth origin. As he absorbed, the perception of the Earth attribute became more and more intimate.
Ha! The Earth Vein Rock Body, it's actually upgrading. From a crippled version, it's going to become complete? And
the benefits don't stop there.
Chapter 99. The hard ground was like a pool of water. Earth-colored energy wrapped around Yifeng's body surface.
As he breathed, it rose and fell. Yifeng was absorbing the Earth essence, the energy was very pure. As he absorbed it, he was surprised to find that the Earth Vein Rock Body was being upgraded. From the original mutilated version, it gradually became complete. Those who possessed this physique were very close to the Earth element, and could even feel every beat of the Earth vein. And under the effect of the origin of Earth, it made this affinity stronger and stronger. Yifeng absorbed and digested the origin of Earth, and time passed little by little. 5 days later. At this time, Yifeng was sitting there, motionless, in the same posture as 5 days ago. The surface of his body was covered with a thick layer of dust, looking like a mud man. Only Yifeng knew that at this time, in his body, amongst the power of qi and blood, there was a starry earth-colored color, which flowed in all parts of his body as his qi and blood operated. The perception and utilization of the earth element was also ridiculously powerful. Stare. Yifeng's eyes opened abruptly, bursting out with 2 yellow rays. Rumble. The surrounding sand and rocks, which began to tremble violently, suddenly flew towards Yifeng. Yifeng's body, like a powerful magnet, attracted the surrounding sand and rocks over and gathered them on his body surface, turning into a thick layer of rock armor. A fist blasted out. The stone wall in front of him collapsed with a bang, and the rocks fell down, but they couldn't hurt Yifeng at all. Because those stones, when they touched Yifeng's body, they actually became as soft as cotton. It wasn't that there was anything special about the stones, but Yifeng mobilized the earth yellow light points in his body, which were the energy that was transformed into by absorbing the origin of earth. When it comes to earth properties, you can manipulate them with abandon. For example, Yifeng's mind moved, and his entire body actually began to sink, directly sinking into the ground. The key was that the ground didn't appear as a pit, and if one didn't see it with their own eyes, it was completely impossible to tell that Yifeng had entered the ground. After a while, Yifeng resurfaced up. The origin of earth is really powerful. The earth element to me is like something in the palm of my hand, I can hold it at will. The hard ground is like a pool of water that can be moved in and out at will. However, using this kind of ability, there is also quite a large consumption. There is no way to travel underground for a long time, during which you need to rest and recover. But it's enough, when used when necessary, it can bring great help. In fact, when using any ability, there was a consumption, such as the power of chi and blood. If used for too long, it would likewise be empty, and the same was true for soul power. There wasn't much to say about that, any ability was like that, it couldn't be endless. The length of time, however, was something that could be fought for. For example, by boosting the chi and blood up more, it could be consumed for a longer period of time. Similarly, if one was able to find, again, more earth essence, after absorbing and fusing it, one would be able to travel underground for a longer period of time. Gull. A grumble came from Yifeng's stomach. For 5 days, Yifeng did not move a muscle, absorbing the origin of earth and entering a state of oblivion. Now that he was out of the state of concentration, he always felt incredibly hungry. Let's go eat something first. Yifeng discerned the direction and headed towards the Stone Beast Mountain. Have you found the situation yet? No. What about you guys? None either. Somewhere at a pre-designated location, 5 figures met and consulted each other about the situation. They were the 5 golden armored youths. Damn! Where on earth have you been hiding? The gold-armored youth cursed angrily, and for 5 days, searched everywhere for Yifeng's traces. In order to increase efficiency, the 5 even searched separately. But as a result, nothing was found, not even a clue. Young master, eat something first, this is what I robbed from a vein. The horse-faced man at his side handed over some dried beast meat. The gold-armored youth took it and gnawed on it, with disdain in his eyes. This kind of food, which was made from the dried meat of foreign beasts, was not as bad as fresh beast meat, right, but it wasn't really that bad. Just to the golden armor youth's background, daily diet is the seafood. Like this kind of food, he really can't see. Now trapped in this, another place full of rocks, without half a bit of food. If you don't eat, you have to eat, you can't starve. After eating and drinking, look for it separately again, huh? I don't believe it, that kid can still disappear. Remember to call contact immediately if there is a situation. The 5 people re-separated. Similar to their situation, there were other groups of forces. They roamed the mountains, looking for Yifeng everywhere. Even though they understood in their hearts that perhaps the origin of earth had already been absorbed by Yifeng, they just couldn't swallow their breath. They were also holding on to the hope that maybe it hadn't been absorbed yet? Or for whatever reason, the absorption was not successful? In short, want to find out Yifeng, to understand. Yifeng came to the Stone Beast Mountain. Like before, the Stone Ape leader was excited to greet him. Yifeng's stomach was starving, he didn't have time to bother with them and went straight to the grain room. The food that was looted before was uniformly hoarded in there, in one of the cave rooms. They think that these things are not delicious, then did not bother, has been so hoarded. Inside has a lot of jerky, and bottled drinking water. Yifeng took some jerky on the water to eat up. Stone Ape Leader also followed over, see Yifeng eat these things, full of surprise. How did the master swallow such a difficult thing to eat? It directly pulled out several of its favorite ores and handed them to Yifeng. Click click click. Master, this is the only thing that tastes good, it's better to eat this. Yifeng waved his hand, you guys eat it yourselves, I'll just eat this. The Stone Ape Leader was touched, the master was really a good person, leaving all the good things for them. After eating and drinking, Yifeng was energized, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's time to have some fun with you guys. Yifeng whispered in a cold voice. He hadn't forgotten the scene a few days ago, when he snatched the origin of Earth and was threatened by those Martial Zune realm. If he didn't have a Soul Master status and could fly with the help of a Soul Soldier, he would have had to leave the thing behind at that time, and if he didn't, he would really be killed by them. Inside the secret realm, it was the land of lawlessness, no matter how much one fought or killed, no one would care. Kabar Kabar. Master, do you need help? The Stone Beast leader asked. It could tell that Yifeng was about to go against someone. No need, the enemy this time, as a whole, is much stronger than you guys, you won't be able to help if you go. Yifeng refused. Then with a flash of his body, he left the Stone Beast Mountain. Standing on the ground, Yifeng had a faint layer of earth-colored energy that emerged from the soles of his feet and made contact with the earth. The movement was sensed by Yifeng within an area of 100 miles. This was the benefit of fusing the origin of earth, even the earth could be his helper. Over there. Yifeng sensed that dozens of miles away in front of his right, there was a person moving forward.
Chapter 100 Revenge, Assassination After Assassination.
That person was observing some traces around him, wanting to see if there were any suspicious places. If there wasn't, he would have to look elsewhere.
This kid, can he still be invisible?
The man had a puzzled look on his face. Over the past few days, he had run through many places, but had no luck. As the head of the Li family, his comprehensive strength was on par with the Jiang family, and he had been safe and sound for many years. This time the Orvane was looted, causing him to become furious, and he didn't hesitate to personally be there to investigate the matter. Unexpectedly, he also came across the appearance of the origin of Earth. This was too attractive to him. As long as he obtained the origin of Earth, allowing him to become stronger, his strength would override the other clans, and one old rival would no longer be a threat. Unfortunately, the origin of Earth was snatched away by someone else, and as time went on, the lower the chances of him being able to obtain it. But no matter how slim the hope was, he had to try. Anyway, now that the secret passage was closed, he could only stay inside the secret realm. If there were no clues here, he could only look elsewhere. Just as the Li family master was preparing to leave this place.
Not good. A strong sense of crisis spread throughout his entire body.
With the cultivation of the martial zone realm, he clearly knew that this sense of crisis would not appear for no reason. That was the body's various senses firing at the same time, giving an early warning signal more quickly than the brain when sensing danger. Once this kind of signal appeared, it proved that there was definitely danger.
Danger from the underground.
Without much time to think, the surging power of qi and blood in his body was instantly called out and applied to his legs, violently leaping upwards.
Boom!
At the same time, the ground violently burst open, and a figure popped up from it, the battle knife in his hand glowing with a blinding yellow color, chopping towards the Li family master who was just about to leap up. The Li family master's face was livid, and he could only draw his sword to block, but his response was too hasty, and he was only able to prevent part of the might. Poof! Under the Earth origin, the force of this blade was incomparably thick and terrifying, blasting the Li family master upwards and sending him flying rapidly, blood spurting from his mouth. The Li family master, who was thrown upwards, saw that the person who had sneak attacked him was a person who was wrapped in the Yun Sang vine.
It's you!
The person who had suddenly appeared that day and snatched the origin of Earth was dressed in this outfit. Adding to that, now that this person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere from underground, it was almost as if he was just like the huge stone beast that the origin of Earth had formed at that time, able to freely travel underground. The origin of Earth was absorbed by this person. The origin of Earth.
My Earth origin. The Li family lord's eyes were red, still thinking about the origin of Earth. Kid! How dare you sneak attack me? And absorb the origin of Earth, I want you dead.
The Li family lord landed from a high altitude, utilizing this impulse while also executing the strongest blade technique he had ever cultivated, the falling goose chop, swooping down like a wild goose, carrying an infinite blade momentum. In the face of this move, the corner of Yifeng's mouth on the ground below was raised.
Soul power was mobilized, and a pike blade condensed out. Intertwined and entwined, a soul force thread intertwined and killed towards the Li family master. Break for me!
The Li family master slashed down violently, cutting on part of the silk net. The situation instantly froze, and this one root of Soul Force silk thread was actually also glowing with a dull yellow light. Apparently it was also attached to the Earth origin energy, making it tougher and tougher to break.
Not good.
There were hundreds of pike knives, and the Li family master only defended against some of them, while the remaining part, which he failed to defend against, attacked him from the side. In the air, he was completely unable to use his strength to dodge, and was struck by many of the attacks. Instantly his skin split open and he fell helplessly from the air. It was also thanks to the fact that he was at the martial zone realm, and the constant nourishment of his qi and blood had made his body strong, otherwise he was afraid that even his body would be cut to pieces at this moment. The Li family master who smashed to the ground was as breathless as a swimmer, and without waiting for Yifeng to make another move, he directly broke his breath.
Yifeng searched his body and took away anything of value. Next,
Yifeng once again utilized the energy brought by the origin of Earth, which could pass through the Earth and perceive the movement of a large area around him, to scout for enemies that existed nearby. This time, there were no suspicious targets around.
Yifeng then moved on while continuing to probe.
Within a short time, a new target was found. When he approached the target and reached a certain distance, he dived into the ground and approached silently before launching a fatal strike.
This person was not as vigilant as the Li family master, and was directly snapped by Yifeng's violent strike.
Before he died, he was full of consternation and incomprehension. He didn't understand, how could an attack suddenly appear under the ground for a good reason, and the power was extremely strong, directly killing his hallowed martial respect realm. Finishing off this person and taking the loot, Yifeng continued to look for targets.
One after another fell in Yifeng's assassination.
There were those from the clans, and there were also members from the Golden Armored Youths team. When striking out at them, they were basically in a situation where they fell alone. However, this time, when Yifeng found the target, there were 3 people on the other side. That was the Gold Armored Youth, as well as the other 2 members of the team. The 3 of them stayed in one piece, their faces grave.
Still no contact? The gold-armored youth said with a frown. Young lord, both of them haven't been contacted, there's no semblance of news coming from them. The horse-faced man at the side replied. The 5 of them, originally, were separated so that the search would be more efficient. With their strength at the Martial Zune realm, they were very confident that even if they fought alone, they were not afraid of anyone inside the secret realm. However, just now, when they wanted to contact each other to inquire about the situation, 2 of them failed to get in touch. At first, also think has encountered some unexpected situation, but as time goes by, more and more feel wrong. The 3 of them then made an appointment and met up to talk about the matter. What else could have happened? The golden armored youth sounded puzzled. Inside this secret realm, with their strength, they were not afraid of anyone at all, so what else could have happened? Suddenly at this moment, the golden armored youth's eyes stared. The gold-armored youth who possessed an Earth system physique and had a relatively sensitive perception of the Earth element suddenly detected that there was an abnormal movement coming from the ground. Even though the movement was very weak, it was still detected by him in advance. Be careful! Get out of the way! The golden-armored youth let out a bellow and was the first to draw back and dodge. The other 2, who also reacted swiftly, mainly because of their brainless trust in the golden-armored youth, so when they heard his words, they subconsciously obeyed and followed suit and dodged as well. Boom! Just at the same time they dodged away, an attack with overflowing power also came out from where they originally stood, underneath the ground. The trio's heartbeat was like a drum. They were afraid, if they had been a beat slower just now, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die at this moment. It's you! Upon seeing the figure of the attacker, the golden-armored youth's face sank. Chapter 101, Shuttling at Will, easily taken. To be able to travel under the ground at will, you've absorbed the origin of Earth? The golden-armored youth, Zhou said with a cold face. It looked like he was inquiring, but his tone was very certain. He had searched for Yifeng everywhere for this Earth origin. Now Yifeng had taken the initiative to appear, but the Earth origin he wanted had already been absorbed by Yifeng. How could he not feel angry? Young master, I will go and capture the person over here, and when we go back, there might be some way to strip the Earth origin from him, again. The horse-faced man at his side said. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. With his Zhou family's heritage, it might actually be possible to do it. Go! Waste this brat and bring him back. With a command, Zhou Qi brought the other 2 men and rushed Yifeng to close in sharply. They executed their respective moves and killed Yifeng. When they were about to arrive in front of Yifeng smiled disdainfully. The Earth origin in his body was mobilized, and his entire body was like a fish that was stuck in the water, directly plunging into the ground right where it was, disappearing without a trace, allowing the attacks of Zhou Qi's trio to fall short. Come out to me! Zhou Qi shouted. The 3 of them put all their attention on the ground under their feet. Those who had seen Yifeng sink into the ground with their own eyes, when they came back up later, they would naturally come out from the ground as well. Don't think of a surprise attack, you don't stand a chance. The 3 of them paid attention to every single movement of the ground under their feet. Once there was any change, they would be the first to notice it. However, what they didn't expect was that after Yifeng sank into the ground, he didn't move at a shallow level, but sank much lower. Sinking to a certain depth and then moving laterally, it would be difficult for those on the ground to notice the movement. This was what Yifeng did. At this moment, he was in the depths of the ground, moving out laterally for a distance, before resurfacing. There was a distance between this side and the 3 people over there, plus Yifeng's movements were very light, so they didn't notice. Until he floated up to the ground, Yifeng also entered a large stone. The stone was a few meters in diameter and was placed randomly on the ground. Similar stones, there were many more around. Because in the treasure mine mystic realm, the last thing that was lacking was stones. Who would have thought that such a large stone would still have a person hidden inside? A pair of eyes surfaced on one side of the stone and saw the 3 people over there, concentrating on the ground, not paying the slightest attention to this side. Moreover, there wasn't a single one that was facing this side. With such a great opportunity, it wouldn't even be right not to sneak up on them. Soul power was mobilized, and 100 spirit shuttle appeared in the void. The streaming shuttle weaving soul technique was executed, strangling towards the 3 people over there. Be careful! The back! Sensing the crisis, the 3 people were violently startled. Unfortunately, they had just put too much attention on the ground, and now they were sneak attacked by Yifeng from the back, and the attack was incredibly fast, so by the time they reacted, they were already a step too late. Tear! Ah! The one who was closest to Yifeng was accurately sliced by the soul force threads. Grid-like wounds appeared on his body, blood sprayed non-stop, and he collapsed amidst screams of misery. The other 2, who were a little farther away, had some more time to react, which allowed them to avoid the attack. Despicable! Zhou Qi roared and slashed over. The boulder where Yifeng was cut in half by him. But at this time, inside the boulder, there was no trace of Yifeng. As early as when the attack was launched, he had already disappeared and changed places. Soul soldiers also after the attack, have pierced into the ground, disappeared without a trace. Zhou Qi, who was still alive, as well as the horse-faced man, both of them had their chests heaving with unprecedented vigilance. Watch out not only for the ground, but also for the rocks. Come out! Jochi bellowed again and casually slashed away, just as another boulder shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them vented as if they were on a rampage, slashing and hacking at the surrounding stones. The idea was also simple: as long as the stones were all chopped, they wouldn't be hidden by Yifeng. The only place they needed to guard against was the ground. After a while, the hundreds of boulders around them were all chopped up by them. Humph. Now let's see how you can still hide. Jochi huffed and puffed as he gasped for air, somewhat pleased and relieved. However, the next moment, the rubble all over the ground suddenly trembled in unison. The amplitude of the tremor was getting bigger and bigger, and soon it suddenly gathered together to form a huge stone man. Yifeng disappeared from the bottom of the stone giant's feet and rose all the way up to within its body. The fact that the broken stones would combine to become a giant was also done by Yifeng, who had exerted the origin of earth and manipulated the broken stones. This can even be like this. Jochi and the two of them looked at the stone giant with horrified eyes, shocked. Wasn't this the same scene as at that time, when the origin of earth had just appeared? It turned out that after the origin of earth was absorbed, it could also do this, manipulating the surrounding sand and stone. The more he understands, the more he realizes that the benefits brought by the origin of earth are really many, and the more Jochi wants to get this origin of earth. He had begun to fantasize if he was the one to obtain the origin of earth. Boom! The stone giant's heavy foot slammed down. Jochi instantly woke up and dodged away, breaking out into a cold sweat. Boom, boom, boom. Yifeng maneuvered the stone giant, stomping foot after foot, stomping at the two people one after another, having a great time. The two people dodged in a mess, getting grimy, and counterattacking from time to time, but even if they chopped the stone giant's body into pieces, to Yifeng, they were completely unable to cause any damage, and it was just a matter of reassembling it. Just like the battle against the origin of earth at that time, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to cause substantial damage. In the end, it was only because of Yifeng, who struck a fatal blow, hitting the origin of earth, that they were able to resolve it. Similarly, if they both wanted to knock down the stone giant now, the only way was to knock down Yifeng, who was located inside the stone giant. However, Yifeng could change his position at will, and was not afraid of their attacks at all. Even if they were blindly hit by them and hit the part that was hiding, Yifeng could change his position in advance to avoid it. We can only use that move. Jochi clenched his teeth fiercely and touched out a bead from his body, looking crystal clear with electric light flickering. This was a means of preserving his life left to him by a powerful elder. As long as the bead was crushed, the thunder energy contained within it would be released, comparable to the full force of an emperor-level powerhouse. Originally, it was for him to use to save his life when he encountered a crisis. But now, in order to deal with Yifeng, he decided to use this thunder bead. The moment the thunder bead appeared, Yifeng's pupils abruptly shrunk. Danger! Danger! A pinprick-like sense of crisis spread all over Yifeng's body, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately followed the stone giant's body and dived all the way down towards the ground. Chapter 102, Black Card. Opened in advance. At the same time, Jochi put the thunder bead in his hand and pinched it fiercely. Crackling. Berserk thunder energy was released from inside the thunder bead. So strong. Even Jochi himself was stunned by the massive energy, followed by unexpected ecstasy. With an attack of such terrifying power, I don't believe that the other party would still be able to remain unharmed. Between the flashes of thoughts, he did not hesitate for a second, and struck this terrifying lightning energy at the stone giant. Boom! It instantly hit the stone giant, and with a shocking sound, the entire stone giant was completely shattered and turned into dust that floated in all directions. Yifeng, who had already dived into the ground, sensed the commotion coming from the ground above, and secretly smacked his lips. Just now, if he ran a little slower and was still inside the stone man, then he definitely couldn't block such an attack. Yifeng had a hint more speculation about Jochi's background. To be able to carry around such a powerful means of preserving one's life, one's background was definitely not ordinary. While Yifeng was thinking about this, somewhere far away in the central region. It's actually putting the Thunder Pearl to use. Did you encounter some danger? It actually forced Chi to need to use the Thunder Pearl to save his life? A silver-haired old man in meditation steeply opened his eyes, and there were flashes of thunder light in his eyes. The Thunder Pearl was gifted by him, and he was able to know the first time after it was used. Treasure Mine's Secret Realm. The stone man was blasted into powder, and Jochi stood there with a smug and sardonic smile on his face. Duck! Why don't you dodge one more for me to see? Jochi said freely, a mouthful of bad anger that had been pent up for a long time was finally relieved. Look for where that person's body is, see if it's still alive. The two of them were in the pile of rubble, and started rummaging for Yifeng's body. At this time, they thought that Yifeng was seriously injured if not dead, and could not possibly pose a threat to them, and their vigilance was the weakest. Completely unnoticed, behind them near the shallow position of the ground, Yifeng quietly appeared there. The 100 Spirit Shuttle suddenly broke through the ground with a biting attack. The crisis of death instantly descended. The thought of crisis had just flashed, when all the vital points of the two men's bodies were attacked in unison with fatal attacks. A piece of pike blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, pierced into their bodies and stirred up, opening 1,000 holes for them. There were several handles that impacted on top of Zhou Qi's golden battle armor, and as expected by Yi Feng, they collided with blinding sparks. This golden battle armor of his, the texture was indeed extraordinary. It could block most of the attacks, but unfortunately, it could not protect all parts of his body. Those places that could not be protected became Yi Feng's main attack areas, hitting wherever he pointed. The two of them stared in disbelief as they slowly turned around. Not far away, Yi Feng was standing there quietly, slowly retrieving the soul soldiers that had attacked out. You! Both of them collapsed unwillingly. He searched on the two men and took away the valuable things on them, such as the golden armor, which was quite good. This is? From Zhou Qi's body, Yi Feng also searched a black card. It's a bearer card. Yi Feng knew that there was a kind of bank card that did not record identity information and would not even have a password, so no matter who it was, as long as they had this bank card, they would be able to access the money inside. This kind of unrecorded card made it more convenient for people to trade, and it was also not easy for people to follow where the money went and find the person with the corresponding identity. Many people who often did black trade, or had high expenses, liked to carry a bearer card with them and deposit money into it. Yi Feng logged into an online bank and swiped at the striped code on the bearer card, and the balance was displayed. Erasing a little bit of change, it was exactly $10 billion. It was just right. Yi Feng wanted to buy the Imperial Beast Essence Blood and the Imperial Grade Grass Essence. He was still a few billion short. With this $10 billion, he was rich. So far, the people who threatened to threaten Yi Feng that day were all killed by Yi Feng. Next, it was inside the secret realm, waiting for the opening of the passageway entrance. During this period, he could familiarize himself more with the use of the origin of Earth, so that when he fought in the future, he would be more comfortable in using it. Time rushed by, and another half a month passed. Counting the 5 days at the beginning, only 20 days had passed before and after. According to the original pattern, another 10 days would need to pass before the secret realm would open again. But this time, it was strangely abnormal. On this 20th day, the secret realm passageway entrance actually opened. Could it be that it was because when the Earth origin was born, it caused the opening and closing times of the treasure mine secret realm to change? Yi Feng made a guess. This was the only possibility for such a thing to occur, otherwise for so long, it had been very regular, every 30 days of closure, 10 days of opening, a constant cycle. And now, all of a sudden, it became closed for 20 days, as for the next, how long the opening time would be, it was unclear, it could only be known next. However, these two were not important. It was better to be able to go out earlier now, and still be able to rush back outside before the water and fire mysterious realm was formed. Go back. I'll come back to see you guys later when I have time. You guys next, just try to raise your strength as much as possible. Yi Feng said to the stone beasts. Ka-bar ka-bar. The stone beasts were very reluctant to say goodbye. Yi Feng returned to the point where he was teleported in before, and a suction force acted on Yi Feng and sucked him out. Back to the outside main world. When he came in before, there were quite a few people stationed outside, but now there were none, it was empty. Part of those who were originally stationed here had been summoned in later because of the matter of the origin of Earth. The other part, still stationed outside, but by the time the passageway closed, they left. Anyway, the passageway had already closed, and it was impossible for the people inside to come out, so it would be foolish to wait here. Even if they wanted to continue to station themselves, they would wait until the next time the passageway opened, and then come over again. They completely did not expect that the passage would open earlier. Yi Feng left this place and returned to the provincial capital. Now that he had money, he could inquire about how he could buy those two items and make the god-devouring moss recognize its owner as soon as possible. They were both imperial-level items, not something that could be sold by ordinary people. Right. Ask Black Glove if there's a doorway to get them. Previously, the head of the Black Gloves branch said that the Black Glove came from a great source and how marvelous it was. Truly, according to what he said, there shouldn't be much of a problem in getting something at the imperial level. Unless he was bluffing. Yi Feng immediately dialed over a phone number. Due to the large order he traded last time, he was now able to directly contact the head of the branch. "Ha, brother, have goods to sell again?" The person in charge, Jin Shixing, smiled brightly. "This time it's not to sell, it's to buy. I just don't know if you guys can get this stuff." Chapter 103, Trading. Oh? Buying something, what kind of thing do you want? After Jin Shixing asked, he didn't forget to boast, "As long as it's not something too outrageous, there's nothing I can't get my hands on with the Black Gloves, you might as well boldly say it out and listen." Their Black Glove organization was indeed focused on collecting things, but if a customer wanted to entrust them to find a certain commodity, they would also take orders. Business, regardless of whether they were buying or selling, as long as there was money to be made. "I want the essence blood of an imperial beast that has been purified and has extinguished its activity, as well as the grass and wood essence of an imperial demonized plant." Yi Feng stated the two demands. Surprisingly, they are both of imperial grade. Jin Shixing secretly sucked in his breath, his tone was a bit surprised, and he almost blurted out, "What do you want these two imperial grade things for?"
Fortunately, he quickly kept his mouth shut. They were only responsible for doing business, they couldn't freely inquire about the use of things.
Imperial grade nah, that's not too good to get.
Jin Shishing was a bit hesitant. Just tell me directly, it works or doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone else.
Yifeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said straight away. Take it easy.
Jin Shishing snorted and continued, whether I can get it or not, I have to ask the headquarters side. I can't give you an answer right now, but one thing is for sure, it's that the price must be incomparably expensive. It should be $2 to $3 billion. He said about the price in advance, just for fear that Yifeng would have no concept, and would end up not being able to afford it, or not wanting to buy it, making him work for nothing. Money is not a problem, as long as the price is fair, then ask and see. If there are goods, contact me immediately.
Yes, no problem.
After hanging up the phone, Jin Shishing immediately contacted the headquarters. When hearing this news, the headquarters side was still a bit surprised. After all, the Lingnan province where Jin Shishing was from, there were only a handful of strong emperor-level people, so how could there be a customer who had this kind of demand? But since someone wanted it, then they didn't care so much, just do it.
Dragon Tang School.
Yifeng returned to the school dormitory. Someone dialed to call, thought it was the black glove side, so efficient, not a moment to finish. When he looked at the name, he realized that it was Su Kanyi.
Yifeng connected up.
It was a video call. The light screen popped up, showing the picture. Su Kanyi could be seen wearing a light armor, outlining a beautiful curve. She was standing in a wilderness that was as far as the eye could see, and the surrounding winds were so strong that the heavy sand and rocks, swept by the gusts of wind, were blown up like cotton wool. If an ordinary person were to be there, they would definitely not even be able to stand still, and only a martial artist would be able to stand still under this kind of hurricane.
Yifeng, do you still remember, 20 days ago, I was preparing to go out to scout for information with a few other tutors, and I even ran into you at that time.
Su Kanyi almost shouted as she spoke, otherwise her voice would be covered by the gale.
Remember.
Yifeng nodded, and despite vaguely guessing where Su Kanyi was located at the moment, he still asked, where are you now?
We were, at that time, coming here.
Su Kanyi said, smiled playfully, and suddenly turned a direction. Tear. From the picture, it was visible that the void in the distance was collapsing in a large area, tearing out a sinuous crack that stretched for miles and miles, and wherever it passed, whatever it was, would be torn apart. When the space was torn to a certain extent, it was repaired again by the natural laws.
Tearing, repairing, tearing again, repairing again. Has been continuing this process. See, isn't it shocking?
This is a new secret passageway that is forming. When it is completely formed and stabilized, it will be a new secret realm.
How about it? Do you have any interest when the time comes to come over? Su Kanyi inquired.
A new secret realm might have new opportunities. Anyway, she would definitely go in at that time. The news about the secret realm had long been spread, and various forces had sent people to station over there to keep an eye on the situation at all times. Su Kanyi was there at this moment, representing the Dragon Tendency School, the personnel stationed there. It's indeed shocking. Let's wait for it to form. I'll go and take a look at it then.
Yifeng said.
Based on the situation, it feels like it will take another 10 days or so. You can get ready.
Su Kanyi said.
After ending the call, Yifeng looked at the red treasure chest clue. The destination was a secret realm that was being born, the water and fire secret realm. It seemed that this was the one. 2 days later, Jin Shishing called and said that both items had arrived and were ready to be traded. The Imperial Beast Essence Blood, the price was $10 billion. The grass essence of the Imperial Demonized Plant was a bit more expensive, costing $140 billion. The two items added up to a total of $24 billion. You place an order on the platform first, then specify a trading location, and when the goods are inspected, you can just confirm receipt.
Jin Shishing said, equivalent to letting the platform be an intermediary.
Yifeng did as he was told and placed an order, while giving Jin Shishing a report of the transaction location. It was within a hudong, very remote, usually no one came there. Yifeng came here, placed a large box on the ground. Inside the box were things that had been recovered from those who had been killed in the treasure mine mystic realm, such as weapons and equipment. The things on the body of a martial Zun realm were not low in value and could be sold for quite a lot of money.
Yifeng utilized the ability of the origin of Earth and merged into the nearby wall.
Not long after, a round-faced man, with a group of people, appeared inside the alley. This round-faced man was Jin Shishing, and he had to personally preside over such an important transaction. He looked around, there was absolutely no one else here. Only the large box on the ground was visible. Naturally, Yifeng had told him in advance that when the deal was made, he had to sell something to him as well. So it seemed that Yifeng had arrived one step ahead of him. What about the person? He didn't think that Yifeng would put something down and then leave. He must still be in the neighborhood. But if he was in the vicinity, then it was a bit weird, because when he carefully probed the surroundings, he couldn't even notice which place around him was hiding someone. At this time, he received a text message. Don't bother looking for me, what I'm going to sell is right there, you inspect the goods. Jin Shishing's heart was shocked.
Being able to say this was more proof that Yifeng was nearby at this moment. But he was really not able to detect at all where exactly Yifeng was hiding. There weren't many obstacles around, and those were the only places he could hide, and he couldn't figure out where to hide even if he thought about it. Surprised as he was, he still immediately went to the chest, opened it, and looked at the things inside. Good guy, all of them were things used by the martial respect realm. Some of them looked a bit familiar, like they had been seen on Which Big Shot. Chapter 104 God-Eating Moss recognizes its owner. After some inspection, it was valued at $2 billion. He called Yifeng, but couldn't get through, so he could only send over a text message, stating the price. Yifeng replied back with a yes. 2 billion, quite a lot, the most expensive of them all, or that gold armor on Zhou Qi, otherwise it wouldn't have sold for such a high price. When Zhou Qi took out the thunder bead, Yifeng knew that this person was not simple, so the things on this person's body, it was best not to use them either. Although the golden armor was a good piece of defensive armor, but if he wore it himself, it was clear that he had killed Zhou Qi. It was better to just sell it, it was always better to be cautious. Anyway, with the Yun Sang Vine, the defense effect is not bad. Jin Qixing again brought the box he brought, and placed it on the ground. What was contained inside was the item to be traded this time. He led the people and withdrew from the alley. In his heart, he was very curious as to who this mysterious customer was. It was tempting to send someone to squat in the neighborhood to see if they could squat to this person's true face. But once he thought, just now, he didn't even notice the other party's traces, and his concealment methods were extremely clever, he felt that he couldn't do this. In case he was discovered by the other party, the loss would be more than worth it. Mr. Jean, you say, could that person actually be hiding in the distance and just happen to be able to see the situation on our side from afar, that's why we didn't detect the other party's trail? An assistant beside him raised a hypothesis. Jin Qixing's eyes lit up, there's really this possibility. He all started to sweep into the distance, looking for suspicious high points. When he unintentionally retracted his gaze and looked into the alleyway, he was shocked to find that the item he had just put down had disappeared. At the same time, he also received a reminder that the order had been confirmed as received. Explain what? It means that just now, this mysterious customer has appeared in the hut on a trip while things are taken away. And the whole process, 10 or so people on their side, not far from there, froze without anyone noticing. Go go go. Go back go back. Jin Qixing wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead and led the people to leave quickly. Only after they left did Yifeng slowly walk out from the wall inside the alley. With 2 items, Yifeng left the provincial capital and came to the wilderness. From Mu Bufan's diary, he could only see some of his experiments and conjectures about the god-devouring moss, the step of recognizing the owner. In other words, what was about to be done was something that had not been actually verified by anyone. Whether or not there would be any accidents, Yifeng would not be sure. To be on the safe side, it would be better to come to this uninhabited wilderness. Yifeng took out all the things. First was the jade box. After opening it, inside was the god-devouring moss seedling. It was no different from before, blackened and dried as if it was sun-dried moss, making people unsure if it was dead or alive. The other thing was the 2 items that were purchased. The imperial beast's essence blood, which had already been extinguished for its activity, leaving only pure, dense energy, each drop glowing with a golden color. It could be used as a nutritional supply, but there was no need to worry about it, as it would be recognized as this imperial beast, as it was already extinguished and active. The other thing was the imperial-grade grass essence, turquoise and verdant, containing extremely strong grass vitality. Stir these 2 things and then add my essence blood. Essence blood was located in the heart, there wasn't much of it, and each drop was extremely precious. For recognizing the master, just 1 drop was all that was needed. Yifeng mobilized his body's qi and blood, and from his heart, he forced out a drop of essence blood, which was also glowing with gold, and flowed all the way down his veins. Miraculously, the essence blood and ordinary blood would not merge into one piece. Until at the fingertips, it was forced out and fell into the container. After stirring, the liquid needed to recognize the owner was made. Whether it can be made or not depends on this step. Yifeng put the dried-up god-devouring moss seedling directly into it. As if a sponge met water, the god-devouring moss absorbed it crazily. Originally dry and black, as it absorbed, it became more and more glistening and verdant, vibrant. Its aura, continuously enhanced, while also growing crazily, covering an increasingly large area. It covered and wrapped the entire container, and then continued to extend outwards. There was originally some vegetation on the ground, but after being covered by the god-devouring moss, it was completely invisible. When it expanded to the point where a large area around it was all over the place, the liquid had already been sucked up completely. Between Yifeng and it, a bond was also successfully established, which was very solid, just like the way he had let the Yun Sang Vine recognize its master before. It's done! Yifeng rejoiced. According to Mu Bufan's guess, he had finally made the god-devouring moss recognize its owner successfully. At this moment, the god-devouring moss, in its turquoise and verdant color, still had a slight golden color. It looked extraordinary. It covered there, as if it was a lawn. Yifeng stepped on it and contacted it, feeling very soft and comfortable. The god-devouring moss was also very intimate, surging up some moss and wrapping around Yifeng's ankles, which was equally comfortable. You should be able to get smaller again as well, right? Hearing Yifeng's words, the god-devouring moss was indeed getting smaller, and finally shrunk to the size of his palm, so that it could be put back into the jade box. Only after it shrunk, Yifeng's pupils just shrank. Dead silence. The place that it had just covered, the vegetation that was originally verdant and green, at this time, all of them were black and rotting, and some of the insects and other things were likewise the same. The entire place became a place of dead silence. What a terrible destructive power. Yifeng couldn't help but look at his own feet, which were wrapped in god-devouring moss just now. It was still fine, not half a problem. It was good that the recognition was successful, so it would not be harmed. Not bad. The more powerful it is, the better. I'll think of a way to properly cultivate you next. Just after saying this, the god-devouring moss sent a thought to Yifeng. Between master and servant, it was possible to do some simple communication. Want to go over there? Yifeng could read the meaning. Good. Then go over there. Under the guidance of the god-devouring moss, Yifeng arrived at a dense forest, and from time to time, a beast roar came from it. This kind of wilderness had exotic beasts entrenched in it, as well as poisonous grasses and whatnot. It could be felt that the god-devouring moss became pleasurable after coming to such a place. It slipped out of the jade box and landed on the ground, then quickly expanded and became larger, with a diameter of less than 10 meters. Roar! A beast suddenly popped out in front, with general level strength, shaped like a rhinoceros, with thick skin, as if it was clad in armor. Rumble! It stomped with heavy steps, as if it was a tank, and rushed over to Yifeng's side. Seeing this, the god-devouring moss excitedly moved over against the ground. The rhinoceros beast didn't know what these things were, and with its head bent low and its long pointed horns like sharp swords, it was about to attack the god-eating moss. Only in the next moment, it was wrapped up by the god-devouring moss, and a gurgling scream came out. When the god-devouring moss faded away again, the rhinoceros was black, as if it had been drained of water, and became a dry corpse. Chapter 105, Causing Panic. The secret realm was formed. Seeing the beast that was sucked into a dry corpse, Yifeng only felt creepy. This killing method was simply a little scary. However, the current god-devouring moss was not strong enough to be able to kill a general level in seconds and to be able to fight against a king level. From the state of a seedling with no attack power, it had grown to this point in a flash, thanks to the 2 king level things that provided enough nutrition, allowing its strength to rapidly soar after absorbing it. This was still because, for the time being, it hadn't been able to convert all of it into strength. Some of the energy, which was temporarily stored in the body, had not yet been transformed. In the next period of time, the god-devouring moss would still be able to rapidly become stronger. After devouring the rhinoceros alien beast, the god-devouring moss's appetite wasn't satisfied yet, and it continued forward. No matter whether it encounters the beasts or the poisonous creatures, all of them become the meal in its belly. When this forest was oohed and awed, it was finally satisfied. Returning to Yifeng's side, its size became smaller to only about a palm, climbing on Yifeng's arm under his sleeve. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there was something so dangerous hidden within the arm. Whenever he wanted to let it out in the future, he could almost release it with a thought. Yifeng took the god-devouring moss and left this forest. Shortly after Yifeng left, a group of martial artists came to this forest, preparing to come over to look for some poison. Only when they stepped into this forest, the scene they saw was a complete scene of Shura hell. Everything was dead silent, no matter it was animals or plants, they were all completely devoid of vitality, dry and black, as if they had been devoured by something horrible. At a glance, all of them were like this, making people feel creepy. How in the world is this caused? They swallowed their throats hard, feeling their mouths dry and their backs chilled. It was hard to imagine what exactly had happened to cause this place to turn into this miserable state. If they encountered this kind of thing, casually thinking about it, they all felt incomparably terrified. Go go go! Hurry up and leave this place. The several people were incomparably panicked and stumbled away from this dead jungle. The strange things about this place were also spread by their mouths. Some bold, 3 or 5 groups, come over to this side of the field to watch, bold as they are, is also scared to the face of the blue, do not dare to stay more. The timid ones, on the other hand, learned about the scene here through the videos shot by some people. For a while, the news about the deadly silent forest caused many people to discuss it. Some people were worried that the culprit who caused all of this would be a threat to the human cities. If so, the first to bear the brunt would be here in Lingnan provincial capital, as it was the closest. The Guard Bureau of the provincial capital, as well as the city guards, attached great importance to this matter, and sent a team of experts to go over there for an on-site inspection. It feels like it should be caused by the god-eating moss. In the team, an old man who was quite knowledgeable about demonized plants said in a grave tone, "What? God-devouring moss?" The rest of the group was shocked. They all understood what god-devouring moss really was. This kind of demonized plant that was only heard of in legends was actually encountered in reality. It was rumored that when the god-devouring moss grew up, it could even devour martial gods, and wherever it swept through the sky, it would be a land of death. Such a terrifying demonized plant, if it really acted as a demon, it would be really easy to exterminate a city. The conclusion about the god-devouring moss: don't spread it out for the time being, lest it cause panic among the people. Right, what we need to do now is to investigate clearly where the god-devouring moss has actually gone. It's best to exterminate it before it grows up, otherwise there will be endless consequences. They immediately conducted their investigation. In a certain courtyard within the provincial mansion, Jiang Yin hurriedly came and found the rich man Louis and gave him a video to watch. I've looked up a lot of information about the god-devouring moss before in order to get it to recognize its owner, and although I was ultimately unable to find a way to recognize the owner, I still have some notions about the god-devouring moss and what kind of damage it can cause. Saying that, Jiang Yin gazed at the images in the video and said in a complicated tone, "The condition of this forest is very much like what the god-devouring moss has caused." Hearing this, Louis' habitual movement of turning his thumb's jade ring suddenly came to a screeching halt, and his harmless eyes steeply became stern. "Are you saying that the god-devouring moss that was taken away has been cultivated?" After learning about the god-devouring moss, they were thinking of ways to get it. Guessing that there were two possibilities, one of which was that it was taken by Lu Xianhua, the deputy director of security. The second was the mysterious soul master who had been working against his organization frequently. After many days of secret investigation, such as some of the informants buried in the security bureau obtained some information, Lu Xianhua to take the probability is relatively low. Then it should be that mysterious soul master took it. These days, they have been investigating this soul master's traces, but unfortunately have not been able to find out what clues. Now there was finally some clue, and it was directly about the god-devouring moss. If this is really caused by the god-devouring moss, does that mean that the god-devouring moss has already recognized its owner? Louis said with a frown. He was very clear that demonized plants would only recognize their masters once, and if they had already recognized their masters, then even if he got it, there was no way for him to make it change masters and take possession of it. I'm not too sure. Jiang Yin stammered. He hadn't even been able to find a way to recognize the owner, and he couldn't say anything good about what Louis was asking. "Find me this soul master and everything will be clear," Louis said in a cold voice. His tone slowed down and spoke about another matter, the newly formed secret realm. It is estimated that it shouldn't take more than 10 days at the most to be formed, so all of you should also prepare, and come with me at that time. Yes, Jiang Yin answered. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it came to the day when the water and fire mysterious realm was completely formed. This was a vast and boundless wilderness that used to be a wasteland, and ever since the secret realm passage had appeared here, it had attracted people from all over. The closer the passageway was to being completely formed, the more people that converged in the vicinity, the more it grew. At this time, the void that was originally constantly being torn and repaired had become much more stable. A mirror-like entrance to the secret realm was located in the middle of the void ahead. There were many people around, from various forces, with both high and low strengths. Most of them were locals from Lingnan province, and a small portion of them were from other places, who had specially rushed over after learning that a new secret realm passageway was forming over here. When the passageway was completely stabilized, a suction force appeared steeply, and the people located below the passageway, in a large area, were all sucked into it. Chapter 106: Water and Fire Secret Realm. Crystal Pearl. Su Chenyi was located here at this moment, and when the suction force appeared, she looked around, searching for Yifeng's figure. Until she was sucked into the secret realm, she did not see Yifeng. The passageway has stabilized. More people, from the surroundings towards the center, scrambled to be the first to rush there, fearing that if they were one step slower, what benefits were inside would be snatched away by others. A suction force descended, sucking batch after batch of people inside the secret realm. Catch up. Yifeng came in a hurry. When he came over, he originally had quite enough time, but halfway through, when he passed by a place filled with foreign beasts, the god-devouring moss once again wanted to go for a full meal. 8 days ago, after eating that meal, it was quite helpful to the growth of the god-eater moss, and now it was craving for more, so Yifeng agreed, so it was delayed a little more in the middle of the journey. Arriving now was not too late, it was just right. Yifeng followed the crowd and approached the past. A suction force came down and wrapped around the whole body, and was soon sucked into it. When the field of vision became clear again, Yifeng was in an environment that had completely changed. Water, there was water everywhere. This was actually a water world. The top and bottom, left and right, were all filled with water. What was outrageous was that in this water, there were actually flames. A ball of flame after a ball of flame, from time to time from the water across, like a meteor across. The so-called water and fire are incompatible. Obviously they are two conflicting and repulsive elements. Why can they coexist so harmoniously? Yifeng felt a little puzzled. No wonder the secret realm was called Water and Fire Secret Realm in the hints of the treasure chest clues, so this was the case. Phew!
A certain mass of flames came quickly in the water, trailing a long trailing flame. Swish! Yifeng slashed out and split it apart. This kind of flame, carrying a certain amount of power, would be injured if it was allowed to attack. Let's go and open the treasure chest first. Yifeng didn't care what was going on in the secret realm. This trip over here was for the red treasure chest in here, and it would be good to open the treasure chest successfully in the end. Looking at the direction indicated by the arrow, his feet stomped, like an arrow off the string, in the water quickly far away. Having the spirit of the deep sea talent allowed Yifeng to be like a fish out of water, just like a fish that was free and light and flexible. Whether it was moving around or fighting, it was of great help. Like those who didn't have the water talent or physique, moving in the water would be subject to a certain degree of resistance, which would cut down on the fighting power. In the middle of the swim, Yifeng slowed down his speed. In front of him, there was a large group of fish creatures, large and small, with different looks, some with sharp teeth, some with hard scales. But there is one thing that is surprisingly consistent: the color of their bodies, all water blue. Just now, in the middle of the road, there were also fish creatures found. They were basically two colors, water blue and fire red. Shoo! The fish attacked each other, spitting out a water arrow from their mouths, not weaker than metal arrows, but wherever they were hit, even the hard scale armor would be pierced through. Yifeng watched from afar. He found that in the middle of the group of fish, there was a vortex. At first Yifeng thought that it was the group of fish in a big mess, after swimming and stirring to form. But when he looked closely, he found that the vortex was more like a natural formation, and at the center of the vortex, there was a crystal-like crystal bead. The moment he saw the crystal bead, Yifeng had the urge to take it for himself and immediately absorb it. The fact that this impulse would arise naturally meant that this object was beneficial to Yifeng. Those fish would fight here, also to grab this crystal bead. The crystal bead must have great benefits for them as well. Yifeng observed the surroundings and did not find anyone else, so he let the fish fight first. After a while, more than half of the fish were dead or injured. Suddenly, there was a slender fish that swam extremely fast, as if it was an arrow that had been launched. Swoosh! With a swish, it killed its way out and approached the crystal bead in a hurry. The rest of the fish saw this and stopped fighting. The crystal bead was about to be taken away by another fish, so they were still fighting for nothing. However, this fish's slender body, it seems to be a swimmer, speed is very fast, they simply cannot catch up. The water arrows condensed out of their mouths were dodged by the elongated fish even after they were fired over. The crystal beads were about to be taken away by the slender fish. Swish! Steeply, energy fluctuations came from the vicinity. A pike blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, swept through the water almost silently, arriving at the slender fish's side. Before it could react, it instantly twisted it into pieces. The pike blade continued to move forward, enveloping the crystal bead before taking it straight away. The vortex over there dissipated and disintegrated as the crystal bead was taken away. The fish were enraged, showing their teeth, a water arrow, shooting at the withdrawing pike blade. However, the speed of the water arrows was obviously inferior, and they could not produce any threat at all. As they watched, the crystal beads fell into the hands of Yifeng in the distance. What a rich water energy! Yifeng immediately absorbed it. An incomparably pure water energy was sucked into Yifeng's body, continuously nourishing the body and making Yifeng's perception of water energy gradually stronger. My spirit of the deep sea talent seems to be gradually perfecting? Previously in Linhai City, inside the blue treasure chest, a spirit of the deep sea talent was opened out. It was SSS ranked, but it was a crippled version, only 410. Now after absorbing this crystal bead, it felt promoted to 510. In other words, as long as a few more of these crystal beads were found, it would be possible to upgrade the spirit of the deep sea, this water talent, to the full version. This kind of crystal bead should be a unique water-type treasure inside this secret realm. Swoosh! After only a slight delay, the fish over there killed. Yifeng was too lazy to waste time with this group of blue guys. There was no benefit to killing them, and with a light stomp of his feet, he turned into a sharp arrow and rushed away. The blue fish were dumbfounded. With such a fast speed, who is the fish in the end? Anyway, they can't catch up with Yifeng, they can only stare there. The direction that Yifeng was moving in was still towards the treasure chest. However, since he knew about such good things as crystal beads, he had an extra eye to pay attention to whether there were still such things on the way. Places with crystal beads would have two features, whirlpools and fish. The whirlpools were caused by the crystal beads, and the schools of fish came to fight for the crystal beads. Not to mention, after a while, another one was found by Yifeng. It was still a smooth success, and after absorbing it, the spirit of the deep sea was promoted another notch. The distance to complete perfection was just around the corner. Next, one after another. Until the sixth one, which happened to also be where the red treasure chest was located. Chapter 107, Strength Surge. New clue. This sixth crystal bead, with only a few fish fighting for it nearby, was chopped up by Yifeng with a few slashes in the past. As long as I absorb this one, my deep sea spirit talent will have advanced to perfection. Yifeng secretly said in his heart. At this time, fluctuations came from the vicinity. Turning his head to look, it was 3 people swimming over quickly. Looking very strange, Yifeng did not recognize them. One of them pointed at the crystal bead in Yifeng's hand from a distance, and his body movements matched his mouth, letting Yifeng know clearly what they wanted to express. The meaning was saying that this crystal bead, they discovered it first. Yifeng wanted to laugh when he looked at it. It was nothing more than that. They just happened to pass by, saw themselves obtaining the crystal bead, and could see that this object was extraordinary, so they relied on the large number of people to come and fight for it. Scram! Yifeng's eyes sneered, and with a simple mouthing, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. And then immediately absorbed the crystal bead in his hand. With this injection of energy, the spirit of the deep sea talent finally advanced to its full state. Seeing that Yifeng had actually directly absorbed the crystal bead, the 3 of them showed fierce glints of anger. Go! The 3 of them made a gesture and killed Yifeng. The thing was gone, but this bad breath could not be swallowed. They must make Yifeng pay the price. The 3 came in front of Yifeng and held their swords to chop. Their attack, far from being as smooth as on land, in Yifeng's eyes, it was like playing a video and pressing slow play. To deal with it, it wasn't a breeze? Humph. Looking for death. At this time, Yifeng actually coldly grunted in the water, and subconsciously blurted out such a sentence. Yifeng himself didn't realize, but the opposite 3 people were shocked to appear a moment frozen. In the water, he could actually speak? Plop! In the next instant, the 3 people's necks appeared in unison with a bloodstain, blood soared straight, staining the surrounding water. Originally, they were not Yifeng's opponents, and actually froze in front of Yifeng. Killing them was not easy. After finishing off the 3 people, Yifeng himself came back to his senses. I can talk in the water, Yifeng said in shock. When he spoke, he didn't choke on the water at all and was as comfortable as he was on land. It's the function of the spirit of the deep sea. There was no way to do so before. It was just now, when the spirit of the deep sea advanced to complete, and only now could it be, then it must be the function of the spirit of the deep sea. Yifeng figured out the key. In fact, it wasn't just the spirit of the deep sea. As long as it was an aquatic physique, empowered, and the great had reached SSS, it could have the function of speaking in the water. Open the treasure chest. Yifeng looked towards a red treasure chest suspended in the water, which was the real purpose of this trip over. The crystal beads could only be considered a windfall. Approaching over, he touched the treasure chest. Snap! You opened a red treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 90,000 points of soul power. Opening out soul power, the soul master realm could skyrocket again. Fusion. A large amount of soul power fused into Yifeng's body. From the original 87,000 points, after fusing 90,000 points, it reached a staggering 177,000 points of soul power. Yifeng only felt the strength of his soul, which had never been stronger before, and if he exerted his soul power to fight, it would be much more powerful than before. As long as the soul power exceeded the threshold of 162,000 points, one was a peak zone level soul master. Yifeng was now over 170,000, which was obviously over, and the Soul Master realm was the peak zone level. Just as Yifeng was thinking what to do next, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, near the volcano in the water and fire secret realm, a red fine treasure chest has appeared, please go and open it. Volcano? Yifeng recited. Anyway, it was still inside the secret realm, and it was still a boutique. So it was just right that it could be given to be opened altogether. Yifeng looked at his feet, and the newly appeared red arrow guided in a certain direction. Departure. Continue looking for the treasure chest. Yifeng set off once again. Somewhere in the secret realm. There was a huge volcano here, with hot magma that continuously flowed out of the crater. It met with the surrounding water but didn't cause any conflict, coexisting harmoniously like that. A curvaceous figure wearing fiery red soft armor was staring at the volcano nearby. I sensed from afar that the volcano over here is a bit abnormal. It has an extremely dense fire energy that attracted me from afar. The fiery red figure was Su Kanyi, possessing a fire physiognomy. Her perception of fire energy was very sensitive, and she sensed it from a very long distance away. There was just one thing that made her feel a little puzzled. The fire energy of a volcano was usually incomparably berserk, and this kind of berserk energy was of no use to her. If one were to forcefully absorb this kind of energy, not only would there be no benefit, it would be harmful instead. Then why, the energy here, would attract her? Exactly what is attracting me? Su Kanyi said inwardly. She closed her eyes and carefully perceived. After a while, her eyes opened abruptly. Pure energy. In the midst of this frenzy, it was actually vaguely perceived that there was an incomparably pure energy present. Su Kanyi was astonished. It was that vaguely pure energy that drew her over. Not good. The volcano is going to erupt. The already violent energy of the volcano became more and more violent at this moment, a precursor to an eruption. Su Kanyi didn't dare to hesitate and retreated back in a hurry. Even though she had an SS-grade fire physique fire lotus spirit body, her strength had also recently made a breakthrough, reaching the late Martial King stage.
However, she did not dare to be arrogant at all, and in the face of the raging volcanic eruption, it was better to avoid it for the time being. Boom! With a shocking vibration, magma gushed out from the crater of the volcano until it was hundreds of meters high, and then transformed into a ball of flames, scattering down and splattering in all directions. Sukani's figure flashed, dodging these flames. That's... Sukani suddenly realized that amongst these flames that were falling, there were actually two very special groups. One was blue and the other was crimson. The two groups of flames, looking very spiritual, surrounded each other and accompanied each other as if they were born as a pair. From these two groups of flames can be felt extremely pure fire energy. Especially that blue flame, the attraction to Sukani was unprecedentedly large. Xianyin Spirit Flame. Xianyang Spirit Flame. It was a pity that she was in the water and couldn't speak, otherwise Sukani would have definitely exclaimed in shock. However, from the expression on her face at the moment, it could already be seen how ecstatic she was inside. These two kinds of spirit fire, one yin and one yang, extremely rare and precious, the birth conditions are very harsh. The Xianyin spirit flame was suitable for women to absorb, especially those like her who had a fire physique themselves. As for the Xianyang spirit fire, it was suitable for men to absorb. Sukani was already planning that she could give it to Yifeng when the time came. Chapter 108. Just you also presume to die the spirit fire. Not daring to have any hesitation, Sucheni quickly approached the two types of spirit flames. The two types of spirit flames seemed to have spiritual intelligence, full of spirituality, and were about to escape Sukani's capture. But in the end, they could not escape and were caught by Sukani. Once the spirit fire was in her hand, she did not want to wait a moment longer and immediately absorbed the Xianyin spirit fire. Majestic, purine fire energy filled Sukani's body. A layer of blue flames wrapped all over her body, as if she was being reborn in a cocoon. My fire lotus spiritual body has actually undergone a metamorphosis. Sukani was shocked to discover that her fire lotus spiritual body physique had become even more advanced, advancing from an SS grade fire lotus spiritual body to an SSS grade fire lotus holy body. And with the fusion of the Xianyin spiritual flame, her control over fire energy reached an unprecedented height. Right at this moment, in several places, there was movement. It was the volcano erupting just now, and the resulting commotion had attracted all the people in a large area nearby. Spirit fire! It's spirit fire! Everyone looked surprised and shouted frantically in their hearts. It turned out that the volcanic eruption here had also given birth to a spirit fire. They saw that on Sukani's body surface the blue flames were dissipating, and in his hand he also grabbed a red spirit fire. Those who had knowledge already recognized that it was the Xianyang spirit fire. The Xianyang spiritual flame will not appear alone, there must be a matching Xianyin spiritual flame, then the blue flame on Sukani's body surface is definitely related to the Xianyin spiritual flame. Xianyin spirit flame, absorbed. If I am allowed to absorb this spirit flame, it will greatly help my alchemy family. This was a goatee man with sparks jumping in his eyes. There weren't many who dared to call themselves a lineage, and it was only those great clans in the central region that had a long and deep heritage that dared to call themselves lineages. Obviously, this person was from the central region. Spirit flame. At this moment, a Jiang family member of the martial zone realm named Jiang Tai also came to the vicinity, just him alone. Previously, he, along with Jiang Yin, and quite a few other Jiang family members, had followed Lu Yin. However, they had come into the secret realm for the purpose of searching for a chance, and with all of them nestled together, the efficiency of searching for a chance was naturally at its lowest. Therefore, they were separated, and if there was a situation, they would make contact again. He immediately gave Jiang Yin, sending over a message. Family Master, spirit fire was found here. It was obtained by Sukani from the Dragon Tang school, but she can't run away. She's already surrounded by many people. There are quite a few people in the vicinity, and there may be a martial zone realm in existence, so you guys hurry up and come. Jiang Yin, who had learned of this news, was shocked and immediately rushed over with his people. There were many other people similar to Jiang Tai. They called out to their friends and shook people over to support them. In their opinion, the biggest competitor at this time came from others in the neighborhood. As for Sukani, they didn't put it in their eyes, a martial king only. There was no shortage of these people present who were at the martial zone realm, and there was even a martial zone realm. What to do? Sukani's face was gloomy. She had already contacted Principal Pang Chi. But Pang Chi was only at the martial zone realm, so even if he came, he wouldn't be able to deter these people present. The only thing that could be expected was that Pang Chi had a wide network of people and should be able to contact some martial zone powerhouses to come and relieve the situation. But after inviting such a strong person to help, there must be a great price to pay, and perhaps this Xianyang spirit flame would not be able to be preserved. She had originally thought of giving it to Yifeng after taking it out. Just when Sukani was thinking about it, not knowing what to do, the goatee man from the central alchemy family suddenly had a stern look in his eyes, and his martial zone realm cultivation exploded out as he rushed towards Sukani. The other two low-profile martial zones, also as if by appointment, no longer hid their auras and suddenly burst out, also rushing towards Sukani. 3 martial exalted powerhouses. There are actually 3 martial exalted powerhouses hiding nearby. The crowd exclaimed inwardly. For those who requested for support, they only needed to stall and wait for support. The more people that came, the more competitive they would be. As for the martial zone realm present, they knew that they couldn't drag it out. The longer they dragged it out, the more people that came, the smaller their advantage would be. Taking advantage of this, they were among the strongest in the crowd present, and had the best chance of grabbing the spirit flame. The goatee man was incredibly fast, probing his palm out, trying to grab Sukanyi. Swish! But it was stopped by another flash of blade light. It was a square-faced man with a sword. While stopping the goatee man, he also waited for an opportunity to take away Sukanyi's Xianyang spirit flame. Only his movements were again stopped by the third martial exalt. In just a few seconds, the 3 of them made dozens of changes back and forth, and when one of them tried to approach Su Chenyi, he would definitely be stopped by the other 2. In this way, the 3 formed a stalemate. Su Chenyi's expression was grave to the extreme. For her, it was difficult for her to even capture the movements of a strong martial zone realm opponent. The random overflow of the Apex's residual power was a great threat to her. But what could she do? It was impossible to escape, and if she stayed, she couldn't see any hope at all. Even if she took the initiative to throw away the spirit flame and let them fight for it. But there would always be people who couldn't grab it, and in the end, they might even take it out on her to vent their anger. For some reason, in this life and death situation, what surfaced in her mind was actually Yifeng's figure. What are you thinking about? Yifeng would be here, and he doesn't have the strength to deal with a martial zone powerhouse. But if it was him, would there be any way to get out of here? Sukanyi was a bit rambling. Just at this moment. That familiar figure actually appeared in the middle of the field of vision. Blurred eyes? Su Chenyi rubbed her eyes vigorously and realized that there was no eye blur. He really came. He was still in the same hidden costume, utilizing the Yun Sang vine to wrap his figure tightly. It was only because she knew clearly beforehand that this was Yifeng that she recognized him at first. Yifeng was like nothing, walking leisurely, coming here and approaching the past. The treasure chest is right there. The location where the treasure chest was hovering just happened to be where Sukanyi was. Why is she here? Yifeng was also surprised. He did not think much for the time being, and approached the past, first opened the treasure chest, and then slowly talked about what was going on behind him. Humph. The 3 people in the battle hummed out a nasal sound in unison, gurgling a large series of bubbles in the water. They were seeing that there was actually a 4th person that wanted to insert themselves into their 3-man battle. If it was also the same martial zone, it would be fine. Looking at the other party's overflowing chi and blood aura, it was only at the martial zone realm. A small martial zoner who wants to get his hands on the spirit flame. He really didn't put them, these martial zones, in his eyes. Since he's looking for death, let's give him a chance. It just so happens that the 3 of them are in a stalemate, and have long been harboring anger, so they will take this guy who doesn't know how to die, and use it to vent their anger. Phew! The 3 of them attacked Yifeng violently, coincidentally. Sukanyi's face was full of worry. The rest of the spectators had a watchful look on their faces. Chapter 109, so it's him. Facing the attacking trio, Yifeng smiled coldly. If it was his previous self, whether he was a chi blood martial artist or a soul master, his realm was at the early zone level, and he was facing 3 martial zone realms at the same time. Yifeng would need to have a good time with them. But since the last treasure chest, open 90,000 points of soul power, directly took off, the soul master realm reached the peak of the zone level. With the Soul Master's powerful ability to fight over the levels, Yifeng was not at all deficient with the 3 of them. The soul power was mobilized steeply, and the 100 spirits shuttle coalesced. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A flying shuttle, wrapped in soul force, carried infinite might and shot towards the 3 goatee men. What a fast speed. The 3 people were startled in their hearts. The starting attack stance instantly switched to a defensive stance. If they didn't defend anymore, they would definitely be attacked by Yifeng before they could attack him. Clang clang clang. The successive impacts instantly collided with a powerful might, blasting the surrounding waters like a pot of boiling hot water. Not good. The 3 were terrified, and they couldn't even resist such an attack. Puff! With a large mouthful of blood spewing out, the 3 of them flew out backwards in unison, their blood staining the surrounding waters red. In a single photo attack, they were directly seriously injured. Strong. Simply terrifyingly strong. They had been dumbfounded as to why Yifeng's attack, completely unaffected by the environment, was so swift and powerful. Whereas their own attacks were obviously weakened to only 70% compared to when they were on land. Whether it was the power or the speed, all had the same degree of weakening. And Yifeng not only didn't weaken, he even felt that he could use the environment to maximize the power of his attacks. In this way, how could they not lose? No way. Have to escape. The 3 of them endured the pain from their injuries and were about to quickly escape. Yifeng of course could not give them this chance, and flew his shuttle to attack and kill. They were no match for Yifeng when they were in perfect condition, and now that they were heavily injured, they couldn't even put up a decent resistance and were killed by Yifeng in seconds. So strong. Yifeng, how did he become so strong? Su Canyi stared at Yifeng with wide eyes, incredulously staring at Yifeng, this figure, familiar yet unfamiliar. Once upon a time, Yifeng was still just a freshman in the college entrance exam. Compared to her titular senior tutor of Dragon Academy, one heaven and one earth, the two were not at a level at all. At that time, if she wanted to be unfavorable to Yifeng, it was completely a matter of moving her fingers. And now, it was as if the positions of the two had been switched. She, Su Canyi, was still stuck at the Martial King level, surrounded by a group of Martial Zone, or even Martial Zone powerhouses, without the slightest means to even escape. Yifeng, on the other hand, was actually able to kill even the Martial Zone realm. And it was still overwhelming, taking out 3 Martial Zones in just a single glance. Su Canyi was even a little skeptical that the one who was shrouded by the Rue Mulberry Vine was still not Yifeng. Could it be another strong person who just happened to like to use the Rue Mulberry Vine to protect himself tightly? The other spectators in the surroundings were emotionally shocked to a similar extent as Su Canyi. Originally, they thought that Yifeng was just going over to die, who knew that the situation was instantly reversed, and the 3 Martial Zone realm, who couldn't even put up a decent resistance, were killed by Yifeng. It's him. So it was him. Jiang Tai, who was in the crowd, was incomparably shocked. The culprit that caused his Jiang family to fall to this state and become a street rat that everyone shouted it was this person who was wrapped in the rutilated mulberry vine. The Yunsang vine, the pike blade-shaped soul soldier, the soul master. All kinds of characteristics are all possessed by that mysterious soul master. The person they had been looking for with all their hearts and minds was right in front of them. Only, it was far, far stronger than what they had expected. They expected that the strength of this soul master would be at most Martial Zone battle power. But now, it was even a Martial Zone who had taken out, a kill was 3 people, it was that easy. Not good. We have to tell the family head not to come over. Family head Jiang Yin was also only at the Martial Zone realm, so if he came, wouldn't he come to die? Just as he wanted to send over a message to Jiang Yin, several familiar auras immediately came from the vicinity. Jiang Tai's face, all of a sudden, went white. The people who came were none other than Jiang Yin, as well as several of the Jiang family's martial sect realms. Jiang Yin did not inform Lu Yi of the situation here, it was because he was a bit selfish. Submitting to Lu Yi's organization did not mean that all the benefits should be dedicated to the organization. When he came here to fight for the spirit flame, it was enough for him to bring a few members of the Jiang family over, and the spirit flame that he got, he could take it for himself, otherwise, it would definitely be taken by Lu Yi. The moment he came here and saw Yifeng, Jiang Yin was ecstatic. It's a pity that he can't speak, or else he would have to say, iron shoes are not found, but it's not hard to get them. Then let out a few loud laughs and killed towards Yifeng in a hurry. But it didn't work out that way, and it didn't stop him from killing towards Yifeng with vigor. He had the same great hatred towards Yifeng. The defeat of the Wusa Hall matter and the exposure of the Jiang family's backyard matter were all because of Yifeng. If it wasn't for Yifeng, he would still be the Jiang family's head with boundless splendor. No! Family head! Jiang Tai wanted to shout out to stop it, but only gurgling sounds came out as a large amount of water kept pouring into his mouth. As for rushing over to stop, it was even more too late. Jiang Yin had already led several people and rushed to Yifeng's body, his eyes staring at Yifeng in an unfavorable manner. First, I'm going to waste him. Then bring him back to be interrogated slowly. When he made up his mind, he slashed at Yifeng. In his opinion, even if he was cut down due to the environment, he was not an ordinary person who could fight. Unfortunately, Yifeng was not an ordinary person. Yifeng looked at Jiang Yin, who was chopping at him with a knife. He was really surprised. Earlier, he had inquired that after Jiang Yin was captured, he was hijacked in the middle of the journey and later disappeared, but he didn't expect that he would show up here and even take the initiative to attack. There was already a grudge against the Jiang family. Since he wanted to seek death, Yifeng would not be the slightest bit soft. Swoosh swoosh. A pike blade, killing right on fire, swept towards Jiang Yin. Humph! A petty generation. Dare to fight back. Jiang Yin snorted coldly in his heart. Only just after the thought surfaced, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Those pike blades were incredibly fast and frighteningly powerful. Boom! Using his full power to resist, he still failed to resist. Before his body could fly backwards, he was accurately caught from the back by the other shuttle knives that Yifeng had already calculated, piercing through his body and immediately causing 1,000 holes. Family master! The Jiang family members around him were extremely shocked. Then they were terrified beyond measure, and the eyes that looked at Yifeng were filled with fear. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The family head was killed in seconds in a single glance. Then they, the Martial Zone realm, were even more completely inadequate. The thought had just arisen when intense pain came from the vital parts of their bodies. Chapter 110, Red Flame Sacred Body. Heavenly Speed Soul Chasing. Yifeng's attack had already arrived. They didn't even manage to capture the trajectory of the attack before they were killed by Yifeng. Until they died, Jiang Yin and the others were confused. They didn't understand why their opponents were so powerful, so that they didn't even have a chance to fight back, and they weren't even able to react much before they were directly killed. For killing Jiang Yin, Yifeng was still quite emotional. The first time he saw Jiang Yin was when he was in the Jiang family, and the Jiang Yin at that time, in Yifeng's opinion, was so powerful. Even if he had executed the spectral shadow misty trail, he still didn't dare to be touched by him head-on, or else he was bound to be detected. And now between raising his hands, he could already kill him in seconds. Before and after the gap in strength, it could not be said that it was not big. Finally, I can open the treasure chest. Yifeng didn't care about the large crowd, they couldn't see it anyway. Touch the treasure chest. Snap. You opened a red fine treasure chest, congratulations on obtaining the Red Inferno Sacred Body SSS 610. A perfect realization of the 6th ranked soul skill, Heavenly Speed Soul Chaser. Another SSS ranked physique. This time, it's a fire type one. As for the soul skill, this time it was very special, not an attacking soul skill, but actually, for increasing speed. If it was a chi-blooded martial artist, speed type martial skills could be called body techniques. And this heavenly speed soul chasing could be understood as a body technique that needed to mobilize soul power in order to be used. Fusion. The two things fused into Yifeng's torso. The torso was transformed and possessed the red flame sacred body. The large amount of enlightenment also allowed Yifeng to immediately grasp the essentials of using the heavenly speed soul chasing. Let's leave here first, lest there are any changes later. Yifeng's mind moved, the 100 spirits flying shuttle flew, sweeping all those corpses in the vicinity, and rolling over all the valuable things on their bodies. Su Kanyi came closer and gestured, wanting to say something. Yifeng, however, suddenly stared into the distance. An incomparably strong aura came rapidly from the distance. Martial Emperor. This was definitely a Martial Emperor powerhouse. Yifeng was able to cross one major realm and kill the Martial Zun realm, but he was not able to cross two major realms in a row to deal with a Martial Emperor. In particular, Martial Emperors were different from the previous realms. The crossing of this one major realm was rather special. The quality of Qi and blood had increased tremendously, and it was also able to release Qi and blood, as well as possessing the ability to fly. All sorts of specialties made the Martial Emperor realm incomparably powerful, and it was impossible for Yifeng to cross two large realms to deal with a Martial Emperor. Jiang Tai, who was in the crowd, his eyes lit up. It's Lu Yi coming. He had originally tried to minimize his presence like a shrunken turtle. But seeing the approaching person, that iconic jade ring, from afar, Jiang Tai instantly recognized that the person coming was Lu Yi, the backbone of that organization they had defected to, and their top boss. He waved his hand violently in the crowd, suing as if to tell Lu Yi that Jiang Yin and the others, all of them were killed by Yifeng. But what he met was Lu Yi's icy cold eyes. A Qi and blood exuded and condensed into a palm print, striking over. No! Jiang Tai didn't have any chance to react at all and was killed on the spot. You Jiang family members, you talk about loyalty, but you don't inform me when there's a situation, and you've been beaten almost to death here, so what use do I have for you? Rolling waves of sound came along with Lu Yi. The crowd was shocked. This person was in the water, but he could actually speak. Seeing this, Yifeng also narrowed his eyes. He had already felt that it was impossible to deal with him as he was two great realms above him. Now that the other party could talk in the water, he must have a SSS grade water talent or physique, and his strength was not affected in the slightest as he acted in the water. Kid! You made me look for it. Lu Yi's target was indeed Yifeng. He had long hated Yifeng for the previous incident of the human blood pill, and now that he had learned that there was a high probability that the god-devouring moss was taken by Yifeng, he wanted to catch Yifeng even more and interrogate him to find out the truth. Go! Yifeng did not dare to hesitate, and with a volume that only Su Kanyi could hear, he shouted a low sentence to Su Kanyi. Su Kanyi stared with wide bright eyes. Even Yifeng could talk in the water? An illusion? In the next moment, she realized that she was embraced by Yifeng. Heavenly speed soul chasing. Yifeng mobilized his soul power and executed this stance-type soul skill that he had just obtained, heavenly speed soul chasing. This time, it was actually possible to not have to control the soul soldier. The threads of condensed soul power, intertwined and entwined with each other, actually formed a soul power screen cover, enveloping Yifeng in it. However, now that he had one more person with him, Yifeng made this screen cover a little bit bigger and enveloped Su Kanyi in it as well. The screen cover was pointed at the front and wide at the back, in the shape of a cone, and possessed an extremely strong ability to break water. The formation of the screen cover was completed in just an instant, and under the drive of the soul power, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared rapidly into the distance. Almost in the blink of an eye, the figures of Yifeng and the two of them disappeared into the vast waters. At this time, Lu Yi was able to kill to the place where Yifeng originally stayed. Where to escape? With a loud shout, he chased after Yifeng in the direction he disappeared and soon disappeared from the view of the crowd. The people present were all dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that with the arrival of a strong martial emperor like Lu Yi, they would already be able to control everything. Under the so-called martial emperor, all were ants. As long as you were not a martial emperor, you could not even escape. However, they didn't want Yifeng to run away. His speed was surprisingly fast. The crowd didn't even react before Yifeng disappeared from view, or with another person in tow. If it was just Yifeng alone, they didn't even dare to imagine how fast the speed would be. However, Louis had already chased after him, being targeted by a martial emperor. He probably couldn't run away, right? This was that they had underestimated Yifeng, or rather, they had no concept of the speed of heavenly speed soul chasing. At this moment, Louis, who had already lost Yifeng, was so angry that his fists were squeezing and creaking. On the other side, Yifeng had already evaded to an extremely far place. When he sensed that his soul power was somewhat deficient, he slowed down and stopped. It seems that this heavenly speed soul chasing is not a regular stance. It's more like a secret technique that can provide one with extreme speed, but the consumption of soul power is also huge. There's no way to continuously perform it like a regular stance. Having used it once, Yifeng had a deeper understanding of a soul skill like heavenly speed soul chasing. It was also enough to be used. It could basically not be used in normal times, but it could be used at critical moments, and it could provide an extremely high speed boost. This time, thanks to it, otherwise it is not really good to get rid of the tracking of a martial emperor. Yifeng turned his head sideways and saw Su Canny's face pale. What, scared? Yifeng laughed out loud. Su Canny nodded her head mechanically. She had never moved so fast before, and just now, the surrounding scenes were almost all muddled up into one piece, so she couldn't see it at all. Right, spirit fire. She handed the Xianyang spirit flame to Yifeng. Chapter 111 Envoy Lu. Xianyang spirit flame. As early as when Yifeng was close to Su Canny, he had already seen the Xianyang spirit flame that Su Canny was grasping in her hand. However, at that time, the treasure chest had not yet been opened, and it had been attacked by two groups of people, so Yifeng did not have much time to use to understand this matter. Su Chenyi was about to speak to Yifeng before she realized that she was still in the water and could not speak at all. She was a bit envious of Yifeng's ability to speak in the water. She was about to communicate with Yifeng by sending a message. Wow! Yifeng suddenly used his hand to gently wave. The waters at the position of her head actually avoided in all directions, and a piece of waterless space appeared. It's too powerful. How the hell did you do that? Su Canny was once again surprised by Yifeng. Not only was she able to speak in the water, but now with a flick of her hand, she was able to make the water avoid, allowing her to speak out as well. It's nothing, I'm able to speak in water because I have a water talent. Yifeng said. Then this talent of yours, the grade should be very high, right? Su Canny asked. Well, SSS grade to have this function. Yifeng replied. Su Canny looked deeply at Yifeng. How did it feel? This person in front of her was like a bottomless pit. Every time they met, they could bring her a new shock. The more she understood, the more she realized that Yifeng was not simple, and it felt like she could never understand him clearly enough. This Xianyang spiritual flame. Su Canny began to explain what had just happened. Yifeng listened quietly, and soon also realized what all had happened before he arrived. After explaining, Su Canny continued. I originally intended to give this Xianyang spirit flame to you to absorb. Even if you don't have the fire physique talent, it can still bring benefits, but now, you possess the water physique talent, so I'm afraid that after you absorb it, there will be a conflict, and it will be more than worth it. Give it to me? Then thank you. Yifeng smiled and thanked him, then said, I can absorb it, you don't have to worry about that. Is it really possible? Su Canny was skeptical and handed the Xianyang spirit flame to Yifeng. Yifeng took it and immediately absorbed it. A layer of crimson energy wrapped Yifeng in a dense fire energy, filling every part of Yifeng's body. The red flame sacred body that was originally obtained from opening the treasure chest, which was a crippled version, was also rapidly promoted at this point until it was complete. After fusing the Xianyang spiritual flame with the red flame sacred body, Yifeng's control over the fire energy reached an unprecedented height. When the fire energy on Yifeng's body surface subsided, the absorption ended completely. How was it? Will it clash? Su Canny said uncertainly. No, it's good. Yifeng smiled brightly. Go out first. Yifeng brought Su Canny and headed towards the teleportation point. The distance wasn't far, and it arrived quickly. Normally, this was the teleportation point when Yifeng came in, and only Yifeng could go out. If Su Canny wanted to go out, she would need to go back to the place where she had appeared when she came in at that time. However, as long as Yifeng held onto Su Chenyi, when the suction force descended, he would also be able to bring Su Chenyi out as well. The suction force descended, and the two left the secret realm and returned outside. There was no one outside at this time, and Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was worried that he would be blocked outside by Luyi's early appearance, but fortunately, he wasn't. Perhaps it was also because, when Yifeng escaped just now, he intentionally headed towards the direction of the teleportation point, so he didn't delay much time and left the secret realm. Luyi, on the other hand, after reacting, was a step slower. Yifeng did not stay too long and brought Su Canny, quickly leaving this place. Shortly after Yifeng and the two of them left, Luyi was really furious and came out from inside the secret realm while standing guard nearby. Unless you have left the secret realm, I will definitely catch you, Louis said viciously. On Yifeng's side, he was about to arrive at the provincial capital. You'd better find a more secluded place to hide for a while, Yifeng suddenly said to Su Canyi. Why? Su Canyi was puzzled. When she returned to the provincial capital Dragon School, could others still be unfavorable to her? Even if those people had this heart, but to do it within the provincial capital, the nature would be different. Can't you see that martial emperor just now, chasing over with murderous vigor? Although his target is me, seeing that you were taken away by me, once he can't find my whereabouts, he will think of you and then seek a breakthrough from you. So, you need to hide for a while first and not be found. Don't think that no one would dare to make a move inside the Dragon Academy. You have to know that people like them, they all dare to commit murder against the security bureau officers inside the provincial capital in broad daylight, Yifeng said in a grave tone. The reason why he would say this was that he had already guessed a few points about Lu Yi's identity. On that day, a group of Jiang family members, including Jiang Yin, were taken away from the Jiang family, but then there was an accident. The news said, after Lu Xianhua left in the middle of the day, these people, Jiang Yin, were robbed, and all the police officers at the scene were killed. So far, they haven't caught the murderer, nor have they recaptured Jiang Yin and the others. And just now, Jiang Yin and other people appeared in the secret realm of water and fire. Coupled with the words that Louis said when he arrived, it can be seen that they are a group. Basically can be concluded that Louis is the person who hijacked Jiang Yin on that day. That was why Yifeng said that for people like them, they were the ones who dared to do anything. If he was determined to find himself, Yifeng really believed that this person would break into the Dragon Tang schoolhouse and rob Su Canyi. With the strength of the Dragon Tang schoolhouse, it really didn't have the ability to stop a martial emperor. Then Su Canyi was worried about Yifeng instead. She didn't feel that she was now being dragged down by Yifeng, because in that situation just now, Yifeng taking her away was saving her, not taking her away was dangerous instead. Now that this situation had arisen, there was no way around it. She decided to listen to Yifeng and hide for a while. You'd better think about yourself, where you're going to hide to be safe. Just don't worry about me. Even if I meet that person, I can't fight, but I can still run away. Yifeng laughed out loud. I have a way to hide well, then you and I are careful. Su Canyi solemnly said goodbye and separated from Yifeng. Looking at her distant back, Yifeng pondered. I need to get an understanding of the enemy as soon as possible so that I won't be too passive. Yifeng muttered, then took out a tactical watch. It was the one that had just swept the loot from Jiang Yin's body, in passing. It might be able to learn some useful information from it. Yifeng clicked on the tactical watch and flipped through it. Envoy Lu? Yifeng realized that inside the contacts, Jiang Yin was in frequent contact with this person whose note was Envoy Lu. Chapter 112, Secret Forest Squatting. Special Envoy Lu. Yifeng knew that this was definitely not a person's name, it was more like some kind of position name. However, this character Lu should be the person's surname. It couldn't be that martial emperor just now, right? Combined with what the martial emperor had said earlier, the Jiang family members were obviously the ones who had defected to him. Yifeng felt that this was very likely. Wait. Special Envoy Lu. Yifeng softly recited. The more he recited, the more he felt that the three words, Envoy Lu, were very familiar, like he had seen them somewhere before. Right. It's those documents. Yifeng immediately operated his tactical watch, and quickly pulled up a video, and clicked pause when he watched it to a certain place, and on it, there were several words of Envoy Lu. This video, also have to say that at that time to Linhai City, in the old city center, that deep courtyard, found the human blood manufacturing Dan incident. When the person in charge of the deep courtyard, Tang Kuan, was carrying a file box to leave, he was sneak attacked by Yifeng. Because at that time, there was a treasure chest that was hidden inside the file box. After taking the file box and leaving, in a certain abandoned building, this file box was broken open, and the treasure box was successfully opened. And the documents inside, all the more confidential documents, involving many members, which will have such a more special and mysterious name, or title, Lu Envoy. In that case, the human blood pill incident, the person involved behind it, is also related to that martial emperor just now. There is even more than one such envoy. The organization behind it, perhaps there are even stronger experts. Yifeng connected the dots between what happened before and after. It was no wonder that at that time, Lu Xianhua would arrive and inform the Linhai City Security Bureau to stay out of it and let the Yanlong army take charge. The enemy had a martial emperor powerhouse behind them, and with Linhai City's guard force, that definitely couldn't intervene, and it would be very dangerous to push the enemy. But now it seemed that the Yanlong army didn't seem to have achieved much. Just look at this Envoy Lu, who could still appear here in a dignified manner now. Yifeng proceeded to check Jiang Yin's tactical watch. This location. There was a text message inside, sent by Envoy Lu, with a short phrase, just send it here. Below this message, there was a coordinate attached. What place could it be? Yifeng opened the map, and the location that corresponded to it was just a wilderness, nothing special. Go over and take a look. Yifeng set off and headed towards that place.
The main reason was to see if he could get some clues from it, to understand the enemy's details clearly, otherwise Yifeng didn't want to care about these things. This place, in the northwest of the provincial capital, the distance wasn't too far, Yifeng's speed was fast, and he arrived in a short time. This place has a continuous dense forest, from which a beast roar comes out from time to time, and there are flowers, grass, trees, gravel and soil everywhere. There were many places like this in the wild. There was nothing special, if not necessary, few people would come to this kind of place. After Yifeng approached this place, he invoked the origin of earth and his body dived into the ground. Scouting in this way would maximize the concealment of his figure, and it would not be too late to reappear after confirming that it was safe. Half an hour later, somewhere in the dense forest, Yifeng had already appeared. However, with the execution of Spectral Shadow Misty Trail, even if there were foreign beasts passing by in the surroundings, none of them were able to discover Yifeng's existence. A very ordinary wild dense forest. That Lu envoy, why did he call Jiang Yin to come here? Yifeng thought suspiciously. Looking at the date of the message, it was a few days ago. Even if Jiang Yin had really come here, the traces had disappeared cleanly. Anyway, Yifeng didn't find too many useful clues here. Keep waiting and seeing. Yifeng made up his mind, there was nothing urgent to do now anyway. 3 days later, in a certain compound, Tang Kuan was sitting face to face with a middle-aged man in expensive clothes. The price is negotiable. It's this success rate, I'm a little worried. What if it fails? The middle-aged man said in a worried tone. President Qian, the Qian Chamber of Commerce you run is one of the best in the entire province. Even when you're doing business, you can't guarantee 100% success, right? Tang Kuan asked rhetorically. That's natural, as long as the benefits outweigh the risks, it's worth taking a chance. President Qian affirmed. So you don't have to worry too much, this has a 90% success rate. Even if it fails, it will only cause some damage, and you can all recuperate and recover afterwards. Tang Kuan said confidently. Good. I'll let someone bring my son in. As long as it succeeds, in addition to the negotiated compensation, Mr. Qian will also present a generous gift. President Qian said and started contacting people. His son had already been brought over a long time ago, only waiting outside. Not long after, there were 2 martial artists bringing a teenager in. After a brief explanation, Chairman Qian and the 2 martial artists left, leaving only the teenager behind. The teenager came from a rich family and was considered to have seen the world, but at this time, he looked a little formal. You can really make me have an S-class gold system physique? The teenager looked at Tang Kuan and gathered his courage to ask. This was something that his dad had told him, saying that there was a way to make his gold system physique from the extremely trashy D grade into the rare S grade. However, the physique is innate. Unless one obtains a supreme treasure, it is possible to enhance it, but the magnitude of the supreme treasure's enhancement is also limited. For example, enhancing a level or 2, that is still justifiable, but directly from the D grade to the S grade, such a huge leap, how could it be possible to do? Don't worry, since your father paid a high reward, we will definitely do it. Just wait for a moment and listen to my arrangements later. Tang Kuan temporarily left the courtyard and entered the inner room. In the room, Louis carried his hands behind his back, turning the jade ring in his hand. Possessing this jade ring was the identity symbol of an envoy, and in the entire organization, there were only 9 envoys. 3 days ago, he came out from the water and fire's secret realm and stood guard. But after guarding it for most of the day, he finally realized that the person he wanted to squat on had probably left earlier. With his status, it wasn't too suitable for him to show his face too much, so he didn't continue to stay longer and left there. However, not being able to catch the person still made him a bit upset. As a martial emperor and one of the 9 envoys, he had let someone slip out from under his nose. It was simply a strange shame. Envoy Lu, President Qian sent his son over. It's just that I just remembered that the S-ranked golden physique they wanted is not in stock over there at the moment. Tang Kuan's tone carried a note of invitation. Don't worry, there's still stock, you can go over there now, and by the way, at the usual place, I'll have someone send the goods over to meet you. Louis said blandly. Yes. Tang Kuan withdrew and left with Chairman Qian's son. Louis, on the other hand, opened his communication list and sent a command message to a certain subordinate. Chapter 113 Laboratory. New treasure chest. The dense forest. Yifeng squatted for a full 3 days and did not find any abnormality. Just as Yifeng was thinking about whether to look for a breakthrough elsewhere, suddenly there was a new situation. 2 day. There was a beast carriage that came to this dense forest under the pull of the iron-hoofed beast. This kind of beast cart, Yifeng had seen it before. For example, the first time he entered the treasure mine secret realm, ransacked the Zhang family's vein and sold the minerals to the Black Glove organization, the one they sent to pull away the goods, was this kind of beast cart. For the complex environment of the wilderness, the use of beast carts to pull away goods could not be more appropriate. Creatures like the iron-hoofed beast were one of the few docile beasts with great endurance that could be domesticated by humans and used for their own purposes. The beast carriage arrived nearby and stopped. One person came down from inside the carriage, and together with the driver, it was a total of 2 people. They stopped there and watched, seemingly waiting for someone to appear.
Is it pulling some goods? Yi Feng was puzzled. Usually those who would move a beast cart, the probability was that they were pulling some kind of cargo. At this moment, he was performing the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, and the two people over there, both of them only had the strength of a martial general. It was completely impossible for them to discover Yi Feng's existence. Yi Feng was thinking that he should get closer to see what was being transported inside the carriage. A new movement came from the neighborhood again. Again, it was two people. It was a long-faced man with a teenager who came at a brisk pace. Perhaps in order to catch up with the speed, the richly dressed teenager was almost being carried by the long-faced man, carrying him to catch up with him, and the teenager was stunned back a bit. It's him! I didn't expect to see an old acquaintance here. That long-faced man was none other than Tang Kuan, and the teenager was Chairman Qian's son. At that time, in the deep courtyard in the old part of Linhai City, when Yi Feng faced Tang Kuan, he could still only rely on sneak attacks to injure him. As for now, Yi Feng was able to kill him in seconds by casually moving his fingers. However, Yi Feng didn't rush to make a move, but first watched. It was now known that Special Envoy Lu was also related to the human blood pill incident, and Tang Kuan might be his subordinate. Now that Tang Kuan would appear here, there must be something going on, so he could wait and see first. There might be unexpected gains. Mr. Tang, the goods are inside the carriage, please take a look. The man said, opening the carriage door, dragging out a long sack inside. Tang Kuan nodded and opened the sack for a slight look, quickly losing it. Well, you guys go back. Yes. The two of them drove the beast cart and headed back. The place they were about to head to was not for just anyone, it had to be someone that the organization highly trusted before they could go there. This dense forest was just a staging area for them to meet up when handing over goods. Like the two people just now, and even those Zhang family members before, are not highly trusted by the organization, at most can only come here. For the rest, Tang Kuan would lead the way. What's that? Teenager Qianyu, puzzled looking at the sack, always feel, the sack looks like loaded with a person, but just now heard those people say, but what goods? If it is a person, how can it be described as goods? Come over, I'll open it for you. Tang Kuan had a kind smile on his face. Qianyu didn't doubt it and approached over. Swish! Tang Kuan took a swift momentum, a palm slash, slicing at the back of Qianyu's neck.
When Emperor Yun heard this explanation, his pupils contracted violently as a strong shock surged in his heart. The effects of this happy Dao heart were too powerful. If what Qin Ming had said was true, then once one comprehended the happy Dao heart, the path of cultivation would become incomparably smoother. For those of them who were at a high level of cultivation, encountering a heart demon during the questioning of the heart was one of the most difficult hurdles to cross. If one was truly able to comprehend the happy Dao heart, wouldn't that mean that one would be more hopeful of succeeding during their tribulation as well? A trace of anticipation could not help but well up in Emperor Yun's heart. Is this statement true? Qin Ming nodded. There is absolutely no need for words, it's just that this happy Dao heart state isn't very good to comprehend, it's entirely up to luck. Qin Ming was also giving Emperor Yun a precautionary shot in advance, as the probability was truly a bit of a ripoff. Other people didn't know the probability of comprehending this happy Dao heart, but he, as the store owner, did. The probability of comprehension was 0.0003, which was equivalent to a probability of 3 out of 10,000. It was even more pitiful than Ma Suit's lottery system. The horse clothing lottery at least had a guarantee mechanism, but this happy Dao heart, there was no such thing as a guarantee. However, Emperor Yun did not take the probability seriously, he only knew that it was possible to comprehend the happy Dao heart and that was enough. This was because he felt that as a person of heavenly destiny, his luck would definitely not be bad. He had already made up his mind at this moment, if this happy water didn't have any side effects, he would have a bottle every day. Until he comprehended the happy Dao heart that the shopkeeper was talking about. Yun Shang at the side suddenly spoke up at this moment, interrupting Emperor Yun's thoughts. Father Emperor, what is this thing? I want a bottle. However, Emperor Yun didn't even think about it and directly refused, you may not. The efficacy of this thing has not yet been verified, you cannot drink it indiscriminately. Humph. Yunchang huffed and snorted lightly after hearing her father's refusal. In her heart, she thought, big deal, I'll sneak it in myself later. Cultivation settings, Qi practicing stage, foundation establishment stage, Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, God transformation stage, void refining stage, Mahayana stage, and ferrying stage. Chapter 7, Breakthrough on the Spot. After Emperor Yun reprimanded Yun Shang, he suddenly thought of something and inquired. Can I purchase this Fat House Happy Water in advance and save it for another day? If it could be purchased in advance, that would naturally be the best. After all, he had already witnessed the effect of his personal guards after taking it, so as long as he waited for a while longer and made sure that this thing was fine, he would save up some more of it. At that time, if he directly disliked a few bottles, he might be able to greatly increase the probability of comprehending the happy Dao heart. With a smile as warm as the warm sun hanging on his face, Qin Ming responded in a determined tone. Of course it can, Emperor Yun, you can rest assured. As long as you keep it properly and do not allow others to use it, this Fat House Happy Water will always maintain its efficacy and will not be diminished in the slightest. That's good. Emperor Yun was delighted in his heart and immediately raised his hand, taking out 100 lower grade spirit stones from his storage ring, handing it over with a crisp and clean movement, saying, "Give me a bottle as well." Qin Ming received those 100 lower grade spirit stones and only felt an unbridled joy in his heart.
Selling 2 bottles in a day was not bad at all.
Thinking of this, he excitedly continued his introduction. "Emperor Yun, I have 2 other rare items in this store that might be just what you want, you might be interested." After saying that, he reached out and took out a bottle of soft drink from under the counter, his movements skillful and a bit mysterious.
This item is called 82 Years Thunder Bee.
Qin Ming raised the bottle in his hand and gently shook it. The liquid in the bottle then frothed with fine bubbles as he continued.
After drinking it, it allows one to directly gain a large amount of cultivation.
What's especially rare is that when cultivators below the spirit transformation realm drink it, not only will they not have any side effects, but they can also break through the current bottleneck along the way and leap into a new realm in one fell swoop. Speaking here, Qin Ming gave a slight beat, a slightly flirtatious smile appearing on his face as he added,
"Of course, its only side effect is that the color of urine will be rather yellow after drinking it.
If you urinate randomly in the wild, the urine emits a special odor that easily attracts the surrounding demonic beasts, which in turn triggers a beast tide. The price, for others, may be a bit expensive, but for you, it should be considered cheap. It only costs 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Emperor Yun could not help but freeze for a moment, his face filled with surprise and disbelief, his eyes widening as he reconfirmed.
"Are you sure that cultivators below the spirit transformation realm will be able to directly break through their current bottleneck if they drink it?"
This thing was useless to him, but he was the one who had an army.
If this thing really didn't have any side effects, then wouldn't he be able to make large armies in bulk?
He had to know that there were many people in the army who had been stuck at the peak of the Yuaning stage for many years, unable to break through. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a breakthrough opportunity.
This kind of temptation, no peak Yuaning could resist.
Seeing this, Qin Ming unhurriedly explained, "Emperor Yun, the items in my store are all guaranteed in terms of quality and efficacy. I'm afraid that no matter how much I say here, you'll still have doubts in your heart. In my opinion, it would be better for you to personally find someone under the transformation god realm to try it out and witness it with your own eyes."
Emperor Yun mused, "Good.
Then I will have my personal guards go and find a soldier to come." The personal guard's efficiency was very fast, and in just a quarter of an hour, he returned with an overpowering aura, followed closely by 4 soldiers at the peak of the Yuaning realm. These 4 soldiers were all athletic with eyes as sharp as eagles. The moment they stepped into the store door, their gazes accurately captured Emperor Yun's figure, as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization. As if they were under a spell, their bodies were shaken, followed by a plop sound. Neatly kneeling on one knee, their movements were all in one go, while a loud cry erupted, "See your majesty!" Emperor Yun slightly raised his hand, his face carrying a bit of majesty and anticipation as he said steadily, "All rise.
This time, I summoned you all here to try out a strange item."
As he spoke, he turned sideways to indicate Qin Ming. Qin Ming immediately understood and picked up a bottle of 82 Years Thunder Bee and, gently shaking it in front of the soldier's eyes, the bottle made a crisp sound, attracting everyone's attention.
Emperor Yun then said, "By taking it, you may be able to directly break through the current realm, but how effective it will be is yet to be seen, and there may be side effects. Who would like to be the first to try it out?" Several people stood out almost at the same time when they heard the words. They had only heard the words, "can break through realms." As for the second half of the side effects mentioned by Emperor Yun, they directly chose to ignore them. The soldiers had been stagnating at the Yuaning realm for many years, and now that there was an opportunity in front of them, there was certainly no way they could miss it. The small side effects were not worth mentioning at all. Emperor Yun didn't have any surprises after seeing their reactions. He casually ordered a soldier to purchase the 82-year-old lay-by. With trembling hands, the soldier unscrewed the cap of the 82 Years Thunderbeat bottle, and a strange and biting aura instantly filled the air. He tilted his head back and poured the liquid into his mouth, and in an instant, a penetrating coolness that seemed to come from an extremely cold abyss swept over his entire body like a raging tsunami, with his mouth as the origin. That coolness seems to have life, as if the immortal wine, along the throat all the way down, quickly drilled into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Rapidly drilled into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, wherever he went, as if in the hot sun head first into a cool and penetrating deep pool, the pores of the whole body are cheering, "Enjoy the stretch." At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to have been awakened. An unspeakable extreme pleasure spread wildly within his body. The soldier who drank the lay-by couldn't help but sigh, "Cool, such immortal brew, rare on earth." A moment later, a power so majestic that it was almost terrifying exploded within his body. The spiritual energy that was originally flowing through his meridians was like a meek stream suddenly encountering a flood that broke the dike, instantly becoming furious and raging. This force rushed across, and wherever it passed through, the meridians were propped up to the point of near rupture, bringing about a heartbreaking pain.
The soldier couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt of pain, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his body trembled violently, and his legs began to weaken. However, he clenched his teeth and struggled to hold on with his tenacious will. As time passed, the force became stronger and stronger, and the spiritual energy in his body was like a powder keg that had been ignited, expanding in a frantic manner. Underneath his skin, the light of spiritual energy was faintly visible, as if it was about to break out of his body. Suddenly, a deafening roar emanated from within him, seemingly like 10,000 pounds of thunder exploding deep within his body. Immediately afterward, a blinding light blossomed from his body, illuminating the entire small store as if it was daytime. Within this light, the soldier's body began to levitate, and the air around him was stirred up by the powerful spiritual energy, violently distorting and forming a small spiritual vortex. His aura also changed radically at this moment. The original aura of the peak Yuaning realm climbed at an astonishing speed, and in just a few breaths, it broke through the shackles of the Yuaning realm and stepped into the realm of the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 8, Shopkeeper, Can You? After a long time had passed, the aura on the soldier's body gradually calmed down. The soldier slowly opened his eyes, and a light that he had never seen before flashed in his eyes, the confidence and power that belonged to a strong hierophant. He felt the surging power in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. He then gently dropped down, kneeling on one knee, and saluted Emperor Yun. Your Majesty, I have broken through to the transformation god realm, and other than some pain during the breakthrough, I currently do not feel any discomfort. His voice was firm and strong, carrying a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. Emperor Yun lost his voice and muttered, How is this possible? It really wasn't that he was so shocked, and it wasn't that he hadn't seen the world before. It was the scene in front of him that was wildly refreshing his three views. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, directly allowing a peak Yuaning to break through to the transformation spirit. Where could this be justified? If this was placed in an auction house, those who had been trapped at the peak of Yuaning for years would sell their pots and pans and use their entire fortune to purchase this lay-by. The bottom line estimate was that a bottle could be sold for at least a few tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. If one encountered those whose lifespan was about to end, the price would only be even more exaggerated, as this was buying a life. In a short moment, Emperor Yun thought of many things in his mind. This lay-by must not flow into the hands of other imperial dynasties. The reason for this could not be simpler. The price of this item was relatively too low, yet it could create transformation god realm powerhouses in bulk. If other forces hoarded a large amount of lay-by and produced dozens, hundreds, or even more god transformation realm experts, the threat to the Tian Yuan dynasty would simply be too great. When this number accumulated to a certain level, it would even be enough to shake up the fortunes of a dynasty and rewrite the power pattern of the entire world. Thinking about this, Emperor Yun's complexion was austere, his expression unprecedentedly solemn, his gaze locked onto Qin Ming, and he was just about to open his mouth. Shopkeeper, is it possible to? Qin Ming looked like he had a roundworm in his stomach, and before Yun Huang finished speaking, he decisively opened his mouth to interrupt. No. He looked at Yun Huang's eager and expectant expression, and in his heart, like a mirror, he knew that the other party definitely wanted to talk to him. He knew that the other party definitely wanted to cooperate with himself and monopolize the sales channels of lay-by. But how could he easily fulfill Emperor Yun's wish? What's more, this lay-by was only a product of the system's gift from the novice quest, and at present, he had no way of obtaining additional sources of goods. The system would only refresh the next round of goods if he sold all the existing goods. Moreover, the types of commodities refreshed each time were completely random, with no pattern to follow, so if he wanted to sell them in bulk, he really had no intention of doing so. Seeing that Qin Ming refused so dryly, Emperor Yun was so anxious that his veins rippled on his forehead, and without thinking, he shouted, The price is fine. 1 bottle of Thunderbee, 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones, I want a large amount. In his opinion, as long as the price was given in place, there was no deal that couldn't be negotiated. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly and patiently explained, Your Majesty, you really shouldn't make things difficult for me. It's not that I don't want to sell, it's really because the stock of this lay-by is extremely limited. Think about it, if such a heaven-defying item could be made in bulk, wouldn't the world be in chaos already? As for the price, the small store has always clearly marked the price, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones a bottle, not a penny more, not a penny less. I sell these things, but I also just want to work for the well-being of the world's cultivators, so that everyone can have a chance to break through their cultivation bottlenecks, so you mustn't think too much about it. After hearing this explanation, Emperor Yun was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that it couldn't be manufactured in bulk, but that was understandable. After all, if such a heaven-defying thing could really be manufactured in bulk, it would be simply too heaven-defying. At this moment, looking at Qin Ming again, Emperor Yun's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation, and in his heart, Qin Ming's image was instantly taller. Not only was this person's strength unfathomable and his behavior mysterious, but he also had a sincere heart to benefit the world. For him to appear in the Tian Yuan dynasty must be a great blessing bestowed upon the dynasty by the heavens, and in the future, he might be able to help the dynasty move towards an even more glorious peak. Get me a bottle first. Emperor Yun sighed slightly, with a hint of helplessness and regret in his expression. Even though with his current cultivation level, this 82 years thunder beet was no longer directly useful for breaking through the realm. However, with his keen interest in all kinds of exotic treasures, as well as his keen sense of smell as the king of a dynasty, he knew that even if this thing could not help his own cultivation, he would be able to bring it back to study it carefully. If he took it back and studied it carefully, he might be able to unearth unexpected value from it. Besides, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for him, not a big expense. Hearing this, a flash of surprise instantly flashed across Qin Ming's eyes, and the smile on his face grew brighter as he secretly lamented in his heart. In the end, it is the emperor out is this generous. He hurriedly handed over a bottle of 82 years lay-by with both hands, his movements were nimble and respectful. Immediately after, as if he was doing a magic trick, he took out another small ancient box from under the counter. Opening the box, he took out a blackish medicinal pill from it and introduced it with gusto. Emperor Yun, would you like one of these? If you take it together with the 82-year-old lay-by, it will have miraculous effects. Qin Ming spoke while gently shaking the pill in his hand in an attempt to arouse Emperor Yun's interest. Emperor Yun's gaze followed Qin Ming's gesture, and when he saw the pill that was black and its surface was still covered with suspected moldy white spots, the expression on his face instantly froze, and a trace of dislike instantly flashed through his originally fairly mild eyes. He did not want to comment too much on the selling appearance of this pill. Forget it, I see that it's getting late today, and there are still many matters in the palace waiting for me to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Emperor Yun didn't even want to hear a word about the specific effects of this pill, because the appearance of this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill was really too disgusting. Just by looking at it, one would not have the desire to try it at all, not to mention eating it. Even if it was thrown to those hungry demonic beasts, they would all turn their heads away in disgust. Alas! Your Majesty, don't go. Qin Ming saw that Emperor Yun was about to leave and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. It was so hard to come by a tycoon, he wouldn't let it go like this. The most crucial thing was that this thing was estimated to be the only thing that the Great Injustice Seed would buy. Normally normal cultivators would not spend a large amount of spirit stones to purchase this item. It's not that it's not effective, but its selling appearance is really too bad. It was like it was made from moldy poop. Qin Ming spoke without blushing. Listen to me first, although this thing looks a bit unattractive, you shouldn't underestimate its effectiveness. Moreover, these white things on it are not mold spots, but dan lines. When Emperor Yun heard this, he silently rolled his eyes at Qin Ming. Dan lines? He really thought that he hadn't seen what kind of dandelions were. This shopkeeper was a fool, taking himself as the group of fools from the Sakura Imperial Dynasty to cheat. Chapter 9, Try it and you'll know. After Qin Ming saw this expression on Emperor Yun's face, he knew that he didn't believe it. Cloud Emperor, this is really a Dan pattern on it, there's no need for me to lie to you. Facts aside, you just need to ignore its likeness, this thing is equivalent to one more life. One more life? Emperor Yun was originally about to lift his feet to leave when he heard this and instantly came to life. A flash of suspicion and curiosity flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but repeat himself. When Qin Ming saw that Emperor Yun had already taken the bait, he was instantly delighted in his heart, so he began to introduce himself. That's right. After taking this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill, it can heal the majority of injuries in the body, and the recovery speed is incredibly fast. Not only that, it can also remove all sorts of abnormal states and tricky situations like piles of Dan poisons in the body, effects of curses that have been inflicted, and heart demons entering the brain can all be easily dissolved. Qin Ming paused for a moment to sell the idea and then said in a heavier tone, if it's flushed together with the 82 years Thunderbee, the effect would be even more remarkable, and it could even achieve the rebirth of severed limbs and remodeling of spiritual roots. Emperor Yun froze on the spot after hearing these words, his face filled with shock. This efficacy sounded simply heaven-defying. He secretly pondered in his heart, was this thing really that magical? Although he was still skeptical in his heart, he recalled that the Fat House Happy Water and 82 years lay-by that Qin Ming had sold before, each of them had exerted a stunning effect and ruthlessly punched himself in the face. So it seems, this unimpressive stretching legs staring pill may also really hide a great mystery. Emperor Yun tentatively inquired, how is it sold? Qin Ming spoke, only 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Emperor Yun nodded. If the efficacy Qin Ming said could be realized, the price of this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill was not expensive. Instead, it was very cheap. If the efficacy of rebirth of the severed limb and remodeling of the spirit root were also taken into account, it would be nothing short of a cabbage price. Then give me one first, Yun Huang said before taking out their 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and handing it over to Qin Ming. He was also too lazy to find someone else to try it out. After all, it was a bit difficult to find someone who was severely injured to experiment with in a short period of time. Anyway, the price wasn't too expensive, and it didn't matter if he was cheated, it would be considered as taking care of the store's business. After all, that lay-by and happy water were already worth every penny. Qin Ming complimented after accepting these spirit stones beautifully, worthy of being a cloud emperor, doing things is quick. After saying this, Qin Ming added, although this item is good, I still have to give you a reminder.
This item has a slight side effect, it's best not to use it in battle.
This is because after taking this item, you will fall into the stretching legs and staring eyes state. Your limbs will stiffen up like a zombie, and your eyeballs will protrude like copper bells, lasting for 3 days.
Emperor Yun nodded, not taking this too seriously. This was because he had no intention of eating it at all.
After receiving the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, he left the small store with Yun Shang. Seeing Emperor Yun's figure with his personal guards disappearing in front of the store, Qin Ming couldn't wait to mumble in his mind and instantly opened the system panel, his eyes eagerly sweeping towards the mission progress column. Current task, sell fatty happy water 210, stretching legs and staring pills 110, 82 years ready 11. Unlock new features of the small store after completing the quest, practice room, sell items plus one of your choice. He. Qin Ming couldn't help but whisper and laugh, his face filled with anticipation. If only there were a few more guests like Emperor Yun, my mission would be complete. It's just that I don't know what the use of this practicing room is. With it, will I be able to cultivate myself? Thinking of this, Qin Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. Although Qin Ming currently possessed the Yuan Desolate Scripture, a skillful woman could not cook without rice, and he did not have a way to activate his spiritual root right now. Only after activating the spiritual root could he step into the door of cultivation. That little lowly is really my lucky star. Nah, if she hadn't mistakenly entered the small store, how could she have attracted this big business from Emperor Yun? Qin Ming's heart was filled with emotion as he recalled his previous experience. Just as Qin Ming was immersed in a bright vision of the future, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the small store. He raised his eyes and saw several men fishtailing in. The people who came were none other than those officials who had been severely reprimanded by Emperor Yun in the Imperial Study Room earlier. As soon as they learned of Emperor Yun's departure from the small store, they rushed over without stopping. Qin Ming saw another guest come to his door, a trace of surprise instantly flashed in his eyes, his steps quickened and he couldn't wait to welcome them, his face piled with a warm smile. Several guests, welcome to the store, I don't know what do you need. Although the variety of goods in the store is not much at the moment, but every piece can be a fine product. I guarantee that it's definitely worth every penny, and you'll never regret buying it. Hearing this, General Zhao took a step forward, looking eager, not even bothering to say anything polite, and directly asked, "Are you the shopkeeper?" After a pause, he then continued, "I would like to ask, that customer who just left, what did he purchase from you?" When Qin Ming heard this, his eyes narrowed furiously, alarm bells ringing in his heart as countless thoughts crossed his mind like lightning. Somewhat interesting, these people are actually here to spy on the items purchased by the Cloud Emperor. Seeing how eager they look, they must have seen the miraculous effects of the items within the small store. However, I had only sold a universal speaker to little Lori before. How did they know about the existence of the small store? It's hard to believe that they've seen the effects of the little speaker. General Zhao saw that Qin Ming didn't say anything and hurriedly urged, "Shopkeeper, speak up instead." Qin Ming smiled politely at the corners of his mouth as he heard, "No comment, I will keep it a secret for all the customers who went to the small store to purchase items." You. Hearing this, General Zhao was just about to reprimand Qin Ming. However, he was stopped by Shang Shuli, who was on the side and turned his head to Qin Ming to open his mouth to inquire. "Shopkeeper, can you introduce the items in the store?" Qin Ming nodded, and began to introduce the efficacy of the 3 items. However, when the crowd, after hearing the efficacy of the happy water, and the leg stretching and gazing pill, their first thought was disbelief. It was acceptable for them to have such items, but the price was so low that it was simply unrealistic. However, Qin Ming simply said indifferently, "Happy water only costs 100 lower grade spirit stones, you guys will know if you try it. With your statuses, it shouldn't be difficult to come up with 100 lower grade spirit stones." When the crowd heard Qin Ming say this, they also froze for a moment. Our identities? This shopkeeper couldn't have already known their identities, but that was normal. After all, they were also dignified figures within the imperial city. Ordinary civilians might not have seen them, but those with a little bit of background would recognize them. Chapter 10, Li Xingshu's Speculation. General Zhao originally wanted to ask a few questions. However, when he glanced over and saw that Minister Li had already taken out a spirit stone and was ready to purchase it, he swallowed back his words. After a moment's thought, he also silently took out a spirit stone and purchased a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. The other 2 officials also followed suit. After all, Minister Li was the brain of the Tian Yuan dynasty, there was absolutely nothing wrong with following him. Selling 4 bottles of happy water in one go, Qin Ming had a smile on his face that he couldn't hide at all. A cute General Zhao once got the Fat House Happy Water, snap unscrewed the bottle cap, tons to pour into the mouth. A moment later, he only felt the Fat House Happy Water, tons to pour into the mouth. A moment later, he only felt the pores of his body are open, indescribable comfort and pleasure. General Zhao can clearly feel that his body was originally as calm as stagnant water cultivation. At this moment, there were ripples and it slowly began to grow. Although the increase was minimal, for a general like him who had been in the battlefield for a long time and was extremely sensitive to changes in his own cultivation, he was still able to keenly notice it. Burp! General Zhao burped, an intoxicated look on his face as he exclaimed. This stuff is really good. I've lived for so many years and it's the first time I've drunk such a good wine. And my cultivation has actually shown signs of slow growth. This is too amazing. As soon as the words left his mouth, General Zhao waved his hand and pulled out tens of thousands of spirit stones from his arms and said with a bold voice, "Shopkeeper, bring me all the happy water you have here, I'll cover it all." However, Qin Ming shook his head unhurriedly and explained, "The small store has the rules of the small store. The items within the store can only be limited to one purchase per person, per day." When General Zhao heard Qin Ming's words, he was first stunned, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He had seen quite a few merchants, but this was the first time he had heard of such an expression as limited purchases. You can only purchase one bottle per day? Shopkeeper, are you not even making money? Which business is like yours? General Zhao's face was filled with doubt, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Qin Ming lightly glanced at General Zhao and slowly spoke, "Do you think I'm making money here?" General Zhao was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his mind quickly pondered. Yes, this fatty house happy water has such an unbelievable effect. It can make a cultivator's cultivation grow, and it can also bring about an inexplicable sense of pleasure. But the shopkeeper was only selling it for 100 lower grade spirit stones. This price was ridiculously low. It wasn't like it was meant to make a profit at all. Even if you don't consider its magical effects, just the unique taste and the wonderful feeling after drinking it, it's already worth every penny. He even felt that it was worth spending 100 lower grade spirit stones just to savor the taste. If one were to drink a bottle of this happy water during the tense moments when the two armies were facing each other, one might really be able to adjust one's mindset and bring out unexpected effects on the battlefield. Let's do it this way. General Zhao gritted his teeth and said with a hard heart, "I'll offer 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, and you can bring me a few more bottles." He directly doubled the price 100 times, full of expectations that Qin Ming would agree to his request. However, when Qin Ming heard this, he also directly refused. "If you want to drink it, you can come back tomorrow." General Zhao inquired, "Then it's okay if I have someone purchase it for me, right?" Qin Ming shook his head. "I have to remind you that this item cannot be regifted. Once it is transferred, this happy water will lose its magical effects and will be no different from ordinary water. So, if you want someone else to purchase it for you, dismiss the idea before it's too late." This. General Zhao originally wanted to show his identity and rely on it to pressure Qin Ming into buying a few more bottles for himself. But after thinking about it, he let it go. This shopkeeper was able to come up with these magical items. His background should not be simple. If one were to offend someone in order to satisfy one's appetite, wouldn't that be a heart demon entering one's brain? Then the leg stretching and gazing pill, and lay by give me one as well. Qin Ming was inwardly delighted when he heard this. He had wanted to make a good sales pitch, but he didn't expect this person in front of him to directly spend money on it. Several other officials, after trying the happy water, also purchased a copy of the other two items. Qin Ming was also very happy inside as he watched the progress of the task was already over halfway. Looking at their appearance, it was estimated that they would continue to come back tomorrow to purchase the happy water. Unsurprisingly, the quest should be completed tomorrow. After the several officials finished their purchases, they didn't stay too long in the store, but returned to the courtyard once again. Minister Li looked at the happy water in front of him and said to General Zhao, "This person isn't simple. It's a good thing I stopped you just now, otherwise you might have to offend that shopkeeper." General Zhao asked doubtfully, "Unsimple? Isn't he just a mortal? Have to say it's not simple. It's probably just his background. After all, to be able to take out such a magical object, the person behind him is truly unfathomable." Shangshuli shook his head and said, Nonetheless. After all, the appearance of this happy water, and lay by, can already affect the qi of an imperial dynasty. With His Majesty's character, he should have already tested that shopkeeper, and if that person didn't have the strength to master these things, he's afraid that he would have already closed the store. Since he's still able to operate normally now, that means that His Majesty has made a compromise, or that they've reached some sort of cooperation. These two possibilities, either way, it's not something we can interfere with anymore. The crowd was suddenly enlightened after hearing Minister Li's explanation. Right, that His Majesty of theirs is a person who has proven himself by killing. With a life of killing and determination, if something like this appeared within their imperial city, with his character, he would definitely want to keep it firmly in his hands. But now that that small store was still operating normally, there was definitely a problem here. Thinking of this, General Zhao also had a moment of fear. Luckily, Shangshuli had stopped him before, or else with his character, he might have really offended that shopkeeper. Thinking about this, General Zhao hurriedly thanked Minister Li. "Sir Li, it's fortunate that you stopped me just now, or else I'm afraid I would have made a big mistake." Minister Li waved his hand and said, "A small matter, not worth mentioning." General Zhao spoke, "Then what should we do next with this little store? Should we ask His Majesty?" Minister Lee shook his head. No need, we can just go and purchase the items normally. The small store, I guess it won't take long to burst into flames. We can let our family members purchase some things in advance and keep them.
Although these things are non-transferable, they are still very useful. They can enhance our family's heritage.
So hoard them first while the others don't react. When the crowd heard this, their eyes lit up. One after another, they took out their summoning stones and notified their clansmen to go buy the small store's merchandise. Chapter 11, the store bursts into flames. In this bustling and noisy night, a small, inconspicuous store stood out. One could only see a long queue in front of the small store, resembling a long winding dragon that stretched all the way to the corner of the street. People in the queue, some tiptoe, stretching their necks to the store. Some of them were whispering and talking in low voices. Some of them glanced at the hour in their hands from time to time, looking a little anxious. The pedestrians passing by, all of them were attracted by this peculiar scene, and stopped to watch. When the crowd recognized that this store was none other than Qin Ming's infamous black store, the expressions on their faces instantly froze, followed by surprise like ripples. Immediately afterward, surprise quickly spread through the crowd like ripples. What followed was a wave of deafening exclamations. "Isn't this that black store? Why are there so many people lining up?" A young man exclaimed with confusion. "Yeah, I remember before this store was cold and quiet, not much business at all. How did it suddenly become so hot?" Next to him, an old man with a white beard and hair also followed and chimed in, his cloudy eyes flickering with curiosity and doubts written all over his face. "Look carefully, those people in the queue, aren't they all the families of the city's officials and eunuchs? How dare they also come to line up to buy something?" Someone in the crowd was sharp-eyed and noticed the unusualness, and couldn't help but say in a loud voice, "This is too unbelievable." As soon as these words came out, the crowd exchanged words and murmured, all with incredulous looks on their faces. At this time, someone came forward and said, "I've been in this store before, and the things that store sells can be strange as hell, and they're ridiculously expensive. But judging by the current situation, maybe the things he's selling are truly miraculous." Some of the people who had also entered Qin Ming's store heard these words and were first stunned, and a skeptical look appeared on their faces as they muttered, "No way, the things he sells are really that miraculous? It must be true. If it's not the real deal, why would these dignitaries condescend to come here and line up?" Another person said with a certainty in his tone. These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. After hearing this, many people slapped their thighs, their faces filled with remorse, and said painfully, "At first I thought it was fake, I didn't even look at it, I just walked away. Now it seems like I missed out on a lot of good things. No, I have to line up to see it too." After saying that, this person silently joined the queuing army. As the queue gradually grew, more and more people became interested in Qin Ming's store. The things that Qin Ming was selling also began to be known by the crowd. After they learned that such heaven-defying items were sold here, the size of the queue grew bigger and bigger. The city guards were even needed to help maintain order. However, Qin Ming, who was inside the store at this time, could be said to be in pain and happy. His mission had been accomplished, and the happy water, lay-by, and stretching legs and staring pills provided by the system were all sold out. But on the other hand, he was having a headache because he had to patiently explain to the customers in the store over and over again that the store was now out of stock and that they should come back tomorrow. However, those disciples of the worldly families who had been lining up for a long time, when they heard Qin Ming say this, they immediately exploded, with dissatisfied looks appearing on their faces. A magnificently dressed and struttingly groomed son of a worldly family frowned. "Shopkeeper, didn't you just sell a few copies of something? Why did you run out of stock all of a sudden? That's too much to say." "Yes, we've been waiting in line for almost half an hour, and now you're actually saying that you don't have any more. This can't be done, you have to give us a statement today." Next to him, a slightly chubby, cross-faced son of a worldly family followed suit and yelled. Seeing this, the surrounding people also followed suit. "That's right, shopkeeper, hurry up and think of something. As long as it allows us to buy something, we can add money." Most of these lineage disciples had been instructed by the elders in their families to make sure that they purchased what was in the store, otherwise they wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Qin Ming looked at the rowdy scene in front of him and sighed helplessly, secretly smiling bitterly in his heart. How could he not have expected that the store would suddenly burst into flames within a short period of time, attracting so many people to come and snatch them up? So he didn't have any time for him to prepare the merchandise at all. Looking at the disgruntled and questioning faces of these sons of the lineage, although he apologized in his heart, there was really nothing he could do. There's really nothing left, so everyone can come back another day. Qin Ming tried his best to make his tone seem as sincere as possible, hoping to gain the understanding of the crowd. However, those sons of the worldly families obviously did not intend to stop there, still clamoring and refusing to leave. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more difficult to control, Qin Ming's face sunk slightly as a trace of impatience flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his large hand, a majestic and powerful aura fluctuation instantly erupted from his hand like a raging tide. Wherever this aura fluctuation passed, the air trembled and emitted a buzzing sound.
In the next second, those sons of the lineage who had originally wanted to argue a few words only felt that their bodies were suddenly out of control and, as if they were grabbed by a large invisible hand, the entire person rose up in the air, and before they could react, they were already sent directly out of the store by a powerful force. The crowd only had time to let out a few exclamations of shock before they landed heavily on the street outside the store. They were in shock, and before they could catch their breath from the sudden turn of events just now, they watched as the store's door closed with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. For a moment, everyone froze, and the street fell into a dead silence. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. This. A son of a worldly family stammered, his eyes filled with fear and awe. They weren't just shocked by the fact that Qin Ming had handled the matter in such a forceful manner, what shocked them even more was Qin Ming's terrifying means. They really couldn't figure out how Qin Ming had managed to, in a split second, be able to send all of them out at the same time, and that too without any effort. Didn't this mean that if the shopkeeper wanted to make a move against them, they wouldn't have any power of resistance? Chapter 12, Completing the Mission, Unlocking the Practice Room. At this moment, a son of a worldly family in the crowd was in shock. He patted his chest with palpitations and muttered under his breath. It's a good thing that I didn't act impulsively just now to offend this shopkeeper, the strength of his is simply too terrifying. With that casual wave of his hand, so many of us were thrown out like chickens. If we really pissed him off, the consequences would be unimaginable. Next to him, a male son of an official's family who was wearing official clothes and had an elegant demeanor nodded his head slightly and said with emotion, "No wonder my father urged me 1,000 times before to not cause trouble in this store. Now it seems that my father really had foresight. This shopkeeper is deeply hidden, and those of us are not worth mentioning in front of him." At this moment, Zhao Sun, the son of General Zhao, looked at the woman beside him, who was dressed in a sharp chivalrous and valiant costume, with a sad face, and cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. "Big sister, we're just going back like this now? I haven't even bought anything yet, going back so empty-handed. I'm afraid my father will beat me up if he finds out." When Li Muqin, the daughter of Minister Li, heard Zhao Sun's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "What else can you do if you don't go back? Do you dare to go and call the door so that the shopkeeper can open the door for you to sell things again? You didn't look at the situation just now. The shopkeeper obviously doesn't want to take care of us anymore. If you really go to the door, you might even make the shopkeeper even more angry, and then you'll be the one in bad luck." Her tone carried a bit of anger, while also revealing her dissatisfaction with Zhao Sun's childish idea. The crowd of disciples, hearing that Li Muqin had said so, also dispersed. However, the eaters who were still lining up froze for a while after seeing the store close. Ugh, why did it suddenly close? It couldn't be that the stuff is sold out, right? I have a feeling it's been rounded up by those eunuch disciples. After all, those things are amazing. It's a pity. I don't know if the shop will still be open tomorrow. I must come early. The crowd murmured. Everyone's curiosity not only didn't subside because of the store's closure, but instead, it burned even more vigorously like a blazing fire. Many people secretly vowed in their hearts that they would definitely have to come earlier tomorrow to line up. Inside the store, Qin Ming had already submitted his quest by now. The system's beeps also sounded. "Congratulations on completing the quest, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on unlocking the store's new function, Practice Room." After Qin Ming heard this beep, he couldn't wait to check it out. When he finished reading the introduction of the Practice Room, he was frozen. Boy, it's a bit bullish. The qualification set for guests to enter the Practice Room was quite unique. It was necessary to spend store points to redeem them, and for every hour of cultivation within the Practice Room, 100 points would need to be consumed. And the way the points were obtained was closely related to the value of the goods purchased by the customer. For a bottle of fatty happy water, they could accumulate 10 points. For a leg stretching and staring pill, 100 points. For a bottle of rarebit, they can earn up to 1,000 points. Of course, if you don't want to accumulate points by purchasing goods, you can also choose to spend spirit stones to buy them. However, the conversion ratio is a bit harsh. 100 top-quality spirit stones are equivalent to 1.10,000 top-quality spirit stones, can only stay in the practice room for 1 hour. Qin Ming understood in his heart that the main purpose of the system setting was to attract more people to spend money on commodities, rather than simply relying on spending spirit stones to gain points. In the introductory description of the practicing room, there was also a line of small, not so eye-catching remarks that caught Qin Ming's attention. When the blind box function is open, there is a certain probability that a customer will draw a white whore ticket when drawing a blind box. Customers who possess this white whore ticket can use it once without restriction once they enter the practice room, and as long as the customer doesn't come out voluntarily, it's no problem to use it for as long as they want to inside the practice room. After the introduction of the entrance method, the next content is the most important. Although the practicing room was currently only open for 3 functions, these 3 functions alone already made Qin Ming feel that it was counterintuitive to the extreme. The first function was the universal simulation. It was capable of replicating any secret realm. Even the heavenly Tao laws could be brought back 1:1.
Whether it was those long extinct secret realms or those that were about to appear, they could all be perfectly rendered within the practicing room. Moreover, there is a small probability that the items in the secret realm can be visualized, that is to say, it is possible to bring out real treasures from the simulated secret realm.
The second feature is that AI chaperone. An opponent can be summoned, and this opponent is able to restore all the opponent's strength 1:1.
Even if a guest wants to summon Emperor Yun as an opponent in the practicing room, the system can easily do so that he can spar with the strongest to his heart's content and improve his strength. The third function was the break-in mode. Customers would break through levels within the practice room, and the more levels they broke through, the more generous the rewards given by the practice room would be. Although the system did not clearly state what exactly these rewards were, with the system's consistently powerful style, Qin Ming was convinced that the rewards given by the system would definitely not be bad. After looking at these current features of the practicing room, Qin Ming's gaze went to the small room that had just appeared on the side. Without hesitation, he walked into the small room, and what met his eyes was a light screen emitting a soft blue light, which was the entrance to the practice room. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Ming directly stepped into the light screen. He didn't need points to enter the practice room himself, which was also considered a special benefit given to him as a store owner by the system.
After entering the practice room, what met his eyes was an empty white space.
The surroundings were silent, as if time and space were frozen at this moment.
What's a good secret realm to get?
He knew very little about the secret realms of this world, and those prestigious monuments and dangerous places were nothing more than vague concepts in his mind, so it really wasn't a good choice. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as a bold idea popped into his mind.
I wonder if it's possible to use a game as a secret realm.
He was on the blue planet, where the game world was colorful and there were quite a few fun games that could be used as training grounds. The current him didn't have any cultivation, so if the game world could be turned into a secret realm, it would be a good experience for him. With this in mind, Qin Ming closed his eyes tightly and did his best to visualize the scenes of the classic game Resident Evil in his mind. A few moments later, the original snow-white space began to change. At first, it was just a vague outline that appeared as if it had been covered with a thin veil. Immediately afterward, mottled rust stains and cracks slowly appeared on the walls, and the ground began to vibrate slightly, as if something was moving underground. The air was filled with a putrid smell, the smell of zombies ravaging and dying. Not long after, dim lights lit up in the space, flickering and flickering, illuminating the surroundings with shadows. The dilapidated corridor stretched sinuously, and yellowed posters were posted on the walls, in which the characters' expressions were horrified, as if telling of the impending catastrophe. In the distance, there were faint hissing sounds and low growls, the sounds of zombies, which were slowly approaching, following the scent of the living. Qin Ming opened his eyes and looked at the Resident Evil secret world that had already taken shape in front of him.
Crap! It's really possible. Doesn't this mean that I can play whatever I want? In the future, if I manifest a black myth, won't I be able to fight with the three major antipodes of the Heavenly Court? If I'm lucky enough to get the golden rod out, won't I be invincible? What kind of Mahayana or transition, one stick will directly knock them to death? The more he thought about it, the more excited Qin Ming became, so he wondered what conditions were needed for this figurative prop. Chapter 13, A New Mission. Originally, Qin Ming was still envisioning that he would be able to fight Monkey and the others in the future. However, in the next second, a powerful and suffocating sense of oppression suddenly hit him. Qin Ming only felt a blur before his eyes, and a black hill instantly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a nauseating stench also came with the nose, the smell as if mixed with rotting flesh and blood and pungent mucus, drilling straight into his nostrils, so that his stomach turned over for a while. Before Qin Ming could react, something even more terrifying happened. It was as if his body was bound by an invisible force to death, unable to move, and his consciousness began to become blurred. In the last moment of losing consciousness, Qin Ming struggled to raise his head and finally saw this horrible thing in front of him, a huge mountain of flesh. The surface of that mountain of flesh was covered with pitted holes, from which black liquid continuously seeped out, emitting a disgusting odor. Immediately afterward, the mountain of flesh slowly moved, its huge body pressing towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming wanted to cry out, wanted to struggle, but couldn't make a sound, and could only watch the meat mountain getting closer and closer. In the end, the meat mountain sat down with a heavy butt, and Qin Ming only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and he was just sat down and died by this horrible meat mountain. When Qin Ming regained consciousness again, he had already returned to the initial space of the practice room. The stunned Qin Ming lamented, "Crap, it's too real, right, I just actually died once." After experiencing the feeling of the secret realm, Qin Ming also left the practice room directly. This was because he felt that there was no point in continuing to go and play. The current him had no cultivation at all, it was impossible for him to beat that meat mountain. When he was able to cultivate, he would high and low to abuse this meat mountain. After returning to the counter, Qin Ming began to continue checking the system panel. Because there was still a system reward that he hadn't received, and that was the independent choice of goods for sale. After choosing this independent sale of goods, after selecting this autonomous selling item, Qin Ming would be able to sell this type of item without any limitations in the future.
When he looked at the available commodities for sale, Qin Ming fell into deep thought. This was because there were only 5 items in front of him to choose from: Fatty Nerd Happy Water, Stretching Legs and Staring Pill, 82 Years Libby, and 2 newly released items: Dazzling My Chewing Gum, and Devil's Hot Sticks. This Dazzling My Gum has a small line in its synopsis: during the double break, it simply can't stop. The more you chew, the longer it lasts, and it can improve the efficacy of the double break feats. Qin Ming was silent for a while when he saw this synopsis. This thing is definitely not an option. After all, it's not like everyone has a Dow couple. Choosing it as a resident commodity was definitely a no-no. As for that Devil's Hot Stick, it was also a bit interesting. Cultivators below the level of Yuaning would spew out Hell's true flame after consuming it, which was comparable in power to Yuaning's stage fire spells. It also enhances the fire root cultivator's affinity for flames. This thing was also useful, but it had a lot of limitations. Qin Ming still chose Happy Water as the resident commodity after some weighing. Because this item was cheap and there was a probability of comprehending the Happy Dao heart, it could apply to many people. It would also allow the store to increase its customer traffic, allowing them to come to the store every day. After receiving the reward, at this time, on Qin Ming's system panel, there was also an additional button to sell Happy Water. The system sold it for only 10 points of lower grade spirit stones. He was selling it for 100 lower grade spirit stones. A tenfold profit was not bad. After purchasing 100 bottles of Happy Water, Qin Ming began to check up on the system panel to take a look at the latest quests. Host, Qin Ming. Age, 20. Cultivation, none. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current shop level, 1. Experience required for next upgrade, 5100. Note, for each system task completed, corresponding experience value can be gained. Current store merchandise: Fatty Happy Water resident merchandise, Hyun My Gum temporary merchandise that will disappear after completing the task, Devil's Hot Sticks temporary merchandise that will disappear after completing the task, Beginner's Blind Boxes temporary limited edition merchandise. Current task: sell Dazzling Gum 100 priced at 500 lower spirit stones, Devil's Hot Sticks 100 300 lower spirit stones, Junior Blind Box 100 5000 upper spirit stones. Unlock resident merchandise +2 after completing the quest. Obtain a mixed elemental pill, can be directly awakened after taking it, and gain 100 points of store level experience. As soon as he saw the words mixed elemental Dan, Qin Ming's eyes immediately lit up, and he almost couldn't hold back his cry: crap you can cultivate? Previously, although he was carrying such heaven-defying techniques as the Yuan Desolate Scripture, he was unable to step into the door of cultivation due to the lack of a way to activate his spiritual roots. And this mixed Yuan Dan, it simply came at the right time. As long as he took it, he would be able to awaken and open the path of cultivation. How could he not be excited? Qin Ming muttered, I want to open a store. I can't wait. It was not easy to stay up until the day dawned. Qin Ming made a price list and finished organizing all the goods before. He then slowly pushed open the store door. However, the sight in front of him instantly widened his eyes, his face filled with shock and incredulity. Only to see that the store entrance had long been lined up a long line that could not be seen. The crowd was densely packed, like a tidal wave surging. Men and women, young and old, dressed differently. There were dignitaries dressed in gorgeous brocade robes. There were also plainly dressed commoners. Their faces all wore a look of anticipation and excitement, their eyes staring tightly at the direction of the store. Qin Ming looked at the sky. It was only early in the morning, the sun was just showing a hint of dawn in the sky, but the queue of people was already so spectacular. He had thought that after yesterday's fermentation, the store might burst into flames, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. It seems like it's just early in the morning. How come there are so many people lining up? In his heart, he was both surprised and a little bit delighted. He didn't expect his store to be so popular. It seems that the publicity from those customers yesterday was remarkable and attracted so many people to come. When the customers saw the store open, they excitedly shouted, "It's open, it's open. Ha ha ha, after lining up all night, it's finally open. Luckily, I was smart and didn't go back yesterday at all. Hurry up. Shopkeeper, I can't wait to buy Happy Water." Qin Ming looked at the impatient guests, so he spoke, "Please enter in an orderly manner. The number of items on sale today is a bit high and there are new items on the shelves, so there is no need to panic." Chapter 14, There's a Thief. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he let the guests in. However, he had underestimated how crazy the group was. When a group of guests flooded into the small store was instantly packed to the brim, and there was no room to even turn around. As soon as those sharp-eyed customers saw the Fat House Happy Water placed on the shelves, their eyes instantly lit up like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Without saying a word, they rushed forward with great speed, snatched the Happy Water into their hands, and then ran to the store in a hurry. Then he hurriedly ran to Qin Ming and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The shopkeeper will pay the bill." At the same time, various voices resounded in the store one after another. "Shopkeeper, what is this thing?" A plainly dressed young man, holding a packet of Devil's Hot Sticks, asked with a puzzled face. "Shopkeeper, this blind box, why is it so expensive? And what is that practicing box?" A noblewoman in a gorgeous dress frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. How come there's no more lay-by? I've heard that lay-by's effect is better than happy water. A scholarly-looking man, after rummaging among the shelves, said with disappointment. For a while, the store was a mess, with all sorts of questions and shouts intertwined, leaving Qin Ming overwhelmed. He felt like his head was about to explode from all these voices, and there was no time to answer the customers' questions one by one. Right at this moment, Qin Ming suddenly heard a beep from the system. Warning, someone is stealing inside the store, please stop it in time. When Qin Ming heard this, his heart tightened violently, his eyes instantly narrowed into a slit, and a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. With his sharp perception, he quickly locked onto the thief who was trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal something. Almost at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Qin Ming's body, spreading out in all directions like raging waves. The thief who had just gotten his hands on the thief was about to leave when he was shocked by this powerful aura. His body instantly froze, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qin Ming slapped out a palm directly in the void, and the thief was directly sent flying out, and a blind box fell out of his body. The guests at the scene couldn't help but freeze when they saw this scene. The originally noisy store instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Ming and the thief. Everyone was shocked by the powerful strength that Qin Ming had just displayed, and their hearts felt a little more in awe of him. Qin Ming looked at the thief who was already lying on the ground and coldly grunted, stealing to my place, tired of living right. This is the first time my store has encountered a thief. I'll let you off once for now. If you dare to step inside the store again in the future, then don't blame me. Scram! When that thief heard these words, he quickly climbed up and ran outside in a grayish manner. The guests witnessed this wretched scene of fleeing, and the clamor instantly became much smaller. Everyone's eyes more or less carried a bit of contempt for the thief's behavior, but at the same time, they also converged a lot due to Qin Ming's display of majesty. Qin Ming looked at the crowded store like a sardine can and felt a headache. At this moment, the store was full of people. He was so busy just dealing with the customer's checkout, not to mention having to patiently introduce the efficacy of the products to each customer in detail. But he knew in his heart, these problems can only be put aside for the time being. The most important thing is to take advantage of this wave of enthusiasm, as much as possible to sell out the goods. After about half an hour, the 100 bottles of happy water prepared by Qin Ming were quickly sold out by the crowd. Most of the customers couldn't wait to unscrew the bottle caps on the spot and pour it down with their heads tilted back, and after drinking it, they had a satisfied look on their faces and couldn't help but give thumbs up to give favorable comments. This stuff under the belly, body comfort, with the gods like. A big and strong man with a red face shouted at the top of his voice. Qin Ming had thought that dazzling my chewing gum might not sell well in this world due to its special effects. After all, its role is not the traditional cultivation enhancement and so on. But to his great surprise, the first to be sold out was actually this Hyun My Gum. Looking at the empty shelves, Qin Ming thought to himself, it seems that this world has a lot of people with the need for a double break, and the unique effect of this gum is just right, hitting the pain point of many people. In contrast, the sales of the spicy noodles have been quite good. So far, 67 copies have been sold, only 33 copies short of the 100 required to complete the task. Customers were attracted by the bright color and pungent aroma of the spicy fries, and after trying them, many were overwhelmed by their unique spicy taste and paid for them. The flavor is so exciting that it's addictive. And I can clearly feel that the fire affinity in my body has actually increased. This is amazing. A young woman who was so spicy that she was exhaling, but still kept stuffing the spicy noodles into her mouth, said vaguely. However, the only tricky part of the sales process was the primary blind box. From the opening of the store until now, despite the bustling activity in the store, none of the blind boxes had been sold. Qin Ming estimated that the first batch of people who came in were all poor, and when they saw the price of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for the blind box, they were all persuaded to leave. A few hundred lower-grade spirit stones, they might be willing to spend money to have a taste, but this 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones was a heavenly price for most cultivators. A morning flew by in a flash. Qin Ming barely stopped for a moment, constantly restocking happy water. By rough estimation, more than 500 bottles should have been sold in this half-day. With customers spreading the word of mouth, the small store's fame was also considered to have made a mark in this area, and more people heard about the magical merchandise here, and came here in droves. Shopkeeper, what is this practicing room? Why don't you introduce it? A middle-aged man wearing a long robe with an elegant temperament looked curiously towards the newly appeared entrance to the practice room in the store and asked. Qin Ming heard this, cleared his throat, and explained in an unhurried manner. This practice room is a major feature of the small store. Here, you can experience many magical functions. For example, the universal simulation, which can replicate any secret realm, sensei, whether it's an ancient relic that's already extinct, or those forbidden places that people don't dare to venture into easily. In the practice room, it can let you experience it all over again. Even the laws of the heavenly Tao can be perfectly reproduced 1:1. Moreover, there is also a certain chance that the items in the secret area can be visualized and brought back to reality. Then there's the AI sparring function, which allows you to summon any opponent you want to spar with, and the system will bring back all of their strength 1:1, helping you to quickly improve yourself in a real battle. In addition, there is also a simulation of breaking through the levels. The more levels you break through, the more generous the rewards will be. However, to enter the training room, one needs to spend store points to exchange for entrance qualifications, and 1 hour requires 100 points. Points can be obtained by purchasing goods in the store. Of course, you can also exchange 100 top-grade spirit stones for 1 point. If you're lucky enough to get a Whitehorse ticket, you'll be able to use the practice room once without any limitations. The crowd was confused when they heard this explanation. Restoring the major secret realms, they could still accept it. After all, there were quite a few magical places in the world they lived in that could restore the major secret realms. But the heavenly Tao laws, 11 replicated? How was this possible? Chapter 15, Yunshang comprehends the happy Tao heart. Shopkeeper, are you not joking? A middle-aged man frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism. How could there be such a magical place in this world that 11 replicates the laws of the heavenly Tao, and can also recreate extinct secret realms, and even bring out the things inside? This sounds simply absurd. Those street storytellers wouldn't dare to blow it like this when they are telling their stories. As he spoke, he shook his head, the distrust on his face becoming more and more obvious. Hearing this skepticism, the surrounding guests also stopped their hands from picking out goods, casting curious gazes and whispering. Yes, is this practicing room really as godly as the shopkeeper said? I think it's hanging. There's no such thing as a good thing as being able to raise your strength and obtain treasures so easily. If it can really visualize the items in the secret realm, then why would I go to the secret realm? I can just come to the training room directly. Although the price of admission is expensive, it's at least safe. Indeed, what this shopkeeper said is too outrageous. Facing the skepticism of the crowd, Qin Ming explained without panic. I can understand everyone having doubts, but there's no point in talking more. Wait until someone enters the practice room, you will naturally know. Saying this, Qin Ming paused and continued speaking. It's like this fatty happy water. At first, didn't everyone have a skeptical attitude towards its magical effects? But after drinking it, many people have felt changes in their bodies, and their cultivation levels have all slowly increased. This practicing room, like the happy water, is the treasure of the small store, and its efficacy is definitely proven. When the crowd heard Qin Ming say this, although they were interested in moving inwardly, they could not help but be shy in their pockets. Many people were still in a wait-and-see state, intending to wait until someone went in to try it out before deciding whether or not to spend spirit stones to buy points to enter. Right at this moment, the originally noisy store entrance suddenly came from a small commotion. The guests who were originally crowded near the entrance looked as if they had seen some big shot, and they all automatically dispersed to the sides, making way for a passage. Qin Ming also noticed the movement outside the door and subconsciously raised his eyes towards the door, only to see that the light from the doorway was blocked by a small figure, and a moment later, a small figure walked in with a brisk pace, hopping and jumping. The person who came was none other than Yun Shang, and after entering the store, she went straight to the counter and spoke with anticipation. Shopkeeper, give me a bottle of happy water, I brought spirit stones today. Saying that, she couldn't wait to pull out a delicate little cloth bag from her bosom and placed 100 lower-grade spirit stones on the counter. After placing the spirit stones, she looked at Qin Ming again with an expectant face, her little head slightly tilted, her eyes full of desire for happy water. As Qin Ming looked at this cute little girl in front of him, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a hint of a doting smile. With a wave of his big hand, he collected these spirit stones, then quickly picked up a bottle of happy water from the shelf behind him and handed it over to Yun Shang. Here you go. Yunshang received the happy water, her face blossoming with smiles as she thanked the shopkeeper. Thank you. Most of the surrounding guests recognized Yun Shang. After all, as Emperor Yun's beloved, this little princess's name was known to no one in this land. Many people might not have much of an intuitive impression of the high and mighty Emperor Yun, but Yun Shuang's lively and adorable face was more than familiar to everyone. On weekdays, the little princess liked to sneak out of the palace and skulk around the city streets cheerfully. She mingled with the children of ordinary people's homes, and after a while, she naturally became a familiar face in the eyes of everyone. Yunchang took the happy water, tilted her neck up and gulped it down. In an instant, it was as if her tiny body was struck by a mysterious force, and a magical Tao energy was violently emitted around her body. At this moment, she was enveloped in a layer of radiant and dazzling light. Within the radiance, wisps of Tao patterns loomed, like spiritually swimming snakes, weaving and intertwining recklessly. These Tao patterns around her body contained a marvelous rhythm. Wherever the Tao rhythms reached, the air trembled and emitted a low humming sound, as if applauding this transcendent sight. A moment later, Yunchang's eyes became ethereal and deep, and bizarre runes appeared in her originally spiritual eyes. The guests in the store were instantly stunned by this scene. Their originally noisy discussions came to an abrupt end, and all of them looked as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, staring at Yunchang with dead eyes. What the hell is going on here? An aged old man was the first to come back to his senses, his voice trembling, full of shock and doubt.
How is it that the little princess has changed so much after drinking this happy water? A young martial artist swallowed his saliva and guessed with a dry voice. At this moment, someone reacted and hurriedly exclaimed, "This can't be the happy Dao heart that the shopkeeper was talking about, right? Heavens! This happy water can really comprehend the happy Dao heart." The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that this happy water had the probability of comprehending the happy Dao heart, they didn't take it seriously at all. Rather, they took this feature as nothing more than a merchant's boast. After all, those who did business like to exaggerate the efficacy of their goods. But when they really saw Yunxiang realize the happy Dao heart, they all went crazy. At this moment, the changes in Yunxiang's body hadn't completely ended, and the Dao energy in her body grew stronger and stronger, and the light shot straight up into the clouds, seemingly about to break through the roof of this small store. This powerful aura, like a raging tide, quickly spread out in all directions, and wherever it went, the surrounding buildings began to tremble slightly. In the palace deep within the imperial city, Emperor Yun, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes, a cold aura flashed in his eyes, and the aura around him was instantly disorganized. He felt a familiar and powerful aura fluctuation. That aura was mixed with the flavor of his daughter Yun Shang, but there were a few more points of mystery and power that had never been seen before. Yun Huang's face suddenly changed, his figure flashed, like a stream of light, instantly disappeared in place, toward the source of the breath the old Qin department store shot. Chapter 16, the audience was in an uproar. When Emperor Yun rushed to the small store in his royal robes, looking anxious, that majestic aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Seeing this, the crowd outside the door went punt and knelt down, saluting neatly and shouting, "See your majesty." Some of the populace who had never seen Emperor Yun also followed suit and knelt down. The voices rose and fell like rolling thunder, echoing through the streets. Emperor Yun's mind was currently occupied by his daughter Yun Shuang's well-being, and he had no time to care. He only waved his hand hurriedly, signaling the crowd to be free of etiquette, and without stopping for a moment, he walked straight towards the store. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly sidestepped and made way for a passage, each with their heads lowered, not daring to utter a single breath. After all, Emperor Yun's reputation was out there. It was better to be vigilant in the face of this god of murder. Emperor Yun stepped into the store, his eyes searched eagerly, and with a glance, he saw Yun Shang, who was in a state of epiphany. In an instant, his footsteps stopped violently and his entire body froze in place, his face filled with disbelief. His eyes were round, staring at Yun Shuang with a deadpan expression as he muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? Shuanger has even entered the state of epiphany." Emperor Yun was even more shocked inwardly when he learned that Yun Shang had taken the store's happy water before this amazing change occurred. After a few moments, the light around Yun Shang gradually converged and she finally detached herself from the state of epiphany. She blinked her eyes were still a bit disoriented, and when she looked at her father in front of her, a trace of hardiness instantly flashed through her originally spirited big eyes. She subconsciously bit her lip. Her father had just warned herself yesterday against stealing pleasure water, and she didn't expect to be caught in the act this time. However, without waiting for Yunxiang to open her mouth to explain, Emperor Yun took an arrow step forward and held Yunxiang's shoulders with both hands, asking with a face full of concern, "Shuanger, how do you feel physically? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Yunxiang shook her head and said crisply, "No, father, I've just raised my cultivation level." Saying that, her eyes lit up, her tone full of excitement and pride. "Look, I'm now at the yuaniying stage." As soon as the words fell, Yunxiang's spiritual energy around her body instantly surged up, and a powerful yuaniying stage aura erupted like a raging tide. When the crowd of onlookers saw this, they were first stunned, and then a deafening gasp erupted. "This natural talent of the young princess is simply unheard of," an aged old man said with wide eyes, full of shock and a trembling voice, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. A 4-year-old yuaning, under the heavens, there shouldn't be a more heaven-defying qualification than the little princess. A young martial artist with a face full of envy and a blazing light in his eyes couldn't help but exclaim in a loud voice. 4 years old yuaning, according to the development of this momentum, wouldn't the little princess be expected to reach the ferrying stage within 100 years old? I feel that with the little princess's qualifications, not only will she not only be able to cross the tribulation stage at the age of 100, but she might even be able to directly ascend to that legendary immortal realm. In that case, wouldn't our Tian Yuan dynasty be about to produce an immortal? Others in the crowd nodded their heads and exchanged words, praising Yunxiang's talent. Everyone's gazes were filled with awe and marvel. After Emperor Yun listened to his daughter's words and felt the yuaning aura emanating from her, the original tense look gradually eased, replaced by a face full of relief and pride. He gently touched Yunxiang's head, his eyes full of love. "Shuanger, truly marvelous." But after praising him, he then gently stretched out his hand and dotingly tapped Yunxiang's forehead, his tone gentle but with a few hints of anger. Next time you can't eat so indiscriminately. In case something goes wrong, how am I going to explain to your mother?" Yunxiang playfully spat out her tongue, her face overflowing with an innocent smile as she delicately pouted. I know. I see that this shopkeeper has a kind face and doesn't look like a bad person, that's why I feel relieved to drink it." Father, don't be angry.
While saying this, she also shook Emperor Yun's arm, trying to make him calm down. Seeing this, Emperor Yun shook his head helplessly. He knew his daughter's nature too well, and although she had agreed on the surface, she would dare to do it next time.
Out of his indebtedness to Yunshan's mother, Emperor Yun had always doted on Yunshan. As for reprimanding,
that was simply impossible. One simply couldn't afford to give it up, and could only remind her to pay more attention in the future. After a few moments, Yun Huang upholds, come all the way to the attitude, is also purchased a bottle of happy water. After seeing on the store, there are new products, there is also no hesitation, directly all came a copy. However, when Emperor Yun learned that there was such a thing as a blind box, he muttered inwardly.
A blind box? How difficult is that? I'll directly use my divine sense to peer into it, won't I be able to know what kind of treasure is contained inside?
Thinking like this, a confident smile floated at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, with his own cultivation, there were very few things in the world that could block his divine sense from probing. Emperor Yun came to the shelf where the blind box was placed, his breath slightly converged, and then a strand of divine sense quietly probed out like a silk thread, probing towards the interior of the blind box. However, what he did not expect was that his unrivaled divine sense was like hitting an invisible and hard wall, and as soon as it touched the blind box, it was bounced back.
Emperor Yun's heart flinched and an incredulous look appeared on his face.
Unconvinced, he activated his own gong methods to strengthen his prying efforts. However, no matter how much force Emperor Yun exerted, the small blind box was always as solid as a rock. No matter how much he tried, he just couldn't get a glimpse of what was actually placed inside. At this moment, Emperor Yun's curiosity was completely piqued, then he raised his head, his gaze looking straight at Qin Ming, and opened his mouth, saying, "Shopkeeper, give me a blind box as well." When Qin Ming heard this, he was secretly delighted in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, and he respectfully said, "Please wait a moment." In Qin Ming's eyes, Emperor Yun was the king of a country and had a huge influence. As long as he was interested in the blind box, the follow-up would definitely trigger more people to follow suit and buy it.
This thing was just like gambling. The more it was opened, the more it went up.
Especially after opening something good, there was no stopping it. After Qin Ming handed the blind box to Emperor Yun, Emperor Yun took the blind box and examined it for a moment. Seeing that it was just an ordinary carton package, his heart could not help but have some doubts, but he did not have any hesitation. He reached out with his big hand and directly tore towards the package. He had thought that the packaging will be exceptionally tough, but did not expect fingertips just to force. The packaging will be hiss a sound easily broken open, the degree of vulnerability, and he imagined very different. At the moment the blind box was open, an extremely dazzling golden light burst out from inside the box. And it was accompanied by a peculiar sound effect, Golden Legend. This golden light, as well as the magical sound effect, seemed to have some sort of magical power, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Qin Ming on the side froze for a moment after hearing this familiar sound effect. This Tuzi, it's too much of a mess. Opening a blind box also has a whole sound effect. However, he was surprised at the luck of this father and daughter, this little lowly with a bottle of happy water, directly comprehending the happy Dao heart. This Cloud Emperor's luck is also outrageously good. A blind box directly opened a golden legend.
Qin Ming muttered inwardly, is this the legendary son of luck?
After lamenting, Qin Ming also probed at the blind box in Yun Huang's hand, and he was also curious as to what this golden legend could be.
Chapter 17. Is it you?
After Qin Ming saw a golden scroll lying quietly inside the blind box, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, his mind quickly pondering what kind of treasure this scroll was. Before he could think of anything, Yun Huang had already extended his hand and curiously removed the scroll from the blind box. Holding the scroll in his hand, Emperor Yun scrutinized it carefully, only to see that the scroll was golden in color, emitting a soft and mysterious luster. There were some strange patterns looming on it, but these patterns were obscure and hard to understand. Even with Emperor Yun's insight, he couldn't make it out. Yun Huang raised his eyes to Qin Ming with a few doubts in his expression, handed the scroll to Qin Ming and opened his mouth to inquire, "Shopkeeper, what is this?" At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the store were focused on Qin Ming, and everyone wanted to know the origin and purpose of this golden scroll. At the very same time, Qin Ming's mind suddenly resounded with the system's crisp beep. "White Whoring Scroll, you can enter the practice room once for free, with no time limit.
Note, clients must be in the practice room for normal business."
Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ming's mind suddenly realized that he didn't expect the first blind box to open a white horse scroll. Qin Ming is a bit not quite sure why this white whoring scroll can become a golden legend, knowing that usually golden things should be very heavenly. This white whorish scroll, it seems like it's just average.
Unless it had a hidden function.
However, Qin Ming didn't think too much about it and instead looked to Emperor Yun to explain. "Your Majesty, this is a treasure called the White Whoring Scroll.
By holding this scroll,
you will be able to enter the practice room of the small store once for free, and there is no limit to the time of use, so as long as you are willing, you can stay in there for as long as you want." When the surrounding guests heard Qin Ming's introduction of the White Whoring Scroll, their faces did not show too much surprise or envy, and they only exchanged a few words slightly before regaining their composure. Because in their minds, the magic of this practicing room was just from Qin Ming's words. No one knew if it was really that powerful, it might just be the shopkeeper exaggerating in order to sell his goods. Therefore, all of them tacitly chose to stay put, intending to wait for Emperor Yun to try it out himself before making a final decision. Emperor Yun nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the white Horish scroll in his hand that emitted a faint golden light, a hint of contemplation flashing through his eyes. As the king of a country, he had never lacked spirit stones, and he did not place too much importance on this white Horing scroll that allowed him to enter the practice room for free. In his perception, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. He secretly calculated in his mind and decided to first spend spirit stones to enter the practice room to find out what was going on. After all, only by experiencing it for himself could he know if this practicing room was really as magical as Qin Ming had said. If it was truly as magical as Qin Ming said, this white Horish roll should be able to create more value in the future. Shopkeeper, how many top-grade spirit stones does it take to enter the practice room for an hour? Yun Huang raised his head, his gaze calmly looking at Qin Ming as he opened his mouth to ask. Entering the practice room for 1 hour requires 100 points, while 100 top-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 point, so entering for 1 hour requires 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Ming replied back with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, looking forward to Emperor Yun experiencing the practicing room for himself and bringing more popularity and business to the store. Emperor Yun nodded, and in order to figure out the reality of this practicing room, he still didn't hesitate to pull out the spirit stones and hand them over to Qin Ming. First, give me 1 hour's worth of points in exchange. Alright, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Qin Ming received the spirit stone and quickly operated it in the system. A moment later, he raised his head and said with a smile, Your Majesty, the points have already been exchanged for you, so you can enter the practice room to experience it. Emperor Yun nodded and put the white Horish scroll into his storage space as he walked towards the entrance of the practicing room. After Yun Huang entered the practice room, his eyes were greeted by a quiet, snow-white space with a soft luster. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded by a hazy curtain of light, so quiet that one could only hear the sound of one's own breathing. In front of this pure space, there were 3 dimly lit options suspended in the air, namely Universal Simulation, AI Simulation Battle, and Breakthrough Mode. Emperor Yun's gaze swept through them one by one with a calm expression, however, when his eyes settled on the line that read AI Jurying. However, when he fixed his eyes on the line that read, AI Chaperone, especially when he saw the description, you can set your own character, his entire body instantly froze. AI Chaperone? You can set your own character? His voice involuntarily spilled out from between his lips, dry and with an uncontrollable tremor. The first thing that came to his mind was not the sparring match, but the fact that he was able to summon a person he had longed for, Yunshang's mother, Emily. If I can make her appear before my eyes, I am willing to pay any price. Emperor Yun murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with determination. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Emperor Yun was a lofty and decisive ruler of a country. Every decision he made could affect the fate of countless people. In the courtroom, he strategized and won thousands of miles. On the battlefield, he commanded the enemy with a sense of calm. However, who knows that under his seemingly indestructible exterior, there is an incredibly soft place that carries precious memories with Yunshang's mother, Emily. As a child, Emily was the little tail that followed Yun Huang. In the school, she rested her cheeks and watched Yun Huang read, and the two of them took advantage of the teacher's inattention to sneak to the stream in the back of the mountain. Emily happily chased the fish, and Yun Huang guarded them with a smile. When she grows up, in the spring garden, Emily playfully arranges flowers, and Yun Huang looks at her with favor. On summer nights in the courtyard, Emily snuggles up and listens to Yun Huang talk about legends and all sorts of immortal cultivation wonders. Between the maple forest in the fall wind, Emily shuttled spiritually, and Emperor Yun stopped to admire. In the winter snow, they laugh and chase, and then talk around the stove. After Emperor Yun ascended the throne, the pressure of the court was like a mountain. Emily always accompanied him, with hot tea and soft words, to comfort his tired heart. When Yunshang was born, their eyes were filled with the happiness of being parents for the first time. All the past events were the warmest imprints in the softest part of Emperor Yun's heart, and became the source of strength to support him through the storms. However, the passing of Emily completely destroyed his world. Since then, his heart was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, and that once soft place was completely blocked off by him. He devoted all of his energy to governing the country, using his busyness and power to numb the pain in his heart. Emperor Yun took a deep breath and placed his hand on the AI Chaperone option. As he touched it, the entire snow-white space trembled slightly, and a soft blue light spread out from the option, outlining a complex and sophisticated setting interface in the air. Emperor Yun began to carefully input every detail about Mother Yunshang, from her long black waterfall-like hair, her star-like bright eyes, to the shallow dimples on her cheeks when she smiled. From her gentle, watery voice, her customary tone of voice when she spoke, to her lithe, elegant posture when she walked, every fragment of his memory, he entered it without missing a beat. With every character entered, his heartbeat accelerated by 1 point, as if he was one step closer to the figure he had longed for. When all the information was entered, Emperor Yun took a deep breath as his chest rose and fell violently.
His fingers hovered above the confirmation button, trembling slightly, his heart filled with both the excitement of an impending reunion and a hint of apprehension for fear that his hopes would be dashed. Finally, after a few long seconds, he gritted his teeth and heavily pressed the confirmation button. As a blinding light flashed, the light within the entire practice room instantly distorted and changed. As the light gradually dissipated, a familiar figure slowly appeared in front of Emperor Yun's eyes. After seeing the person in front of him, Emperor Yun was lost in thought as he muttered, "Emoli, is that you?" Chapter 18, Cloud Emperor's Attempt. As the familiar figure gradually became clearer in the light, Emperor Yun's breathing abruptly stalled, and his entire body froze in place, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. The Emoli in front of him was still the same as in his memory, with curved eyebrows and a gentle smile on the corner of his lips. Every move seemed like a scene that had appeared in his dreams countless times. His eyes instantly red, tears uncontrollably spinning in the eyes, lips slightly trembling. Wanted to shout out the name engraved in his heart, but how could not make a sound? 1 step, 2 steps, he slowly walked toward Emoli, footsteps floating, fearing that if the movement is too big, the person in front of him will disappear like a bubble. Finally walking in front of Emoli, Yun Huang stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembled as he gently touched her face. The delicate touch made his heart tremble violently. Emoli. His voice was hoarse with endless thoughts and longing. "It's really you." Looking at this simulated Emoli in front of him, Emperor Yun's emotions raged like a flood that broke the dike. For so many years, he maintained the majesty of the emperor in front of everyone, burying all the pain and longing deeply. But at this moment, in the face of the person his heart longed for, he could no longer disguise himself. Tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the hands of the two touching. "All these years, I've missed you so much." Yun Huang choked, his voice full of pain and self-reproach. "It's me who failed to protect you, letting you leave Yunshang, and I just like that." He gripped Emoli's hand tightly, as if he could just hold it tightly enough, she wouldn't slip away from his side anymore. Even though he knew that the Emoli in front of him was not the real her, but only a phantom simulated in the practice room, Yun Huang was unwilling to let go. Like a child, he gently leaned his head against Emoli's shoulder, greedily drawing on the familiar scent, as if he wanted to get back all the warmth he had been missing all these years. "Emoli, do you know? Yunshang has grown up, she is very understanding and cute. How good it would be if you were still around." Yun Huang murmured, tears soaked Emoli's clothes. He just poured out the bits and pieces of these years, as if he wanted to say all the words in his heart that he had accumulated over the years to her in his head. However, the simulated Emoli, because he hadn't been given any instructions, still remained in the most basic state, always with a light smile on his face. Following the pattern in Emperor Yun's memory, she gently caressed his cheeks. As the shopkeeper, Qin Ming, he was also curious as to what Yun Huang would do when he entered the practice room. However, he froze when he saw the murderous Emperor Yun leaning on a woman's shoulder. He seriously wondered if he was hallucinating. How is this possible? Just like that, an hour quickly passed as Emperor Yun leaned on Emoli. The moment Emoli disappeared, a trace of panic flashed in Emperor Yun's eyes. But it also quickly adjusted itself. After all, as the king of a country, he was incomparably sober inside and clearly knew that everything in front of him was nothing more than an illusion simulated by the practice room. Even if this brief reunion brought him great comfort, he could never sink too far into it. After all, Yun Shang outside was still waiting for him to go out. The moment Yun Huang stepped out of the practice room, the originally noisy store instantly quieted down. The gazes of all the guests, in unison, were directed towards Yun Huang, their eyes filled with curiosity. However, Yun Huang did not pay too much attention to these guests, but instead looked towards Qin Ming and spoke. "Shopkeeper, there are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones here, help me exchange them all for points." With that, he waved his big hand and a storage bag whoosh flew towards Qin Ming, the spirit stones in the bag colliding with each other and making a crisp and pleasant sound. Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart was instantly delighted, and although he tried his best to remain calm on his face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He didn't care if Emperor Yun wanted to fall in love with AI. As long as he renewed his subscription, it would be a good advertisement for his little store. This meant that the efficacy of the practicing room had been solidified by Emperor Yun. Otherwise, with Yun Huang's character, he definitely wouldn't continue to renew the fee. "Alright, Cloud Emperor, the points will be redeemed properly for you right away." At the same time, the surrounding guests saw this and instantly exploded into a pot, exchanging words, their interest in the practice room growing stronger and stronger, and the original wait-and-see attitude also began to move. The original wait-and-see attitude also began to waver, with many secretly calculating whether or not they should also shell out spirit stones and experience it. Yun Huang once again entered the practice room, but this time, he wanted to experience a different function. After pressing the Everything Simulation button, Yun Huang's mind quickly sketched out a mysterious relic that he had stepped into before an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was an accidental discovery he had made on his way to an adventure many years ago, and although it had eroded over the years, it still retained the majestic aura and tragic scenes of the great battles of the past, leaving an extremely deep imprint in his memory.
As his thoughts coalesced, the entire scene within the practice room was instantly distorted and torn by an invisible hand, and the space changed as if it was broken and reorganized. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yun was already in a barren battlefield. The rich bloody aura came over him, causing him to frown slightly. The aura was so real, as if the great battle back then had just come to an end. Raising his eyes and looking around, broken walls were scattered everywhere, like the wreckage of a giant's fall, silently telling of the splendor and sadness of the past. On the ground, broken weapons and battle armor were laid out in a messy manner, some of which were already rusted. Some of them are rusted, while others are buried under the sand and dust with only a corner exposed, each of them carrying a dusty story. The wind whistled by. The sharp sound of the wind was like the cry of ghosts and wolves, and swept up the sand and dust in the sky. The sand and dust flew recklessly in the wind, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Emperor Yun's complexion was grave, and he opened up a meticulous exploration. He paced slowly, not sparing any of the details of the flowers and plants. Those strange flowers and plants growing between the cracks of the ruins, the veins on the leaves, the texture of the petals, were all captured in his eyes, and he repeatedly compared them with the flowers and plants of the ancient battlefield in his memory. Then, he stepped towards the area that he hadn't ventured into in his memories. In his speculation, this simulated ancient battlefield might be an illusory scene built based on his own memories, and those unexplored areas would most likely appear blank or distorted. With this speculation, Emperor Yun arrived at the previously untrodden place. However, the scene in front of him shocked him greatly. This place was not blank or blurred as he had expected, but rather, it actually presented various physical objects. The dilapidated watchtower stood in the wind and sand, surrounded by the remains of several collapsed tents, and some long-dried bloodstains could even be seen on the ground. Emperor Yun could not help but murmur, "It seems that this place was not composed based on my memories." However, whether this conclusion was conclusive or not still needed to be further verified. Yun Huang secretly calculated in his heart that after he left the small store, he would run to the real ancient battlefield to verify it at the first opportunity. If the scene simulated within the practice room was nothing like the actual layout of the ancient battlefield, then the role of this practice room was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 19, Crazy Snapping, Mission Accomplished. Inside the small store, with the addition of Emperor Yun's bell, those rich buddies who were usually generous with their money could no longer hold back their inner curiosity, and they generously paid out large amounts of spirit stones, impatient to experience the practicing room. As one rich brother after another stepped into the practice room, the atmosphere in the store became more and more tense. The crowd was eagerly waiting, curious as to what they would encounter in the room. Finally, the first batch of experienced participants came out, and their expressions varied greatly. Some were full of shock, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Some were full of excitement, their eyes glowing. That was the expression of harvesting a huge surprise. But regardless of their expressions, the first thing most people did after coming out was to renew their fees again without hesitation. Obviously, the experience in the practice room made them want to stop. Not only that, these rich guys also set their eyes on the blind box. The moment they opened the blind box, luck seemed to favor them. From the blind box, a piece of magical items appeared one after another. There are pills that emit a strong spiritual chi, which can be taken to enhance their cultivation. There were magic treasures that had light flowing through them, and at a glance, one could tell that their power was extraordinary. There are even incomparably sharp divine weapons, gently swung, the air is shaken. There are also precious and extremely precious heaven stage techniques, on which are recorded profound and inexplicable cultivation methods. As well as a variety of heavenly materials and treasures, each plant and piece contained majestic energy. Seeing the rare goodies opened one after another in the blind box, the eyes of the rich man instantly seemed to be ignited, so fervent that they were almost out of control. The original calm, rational light in his eyes was now completely consumed by greed and desire. This is no different from picking up money. A blind box priced at 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. How could these things appear? A wealthy gentleman dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, his eyes wide with incredulity, his voice trembled slightly due to excitement, and his words were filled with shock at this ultra-high-cost performance blind box. In his opinion, the treasure that he might not be able to buy by spending huge amounts of spirit stones on weekdays. In his opinion, a treasure that he might not be able to buy by spending huge amounts of spirit stones in normal times could be easily obtained in the form of a blind box at such a low price, a good thing that was simply like a pie in the sky. What I find most unbelievable is that none of the items opened here are bad. Another eunuch shouted with a reddened face as he waved a magic treasure he had just opened with both hands. The magic treasure in his hands was flowing with color, emitting powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, and just by holding it in his hands, he could feel the majestic power it contained. In his mind, among the various types of items he had purchased in the past, there was always a lack of good and bad quality. But this blind box was as if it had been enchanted, and none of the items opened were fine, which was really staggering. Which is what blind box this is simply to send money At this time, there are also people who excitedly echoed. Have you guys noticed that the pills opened here are all generally of a much better color than the ones on the market, and some of them even have dandelions?
A rather stoic eunuch held an elixir that had just been opened and scrutinized it, his eyes filled with awe. The elixir was round and full, with a soft luster emanating from its surface, and what was even more shocking was that several mysterious dandelions were faintly emerging on the surface of the elixir. In the world of pills, dandelions meant higher quality and stronger medicinal effects. Pills with dandelions were often encountered but not sought after, but now easily appeared in these blind boxes. How could it not make the crowd feel shocked? At this moment, everyone in the store went crazy. Although they hadn't entered the practice room, this blind box was opened in front of them. Everyone who opened the blind box almost made a bloody profit. The worst of them were also in a state of almost flat capital. How could they sit still at this time? The 100 blind boxes that were originally placed on the counter were instantly emptied. Those who didn't grab the blind boxes regretted that they were slow to strike. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was afraid of Qin Ming's cultivation, I'm afraid that they would have fought by now. At this moment, Qin Ming was also maintaining order while helping the crowd to settle their accounts. After all the blind boxes were sold, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points of store-level experience, 1 mixed energy elixir, and plus 2 resident commodities. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the store, current level 2. Note, the current store is on track, the newcomer benefits are invalid, and the goods sold in the future will need to be unlocked by the host himself. Small store upgrade rewards, resident goods plus 1, unlock the lucky blind box, store can recruit shopkeepers plus 1. The rich rewards caused a burst of ecstasy in Qin Ming's heart, and as he was immersed in joy, he was suddenly interrupted hard by an urgent shout. Shopkeeper! Hurry up and serve some more blind boxes. The voice was filled with longing and urging. Qin Ming, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly gathered his emotions and explained to the crowd, today's blind boxes have all been sold out, and currently only happy water is still in stock in the store. He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze across the disappointed faces of the crowd, and then said, for those who wish to purchase the blind box, please come back tomorrow. The reason Qin Ming said this was not that he didn't want to sell. Rather, it was that he needed to spend a little time to organize the new merchandise and see how to get the goods. And then properly research what this lucky blind box was. Moreover, today's burst of fire had left him unprepared for a lot of things. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still people in the practice room, Qin Ming would have wanted to just close the store. When the crowd heard these words, although their faces were reluctant, they could only accept them helplessly, muttering that they would definitely come early tomorrow. Many people, even, had already begun to line up in advance. Qin Ming had thought that after there was nothing to sell, the store traffic should be a little less, but he didn't expect the queues to grow instead. That happy water, it had already sold thousands of bottles so far. And the number of people entering the practice room was also increasing. From the looks of it, they had no intention of leaving the practice room. If this trend continued, wouldn't this store be open 24 hours a day? Thinking of this, Qin Ming was instantly unhappy. No, 24 hours of business, I can accept that, but I can't accept that I'm open 24 hours. I was a cow and a horse before I crossed over, now that I've opened my own store and I'm still a cow and a horse, it's not the reverse of the Big Dipper. At this moment, Qin Ming only had one idea inside his heart, which was to hurry up and recruit a shopkeeper to open the business for him. Or change shifts. Qin Ming now also sort of saw that with this practice room, Qin Ming's little store, in the future, was destined to be open 24 hours a day. Therefore, it was necessary to find a reliable person to work as a sales clerk as soon as possible. Chapter 20, Practice Room Reward, Pseudo-Immortal Rank Technique. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Qin Ming raised his hand and operated on the system interface, sending a message to the guests who were still indulging in the practicing room. There are still 2 hours to go before the end of today's business hours, so please pay attention to controlling your time. At this moment, inside the practice room, some guests were concentrating on breaking through the levels, facing endless organs and powerful virtual opponents, exerting all their strength. Some are sparring with the AI, practicing martial arts and studying tactics. When this message suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, everyone was stunned. One of the young martial artists who was having a tough time with his AI opponent, the sword momentum in his hand slightly stalled, and his originally powerful sword strokes slowed down. He swept his gaze over the message and frowned lightly, obviously not too satisfied with the message. As for Emperor Yun, who was in the gate-breaking mode, he frowned when he saw the message. To Emperor Yun, this breakthrough mode could be called an excellent treasure of training. This was because his cultivation level had directly dropped to the cheap practicing stage since he entered the gate-breaking mode. The practicing room then precisely matched opponents and monsters corresponding to that stage. And he gained cultivation by killing these opponents, monsters. Every time he successfully cleared a level, his cultivation within the practice room would be increased. Most importantly, he could also feel that his own soul was getting tougher and tougher with each breakthrough. This kind of metamorphosis at the soul level brought about a wonderful feeling that caused Emperor Yun to be unable to stop. What was even more amazing was that every time he broke through his cultivation level in this practice room, it was as if Emperor Yun had experienced a recultivation. The subtle problems that had been overlooked for various reasons during past breakthroughs surfaced one by one. Those ambiguous doubts that had been raised during the cultivation process had all been clearly answered during this breakthrough. If he left the practice room now and went back to his seclusion, after he had made up for all of his previous flaws, his cultivation might be able to rise even higher, and he might even be expected to cross the threshold. Emperor Yun sighed lightly, muttering, "That's just it, it's already cleared to the 10th level, let's go out first." He planned to find a time to come here to pass all the levels after arranging the outside world's imperial affairs first. This was because he had a premonition that this practicing room was the opportunity for him to step into the transitional succession stage. After Emperor Yun exited the practice room, a clear and extremely penetrating tone resounded steeply within the small store, echoing throughout the store. Congratulations to Tian Yuan Dynasty, Yun Shan, for being the first customer to clear the 10th floor, rewarding him with a pseudo-immortal rank lower grade technique, Heavenly Star Decree. This sudden beep was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing the originally noisy atmosphere in the store to stagnate. Everyone was stunned, a look of confusion and shock mingling on their faces. After a short period of silence, murmurs rose like a tidal wave. Who is this Yun Shan? And what is a pseudo-immortal rank lower grade feat technique? Isn't the strongest merit law the heavenly rank? How did an immortal rank appear? A martial artist in a green shirt with a rather young appearance was the first to speak, his face filled with confusion and his eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown. You don't even know who Yun Shan is? Yun Shan is the Cloud Emperor. Next to him, a big man with a stout figure and a beard stared at the young martial artist with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity, as if the other party had asked an extremely stupid question. Heavens, the rewards of this practicing room are too outrageous. There are even immortal rank techniques, even though it carries a pseudo word, but this should be very strong as well. A mysterious guest wearing a bucket hat that covered most of his face couldn't help but let out an exclamation, his voice carrying an uncontrollable envy and excitement. Really, there really is an immortal rank technique? Another person in the crowd asked with a skeptical tone, as if they still couldn't believe that this news that sounded so shocking was true. The gazes of the crowd were directed towards Emperor Yun, with admiration, envy and curiosity intertwined in their eyes. Emperor Yun also froze for a moment when he heard the beep. A pseudo-immortal rank technique? He didn't feel like he had one. However, after he had just wanted to ask the shopkeeper how to obtain this feat, the next second a golden light directly merged into his mind. Emperor Yun only felt his head shake violently, and immediately afterward, all the moves, cultivation methods, and operation routes of this pseudo-immortal rank technique, the Heavenly Star Technique, surged into the depths of his consciousness like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating fully on the information that surfaced in his mind, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The moves recorded in the Gongfu were exquisite, and each of them contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, as if they could echo the power of heaven and earth. Those complex routes of spiritual energy operation were even more eye-opening to him. The many bottlenecks and doubts he had encountered in his cultivation in the past had all been clearly resolved under the revelation of this Gongfu. After browsing through the contents of the technique, Emperor Yun slowly opened his eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. He muttered, "This. Surprisingly true. Could this be the legendary upper realm technique?" His voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of excitement and thrill. The moment he had obtained the immortal ranked feat technique, Emperor Yun no longer dared to have any crooked thoughts about this small store. This shopkeeper was definitely someone from the upper realm. Otherwise, it would never be possible to take out such heaven-defying items. Moreover, this kind of thing was only the reward for the first 10 levels. If you passed to the back, how generous would the reward be? As soon as he thought of this, Emperor Yun quickly came to Qin Ming's side and inquired, "Shopkeeper, can you let me continue to break through? I want to add bells. I have spirit stones." He knew that the news of the appearance of immortal rank techniques in this place would definitely not be able to be concealed. It wouldn't be long before this little store would definitely attract strong people from other imperial dynasties, and even some great powers that had disappeared for years might make a comeback. That was why he had to utilize this current time gap to fight for more passes. Qin Ming was also a bit surprised that this Cloud Emperor had obtained an immortal rank technique. "I didn't expect this Tuzi to be so generous." However, Qin Ming definitely refused to his request. "No, the store is about to close, so if you want to continue breaking through, please come back tomorrow." When Emperor Yun heard this, he could only give up helplessly. If other people had rejected him multiple times, he would probably have used force long ago. But he was in front of this shopkeeper, and he didn't dare to move any crooked thoughts. "That's just it, I'll come back tomorrow then." Chapter 21, Promulgating a Decree. 2 hours had quickly passed by. As night fell, Qin Ming announced that the store was closed in accordance with the usual practice. Although the guests were full of reluctance, they could only leave one after another. At the same time, the news about the appearance of pseudo-immortal rank techniques in the store spread out at an astonishing speed as if it had grown wings. These power holders who were usually high up and in control of huge forces could not sit still after hearing this news.
The value of a pseudo-immortal rank technique, even with just the word pseudo, far exceeded that of a heaven rank technique and was enough to drive countless people crazy.
Some of them immediately summoned their inner circle to discuss countermeasures for traveling to the heavenly Yuan dynasty.
Some directly mobilized the elite forces around them and rushed non-stop towards the Tian Yuan dynasty.
For a time, the actions of all the forces were like dark currents, converging towards Tian Yuan dynasty. In just one night's time, Tian Yuan dynasty underwent a drastic change.
The streets, which were already bustling with activity, were now even more crowded, with cultivators, merchants, and spies poking around from all directions flocking to the city. At the entrance of the city, carts and horses were like dragons, and the crowd was bustling with people coming in and out. The inns, taverns, and other places were all full, and even some of the private homes were rented out at high prices. The flow of people in the Tian Yuan dynasty was exploding, immersing the entire city in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Everyone was looking forward to more news related to that mysterious store as well as the pseudo-immortal rank technique. In the face of a tidal wave of forces, although Emperor Yun was the king of a country, he also knew that in the face of such temptation, it was unrealistic to want to completely control these people. There are a lot of people coming, and they are all representatives of the major top forces, their status is honored, and the forces behind them are intricate and complicated, so it's not easy to want to constrain them one by one. What's more, several allied countries that were usually on good terms with their own dynasties had also sent people to inquire whether the news of the pseudo-immortal rank technique was true. As an ally, Emperor Yun was clear that there was no way to hide this kind of thing. Instead of covering it up and triggering unnecessary suspicions, it was better to tell them frankly. Moreover, Qin Ming's store was still open in his own imperial city, and as long as this remained unchanged, the Tian Yuan dynasty still held a certain advantage in this storm over the merit law. Of course, Emperor Yun wouldn't just sit back and wait. Just because he didn't care about these people didn't mean he wouldn't harvest them. Therefore, he urgently summoned all the major staff members and important officials in the court overnight, gathering in the imperial study room to discuss strategies. Inside the imperial study room, all the people were seated around the room, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Emperor Yun's gaze was firm as he scanned everyone present, making decisions quickly and decisively. In less than an hour, several decrees were issued one after another. The first decree was to increase the entry fee. In the past, there was no need to pay any fees to enter the imperial city, but now, due to the appearance of Qin Ming's small store, the situation had changed drastically. Emperor Yun decisively decided to start charging entry fees into the city, and different rates were set based on different identities and relationships. For the local indigenous residents of the Tian Yuan dynasty, each person was only charged 10 lower-grade spirit stones. This fee was not low for the local residents, but it was still within their reach. After all, they were also curious about the small store and wanted to explore it. For those from allied countries, the fee was 10 medium-grade spirit stones per person. The allied countries had always had a close relationship with the Tian Yuan dynasty, and this charge reflected a certain level of differentiation. This fee rate not only reflected a certain level of differentiation, but also did not cause the allied countries to feel dissatisfied. After all, compared to the pseudo-immortal rank techniques that could be obtained, this fee could be considered insignificant. For those dynasties or powers that had an ordinary relationship with the Tian Yuan dynasty, each of them had to pay 10 top-grade spirit stones. This fee was obviously higher, but for these forces, it was still acceptable. As for those forces that were hostile to the Tian Yuan dynasty, Emperor Yun directly raised the entry fee to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones per person. This exorbitant fee was undoubtedly a huge threshold. If they wanted to come, then they would be cut first. As for sneaking into the city, that could only mean that they didn't want to die. Moreover, Emperor Yun didn't think that they would be foolish enough to openly offend themselves on their own turf just to save this amount of spirit stones. The second decree was to prohibit all residents from selling their own property, and if they had to sell it, they could only sell it to the royal family. This decree was also to protect the interests of the residents of his own imperial dynasty. Emperor Yun was worried that these residents would not be able to withstand the temptation to sell their homes now. Because Emperor Yun knew that with the emergence of this small store, the prices of their imperial city were destined to rise in the future, and selling it this time would be a loss. The third decree, on the other hand, added an ordinance on limited entry. Non-natives of the Tian Yuan imperial dynasty could only enter the imperial city for a maximum of 7 days, and if they wanted to continue to stay in the imperial city, they needed to continue to pay the entry fee. This series of initiatives by Emperor Yun had both skillfully utilized the desire of all parties for merit laws, taking the opportunity to increase a sizable amount of revenue for the imperial dynasty. It also differentiated and controlled the different forces to a certain extent, which could be said to be a multi-purpose move. However, Qin Ming inside the small store didn't care about what was going on in the outside world. Instead, he couldn't wait to open his system panel and get all the permanent commodities first. The store had upgraded and gained 1 permanent merchandise, and completing the quest had gained 2. It added up to 3. This meant that Qin Ming would be able to get 3 more items on in the future. Qin Ming didn't even think about it and directly added the lay-by to the permanent commodities. For the other two items, he chose the leg stretching and gazing pill, and the beginner's blind box. After selecting the resident commodity, Qin Ming looked at the 10 lucky draws on the system panel, which he hadn't been able to use before he obtained this item. After pressing the lucky draw button, the familiar beep sounded in Qin Ming's head. Congratulations to the host for gaining store experience. 10.
Qin Ming froze for a moment. This is it? Unwillingly, Qin Ming continued to draw 2 more times.
Congratulations to the host for gaining store experience. 10.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining marrow cleansing pill +1.
Marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can cut down the bones and wash the marrow, removing the impurities and toxins that have accumulated in the body for a long time, and remodeling the meridians and bones. Whether it is a novice who is new to the path of cultivation, it can be used to widen the meridians, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent cultivation, so that the speed of its cultivation is twice as fast as it is twice as fast. After reading the effects of this marrow cleansing pill, Qin Ming muttered, "Not bad, continue." Soon Qin Ming used up all the remaining 7 draws. Another 50 points of store experience were gained, plus 2 new items. They were the Forgotten Pup Milk and the Flip-Flops. After reading the descriptions of these 2 items, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Milk of Forgetfulness. Effect: after drinking it, you will enter the selfless realm, your mental strength will instantly skyrocket, and you will be immune to all illusionist attacks. Side effect: after drinking it, you will forget your nearest and dearest such as your son for a short period of time, lasting for 1 day. Flip-flops. Effect: treading the wind without traces, wearing it increases the movement speed by 10% and automatically generates a miniature whirlwind on the bottom of the foot when walking, so that you can tread water without leaving ripples. Side effect: every 10 steps must trigger a random sound effect. Duck quack quack. The stuff is good, but I won't be able to use it. Qin Ming muttered. These 2 items were definitely useful, but there were side effects as well. Instead of using them himself, it would be better to take them and sell them to his guests, and anyway, he had autonomous pricing authority for the items that came out of the lottery. He could sell them however he wanted. If the guests gave a good price, Qin Ming would also sell them. After getting all the merchandise, Qin Ming took out the mixed elemental dan and said with an excited face, "He, little master, I'm going to cultivate immortality as well." Chapter 22 Lucky Blind Box. When Qin Ming took the mixed elemental dan, the dan instantly turned into a hot stream that went down his throat and straight into his dantian. The hot stream seemed to contain infinite power, and like a volcanic eruption, it spread rapidly within his body. Qin Ming, who was finally able to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, was filled with uncontrollable excitement and thrill. He hurriedly closed off his invincible state and personally experienced the fluctuation of his own spiritual energy. At this moment, Qin Ming was like a child who had just gotten a new toy and was curious. He first tried to gather his spiritual energy to his fingertips, only to see a faint ray of blue light lingering at his fingertips, flickering like a firefly. Qin Ming gently wiggled his finger, and that blue light swayed along with it, and he couldn't help but grin, finding it amusing. So this is what it feels like to cultivate immortality. Then, he tried to guide the spiritual energy to circulate in his body. The spiritual energy traveled along his meridians, and every place it passed through caused him to feel a tingling sensation of comfort. When the spiritual energy traveled to the dantian, he could clearly feel the power at the dantian gradually increasing. Qin Ming was playful and wanted to see what else the spiritual energy could do. He turned his gaze to an empty wineglass not far away and focused his mind, trying to control the wineglass with his spiritual energy. At first, the wineglass only trembled slightly. Qin Ming frowned and concentrated even more on gathering his spiritual energy. Finally, under his efforts, the wineglass slowly rose and hovered in mid-air. Qin Ming shouted excitedly, "It worked!" However, just as he was getting carried away, there was a sudden disturbance in his spiritual energy, and the wineglass fell to the ground with a pop, shattering to pieces. Qin Ming was first stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that this control of spiritual energy still needs to be practiced. However, this small setback did not dampen Qin Ming's interest, and he continued to try various novel ways of playing, constantly exploring the mysteries of spiritual energy. One moment, he used his spiritual energy to outline various shapes in the air, and the next moment, he tried to use his spiritual energy to perceive the things around him. With each new discovery, he was overjoyed. After a few moments of acclimatization, Qin Ming took out the marrow cleansing pill again. He gently placed the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth, and the pill instantly melted in his mouth, turning into a cool breath that slid down his throat and instantly spread throughout his body. At first, Qin Ming only felt a slight tremor in his body, as if a gentle breeze was brushing over every inch of his skin, bringing about an indescribable sense of comfort. However, this sense of comfort did not last long. Immediately afterward, a powerful force erupted within his body, just like a raging sea wave, hitting his meridians and bones wave after wave. Qin Ming only felt that all the pores in his body opened up, as if he wanted to expel all the impurities in his body. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Ah! Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt as he clenched his hands tightly into fists, his nails embedding into his palms, leaving a deep trail. That power was rampaging through his body, and every time it passed through a meridian, it caused him to feel a sharp pain, as if his meridians were about to be torn apart. However, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, understanding in his heart that this was the necessary process of marrow cleansing. As time passed, a layer of black dirt gradually seeped out of Qin Ming's skin, which emitted a pungent odor. It was the impurities that had accumulated in his body over the years. His bones also emitted a clicking sound, as if they were undergoing a remodeling. The originally ordinary bones became harder and denser under this force. After an unknown amount of time, the powerful force finally subsided. Qin Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as sweat soaked through his clothes. He slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that the world in front of him had become clearer and brighter, and his five senses had become sharper than ever. He tried to stand up, only to feel that his body was incredibly light, as if a gust of wind could blow him up. With a gentle jump, he even jumped several meters high, which surprised him. The things given by the system are really good, Qin Ming said excitedly. After using both pills, Qin Ming revolved the Yuan Desolate scripture again and started cultivating. However, what he didn't expect was that just by running a small circumference, he directly broke through to the second level of qi refining. After running a large circumference, he directly broke through to the third level of qi refining. Although Qin Ming had never practiced cultivation, he knew that this speed was very outrageous. After Qin Ming had cultivated for a few hours, at this moment, he had already arrived at the fifth level of qi refining. And it was in a state where he could break through at any time. However, Qin Ming paused his breakthrough to be on the safe side. Although he was a cultivation novice, he was also a little worried that if he broke through too quickly, would his foundation become unstable. He planned to adapt for a while before doing so. Qin Ming suddenly remembered something, muttering, "Right, there's still the lucky blind box that I haven't looked at yet." The lucky blind box reward that he had previously obtained, Qin Ming had not yet had the time to check the effects. He had just been preoccupied with his breakthrough, so now that he was free, he took a look. Lucky Blind Box, a limited number of 10 copies are offered daily, capable of opening random items from any world, at any level. It requires a person with a destiny to be eligible to purchase it, and depending on the purchaser, it will cost something different. For every 10 Lucky Blind Boxes sold, the host will receive 1 Lucky Blind Box. After reading the introduction of the Lucky Blind Box, Qin Ming muttered, "This blind box, it's kind of interesting. This thing, not only is it limited and depends on the person, but it also restricts the purchase conditions. Most of all, the most important thing was that it was random. There was something to be said about being able to open an item from any world, at any level. In the event that it opened to items such as the mythical world's Eastern Emperor Bell, the mountain river in Jigaku diagram, or the immortality pill Chaos Green, wouldn't that just take off? Or maybe opening items from the secondary world, that would be awesome too. For example, the arbitrary door and time machine in Doraemon, if you phone these things, wouldn't that make you a concept god?" The more he thought about it, the more outrageous Qin Ming felt that the secondary world's items were even more awesome than the mythological world's items. But it's not necessarily so. The world is so big that nothing is strange, in case other worlds can also open things that can be comparable to the secondary world. Qin Ming took out a lucky blind box and examined it carefully. Only to see the surface of the blind box emitted mysterious light points, those light points flickering, as if containing endless mysteries. It looks mysterious, extraordinary. Qin Ming tried to use his identity as the shopkeeper to peek inside the blind box, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to gain any insight into its secrets. Even the specific conditions of the sale, he had no way of knowing. Helplessly, Qin Ming let out a light sigh. It seems like we still have to patiently wait for the person with the right destiny to show up. Chapter 23, Going to the Door to Provoke. After putting away the lucky blind box, Qin Ming opened his system panel and checked up on the latest mission. Host, Qin Ming. Age, 20. Cultivation, 5th level of Qi practicing. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current store level, 2. Required experience until next upgrade, 200-2500. Current shop goods, Fatty Happy Water, 8.2 years old. Current store items, Fatty Happy Water, 82 years Laby, Stretching Legs and Staring Pills, Beginner's Blind Box, Lucky Blind Box. Current tasks, sell 1000 items 1000, successfully recruit 1 eligible fellow, unlock resident merchandise +2, shop expansion, gain 200 points of store level experience after completing the task. Qin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly after reading these latest quests word by word. He was silently calculating in his mind that the task of selling merchandise, with the popularity of the small store and the attractiveness of the merchandise nowadays, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to complete it within a day. However, the task of recruiting a fellow was a bit tricky. Recruiting an ordinary fellow was not a difficult task, but the task conditions given by the system were to recruit a qualified fellow, which added a lot of difficulty. After all, he was completely unclear about what kind of requirements this so-called meets the conditions actually had, and was clueless for a while. That's just it, take your time. Qin Ming let out a light sigh and decided to put down the doubts in his heart first and take one step at a time.
Just as he was still pondering on how to complete these tasks, the system's shrill beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Warning, warning, detected that someone is attacking the store, triggering the store's protection mechanism, which will cancel the geographical restriction on the host's invincible cultivation. Please take action to stop it immediately. Hearing this sudden warning, Qin Ming first froze, a surprised look appearing on his face. He didn't expect that there would be an unknowing fellow who dared to come and attack the store this late at night. He had simply eaten a bear's heart and eaten a leopard's gall. However, what surprised him was that this system was really considerate, temporarily cancelling the geographical restriction of his invincible cultivation at the critical moment, allowing him to easily deal with this crisis. The moment Qin Ming stepped out of the store unhurriedly, the originally noisy and boisterous outside world instantly became silent as if the mute button had been pressed. The gazes of the crowd were cast towards Qin Ming in unison, with looks of anticipation for a good show appearing on their faces. In the crowd, a sharp-tongued man hemmed and hawed, gloating. This Nebula Dynasty's prince really doesn't know how to live. He's used to being a bully in his own dynasty, and he still wants to spread his wildness when he runs here. Now there's a lot of fun to be had. Next to him, a slightly chubby, cross-faced man also followed suit. You guys say, will the shopkeeper directly slap this Nebula Imperial Dynasty's royal son to death? I feel that it shouldn't. An old man with plain clothes but shrewd eyes shook his head and analyzed nonchalantly. This Nebula Dynasty's prince was merely instructing his men to do something, so the shopkeeper will probably just punish the man who did it. As for the prince, the shopkeeper should not dare to move him easily. The people around them nodded their heads in agreement when they heard the old man's words, and some chimed in. That's right, after all, the Nebula Imperial Dynasty isn't one to be messed with. Their strength should not be underestimated. This shopkeeper should give them a few points of face, and turn a big deal into a small one. This Nebula Imperial Dynasty's prince is just eating up the fact that the shopkeeper doesn't dare to do anything to him. That's why he dares to be so reckless and have people come to attack the store. Another person said with a face full of indignation. At this moment, the Nebula Imperial Dynasty's crown prince, Star Tianqing, immediately cast his gaze over after seeing the store's door slowly open. When he saw that the aura emanating from Qin Ming's body was only at the 5th level of qi refining, a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of contempt. Previously, he had heard that this shopkeeper's cultivation was profound and mysterious, but now it seemed that it was nothing more than that. In his eyes, a cultivation at the 5th level of qi refining simply did not have the qualifications to allow him to personally make a move. Qin Ming looked calm and at ease, his gaze was like a falcon as he calmly looked around. Then he slowly opened his mouth, and that voice, though not high, was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Who attacked my store just now? As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the crowd, followed by a stout figure. Burly man with a face full of cross-flesh stomped out, with no fear on his face. Instead, he carried a bit of arrogance. I attacked. I'm the one who heard that you've produced a pseudo-immortal rank technique here, and our imperial prince went out of his way to come all the way here. How dare you close the door and make our imperial son wait here? You're not taking our prince seriously. I'm only smashing your door to teach you a small lesson. If you still don't know what's good for you, I will never mind tearing down this tie store of yours. The strong man shouted loudly, his words full of threats. Qin Ming felt himself being exasperated as he listened to the strong man's words, threatening himself. Just at this moment, Emperor Yun's voice transmission suddenly rang in his mind. Shopkeeper, do you want me to help you with it? There was concern in Emperor Yun's voice, although he was clear that the Nebula Imperial Dynasty and his own Imperial Dynasty were equal in strength and status. But for the sake of Qin Ming, he was not afraid of offending the Nebula Imperial Dynasty. Because Emperor Yun knew that Qin Ming's strength was unfathomable, and what a rare opportunity it was for Qin Ming's small store to be opened within his own imperial city. The only thing he wanted to do at this moment was to try his best to befriend Qin Ming so that the little store would remain in the Tian Yuan dynasty forever. When Qin Ming heard Emperor Yun's voice transmission, his heart was slightly moved, but he quickly calmed down and softly replied back, no need, I can handle such a small matter on my own. Emperor Yun was not surprised to hear Qin Ming's reply. After all, he had personally experienced Qin Ming's powerful cultivation and had enough confidence in him. He was just curious as to how Qin Ming would handle the tricky situation in front of him. After Qin Ming had finished replying to the Cloud Emperor, he turned his gaze to the young man behind the burly man, who was none other than Xing Tianqing, the imperial son of the Nebula Imperial Dynasty. His eyes instantly became as cold as frost, as if they were sharp blades stabbing straight at Xing Tianqing as he said word for word, did you ask him to smash my store? Xing Tianqing only glanced at Qin Ming carelessly, his eyes full of disdain, not wanting to take care of Qin Ming at all. On the contrary, it was one of the dog's legs beside him that immediately jumped out and shouted with a sharp voice. What kind of thing are you? How dare you use such a tone of voice to speak to our imperial prince? When speaking to our imperial highness, you must use honorifics. I advise you to better kneel down obediently now and apologize to our imperial prince. Qin Ming didn't say anything as he listened to these words of the dog-legged man, but only silently rolled his eyes in his heart, feeling somewhat speechless.
In his opinion, this kind of dog-legged man was simply heading for death himself. He also understood that there were quite a few people around who were staring at this place, and in order to give these people a downward spiral and deter them, Qin Ming didn't want to waste any more time tangling with these people. He only saw his eyes flinch as he slapped a palm in the air at the dog-legged man, a seemingly casual movement that contained a powerful force. In the next second, that dog-legged man didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before he directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated into the air. The crowd at the scene was in an uproar when they saw this scene, and bursts of gasps and murmurs rang out from the crowd.
Chapter 24 Mahayana Protector? It's nothing more than an ant. This is a kill?
Someone in the crowd let out an incredulous whisper, their voice filled with shock. Crap, this shopkeeper is really decisive, not even saying a word more, he just kills with his hands. A tall cultivator next to him stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but burst out, surprise written all over his face. From my point of view, this is probably the store owner giving that imperial prince a hard time, letting him know that this is not a place where he can act wildly as he pleases. An old man stroked his beard and analyzed with a deep gaze. Yeah, the speed of the strike was too fast as well. I didn't even see how he made the move just now before that guy exploded into a bloody mist. A young cultivator's face was filled with incredulity as he shook his head repeatedly.
The guy who just opened his mouth seems to have yuaning stage cultivation as well. How come he's so unbeatable? This shopkeeper's strength is too terrifying.
Another person murmured with a face full of doubt. As Star Tianqing watched his dog's leg instantly explode into a bloody mist, and the splattered blood even splattered all over himself, his face instantly became as gloomy as ink, terrifying to the extreme. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master when you hit a dog. This shopkeeper even gave so little face, killing at the drop of a hat, not speaking any rules at all.
Since this was the case, don't blame him for being impolite.
He forced down the anger in his heart and shouted into the void, Eunuch Yen, please take action to take him down. There was a hint of viciousness in Xing Tianqing's voice, and it was clear that he had already moved to true anger. As soon as Xing Tianqing's words fell, there was a distortion in the void and a eunuch dressed in eunuch garb slowly walked out. This person's face was cold and stern, with a majesty in his eyes and a powerful aura emanating from his body. When the crowd saw this person, they immediately exclaimed, I've long heard that Starry Heavenly Green has a Mahayana stage protector by his side, but I didn't expect it to be true. This is a Mahayana stage powerhouse, his strength is unfathomable. A well-informed cultivator said with a face full of shock. Heavens, the Mahayana stage powerhouses have come out. It seems like this prince is getting real this time. This shopkeeper is afraid that he's going to be in trouble. Another person said worriedly. This store owner is so not giving face to the imperial prince, he must be upset in his heart. After all, he is now representing the face of the Nebula imperial dynasty. This breath can't be swallowed.
Someone whispered from the sidelines.
Bad, it's so hard to find such a marvelously good store with treasures like the pseudo-immortal rank technique inside. It won't be destroyed just like that now, will it? A woman in the crowd said anxiously with a face full of worry. As soon as that eunuch Yen appeared, his figure flickered like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Qin Ming with a speed that was staggering. The air still seemed to have remnants of his flash, his gaze was like an eagle, locking onto Qin Ming, a look of determination on his face, as if Qin Ming was already in the palm of his hand. Just as he stretched out his hand, ready to take Qin Ming down, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth hooked up into a disdainful arc, and he coldly hummed.
A Mahayana stage protector? Griffins are just ants.
Qin Ming's voice was calm and full of contempt, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, instead revealing a domineering aura that looked down on all living beings. As soon as the words left his mouth, he did not make any unnecessary movements, he just casually raised his hand and gave it a light clap.
This seemingly simple slap contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Only to see that Mahayana stage protector, his body shook violently and a terrified expression instantly appeared on his face, and before he could let out a scream, his entire person was instantly crushed as if by an invisible force, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. This scene was the same as what happened to the Yuaning stage doglegger before. In Qin Ming's eyes, these so-called powerhouses in front of him were nothing more than ants. As for what Nebula dynasty?
In Qin Ming's eyes, it was simply insignificant. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know the exact location of that dynasty, he really wanted to utilize this invincible state to directly raze the dynasty to the ground. He wanted everyone to know what would happen if they delayed his business. Starry Heavenly Green witnessed that Mahayana stage protector instantly turn into blood mist under Qin Ming's light touch, and the expression on his face abruptly froze, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and he stood frozen in place. What was happening in front of his eyes was far beyond the scope of his cognition. In his cognition, a Mahayana stage powerhouse could be called the top existence in the world. How could he be so easily killed by this person in front of him who appeared to have a cultivation level of only the 5th level of qi refining? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, this must be an illusion. Xing Tianqing's lips trembled as he muttered in disorientation, his voice filled with fear and despair. He was unwilling to believe the facts in front of him, constantly denying them in his mind, trying to find a reasonable explanation for himself, thinking that this was nothing more than an illusionary art cast by Qin Ming to confuse his mind. However, just as Xing Tianqing was still immersed in shock and skepticism and froze, Qin Ming's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Qin Ming's eyes were as cold as frost, without a trace of emotion, as if the star Tianqing in front of him was just an insignificant ant. Without the slightest hesitation or half a sentence of superfluous nonsense, he raised his palm and gently swung it towards Xing Tianqing. This seemingly casual wave contained an endless amount of power. Xing Tianqing only felt a force so powerful that it was suffocating come over him, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe, and his body was completely unable to move. He wanted to cry out, wanted to ask for help, but his throat felt like it was being tightly strangled by a large invisible hand, and he couldn't make a single sound. The next moment, his body was like being hit by a heavy hammer, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a few broken limbs and stars of blood. After resolving this imperial son, Qin Ming looked around and slowly spoke. If you meet any more ungrateful ones, you'll end up the same as him. I don't care who you are and what forces you have behind you. If you want to come and buy things from me, you have to abide by my rules. When the melon eaters saw this scene, they all fell silent. Because the impact of this image was too great for them. This was the prince of the Nebula Imperial Dynasty. This shopkeeper killed it just by saying so. Was he really not worried about the Nebula Imperial Dynasty's retaliation? Chapter 25 Star Emperor's Anger. Qin Ming didn't care about the reactions of these melon eaters. He looked indifferent, his gaze calmly swept a circle of the surrounding crowd, and opened his mouth. 1 hour from now, business will officially begin. There are new products on the market today, so if you want to buy them, you should hurry. His voice was not high, but it clearly traveled into everyone's ears, carrying an unquestionable majesty. After saying that, Qin Ming seemed to have remembered something and added, "Pay attention to the queue, keep order, whoever dares to mess up will be responsible for the consequences." As soon as the words fell, Qin Ming stopped paying attention to the crowd, turned around and entered the store, and began to start preparing the merchandise. The crowd that remained in place were still immersed in the shock of what they had just seen, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After a few moments, they began to queue up consciously. And the scouts of the various forces that were lurking in old Qin's department store were also sending back the news of this place. Emperor Yun also sent someone to help him get in line himself. He had felt before that the shopkeeper's cultivation should be very high, but after this incident, he sort of had a rough assessment of the shopkeeper's cultivation. His cultivation level was at least all the way up to the peak of the ferrying. There was even a possibility that he was that legendary immortal. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to directly kill a Mahayana stage powerhouse with a single palm strike. At this moment, the Cloud Emperor was also secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, when they first met, they resisted the urge to come hard. If they were to be a demon, it was estimated that their fate would not be any better. In the Nebula Dynasty's heavily guarded Fate Plate Hall, a solemn and dignified atmosphere pervaded. Here is the collection of many important people in the dynasty's fate card. Each piece of fate card maintains a person's life and death safety and security. The old man in charge of guarding the life tags was a man who had served in the palace for many years, was experienced and extremely cautious. As usual, he was slowly sweeping his eyes over the rows and rows of shimmering fate tags, his expression focused and serious. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to a halt, resting on top of one of the fortune tags. That was none other than the fate plate of Imperial Prince Xing Tianqing, only to see that the fate plate, which was originally emitting a soft glow, was as if it had been struck by a heavy blow at the moment. A fine crack appeared instantly, followed by a crunching sound of snap. The entire life plate was split into pieces, and the light dimmed and went out. The old man's eyes were wide open, his face full of unbelievable expression, the whole person froze in place for a while, as if being cast a spell of immobilization in general. It wasn't until a chill surged up from the bottom of his heart that he woke up as if from a dream, realizing what a terrible thing had happened. "Your Imperial Highness," the old man muttered, a hint of trembling and fear in his voice. He didn't dare to have a moment's delay. Turning around and pulling out his legs, he ran furiously in the direction of the palace, his wide robe hunting in the wind. When he panted and ran outside the palace, he couldn't care less about adjusting his breathing and barged straight into the palace, flopping down on his knees, his voice crying out with a sobbing tone. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The second princess life card is broken. What did you say?" The Star Emperor's voice trembled as he stood up and took 2 steps to the old man, grabbing him by the collar and glaring angrily. "Do you dare to lie? If there is half a word of falsehood, I will definitely let you die without a burial place." The old man was so scared that he trembled like chaff and kowtowed repeatedly. "Your Majesty, spare your life." The old slave would never dare to have half a false statement. His Imperial Highness's life card, it really has shattered off. The Star Emperor's hands slowly loosened, his feet staggered back a few steps, and he sat paralyzed in the dragon chair, the expression on his face pained and twisted. The ministers within the palace were also shocked beyond words by this sudden news, and the entire palace fell into a dead silence. These ministers, there was only one thought in their minds at the moment, and that was that something was going to happen.
The second prince, Star Tianqing, was the prince that the Star Emperor was most optimistic about.
He was exceptionally gifted. At only 25 years old, he had already reached the realm of the spirit transformation stage, and in the entire Nebula dynasty, in terms of the speed of cultivation, no one could surpass him.
Although this second prince was usually arrogant and domineering, and liked to kill civilians and loose cultivators for fun.
For those who have a little bit of beauty of the human wife, also like to force them, let their husbands to watch them serve their own.
But these ministers never thought that the second prince will die.
Because the second prince, whenever he encountered someone strong and not to be messed with, he would immediately declare himself.
Reveal the identity of the second prince of the Nebula Imperial dynasty.
Normally, the crowd would look at the Star Emperor's face and let him go after slightly disciplining him. However, in a situation like today's, where the fate plate directly shattered, it was the first time it had happened. The Star Emperor's face was terribly gloomy at the moment, but he still retained a trace of sanity. Because deep down in his heart, it was really hard to accept the fact that the Imperial son had perished, and he secretly guessed that perhaps there was a problem with that fate card. After all, Tianqiang was followed by a Mahayana stage protector by his side. On the continent, Mahayana stage powerhouses were already at the top of the heap, and even if they encountered a supreme powerhouse at the transition stage, with the strength of the protector, it shouldn't be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, as a father, he still knew the temperament of this imperial son of his very well. Although on weekdays, Tianqing liked to tease others and acted in a somewhat domineering manner, he still had an eye for detecting words and colors. When it came to those characters that he couldn't afford to mess with, he would always scrutinize the situation and choose to hold back.
Check for me. Where exactly did the second prince go? Star Emperor forced down the uneasiness and anger in his heart and ordered in a deep voice. However, as soon as his words fell, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the Great Hall. This person was none other than the secret guards cultivated by the Nebula Imperial dynasty. At this moment, he was respectfully kneeling down on one knee at the Star Emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, my subordinate has just received exact news that the second prince was unfortunately killed in the Tian Yuan dynasty. The dark guard's voice was low and clear, echoing out in the silent hall. When the Star Emperor heard this news, his originally gloomy face instantly turned ironic, as if he had aged several years at once. This sudden news was like a sharp dagger, directly destroying his last shred of hope completely. How is this possible? Who was the one who moved? Could it be that fellow Emperor Yun? The Star Emperor stood up violently, his hands clenched into fists, his joints whitening from the excessive force, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The dark guard shook his head. Not really, it was a small store owner. Hearing this, the Star Emperor felt a bit incredulous. He forced down the anger within him and said in a deep voice, "You tell us in detail, what exactly happened, tell us what happened one by one." The dark guard didn't dare to hide anything, and told Starry Heavenly Green how he heard that there was a pseudo-immortal rank technique out in the Tian Yuan Imperial dynasty, how he traveled to, and how he clashed with the shopkeeper of that small store, and how the shopkeeper had easily decapitated the Yuaning stage dog legs and the Mahayana stage protectors until he finally killed Xing Tianqing, and told the story in its original form. Upon hearing about the existence of that mysterious little store, and especially the fact that there had been pseudo-immortal rank techniques in the store, the Star Emperor's eyes instantly sharpened, the hatred in his heart was temporarily suppressed, and curiosity and the desire to explore took over. There is even such a small store? This store owner's strength is unfathomable, there might be a heavenly secret behind it. The Star Emperor murmured in a low voice. Chapter 26, Another Gold. The Star Emperor sat quietly on top of the dragon chair, and the hall was dead silent, with only the sound of his heavy breathing echoing in the air. His eyes stared blankly ahead, his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, anger, unwillingness, greed, and other emotions intertwined together like a messy hemp. After a long time, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and finally made a decision. Summon the Dark Guard Chief. The Star Emperor's voice was low and cold, resounding in the empty hall with an unquestionable majesty. Soon, the Dark Guard Chief appeared in front of the Star Emperor like a ghost, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head as he waited for orders. You immediately dispatch your elite Dark Guards to the Heavenly Yuan dynasty to probe for all information about that mysterious little store. The Star Emperor slowly opened his mouth, each word seeming to carry a chilling aura, especially that pseudo-immortal rank technique. If it really exists, make sure to find out its details. The leader of the Dark Guards nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Also, the Star Emperor paused, the expression on his face growing more and more somber. My poor royal son must not die in vain like this. Regardless of who that person who did it was, and what kind of power he had behind him, he must pay a terrible price for it. You tell the secret guards to keep a close eye on that murderer's movements while prying for information, and at the first opportunity, strike immediately to avenge the Emperor's son's death. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not dishonor my orders. The Dark Guard leader replied firmly, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the Great Hall. Looking at the direction in which the Dark Guard leader left, the Star Emperor leaned back on the dragon chair, his gaze revealing a hint of greed and determination. If that pseudo-immortal rank merit technique was real, he would do whatever he could to get his hands on it. With such a precious merit law, not only would he be able to raise his cultivation to the next level and solidify his dominance, he would also be able to make the Nebula Imperial dynasty even more powerful on this continent. As for that murderer of the Imperial son, he would definitely make the other party pay in blood. As for the Cloud Emperor's side, it would be a big deal to give him some compensation at that time. After all, he had gone to his territory to mess things up, he still had to give him an explanation. Tian Yuan Dynasty, outside Qin Ming's small store. At this moment, there was already a long line, and time passed quietly in the crowd's eager waiting, and an hour quickly passed. The moment Qin Ming reopened the store's door, the customers who had been quietly queuing up instantly boiled over, like a raging wave rushing into the store in a rush. Even though they were eager in their hearts and wanted to buy their favorite items as soon as possible, they still tried to maintain order and did not dare to act recklessly. After all, they had all seen Qin Ming's methods and knew that if they acted recklessly within this small store, they would definitely be severely punished. As soon as they entered the store, Fatty Happy Water became everyone's preferred target. Almost every customer who walked into the store would hold a bottle of happy water in their hands, their faces showing delight, all thinking of comprehending the happy Dao heart. In addition to the happy water, the other items were also quite popular, and the guests picked them up, coming with one of each, wanting to experience the charm of these magical items. Qin Ming originally thought that the stretching legs and gazing ice pill would go unnoticed. After all, the stretching legs and gazing ice pill was indeed a bit ugly to sell. However, what he didn't expect was that this stretching legs and gazing ice pill was exceptionally hot, with many customers clamoring to buy it, as if it was some rare treasure. As for the ordinary blind boxes, those rich buddies were even more unstinting, buying several copies at a time. They opened the blind boxes with great excitement, and every time they opened them, they were filled with anticipation and surprise. As they opened more and more blind boxes, they became more and more addicted, immersed in this unknown pleasure. Just as the store was bustling and busy, the voice of a customer caught Qin Ming's attention. "Shopkeeper, why can't I touch this lucky blind box? Can it be that it's not a non-sale item?" "Shopkeeper, I have enough spirit stones, as long as you are willing to sell it, the price is negotiable." This guest's eyes revealed longing as he stared tightly at the lucky blind box that was placed on the shelf. Hearing this guest's inquiry, Qin Ming slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, and unhurriedly explained. "If you want to purchase this lucky blind box, it's not something that can be done with spirit stones alone, it also depends on fate. As long as you are the one who has a destiny with this blind box, you can go and try to touch it. If you are able to successfully touch this lucky blind box, that means you have the qualifications to purchase it." That customer couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard Qin Ming's peculiar explanation. He had been in this immortal cultivation world for many years and had seen all sorts of strange and bizarre items and trading methods, but it was the first time he had heard that buying something also depended on fate. However, it was this unique purchase condition that caused the store's customers to become more and more interested in this lucky blind box. Their curiosity was completely aroused, and their eyes glittered with excitement and anticipation. They couldn't wait to go forward and reach out their hands to try to touch the lucky blind box on the shelf, as if by touching it, they would be able to have endless good luck. Time passed quietly in the crowd's attempts, and 2 hours passed quickly. During this period of time, there were at least a few hundred customers who entered the store, and they tried one after another, but they all failed without exception. Qin Ming sighed in his heart as he watched this scene. He naturally hoped that someone would successfully purchase this lucky blind box. After all, according to the rules, the more others purchased, the more lucky blind boxes he could obtain, which would be a great benefit to him. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed that it was not easy to find a person who had a destiny with this blind box, and the difficulty was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Qin Ming was also calculating the progress of the mission in his mind. What pleased him was that the task of selling 1,000 copies of the merchandise had been successfully completed. However, he still had no clue about the two tasks of recruiting a partner and selling the lucky blind boxes. Just as he was thinking about this, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed inside the store, and the familiar system prompt with a hint of playfulness sounded once again, "Golden Legend." This sudden light and sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Everyone turned their heads towards the direction from which the light came, only to see a woman dressed in a long dress as white as snow, standing in a corner of the store with an excited smile on her face. She was gripping a silver-colored staff tightly in her hands, and was waving it cheerfully, the staff flickering with a strange light in her hands. Seeing this, the surrounding guests exchanged words and speculations. A middle-aged man in gray robes narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the staff and spoke. "This couldn't be a heavenly-grade spiritual treasure, could it? Look at this light, look at this aura, it's by no means unusual." Chapter 27, Forced Purchase and Sale? The others heard that middle-aged man's speculation and cast envious gazes, their eyes filled with salivation for that silver-colored staff. In the crowd, someone couldn't help but open their mouth to ask that woman what grade of treasure the staff was. However, after the woman's excitement calmed down a little, she quickly put the staff into the storage space with a Movements were clean and sharp. Immediately afterward, she walked with hurried steps towards the store's entrance, ready to leave. In her heart, she was very clear about the principle of a man is not guilty of a crime, but a person who carries a jade tablet is guilty of a crime. But just as she was about to take a step out of the store, a customer came directly in front of her to block her and took out a bag of spirit stones and said, "Here are 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I bought this staff of yours. I advise you that you'd better be more sensible, or else I don't dare to guarantee what will happen after you leave the store." The man's words were filled with naked threats, his tone arrogant to the extreme. Ling Shuang'er, hearing this kind of threat, her eyebrows couldn't help but knit up slightly. When she felt the yuaning stage cultivation emanating from the other party's body, a wave of fear welled up in her heart, and she subconsciously retreated towards the store, and while doing so, she firmly shook her head and said, "I'm not selling it, I opened it myself. If you want it, go open it yourself." The man snorted coldly, a disdainful look on his face. "Hee toast is not a punishment. I have to remind you that this store will be closed. You can't hide here for the rest of your life." Ling Shuang'er's face became very ugly when she heard the man's words. She understood in her heart that with her current strength, she really couldn't deal with this yuaning stage man. But to have her just give away the treasures that she had managed to obtain with great difficulty, she was really unwilling to do so. She sighed secretly in her heart, alas, if only senior brother and sister were there. The guests at the side saw this scene and had long been accustomed to this kind of power play. They knew clearly in their hearts that in this immortal cultivation world, not having sufficient cultivation but possessing precious treasures, these treasures were like life-suppressing talismans that would bring them endless trouble. However, what they were more curious about at this moment was whether this woman would compromise and sell the staff or not. If she loosened her lips and was willing to sell it, they wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to insert a foot in the door. After all, in this small store, yuaning stage cultivation wasn't considered top-notch. And at this moment, Qin Ming also detected the movement on this side of the store, his brows slightly furrowed. Seeing that there was actually someone causing trouble within his store, a wave of displeasure surged in his heart. Someone dared to threaten his own customers, so how could he possibly sit back and do nothing? If he didn't do anything about it, I'm afraid that in the future, those customers with lower cultivation levels wouldn't dare to open a blind box in his store. Wouldn't this be cutting off his own financial path? Qin Ming came between the two men, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, coldly staring at the man, his voice low and majestic, as if carrying an invisible pressure. "What do you want? Is it hard to believe that you are planning to forcefully buy and sell in my store?" He gave a slight beat, his gaze swept towards the somewhat alarmed Ling Shuang'er, and continued. "It was so hard for the other girl to open such a treasure, and you're asking this price. Do you think it's reasonable?" Qin Ming looked around the store and raised his voice, announcing word for word. "In the future, I will add one more rule in this store. Whoever dares to forcefully buy or sell within the store, once discovered, will be permanently banned from entering the store. Also, any customer who buys a blind box in my store and opens a golden item will receive my blessing for a month. Whoever dares to make a move to snatch these items within this month, I don't mind directly sending him into reincarnation." After speaking, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable warning. "Considering that this is your first offense, I'll give you a verbal warning. You'd better remember today's words, and if you do it again in the future, don't blame me for not having warned you." As that man listened to Qin Ming's words, he only felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body. The man who was arrogant and domineering just now was like a deflated ball of leather at this moment, and he immediately wimped out. He knew in his heart that he dared to threaten the girl, but in front of Qin Ming, he did not dare to be reckless. After all, he had witnessed the powerful strength that Qin Ming had displayed before. The Mahayana stage couldn't even last a single move in Qin Ming's hands, let alone him. "Shopkeeper, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking, don't take it seriously, don't worry, I'll never make trouble." Frosty looked at Qin Ming, who stood up for himself, her eyes were filled with gratitude. She slightly owed her body and said with earnest words, "Thank you, shopkeeper, for your righteousness. If it wasn't for you today, I really don't know what to do." Ling Shuang'er was originally filled with worry, only thinking of leaving this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible, but she did not expect that Qin Ming would announce such a new rule that would be extremely favorable to her. She secretly pondered in her heart that with this 1-month protection period, she would have enough time to return to the sect. As long as she returned to the sect and had the shelter of her division, she would no longer have to worry that there would be people coveting her treasures and working against her. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Ming waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "There is no need to be so polite. You have spent money within my store and purchased items. I naturally have the responsibility to ensure that your rights are not infringed upon. This is an obligation I should fulfill as a shopkeeper." The other guests took this scene in, and the thoughts in their hearts began to come alive. They exchanged words and whispered. Some were surprised that opening to a treasure like the Golden Legend could be protected by the shopkeeper. Some were calculating that this 1-month protection period, if utilized properly, could indeed do a lot of things. After all, with Qin Ming, a shopkeeper of unfathomable strength, escorting them, they seemed to have no need to be afraid no matter where they wanted to go, and could be said to travel unhindered. There were even people who wanted to get stuck in the bug, and as long as they opened up to the golden legend, they would directly utilize this mechanism to their enemies. If the enemies did it to themselves, would the store owner step in? If Qin Ming knew what these people were thinking, he would probably be confused. He was just utilizing the strength he had shown before to deter these people. Because as long as someone with a normal brain would not mess with Qin Ming, after all, the Mahayana was dead, they wouldn't dare to make a demonic move.
Right at this moment, a system beep suddenly sounded in Qin Ming's mind. Check that the host has proposed rules that are favorable to the store. This system will help the host to improve the rules. But any guest who opens a golden legend item will be given a jade token by the system for a period of 1 month, which will allow the owner to gain invulnerability. Note, defense only. The jade token has been issued. Please check with the host. Qin Ming froze for a moment after hearing this. I didn't expect this Tuanzi to be so humanized. He had only proposed ideas, and this Tuanzi had actually helped perfect them. This system simply smelled too good. Chapter 28, The Wealthy Cloud Emperor. Qin Ming took out the jade pendant gifted by the system from his bosom and placed it in his palm with a focused gaze, observing it carefully. Only to see that this jade pendant was warm white in color, with a delicate texture and a smooth surface like a mirror. However, no matter how he looked at it, this jade pendant didn't seem to have any special features. The jade pendant didn't seem to have any special features, neither did it emit any strange light, nor did it contain any powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. After a little thought, Qin Ming handed this jade pendant to Ling Shuang'er and said with a gentle smile on his face, "Take this jade pendant, no one will be able to harm you in this next month's time. With it, you can rest assured." Ling Shuang'er's eyes widened as she looked at Qin Ming with a stunned expression, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She had thought that Qin Ming was merely trying to deter the man who had attempted to forcefully buy and sell earlier, and only then did he announce the rules to protect the guests who opened the treasures, but she didn't expect that he would actually do what he said he would do and take out such a magical jade pendant. Ling Shuang'er slowly stretched out her hand and carefully took the jade pendant, a warm current surging in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Qin Ming gratefully, thanking him repeatedly. "Many thanks, shopkeeper. I'll remember your kindness today, and I'll be sure to patronize your business often in the future. Turning back, I'll go and inform my senior brothers and sisters so that they can also come to your store to take a look, and maybe they can also open the treasures of their choice." The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly as he lightly laughed and joked, "Then don't forget what you said, make sure to take care of my business more often, I'm counting on you and your senior brothers and sisters." Ling Shuang'er solemnly nodded her head, her eyes firm and her tone serious. "Aha, I definitely will. Don't worry shopkeeper, I'll do what I say." After the guests saw Qin Ming giving away the jade pendant, the last bit of their crooked thoughts were dispelled. Instead, they started to draw blind boxes one after another. Not only did they want to open the golden legend, but they also wanted to open this 1 month's protection period. Having a strong person above the Mahayana sheltering them, this simply smelled too good. Emperor Yun and Yun Shang, who had just entered the store, also froze for a moment after hearing that someone had opened another golden legend. When he learned that the jade pendant also had a sheltering effect, he couldn't sit still either. The others didn't know about Qin Ming's strength, but he did. He also wanted to possess such a jade pendant. With this thought, he hurriedly went forward and inquired, "Shopkeeper, where is my jade pendant? Didn't I also open a golden legend before? Can you give me one as well?" Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, this is a rule that was just set up. If you want the jade pendant, you can only continue to open the blind box." Emperor Yun heard this and was not discouraged. After all, the last thing he lacked was spirit stones. As long as the blind box was not limited, he was sure he would be able to open it. Yun Huang suddenly remembered something, so he inquired, "By the way, shopkeeper, can I get store points for purchasing a blind box?" Qin Ming nodded. "As long as the items are purchased within the store, you can earn store points." When Emperor Yun heard this, he looked around, wanting to see if there were any notice boards describing the purchase of items and obtaining points. However, after searching for half a day, he did not find any notice boards. Then he inquired, "Then how many points can be gained by purchasing a blind box?" Qin Ming explained, "An elementary blind box can gain 2,000 store points, and a lucky blind box 10,000 store points." After saying that, he added, "I'll get a sign out later, on it will be the daily new products, as well as the details of the store items, as well as and the percentage of points gained from purchasing the items." When Emperor Yun heard this, his eyes lit up. A blind box could actually earn 2,000 store points. Wouldn't he be able to save a lot of spirit stones here? He was going to enter the practice room anyway, so it was just as well that he bought some blind boxes first to brush up on his points. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, "Shopkeeper, here are 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, give me 100 primary blind boxes first." Seeing this, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he neatly placed 100 primary blind boxes in front of Emperor Yun. "Good luck." Emperor Yun looked at the blind boxes in front of him and signaled the attendant beside him to move these blind boxes to a corner of the store, and this action of his instantly attracted the attention of many customers in the store. There were also quite a number of customers surrounding the side, most of whom were in such close contact with Emperor Yun for the first time. In the blink of an eye, the place where Emperor Yun opened the blind box was surrounded. Most of the guests were in close contact with the legendary Cloud Emperor for the first time in their lives, and the novelty and excitement overflowed. In everyone's eyes, Emperor Yun, as a party emperor, was usually high above and out of reach, and his majesty and mystery were awe-inspiring. However, at this moment, he was just like an ordinary customer, standing in the middle of this store, concentrating on opening the blind box. This kind of scene was really a rare sight. In the crowd, a few customers were whispering. A middle-aged cultivator wearing a gray robe shook his head slightly and lamented. Emperor Yun isn't as terrifying as the legends say. I see that he looks like this, he's quite affable. If it were any other emperor, he would probably have disliked us people for getting too close and expelled us, let alone allowing us to watch him open the blind box from the sidelines. A young woman beside him, dressed in blue, nodded vigorously and agreed. That's right, it seems like those rumors we hear in the weekdays are just rumors after all, and can't be taken as true. Only after seeing it today do I realize that Emperor Yun is not that difficult to get close to. At this moment, a shrill voice in the crowd suddenly rang out, only to see an old man with a skinny figure and a goatee roll his eyes and say with a face full of disdain, You guys can only see such wonders within this small store. After leaving the door of this small store, for you all to think of approaching the Cloud Emperor this easily again is nothing but a daydream. Qin Ming stood behind the counter, his eyes scanning the dense crowd inside the store, his brows unconsciously furrowed. At this point in time, the small store had already been filled to the brim by the many customers, and there was hardly even a place to land. The store was filled with people, all kinds of noisy conversations and exclamations of opening blind boxes were intertwined together, like a pot of boiling water, lively yet distracting. Qin Ming thought to himself, according to the current trend of the store's popularity, it won't be long before even the door will be broken. It seems that we need to find a way to expand the store as soon as possible. Moreover, just expanding the space isn't enough, but there must also be some careful planning for the layout of the store. A blueprint of the future store was gradually sketched out in his mind. It would be best to divide it into several areas with clear functions. First of all, there should be an area dedicated to opening blind boxes, so that customers could enjoy opening blind boxes in a relatively spacious and comfortable environment without worrying about being disturbed by others. Secondly, set up an area for selling goods, categorizing and arranging the store's wide array of goods to make it easier for guests to pick. From magical pills and magic treasures, to all sorts of strange cultivation aids, all of them could be clear to the guests at a glance. Finally, there had to be a separate entrance area for the practice room. After all, many guests came for the practice room, and dividing the entrance separately. Not only can it ensure that guests moving in and out of the practice room can move conveniently, it can also maintain the overall order of the store, so that the flow of people in the practice room area does not interfere with the other areas. Thinking of this, Qin Ming then inquired in his mind, Tuzi, how will this store be expanded? Chapter 29, Expansion Program. When the price list was placed up, the guests looked over. Among the crowd, a young cultivator dressed in black robes with a curious look in his eyes was the first to question. What kind of object is this universal sound? I've been traveling here for a long time, how come I've never seen it before? Moreover, it's even priced at 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's quite a price. What's so magical about it? At the same time, another round-faced middle-aged cultivator's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed at the forgotten pup milk and flip-flops on the price list and shouted in surprise. Hee hee, you guys look now. This forgotten pup milk and flip-flops are actually limited items. Although they are both priced at 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, the price is not low, but the limited items may have a great use. Regardless of the actual efficacy, it's always right to buy them first. As soon as the words fell, those guests who usually acted decisively and reacted quickly, immediately like cheetahs who smelled their prey, their figures flashed and rushed over towards the counter where Qin Ming was. One of the youths with an athletic figure, who was the fastest, was the first to arrive in front of Qin Ming and said eagerly, "Shopkeeper, I'll take all of this forgotten cub milk and flip-flops, please hurry up and pack them for me." But before his words could completely dissipate, another slightly fatter cultivator also hurriedly arrived, shouting loudly, "Shopkeeper, I want it too." Hearing this, the first youth to open his mouth was instantly filled with displeasure, glaring cross-eyed at the later and shouting, "It's clearly me who came first, so get out of my way. Understand the rule of first come first served?" However, the fat cultivator acted as if he didn't hear it, directly ignoring the youth's anger and said to Qin Ming, "The highest bidder wins, shopkeeper, I'll double the price for these two items, you sell them to me." Qin Ming looked at the scene in front of him and just shook his head helplessly, saying with a calm and firm tone, "This store has always followed the rule of first come first served, and the selling price of the goods will not fluctuate arbitrarily due to any circumstances, so please observe the rules of the store." After saying that, he said to the youth, "The item is here, if you want to buy it, just pay for it." Without saying anything, the youth directly took out the 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and then received the thing into the storage space with a beautiful smile. He also didn't care if it was useful or not, seeing the word limited, he bought it first.
Chapter 30, Another Gold Out, Cloud Emperor's Transition. After a small interlude, the sound of the Golden Legend once again resounded within the store. The guests who had originally surrounded Cloud Emperor instantly erupted in a deafening cry of astonishment. Wow! Out of gold! Out of gold! The shouts rose and fell like surging waves, one after another, pushing the lively atmosphere in the store to a new climax. It's only after opening 70 blind boxes that gold has come out again. The probability of gold coming out, I have to say, is still quite high. An old man wearing a gray robe with a slightly curved beard, his eyes filled with amazement, could not help but voice out his emotion. A young female cultivator beside him, with the same envious glint in her eyes, sighed softly. It's truly enviable. If I also had such strong financial resources, I would say anything to open a few blind boxes and try to see if I can open a golden legend. In the crowd, the people nodded their heads in agreement, their words filled with admiration for Emperor Yun's good fortune and helplessness at their own situation. I wonder what kind of treasure was opened this time. From afar, the object looks as if it's a pill. A tall, sharp-eyed cultivator stretched his neck and endeavored to look towards the item in Emperor Yun's hand while guessing. Holding the elixir that had just been opened from the blind box in his hand, Yun Huang looked both surprised and a little puzzled as he came to Qin Ming in large strides and inquired. Shopkeeper, please tell me, what kind of elixir is this? The moment Emperor Yun opened the golden legend, the system panel in Qin Ming's mind quickly updated the details of this elixir. Pseudo-immortal grade elixir, hijacking breaking elixir. When taken by a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana, it can directly break through to the transitional hijacking stage. When taken by a cultivator below the peak of the Mahayana, it can elevate by 1-2 minor realms. It cannot be taken by a cultivator below the Mahayana. Qin Ming quickly skimmed through this synopsis and immediately explained it to Emperor Yun in a clear and organized manner. After hearing this, Yun Huang's entire body froze in place, and it was only after a while that he seemed to come back from his shock, asking with an incredulous expression. Shopkeeper, is it true? Does this elixir really have such a miraculous effect? Qin Ming looked at Emperor Yun's astonished look and couldn't help but smile, saying with a slight snicker. You have asked this many times. Every time I introduce you to a new item, you are this surprised. I think you should have gotten used to it earlier. After all, it's not like it's the first time you've opened a pseudo-immortal rank item, and you should have a deep understanding of how that set of techniques is. Emperor Yun nodded as he heard this. Ever since he had practiced that set of gongfu, his own strength had been stabilized at the peak of the Mahayana. He didn't expect another pseudo-immortal rank elixir to come at this time. Emperor Yun carefully put this elixir away, intending to make preparations before making a breakthrough. After all, when a peak Mahayana breaks through to the transitional stage, he has to undergo a tribulation, and if he didn't prepare himself, then he would probably have to die directly under the lightning tribulation. When Qin Ming saw that Emperor Yun did not intend to take the pills, he became a little anxious. He now desperately hoped that Emperor Yun would take the pill directly, preferably to directly cross the tribulation. This would help him advertise. After all, if he directly broke through the transitional apparition stage in front of everyone, the influence could be said to be very great. People from the entire continent would probably be attracted to it as a result. You don't intend to break through? Hearing this, Emperor Yun shook his head. Transitioning is not a small matter. I need to make some good preparations and choose an auspicious day. Don't, I think today is the auspicious day. Qin Ming advised. After a moment's pause, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Qin Ming's mind. That was to card the system's bugs. If you open the gold, you can obtain the system's jade card and take it to the tribulation. Wouldn't it be a stable pass? As soon as he thought of this, Qin Ming said, don't forget, if you open up gold, you can obtain a jade token. Oh, with this jade token, are you still worried that you won't be able to pass the robbery? Emperor Yun froze when he heard this. But still shook his head. I still need to make some good preparations before I can do so. Although he said that there was a jade token, no one had tried the effects of this jade token, and he didn't want to take his own life to try it out. Qin Ming sniffed and sighed. That's just it, whatever you want. After all, the life was Emperor Yun's. He could only suggest that in case this jade tag couldn't carry the heavenly ranks, it was playing with Emperor Yun's life. After all, if you try, you will really pass away. This is your jade token. It will protect you for the duration of this month. The moment Emperor Yun received the jade token, an unspeakable sense of security instantly surged through his heart. Originally, he had firmly resolved to hold off on the idea of crossing over, but at this moment, a voice inexplicably resounded within his heart, constantly telling him that crossing over today would not be a big deal. After Emperor Yun was silent for a moment, he unexpectedly took out the breakthrough cataclysm pill that he had just put away. Then subconsciously, he unexpectedly took it. This action came too suddenly, and the surrounding guests were first stunned, then erupted into a chorus of shouts of astonishment. Emperor Yun has actually taken the pill. This is to cross the tribulation. Emperor Yun is too reckless. Wasn't he not going to take it just now? Someone speculated, can it be that it's because of this jade tablet? Not only were the guests surprised, even Qin Ming was a little stunned. Then he too reacted quickly, speaking to the crowd, get out of the way, let Emperor Yun go out of the city to cross the tribulation.
After all, a tribulation was not a small matter. If Emperor Yun was allowed to tribulate here, it was estimated that this imperial city would be in trouble.
The moment Emperor Yun consumed the tribulation-breaking pill, he could clearly feel the surging outburst of the majestic power within his body. He knew that the moment of the tribulation was imminent. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly left the store. As soon as he left the store, he lightly tapped his feet and his figure was like a black lightning bolt that instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded guests. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yun arrived in a vast and boundless desert. It was deserted and surrounded by dead silence, with the only thing that could be seen was the wild winds whistling past, whipping up the yellow sand in the sky. At this time, the sky above the desert had already begun to coalesce with a heavy heist cloud. The clouds were like a black ocean, rolling and surging. Electric snakes roamed freely in them, emitting a chilling roar, as if announcing to the world the imminent arrival of a horrible disaster. Cloud Emperor's expression was grave as he quickly took out various array discs from his storage ring and began to methodically place them. These array discs were all magic treasures that he had carefully prepared for many years, and each one of them contained a powerful energy that could provide him with a certain amount of assistance and protection during the tribulation. Although this decision to cross the threshold seemed sudden, it was not an impulsive move. He had been hibernating at the peak of the Mahayana realm for a long time in order to wait for an appropriate time to break through to the stage of the tribulation. He had also prepared the various items needed for the transition long ago. The reason why he had delayed choosing to cross the threshold was just to make some more adequate preparations and strive to be foolproof. However, the appearance of this miraculous jade token had caused a strong conviction to well up in his heart, inexplicably believing that he already possessed the strength and backbone to cross the threshold. After getting everything ready, Emperor Yun looked at the jade tablet in his hand and muttered, "I hope it can be somewhat useful." Chapter 31, Emperor Yun's Tribulation, Attracting Onlookers. At this moment, the calamity clouds above Emperor Yun's head were like a raging black ocean, frantically churning and converging with a chilling aura.